Your first task every morning is to give your school flower desk mate a beating. Strangely, the school flower not only does not resist, but also climbs over 18 walls every night to warm your bed. It's all because you, as the notorious school bully, took the school flower as your lackey on the first day of school. You not only have to follow her for meals, drinks, and sleep, but also have to obediently stand outside the men's restroom even when she goes in, obediently handing you a cigarette-flavored lollipop. After you have accepted all the memories of the original owner, the female protagonist Hu Yueying is currently being surrounded by the troublemaker Chao Yuxing and a group of followers in the class, clamoring to be friends with Hu Yueying. Hu Yueying trembled and said, I will not talk about relationships with you, right now. I just want to study well and take care of my grandmother. Please don't bother me anymore, okay? Surrounded by everyone, Hu Yueying timidly lowered her head and dared not say another word. However, no one in the class came forward to speak up for Hu Yueying against Chao Yuxing and others. Ding-ling, the life-saving bell for class rang. Hu Yueying breathed a sigh of relief, lowered her head, and walked out of the crowd. Back at her seat, Hu Yueying immediately took a deep breath, trying her best not to expose her vulnerable side to others. However, her slightly red eyes and trembling shoulders deeply betrayed her current mood. You curiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" "No, it's nothing. I just accidentally bumped into a classmate earlier." Hearing this, you shrugged, crying and saying you're fine. "Do I look stupid?" You turned your head to look at Chao Yuxing's seat at the back of the classroom, and at this moment, he was still bragging about his recent victory over Hu Yueying. Hu Yueying seemed to notice your changes, opened her mouth to say that she was fine, but suddenly thought of something and kept the words to herself. Some kind-hearted classmates in the class had reminded her before, and her deskmate is Yu Shihao, the most notorious school bully in the whole school, who is not only tall and strong but also very straightforward. Chao Yuxing's kind of little hooligans at most take advantage of the situation verbally, saying things like bringing people to block you after school. The thunder is loud and the rain is small, but when it comes to you, students from the same school have seen you holding the family's ancestral pig-killing knife, and you can take on 4 people outside of school. So in Hu Yueying's eyes, you are far more terrifying than Chao Yuxing. "Sorry, did my matter disturb you?" After Hu Yueying calmed down, she apologized cautiously. "No, I just woke up. Do you need this? I noticed you were sleeping in the first 2 classes. If you need it, I can lend it to you. Can you stop bullying me?" Hu Yueying's eyes, black and white, flashed with a hint of pleading, resembling the act of paying protection fees in school when passing notes. Seeing this, you paused for a moment. "Actually, if you are being bullied, you can go and tell the teacher. It's no use." Hu Yueying lowered her eyes secretly, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. "My family situation is not good. The teacher won't care." Hu Yueying's words made you pause. In the original plot, as one of the 3 female leads, she was only briefly mentioned. Perhaps the author wanted to give her a label of understanding, good baby, and kind little angel, and her suffering was often described in just a sentence. But for Hu Yueying, the pain in it was actually experienced. The pain and bitterness of the growth process gradually shaped Hu Yueying's character of enduring everything. Thinking of this, you sighed inwardly. When the bell rang for the end of class and the teacher left the classroom, you suddenly stood up and looked at your deskmate Hu Yueying. "Come with me." After Hu Yueying listened, her body trembled slightly. Can I not go?" Hearing this, you did not speak, but after a few seconds of silence, you nodded gently. "Really? Is it true?" When she saw that you didn't force her, a big question mark popped up over Hu Yueying's head. Could it be that student Shihao is a reasonable person? Just as Hu Yueying's impression of you was slightly changing, you suddenly shouted loudly towards the back at Chao Yuxing. "Hey, kid surnamed Chao in the back row, come over here right now." Hu Yueying's head tilted, her little face full of incredulity. Chao Yuxing, who was suddenly pointed at, felt a panic in his heart. How did Shihao, this jinx, target me? Although Chao Yuxing was considered a little overlord in school, he could only mechanically walk up to you in front of you. Seeing that the person was already in front of him, you knocked on the table. "This is already the 3rd time, right?" Chao Yuxing was startled, cold sweat instantly appearing on his back. "Shihao, this shouldn't be your concern, right?" After listening, he sneered, straightened his school bully standard waist, and the momentum bursting from his body instantly suppressed Chao Yuxing by 2.5 heads. "What if I insist on managing? What can you do to me? Tell the teacher?" Chao Yuxing gritted his teeth and looked at you, cursing in his heart, but facing you, who was 2 heads taller than him, he still chose to take a step back. "So what do you want?" "Shihao, the teacher said that if you hit someone again, you will be disciplined." Looking at Chao Yuxing's fearful expression, a slight smile appeared at the corner of your mouth. "Do you think I care?" After speaking, you suddenly slammed the table, not only startling Chao Yusheng, but also causing him to step back shakily, attracting the attention of everyone in the classroom. The school is a place for learning, not for bullying. If any of you feel the urge to bully others, come and bully me first. That's what you said. But for some reason, when this sentence came out of your mouth as the biggest bully in the school, everyone felt strange. Outside the classroom, a girl is staring blankly at you. In Hu Yueying's world, you seem to be shining brightly. A touch of blush unconsciously spreads from the corner of her eye. She quickly looks away in a fluster, leaning against the wall outside the classroom, pretending to be calm as she looks elsewhere. Thank you. After returning to her seat, Hu Yueying expressed her gratitude to you, her voice very soft, like a feather gently falling to the ground. You curiously look at Hu Yueying, who nervously clenches her small hands, avoiding eye contact with you, constantly evading. You stare at her face, thinking that she is so easy to bully, yet her personality is so gentle, speaking softly. Who else can you bully if not her? After thinking about this, you suddenly speak up. Have you never thought about making a change? I'm helping you now, but once we leave the classroom, go out into the world, go to university. No one will always speak up for you unconditionally. Hearing this, Hu Yueying lowers her gaze gently. How could she have never thought about changing? She has tried to change, to resist, but in the end, all she got was more intense bullying. She remembers a long time ago when she told the teacher what happened to her, but all she got was a response like, "It takes two to tango, why not bully others?" Sometimes you have to find the reasons within yourself. Over time, Hu Yueying fell into self-doubt. Is it true that they bully themselves because they don't do enough? Is it true that they are the cause of it? No one ever spoke up for themselves, as if they were born to be bullied. So in the face of the first person to speak up for herself, Hu Yueying didn't know how to answer the question. Looking at Ing Hu Yu lowered her head again. Long Ao Tian frowned and said in a deep voice, "Raise your head up." Hearing Long Ao Tian's words, Hu Yueying obediently raised her head. Only her eyes were still evasive, not daring to meet Long Ao Tian's gaze. Perhaps Long Ao Tian's gaze was too obvious. Hu Yueying only felt her cheeks start to burn. Trying to keep my head down out of instinct. Don't move, Long Ao Tian said again. Speaking with people, one would subconsciously look at the other party. Hu Yueying is no exception. Looked up to Long Ao Tian, just opened his mouth. Inadvertently eyes intersected, palms slightly clenched. Dry. What for? Looking at Ing Hu Yu's red face, also did not put his head down. Long Ao Tian nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You should be a little more confident. 18 years old age should be like a flower that wantonly openly bloom. Look at you, talking in a small voice and always putting your head. Speaking here, Long Ao Tian showed displeasure. Look, you want to put your head down again. You're not an ostrich. No, ostriches aren't as diligent as you are in putting your head down. Hu Yueying is just too lack of self-confidence, but also used to being bullied, so she always thinks of going against the grain. When it comes to anything, the first thing that happens is that you lose your confidence yourself. This kind of person wouldn't dare to bring up any injustice even if she encountered it, and would only silently accept everyone's bullying of her. I know, Ing Hu Yu said in a small voice. What's the use of knowing? You have to be brave and do it. Hearing this, Hu Yueying lowered her eyes and gave a soft He didn't continue to put his head down, but just the airless said it all. Long Ao Tian secretly sighed. Having been bullied for a long time, it was not expected that Perry who would be able to transform all of a sudden. It's better to take your time. The plot has changed by itself. According to the current situation, no one in this classroom should dare to bully Hu Yueying anymore. But Hu Yueying, this kind of rebellious character, if you do not make any changes out of this classroom, want to bully her, people will still bully her. Since the development of the plot has changed because of himself, he should teach Hu Yueying properly and help her to pick up her self-confidence again, so that she can bravely face injustice and setbacks. At least when she meets a similar bullying incident in the future, it will give her the courage to fight back. It's not her that's at fault, it's the demons that like to bully the weak. Thinking of this, Long Ao Tian said, have you ever thought about why Wang Shua dared to bully you and not go bully others? Ing Hu Yu carefully glanced at Long Ao Tian and lightly pursed her red lips. Did I do something to make him unhappy? Ass. Hu Yueying's body trembled lightly. Long Ao Tian's eyes were so scary. Long Ao Tian are speechless. This girl in the past exactly experienced what? How to meet the problem. First in their own body to find the reason? Is being soft and easy to bully sort of its own thing? That necessarily doesn't count. Wang Shua bullied you. Who's right and who's wrong? Ing Hu Yu quietly glanced at Long Ao Tian. Although she didn't dare to look directly into his eyes, she couldn't help but want to sneak a glance at him, then tried to whisper, is it Wang Shua's fault? Long Ao Tian was all pissed off and laughed. See Long Ao Tian show this helpless expression. Hu Yueying eyes of the light dimmed a lot. Really still their own fault? so the voice was low, and with a hint of resignation he changed his voice to, "It was my fault. Yes, it is indeed your fault. You should have just," viciously torn his hair out and told him, with contemptuous eyes and a vicious tone, "that you've messed with the wrong person and that I'm not that easy to bully." Ha! Huyu was stunned and looked straight at Long Aotian. Although the words coming out of Long Aotian's mouth were vulgar, they did not make her feel a trace of discomfort or revulsion. Persimmons all still have to pick the soft one to pinch. You are just too good to be bullied. When it comes to you, no matter who's right or who's wrong, I want to pinch you. Be fierce and show me. Long Aotian said. Perry, who nodded, then took a deep breath, gritted her teeth. Her watery eyes looked like she had suffered a great deal of aggravation, and finally complained in an obviously understated manner. I'm right. After saying these words, carefully lifting her eyes, she quietly glanced at Long Aotian, then extremely quietly and somewhat embarrassedly asked, "Didn't scare you, right? Scared isn't scary, but you turned me on." If she didn't know she was being mean, she would have thought that the girl was deliberately teasing herself in an attempt to raid her mind and body. Long Aotian sighed slightly. Your foundation is too poor. Follow me in the future. I don't believe that I can't change you. A soft persimmon. Hearing this, Huyuing lowered her eyes and didn't say anything. Long Aotian looked at her suspiciously. What? You don't want to change a bit? This letting people bully you nature? No. Huyu suddenly looked up, her eyes glistening with a little tear. This time Huyu Ying's eyes were not dodging as she looked at Long Aotian, but this look made Long Aotian not calm down. How did this say two sentences to her and still cry? Look around the room quickly, but don't let anyone think you're bullying her. Perry, who took a deep breath, her tone was full of suppressed aggression. I would love to change myself. No one wanted to change herself more than she did. She wasn't willing to be a soft touch to be pinched either. Everyone subjectively assumes that a slap in the face is not enough, and even if they are the ones being bullied, they will only allow themselves to look for the reason on themselves. But Long Aotian was the only one who asked himself if he wanted to change. Want? Very much. Chapter 6, The 99th Confession. Senior class. Don't. I'm just on my way to the top of my life. A good-looking teenager jolted out of his seat. Breathing heavily, the teen froze when he heard the noisy voices around him. This is a classroom? The teenager felt his mind scrambling at the moment, until a worried greeting came from his ears. Brother Chen, are you alright? Are you too excited to prepare your 99th confession today? Yi Liangshan's body was stunned when he heard the words 99 times confession, and then he turned back to look at the person who had spoken. Chubby face, tiny eyes. Gao Quan, you're still alive? Great. Yi Liangshan saw Gao Quan and ruthlessly rubbed his chubby face. I'll protect you this time and never let anything happen to you again. Are you dreaming silly? Brother Chen? Haven't I always been alive and well? Gao Quan didn't even know what to say when he looked at this agitated Yi Liangshan. You don't understand, but it's okay, I've got everything, Yi Liangshan said solemnly. In Koquan's eyes himself may have slept, but no, one is actually traveling back to life. In a dream, let's call it a previous life for now. In the dream I was 28 years old, and everything I was now had already been through once in the dream itself. In the dream, Gao Quan died at the age of 25, and was beaten alive by Long Aotian's men in order to save himself. And he himself had spent 3 years bankrupting Long Aotian, leaving him to die a miserable death on the streets like a piece of trash, holding half a moldy donut in his hand. In the end, he could only be alone, marrying 3 stunning beauties, inheriting Long Aotian's group, and becoming the CEO to walk on the peak of his life. Only on the wedding day, seeing 3 stunning beauties in wedding dresses, a moment of excitement and insufficient blood supply led to cardiac arrest. Brother Chen, quick, don't be stupid. Li Qingxue is back. It's your turn. Hearing Gao Quan's reminder, Yi Liangshan subconsciously looked towards the classroom door. The look became a bit of a trance. The young girl just came back from outside, white cheeks with a faint smile. Even wearing a school uniform is difficult to hide her delicate slender body, and talk and laugh with the surrounding people. Every move, knit the brows, beautiful and elegant. She just stood there, catching everyone's eye all the time. Aya, the white moonlight is so lethal. Gao Quan looked at Yi Liangshan's dumbfounded expression and joked at the side. Looking back, glanced at the pink love letter sitting on the table. Yi Liangshan took a deep breath, picked up the love letter and took a step towards Li Qingxue. When everyone saw Yi Liangshan walking towards Li Qingxue with a love letter in his hand, they all couldn't help but sigh and coo. After all, this matter of Yi Liangshan liking Li Qingxue had spread throughout the class. Moreover, Yi Liangshan himself said that he was in the same class as Li Qingxue when he transferred in the 4th grade of elementary school, and then junior high school. As if fate had made it so, he was even in the same class. One of the things Yi Liangchen said the most was that he wished we could be together in college as well. And together with this one. It had been enough to confess to Li Qingxue 99 times. Seeing Yi Liangchen holding a love letter in his hand at the moment, they all thought he was going to confess for the 99th time. Seeing Yi Liangchen, who was holding a love letter towards himself, Li Qingxue showed embarrassment and just wanted to open her mouth. Yi Liangchen suddenly said, "You used to be the white moonlight that I held in my hand for fear of dropping and in my mouth for fear of melting. The white moonlight that occupied my entire adolescence. But I figured it out. You can't force things in relationships. Let's just be friends. I caused you a lot of trouble before. I won't in the future." Saying this, Yi Liangchen raised his head 45 degrees and revealed a smile of relief. "I hope you're doing better and can meet someone better." Then he took the love letter in his hand, tore it directly into 2 halves, and threw it into the trash can. Everyone was shocked. Even Li Qingxue couldn't help but frown slightly, not understanding what the significance of Yi Liangchen's move was. Are you crazy, Brother Chen? Since middle school you have been chasing after Li Qingxue. It's been 6 years to this year. How can you just give up when you say you're giving up? At Gao Quan's words, the corner of Yi Liangchen's mouth curved up into an arc, and he used his afterglow to look at Li Qingxue. Upon seeing Li Qingxue freeze and look stupidly at the trash can, the corners of his mouth curved even more. Everyone didn't know, only he had experienced it once to realize that he was not going to succeed in this confession. It was because Li Qingxue had always treated herself as just a friend. Only when she gives up will she come to the realization that without realizing it she has already fallen in love with herself as well. That's how it is in dreams. After he decided to stop chasing after Li Qingxue, she began to be uncomfortable, and subsequently would constantly think of how good she was. Eventually she regretted it and wanted to come to herself to make peace. And his dream self, because he was rejected 99 times by Li Qingxue, broke his heart. Choose not to forgive her. Li Qingxue regrets it and resolves to start chasing herself backwards to experience everything she once did for her. A lot has gone on during that time. The turning point in the dream is that Li Qingxue was forced by Long Aotian when she was encountered by herself by chance. After all, she was the white moonlight of her youth, and she still couldn't bear to see her being forced by other men, choosing to save Li Qingxue from the clutches of Long Aotian. At this point the two are finally icy, and Li Qingxue is also open to his heart. Deep confession. Since it was already known in advance that the confession would end in rejection, Yi Liangchen chose to keep a shred of decency for himself, tore up the love letter in public and voluntarily broke it off with her. That way one is not so dog-licking and unpleasant in the eyes of others. Now it was just a matter of waiting for Li Qingxue to regret it and come looking for herself. When the time comes, he will reject her. After all, it is too easy to forgive her. She will instead not cherish it again. One has more important things to do right now. That's saving your own treasure girl. The moment he thought that Long Aotian would bully and dominate his treasure girl, Yi Liangchen couldn't restrain his anger. He was just about to go directly to find Long Aotian to fight against Gang Gang, but he didn't know what came to his mind. Yi Liangchen suddenly gave up this idea, and frowned deeply. In the dream, it was probably more than half a month after he had been rejected by Li Qingxue that he met the treasure girl. At that time, she was bullied by Long Aotian. This bullying to the verge of despair, just like a look that is about to break. One rejected by white moonlight, the other bullied and bullied. Two wounded souls easily resonate. The treasure girl in the dream, said the most words, was to thank herself for being like a ball of sunshine in the darkest moment of her life, dispersing the endless darkness and redeeming her from the abyss. So Yi Liangchen hesitated. If he went over now, would it still be her light? Would it still be the salvation of her life? After struggling internally for a moment, Yi Liangchen decided that he would still follow the same route as in his last life, but he could care for her in advance and leave enough of an impression on her. Chapter 7, Short Suffering for Better Encounters in the Future. What are you doing there? Mourn? Class is about to start. Watching Yi Liangchen get up to leave the classroom, Gao Quan hurriedly asked. Today's Chen was obviously not right, especially after a good night's sleep. It's like the whole person has changed. One must know that in the past, there was absolutely no way that Brother Chen would say such words to Li Qingxue, but the fact placed in front of him was that not only did he say it, but he also tore up the love letter in a particularly unforgiving manner and threw it into the trash can in front of Li Qingxue. Yi Liangchen's heart warmed. For Gao Quan, he always treated him as his best brother. So he laughed. I'm fine. I'm going to use the restroom before class starts. After saying that, he walked straight past Li Qingxue's seat without stopping his footsteps at all. Looking at Yi Liangchen's back as he left, Li Qingxue frowned slightly, feeling that today's Yi Liangchen had changed so much. At this point, Li Qingxue's deskmate asked softly, is everything alright, Qingxue? Yi Liangchen too can't figure out what he's doing. Obviously before, Yi Liangchen had well asked them to cooperate with his confession, but it turned out to be like this. Li Qingxue gently shook her head. It's fine. After saying that, she withdrew her gaze. Yi Liangchen left Class 1 and walked towards Class 7. Class 7 was the class that Long Outyan and Hu Yueying were in. Arriving at the entrance of Class 7, Yi Liangchen's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his heart trembled fiercely, because he saw that Long Aotian made Hu Yueying stand in front of him. The distance was a bit far, plus the sound in the classroom was quite noisy. He didn't hear clearly. However, he saw Hu Yu suddenly lowered his head. In the dream, Hu Yueying basically shed tears whenever she lowered her head and hung her eyes. He knows too much. Deadly clenching his fists, his eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a resentful gaze. Long Aotian, you already have the way to take your death. I will prepare a lot of moldy fritters for you. You wait for me. After finishing viciously, his eyes became softer in a split second, and he looked at Hu Yueying with deep affection. Don't be afraid. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer and I'll appear in your world like a ray of light. I will be the salvation of your life, the son of the sun who will lead you out of the darkness. I will spend my life healing you from all the harm that Long Aotian has brought you. After saying these words, Yi Liangchen clenched his teeth in death and retracted his gaze, because he was afraid that if he continued to watch any longer, he wouldn't be able to hold back his tears. All that suffering was for the reunion that would follow, and he had to endure it. Only when Hu Yueying is in the most pain, in the most despair, already on the verge of breaking, his own appearance is the most meaningful. Taking a deep breath, he forced down the emotions churning in his heart and headed towards the bathroom. Want to very much. Hu Yueying reddened her eyes, but her tone was unexpectedly firm to Long Aotian. I want to change. I don't want to be bullied anymore. Long Aotian looked at such a determined Hu Yueying, inwardly could not help but sigh. If not bullied to a certain extent, this shy and gentle little girl, also categorically will not be so determined. Yes, Long Aotian said solemnly, from today onwards, you are my little follower. I will be interested in setting up some basic training, and if you want to get tough, then leave no stone unturned. It is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish, and only if Perry who makes a change on her own can she truly avoid being bullied in the future. Thank you. Hu Yu pursed her red lips tightly and thanked very seriously after hearing Long Aotian say this. He seemed to be different from the person Li Qian spoke of. Obviously, it was only the first day they met, but he took the initiative to talk to himself, and lent him a pen to help him not be bullied by Wang Shuo, and now he even wanted himself to be his little follower. I really appreciate Dragon Pride. Thank you is not necessary. In the future, when I see Brother Long I am down and out, I can relieve Brother Long than any thanks. Long Aotian slowly said. The plot, if it is indeed altered by itself, then of course the end of itself is no longer there. But what if? Be nice to the heroine now, and in case something goes wrong, at least you'll have a way back. After all, in the original novel, Hu Yueying ended up becoming a business nouveau riche, not only creating her own company, but also setting up an anti-bullying fund association. A great contribution to this world. People who carve kindness and gentleness into their bones like that don't deserve this kind of life. Upon hearing this, Hu Yueying humbly lowered her eyes, also more determined to study hard, and later earn big money. Must relieve Long. Now, I'm going to give you your assignment for the day. Hu Yueying immediately stood up straight at the words. Go to Wang Shuo and ask him to apologize to you and repay the stationery you damaged. Ha! The air that Hu Yu had just mentioned in her chest instantly dissipated. Quietly glancing at Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo is 6'2" and weighs more than 180 pounds. Such a physique was like a small mountain in front of Perry Hu. Before she even went, Hu Yueying was already scared and timid in her heart. What? Are you afraid? Long Aotian raised his eyebrows. Now what he wanted to do was to let Hu Yueying slowly divide her inner fear of certain things. Hu Yueying did not say anything, but just unconsciously lowered her head again like before. Cowardice and cowardice seem to have become instinctive, as if all one needs to do is put their head down and not look at people and they will feel safe inside. But these are just excuses to avoid reality. The best way to eliminate fear is to go and face it head on. Thinking of this, Long Aotian got up and directly picked up Perry Hu's back collar. Dragon! Shut up! You'll have time to talk later, Long Aotian said as he carried Hu Yu towards the seat where Wang Shuo was. This scene happened to be seen by Yi Liangchen, who came out from the toilet. Looking at the tall and robust Long Aotian, carrying Hu Yueying like a small chicken, his heart hurt so much. It hurt so much. Deadly gritting his teeth, he quickened his pace and left the door of Class 7. He simply didn't have the courage to see just how Long Aotian would bully Hu Yueying. Get out of the 7th class range. Leaning directly and helplessly against the wall, taking a deep breath, his expression was sad to the extreme. Bear with me a little longer. Only if you fall into the abyss, my appearance will be your salvation. In time I will rush into your world with a golden glow like a hero to love and heal you. Gao Quan, who was worried about Yi Liangchen, came out and saw this scene. It turns out that Morn isn't being spontaneous, but is desperately trying to hide his sadness. From junior high school, he fell in love with Li Qingxue and began to pursue it. To give up on someone you've loved for 6 years is like plucking out a piece of meat from your heart. Walking forward, he gently patted Yi Liangchen's shoulder. Brother Chen, are you alright? Yi Liangchen raised his head, trying his best to hide his inner sadness, and forced a smile on his face. It's fine. Let's go. Let's go back. Class is about to start. Looking back at class 7. Inwardly, he said secretly, the short-lived suffering is only for the sake of a better encounter in the future. To know each other. Yucking, hold on. He did everything to you. I will let him 1,000 times to return back. Chapter 8, thank you for taking me as a follower. Perry, who had no room to resist in front of Long Aotian, or rather, did not dare to resist at all. Easily, he was brought in front of Wang Shua's seat. Seeing Long Aotian bringing Huyu over, Wang Shua looked at Long Aotian with some uneasiness. Say it. Long Aotian signaled that Huyuing could speak. The commotion over here had caused the entire class to subconsciously look over. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Huyuing became more and more nervous. She pinched her fingers hard and her lips were trembling slightly. Eventually, after a few breaths, Huyuing made up her mind and gathered her courage to look at Wang Shua. You have to apologize to me. When Wang Shua heard this, he first looked at Huyuing. Seeing Wang Shua glaring at himself, Huyuing subconsciously stepped back. Her body couldn't stop trembling, so much so that her nails left an imprint on the center of her palm without realizing it. You have to apologize to me. Even though the words that came out of her mouth were slightly trembling, Huyuing was trying to maintain her surface calmness. But Wang Shua never answered. The surroundings seemed to have fallen into silence. She could clearly hear her heartbeat, and her face was getting whiter and whiter, her afterglow inadvertently looking to her side. Upon seeing Long Aotian's figure, a brief moment of inner peace was obtained. Wang Shua first looked at Ing Huyu, then looked at Long Aotian. Seeing Wang Shua looking at himself, Long Aotian slightly inclined his head and suddenly smiled, his tone languid with a hint of arrogance. Didn't you hear it? Need me to repeat it to you again? Obviously untamed, sprightly and lazy, but this eyes are very sharp. No, accurately it should be the aura. The aura is strong. Wang Shua subconsciously took a dry swallow. That's how people are. When they come across one weaker than them and think they can bully their way past them, they will act extra arrogant. But if you meet one who is better than you, even though you may still be unconvinced inwardly, your attitude can't help but lower. Looking at Ing Huyu, Wang Shua felt that if he didn't apologize, he would definitely be beaten up by Long Aotian. This stance is obviously to cover Ing Huyu. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have thrown your stuff on the floor on purpose. Upon hearing Wang Shua's apology, Huyuing's hanging heart instantly relaxed. So much so that Huyuing didn't know how to describe the feeling that the whole person had suddenly become very relaxed. Not just physically, but also psychologically. Hearing Wang Shua's apology, Huyuing subconsciously wanted to say, it's okay. But before he could say anything, he was poked twice in the shoulder. Looking towards Long Aotian, he saw Long Aotian raising his eyebrows and making eyes at himself. Ing Huyu immediately reacted, took a deep breath, but still obviously under the breath said, You still have to pay back the stationery that broke me. Wang Shua pursed his lips, unwillingly but could only nod his head, because he couldn't beat Long Aotian, and even more so, because when facing Long Aotian, he had the illusion of facing that group of people in society. He didn't doubt for a second that Long Aotian really knew people in the society. Good. Immediately take a pen from your own pouch. Being a professional asshole, these pens are a showpiece in a pen pouch, so they're all fairly new. Perry, who took only 5 pens, because 5 of his own pens were stepped on. The rest Huyuing did not want. All returned. This was a new beginning, and Long Aotian turned to leave. Seeing this, Huyuing hurriedly followed. After returning to her seat, Huyuing looked at the pen in her hand and unconsciously curved her eyes. She wasn't happy because she asked for 5 pens. She was happy because of the other person's apology and the whole process of repaying herself for the 5 pens. In the old days, when she was bullied. A stomped pen is a stomped pen. No one will give her an apology or reimburse her for what was damaged to her. It's as if damaging your own stuff and bullying yourself is par for the course. But not today. Not only did she receive an apology from the other party, but she also had to pay back for her damaged items. This would have been unthinkable in the past. Thank you, Long Aotian. In just one morning, I already don't remember how many times I uttered thank you to Long Aotian, but Huyuing still wanted to say it. It seemed as if one could do nothing but say thank you to him. Thank me for what? The face is what you got back by plucking up your own courage. Breaking your things should have been compensated. Long Aotian glanced at Ing Huyu and continued slowly. If you don't have any talent of your own, everything is for nothing. What Ing Hu lacks most now is the encouragement and affirmation of others. So a casual word of encouragement can slowly help her regain confidence. Ing Huyu is not a little cutie either. She knows that if it were not for Long Aotian standing behind her today, she would not have the courage. By noon, Long Aotian glanced at Perry who was still writing notes. Let's go. Go eat. Perry who hesitated for a split second and whispered. I'm not too hungry yet. Who asked you if you were hungry? You're my follower now. Follower, understand? It means wherever I go, you have to follow. Go. That's fine. Huyuing got up and first packed up her things, then glanced at Long Aotian's messy desktop. He also quickly packed it up, before leaving the classroom behind Long Aotian. Walking behind Long Aotian, he was very tall, at least for a woman like Huyuing. Looking at Long Aotian's back, Huyuing carefully avoided the shadow behind him for fear of stepping on it. Just a moment, classmate. Long Aotian still walked forward, because according to the original's portrayal of the evil male counterpart Long Aotian, he didn't think anyone would call him. Wait a moment, classmate. Two figures jogged to Long Aotian. The people who came were two girls, and after a slight gasp, their faces were a bit apologetic. Sorry, classmate. We're doing campus publicity. Can we bother you for a bit? Long Aotian looked at one of the girls and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Exquisite. Beautiful. Elegant. She is very pretty. Seeing this person, Long Aotian's mind couldn't help but pop up. The original novel's depiction of the female second white moonlight. Not waiting for Long Aotian to come back to his senses, the girl had already aimed the microphone at him. May I ask the student, do you think the campus cafeteria meals? What improvements are still needed? Height made it so that even though the girls were trying their best to hold the microphone up, they were still a bit underwhelmed by the height difference. Long Aotian frowned slightly and bent his body down a bit without leaving any traces. I haven't gone to eat yet, so I don't know where to improve. After saying that, he re-straightened himself. We're going to dinner now. Sorry. Then he took Hu Yueying and walked towards the direction of the cafeteria. Li Qingxue had interviewed many people, but none of them, like him, had answered like this, and that gesture of him bending over was quite gentlemanly. Chapter 9, Regret. Coming to her senses, her love will be passionate. Brother Chen, it's Li Qingxue. Gao Quan looked at the girl being interviewed in front of him and touched Yi Liangchen with his shoulder, whispering a reminder. He felt it was an opportunity. If Chen really couldn't let go of Li Qingxue, he could take this opportunity to go and talk to Li Qingxue. Yi Liangchen coldly watched the scene. The palms of his hands could not help but clench slightly. When he saw Ing Huyu following behind Long Aotian in a well-behaved manner, his heart was dripping blood, but now he could only endure it. What was even more unexpected was that because he had taken the initiative to reject Li Qingxue, it would cause Li Qingxue and Long Aotian to meet earlier. In the dream, Li Qingxue rejected herself, but when she saw the look of disappointment in her eyes, she inexplicably felt panicked and misplaced. Plus she didn't wait for Li Qingxue to go to the cafeteria with her for the first time because of her broken heart. This caused Li Qingxue to be in a bad mood and she ended up not going to the cafeteria and didn't come out to finish the school interview. Really let Li Qingxue and Long Aotian produce intersection, should be in their own and redeem Hu Yuing, and get along with half a month after. But now, due to the fact that he had taken the initiative to reject Li Qingxue, there was a brief discrepancy with the dream. Yi Liangchen slowly shook his head. There's nothing to say, because Yi Liangchen knew that now was just the beginning. After that, Li Qingxue would start to feel uncomfortable and eventually remember how good she was when she followed her around. Then it suddenly realized that he had, unknowingly, occupied a large place in her heart. In time she would regret it. Come to her senses, and come forward. If one were to go over now, what would be the same as if one were to follow Li Qingxue before? But seeing this scene of Li Qingxue interviewing Long Aotian, Yi Liangchen still couldn't help but feel some pain in his heart. It was one's own white moonlight, a fond memory that occupied one's entire adolescence. Taking a deep breath, Yi Liangchen kept telling himself in his mind to hold back, must hold back. Li Qingxue had been with himself for too long, so much so that Li Qingxue couldn't see his heart. She couldn't tell if she liked herself more or if the familiarity of spending time together as friends was more of a factor. She needs to be given time, and only time will allow her to see herself clearly. It was only to show her that it wasn't just her who occupied her entire adolescence. Himself likewise occupied her entire adolescence. Once a woman regrets, once she comes to her senses, how strong her love is, she herself has experienced and gone through it in her dreams. So now she must not show regret first, she must pretend to be relieved. It was the only way to speed up Li Qingxue's regret. Suddenly, Long Aotian took Hu Yuing away. Then not only did Gao Quan hear it, Yi Lianchen likewise heard it, and the girl next to Li Qingxue who was in charge of video recording said, "This person is quite a gentleman ah." Li Qingxue didn't say anything, but the smile on her face already said it all. Seeing this scene, Yi Lianchen couldn't help but let out a cold smile and laughed in his heart. Laughing now? Now you think Long Aotian is a gentleman. He. When you completely see Long Aotian's person in dirty tricks, you won't be able to laugh. Thinking of this, Yi Lianchen straightened his back and looked ahead, then also walked towards the cafeteria, while passing by Li Qingxue. When Li Qingxue saw Yi Lianchen, as usual, she instinctively wanted to call out to him and ask him to wait for her to join her. They've known each other for so long, 9 years since they sat at the same table in 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, freshman, sophomore, junior, freshman, sophomore, and this year's senior year. Knowing each other for too long, being too familiar, instincts form, and for the most part, Yi Lianchen never denied himself. But just as he opened his mouth, he suddenly thought of Yi Lianchen's series of strange behaviors today, so the words that reached his mouth didn't continue to go out. Yi Lianchen's afterglow naturally saw Li Qingxue's movement of trying to call out to herself. The heart is secretly happy, but soon, admonish yourself within yourself, can't turn back. Even if Li Qingxue called his name, he can't turn back, must show that he is relieved, and then tell her in an unadulterated voice, "I don't have time to wait for you." One would never again cooperate with her unconditionally as one always did before. Never again will I be a lickspittle. No longer would he or she rush up the ladder just because of a pouty look from Li Qingxue, but it was already a long way out. Why didn't Li Qingxue call for herself? Frowning slightly, he wanted to look back, but if he did now, wouldn't that be too obvious? So he looked at Gao Quan beside him. "Quan, turn around and see what's going on with Li Qingxue." Hearing Yi Lianchen's words, Gao Quan looked back indifferently. Then he told Yi Lianchen, "Brother Chen, Li Qingxue is standing in the same place and has been looking at you? Are you sure you don't want to wait for Li Qingxue?" Earlier, he saw Yi Lianchen using the name of going to the restroom to secretly feel sad in the corridor. As Yi Lianchen's best friend, buddy, brother, Gao Quan was aware of how much Yi Lianchen liked Li Qingxue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked himself to turn around and help him look at Li Qingxue now. He simply couldn't let go of Li Qingxue yet. Hearing Gao Quan's words, the corner of Yi Lianchen's mouth slightly hooked up. Sure enough, everything was going in the direction of his dream. "No, Quan, there are some things you don't understand yet. Let's go. This time brother will take you on a flight," he said and quickened his pace, for he too was afraid he might not be able to resist turning back. Looking at Yi Lianchen's back, Gao Quan sighed. He didn't know why. He felt that if Yi Lianchen was going to continue to act like this, ignoring Li Qingxue, he would regret it one day. "Did you and Yi Lianchen fall out with each other, Qingxue?" Li Qingxue shook her head. In reality, she didn't know. Even this time when Yi Lianchen was preparing his 99th confession, she was also kept in the dark, because she had known each other for too long. Li Qingxue had been unwilling to make Yi Lianchen look too bad in front of the class. In fact, in private, had told Yi Lianchen countless times that he had no desire to fall in love, at least not before college. Has clearly rejected Yi Lianchen many times, so much so that Li Qingxue really couldn't remember how many times she had rejected him. Not only that, Li Qingxue even said many times in front of him that it was fine to be friends just as it was now, and one really only thinks of him like a brother. But how did things come to this? The mood may be a little bad, right? After knowing each other for 9 years, how many 9 years can a person have? But Yi Lianchen was able to think clearly and give up continuing to confess to himself. It's also quite good. I just hope that he can slowly regulate his emotions and it won't affect the friendship between them. Chapter 10, I'm the best at homework, and I can help you with your lessons too. Long Aotian brought Hu Yuing to the cafeteria. Taking 2 dinner plates, he placed one of them in Perry Hu's hand. When she came to the window to stand in line, Hu Yuing looked at the meals laid out in the cafeteria, hesitated for a moment, and stepped forward to ask softly, "Excuse me, I'd like to ask if I can give cash? She just transferred in today. Nor do I have a meal card for this school cafeteria, and the cash I have on me is not really enough to buy 2 lunches. Otherwise, Long Aotian students today to help their own, but also do not mind their own collected their own as a follower. Should be to invite Long Aotian students to have a meal. Sorry classmate, we don't accept cash here. If you don't, you'd better go and fill it up before coming." Cafeteria and looked at the well-behaved and lovable Hu Yuing. Also could not help but lower her voice and patiently reminded. Embarrassment surfaced on Hu Yuing's face. The next moment he felt a hand on his head and pushed himself back with a slight force. Long Aotian retracted his hand and at the same time took Ing Hu's dinner plate as well. "Brush mine. watching the cafeteria ants already begin to punch their meals. Ing Huyu rubbed her hair that had been pressed by Long Aotian, then said, "I'll give you cash." "What do you mean? You still want to eat better?" Long Aotian glanced at Ing Huyu, then continued, "This is how followers are treated. What I eat you eat too. If you want to eat better, buy it yourself." Peri Huyuk hastily waved her hand, signaling that she didn't mean it. "Either that or get your dinner plate and go take your place." Without giving Ing Huyu the chance to speak, Long Aotian looked at the meal that had already been beaten and said in a deep voice. When Huyu Ying's words came to her lips, she could only pick up the dinner plate first and look for an empty seat to occupy the seat for Long Aotian. The good thing is that the school cafeteria is big enough. Freshmen and sophomores are not as intense as seniors, and most of them choose to go home for lunch, so it's still a good idea to find an empty spot. You look at you. Want to say what to say to not say. Let me look at the difficult. Long Aotian looked at Huyu Ying, who wanted to say something, said in a bad mood. Hearing Long Aotian's words, Huyu Ying then said, "Brother Long, why don't I give you the money for the meal? I always feel that I owe something in my heart this way." This is the classic giving personality. How much being taken advantage of by others feels like nothing, but someone else just orders her a lunch for a few bucks and she immediately has to be shortchanged. The heart will think of some have no, and then somehow feel really embarrassed. I'll whack you if you say that again. Long Aotian frowned. It had to be said that Long Aotian's earlier use of Wang Shua to establish authority was still quite effective. As soon as these words were spoken, Huyu Ying immediately quieted down. Let others hear it and think I can't afford a little follower. If you're really embarrassed, do more to make it up to me. Upon hearing this, Huyu Ying's eyes lit up, suddenly feeling that this proposal was good, but soon the light in his eyes dimmed. Because she's so stupid, she can't do anything right, and she doesn't know what to do to help big brother Long Aotian. When Huyu Ying was in the second high school before, he had seen the little followers, who all followed their bosses, and then helped their bosses to curse, fight, or bully others. But I don't know how to do any of this myself. Otherwise they wouldn't have been bullied all the time. Stealing a glance at Long Aotian, will he also think he's so stupid? And then he won't want to be his follower anymore? Thinking of this, Huyu Ying's mood was suddenly a little low again. Without boss Long Aotian's protection, will he be bullied again? It's an amazing feeling that people who haven't been bullied can't even begin to appreciate. Used to being bullied. Suddenly one day you know a boss. The boss covers himself from being bullied and makes those who have bullied him apologize to him. Long Aotian couldn't see through what Ing Hu was thinking in her little head. Looking at her, 1 second her eyes lit up, and the next second they quickly dimmed again. Only able to guess that this girl had begun to ruminate again. As for what she was thinking about, she really couldn't guess. What are you thinking about? Does helping me with my homework make you so torn up? Words. Huyu Ying's originally dimmed eyes relighted. Right, the little follower can still help the boss with his homework. You're the best at writing homework yourself. Lung, I can help you with your homework or I can tutor you. This is Huyu Ying's strong point. So when he said this, it is obvious that the bottom of the air are much more adequate. Long Aotian also didn't expect that he just casually said it, and as a result, Ing Huyu would be so excited. At that moment, he nodded his head and reported affirmatively to Peri Hu. A girl's mood is sometimes like a roller coaster. When it is clear that her heart has sunk to the bottom in the last second and she has little appetite for eating, this second it was immediately in place, and the meal in front of me was as delicious as it had ever been. Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? It feels like you're really off today. Gao Quan watched Yi Liangshan's face become somber for a while, indignant for a while, grim for a while, and now becoming somewhat powerless with sadness. In just a few seconds, Yi Liangshan was like a face changer, performing several expression switches in front of himself. Yi Liangshan took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. There were some things not that he didn't want to say, but there was no way to say them. Would anyone believe it when they said they were born again? After all, in Koizumi's eyes, he was just taking advantage of a recess break to take a small break on an unusual morning. I'm fine. It's probably because I didn't rest well in the past 2 days. Yi Liangshan explained this way, but the eyes stayed on Peri Hu. Just now he saw Long Aotian suddenly frowning and said something, then Huyu Ying's expression lowered with the naked eye. Although he didn't hear what Long Aotian said, but from the shape of his mouth, Yi Liangshan could tell the word whack. From this word, it can be inferred that the Long Aotian just now should be threatening Huyu Ying, most likely talking about whacking her. Yi Liangshan's heart was torn. Long Aotian was tall and fit. He would definitely not be able to fight him now, but he couldn't do it by watching Peri Hu being bullied. Eventually he chose to switch places with Gao Quan. With their backs turned like this, they can't see themselves. No one was willing to watch their treasure girl being bullied by others, and Yi Liangshan was no exception. Pretending not to see it was the best he could come up with. Now all that Perry who has suffered. In the end, when he and Perry who grow up, he will make sure that Long Aotian doubles back. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen secretly made up his mind. Be sure to take advantage of this time lag in your rebirth to lay out your entrepreneurial plans ahead of time. In my dream, I realized monetary freedom at the age of 28 with the help of the trio of Treasure Girl, White Moonlight, and Little Green Plum, but now that he is reborn, he can take advantage of the time difference and succeed in advance, so that he can also protect Gao Quan will not be in the same as the last life, in order to save himself, and be killed alive by Long Aotian this band of people. Chapter 11, I'm really a qualified little follower. Finish eating. Long Aotian went to the restroom. Perry whose first day of transferring to a new school, where she doesn't know many people and faces an unfamiliar environment. Instead of wandering off, she waited in place. As soon as Long Aotian stepped out of the bathroom himself, he could see it. You eat slowly first. Yi Liangchen finished and straightened his hair at the mirror reflection of the spoon. Then walked towards Perry who, hi there, Hu Yueying, who was waiting in place, suddenly heard a magnetic low bubbly voice, couldn't help but raise his eyes toward the source of the voice. He saw a good-looking teenager with a smile at the corner of his mouth, raising his hand in greeting to himself while walking towards him. Do we know each other? Hu Yueying looked at the teenager in front of her and softly inquired. Yi Liangchen took in the expression on Hu Yueying's face, and inwardly, he felt immensely grateful for his decision. The day they met in the dream, just for a split second when they looked at each other, it was as if they were able to see the trauma inside each other, the indescribable, the sense of predestination. But at this moment, Hu Yueying just looked at herself with a confused, bewildered look. Inwardly, he felt slightly saddened by the fact that the once treasured girl would always smile at the first sight of him. It was as if he could bring her joy and happiness just by showing up. But now, the way she looked at herself was very flat, like a random passerby she met on the side of the road. But it didn't matter. He himself would soon be the salvation of her life. The sense of destiny between them just hasn't started yet. Once the sense of predestination is turned on, the entanglement between them is cut and dried. It's just not time yet. Taking a deep breath, he shook his hair confidently. Hello classmate, my name is Yi Liangchen. I hope I can make friends with you. After saying that, he bared his teeth and smiled brightly, showing his sunny and cheerful, cute side to Hu Yueying. After what happened to Wang Shuo, Hu Yueying instinctively somewhat did not want to make friends with male classmates. And in the face of something she doesn't like, Hu Yueying will always subconsciously respond with silence. Yi Liangchen's outstretched hand stiffened in the air. The smile at the corners of his mouth also gradually surfaced with a touch of embarrassment. It's true that without showing up at the right time, there's no sense of destiny. It was good that Yi Liangchen had mentally built up with himself before he came over. He came over this time just to leave a little impression in front of Hu Yueying, because in the dream she was her own treasure girl. Seeing her again, although she no longer had the memories of the dream, the fluttering that existed within his own heart had not diminished one bit. It didn't matter. There was still time. The rest of their lives were still long, and they would meet, and then get to know each other for a long time, just like they had planned it. This time, one must strengthen the psychological construction, not in the excitement, resulting in insufficient blood supply, and ultimately, this time, he'll go to the end of his life with 3 gorgeous brides, in harmony. With this belief in mind, Yi Liangchen retracted his palms that were stiff in the air without a care in the world. You don't have to get very defensive with me. I don't have any bad intentions towards you. Yi Liangchen knew clearly that the current Hu Yueying was still in a closed state inside. In the beginning, he himself also went through a lot of things with Hu Yueying before he finally opened her heart completely. You can't rush it or it will look contrived and it will backfire. Just then, the Hu Yueying in front of him suddenly brightened up. Yi Liangchen froze for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth also raised in a smile, because this gaze was too familiar to him. It was exactly the same as the gaze that Hu Yueying showed when she saw herself in her dream. He subconsciously thought that Perry Hu, his own treasure girl, had also been reborn and returned, because just a moment ago she was looking at herself defensively, and now she was giving herself this glare. Are you also? Before the words were finished, Hu Yueying directly crossed over and walked towards the back. Yi Liangchen's body lurched, the smile on his face directly disappeared. Confused, he turned around and looked back towards Hu Yueying. As a result, he saw that Ing Huyu was actually walking towards this asshole. Long Ao Tian. Anger. Rage. The eyes that looked at Long Ao Tian instantly turned grim. Long Ao Tian, your good days are coming to an end. He was able to understand the current situation of Ing Huyu. If he resisted, he would suffer from Long Ao Tian's even more brutal bullying and humiliation. Everything he showed now was just to cater to Long Ao Tian. This asshole. Because it's the only way to protect herself from less bullying. Brother Long, wipe your hands. Ing Huyu pulled down many of the paper towels hanging on the wall posts in the school cafeteria. Always ready. What a qualified little follower himself. Well, not bad. You're getting more and more resourceful now. Long Aotian did not mince words in his praise. No one doesn't like to be complimented, even if it's just a simple thing. For example, right now, hearing Long Aotian say that he was good and that he had become resourceful, Perry who would be very happy, because all along no matter what she did, she would be denied. But here in Long Aotian, she experienced the feeling of being affirmed, so she was happy. Long Aotian frowned slightly as he sensed that someone was looking at him. This sight of being watched is still quite noticeable, so raising his eyes, he looked in the direction of the sight he felt. It was just a faint look and then he withdrew his gaze. Long Aotian only knew that the male lead was called Yi Liangchen, and didn't know what he looked like. Yi Liangchen's heart snapped when he saw the moment Long Aotian looked at him. For the fearing tactics of Long Aotian, this bastard, even after being reborn, he still couldn't avoid a tremor in his heart. However, after seeing that Long Aotian only took a glance at himself before withdrawing his gaze, he was instantly relieved. Yes, he almost forgot that at this time he and Long Aotian did not produce any interactions. The current Long Aotian naturally did not recognize himself. It's not like he's like himself, a born again. If he's a reborn person, he's going to be bankrupted by himself in his dream and end up dying a horrible death on the street holding half a moldy donut. With his temper, he would have come to fight for his life long ago. How can you see yourself and still be so calm? Moreover, although his own body is now 18 years old, but his soul is 28 years old, he was able to tell that the glance that Long Aotian just looked at himself was definitely not mixed with any disguise. He really didn't recognize himself. Just you wait. The me with the memories of my dreams is no longer in existence. You can bully at will. In this life, you are only destined to look up to me. This was the confidence as well as the backbone that being reborn brought to Yi Liangchen. It was true that the current him was not Long Aotian's opponent, but 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the youth. Yi Liangchen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Yucking, you are enduring for a while. In this life, I must protect you. Mentally resolved, he then returned to the table, and Hu Yueying had long forgotten about Yi Liangchen's number, and followed Long Aotian out of the restaurant in his ass. Chapter 12, Brother Lung, can you not whack me? Glancing at Ing Huyu behind him, Long Aotian somewhat inexplicably wanted to laugh. Following behind himself, it was as if he had grown a small tail. After returning to the classroom, Hu Yueying then started rummaging around in her backpack for something. A couple of flooded notebooks were quickly removed from the backpack. These notebooks were written down a little bit by her. All of them are the focus of the teacher's narrative. Half of Perry whose good academic performance is due to these notebooks. Now she placed all these notebooks on top of Long Aotian's desk. This is the content of the knowledge points of the first year of high school, and this is the second year of high school. Ing Huyu categorized a book of notes for Long Aotian's easy access. Looking at a notebook, Long Aotian couldn't help but start sweating on his forehead. Isn't this a bit too much? No exaggeration. These are all points of knowledge. Hu Yueying didn't feel anything. If she hadn't been bullied so often, she would have been able to write out more. Okay, I'll take a look first. Long Aotian dropped out of high school, entered the society to feel those years, coupled with the development of society, has been using smartphones, already do not know how many years have not penned words. Looking at the neat handwriting in the notebook, you can't help but pick up a pen and write in the book. 2. Seeing Long Aotian's notes on the book, Hu Yueying knew roughly how he was studying. Brother Lung, why don't I help you with your tutoring? This was the only skill that Perry who could take at the moment, and it was also the only thing that could help Long Aotian. The fact that Lung covered himself and then he helped Lung with his tutoring at least proved that he wasn't useless. Won't it delay your studies? Long Aotian asked with a light cough. Only you know how poor your foundation is. Long Aotian, the vicious male counterpart in the original story, was also not good at school. And it was his father who paid for connections and sent him to a third-rate vocational university. Because the plot still needs a male villain. This third-rate vocational university is just across the street from the university that Ing Hu attends. Most of all, the original novel also didn't have the matter of Ing Hu giving the evil male counterpart a tutorial. The senior year of high school is already stressful. Will it delay Perry Hu, and finally cause Perry Hu to play poorly and miss his favorite university? If we miss it, will Perry Hu still be a business rookie in the future? That's a question. Ing Huyu looked at Long Aotian and inadvertently reddened the corners of her eyes. What are you doing? Seeing the redness in the corner of Hu Yuying's eyes, Long Aotian immediately felt uncomfortable. It's fine, Hu Yueying muttered in a small voice. Just something inside. Chronically neglected. Bullied people, that is. The other party only needs to release a little bit of kindness, and she will be touched for a long time. No one ever cared if it would hold her back. All will just make her. But this big brother, who he met on the first day, not only helped himself, but also accepted himself as a follower, and invited himself to eat at noon, and now he was still concerned whether he would give him tuition, thus delaying his studies. The kindness of strangers will always inadvertently break one's defenses. It's okay, why do you have red eyes? Don't tell me you're about to be moved to tears by me, or I'll whack you. I'm touched by you and you're going to whack me too? Huyuing asked in a small voice. Long Ao saw Perry who looking at himself with watery eyes without blinking, and uncomfortably turned his head away, but his voice lightened a lot. Don't think that if you're touched by me, I won't whack you anymore. If the average person heard that, they would have played small. But Perry, who was different, she was really scared of being bullied, so she sneaked a look at Long Ao Tian and mumbled in an understated whisper, "Brother Long, then can you not whack me?" Seeing this timid look of Ing Huyu, Long Ao Tian managed to be laughed at. No interest in the look. In the future go out and don't say you are my follower. Senior year doesn't have a lot of classes to teach. The afternoon is basically spent brushing up. Huyuing checked Long Ao Tian's paper. The more she looked at it, the more she was shocked. It was unbelievable. She didn't know how Long Ao Tian did it. Every question was precise and avoided the correct answer. How is it? Long Ao Tian asked with a frown. This roll he made with great care, and it was also the first time he picked up a pen again after so many years, so there was still a bit of anticipation inside. 9. What? More than 90 points? Long Ao Tian was stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't realize that I'm still a ING genius? It would be a lie to say that Long Ao Tian was not excited in his heart. Had I known that I turned out to be a genius, I would have finished high school even if I had tightened my belt back then. Would one's life have changed if one had finished high school and gone to college? Ing Huyu looked at Long Ao Tian so excited, embarrassedly said, "Brother Long is not more than 90 points. It's 9 points. Impossible. You are taking a closer look. So many fill-in-the-blanks questions. I put it on the ground and stomped on it. I can get more than 20 points. How can it be possible that the test is only 9 points? Long Ao Tian now would rather doubt if Ing Huyu had misread the paper than to doubt that the rolled paper he had made with all his heart had only scored 9 points. Lun, I've looked closely. You just got 9 points, 2 of which were given extra points because of the neatness of the paper. You mean I only scored 7 points? Long Ao Tian was a bit hard to accept. It's okay if this is written by yourself haphazardly, but the point is that this is written by yourself with great care. Ing Huyu looked at Long Ao Tian, who was deeply in self-doubt, and whispered, "Brother Long, look at this problem. It should be solved like this." Ing Huyu began to calculate on the draft paper, and soon a complete formula was calculated. Each step of the solution was disassembled clearly by Perry, who, Long Ao Tian just looked at it. Not that he would, but he read it. What about this question? I had a hard time figuring this question out, but you scrutinized the question wrong. The question asked you to solve for this, but you counted it as that. Lun, you are scrutinizing the question carefully. Perry, who concentrated on the exercises, the tone of his voice, and the confidence that flashed in his eyes, as if he was a different person. That temperament is completely different. Long Ao Tian couldn't help but look twice more. Perry, who was lecturing on the topic, did not hear Long Ao Tian's response, so raising her eyes to look, her eyes met, and Huyuing subconsciously touched her face. Did I get something on my face? No, it's just that you look good when you smile. You should smile more. Ing Huyu slightly bit her red lips, and the tips of her ears were colored with a layer of redness at a speed visible to the naked eye. Also, okay, said nervous to slightly sideways, hand small movements constantly, as if only through these uninterrupted small movements can cover the inner, embarrassed emotions. Chapter 13, do you know how good you are? Looking at Ing Huyu's coy appearance, Long Ao Tian gave her an odd look. Hasn't anyone ever complimented you on your beauty? Hearing that Huyuing didn't know how to answer, so she became even more nervous. Slightly drooping eyes of the good appearance, like the ancient mythological story of the little white fox, charming through the compelling innocence. The occasional glance of a lifted eye is completely unguarded and makes one's heart conquered and possessed. No way? Don't say it. Huyuing pretended to pick up the rolled paper. This question is very simple. I've recorded it all in my book. I'll find it for you. The exercises on these rolls of paper, and a lot of them are knowledge points. I'll write them down for you when the time comes, and if you practice them often, you'll definitely bring your grades up. Looking at Ing Huyu's hands and feet, Long Ao Tian laughed. This girl is really not to be teased. Look at how red this little face is. Seeing the smile at the corner of Long Ao Tian's mouth, the originally nervous Huyuing, on the contrary, was not so nervous. In fact, during the unknowing time together, under Long Ao Tian's deliberate guidance, The sense of constraint on Hu Yuing had dissipated a lot. If he had heard such words in the past, he would have put his head down long ago, and would not even dare to look at the people. The ugly duckling becomes a swan because it is a swan itself. Perry, who is also like this. Just like the usual formula in the novel, the heroine always has to metamorphose step by step, and in the end completely complete the metamorphosis to stun everyone. What she needs most right now is to build up her self-confidence. It's easy to destroy a person's self-confidence, but it is not easy to build a person's self-confidence. At least today was certainly a good day for Perry Hu. I received more compliments in one day today than I did in both my freshman and sophomore years of high school, thanks to having a good big brother. Thinking of this, Hu Yuing secretly cheered herself up and must help her big brother to bring his grades up. Looking at Hu Yuing, this girl are so energetic. Long Ao Tian also drummed up energy. 10 minutes later. Hold on. My brain is a little messed up right now. Just let me slow down. It's known that the function f, x, equals kx plus b. Hu Yuing waited peacefully, but when she saw smoke rising from her big brother's head, her eyes widened. Surprised, he pointed at Long Ao Tian's head. Big brother, your head is smoking. Ah, Long Ao Tian froze for a moment. I can't see. It can't be that it's going to grow a brain, right? So do you still want to learn, big brother? Learning, Long Ao Tian said without hesitation. I am now as if the god of learning is attached to me, and I can't get out of hand. After Hu Yu completely retold the solution, she looked at Long Ao Tian with serious anticipation. Did you learn it? Still, it's okay. Long Ao Tian actually didn't learn, but was a bit embarrassed. After all, the impression that he himself had left on Hu Yuing so far was that of being domineering and wise. Would she still respect herself if she knew she was actually an idiot? Hearing Long Ao Tian's words, Hu Yuying's eyes curved and she forced a smile and cocked her head. Then let's do it again? The reason why he forced a smile was because Long Ao Tian clearly didn't understand, but he had to forcefully pretend to understand. The appearance of a weak heart was a far cry from when he had taught Wang Shua a lesson earlier. Some of it is silly. Well, then, let's do it again. And you write it down with a pen. Good. Being the number one asshole in class 7. It's amazing that he's talking to his new classmates about studying. This kind of thing in the past that does not even dare to think of. But the conversation between the two was a bit too abstract, wasn't it? Excessive use of the brain. Smoke in the hair. Hard to say that the god of learning is possessed. He obviously had a weak heart just now, didn't he? Surprisingly, he even said he had learned. Everyone was sneaking a look at Long Ao Tian and Hu Yuing. Constant whispering. Even Wang Shua couldn't help but look at Long Ao Tian. He's serious? The tone of his voice was one that he himself couldn't believe. He can't really have grown a brain, can he? I saw the smoke coming out of his head just now, Wang Shua's deskmate said in a surprised tone. Being the second and third from the bottom, they could never believe that this bottom one would actually take the initiative to study and smoked his head off. The teacher faces more than 60 people in the class at once. Plus there is a time limit for one lesson. The lectures can't be done in a detailed way, or else the progress of the new tutorial will be delayed. So the lectures are not comprehensive. This one-on-one guidance from Perry Hu, the solution to the problem, is restated in great detail. Sometimes Long Ao Tian couldn't understand. Hu Yuing would immediately change a different way of solving the problem, which could make Long Ao Tian understand faster, right? Perry Hu Yu gently nodded. Aha. Yes. Stretched out. But it was awesome. This question, no one told himself how to solve it, is his own little by little according to the solution steps provided by Perry Hu to calculate out by himself. Genius. One is simply a genius. Looking at Long Ao Tian's happy appearance, Hu Yuying's eyes flashed a glimmer of light, but soon did not know what came to mind. The light gradually dimmed. Everyone's joy seems to be simple. Those people used to be so happy and joyful when they saw themselves in a mess. Some people seem to be domineering and hard to mess with, but they are happy just because they solved one of the most basic math problems. Why is it so hard to be happy on your own? One doesn't ask for much. One just hopes that no one will bully one in the future. He had never actively provoked anyone. He just wanted to study quietly, get into the university of his choice, and then earn money to support his family. But why was it so hard? If he hadn't met Big Brother, he might still be being bullied now. Taking a deep breath, he summoned up the courage to look at Long Ao Tian. Brother Long, is it true that if I serve as your follower, no one will bully me in the future? When Long Ao Tian heard this, he was slightly silent for a few seconds. Then meeting Hu Yuing's line of sight, he did not answer her question directly, but said with a serious look, do you know how good you are yourself? Excellent. Me? A brief moment of confusion appeared in Hu Yuing's eyes. Let me guess. And if I'm right, will you nod your head? Hu Yuing looked at Long Ao Tian without saying anything, then nodded. Did some of those people who used to bully you ever confess their love to you, but you rejected them? Hearing this, Hu Yuing subconsciously pursed her lips tightly, but under Long Ao Tian's gaze, she still nodded. Long Ao Tian laughed softly. Looks like the guess is right. Of those who have bullied you, have they insulted your appearance? Slander you for cheating on a test? Hu Yuing remembered something, slightly drooping her eyes. Her head unconsciously lowered a lot, but still nodded. So you know how good you really are, right? Good people will always be attracted to each other, but some visual creatures who simply just want to possess will do everything they can to take you down with them, because you're good enough. For some people it's like a swan and a toad, a white cloud and the dirt on the ground. When the swan turns into an ugly duckling, when the white cloud is polluted by sludge, these are the ones who will have a chance. Speaking here, Long Ao Tian looked meaningfully at Wang Shua who was picking his nose. Ing Huyu looked along with Long Ao Tian's line of sight, then immediately withdrew her eyes. But all the same, jealousy can turn a man's face away. They like to pursue people who are easily attracted to you, so their self-esteem starts to work, but when they find out that everything is inferior to you, they don't want to admit that you are better than all of them. Targeting comes into play, and they will find a way to get the worst of you, to expose you for all to see, to taint the otherwise good you, and so a tainted you becomes less good. These words of Long Ao Tian seem to be enlightening Hu Yuing, but in fact, they are just infinitely magnifying the merits in Hu Yuing. As a hot-blooded young man in the new world, Long Ao Tian was 28 years old before crossing over. It's not too much to call yourself an uncle in front of this young girl whose age is only 18, is it? The society has experienced more things, seen too many human feelings. The world is cold, the heart is dangerous. Naturally know how to effectively comfort people. In fact, Long Ao Tian wasn't completely wrong. After middle school the male/female enters a period of youthful ignorance. By high school, the attraction of the opposite sex, combined with the hormonal restlessness of puberty, tends to create certain special fascinations for some exceptional-looking women/men. It's all too common to feel resentment when a confession is rejected, even between adults. It would be normal to have a crush on someone who likes someone else and develop jealousy. The root of the problem still lies in Ing Huyui's own body. Chapter 14, You deserve the best in life. Beauty and excellence is definitely a great start, but if you don't know how to utilize it, it's a dead end. Shy personality, can't socialize, just soft, he/they. The reason why they dare to bully Perry Who is because Perry Who doesn't dare to fight back. It's just that they think you're good at bullying. One of the simplest examples is like the pretty girl who met the guy who interviewed them today. She was also pretty enough to do well in school, but why didn't they have the guts to bully her? To bully her? 80% of the time, it was because of her family's good fortune and the care and love she had received since she was a child. So it made her develop a cheerful, optimistic and confident character. People like this are always quick to make friends and form a clique of their own. But Perry Who is different. The original novel, Perry Who's family conditions are not good. The original family has created Perry Who's shy, understanding nature. The child who cries gets candy, and the child who understands has no one to love him. Even if she is good enough, she is plain, shy, unassuming, uncontroversial, and dull, all external, internal conditions that would cause her to be out of place in the class. It's only a matter of time before they are marginalized, isolated, and bullied. So to really change that, first you have to become strong and confident enough. Hu Yuing looked at Long Ao Tian. Obviously this person is the same age as himself, but the words he said will always touch his heartstrings inexplicably. It's like an elder, with gentle words, enlightening himself who has walked into a dead end. Little by little, you steer yourself away from dead ends. I want to change, so I'll slowly learn to be stronger and more confident. Don't talk too much. If you want to change you need to have a thick skin first. I rather think your skin is so thin that you blush when you say something. Hu Yuing subconsciously touched her cheeks. It didn't burn. You didn't blush yourself, did you? I can take my time practicing. Seeing Perry Who's so determined, Long Ao Tian nodded with satisfaction. First say a couple sentences about how handsome brother Long is to listen to. Ha! The courage that Ing Huyu had just raised dissipated by half. This is too embarrassing, isn't it? Although Long Ao Tian was indeed very handsome, would it be a bit too self-respectful for him to say this out loud? The tips of his ears inexplicably became a little hotter at the thought. He hurriedly covered his ears with his hands, then stole a glance at Long Ao Tian, inwardly hoping that he didn't see it. Take your hand away, Long Ao Tian said. Hu Ying's watery eyes were full of innocent color before she shook her head. Hurry up and take it away or I'll whack you. Hearing this, Hu Ying slightly bit her lips, her cheeks flushed, raised her eyes to look at Long Ao Tian, then slowly lowered her hand. Long Ao Tian's throat knot surging. This girl piece, whether it is pure to ignorance or deliberately seducing, Wasn't such an innocent expression plainly telling everyone that she was easy to bully? As Ing Huyu put her hand down, Long Aotian turned his head away, still saying, "You're not red. Watch and see. I'll show you how thick Lung's skin is." After saying that, he suddenly came closer to Hu Yujing and looked at her eyes. "Hu Yujing, you are so beautiful. You're good too. You deserve the best in life." When Long Aotian suddenly came closer, Ing Hu subconsciously tried to lean back and pull away. "But harden yourself for a change." But with Long Aotian saying she's really pretty, that she's really good, that she deserves the best in life, the heart was beating violently, a little out of its own control. The palms of his hands unconsciously clenched, and when he met Long Aotian's gaze, his breathing seemed to have become a little difficult as well. Gasping slightly, she forced herself to look into Long Aotian's eyes. Suddenly the heart resumed its normal beat, and the palms of his hands loosened slightly, so that even breathing wasn't as difficult as it should have been. Just because Hu Yuing saw the tip of Long Aotian's ear, seems to be also reddened yet. So looking towards Long Aotian, who was still pretending to be serious, Hu Yuing slightly lowered her eyes and then peeked at him again, finally deciding that it would be better to pretend that she didn't see it. "See?" Long Aotian said tersely. "Brother, this cheek. Barf." When Ing Huyu heard this, she subconsciously looked at the tip of Long Aotian's ear, then quickly nodded. "I see it. You, where are your eyes looking? Be careful of me whacking you." Long Aotian forced himself to be unreasonable. Ing Huyu nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and said softly, "Got it." Seeing Ing Huyu like this, Long Aotian in turn did not hold back his laughter. "This girl is pretty good, or at least very well behaved. Just missing a person to guide. I believe that under his own guidance, Hu Yueying will soon be able to regain self-confidence. You won't be a villainous villain, an internet red herring, by your own name." Thinking of this, Long Aotian took a deep breath and looked out the window. The sky was already dark, and the stars and the moon gave off a faint and luminous light. "And I don't know if I can go back." The thought existed for just a second. Long Aotian had never been a sentimental person. Back in that world, one is still the same, living the same life. In this world, how could it not be a fresh start for your current self? It's always all about living. With the study bell ringing, Perry, who packed up her own desktop, then came over and cleaned up Long Aotian's desktop as well. "See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, dragon." Looking at Long Aotian's back as he left, Hu Yuing also walked towards the school entrance. Just walked to the entrance of the building. What a coincidence. "Remember me?" Yi Liangchen walked out from the entrance of the building and looked at Ing Huyu, grinning like a sunny smile. Looking at this person's appearance, Hu Yuing froze for a moment, feeling familiar, but could not recall for a moment. Yi Liangchen, who had been observing Hu Yuing, revealed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. "It's me. I'm Liangchen, Yi Liangchen. Ah, we were in the cafeteria today, and we even met." After being reminded, Hu Yueying immediately remembered, and immediately apologized. "I'm sorry." Yi Liangchen saw that Hu Yueying remembered herself, so she smiled and said, "There's no need to be like this. There's never a need to say sorry words between us." Hu Yueying, who had originally maintained a smile, heard this and the smile on her face gradually dissipated. He uttered the words and acted as if he was very familiar with himself, but he had only met him once, and with this, it was only twice. "I don't think we've gotten to that level yet, have we? I'm going home. I'll go first." Yi Liangchen wanted to pull Hu Yueying, wanted to tell her that he was actually her salvation, but the raised hand didn't stop it after all. He knew that the destiny between them was not here. She was not yet her treasure girl, and she was not yet her salvation. Saying those words out of the blue would only scare Hu Yueying. Looking at Ing Huyu's back as she left, Yi Liangchen took a deep breath. "It's okay, we still have a long time. I just want to see you." "Have you been bullied by that bastard?" Long Aotian said. "Seeing that you are fine, I am relieved." Chapter 15, He's nice. According to the memories in his mind, Long Aotian walked towards his home. A great deal of the novel describes the story between the hero and heroine. One could almost say a passing reference to Long Aotian's family situation. And Long Aotian was crossing over and didn't have the original owner's memories. One can only recall the corresponding episode from the back of one's mind. In the plot, I think it was said that it was because of his parents' divorce that caused Long Aotian's paranoid personality. But as described in the original article, Long Aotian's dad, can in order to let the uneducated Long Aotian continue to go to school, thus looking for connections to spend money, before Long Aotian reluctantly sent into the vocational college. From this point one could roughly tell that Long Aotian's father actually still cared about Long Aotian, and in the ending of the story of this novel, the reason why Long Aotian failed, one is because the plot requires that the villain must lose. Secondly, It was because his dad had a car accident on the road in order to persuade him to change his ways and not continue to be wrong, causing Long Aotion to collapse all of a sudden. Was thinking about having returned to the compound. It says it's a compound, but it's really just an old tenant building. When he opened the door to his room, the smell of cigarettes and alcohol in the house hit him. Walk into the room. The snores were earth-shattering. A middle-aged big man, lying on the sofa, has fallen asleep. In the table there is still a plate of uneaten pig's ears, a plate of peanuts, 2 bottles of white wine bottles that have been empty. This is the father of Long Aotian in the book, Long Batian, a pig killer who also runs a butcher store not far away in the vegetable market. Long Aotian sighed slightly at the sight. Indeed, under such circumstances, it's no wonder that Long Aotian's character in the original book was paranoid. Dad, wake up, wake up. Calling twice didn't wake the old man up. Long Aotian could only help the old man up. Good thing Long Aotian's physique was robust, although it took a bit of bull to help the old man into the room like this. Back in the living room, the windows were opened and the breeze blew through them, dispersing much of the unpleasant odor in the house. Then Long Aotian rolled up his sleeves and started packing. Wait to clean the living room. Went to the bathroom and took a shower before returning to his bedroom. Turn on the light, and there was $100 bill on the bunk. Glancing back at the room where the old man was, the corner of Long Aotian's mouth lifted up a smile before closing the door to the room. Lying on the bed will be $100 bill. Holding it in his hand and looking at it over and over again. Since I don't know how to go back for the time being, I'm going to have a good time re-experiencing life in this world. Change Perry who while making some changes yourself. The original book novel is peppered with not only sweet love lines for the hero and heroine, but also many entrepreneurial storylines. All of these Long Aotian could put to good use. Thinking about it, Long Aotian also entered dreamland. Early the next morning, the cell phone alarm went off. Long Aotian turned his cell phone off, got up and washed up, glanced at the old man who was still huffing and puffing, and walked out of the room. Early morning in front of the cafeteria. Li Qian looked at the doorway of the cafeteria standing. Hu Yuing asked, Hu Yuing, you stand here, why ah? Hearing the voice, Hu Yuing raised her eyes to look at Li Qian, remembering what Lung said to himself yesterday. Straightening his back, he smiled and said, Li Qian student, I'm waiting for someone. Perry who always liked to bend his back and lower his head earlier, and he just looked like he had an indescribably dull and gloomy feeling. Straightening up now, smiling and facing each other straight on, at least seemingly, makes people a lot more comfortable. Ben was only 18, an age when you should be cheerful. Waiting for someone? Hu Yuing had only transferred to this school yesterday. It seems that in the class, except for herself and 2 other girls, who took the initiative to talk to her. I have never seen Ing who take the initiative to talk to anyone. It's hard not to. Thinking of yesterday's evening self-study, Ing who you taught Long Aotian a scene of study, looked at her surprised and said, You're not waiting for Long Aotian, are you? Hu Yuing, have you forgotten what I told you? Long Aotian is temperamental. If he's in a good mood today, his attitude will be much better. If he's in a bad mood, he'll catch up with any passing dog and slap it twice. You'd better keep a little distance from Long Aotian. Li Qian and Long Aotian at least did more than 2 years of classmates, compared to a new student just transferred over. The natural more understanding of Long Aotian. Long Aotian's various previous fights and brawls seemed to be fresh in his mind. No, he's not as bad as you say. He's actually quite nice. Thinking of Long Aotian helping himself not to be bullied yesterday, letting himself be his little follower, covering himself, buying himself food, and enlightening himself and helping himself change. Hu Yuing really didn't think that Long Aotian was that bad, although he always said that he would whack himself. He didn't really whack either. Looking at Ing Hu Yu speaking towards Long Aotian, Li Qian gave her a blank look. Don't be deceived by his appearance. Although he is tall and handsome, but think about why everyone in the class is afraid of him. Why is even Wang Shuo scared of him? It's senior year now. You don't want to be delayed in your studies by him and end up cutting off your future. Aha, I know. Hu Yuing knew that Li Qian said this also for her own good, but Hu Yuing believed in her own judgment. It was Lung who stepped up to help himself when everyone else didn't. Although everyone was afraid of Lung and said that Lung was bad, he really couldn't open his mouth and say a bad word about Lung. Maybe Lung did leave a bad impression on them, but he knew in his own heart what kind of person he was to himself. Li Qian sighed helplessly. Then I'll go to the cafeteria first. Good. After saying these words, Hu Yuing briefly went out of her mind before adding, See you in the classroom. Hearing this, Li Qian, who had already walked away, turned back, smiled and said to Perry Hu, See you in the classroom. Looking at the smile that Li Qian showed to herself, Hu Yuing didn't know how, but her mood also became better. Even his face had unconsciously taken on a bit of a relaxed smile. Interacting with people isn't really as hard as it seems, is it? Hearing this voice, Hu Yuing looked back in surprise, and when she saw that it was really Long Aotian, her smile became even more delicate. Brother Long. Just after saying these words, he immediately realized, did Brother Long come long ago? Then just now what he and Li Qian said were not all heard by Long Aotian? Quietly, he glanced at Long Aotian, wanting to see if he was angry. What are you thinking about? Your brother Long is that kind of careful person? Seeing Ying Hu Yu's sneaky expression, Long Aotian knew what her simple little head was thinking. Besides, Li Qian wasn't wrong, if he did not cross over. According to the development of the original novel, Hu Yuing saw himself, probably already scared to, curled up into a ball shivering it. Chapter 16, I'm doing this for your own good, so don't be so modest about it. Brother Chen, are you alright? Gao Quan looked at Yi Liangchen's two dark circles under his eyes and asked with concern. Yesterday morn was acting all wrong. Thought today would be better. I didn't realize it was worse today. The dark circles on this face are almost as dark as the pandas you see on TV. Yi Liangchen put his cell phone away and shook his head helplessly. Last night he had been waiting for Li Qingshua's penguin message. Think of yourself during the day, tearing up love letters and throwing them straight into the trash, and then didn't bother her all day. According to the development in the dream, Li Qingxue should have taken the initiative to ask herself what was wrong and why she suddenly ignored her. Last night Yi Liangchen stared at his cell phone, waiting for a message from Li Qingxue. As a result, it didn't occur to him that he waited until 3 or 4 in the morning and didn't wait for Li Qingshue's message. That's why today's form looks a bit poor. But it didn't matter. Li Qingxue couldn't hold out for long. When she slowly realized that she no longer had her figure by her side, she would remember how good she was then regret, then come to their senses. Taking a deep breath, it's okay, I slept late yesterday. Is it because of the stress of studying lately? Speaking of this, an idea popped into Gao Quan's mind. Brother Chen, is your refusal to confess to Li Qingxue due to the huge difference in academic performance between you two? Li Qingxue, as the class president, her academic performance has always been in the top 5 in the whole school. As for Yi Liangchen's academic performance, it could be said that it was neither up nor down, and in general there was still a bit of a gap between his score and Li Qingshue's. Did Chen think that with his own study situation, he probably couldn't take the exams to the same university as Li Qingxue, and that's why he voluntarily gave up on confessing his love to Li Qingxue? Because Chen didn't want to hold up Li Qingxue, but don't really want to give up. Is that why you're secretly studying at night? Trying to work your way up the academic ladder? Yi Liangchen glanced at Gao Quan. This kid was really good at brainstorming, but there was nothing that could be done about it. One's fondness for Li Qingxue was like engraved into one's flesh and bones in the eyes of outsiders. Suddenly taking the initiative to give up on Li Qingxue, in their opinion, either they knew they were not worthy of Li Qingxue so they could only give up, either that or he felt that he was. Just a different way to get Li Qingxue's attention. Perhaps even Li Qingxue herself thought so. So Koizumi generates such thoughts. Himself not at all. They were only seeing the first layer, and they themselves were in the atmosphere long ago. Some things don't just explain themselves. All in all, let time tell. But Gao Quan's words did give himself a reminder. That's the high school entrance exam. In the dream, it was because of Perry Hu's help with tutoring and her own overachievement that she got what she wanted and entered the university that Perry Hu and Li Qingshu desired. If he were to follow his current grades, there would still be a distance if he wanted to enter Ying Hu and Li Qingshue's preferred universities. The point was that after he was reborn, he had long forgotten almost all of his knowledge from high school. It's time to figure out how to improve your academic performance. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen took a deep breath and looked at Gao Quan. It's true that the pressure of studying has been a bit heavy lately, but there's always a way out. Let's go. Brother Chen treats you to breakfast today. After saying that, he patted Gao Quan's shoulder, tilted his head back, smiled confidently, and walked towards the direction of the cafeteria. He was a reborn person, and this small matter of learning was certainly not difficult to defeat. Just walking into the cafeteria, he ended up seeing Ying Hu unexpectedly lining up there to purchase breakfast for Long Aotian. Immediately, the mood that had just calmed down immediately burned up. Cruising through the cafeteria to see Long Aotian's silhouette, after finding Long Aotian's back, he glared viciously at him. Don't you know that Ying Hu's family is poor? Surprisingly, you still want Ying Hu to spend money to buy breakfast for you. Long Aotian, are you damn really damned are you? If eyes could kill, Yi Liangchen's eyes were enough to instantly kill Long Aotian hundreds of times, but eyes can't kill. Yi Liangchen clenched his fists and slowly walked towards the window where Hu Yueying was queuing up. Today he admits that he will pay for the breakfast for Ying Hu. But this account, he, Yi Liangchen, was going to write it down, and when he grew up, he would double the amount and make Long Aotian pay it back. That's how much you like to eat what a woman buys you. When the time comes, I'll buy 1,000 donuts and watch you eat them. No, By 10,000 sticks. Spit it out and I'll kick your ass. Thinking this way had already come to Ing Huyu side. Yucking student, let me pay for this breakfast. Words. Ing Huyu turned her head and gave Yi Liangchen a strange look. No need. It's better for me to do it. Yi Liangchen knew that Hu Yueying's family was in a bad condition. She lived with her grandparents all year round. But now that they are older, they no longer have a source of income. Perry, who is frugal and sometimes goes out to work part-time while on vacation. So hard. But Long Ao Tian. This also wants Ing Hu to treat him to food. He was not eating breakfast, but Ing Hu's human blood buns. How could he get down? I didn't know that I was dreaming until later. But I didn't realize how hard it was for Hu Yui to live. Mind chagrined and regretful. Now that he knew everything, he absolutely could not stand by and watch Perry Hu being bullied like this. No need. You pay for your own. Hu Yuing dodged sideways, not wanting the boy in front of her to touch her. I'd better do it. You're from a bad family, and you'll have enough money for breakfast to live for days. I'm doing this for your own good, so stop being modest. Hearing this, Hu Yueying couldn't help but be a little angry, and seeing that many people in the cafeteria were casting their eyes at her, she subconsciously wanted to lower her head. My little follower, no need for you to worry. Long Ao Tian took out his meal card and paid for breakfast directly. When he finished, he raised his eyes and looked around the room. The people who were ready to watch the show earlier, one by one, all averted their eyes. This move of Long Ao Tian was undoubtedly telling everyone that Ing Hu was covered by him. Until this moment, Long Ao Tian suddenly thanked the author somewhat for writing Long Ao Tian as the asshole that no one dares to mess with. The villain identity. It's still good. After saying that, he looked at Yi Liangchen. Don't you think you're going overboard? Don't go yet. Are you going to eat standing up? These words were addressed to Perry Hu. Hearing Long Ao Tian's words, Hu Yuing pursed her lips and nodded, then back on top of the cafeteria seats with his plate. Looking at Long Ao Tian's back, Yi Liangchen gathered his courage. Where did I go overboard? You don't care about Ing Huyu. You only want to bully her. Why can't I care about her? Due to the fact that the speaking voice was too small, not to mention that Long Ao Tian didn't hear it. It was the cafeteria auntie, who was on the sidelines to beat the food, who just asked strangely, what are you talking about? Young man, what do you want to eat out loud? Yi Liangchen closed his eyes and exhaled. 2 eggs, 2 cups of soy milk, 6 buns, how much in total? Chapter 17, To Love Yourself Unwaveringly. Looking at Ing Huyu still kept her head down. Long Ao Tian frowned. Why are you putting your head down? Put your head up. Ing Huyu looked up at Long Ao Tian, pursed her small lips. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. Always felt as if the people around her were still looking at themselves. It's so hard to want to treat Big Brother to breakfast. But in the end, it's Big Brother who pays for it. I can't help but feel a little chagrined that I'm so stupid that I can't do anything right. If it wasn't for Big Brother's sudden appearance, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. While it was true that one's family was not well off, it was none of that person's business. So why did they have to say it directly in front of so many people? You haven't done anything wrong. So why are you putting your head down? Lift it up or I'm going to punch you. Hu Yuing raised her head awkwardly, then carefully looked at the people around her. The family is not well off. It would have been nothing, but being told in front of so many people that you can't afford breakfast really hurts your pride. Perhaps before Hu Yuing because of the family conditions are not good, by other people's different eyes. So she is afraid, instinctively afraid of encountering that kind of different eyes and ostracism. Gossip lasts all day long, but it's natural not to hear it. It's not like you're going to lose a piece of meat if people say anything, so if you really care, then let yourself become strong so you can shut those people's mouths. Long Ao Tian felt like he was going to become a life coach. In fact, he was quite able to empathize with Hu Yueying's mood at the moment. He hadn't been mocked much in his last life. As a child, I was taunted that I was a child without the love of a mom or dad. Growing up a little bit, there were again people who taunted themselves for being poor and having to pick up garbage and sell it for money to buy food. But I've gone from nothing to buying a car and a house, and I've lived through it. There is never a shortage of people with malicious hearts in this world. But luckily, you have me, your big brother, to back you up. So it's even more important that you learn to love yourself, to be steadfast. This is a kind of guidance that Long Ao Tian, as a person who has been there, has given to Hu Yuing, nothing else. There are plenty of people with bad families, who have not been peasants for counting 3 generations of their ancestors. My family isn't very well off either. My father is a pig killer, but look who dares to mock me. They're afraid to laugh at me because I'll actually beat them up, and they can't beat me, so they won't talk about me. Ing Huyu looked at Long Ao Tian and said in a soft voice, so as long as I also become strong, they won't dare to talk about me or bully me. Yes, there is too much unprovoked malice in the world, but that doesn't stop us from looking for pure kindness. And sometimes learning to look at things from a different perspective can be refreshing. I've seen you change, and I believe in you. And there will come a time when you become confident and strong. Thank you, Brother Long. I'm in a much more comfortable mood, Hu Yuing said from the bottom of her heart. And a real thank you from the heart. Long Ao Tian's words had a great impact on the current Hu Yuing. People who have experienced depression for a long period of time desperately need someone like Long Ao Tian to provide them with psychological counseling. It was a slight relief to see a renewed light in Hu Yuying's eyes. The kind of people who seem to have a bad head on their shoulders. You have to walk around them when you see them from now on. Got it. Got it. Hu Yuying smiled softly, exuding her own unique charm as her eyes flowed. Eat up and go. Aha. Followed by Long Ao Tian, beautiful eyes, slightly flickering, biting his lip and taking a deep breath, quietly stole a glance at him, pursed his lips and smiled coyly, a hint of red halo blossom on his white cheeks, just a glance and immediately withdrew his gaze, hands gently clasped in the chest. The heart is a little restless, is a kind of indescribable alien. Back to class. Ing Huyu then began to fulfill her duty as a little follower and started to urge Long Ao Tian to study. After yesterday's instruction, Long Ao Tian wasn't stupid. He just hadn't been using the right approach. The key was that Long Ao Tian was willing to learn. Then he himself was willing to teach. Li Chen saw that Ing Huyu was really still studying with Long Ao Tian. Couldn't help but let out a sigh. He'd said all he needed to say anyway. Hu Yuing can't blame herself for not being able to carry it herself. But Long Ao Tian is really quite handsome. And it would be better if he could do better in his studies. The body was nicely broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, and not too low in height for a boy. The point is that he's still handsome unlike anyone else. There are a lot of handsome people in this school too, but the only one who is badass kind of handsome is Long Ao Tian. As it is, the smile is badass and handsome. However, she didn't know if it was Li Qian's illusion. She felt as if the aura on Long Ao Tian had changed. When I used to see him, I would always think he was cold, as if he couldn't be interested in anything but fighting. But looking at him now, there was no longer that sense of coldness, and there was more of a gentle, refined feeling. Thinking of this, Li Qian quickly shook her head. What are you thinking about? That's Long Ao Tian, the Long Ao Tian who made someone's head bleed with a single punch. Back to class. Yi Liangchen saw, at a glance, Li Qingxue who was yawning with her hand covering her mouth with a tired face. He froze for a moment, and then on the surface, he pretended to be expressionless, but in fact, he had already been happy inside. Li Qingxue's sleep schedule was very stable. After knowing her for so many years, unless she had something on her mind and couldn't sleep, she wouldn't have this tired look on her face. It's only been one day of ignoring her and she can't sleep? At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she couldn't help herself and came to talk to herself voluntarily. Would it? Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen couldn't help but feel a little happy inside. It's true that people can't clarify their minds until after they've lost. Straightening his chest and lifting his head, he walked past Li Qingxue without looking askance. Yi Liangchen. There was a hint of weariness in his voice. That's right, it's Li Qingxue. Yi Liangchen's footsteps lurched. The corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. It seemed that he had still overestimated Li Qingxue. It had only been one day, and he already couldn't help but want to take the initiative to talk to himself. Is there something wrong? Yi Liangchen asked without looking back. Only if his attitude was a little clearer would he be more attractive to Li Qingxue. What you can't have is always in motion. That's what's happening to Li Qingxue right now. He and Li Qingxue had known each other for so long that Li Qingxue simply couldn't see through his own heart, and always thought that the feelings between him and her were friendship. In fact, it wasn't. Li Qingxue had long ago fallen in love with herself without realizing it during their time together. It's just that right now she can't tell the difference. It seemed that his active rejection of Li Qingxue yesterday had made her realize something about her heart. If you add your own fire, the husband-chasing crematorium will be staged immediately. Chapter 18 The right time to meet the right person. Is there something going on? If not, I'll go back to my seat. Yi Liangchen lowered his eyes 45 degrees, a signature move he would make when he was in a melancholic mood during his dreams. In their dreams, all three of them would worry about themselves whenever they made that move. You didn't wipe the corners of your mouth clean. Li Qingxue whispered a reminder. Hearing this, Yi Liangchen subconsciously wiped the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, I saw a layer of grease being rubbed off the back of my hand. I guess I accidentally got it on myself when I was eating a donut. I didn't realize that Li Qingxue's observation of herself was already this meticulous. He didn't even notice it himself, but it was noticed by Li Qingxue. How dare you say that you haven't been following me? Thanks. After saying that, his afterglow glanced at the tissue paper handed over by Li Qingxue, then continued in a low voice. Tissue paper is not necessary. My thoughts are appreciated. After saying that, he walked straight back on top of his seat. There was not the slightest pause in his movements. as if he was silently telling Li Qingxue that he had already begun to move forward. No one is going to stand still and wait for you. Looking at Yi Liangchen's back, Li Qingxue frowned slightly. Then looking to Gao Quan. What's wrong with him? Why does it feel like he's weird? Gao Quan shook his head with a helpless face. I don't know. After I woke up from my sleep yesterday, it was like I was a different person. Koizumi. Hearing Yi Liangchen call himself, Gao Quan shrugged his shoulders at Li Qingxue before sitting beside Yi Liangchen. They were at the same table. Li Qingxue glanced at Yi Liangchen suspiciously, not understanding what was wrong with him. Is it because he didn't say yes to his confession that he doesn't want to be friends with him anymore? But he had clearly told him that he only thought of him as a brother, and there were no plans to fall in love during high school itself. I've told Yi Liangchen about all this? Slightly annoyed that he had no idea how to deal with this at all since he had never had any intention of getting into a relationship. Yi Liangchen sneaked a glance at Li Qingxue and saw her turn back lost. Immediately, he looked at Gao Quan. What did she say to you just now? When Gao Quan saw Yi Liangchen looking so eager, he couldn't help but snicker. Didn't you say not to tell you anything about Li Qingxue in the future? Look at you in such a hurry. How is it hard to believe that you are actually still interested in Li Qingxue? Yi Liangchen naturally knew that Gao Quan was making fun of himself. There are some things that it's not the right time to talk about. One couldn't just tell Gao Quan now that he would actually marry 3 wives in the future. And one of the wives is Li Qingxue. He wouldn't believe it if he said it. It would be more shocking to prove it to him later with facts than to say 1,000 words now. Stop it. Come on. Li Qingxue was trying to care for you just now. You're so haggard. She's not blind. Can't she see that? Yi Liangchen sniffed and revealed an expression that said so. And, no. Li Qingxue originally wanted to say something else, but you suddenly interrupted. So she didn't continue. Yi Liangchen let out a sigh. He was still a bit sullen. I should have known to let Gao Quan and Li Qingxue talk a little longer. What? Or else I'll talk to Li Qingxue in a while? No need. It was just a chance encounter just now, and it was still Li Qingxue who opened her mouth first. It would be too deliberate if they let Gao Quan take the initiative to go over and say it now. So the best case scenario right now is to stay put. Li Qingxue would eventually get sullen and come to find herself of her own accord. By then the husband-chasing crematorium will have officially begun. Humph, you now these beggars who look down on me and think that I am changing to another means to attract Li Qingxue. You must be stunned at that time. And I wonder how Yuking is doing now? What morning, brother? Gao Quan asked. Nothing, it's just something that suddenly came over me. Izumi, do you think it's true that the right person must appear at the right time to show up? Yi Liangchen asked seriously. Because of what happened to Perry Hu, he could never get peace in his heart. He was tempted to go ahead and redeem Hu Yueying, not wanting to subject her to so much suffering again. But how else could Hu Yueying redeem herself without experiencing Long Ao Tian's bullying and hazing? Moreover, the most crucial thing was that he hadn't grown up yet and couldn't beat Long Ao Tian. If he provoked Long Ao Tian right now, with Long Ao Tian's vindictive character, he would definitely retaliate against himself as madly as he did in the dream. The guy's a maniac. He'll actually kill if he's pissed off. If Izumi hadn't saved him in the dream, it really could have been him who died then. God has given himself a chance to be reborn, and he can fully utilize this time gap to accomplish his ambitious goals. But if you mess with Long Ao Tian in advance, it's supposed to be like a dream, meeting, knowing, loving, and redeeming each other. So Yi Liangchen was torn, and he desperately needed someone to prove that what he was doing now was correct. That way his heart wouldn't be so torn and hard. I suppose, Koizumi said thoughtfully, meeting the right person at the right time. So that's undoubtedly happiness. If you meet the right person at the wrong time, then in that case, you're bound to experience some bumps in the road. So brother Morning, you really shouldn't give up. Just wait a little longer. Gao Quan thought that Yi Liangchen was referring to Li Qingxue in his words. It's because Chen and Li Qingxue have known each other for 9 years. There are not many 9 years in a person's life. And Li Qingxue also clearly said that she has no intention of falling in love now. Or she wants to think about the matter of falling in love after college. Chen is just too anxious. He thinks that he may not be able to get into the same university as Li Qingxue. That's why he's trying to find a way to confess to Li Heruai in high school. And the fact that Li Qingxue subconsciously cared about Brother Chen was also an indication that Li Qingxue didn't actually hate Brother Chen. On the contrary, perhaps it was also a bit of a good feeling, right? Otherwise, he also had grease stains on his mouth. So why did Li Qingxue only remind Chen and not herself? This one is clearly the wrong time for the right person. At this stage, Li Qingxue obviously wanted to focus on the college entrance exams, which was why she kept rejecting Chen's confession. If you wait until college, even if the two are not inside a university, as long as they genuinely like each other, isn't it still possible to be together? Maybe when he waited until he got to college, Chen would confess his love once again and Li Qingxue would accept it. After all, It seemed that Li Qingxue was still somewhat concerned about Brother Chen now. Right. It seems you agree. Right time, right person. Surely I wasn't wrong to think so. Yi Liangchen let out a slight sigh of relief. In fact, he wasn't really afraid of Long Ao Tian. Rather, if Ing Huiyu does not endure Long Ao Tian's bullying and insults, how can he talk about redeeming her? How else could one be her little sunshine? So yeah, you're not really sitting on the sidelines. You're just waiting for the right time. In this instant, Yi Liangchen's heart directly relaxed a lot. Chapter 19, I'll punch you to the ground and you won't even be able to crawl. Believe it or not, Yi Liangchen only felt that the inner torment was released in an instant. I'm going out to use the restroom. Yi Liangchen finished his sentence and walked towards the restroom at the end of the building while class was still in session. On passing class 7, subconsciously, he stopped. Looking towards the inside of class 7, he saw that Ing Huiyu was organizing the desktop for Long Ao Tian, and moving his own desk, next to Long Ao Tian's seat. Seeing this, Yi Liangchen gritted his teeth in death. Yuck is waiting. When you are completely plunged into darkness, then I will step in and transform into the sun to save you from the abyss of darkness. Forgive me for having to stand by now. Forgive me for not being able to redeem you yet. But I will remember the evil that Long Ao Tian has done to you. Record it clearly. And one day, I will make Long Ao Tian pay back 1,000 times over. Immediately after saying that, he took out a notebook. After turning it over, 7 or 8 evil deeds of Long Ao Tian had been recorded on it. Today, Long Ao Tian forced Hu Yuing to sit with him again. It's simply, after this sentence, the word pig was written. The implication was that when he would one day, he would let Long Ao Tian live with a pig to eat and sleep. Don't you just love forcing beautiful women to sit with you? Then you'll be punished for living with a sow. After writing these words and taking a deep look at Ing Huiyu, Yi Liangchen's mood was really much better, because he felt that he was helping Perry Hu in another way. I look forward to our meeting again, he said walking towards his class. Hu Yueying, who had packed up her things, always felt that someone was looking at her, and when she turned back to her head, she saw the back of Yi Liangchen, who exhaled a breath and then left in a beautiful way. What are you looking at? Long Ao Tian asked as he followed Ing Huyu's line of sight and did not see anything. Hu Yuing shook her head. It's nothing. Then I thought of the words that Lung warned himself, that kind of person with a bad head. Remember to take a detour when you see them in the future. After moving the bench over as well, Hu Yuing sat down with a sense of security. With an aisle between them, it was really inconvenient to teach Long Ao Tian to study, so Hu Yuing made a huge decision. That is, without the teacher's arrangement, he took the initiative to move his seat next to Long Ao Tian. This decision may not seem like much to others, but for Perry Hu, making this decision was really a big determination. Although she had only spent one day with Long Ao Tian, Hu Yuing felt a full of goodwill in Long Ao Tian. Whether it is sincere or not, Hu Yuing has his own judgment. Experienced too much malice, during which there have been too many false feelings, whether or not sincere, Hu Yuing himself can feel. At least Lung was able to help himself from being bullied by others. This is how people are. When they have been bullied and oppressed for a long time, they will always subconsciously rely on those who are able to extend a helping hand to them, because she knew that this man would not bully himself. Time always passes quickly when one is concentrating on something. Playing games, yes. Studying, yes. Before I knew it, it was lunchtime. Let's go. Let's eat. Hearing this, Hu Yuing's movements of clearing the desktop slowed down a lot. Smiling, she looked at Long Ao Tian. I ate too much in the morning. I'm not hungry yet. You go first. Long Ao Tian looked at Hu Yuing. More than 10 years of experience in the society. How could he not know what Hu Yuing was thinking in his head? But seeing the look Hu Yuing's was giving her, she still nodded her head. Okay then, I'll just go by myself, he said and left the classroom. Watching Long Ao Tian leave, Hu Yuing withdrew her gaze, pursed her lips and took out 2 steamed buns and squash from her backpack. What Yi Liangchen said today was true. He was indeed strapped for cash, but Lung had already treated himself to 2 meals yesterday, and breakfast was originally something he had planned to treat Lung to, but it turned out that Lung had paid for it. Hu Yuing is not willing to be in trouble with Long from the bottom of her heart, just ready to open the bag of steamed buns. His arm was suddenly grabbed. Good eye you, behind Dragon's back to eat delicious food by yourself. Now I've caught you. Turning back to see has already left Long Ao Tian. Hu Yuing froze for a moment, but heard the words of Long Ao Tian. Subconsciously want to explain. This is actually not delicious. If they have a delicious will certainly be the first to give to Brother Long. No Lung, this isn't delicious. It's just steamed buns. Being my little follower and still dare to desert. Hu Yuing, your guts are really big. Long Ao Tian looked like he was being forceful and unreasonable. Follow me. Brother Long, I'll just eat this. I don't want to go to the cafeteria. Hu Yuing sat on the bench, Looking and not daring to look at Long Aotian said, "How dare you not listen to me, Brother Long? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up? Get a move on, cheapskate." Huyu tilted her head, her eyes flickered, then as if suddenly deflated, she stood up and followed behind Long Aotian. His mouth also muttered in a small voice, "I don't want to keep bothering Brother Long. What's all the mumbling about? Hurry up and keep up." On the way to the cafeteria, Huying held her meal card and kept talking with her mouth full. Long Aotian suddenly stopped his steps and said with an impatient face, "Will you stop gabbing in my ears? So that people can hear it. What will they think of me? Long Aotian? Lung? I'm a little frugal, but I'm not greedy. I don't want to take advantage of Lung all the time. Don't you say it again. If this word spreads out, it will be thought that I, Long Aotian, have treated my little follower badly. Shut your mouth, or else I'll beat you to the ground with a single punch and you won't even be able to crawl up, but I will be embarrassed." Huying looked at Long Aotian's so big fist and was a bit overwhelmed. Looking at Huyu blinking her big watery eyes, she looked like she was scared by herself and pitiful. It just seems too good to be true. Rao Long Aotian didn't hold back and pinched her face. "Let you learn how to be cheeky. Where have you learned? How come your face is still so thin? Soft, QQ bouncy." Long Aotian didn't hold back and pinched 2 more times. "You look like a small family. Don't follow me around in the future. I'm still afraid of being embarrassed." Huying rubbed the place that had been pinched by Long Aotian's big hands. It didn't hurt, and she already felt her skin thickening. The corner of the school building. Today this damn Long Aotian tried to shake his fist and hit Huying and then pinched her face. After writing these down in the book, Yi Lianchen took a deep breath and forced down the unhappiness in his heart. "Don't worry, Yuking. I've memorized all of it. I've remembered everything you've suffered." Chapter 20, Entering the Game with Your Life. Long Aotian unwrapped the squash and ate it with rice. Originally, Huyu thought that Long Aotian was not used to eating such squash, but he did not expect him to eat so happily. Is it hard to believe that Lung likes squash? Not exactly. In his last life, the unsupported Long Aotian was able to buy a car and a house, all because of one word: save money. The most I've ever eaten is instant noodles, sausage, and occasionally a packet of squash when my tastes are bland. It was nice to have squash again after such a long time, not to mention that it was quite fresh. "Eat slowly, Brother Lung, or I'll be bringing you some squash on Monday." Monday? Long Aotian froze for a moment. Spinning around, it occurred to me that it was Friday. Even though they are seniors, they still take a vacation every week. "Yeah, it's Friday, and tomorrow will be a vacation, so I'll bring it to you on Monday. Is that okay?" Huying asked carefully, afraid that Long Aotian would not agree. Long Aotian did not reply. His eyes were out of focus, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing that Long Aotian had been silent, Huying hesitated for a moment and then said, "Why don't I send it to you tomorrow?" Lung covered himself and kept himself from being bullied, and now that Lung wanted a little squash, he was sure to fulfill it. Otherwise, he was really sorry that Lung had invited himself to dinner so many times. "Can you help me in tutoring for a while today?" Long Aotian suddenly said. "Ha?" Huying did not expect Long Aotian's mind to jump so much. "Weren't you just talking about squash? How come you're jumping into remedial lessons now? Why are you unwilling?" Long Aotian raised his fist nuclear goodness and smiled. Willing? No unwillingness," Huying said while cowering her neck. You. Long Aotian flexed his fingers and knocked on Perihu's head. This girl was a lot more active than before when she was dull and dead. Sure enough, the character is transformed after leaving the bullying and hazing. It didn't hurt much to get knocked around a bit, but this action of Long Aotian suddenly gave Huying an illusion. It was as if he had just faced an elder instead of a classmate his own age, because only elders who are very old meet juniors. And just now, Long Aotian knocked himself on the head like that. The smooth and skillful look, as well as the smile on his face, are not very much like people of the same age. Shaking his head, looking at Long Aotian's young body, gangly handsome boyish cheeks, perhaps he felt wrong. Huying thought so. There is no evening study on Friday. After the afternoon classes are over, it's vacation time. Watch as a portion of the students around you pack up and leave. Part of it is still joking around in the classroom. A portion still chooses to do their work in the classroom. Huying also retook out her notebook with the basic questions she had written down. This question is not difficult. Long Aotian's foundation is too poor. Can only start with simple practice questions and slowly move up to strengthen the difficulty. After giving the questions to Long Aotian, she herself took out the exercises and started working, glancing at the time in the classroom. The time at the moment was 17:20. After moving his body for a while, he then set his eyes on the exercises that Perihu had given himself. Does it matter if you go back late on Friday? Huying raised her eyes and glanced at Long Aotian. It doesn't matter. Although she thanked Long Aotian inwardly, Hu Yuing still didn't give too much specificity to Long Aotian. I actually live alone myself, and my grandparents are in a country village. That'll do. Ing Huyu did not understand why Long Aotian asked himself this question, but seeing that he did not say anything more, he started doing the questions again on his own, occasionally spot-checking Long Aotian's work. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Gao Quan kind of couldn't understand Yi Liangchen more and more. At this moment, Yi Liangchen stuffed the book into his clothes, tightened the waistband of his pants, and clamped the book to his belly. And then you have to make yourself punch him in the stomach when you're done. Cut the crap. Come. Yi Liangchen even patted his stomach as he spoke. Then I'll fight. Gao Quan looked at Yi Liangchen's repeated request, then clenched his fists. Come on. It's okay. You remember Quan. Your brother Chen has his own purpose for everything he does. Don't worry. This time brother will definitely take you flying. Although he couldn't fully understand Yi Liangchen's words, he was able to feel the sincerity of Yi Liangchen's words when he said them. So Koizumi threw a punch towards Yi Liangchen's stomach. Humph. With a muffled grunt, Yi Liangchen bared his teeth and let out a breath. Although the impact still existed, after the obstruction of the books, the damage caused to his body was negligible. Is everything okay? Koizumi inquired worriedly. It's fine. Yi Liangchen straightened up, smiled and patted Gao Quan's shoulder. No brother Chen, what the hell are you doing? Do you look like you're looking for a fight? Yi Liangchen just smiled without saying anything. Koizumi was only half right. But one is not looking for a fight. One is preparing to be beaten. Again, to verify one thing. If the dream is not mistaken, Perry Hu's former classmates in the second high school will come to the school entrance to block Perry Hu today, would be verbally abusive to Perry Hu and would even hit her. And all he had to do was to start a fight with those people before Hu Yueying came. And he had to enter the game with his own body. Let Perry Hu see herself being beaten by that group of people. Afterwards, he was sure to get Hu Yueying's concern and ask why he had gotten into an argument with those people at the meeting. When the time comes, you will say it yourself. Because by chance you heard those people trying to bully you and constantly insulting you with words that are just too hard to hear. That's why he didn't hold back himself for a while before he got into an argument with them. This will surely move Hu Yueying. After all, things are because of her. And he himself was beaten in order to defend her. With what she knew about Perry Hu in the dream, she must have felt guilty about herself. At this point, just smile brightly to yourself and act like you don't care. It would make Hu Yui feel more guilty about herself inside. In the end, he himself would say, if you really feel bad about it, make a friend of me and help me with my homework, so that he has not received this beating in vain. When Hu Yueying heard this, he would definitely agree, because there was no need for Hu Yueying to give anything at all. As for helping herself with her homework, it was Perry Hu's strength, so she naturally wouldn't shirk. It invariably also brings the two closer together. It also allows Perry Hu to help herself with her homework in advance. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Izumi, remember in a moment, no matter what happens, you don't come out. Even if I get beaten up, you don't come over to help me. Got it? Seeing the doubt in Koizumi's eyes, Yi Liangchen patted his shoulder. Do you trust me? If you trust me, don't ask anything. I naturally have my reasons for doing this, and you'll know all about it later. Good. Good brother. This time brother Chen will take you to enjoy riches. After saying that, I glanced at the time. Those people in the dream insulted Perry Hu and made a move on Perry Hu, as if it was around 1730, because there was a lot of publicizing in the school on Monday. Now it's already 1722. It's almost time. Yi Liangchen walked towards the school entrance. Chapter 21, Charge for Love. Don't be touched and cry. Yi Liangchen hurried to the school entrance. Spinning around, he looked left and right. There were no people seen in out-of-school uniforms, or not wearing them. They run a stricter program at the first high school. Basically everyone was wearing a school uniform, and at a glance they were all wearing their own school uniforms. Is it hard to make a memory error? Impossible. Ha! It was clearly today in the dream, just when Yi Liangchen was confused. Suddenly, a few slightly sneering voices were heard. Does she think she can escape from us by transferring to another school? She's too naive, isn't she? It's just that if you dare to reject our lie, you really don't know why the flowers are so red. With a foxy face, she dares to go around seducing men. This kind of woman is the most disgusting. I don't know how many men have played with her. Think you can just transfer to another school and rest in peace? I want her deeds to spread inside this school as well, so that everyone in this school will know how much she likes to steal other people's crushes. Among those who said these things were both men and women. A group of 7 or 8 people came this way with great vigor. The moment he saw these people, Yi Liangchen smiled. There was no mistake in his own memory. They did come. Glanced at the cell phone. It's now 1731. That is, Perry Hu will definitely come out in a minute or two at the earliest. and 4 or 5 minutes at the slowest. Think about it. Yi Liangchen gave Gao Quan a wink. Then he walked towards those people by himself. You guys have not spoken too harshly, have you? Yi Liangchen looked at these people and frowned slightly. In Yi Liangchen's eyes they were nothing more than a bunch of hairless high school students. Compared to Long Ao Tian, that madman who would kill people, it was simply too far away, not enough to be feared at all. The men froze for a moment and then looked at Yi Liangchen. What's it got to do with you? That's right, we say whoever we like. We didn't say anything about you. What kind of good old boy are you pretending to be you? These people are all bad classmates of the second high school. The key is that they are now plus 2 girls, a total of 8 people. There are more people. The guts are bigger. Do not put only one person Yi Liangchen in the eyes. I won't allow you to talk about her. Yi Liangchen had one hand behind his back and straightened his back, trying to look very heroic. Of course, making these gestures was naturally not for them to see. Instead, it was for Perry who had come out at some point. Since Yi Liangchen had already chosen to enter the game with his body, he was bound to show his most heroic side. Why do you pad the book inside your stomach? That's because even if you get beaten up, you can still show a more handsome posture. You know Perry who? A boy at the head with a killer haircut and bangs covering one eye said. His name is Wang Tianlai. He is the second high school, the senior's bearer. Because of the pursuit of Hu Yuing was rejected after the heart of hatred in the school when not less against Hu Yuing. Today, when he came to find Perry Hu, he even went to the barber store to give himself a blow-dry. Perry whose well-behaved and cute character satisfied him. He was already so powerful. He just needed a little birdie girlfriend. The key is that Hu Yu looks pretty too. And her pretty is still different from other pretty girls. At first sight, she was attracted to Hu Yu. Not getting her always feel that there are cat's claws scratching herself in her heart. He came over today to give Perry Hu one last chance. If Perry Hu agrees, then everything is fine. But if Perry Hu doesn't agree, he will create Perry Hu's Huang Yao and ruin her reputation so that no one else can get it either. That's right. I do know Perry Hu. Yi Liangchen was extraordinarily solemn when he said this. That was his treasure girl, the greatest treasure of his life. How could he not recognize her? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I told you that foxy girl would seduce men wherever she went. Look at this. She just transferred here not even 3 days ago and she seduced another one. One of the girls wearing earrings said. She also used to bully Perry Hu in the second high school. Sometimes when they see Perry Hu's hair is darker and shinier than theirs, they even pull Perry Hu's hair. Yi Liangchen took one last look at the time. The time at this moment is 1736. That means Perry Hu is coming out soon. Realizing this, Yi Liangchen let out a cold snort and stared at these people dead in the face. I said, you can't insult her. Saying like a warrior charging for love. He charged towards Wang Tianlai without hesitation. These people also didn't expect that Yi Liangchen, who was only one person, would dare to really make a move against them. Wang Tianlai was momentarily caught off guard and was pushed to the ground by Yi Liangchen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you dare do it. Hit him for me. Soon Yi Liangchen was yanked. The moment he was yanked, Yi Liangchen smiled, entering the game with his body, winning half a son of heaven. This round, I'm sorry to say, was a win for myself. Taking a punch, under the force, Yi Liangchen turned his torso and fell towards his left side. The moment he fell down, Yi Liangchen looked up at the campus entrance. What? Where are the people? It fell heavily to the ground. But at this moment Yi Liangchen seemed to have forgotten the pain. Even though he had already fallen to the ground, Yi Liangchen was unconcerned. His eyes were still looking towards the school entrance, expecting to see the figure he wanted to see. But no, Yi Liangchen had looked at it very carefully, and there was no Perry Hu. The next second Yi Liangchen was picked up from the ground by several people from Wang Tianlai. Mud, you started this. Seeing Wang Tianlai angry and still wanting to make a move, Yi Liangchen quickly said, misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. Fart, after beating someone up, now you realize you can't beat them and say it's a misunderstanding? Do you think I'll believe that? Gao Quan watched as Yi Liangchen was being held down and beaten up, and really couldn't figure out why Chen had to mess with them. Having watched the whole thing himself, it was indeed Chen who had been nosy first, and it was Chen who had made the first move. Looking at the way Chen was being beaten up, he almost wanted to go over and help, but in the end, he held himself back to death. Morn said, no matter what happens, let yourself pretend you didn't see it. Soon the commotion on this side drew the attention of the doorman. When they saw someone fighting, they immediately stepped forward to stop them. When Wang Tianlai and the others saw the security personnel coming over, they immediately chose to scatter and fled, and said, it was your school's people who made the first move. Seeing that those people had fled, Gao Quan hurriedly came to Yi Liangchen's side and helped him up. Are you alright, brother Chen? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lousy stomach is padded with 2 books. They froze and didn't even punch on the books. Ah! Yi Liangchen cursed unwillingly. While cursing, a pair of eyes remained deadpan at the campus entrance. Although a lot of people had already gathered, there was no sign of Perry Hu among these people. Why is that? Why? Can it be that Ing Huyu is really too scared to see those people and has already left? Did she recognize her? Did you help her stop those people? Eventually, under the security personnel's repeated questioning, Yi Liangchen said that he was really fine and just wanted to leave in a hurry. The fight just now drew many onlookers. Don't have to think about what will be circulating through the school on Monday, but likewise, this will invariably tell Perry Hu. It is he who saved her. While being assisted to leave by Gao Quan, Yi Liangchen laughed out loud. You who know the truth, don't be touched by me to cry. Oh. Chapter 22, A True Man Shouldn't Be Let Down. Glanced at the time. It's already 18:15. Long Aotian stretched his waist. Let's stop here today. Perry Hu, who was still buried in writing exercises, raised his head and glanced at the sky outside, nodded and started packing. If Lung is leaving, then she's leaving too. At this point in time, there is not much left in the school except for a portion of the students who are still hard at work and have not left the school. Leaving the school building, it was easy to see the empty school entrance. See you later, Lung. Bye. After saying hello, Long Aotian walked towards the direction where his house was. Huyuing looked at Long Aotian's back. Her heart was a little melancholy, but she quickly adjusted her emotions and walked towards the other direction. Walking on the road, Huyuing heard a few people wearing a high school uniform saying that someone had just fought in front of the school. It's alarming the security staff inside the school. Glancing back at the school entrance, a touch of strange emotion rose in Huyuing's heart, but couldn't tell what was so strange. Quickly crossing over to the talking students, their conversations faded away as they walked away themselves. Within a short time, Huyuing walked into a hutong. Walking into the innermost part of the alley, he took the key out of his backpack and unlocked the door to the room. Push open the door to your room and lock it behind you. Walking into the back room, he put down his backpack, took out his test paper and started working on it. Perry Hu's life is very monotonous. It seems that apart from studying she has nothing else to do. The dullness of learning is rather a pleasure for Ing Hu, but today she looked at the exercises without her old mindset of doing them. Getting up, he went to the mirror and looked at himself in it, poked his cheek with a finger. Fingertips touching cheeks. The tender cheeks were gently pressed down by the fingertips, the soft flesh of the cheeks instantly springing back as the fingertips left. Cheeky? You can't measure it with your fingers. So she looked into the mirror, pursed her lips and took a deep breath. Lung is the most handsome. Big brother is the best. Long Aotian, you are really so gentle. Say those words in one breath in the mirror. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the way Long Aotian looked when he smiled and pinched his face, and laughed and tapped his head with his finger. The tips of her ears began to burn slightly and uncontrollably. A light pink blush began to climb from her neck to the top of her cheeks. Looking at herself in the mirror, Huyuing immediately covered her small face with her hand. Look, it seems that her face skin is still not thick enough. There's more practice to be had. Walking out of the inner room, he stood in the courtyard and took a deep breath before the temperature on his face slowly receded. As it gets later in the day, Perry, who made a good meal, climbed up the ladder, and sat on the edge of the house. While eating, look up at the stars in the sky. No bullying today either, oh, because I know a big brother who covers me, and no one will bully me at school anymore. Mom and Dad, are you guys hearing Perry Yuck's prayers? Looking at the stars in the sky, it is said that when a person dies he becomes a star in the sky. Although she knows it's fake and has no scientific basis whatsoever, Yvonne who hopes it's true. The stars wouldn't answer her words, but it didn't stop Huyuing from talking to herself to the starry sky. This time of year is the most relaxing time for Perry Hu. No bullies, peace and quiet and no interruptions. This is time for yourself. Lung is awesome. Everyone says he's super good at fighting. That's why no one dares to bully him. It seems like everyone in the class is afraid of Lung, but I'm not, because Lung is nice to me. He knows so many things, and I like to listen to him. It makes me feel like, well, I'm a good person too. The meal was over and the words were said. Huyuing stretched out her palm to the sky. She would always be subconsciously stroking the two brightest stars in the sky. Climb down the stairs. The time belonging to Perry Hu to relax and spit passed. Now is the time to learn. Only if you keep getting better, you won't be bullied. Only if you keep getting better yourself can you better teach Lung to do the questions. The other side. When Long Aotian returned home, the desktop in the house was still clean, but there was no old man in the room. He went back to his room to change out of his school uniform, cleaned it, and left the house, toward the food market not far in front of the compound. This is a large food market. Inside, no matter what time of day it is, it looks extraordinarily lively. The grocery vendors had their stalls one next to the other. and with white chalk, they drew demarcation lines. Further inside is the meat section. There are several meat stalls here as far as the eye can see. Long Aotian walked while looking at the old man. This is because this place, which was only briefly mentioned in the original book novel, is not depicted graphically, so Long Aotian didn't know where his old man's stall was. Soon, Long Aotian saw the old man's figure in the second row. The old man was wearing an apron and shredding meat on a cutting board, and even though it was already this time of year, it was a little stuffy with all the people and stalls in here. The old man's clothes were soaked with sweat, but he still worked hard to chop the meat. Quickly chopping up the meat, he wiped a handful of sweat from his head and prepared to pack up the head and hand it to his guest. Before he could tug on the bag himself, an open-mouthed bag propped up in front of his eyes. The old man, thinking it was a customer, smiled and thanked him. Looking up, the smile on his face stiffened for a split second. It seemed to be so surprised that for a moment it forgot to put on meat. If you freeze any longer, Auntie will be waiting impatiently, Long Aotian reminded. Hearing his own son's words, the old man came back to his senses and moved mechanically to put the things into the bag. Auntie, you take it. Long Aotian handed the bag packed to the customer auntie. Long Aotian was already handsome. At this moment, when the school uniform was removed, the person became even more spirited, spoke well and moved sharply, causing this aunt to smile and ask, "This is your son, right?" The old man first glanced at Long Aotian before smiling and nodding. Yes, yes. Watching the smile on the old man's face gradually transform from stiff to natural, Long Aotian sighed slightly in his heart. Long Aotian in the original book novel blames the old man for all the faults of his parents' divorce, and so it became so strained with the old man that there was a disconnect. The brown guy is so dumb he doesn't know how to talk to his son. Long Aotian had a grudge in his heart and gradually developed a paranoid character. In fact, both of them clearly cared about each other quite a bit in their hearts. "What brings you here? Spent all the money I just gave you again?" the old man said, rubbing his hand twice on his apron, about to take money from the money box. Usually, his son was quite indifferent to himself, and this time, he could come here and directly look for himself, and the old man couldn't think of anything else other than asking for money. But he was actually quite happy in his heart that his son had come here to find him. "If you don't want money, you can't come here to look for you?" Long Aotian opened his mouth. The old man froze for a moment as he took the money, and Long Aotian went forward to close the money box. "Dad, what happened before is in the past." Hearing this, the old man looked at Long Aotian for a long time and could not return to his senses. "Dad, there's a guest." The old man looked at Long Aotian. A smile appeared on his rough face. "Okay." Long Aotian, who grew up in an orphanage in his last life, didn't have the chance to experience affection, and in this world he wanted to experience it, despite knowing that the brown man in front of him was not his father. So what? Everyone who is rich in sincerity should not be let down. Chapter 23, Too easy to get, not to cherish. Early morning, the sound of the doors closing came into his ears. Long Aotian sat up in a daze and walked outside. The old man was no longer in the room. None of the adult world is easy. Thinking about the society end of the world that he had lived before he crossed over, he couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. Turning back to his room, he changed into his clothes, thought for a moment, then quickly stripped them off again. What's wrong with slacking off for a day when you've worked hard and been busy for half your life in your last life? Then he flung himself on the bed and wrapped himself in the covers and went back to sleep. 10 minutes later, Long Aotian put down the bowl in the breakfast store, and let out a long breath of beauty. It's true that it's still the congee in the early morning that nourishes the stomach the most. Then packed another breakfast towards the food market where the old man was. Li Qingxue froze when she saw the message from Gao Quan. It says that Yi Liangchen was given a beating. The moment she saw this message, Li Qingxue subconsciously looked for Yi Liangchen's penguin number, only to find that Yi Liangchen's avatar had changed, and his signature had also changed. Even in the space, all the messages about himself were all cleared out. Frowning slightly, the moment he saw this scene, his heart was somewhat misplaced. After all, we've known each other for 9 years, not 9 days. Yi Liangchen was right. He himself had been throughout his entire adolescence, and likewise his existence had accompanied him throughout his own adolescence. Even though Li Qingxue was depressed in her heart, she still chose to send a message to Yi Liangchen in the first place, asking him what was going on. Why was he beaten? The moment the message had been sent, another message was sent to Koizumi, but at this point in time, Gao Quan was obviously still sleeping, and the message sent was like a stone dropped into the sea. After thinking about it, Li Qingxue still chose to get up and dress and wash and left the house. Soon, Li Qingxue's cell phone received a reply message. It's from Yi Liangchen. "I'm sorry, sure, it's Koizumi talking too much again, isn't it? I'm fine. That's all." Seeing this message from Yi Liangchen, Li Qingxue's mood became more and more annoyed. He was worried sick about himself. but his reply was as if nothing had happened. Not salty. What the hell is wrong with him? In the room, Yi Liangchen looked at the message sent by Li Qingxue, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Subconscious worries can't be hidden, even though what Li Qingxue sent over was text. However, Yi Liangchen could still feel Li Qingxue's worry and eagerness from these words, and by replying in such a salty tone yourself, you give the impression of detachment. With Li Qingxue's writing skills she wouldn't be able to feel it. The more anxious she was about herself, the more it proved that she had herself in her heart. That's how it starts in a dream. The more anxious Li Qingxue was, the more she herself had to remain calm. Imagine someone who often cares about you suddenly becoming cold to you one day. Will you be anxious? Do you wonder? Will you look back and wonder why he suddenly became cold to you? Then in her memories, she could feel deeply the care, the love, and the laughter she had brought to her when she had been with her. This great sense of contrast would be enough to make her quickly realize that she might be losing a boy who was once full of her. This is the time when regret comes in like a tidal wave. Thinking back to the dream, Li Qingxue put down her dignity in order to chase after herself backwards, cried and shed tears for herself, and put in the effort in order to want to get back together with herself. Yi Liangchen only felt that his heart had gained the greatest satisfaction. Why don't you cherish it when you get it, but instead regret it only after you lose it? Whose love do you think you're rejecting? It's a boy whose heart and eyes are full of you. Speaking here, Yi Liangchen sighed slightly, then looked at his cell phone new received message. You come out. I think we should have a talk between us. Li Qingxue felt that Yi Liangchen had such a contrast, largely because of her previous rejection of him. She could properly talk to Yi Liangchen about her prescribed life plan. There's no need to jeopardize their friendship just because of this incident. And it's just so weird, isn't it? Obviously it was fine before this. Why did it suddenly become like this? Carrying the doubts in her heart, Li Qingxue decided to go and find Yi Liangchen to make things clear. 9 years is a lot of time to raise even a dog with affection, not to mention the people. Although she did not want to fall in love with Yi Liangchen, but this matter is not clear. Her heart always feels strange, some inexplicable annoyance. When Yi Liangchen saw Li Qingxue's message, he didn't hold back and laughed out directly. I didn't think you'd be more eager than you were in your dream, and it's only been 2 days since I've been ignoring you, and you're coming to my house looking for me? But that's not enough. The current Li Qingxue was probably just uncomfortable because of her departure. It hadn't really gotten to the point where she regretted it and it hurt like hell. If one compromised with her at this time, then one would still be led by her nose afterward. Obviously with yourself for 9 years? It was clear that there was already a deep bond between them. But why reject yourself? Still don't want to think of yourself as a spare tire. If you meet a better one then you'll be dumped by her mercilessly. Just like what Li Qingxue once said when she rejected herself. She was only treating herself as a brother, that's all. How ironic. Now that she had only gone 2 days without hitting on her, she wanted to have a proper talk with her. Yi Liangchen even knew what Li Qingxue would say after the meeting. She'd be angry and complaining about herself and why she was suddenly ignoring her. Will question myself why I said I'd give up? It can be particularly aggravating and feel that you are behaving very excessively in this way. One last thing, it wasn't that she didn't want a relationship right now, but she had to focus on her studies. She wouldn't consider a relationship until after college, and it wasn't like she had explicitly said she hated herself or that she shouldn't let herself be chasing her anymore. So why should she give up now when she said she would? Yi Liangchen sighed slightly, although Li Qingxue hadn't necessarily realized until now exactly how she subconsciously treated her feelings. But if he, at this time, reveals the slightest break and fails to be as firm as he was in the dream, there is a high probability that he will lose all his efforts. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen directly replied on the penguin message. You don't have to come looking for me. I don't want to see you right now. What I said in the classroom last time, I mean it. I think we both need some quiet between us. That's all. After saying that, he simply turned off his cell phone. He also no longer paid attention to the message sent by Li Qingxue. Better to make her anxious and make it clear that she's not just talking. That's how she'll really start to value herself. This way you can take the lead yourself. It's still true that when it's too easy to get, it's often not appreciated. He had exposed too many times in front of Li Qingxue's brokenness. It is also time to let Li Qingxue's brokenness exposed in front of himself. Chapter 24, Is there really pure friendship between men and women? It was almost the same as what Yi Liangchen thought. Li Qingxue's entire body froze in place when she saw this message. I don't want to see myself. I need to be alone. When she saw these words, Li Qingxue frowned. She stood still, wondering why things had come to this. Obviously it wasn't like that in the beginning. Thinking of this, Li Qingxue was a bit aggravated inside. Looking around, it turned out that in the process of anxiously rushing here, he had unknowingly come to the water bay. The river flows and the neighborhood is surrounded by elderly people taking morning walks. There were people fishing under the riverbank. and others drawing and sketching against the river's blue sky. Li Qingxue had some inexplicable aggression within her at the moment. Then she also sat down on the green grass, curled up her long legs in a daze, and looked at the flowing river out of her mind. Could it be that there really is no pure friendship between boys and girls? Divide the situation. Suddenly a response came from a short distance nearby. Li Qingxue subconsciously raised her eyes to look. Just saw a teenager lying on the grass, lazily basking in the sun, 2 leaves covering his eyes in a nice cozy manner. Li Qingxue now had a belly full of grievances with no place to vent them, and being much more outgoing and not at a loss for words with a stranger. Shy and coy to the point of blushing, she sniffled twice and asked, "What's the situation?" In the first case the boy is bent, and this friendship between a man and a woman is pure. Li Qingxue's age was no longer an age where she didn't know anything. It's a little slow, but I still know what bent means. What about the second scenario? No more, just this one. The implication is that as long as the boy isn't bent, it's impossible for a pure friendship to exist with a girl. How are you so sure? Li Qingxue asked as she got up and approached the other. Lying on the grass, I heard the sound of my feet on the grass. The teenager removed the leaves covering his eyes, narrowing his eyes slightly towards the visitor. He was also idle and bored, and when he saw the nice view, he wanted to lie down and listen to the decompression sound of the river flowing. I overheard someone talking and felt something inside before I interjected. "It's you," Li Qingxue said in surprise when she saw Long Aotian. "It's you." Long Aotian saw that this young girl was exactly the female classmate who interviewed him on that day. He simply gave up his getting up action as well and continued to lie back, looking at Long Aotian's leisurely appearance. Li Qingxue sighed. "Little age, what are you sighing for?" Listening to the sighs coming from his ears, Long Aotian casually said, "You haven't said why you're so sure that there's no pure friendship between boys and girls." Long Aotian adjusted the lying position. Perhaps when used to Perry, whose life tutor opening is a Uncle Wind, the most contradictory and complex relationship is the feelings of people. Hearing this, Li Qingxue seemed to be thinking of something else, so she sat down beside Long Aotian. "I have a friend that I've known for years, but he seems to have taken a liking to me, and because of this, it seems like there's a bit of a problem with our friendship right now. He likes you, so do you like him?" Long Aotian said in a lazy voice as he put the leaf back over his eyes. I don't know. We are just too familiar with each other. He takes care of me and treats me well. In my mind he is my good friend and like a brother. But now he..." "Stop." Long Aotian directly raised his hand to stop what Li Qingxue wanted to continue saying. "Isn't that a proper latter-day scumbag quote?" Picked up the leaf, glanced at Li Qingxue, saw the purity in her eyes, as well as the face of the true feelings of loss. "It does not feel like a scum girl, So he continued, "Now he's treating you the way a friend should be treated." Li Qingxue couldn't understand at first. What does it mean? Long Aotian really consider. He should take a psychological counseling documents in this world. In the future we'll open a psychological counseling room, specializing in high school students' psychological counseling and enlightenment. Certainly can earn a lot of money. No one is nice to someone for no reason, and if they are, then it must be that this has produced some kind of psychological change in them. He likes you so much that he's willing to be nice to you, and that kind of niceness definitely goes beyond being friends. Think about it. Do you have any friends around you who treat you better than he does? Li Qingxue carefully thought about it. Even the tablemate that she played the best with in school didn't seem to be as good to her as Yi Liangchen, so she shook her head. "You're just so used to his special favoritism for you that when he puts himself in his place, you feel like there's a problem with your friendship. In the end, it's only because you don't enjoy his unique favoritism towards you anymore that you think something is wrong with your friendship." Li Qingxue understood Long Aotian's meaning in an instant. Yi Liangchen liked himself. That's why he subconsciously favored himself. But if the veneer of liking was removed, Yi Liangchen turned his favoritism towards himself into ordinary friendship. It was his own mental failure to immediately accept this sense of contrast. It wasn't really that Yi Liangchen had changed, because that's really all there is to friendship. Li Qingxue looked like a leather ball deflated and muttered, "So that's how it is." But the words have been said here. Long Aotian also asked a bit nosy, "Seeing that you care about him so much, in your heart you should have some feelings for him too, right?" Li Qingxue thought about it and said with chagrin, "What does it feel like to like? Gotta. It's confirmed. This girl is not a sea queen scumbag. She's a relationship idiot. Perhaps in life she was lively and alert, and excelled in her studies, but emotionally she was slow to the point where she was like a 90-year-old woman with a hobbled gait. People's cars are flying and she's still asking what it's like to like it. If you like a person, you will see him at a certain moment and your heart will beat faster. Your eyes will always fall on each other without thinking, and you will not be bored with him, even if you do nothing but just sit in silence. No, I haven't had any of these feelings you mentioned." Li Qingxue said affirmatively after thinking seriously. Then you'll have to face up to what you call friendship. Since you can't respond effectively for the other person, you have to be open to changes in the other person. After all, if you don't like someone, they always have the right to like someone else, and always take back their preference for you to devote to someone who really he likes, and who likes him. Of course you try to like the other guy if you can't accept his transformation. Chapter 25, Habit is a terrible thing. Speaking here, Long Ao Tian looked at Li Qingxue seriously. Don't ever try to hang on to the other side, because your head may not always be able to turn. He could sort of see that Li Qingxue's mindset, when used in learning and in business, was definitely quite resourceful, but used in a relationship, she's finished, because this kind of person doesn't experience what love is until she finally wakes up on her own. I'm not intentionally hanging on to him. I've turned him down before when he first confessed his love for me because I didn't have a relationship listed in my life plan for high school. Upon hearing this, Long Ao Tian became interested and took away the leaves covering his eyes. He also confessed more than once? There were 98 confessions in my 3 years of high school. Asterisk. Long Ao Tian are shocked. This guy is not only a licking dog, or a super licking dog. Good thing that he finally woke up. It is also a timely stop. However, Li Qingxue was also powerful enough to get the other party to confess for her 98 times, after she rejected her 98 times in a row. And then being stupid enough to not know the difference between like and friendship is more than retarded. It's ing stupid. That's why the way he's treating me right now is supposed to be the way friends treat each other. It's because I've gotten used to his favoritism myself. That's why mine is uncomfortable inside in the face of his sudden change. Long Ao Tian sat up. The sun was now getting stronger and it was no longer suitable to continue lying down. Yes, that's probably one thing. Li Qingxue sighed. It still feels empty inside. It's always a blessing to be favored. And you're so used to having that person by your side that the feeling of falling out is really hard to get used to for a while. And you just have to go with what you want. Thank you. After talking to you, my heart isn't very bored anymore. Seeing Long Ao Tian get up, Li Qingxue followed suit and stood up from the ground. You youngsters are always too extreme in your views. You get sad at the slightest thing. And in the end you may even seek death. People who haven't experienced the social beatings are like that. In one's life, there is always an unspoken regret in the back of one's mind. But what can be done? It's always time to move on and not always dwell on past regrets. Especially in the world of adults. There is so much that can't be helped. But for the sake of life, it doesn't matter if you like it or not. When you're sore and tired, wipe away the tears and keep gritting your teeth. At this point in time, regrets and all that are too light, which is in the mood to be sad, annoyed, and add to your own misery because of a person's change in attitude. Li Qingxue couldn't deny that the words he uttered all made sense, and after listening to what he had to say, her mood did brighten up quite a bit, but he was obviously only his own age. So why did he always talk like an adult? Especially the last sentence, you youngsters, you're young too. Also right. Long Ao Tian didn't refute, waved his hand and said, see you later, bye. Li Qingxue also waved her hand at Long Ao Tian. Then take a deep breath and start walking in the direction of home. After listening to the words of this male student, Li Qingxue had now realized the problem as well. It's the fact that you've never gotten your attitude right. If you reject Yi Liangchen's confession for the first time, keep to the position between proper friends with him, and the next 97 confessions would not have happened. It was herself who took Yi Liangchen's kindness to herself for granted, mistaking his fondness for himself for friendship, thereby giving Yi Liangchen wrong signals all the time. That's what led to the next 97 confessions. Now that Yi Liangchen had figured it out, he had put himself in the position of a normal social friend. One really shouldn't bother him, and they should keep some distance between them, a safe distance for normal socializing with friends. If she hadn't met this male classmate, she would have definitely gotten angrier and angrier as she thought about it, thus going straight to Yi Liangchen, and then again, subconsciously, it would release the wrong signals to him. On the contrary, if Yi Liangchen still refused his gesture of goodwill, it is also true that one can develop a rebellious mindset, as the male student just said. The self that couldn't figure out what the problem was would only blame Yi Liangchen. Blaming Yi Liangchen for liking himself and not liking him, he gave up the friendship and continued to be good to himself. So the more one thinks about it, the sadder and more aggravated one becomes. It would be a wild thought that it was hard to believe that he liked him and that he had to like him in order to keep the friendship alive. Under all kinds of reverse psychology, one really may. In order to continue to unconditionally enjoy Yi Liangchen's good to oneself, to produce other minds. I don't know if that counts as liking, but it's a safe bet that it must be habit, and possessiveness at work. Li Qingxue herself shivered at the thought, because the feeling that the boy classmate said he would show when he liked someone, he himself didn't seem to have experienced it in Yi Liangchen until now. Habit is still a terrible thing. It's a good thing I've been enlightened through now. From now on, one will also take the attitude and correct it to where a normal friend should be. You can't take it for granted that Yi Lianshan liked you and treated you well before. No one, as a matter of course, should pay for themselves and be good to them. Thinking of this, Li Qingxue took out her cell phone, found Yi Lianshan's penguin number and sent a message. She still listens to advice. Yi Lianshan, who was waiting at home, was so prickly and scratchy in his heart that he wanted to look at his cell phone, but the phone hadn't rung with any message alerts until now. He didn't dare to look at it, afraid that once he did he wouldn't be able to resist wanting to send a message to Li Qingxue again. After all, in the dream, Li Qingxue also became her bride. The point is that she is still her own white moon. Do you like it? How can you not love and rejoice in being able to finally fix things with your own white moon? 2 days of not hitting on Li Qingxue was also all about patience, because he always believed that a little impatience is a big plan. In order to be chased by the husband crematorium in the future, in order to get Li Qingxue in the future, he can only endure now, can only abuse his wife. Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the vibrating alerted cell phone, Yi Lianshan took a deep breath and still chose to pick up the phone. The moment he saw the cell phone message, Yi Lianshan directly jumped up from the bed. Yes, great. The cell phone message is from Li Qingxue. I'm sorry Yi Lianshan. It's all my fault before. I'll change it in the future. We're still friends, right? Apologize and laugh picture. She already knows it's wrong. Looks like she's remembered how good I am, hahaha. Quickly typed a paragraph on his cell phone. Thought about deleting it all and just replied with 2 words. Right. Because now he should maintain a high and cold posture, quietly waiting for Li Qingxue on their own husband chasing crematorium. Chapter 26, but no one will stand still and wait for you. After waiting for a long time, Yi Lianshan was not waiting for Li Qingxue's reply message. Can't help but be a little puzzled. Speak such words yourself as remembered in the dream. Li Qingxue should be various small essays sent over to the right, but now in the chat box, it doesn't show that it's being typed. Is it hard to believe she's crying with excitement now? It's not that it's not possible. In the dream, after Li Qingxue realized that she had unconsciously fallen in love with herself long ago during these years, it was as if she had turned into Sister Lin, and tears came when she said they would. He cries when he doesn't see himself. He cries when he sees himself. He still cries when he sees himself with Treasure Girl. And he's full of brokenness in just a few days anyway. By now it's probably crying in secret after realizing its mistake. Taking a deep breath. If I had known, why would I have done it in the first place? Lost, regretted, only slowly began to know how to cherish. But no one will always be in the same place waiting for you. Thinking of this, Yi Lianshan sighed slightly before calling Gao Quan. Hey, don't you have the penguin number of Li Qingxue's deskmate? Why don't you give her a word and ask her to persuade Li Qingxue to stop crying? Yes, tell her I asked you to convey it to her. Hanging up the phone, the corner of Yi Lianshan's mouth slightly hooked up a smile. If Li Qingxue's deskmate really said this, it is estimated that Li Qingxue will be even more inseparable. So gentle and understanding of herself. Setting his cell phone aside, he went to the curtains and pulled them open. The sunlight from outside shines into the room. Yi Lianshan closed his eyes and opened his arms to the scenery outside the window. A beautiful day. Here I come. My treasure girl, wait for me. With that said, he changed into his best-looking clothes from his closet and left the house. It's been a long time since I rode you, so let me feel young again. Yi Lianshan caressed his bike, a hint of nostalgia showing in his eyes. I remember in my dream, I was still riding this bike carrying Treasure Girl, free on campus. It was a brief moment of peace that belonged between him and Treasure Girl. Unfortunately, as she grows older, as Treasure Girl starts a successful business and becomes a business nouveau riche, as White Moonlight becomes a venture capitalist queen, and as Little Qingmei becomes a red-hot star in the entertainment industry, surrounding himself with all sorts of luxury cars, the memory of this bike is long forgotten. Seeing the bike again now is new inside. I guess one should use novelty to express one's current inner emotions. Get on the bike and head out of the neighborhood into the sunshine. According to the memories in his mind, Yi Lianshan arrived at Nanfeng Square. After parking the car, he wandered through the plaza. As far as I can remember, every Saturday, Perry, who worked as a part-time hourly laborer in this square, although the money earned is not much, but Hu Yueying is very thrifty, always with the money of part-time work, safe and sound over to the next Saturday. Because her grandparents are already very old, it's not easy for them to raise enough money for Perry, whose tuition. So Perry, who doesn't want to bother them easily. So even when you are bullied and aggrieved outside, you don't dare to talk about it. You can only bury the pain in your heart and try to show your happy side in front of your grandparents. What a nice girl. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Lianshan's hatred for Long Ao Tian's heart couldn't help but increase by a few points. Damn Long Ao Tian. It's all because of you that my treasure girl received harm. You wait for me. When I grow up, You'll be in for it. Only when he thought of this did Ji Liangchen manage to suppress his inner rage. After the last talk with Koizumi, discussing the right time to meet the right person, Yi Liangchen's knot in his heart was sort of untied. He wasn't afraid of Long Aotian, but because he couldn't save Treasure Girl at the wrong time. Only wait for the Treasure Girl to be humiliated and suffer. This is the time when one's own presence can be called salvation. Only in this way could he himself leave, in the heart of the Treasure Girl, a deep impression that would never be erased. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen retrieved his thoughts. These are all afterthoughts. What we have to do now is still that we should care more about caring for the Treasure Girl, and lay a good foundation in advance, so that when the time comes to redeem her, we can walk into her heart even earlier. Nanfeng Plaza was huge, and Yi Liangchen searched for places where the Treasure Girl might be working part-time based on his memories from the dream. Because the Treasure Girls only work part-time on Saturday mornings and then have to continue their studies in the afternoon, so every part-time job is in a different location. Now even Yi Liangchen, who possessed the memories of the dream, didn't have a way to first determine that the Treasure Girl was moonlighting in that store. One can only wander aimlessly through it. But Yi Liangchen believed in the deep bond between himself and the Treasure Girl. Must be able to find her. Carry this belief. Yi Liangchen continued to walk towards the front. As he passed a corner, his feet paused and his gaze gradually softened. Even the corners of his mouth couldn't stop a gentle smile from curling up. He wanted to step forward immediately, but his raised foot froze hard in the air. Thinking back to the first few meetings, it was clear that her own Treasure Girl was still resistant to men. After thinking about it, walked to the side of the milk tea store, endured the flesh pain and bought 2 cups of pearl milk tea with his own pocket money. After all, he didn't have much money on him right now, and this pearl milk tea was still selling for dead expensive. But thinking of his Treasure Girl's first time drinking pearl milk tea, Yi Liangchen still endured the pain and paid. Hello fellow student Hu Yuing. What a coincidence. Meeting again. Yi Liangchen held 2 cups of milk tea in his hands, brilliantly baring his teeth and grinning. Hu Yuing, who was handing out flyers, heard someone call her name and subconsciously looked up. As a result, he saw Yi Liangchen. Then his body instinctively took a step back and pulled away from it. It was amazing to see the once treasured girl, meeting herself, take half a step back. Yi Liangchen's heart was dripping blood. In the dream he learned that Hu Yuing, which was afraid of being bullied, instinctively somewhat rejected males. But it doesn't matter. One will touch her with love, redeem her, and eventually enter the heart of the treasure girl once again. What a coincidence really. With this one, it seems like we've met 3 times. Although he would often observe the treasure girl in the shadows, he had only really appeared in front of her twice. Plus this was indeed the 3rd time. Just now in the milk tea store, accidentally bought 2 cups of particularly good pearl milk tea. I can't finish it myself. This please drink it. As Yi Liangchen spoke, he handed a cup of milk tea in his hand to Hu Yuing. Perry Hu Yu looked at the milk tea in the other party's hand strangely, and thought to herself, you can't finish it and you still bought 2 cups? Then I thought of what Big Brother said, this kind of person with a bad brain. If you see them in the future, go around. In hindsight, what Big Brother said really made sense, so immediately shook his head. I don't want. Chapter 27 Yi Liangchen was rejected? Even after being rejected, the smile on Yi Liangchen's face did not diminish. Just looking at Hu Yuying's gaze became even softer. You needn't be afraid. I've never meant you the slightest bit of harm. On this Friday afternoon, he had even helped Hu Yuying to deal with the group of people who wanted to find trouble with her. Although Perry Hu did not see it directly, he believed that soon this matter would spread in the school. With Perry Hu's intelligence, surely he would be able to guess the purpose of those few second high school students coming to the entrance of the first high school. Then she would know that it was she who had helped her fight off the men. At that time, Hu Yuing would definitely be grateful to herself, and her defenses against herself wouldn't be as great. Yi Liangchen was immersed in his fantasy, his smile growing wider and wider. He had even fantasized about Hu Yu standing at the door of his classroom with a shy, yet embarrassed face, coming to himself to say thank you. At that time, he or she will laugh and tease Hu. What? You're not so defensive about me anymore? She didn't know what she'd be ashamed of. It's kind of exciting to think about. Looking at Yi Liangchen inexplicably smiling out of his mind at himself, Hu Yuing became more and more afraid in her heart, turned around and was about to leave. But Yi Liangchen took a step ahead and blocked in front of Hu Yuing. An apologetic smile appeared on his face. I'm sorry, I just thought of something funny and got a little carried away. Nah, this milk tea is for you. Life is already bitter. It's good to sweeten it properly. The rebirth seemed like only a moment in the past for himself. In the dream, the satisfaction and amazement on Hu's face when she drank milk tea for the first time was still as clear and beautiful in her own mind. He couldn't wait to see Perry Hu show that expression again. Hu Yu looked at Yi Liangchen warily, still shaking her head. I don't want to drink. He didn't even know him himself, and he had said all those things in the cafeteria last time that had hurt his self-esteem. Instinctively, I don't want to get entangled with it. Hear that? Although Yi Liangchen was helpless, he still had a doting look on his face. I just want to make friends with you. I really don't have the slightest bit of malice towards you. Yi Liangchen sympathized with Hu Yueying. She had endured too much malice, so she instinctively closed her heart and was not willing to easily trust a person. Even though he had shown her kindness, it still didn't work. Tell you what, I know you're working right now, so as long as you accept this milk tea, I won't bother you anymore, okay? Yi Liangchen had a smile at the corner of his mouth and confidently tossed his hair. Retreat for progress? Slowly a little closer. Eliminating Hu Yueying's resistance to their own. It's a bit shameless, but what's wrong with being a bit thick-skinned when you're going after your future treasure wife? Who doesn't have a cheeky girlfriend? Moreover, Yi Liangchen knew Hu Yueying. She was a very good girl. She is always single-minded when it comes to people she likes. The same goes for studying, working, and all. She would always feel that since she was on her boss's payroll, she had to do the tasks he set out to do properly. So in order to fulfill her part-time job, she will definitely say yes. In the face of this shameless proposal of Yi Liangchen, Hu Yueying lightly bites her lips. She does need this part-time job. But, I refuse. Those 3 words were understated, but they were spit out with clarity. Yi Liangchen sniffed and the corner of his mouth rose. Of course, I speak never. What? This was a completely unexpected answer from Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen considered all the delicate, shy expressions when Hu Yueying received the milk tea, but the only thing he just didn't consider was that Hu Yueying would actually reject himself directly. You have to know that at this time, Hu Yueying's heart is already full of holes. As long as the face of some tough attitude requirements, usually will not refuse. Just now, when he said something like that, he had actually disguised it as a threat. Threatens Hu with disturbing her work if she doesn't accept her milk tea. With Perry Hu's character, he would definitely compromise with himself in order to be able to work properly. Seeing the dismay in Yi Liangchen's eyes, inside, Hu Yueying was frantically cheering for herself. Because Big Brother said that if you want to really change yourself, the first thing you have to do first is to learn to reject. You can't easily compromise for the other person or they will feel good about holding you. Always remember that you can't easily let others take you down. At the time, Big Brother's tone was particularly serious when he said this. One wants to change one's personality and does not want to be at the mercy of someone else's easy take. Though the words were uttered with a thump in his heart, though I don't know if my refusal of the other party will cause them to retaliate and bully. But in order to change myself, in order not to disappoint my big brother, I still hardened my heart and refused. At this moment, looking at the dismay in the other party's eyes, Hu Yueying knew that she had finally taken the first step bravely. I refuse. I am not going to be easily taken by you. Hu Yueying tried her best to look angry and not to be messed with, but the hands that clutched the corners of her coat deeply betrayed the nervousness she felt inside at the moment. And Yi Liangchen's eyes were soft, and he only felt that his heart had been hit hard by a marshmallow. Sweet and soft, Perry Huyu stared at herself fiercely with a pair of watery eyes. She seems to want to disguise herself as fierce, but this long and dense eyelashes are slightly fluttering, showing all the weakness and pity posture, so that people cannot help but want to ruthlessly bully her a bit. Hastily shook his head. How could he have thoughts of wanting to ruthlessly bully and ravage Perry Hu? He is not like those people. He is the salvation of the future life of Hu Yueying. Not at all like the group of people who simply wanted to bully her. I didn't see you as a bully and want to take you down. I really just want to make a friend with you. Yi Liangchen took a deep breath, suppressed the impulse inside and slowly said, It's okay, one day you'll know. My sincere heart, and genuine nature. Hearing this, Hu Yueying looked at Yi Liangchen with a few moments of doubt in her gaze. Seeing the hesitation in Yinghu's eyes, Yi Liangchen grinned brightly. He knew he had left enough impression in Yinghu's mind. You work, I won't disturb you. When school starts on Monday, and Hu Yueying knows that she is disguised as a charge for her, with a pair of 8, she will understand everything in an instant. Waiting for Long Ao Tian to bully her to the point of desperation, to the edge of vulnerability about to break. She'll know that she's actually the one who's really good for her. Then he himself would be the only light in Hu Yueying's heart. Things will also gradually overlap with the dream. Now he himself was quite good as long as he left some good impression in her mind. At least she already knew that she was different from the boys who only thought about bullying her. This is the effect one wants to produce a noticeable difference in contrast. Because of the obvious contrast, the scales in Hu Yueying's heart tilted. Chapter 28, The Little Teacher. Yi Liangchen just sat on the side. He didn't try to force Yinghu to accept the cup of milk tea anymore. Nor did he bother Yinghu anymore. He just stared at her with a smile. It seemed that everything about Perry Hu was good for him. Noticing Yi Liangchen's line of sight, it would be a lie for Hu Yueying to say that she wasn't nervous. Anyone who was stared at by a strange man, staring at them with such eyes, would feel scared. Well, not a moment later, Yi Liangchen's stomach was a bit upset because he drank 2 cups of milk tea in a row. Taking advantage of the time when he went to the bathroom, Hu Yueying ended her part-time job half an hour earlier and left the mall. She wasn't quite able to understand why he was staring at her with a smile when she had clearly rejected Yi Liangchen. Anyway, you must take a detour when you see him in the future. Thinking of this, Hu Yueying couldn't help but speed up her steps. She was so afraid that the person called Yi Liangchen would realize that she had left and thus chase her out. On the way home, when passing by the food market, Hu Yueying looked at the money in his hands and walked in. Part-time jobs are paid on a daily basis. She wanted to buy some vegetables to take home. In the past, Perry who used to come to the food market in the afternoon, because that's when the food is cheapest. But she didn't want to come out when she got home today, because she had to learn to brush up even more to make sure that when she gave her big brother a lecture later on, she would come across a topic that she didn't know either. Into the vegetable market, Hu Yueying in the various stalls to select vegetables. The weather is gradually turning hot. Hu Yueying selected vegetables are basically cheap and can be put in the house. Okay boss, I'll take these. How much? Handing the selected potatoes, sweet potatoes to the owner of the vegetable vendor, he asked in a small voice, gave the money, lifted the bag in his hand, and was about to leave the food market. Perry who? Suddenly hearing someone calling herself, Hu Yueying looked back in confusion, but there were too many stalls around and so many people that there was no way to find out who was calling her for a while. Here, the voice sounded again, and Hu Yueying looked sideways at the meat stall. He saw a teenager waving his right hand high toward him, his short black hair soaked with sweat plastered to that gentle face. He walked slowly towards himself, even in the middle of the city, but in this moment, it was this moment, at least, all the hustle and bustle around them seemed to have disappeared. What are you staring at? Don't recognize me? The teenager in front of him laughed softly. His laughter was like a clear spring in a mountain stream on a summer's day, with fine stones thrown into his heart, inadvertently creating a ripple. Big brother, why are you here? Hu Yueying eyes flashing as if reflecting a fine light, more than a touch of vivid vigor, and then more boredom swept away in a moment. My dad is over there selling pork. I came over here to help. Between words, she saw a bag of potatoes and a bag of sweet potatoes carried by Ing Hu, and frowned slightly. Follow me. Okay. Ing Hu nodded heavily, a shallow pear swirl showing on the side of her cheek, bringing Hu Yueying to the top of the old man's stall. The old man froze for a moment as he watched his son go out for a trip and come back with a girl. This is my old man, Long Ao Tian introduced. This is my deskmate and my little teacher. This was the first time his son introduced himself in front of his classmates. The old man had mixed emotions inside, and looked at the dirty and oily apron he was wearing, and subconsciously took it off. And Hu Yueying did not expect his elder brother to introduce himself as his little teacher in front of his father. Her introverted nature was a bit overwhelmed for a while. Out of politeness it was still softly called out, "Hello uncle." Then he looked at Long Ao Tian handily. When the old man heard the little girl timidly call herself uncle, he couldn't help but be butted inside. Trying to look amiable, he smiled and said, "Long Ao Tian didn't give you any trouble, right?" Hu Yueying hastily shook his head. Big brother did not give himself trouble. On the contrary, it was he who had been giving big brother trouble. Trouble, definitely trouble. Senior year of high school is such a tense time, but also have to spare energy to help your son to make up lessons. How can it not be trouble? Long Ao Tian had already cut off a piece of fat and thin fine meat as he spoke, packed up smooth directly in the bag of Hu Yueying. Seeing this, Ing Hu hurriedly waved her hand anxiously. I can't have it. He himself ended his part-time job early today, and there wasn't much money left in his hand. I can't afford to buy this meat myself. I gave it to you. Seeing as you're as skinny as a bamboo pole, take it back and nourish your body. This is not a false statement. According to the original novel in the depiction, Hu Yueying's body and height should be the most perfect golden ratio. Front and back, bumpy, curvy, but now it's all slimmed down to a straight line, where you can still see the dimples and delicate curves. Hu Yueying anxiously tilted her head and looked at Long Ao Tian. Big brother, I, said her small face pretty red, more embarrassed up. I have no money. Long Ao Tian thought it was something, and said with amusement, I gave it to you, little teacher. Then I can't take it. You guys are doing business too, and I've already bought the food. I don't like meat either. Long Ao Tian directly pulled Ing Hu's hand out of the bag. I'm warning you, I can't stand you being so nagging. Give it to you and take it. Don't force me to beat you up, but I don't like meat. Long Ao Tian raised his hand on Ing Hu's head and gently touched it with his knuckles. Still talking or not? Ing Hu rubbed her head, her apricot eyes moist, her gaze choo-choo looking at Long Ao Tian. That gives the impression as if you're going to cry in the next second. Seeing Perry Hu in this state, Long Aotian hurriedly raised his hand and rubbed the place where he just hit Perry Hu. Feeling the caress of Long Aotian's big hand, Hu Yuing stiffened for a moment, as if she was controlled by an unknown force. The body did not make a stressful reaction, but instead tilted its head dumbfoundedly to look at Long Aotian. It hurts? It wasn't very painful, but Hu Yuing didn't know what to think. But in any case, she still nodded gently. Then be obedient next time you know? Got it. Do you live in the neighborhood? For seeing Hu Yu here, Long Aotian was still quite surprised. That village in front, Hu Yuing said as she pointed her finger in the eastern direction. The old man looked at the two of them who stood against the light, opposite each other, and smiled without speaking. He saw the change in his own son, and that's what the family does. Meat is not an uncommon thing for them. If this little teacher could really teach his son well, could help him improve his grades a little bit, and could get into college, not to mention this little bit of meat, even if he came to eat it every day, there wouldn't be the slightest problem. Chapter 29, Me Too. You too. Our existence has meaning. Hu Yuing looked at the meat in her bag and couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from rising. Looking back at the food market, although the stall where Long Aotian was could no longer be seen, Hu Yuing still wanted to take a look. On the way home, Hu Yuing's heart was all joy. It turns out that you can get so much kindness yourself. Just walked into my own alley. Then a tap was heard on the door. Looking up, the joy that had been in his eyes was replaced by panic in an instant. Hurriedly, he ducked in front of someone's house and poked his little head out to look again. This time she wasn't wrong. Someone was tapping on her door, and it was someone he recognized. It was Yi Liangchen who had insisted on letting himself drink his milk tea at the mall earlier. For a moment, fear, worry, filled his heart. She didn't know how Yi Liangchen knew her home was here. Not to mention that he didn't know why Yi Liangchen was tapping on his own door. Yucking is me I'm Liangchen, Yi Liangchen I went to the toilet out you disappeared. I'm really worried about you Are you at home? Yi Liangchen's heart was incomparably worried. He only went to the toilet, and after he came out, he couldn't see Perry Hu, and asked the restaurant owner, who said that Perry Hu seemed to have something to do and ended his part-time job early. With Yi Liangchen's understanding of Hu Yuing in the dream, unless it was something very urgent, Hu Yuing would not easily go AWOL from his post. Yi Liangchen didn't know what some urgent things had happened to Hu Yu. That's why he was so worried that he took the liberty of coming to visit without Hu Yuing's consent. But he had already tapped on the door for a long time, and if Perry Hu was at home, he would have opened the door for himself long ago. Not at work, not at home. Where can she go? In the dream, Hu Yuing is often bullied, is not much of a friend. Her life was also monotonous. Either she goes to school or she's at home, and she's not going anywhere other than her part-time job on Saturdays. Once he thought of this, Yi Liangchen became even more anxious. At this time in the dream, besides being bullied by Long Aotian, it seems that nothing urgent happened in her family. Being bullied by Long Aotian? Yi Liangchen suddenly thought of this. A thought gradually surfaced in his mind. Can it be that Long Aotian found out that Hu Yuxing was working part-time at Nanfeng Plaza, then forced her to end her part-time job and took her out to bully her? The more I think about it, the more I think it's possible. Otherwise it doesn't make sense. Damn it! Under his own nose, Long Aotian was also too lawless to put himself in his eyes. Hu Yu watched Yi Liangchen talking to himself for a while, tapping his own door for a while, rubbing his hair as if he was chagrined, and looking inside through the doorway for a while. She was terrified and had no idea what to do at the moment. Take 2 steps back. Under the panic, she remembered Long Aotian. Clenching her own hand, she turned away the next moment and trotted toward the food market. While running, he also looked back to see if the one called Yi Liangchen had noticed him. Finally came to the vegetable market. I don't know if I was lucky. Just arrived here. I saw Long Aotian come out from inside the market. It was now mealtime and there weren't many people left in the market. So Long Aotian was ready to go home under the old man's urging. Seeing that scene of Long Aotian, Hu Yuying's footsteps gradually slowed down and her nervous heart gradually smoothed out. Long Aotian is still wondering, hasn't Hu Yu gone back already? Didn't you already go home? Looking at her, panting slightly, her crushed hair wet with sweat from jogging over, she couldn't help but ask, is something wrong? Hu Yu looked at Long Aotian. Her gaze was all the gentle look that Long Aotian had when he asked himself, yes, there is. Someone is knocking on my house's door. Take me over there. Long Aotian frowned, thinking that it was Hu's former classmate when she was in the second high school. In the original book novel, the group was supposed to gather on Friday to embarrass Hu Yuing. He had cleverly avoided it by asking Perry Hu to stay and tutor himself. I didn't realize the group had found their way to the house. It's downright deceptive. Originally thought that a group of small children just, he temporarily avoided the front also even. It seems like this won't work at all. So it's a good thing I know a little bit about punching and kicking as well. Since we can't avoid it, let's go to the fisticuffs. There's always a way to even this out. Perry who you froze for a moment, not expecting that he had just said it, and his big brother had directly responded. Looking at her big brother's back, Hu Yueying suddenly had some regrets. He was too scared himself just now. One has never told anyone else where one lives. Why would that man come straight to us? The most likely scenario is that the person is stalking himself. But he had only just transferred into the first high school for 2 days. That is to say, it's just the past 2 days that one is being stalked by this man. Now that he calmed down, he also thought of his first day of transferring to a new school. He clearly didn't know Yi Liangchen, but he had to get acquainted with himself, and acted as if he was very familiar with him. Could that be the day that one was followed by him? Would he indirectly bring trouble to Long Aotian by coming to him rashly? For a while Hu Yueying's heart was again filled with entanglement and remorse. What are you waiting for? Lead the way in front. Long Aotian took 2 steps, but realized that Hu Yu was still frozen in place, so he called out to her. Hearing Long Aotian shout, Hu Yueying gave him a tangled look. The next second only felt a tightness in his hand, staggeringly looking at Long Aotian grasping his hand. Scared silly? How dare you? Let's see brother go and back you up. Feeling the temperature coming from Long Aotian's palm, Hu Yueying subconsciously followed his footsteps towards the front. By the time he would come back to his senses, he was about to walk near the village he had rented. Where is your house? Hu Yu looked at Long Aotian dumbfounded. Big brother, why are you so good to me? No one other than my family has ever been so kind to me. This was something that put Long Aotian on the spot. It should be hard for the average person to accept the fact that he or she has traveled across the world, right? Nor could he directly tell Perry Hu that this world was actually a fictionalized world. He was nice to her solely because he was the evil male counterpart and wanted to change his final miserable end. I guess I'll be taken for a psychopath for saying that, right? However, looking at Hu Yu clear budding stupid eyes, Long Aotian coughed lightly and said in a deep voice, of course, because I'm your big brother since I did my little follower. As a big brother will guarantee your safety. And I need your help too, little teacher. I want to go to college and experience another very different life. Otherwise, with my current grades, it's as if the road ahead is visible at a glance. Speaking here, Long Aotian seriously looked at Hu. Every one of us who survives in this world has a significance of our own existence. So do you. So do I. And for me at the moment, it's rewarding to help my female classmates clear up their troubles. Hu Yueying's eyes moved slightly. My existence is also very meaningful. Chapter 30, such a big man. Still choking at dinner, Yi Liangchen suddenly covered his stomach and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. It just felt like the inside of my stomach was turning over. Oh no! Too much milk tea can upset your stomach. This one has enough rage. Straight to the door. Looking around, he covered his stomach and headed toward the sewer gully at the end of the alley. He just walked in, quickly covered his stomach again, picked up a brick on the floor, smashed it on the ground, picked up 2 broken chunks of brick, looked at the size, and hurried in again. When Long Aotian and Hu Yueying arrived here, the alley was empty and no one could be seen. Back in front of her own door, Hu Yueying checked the key on the door. The lock was not blocked, and there was no sign of it being pried open. It was clearly still here just now. Hu Yu whispered, will they leave again without knocking on the door? Long Aotian said as he looked towards the other end of the alley. The alley is divided into east and west entrances, with both sides coming in and going out. He and Hu Yueying came in through this opening from the west and didn't meet anyone when they came in. It's unlikely they went out the east exit. Perry Hu nodded, also feeling that it was very likely. So he opened the door and stepped inside. Big brother, you come in first. Long Aotian thought about it and felt that it would be fine. If that group of people still dared to come over, he could still go out and reason with them. So it went in. It's a regular little yard. A parsonage, a kitchen, and an outhouse in the southeast part of the yard. The yard looked a little old, but it was cleaned up and overall looked fine. Perry Hu put the purchases into the kitchen, lifting the bamboo curtain in the hall. Big brother, enter the house first. I'll pour you some water to drink. Hearing Hu Yu calling herself, Long Aotian walked inside the hall. The parsonage is not too small, with 2 roomy bedrooms, also a common layout for this type of house with a yard. Hu Yu poured 2 cups of water and placed it on top of the coffee table, then looked at Long Aotian with some bemusement and embarrassment. Big brother, you sit down first. I'll turn on the fan for you. Never thought anyone would come to their house. Perry Hu's house is clean, in the literal sense of the word. There were no snacks, no fruit, and the only thing on the empty coffee table were open books and unfinished exercises. The first time she received guests who came to her house, Hu Yueying did not know what to do. After pouring water for Long Aotian, he didn't know what to say. For a moment the air was hushed. That Big brother, you haven't eaten lunch yet. Right. I'll go and cook for you to try my handiwork. Okay? It was mealtime, and I don't think Big brother had time to eat at the food market, so said, "No, I'm not hungry yet." Just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled. Since it's too quiet, Inghuyu quietly glanced at Long Aotian, finding that Long Aotian was also at a loss for words as he looked at himself. All four of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. That would be troublesome. Long Aotian said with some embarrassment, "It's okay, Big brother is trying to help me. I'll go cook. It'll be quick." Huyuing finished her speech and walked towards the kitchen with brisk steps. There were also green peppers, 2 tomatoes and 4 or 5 eggs in the fridge. After thinking about it, Huyuing fried 2 dishes, shredded pork with green peppers and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It is said that the children of the poor are born early, but this is actually not true at all. When Inghu was very young, she would help her family make the simplest porridge with thin rice. After middle school, when her peers would only make noodles, she was already skilled at cooking. All these 2 dishes are really considered to be masterpieces for Perry Hu. "I didn't realize you were quite skilled at cooking." Huyuing, who was frying vegetables, heard the voice. Her eyes contained a smile as she looked at Long Aotian. I often cook and eat by myself, so it just seems more skillful." Long Aotian walked into the kitchen. It was kinda hard to let him sit alone in the living room, so he came inside the kitchen to see if there was anything he could do to help. Now it seemed as if Perry Hu was more skillful at cooking than herself. Seeing Long Aotian looking at this and that, he looked like he wanted to help but didn't know what to do. Inghuyu laughed softly. "Big brother, go sit in the house. It will be ready in a moment." Seeing that he couldn't help much, Long Aotian slipped back into the hall. Looking at the way Long Aotian lifted the bamboo curtain and lowered his head to burrow into the hall, the laughter in Huyu Ying's eyes increased. The first time someone came to the house as a guest, it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, and I didn't pick on myself, and I didn't look disgusted by the simplicity of the place I was staying. Perry, who was full of energy to cook. Soon both plates were all fried. The rice is also just about out of the pan. Huyu Ying washed the dishes several times. "Since I can't use a lot of dishes by myself, they've been sitting around for a bit too long." He gave Long Aotian a big bowl, then he carried the rice into the hall. "Big brother is eating. It smells good." Long Aotian got up to catch the rice. "There's one more dish," Perry Hu said. "Then serve the other green pepper stir fry as well. Big brother, you taste if it's good." Before Long Aotian crossed over, he was also a frugal person who had suffered, not to mention having rice and vegetables. Even a bowl of rice won't be picky. Taking some of the tomato scrambled egg juice with a spoon and mixing it into the rice, he took a bite and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Yummy! Watching Long Aotian take a big bite into his mouth, Huyu Ying got great satisfaction inside. "Don't be silly and happy. Eat together." Seeing that Inghuyu took 1 bite of the dish and 3 bites of rice, Long Aotian pushed the green pepper fried pork to Inghuyu. You eat. These are enough for me." Seeing Long Aotian pushing the meat dishes to himself, Huyu Ying didn't even swallow the rice and hurriedly said, "Enough of what? You eat more meat to replenish your body. Okay? Look at how skinny you are. Even middle schoolers are plumper than you." Hearing Long Aotian's words, Huyu Ying subconsciously glanced at her body. "Eat more, get in good shape, and charm the hell out of those bullies that have been picking on you later." Quietly, he glanced at Long Aotian. "Don't you boys all like girls with good bodies? What are you saying? Is your brother Long that shallow?" Long Aotian glanced at Inghuyu without any good humor. Huyu Ying hastily shrunk her neck, thinking that brother Long is so handsome and has a good personality, so he is definitely not a shallow person. Out of shape. I like it too. Pust. Cough cough cough. When Huyu Ying heard this, she accidentally choked and coughed dryly. Such a big person, eating a meal and still choking, really convinced you. Long Aotian smoothed Huyu Ying's back, and at the same time put the water on the table, into her hands. It was only after taking a sip of water that his throat finally didn't choke so much. Some embarrassed to look at Long Aotian, also do not know whether it is choked. The small face reddens a piece of. Chapter 31, I will love myself without reservation. Hiss ouch. Yi Lianchen walked out of the sewer ditch. Marred. This stone is too rough. It's hurting me. Take a deep breath. Forced to endure the discomfort of the body, glanced at the closed door of Perry Hu's house, decided that it is better to go back to clean it first. I guess it rubbed the skin. The butt cracks were pinned together and it was hot and painful. It's too much. Next time you come out you must carry paper with you. There isn't even a tree here. Not a single leaf to be seen. It's really convincing. If it weren't for the treasure girl, I really wouldn't want to come here. Muttering, he left the place. His family lived still farther away, and he hadn't eaten at lunch, so now he was sick and hungry. It's better to wait until we get to school on Monday. I'm sure Perry who will be moved to tears when she realizes everything I've done for her. This kind treasure girl, that's all. Even a little kindness from an outsider will move her half a day. As he spoke, Yi Liangchen left this alley. After lunch, Ing Huyu went to wash the dishes and Long Aotian got up and went outside for a turn, opened the door to his room and stood looking around the street. Big noon this time of the day on the street there is no one. Such rural alleys, liven most of the elderly. Look past the empty. After washing the dishes, Hu Yueying also walked out. I think he saw that he couldn't knock on the door, so he left. Hu Yueying said, looking at the empty streets. These brats are really arrogant. Do you have a cell phone? Long Aotian asked. Aha, there is. Hu Yueying nodded, then trot back to the room. Long Aotian raised his head to look at such a big sun and thought about walking in as well. Walk into the living room. The door to this bedroom room on the right had been opened. Soon Perry Huyu walked out, carefully holding one in his hand. A smart touchscreen cell phone. Used, purchased only after biting the bullet so I could keep in touch with my grandparents in the village. Seeing the cell phone in Perry Hu's hand, Long Aotian put the keypad cell phone that he had just pulled out, quietly and gropingly put it back again. Ahem. Add my penguin number and save my cell phone as well. Call me later if you need anything. It's close by anyway. The family compound in this village are separated by a vegetable market. It's about a 12 or 13-minute walk over. It would have been faster on a bike. If you happen to be helping out at the food market yourself, it's even faster. Ing Huyu did not say anything, just added Long Aotian's penguin number and cell phone number. Looking at the first friend in the list, Hu Yueying had some little leaps inside. Looking at the smile on Perry Hu's face, you can see that being happy is actually quite simple. Jingle bell, Onum. The cell phone in Perry Hu's hand rang. Turning off the ringtone, Hu Yueying put the phone back under her pillow. What's wrong with you, big brother? There's nothing to do. Then I'll leave first. Long Aotian was an adult soul after all. Usually when the host says something like this, it means that he or she has something going on, and it's time for the guest to have the eyes to say goodbye. Looking at Long Aotian about to leave, Hu Yueying realized if she said something wrong, and quickly explained, Big brother, I don't mean that. What I mean is that if you don't have anything to do in the afternoon, I'll come and help you with your tutoring. Perry Hu said while pointing to the exercise books placed on the coffee table. She sets herself study assignments every single day. It's study time. It just so happens that Big Brother is also in his house, so why don't we just study together? And you can even tutor Big Brother yourself. Okay. Long Aotian nodded his head because it was fine for him to go back now. It would be better to stay here at Perry Hu's to make up for it and see if the group would still come over in the afternoon. Seeing that Long Aotian agreed to do so, Hu Yueying hurriedly cleaned up her desktop and distributed her exercise books to Long Aotian. Several questions had been marked on it by himself, which were all basic knowledge points, and had been intended to be handed over to him to study when he went to school on Sunday afternoon. Just in time now. These questions were all told to Long Aotians by Ing Huyu on Friday. Long Aotian was not stupid. Recalling the way Perry Hu taught himself to solve the problem earlier, he began to solve the problem. Watching her big brother get into the swing of things so quickly, Hu Yueying also studied seriously. It used to be just me, but now that there's another person around, it's a feeling that's not at all the same as when you're on your own. Taking a deep breath, he stole a glance at Long Aotian, then withdrew his gaze and started writing the question. Senior year is a review of all subject matter from freshman and sophomore year. Perry Hu had a clear idea in her heart and was confident enough in her own learning, so she was willing to spend more time answering Long Aotian's doubts and coming up with questions to practice. This question is that there is an even easier way. Let me teach you. This will save you more time in solving the problem, Hu Yueying said as she pointed to the last question. This question is slightly more difficult than the previous ones. Hu Yueying was very meticulous when she was speaking about the questions. Long Aotian looked at Hu Yueying. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. This was the only time she felt confident. This confidence will slowly seep into her life and into her character. Up to this point Perry Hu will embark on a path that is diametrically opposed to the original novel. And the original novel, diametrically opposed. Long Aotian also hesitated at first, not knowing whether this was right or wrong. But at this moment, when he saw the smile on Hu Yueying's face, he felt that it was not about right or wrong, and that Hu Yueying's life should have been free. Instead of being described in just one paragraph, instead of being arbitrarily boxed into life's limitations, Perry Huyu's movement of lecturing on the topic paused for a moment and looked sideways at Long Aotian. Big brother, what are you laughing at? Pursing her lips lightly, she uncomfortably averted her eyes. I'm laughing at you. Hearing this, Hu Yueying's face inadvertently reddened. Hu Yueying, please remember to be happy now, and be happy in this life. Your life is free, and I hope you are still full of expectations and love for everything in the world. Words. Hu Yuing only felt as if something in her body had broken, noiselessly shattered, as if it was a shackle that trapped them, or something. In short, Hu Yuing slowly began to learn to accept the world, slowly began to have their own expectations. Thank you, brother. I will love myself without reservation, and love without reservation all things in the world that deserve to be loved. I will slowly learn to change myself. I am actually a good person, and my existence still has meaning to the world. These are all Long Aotian taught herself in the past 2 days. She did not forget, and she did not dare to forget. This is everything she aspires to now. Change is not about words, it's about real action. Perry, who is like that, she will prove her change with her actions. Chapter 32, Habit is more than liking. Done. Long Aotian stretched his back, raising his hand and pounding his shoulder. Seeing this, Hu Yuing hesitated for a moment, and then immediately thought of his obligation as a follower. Getting up, he came behind Long Aotian. Brother Long, let me help you press it. As she spoke, her hands kneaded on top of Long Aotian's shoulders. Is that going to be better? Nice and cozy. Getting Long Aotian's affirmation, Hu Yuing was very happy, so she kneaded and massaged even more vigorously. When I was in my hometown, I would also squeeze my grandfather's shoulders after he finished his farm work in the field. There is no technique. Just a simple press like this will relax the shoulders. And Hu Yuing also feel that Long is good to himself, so to be able to help Long, she herself did not feel trouble, but also feel very happy. Alright, Long Aotian patted Hu Yu's hand, then stood up and lazily moved his waist. It's getting late. I'll go back first. Taking a look at the weather outside, Long Aotian said. Good. Send Long Aotian to the door. You go back. Call me if you run into trouble you can't solve. And remember, no matter what the situation is, it's important to protect yourself. I know, big brother. Hu Yuing looked at Long Aotian with a bright and warm smile. Hu Yuing is a particularly pure person. Her smile never mixed with other. Not to mention because of certain things and become complicated. All the innocence and beauty shown is so true. That's right. You should smile more like this. Come and give brother another smile. Long Aotian joked. Hearing this, Hu Yuing was amused, and her pair of bright and penetrating eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon. See you later. Looking at Long Aotian's back as he left, Hu Yuing clenched her small hand, gathered her courage and looked at his back in the sunlight and asked, Brother Long, when I'm not doing anything, can I also contact you? Of course, any time. Long Aotian didn't turn around, he just raised his hand and waved it with his back to Hu Yu. Brother Long, you take your time on the road. Hu Yu finished also raised her hand and waved it at Long Aotian's back, although he didn't see it either, until Long Aotian's back disappeared at the entrance of the alley. Hu Yuing tilted her head to the sky, smiling like a jade, and took a deep breath. This weekend was fun for her. Troubles will be replaced by happy things. Now Hu Yuing's heart is filled with happiness. When I got home, I unlocked the door and jogged back to the bedroom. Removed the cell phone from under the pillow. Looking at the penguin that kept flashing and jumping, Hu Yuing opened the penguin. Long Aotian, little teacher. Today's meal was delicious. Thanks for the hospitality. Looking at these fonts, the smile in Hu Yuing's eyes never disappeared. Carefully picking up the phone. I'll still make it for Lung if he likes it. Long Aotian, okay. Received a reply. Hu Yuing lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling. The girl's unique shyness is so charming that people cannot remove their eyes. Before going home, Long Aotian went to the food market. After helping the old man organize a few things, he was driven home. Long Aotian didn't go straight home, but went to an internet cafe. In the morning he went to open his account. It's time to do a little bit of business, even though you don't have a lot of money. But for the current Long Aotian it was enough. Familiar with this novel, he knew that there were many wealthy business opportunities throughout the text, so he was in no hurry. Besides, there was no rush. He wasn't the main character. Where would he get so many chances? You can't do it without someone coming to give you money just when you're short of it, or having a pillow immediately when you're drowsy. For now this is just fine. It's like being open. Saving money little by little was not a joy for Long Aotian. After doing everything, Long Aotian got off the plane and went back home. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, it had been a few days since I crossed into this world though, but it can also be a bit of a trance when one is quiet. It always felt like a dream. Not knowing when the dream would wake up, without realizing it, he fell asleep. Early the next morning, Li Qingxue rolled over and sleepily opened her eyes. Looking out at the sunshine, he straightened his arms and stretched out on the bed. Opened the cell phone to look at. Habitually want to ask Yi Lianchen sleep wake up or not. Today is Sunday afternoon, we'll go to school. Wanted to ask him if he was having trouble reviewing his homework and what time he was going to start walking from home to school. It's a habit. A habit developed over several years really isn't meant to be broken all at once, but when she opened the penguin chat box and looked at the chat log on it, Li Qingxue came back to her senses. Dark eyes drooped. He had taken back his favoritism towards himself, and they were now in a true friendship of friendship. Taking a deep breath, he was stifled, glancing at the time on her cell phone. After thinking about it, Li Qingxue got up, dressed and washed, and left the room. Cher, why are you in such a hurry? Have some breakfast before you go. Li Qingxue's mother looked at the windy Li Qingxue and spoke out. Li Qingxue, who had just walked out the door, returned, grabbed a slice of bread and boxed yogurt and left again. I'm going to go work out. Looking at Li Qingxue's back as she trotted away, Li mother couldn't help but laugh. Which one eats breakfast while exercising? This child ah. Li Qingxue walked on the road, all the way to here in Water Bay. Looking around, he sighed darkly. He was just about to leave when he ended up seeing a lying figure on a sloping platform not far away, headed that way. Upon seeing the shape of two leaves over his eyes, he let out a light laugh. Hey, why are you sleeping somewhere else today? Hearing the voice, Long Aotian picked up the leaves covering his eyes and glanced at the speaker. It's you again. I'm not sleeping. I'm just killing time. Li Qingxue sat down not far from Long Aotian, her hands propped up on her curled up legs, staring blankly at the shimmering, flowing Shuiwan River. Habit really is a terrible thing. And this morning I woke up and subconsciously wanted to contact him. Are you treating me like a tree hole? Long Aotian said in a lazy voice as he rested his hands under his head. But these words, it's so hard to keep them inside, and I don't know who to say them to, and it just so happens that you're not bored to pass the time, so you can't listen to me? Boredom is boredom. Passing time is passing time. This two concepts. You don't get confused. Long Aotian corrected. After saying that, he glanced at the girl beside him. Why don't you continue? Hearing this, Li Qingxue didn't know why her mood improved all of a sudden. I thought very seriously after I went back yesterday that there should be more familiarity than liking between him and I. Because we've known each other for years, know each other well, and for me, his presence has formed dependence and companionship. Is this considered a kind of liking? Chapter 33, that's it. I choose dignity. There's a bit of stupidity in that question of yours. Like I just said to you, boredom is boredom and passing time is passing time. The two don't mix. Must I pass the time because I'm bored? No, maybe I just like the natural peace and quiet. Or maybe it's that I just plain like to lay here, listen to the water flow and blow in the natural breeze. Besides, don't you think it would be really relaxing to be here? Li Qingxue seemed to understand, but seemed to be a little confused. So dependence and companionship, isn't that the same as liking? It's not to be confused because there are many kinds of liking, and liking is not a unique concept, so you can't confuse them. Li Qingxue looked at Long Aotian lying on the lawn in a cozy manner, also learned him to lie on top of the lawn, two arms relaxed, from this angle to see the blue sky in the sky. It seems to be really somewhat different. Can you tell me about it in more detail? Afraid of the other party's refusal, Li Qingxue took out her breakfast and placed it beside Long Aotian. Please, I really want to know. Long Aotian glanced at it. Open that one for me to taste. Li Qingxue opened the yogurt and placed it near Long Aotian's mouth. It was a series of moves that came naturally. Li Qingxue back to God. The small face instantly read. This is their first time to feed boys drink milk. Long Aotian inhaled and moistened his throat before saying, just this once ah. Next time I'm going to raise the price. Aha, thanks. Li Qingxue cupped her small face with both hands, not wanting to let this classmate see her blushing embarrassment, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised in a smile. She liked to listen to this man because what he said could really be disguised as a way to lead herself to a different perspective on things. It's like having a heart-to-heart talk with your own parents, which accomplishes the same thing, but you are, after all, old enough to have your own private little secrets. And it's not appropriate to say everything to your parents anymore. What about like is divided into several kinds. The first is called physiological like. This is a genetic instinct inherent in human beings. Instinctively will produce inexplicable good feelings for some male/female with good appearance conditions, commonly known as the so-called love at first sight. The second is called psychosexual liking. This one reaches further than physical liking. For example, appreciate each other's nature, character, quality, interests, or each other have common topics. Mutual attraction. This stage, commonly known as the so-called ambiguous stage. The third type of spiritual liking, commonly known as soulmates, is when both partners get spiritual empathy, support, and mutual encouragement when they're together, a level that goes beyond liking and is more appropriately collectively referred to as love. And you're the fourth, a companionable favorite. Li Qingxue froze for a moment. Companionable like? A distinctive habit, formed over a long period of time, of liking the other person's company, but not having per se, a physical liking, a mental liking, a spiritual liking, any of these, for the other person. In other words, all you need is a companion. Let me give you the simplest example. Your parents were with you for 18 long years. Did you like them? Like, Li Qingxue said without hesitation. And let's say, for example, that you like to hear me talk. Just like to hear me talk. Then let me ask you, do you like me? Li Qingxue's small face was slightly red, which has such an example so shy. Spinning around, she shook her head in embarrassment, but she had understood the central idea that this classmate was trying to express. Companionship and dependence is actually a favorite. But this kind of liking is essentially different from that between a man and a woman. Anyway, Li Qingxue had completely understood now. So yeah, like is complex and exists in multiple elements that can't be lumped together. As Long Ao Tian finished speaking, the last bite of bread was eaten with him. Trash away. I know. Li Qingxue collected the garbage and placed it by her feet, glancing at Long Ao Tian who was still looking cozy. That thank you. It clears my mind a lot after hearing what you said. Long Ao Tian nodded. Well, just understand, it's not a waste of wasting so much of my saliva. Everyone has their own choices, and learning to understand and respect them is what keeps friendships alive. Li Qingxue looked at Long Ao Tian. Why do you know so much? Obviously you're only a senior in high school, and the words you say make you feel so old-fashioned. Long Ao Tian spoke out without a single word of persuasion, but managed to unravel the doubts in his heart without even realizing it. Secret. Oh, Li Qingxue didn't break the ice. Understanding, respecting, clanking sound. Li Qingxue's cell phone rang, and this one was a particularly concerned alert. Remove the smart touch phone and look at it. Just saw Yi Liangchen in the special concerns list post a remark. Finally made up my mind to give up someone who used to mean a lot to me on an ordinary day. Picture of a lonely shadow. Looking at this saying, Li Qingxue was in a trance for a moment. Then she took a deep breath and exited the interface. This classmate was right. She liked Yi Liangchen, and all she liked was his company. One should understand and respect all of his choices when one is not attracted to him as a man or a woman. Instead, it would be irresponsible to continue to unreasonably demand that he remain by his side. With her heart clear, Li Qingxue was suddenly less anxious. If I hadn't heard this classmate's enlightenment about myself, I guess I wouldn't have been able to resist doing something that would make people misunderstand me again when I saw this saying, right? After all, we've known each other for 9 years. How many 9 years can there be in a person's life? Yi Liangchen looked at the browsing records in the cell phone interface, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. That's right, this talk is only visible to Li Qingxue alone. That is to say, this browsing record was read by one and only one person. Li Qingxue, I wonder what your mood would be now. Should be in a hurry? After all, 9 years isn't 9 days, and all of a sudden you're about to lose the person who's been with you for 9 years. So it should be hard, right? Speaking here, Yi Liangchen sighed slightly and continued in a rather helpless tone. Even if it's a dog that's been raised for 9 years and gets lost you'll cry a lot, let alone a living human being like me. Regret it, cry. It's a necessary part of everyone's path to growth. It's only after losing that you can recognize your heart, and it's only after losing that you'll know how to cherish it. Haruyuki, you're really too slow when it comes to your feelings, and this is the best chance for you to recognize your heart. Yi Liangchen quietly waited for Li Qingxue's message. With Yi Liangchen's understanding of Li Qingxue in the dream, it wouldn't take long for Li Qingxue to send a message questioning what exactly she meant by the saying she sent. What does it mean to finally decide to give up on someone who used to mean a lot to me, and then questioned if he really didn't want her, if he was really going to give up on her. I'm sorry, we're better suited to be normal friends with each other. When the time came, he himself would reply to Li Qingxue with these words. Simply too classy. Yi Liangchen secretly gave himself a compliment in his heart, but after waiting for a long time, Li Qingxue didn't send herself a questioning message, so Yi Liangchen was a bit sullen. Has she been crying this long? After thinking about it, he edited another saying, still aimed at Li Qingxue alone to watch. Let's stop here. I choose dignity. Picture of a lonely shadow. Chapter 34, Don't whack me. I'll do as I'm told. Time, 3:30 p.m. Sunday. Location, Perry Hu's house. Looking at the chat box in the cell phone screen, Hu Yueying put her fingertips on it and then moved away. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the mirror in front of him. Hu Yueying, you have to learn to be thick-skinned. It doesn't matter even if you are rejected. And Lung also said that you can contact him when you're not doing anything. Go for it. Go for it. Come on. Gathering his courage, he quickly pressed on his cell phone. Lung, what time are you planning to leave for school? Can we get together? Clicking all these words to send them, Hu Yueying felt as if her whole body had suddenly been drained of its strength. Lying on the bed, The small white face and the long black hair scattered behind her back showed a sense of cutthroat softness. Clanking sound. Special concerns, unique alert sounds. Perry, who froze for a moment, then took 2 deep breaths and picked up the cell phone. Seeing Lung's reply, her beautiful eyes curved into a small crescent moon, and she hurriedly replied, "Aha, I'll wait for you when I get there." After sending this message, he quickly got up, took off the clothes he was wearing and changed into his school uniform. Then he went to the living room and put away all the books, practice problems, put on his backpack and walked out of the room. Perry, who went to school on 2 roads, one from the west side of the alley, past the vegetable market and the compound tenant building. The older brother's family lived in the tenant building, so school was on the way. The other is the road he often takes. From the east side of the alley, this road goes through a railroad crossing, more small alleyways, but relatively close, but this road would be in the opposite direction from Lung. Turning off his cell phone, Long Aotian also changed into his school uniform and waited for about 10 minutes before he started to go downstairs. Arriving at the entrance to the compound, he stood in the shade of a side sign and waited. Lung. There was a hint of joy in his voice. Long Aotian looked back and saw Ang Huyu waving her hand vigorously towards his side not far away. Go. Aha. Still liked to follow behind Long Aotian, like a little tail. Suddenly walking in front of Long Aotian stopped, followed closely behind Huyuing. Dodge. Head hit on top of Long Aotian's back. I'm sorry, brother Long. I accidentally didn't see it. Huyuying's first reaction was to apologize to Long Aotian first. Long Aotian looked at Ing Huyu in amusement. What are you doing following me all the time? Huyuing sniffed and moved a step to the right, then carefully asked, "Is it okay for me to walk here?" "No." Seeing that Huyuing still wanted to move her feet towards the left, Long Aotian directly pulled her arm and pulled her to his side. "Go here." A tall and a short 2 figures, in the setting sunshine illumination, extraordinarily have a kind of unspeakable contrast. Meng. Ing Huyu was puzzled. "But brother Long, I see that everyone else's little followers are following Big Brother." "It's fine. I'm more democratic." Follower was just a casual remark made by Long Aotian. Deep down he did not even think of really letting Ing Huyuing be his follower. "I didn't expect this girl to be serious." "That's very kind of you." Lung. Looking at the sheer sense of purity that burst out of Huyuying's eyes, Long Aotian felt the need to nag a little more. So he stopped and looked solemnly at Ing Huyu, originally walking side by side with Long Aotian. Huyuing, seeing Long Aotian stopping, hurriedly took 2 steps back, once again keeping parallel with Long Aotian, then raised her eyes to look at Long Aotian. There are many good people in the world and many bad people. You can't treat the other person as a good person just because they release a little bit of goodwill to you, know? It's fine in school, but when you enter society, bad people also do things that take advantage of the compassion of good people. Perry, who looks like a good bully, if in the absence of a little heart, really will be cheated to pants or not left. Aha. I don't want to think of people in a bad direction either, but you can't be too defensive. Got it? Aha. Looking at this innocent little face of pure desire, Long Aotian suddenly had a kind of vestigial feeling of teaching his daughter not to be abducted by yellow hair. And don't always say aha if there's any doubt. You learn to say no. Got it? Ing Huyu nodded first, then, aha. Very good. Then continued toward the school. Today's cheeky task isn't done yet. Are you ready for it? Get ready. Good. Watch my face when the time comes. Aha. Don't aha. Aha. Do you believe me when I whack you? Don't whack me. I'll do as I'm told. Come to the classroom. Long Aotian looked at those female students exploring math formulas in the front row and touched Huyuing beside him with his shoulder. Your first cheeky task today is to join those girls in their exploration task. Math and science are your strengths, and you need to learn to put yourself out there. Perry, who raised her eyes at the words to look at the female students in the front row who were discussing math formulas together, still instinctively afraid of being in contact with so many people at once. It was a personality thing. Not that she didn't want to, but when she was faced with so many people, she would subconsciously get nervous and then not speak well. And those female classmates, they were exploring well, and they didn't know what topic to cut with. Don't be afraid or I'll whack you. Go! Under the threat of Long Aotian's fist, Inghu picked up her exercise book and took 3 steps back towards where those female classmates were. Every time he turned around, Long Aotian made a face, making a gesture to fight. Huyuing could only come to this group of female classmates with a hard head. The small hand was undoubtedly clenched, face embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Looking back at Long Aotian, he gestured a cheering gesture at her. Seeing the support Long was giving himself behind him, Huyuing gathered her courage. Just after saying that, the female students in the discussion had a puzzled expression as they looked at Huyuing. Being stared at by so many gazes at once, Huyuing was momentarily nervous and didn't know what to say, instinctively wanting to lower her head. Is something wrong? One of the female students asked. Hearing this, Hu Yueying forced herself not to bow her head and to learn to be cheeky. Can I talk to you guys about math problems? Of course. These ladies smiled and said, take a look at this problem. Do you think there's an easier way to do it? Hu Yueying herself hadn't thought that she had been ostracized earlier when she was in the second high school. Now the new students not only didn't ostracize themselves, they invited them. Instantly, he smiled and nodded, then joined them in their exploration. Wow! Hu Tongxue, your thoughts on understanding this question are really clear. Aha! This easy method is easy and time-saving when used on other identical problems. Hu Tongxue, you should be good at math, right? In the face of their sincere inquiries with a smile, Hu Yueying's inner tension slowly dissipated, but also slowly talked with them. Although it was basically them asking and Perry who answering, it was undoubtedly much better than before. On the way back to his seat, Long Aotian gave a thumbs up to Ing Huyu's performance, and Hu Yueying just pursed her lips stupidly. It seems that talking to people is not as hard as one might think. Chapter 35, You're the best person I've ever met. Look, it's not really as hard as you think, is it? Hu Yueying nodded heavily. There was no unpleasantness in the discussion with them just now, and when they are right, they listen quietly and don't argue with the nonsense. Keep this up and you'll be able to gain a lot of good friends in the future. Hearing this, Hu Yueying's eyes, which were originally filled with laughter, slowly calmed down. Taking out the exercise book, he wrote down the key knowledge topics and handed them to Long Aotian. Brother Long, do the questions. These are knowledge points that you can get points for when you learn them. If she could, she really wanted Long to fulfill his dream of stepping into college and moving on to a completely different life. He himself would do everything he could to help Long, just as Long had helped himself. End of the first study hall. The original female classmates who had discussed the math problems with Perry Hu, one by one, were hesitantly wandering in the aisle with their rolls of paper. Seeing this, Long Aotian got up and walked towards the door. Subconsciously, Hu Yueying wanted to follow suit. Long Aotian laughed. I'm going to the restroom. You stay here, said he left his seat. Ing Huyu's gaze followed Long Aotian closely, and those female classmates saw Long Aotian leave. Then they came to Hu Yueying's side. Do you have an easier way to think about this big question that your teacher told us about today? Hu Yueying looked at these female students who took the initiative to come to her to discuss their problems and smiled and nodded. Yucking, why don't you sit by yourself? Don't sit at the same table with Long Aotian. At this remark, the other female classmates nodded in agreement. Yeah, we don't dare to come over when he's around. We can always explore topics in the future. It is said that the three cobblers are better than Zhu Guoliang. We can review together and save more time to do other exercises. Hearing these words, Hu Yueying's expression froze for a moment. No, you've all misunderstood. Brother Long Aotian's classmates are quite nice. These students simply did not dare to agree with Perry Hu's words. They knew too well what Long Aotian was like. Seeing that these people don't believe, Hu Yueying wants to explain for Long Aotian, wants to say that in fact, as long as you put down your prejudice, you can really feel that Long Aotian is a very good, very gentle person. But time is running out. A lot of time was spent discussing the big questions, and at the moment the bell rang and they all returned to their seats. And at this time, Long Aotian also walked back from outside the classroom. After sitting back in his seat, he smiled and asked, how was it? That's how friendships slowly build up. So Brother Long, when you went out to use the restroom, it was actually to give us space? Hu Yueying's beautiful eyes flashed with complex emotions. What nonsense! Of course I went out to use the restroom. Long Aotian laughed. Oh, Hu Yueying secretly lowered her eyes. She knew that Long Aotian was deceiving himself. Where could anyone go to the toilet for 10 minutes? And the class bell had just rung and they had just left when Long Aotian came in from outside. It's just that Hu Yueying didn't say anything. Long didn't want him to know, so he could just pretend he didn't know. They all said that Long Aotian was bad, but in her own eyes, this big brother of hers was really good. The best person she had ever met in so many years. Long, you're the best person I've ever met. Hearing this, there was a touch of relief in Long Aotian's smile. How could he, a man with a 28-year-old soul, not realize how those people were talking about him behind his back? Of course they weren't wrong. The original novels, Long Aotian really wasn't much of a good guy. Fighting and brawling, skipping class and cursing, almost became the norm. Even if he had crossed over and tightened up quite a bit, the subjective impression left on the crowd could not be changed overnight. But so what? Long Aotian can't control what others think. Do what you think is right properly. It's enough. Besides, it's already the second half of their senior year, and in a few months, they will be facing the college entrance exam and will be scattered all over the world. For themselves, they are just a passing through in life. Likewise themselves for them. So Long Aotian really didn't take it to heart. He himself had changed the plot and changed Yinghu's impression of himself. It's pretty good. Everything is going in a good direction now. At least it shows that you're not working in the wrong direction. It's good to know. Don't forget you have a big brother when you get out in the future. Won't forget. Hu Ying's voice was small, but extraordinarily firm. People go through a lot of things in their lives. Go for what you think is right, and don't care what other people say, because you are you, and other people are next. Big brother is here to tell you that no one is more important than yourself, and in front of the interests, you also need to know how to make trade-offs, which is the norm in life. This is what Long Aotian said to Yinghu from an adult's point of view, although this is a little too realistic, but will eventually experience. Do not ask Hu Ying can now understand. Just hope that she can make the right choice. First class. As the school bell rings, Li Qingxue, as the class president of the first class, needed to hand out rolled paper, and their class was going to take a quiz during the last study period. Coming to Yi Liangchen's side, Li Qingxue looked at Yi Liangchen frankly. I have now understood my previous mistake. I won't in the future. I hope we are still good friends. Li Qingxue finished sending the rolled paper to Yi Liangchen. She came to school today and instead of talking to Yi Liangchen, she talked to her deskmate about some vacation stuff. Friendship, as it turns out, is just that. One is in no position to demand that anyone or anyone else has to be there for one's own company. And that kind of friendship is friendship. She wanted to admit her mistake in front of Yi Liangchen, but a girl's self-esteem is also very strong. Besides, Yi Liangchen also said those words to himself in public not long ago. He can only take advantage of this break in handing out rolling papers to admit his mistake to Yi Liangchen. It was his own inability to distinguish between them that caused him to keep giving Yi Liangchen the wrong impression. After saying this, Li Qingxue was in a much better mood, and in the future, she would learn to control the distance between her and the opposite sex until she met someone who would make her heart beat faster. Hearing Li Qingxue say such words, Yi Liangchen not only wasn't happy, but instead frowned. What does that mean? Shouldn't she come and question herself as to why she posted that kind of talk? Deeply frowning, but in the next moment, Yi Liangchen's brows stretched and the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. He thinks he's got it. Chapter 36, You'll have to learn to adapt quickly yourself. Li Qingxue was lusting after herself, outwardly feigning indifference as if nothing had happened. The fact that he actually took the initiative to come and talk to himself says it all. And say things like, I hope we're still good friends. Obviously testing himself. If he couldn't help but take the initiative to talk to Li Qingxue at this time, then didn't it indirectly show that he still cared about Li Qingxue? Taking a deep breath, Yi Liangchen decided that it was better to stay put. In his heart, he knew clearly that Li Qingxue was doing this because she just hadn't reached her inner psychological limit yet. The only way to completely and utterly make her completely regret it was to let her see it with her own eyes. After she had walked with Treasure Girl, Brother Chen, what does Li Qingxue mean? Gao Quan looked at Li Qingxue's back and asked in a low voice. Don't worry about it, she's lusting after me. Yi Liangchen said confidently. Really? Why do I feel as if Li Qingxue has decided to spend time with you as a normal friend? Yi Liangchen quietly glanced at Li Qingxue's back. You're looking at it wrong. Time will eventually prove everything. Izumi, you just see things too one-sided sometimes. And that won't work, but it's okay. I'm here for this one. Yi Liangchen smiled confidently. Now it was just a matter of time before it was too late. When he really started his life bond with the Treasure Girl, Li Qingxue would completely understand his true feelings for himself when he saw it. Now it's just a case of holding on and trying to see how he's going to behave. At the time of the dream, before she herself met up with the Treasure Girl, Li Qingxue was also like this. It always felt like I'd be the same as before. That I'd be the first to bow down to her. That I'd give up all my pride and reach out to her to make up. But when she actually sees that she's sharing her favoritism, blatantly, with other girls, she gets heartbroken, jealous, breaks down her defenses, eventually regrets it, and then comes to her senses. Originally, Yi Liangchen only felt this way because he had already experienced this in his dream. But what ultimately made Yi Liangchen sure was, Li Qingxue returned to the front of her seat after handing out the rolls of paper, favoring no one else but twisting her head towards herself. Izumi, did you see that? Li Qingxue just peeked at me again. Saw it. Gao Quan had just wondered if he had misread the situation, because he also saw Li Qingxue, before returning to her seat, turn back and purse her lips towards where they were. Gao Quan knew that he didn't have an advantage, so that glance from Li Qingxue was bound to be looking not at himself, but at Yi Liangchen beside him. Oh my god, Brother Chen wouldn't really be like you said. Li Qingxue is lusting after you, right? That goes without saying, or else you explain to me why Li Qingxue didn't look at anyone else but me? Yi Liangchen's words were pressed with smugness. So what exactly do you think, Brother Chen? Gao Quan asked. Yi Liangchen sighed slightly. It doesn't matter what I think. What matters is what Li Qingxue will think. You're going to do something for me after school in a little while. What is it? Koizumi asked. Let's just say that on Friday, I got into a fight with an outsider in defense of our schoolmates. Ha? Koizumi was a little confused. When I came to the school this afternoon, I had already heard a lot about the rumors that Morn had been blocked in front of the school on Friday and beaten up. Can't understand why it's so embarrassing to publicize something like this. In response to Gao Quan's inability to understand, Yi Liangchen didn't say anything and just smiled. Just do as I say. Thinking back to the wonderful time spent between himself and Hu Yueying on Saturday, Yi Liangchen just couldn't stop smiling at the corner of his mouth. But soon the laughter came to an abrupt end. Damn Long Ao Tian. What exactly did you do to Ing Huyu that day? Under my eyes you dared to take Perry Hu away and bully her. You really didn't put me in your eyes. I'll give you this debt to remember. And I'll make you pay back 1,000 times over for all the harm you've done to my treasure girl. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a deep breath. The bell has just rung. Takazumi then walked out of the classroom door. In no time Yi Liangchen, in order to defend our schoolmates and the foreigners in a fight was rumored. Soon this kind of thing spread to class 7. Hearing this, Hu Yueying did not react, but Long Ao Tian froze for a moment. Inwardly, I can't help but marvel at the sincerity and kindness of the hero, obviously not even meeting the heroine yet, but already invariably helping her. Yi Liangchen, on the other hand, came out early, and while leaning his back on top of the escalator at the entrance of the building, he raised his head 45 degrees and looked into the night sky. This location is a mandatory building entrance to get out of school and down the stairs. Here, there is no fear that Perry who can't see himself, but likewise, some students who had heard the rumors, as well as those who had seen it with their own eyes, couldn't help but all look sideways at Yi Liangchen as they passed by the stairway. Yi Liangchen was unmoved by the gazes these people threw at him, letting them look at him. The mindset of Yi Liangchen, who had been reborn and returned, was naturally different from people of this age. Confidence, spontaneity, and playing it cool mean vibrancy, individuality, and flair for boring seniors. So Yi Liangchen wasn't going to adjust his posture just because they were looking at him, because this pose of leaning on the railing and looking up at the moon is really stylish. Ing Huyu followed Long Ao Tian to the stairway. Due to Long Ao Tian's tall stature and the fact that Hu Yuying's attention was more on following Long Ao Tian, she didn't see Yi Liangchen who had been styling himself at the stairway. But Hu Yueying didn't see Yi Liangchen. But Yi Liangchen saw Hu Yueying. Looking at Ing Huyu following Long Ao Tian, Yi Liangchen wanted to call out to Hu Yueying, but in the end, looking at Long Ao Tian's robust back, he opened his mouth and did not call out. He consoled himself that he wasn't afraid to go head-to-head with Long Ao Tian. It was just that the time hadn't arrived yet. Wait until you have redeemed the treasure girl. Wait until you have become the only light in the treasure girl's heart. That was when it was time to break heads with Long Ao Tian himself. So he turned his head away, unwilling to look at Long Ao Tian's back as he held Hu Yueying away. After Long Ao Tian, Ing Huyu's figure disappeared in the stairway. Yi Liangchen clenched his fist and pounded it on top of the guardrail in one go, venting his annoyance. Yi Liangchen, what happened to you? Li Qingxue had just packed up her things and came out when she saw this scene. Subconsciously, he asked. Hearing Li Qingxue's voice, the corner of Yi Liangchen's mouth hooked into a bitter and sneering smile. I'm fine. I just want to sigh once in a while when it's late at night. I'm leaving first. Said here, eyes flashed a hint of darkness, may not be able to accompany you home in the future either. You yourself must learn to adapt as soon as possible. After saying that, he was going to leave. Li Qingxue looked at Yi Liangchen's back. Does it have to be like this between us? Aren't we still friends? Yi Liangchen stopped and looked back with a bright smile. The way we are now is the friendship that friends should have. Li Qingxue didn't speak anymore, because she knew that Yi Liangchen was right. Chapter 37, You're the best bully. If not you, who? Brother Chen. Li Qingxue looks like she's a bit sad. You'd better go and coax her. Hearing this, Yi Liangchen tightly grasped Gao Quan's arm. Don't look back. Go. How can one feel good in their heart when their white moon is sad because of them? But for the sake of the soon-to-come, the streamer, the chasing husband crematorium, he could only force himself not to turn back, not to look at Li Qingxue a glance. Hiss, Gao Quan said as he sucked in a breath of cool air. I know, but I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself, so bear with me, and when it goes down, you'll be fine, Yi Liangchen said, seemingly sensing something, and indeed felt a line of sight fall on top of his back. The eyes burned as if they were trying to see through themselves. After finally going downstairs, Yi Liangchen let go of Gao Quan. Gao Quan rubbed the place that was scratched painfully by Yi Liangchen, and his chubby face was wrinkled together. You say you, obviously still care about Li Qingxue. Why do you have to pretend to be indifferent? This is not mutual torture. Yi Liangchen opened his mouth to explain, but before Yi Liangchen could speak, Gao Quan took the initiative and said, I don't understand. Time will prove everything, right? Yi Lianchen punched Gao Quan's shoulder without any good humor, knowing that and still asking. Some things aren't as simple as they appear to you. Human nature is complicated, and for some people, only loss will make her realize the true emotions within her. Your brother Chen. Everything I do has its own arrangement, and you, just follow brother Chen, and your life will be perfect. Gao Quan rubbed his shoulder that had been pounded by Yi Lianchen and jogged to catch up. Then I'll follow you from now on. Brother Chen, but you have to cover me. If there's a bite of food from your brother Chen, you will definitely not be hungry. Speaking of which, Yi Lianchen couldn't resist the power of the white moonlight after all and sneaked a glance back. Seeing the expression on Li Qingshue's face, Yi Lianchen laughed softly. Let's go. Go home. Looking at Yi Lianchen and Gao Quan's backs as they trotted away, Li Qingxue rubbed her little face. Qingxue, come on, you'll adapt quickly. Just because you're used to Yi Lianchen's company, you can't take the liberty of sending him bad vibes once again. You're friends. You can't hurt each other. After saying these words, Li Qingxue raised her head and chest, regaining her usual proud confidence. Slow down, Brother Long. I can't keep up a bit. Ing Huyu said as she jogged 2 steps. Not being active after school is wrong in the head. You're the one who had to go to the bathroom in the middle of the day. Stubborn, aren't you? I'll whack you. Hear that voice? Li Qingxue stopped and looked behind her. It was then that he saw the male student who had been at Water Bay earlier, and a girl, giggling and laughing as they walked towards the school entrance. Hi, Li Qingxue called out to Long Aotian before waving her hand. It's you. Long Aotian saw this female classmate and also smiled and waved his hand. Hu Yuing followed Long Aotian's line of sight. Her memory had always been good, and seeing this female classmate instantly reminded her of the one who had interviewed her and Lung earlier, on their way to the cafeteria. But Hu Yuing was a bit puzzled. How come it felt as if they were familiar with each other? Li Qingxue walked over and looked at Ing Huyu and smiled. Hello. Hu Yuing responded to the other party's greeting as well. Then he raised his eyes to look at Long Aotian. Compare the two together and the character flaws become apparent. Li Qingshue's confidence initiated the greeting. Perry Huyak's non-speaking passive greeting. It's really obvious and should be easy to understand if you have friends like that around. You're alone? Long Aotian asked, earlier during the chat. From this female classmate. I know that she is supposed to have a company of one male friend for quite some time. Li Qingxue helplessly shrugged her shoulders. Yeah, one person chanting, can't continue to release false signals, right? And isn't that what friends do to each other? That wouldn't be like being friends. Long Aotian extended a thumbs up. Through and through, Li Qingxue did not deny it. If it was not for Long Aotian's enlightenment, perhaps she was not aware of it until now. Then thank you too. As they spoke, the three of them walked towards the outside of the campus. It's easy to see clearly, but hard to change, and you don't have to thank me. It's just a pastime when you're bored. Hearing this, Li Qingxue smiled wryly. Good, you finally admit that you're bored. Li Qingshue's eyes narrowed slightly. A look of you finally been caught by me. A very vivid image of her personality. Long Aotian was amused by Li Qingshue's expression and spread his hands. Okay, you caught me. Just know. Li Qingxue laughed triumphantly. Looking at the conversation between Long Aotian and this female classmate, Hu Yuing was silent. She didn't know what she should say now, and she couldn't integrate into their conversation. All the way to the school gates. It was only then that Li Qingxue helplessly waved her hand at the duo to say goodbye. See you later. I thought I'd be able to chat a little longer, but it turns out that none of their homes are in the same direction. Bye. Long Aotian finished speaking and led Ing Huyu towards the other side of the road. Walking home, Ing Huyu looked at Long Aotian, hesitant, but remembered Long Aotian's words. What does a person grow a mouth for? Not only to eat and drink, but more importantly to communicate. Anything, only if you say it. There can be a way to solve it. Hold it in your heart not to say. Who will know what you are thinking in your heart? To do effective communication. In order not to be easily misunderstood. Brother Lung, are you familiar with that female classmate? Not familiar. Just met her a few times. I don't even know what her name is. Long Aotian said casually. Hearing this, Hu Yuing herself was surprised. They had only met a few times, but the conversation between them was like they had known each other for a long time. Looking at Ing Huyu's stunned appearance, Long Aotian couldn't help but feel amused. Everyone's character is different. Some people can act like they are familiar with each other in a few words. Speaking here, he leaned down slightly to look at Perry Hu. And some people, it takes a long time to get along before they can be truly familiar with each other. Looking at the bad smile at the corner of Long Aotian's mouth, Ing Hu secretly clenched her palms. I'm not. I'm also familiar with Brother Long very quickly. Ha ha ha. Hu Ying's embarrassed look was too cute. I remember who it was. Who was about to cry at me on the first day of transferring over. Hu Ying opened her mouth to try to slightly argue, but did not know how to argue. Lung, you're too bad. Always talking about me. You're the best bully. If not you, who? I'll stop talking about you when you go from soft to durian. Chapter 38, Hu with a small capital. But now you have to listen to me or you'll whack me, won't you? Perry, who has now learned to snatch answers. Smart. Long Aotian raised his hand and gently knocked on Hu Ying's head. Her palm gently touched the place where she had been knocked by Long Aotian. Hu Ying quickly walked 2 steps to refollow his footsteps. Inside, there was some complacency, but even Hu herself could not tell where this feeling of complacency in her heart came from. It seemed that in all the days he'd known Lung, he'd only ever knocked himself on the head. What time do we get up tomorrow? I'm usually 7 o'clock. Aha, got it. Can we still go to school together tomorrow? Sure. This is the promise Long Aotian gave to Hu Ying. He himself had come from that age, alone and studying abroad, with that inner loneliness that he himself knew all too well. And it's not like it's a big deal. It's on the way anyway. This girl should talk more to become active in her personality. Soon arrived at the compound tenant building. Long Aotian didn't stop and still went all the way forward with Hu Ying. Brother Long, your home is here. Hu Ying looked at Long Aotian beside her and reminded in a small voice. Cut the crap. I just like to walk more when I have nothing to do, so I can sleep well at night. But, it's quite annoying. Watch out, I'll whack you. Hu Ying slightly lowered her eyes, quietly stole a glance at Long Aotian, lightly bit her lips, did not continue to speak. All the way to the entrance of the village, Long Aotian started walking back. Looking at Long Aotian's back, Hu Ying took a deep breath. Brother Long, thank you. Long Aotian didn't say anything either. He just waved his hand with his back to Hu, signaling her to hurry up. Thank you, Brother Long. Hu Ying said softly once again, only this time her voice was very, very small, so small that only she could hear herself. Go back to your rented home. Open the front door and turn on the lights. It's quiet. The night is silent. And Perry, whose home is also silent, sitting on the couch. She was used to being alone, because that's how it's been for 3 years. But one's heart seems to have become different. Such a sense of lonely silence, as if it were cutting itself. So, I still can't get used to being alone. Perry, who spoke to himself. She used to enjoy the solitude and get used to the quiet, but right now she wanted to hear Lung's voice more than she wanted to be alone. It's nice to have someone to talk to. I'm really lucky. After saying this, a smile lifted up on Hu Ying's face and she walked into the kitchen to start making herself dinner. If you stand in other people's perspectives to look at Hu Ying, you will find that she has really changed a lot. Obviously so cute and pure desire of a little beauty, but all day long full of gloomy smell. People cannot look at it. But now she had more of a smile on her face, and it was the best change and the perfect transformation. Looking at the meat still left in the fridge, Perry, who turned and ran back to his room, taking out his cell phone from under his pillow, tapped on Long Aotian's chat. Brother Long, are you going to eat congee tomorrow? Eat? Long Aotian's reply was quick. Seeing Long Aotian's reply, Hu Ying put her cell phone into her pocket and went back to the kitchen, taking out the remaining meat to defrost, then cut off a piece. Only after doing this did he resend the message to Long Aotian. Okay. Seeing the message from Perry, Hu Yuck, Long Aotian rolled over and turned off the lights. The other side, placed the thawed meat in the crisper section of the refrigerator. Perry, who you washed and changed to dress, also lying on the bed. Early the next morning, turn off the alarm. Perry, who you rubbed the fluffy messy long hair. Get up by hand, will put the hair pulled up with shark clamps. Clamped up. Early morning is still a little cold. Hu Ying shrinks her neck and wrinkles the tip of her nose. The whole person is awake. Come to the kitchen and add the pot first, followed by chopping up the meat. The whole process was well organized without a hint of panic. Soon the sky lit up with fish belly white. Sitting on the doorstep, he rested his chin on one hand and looked at the white of the sky. There was a sudden knock on the door. Perry, who froze for a moment, obviously not expecting someone to knock on his door this early in the morning. Fear, thinking of that Yi Liangchen who knocked on his door last time. Nervously, he picked up the broom and made his way to the door, trying to see who the other side is through the doorway. Hu Yueying. Through the doorway, the person outside also saw Yinghu's figure and called out. Hearing this voice, Hu Yueying put down the broom in her hand and opened the door. As the door opened, Long Aotian had wanted to spit out a bit. She didn't even look at her cell phone, but it froze slightly for a moment. In front of her, Hu Yu, dressed in loose floral short sleeves, underneath the floral wide knee-length pants, bare arms, beautiful legs, skinny, thin, white, a little wobbly. Lung, you, what are you doing here? A pair of innocent and clear eyes contained a surprised smile. The long eyelashes blinked slightly, and the snow-white neck exposed by pulling up the long hair exuded a faint fragrance. It was like the scent of shampoo mixed with the unique body odor of a woman's body. Seeing Long Aotian's stunned look, Hu Yuing tentatively stretched out her hand and also found her bare white arm. Snapping back to her senses, she lowered her eyes, and a pink blush climbed up the snow-white neck. Hastily grabbing his loose collar with his hand, he quickly turned his back. I forgot to change my clothes. I'll go change my clothes. After saying that, without waiting for Long Aotian to reply, he trotted back to his bedroom. The blush, the soft anxious voice, perfect interpretation of what is called charming in language, delicate and gentle. Looking at the back of Ing Huiyu, Long Aotian took a deep breath. Even if it is still green, but already have a look at the soul of the soul posture. Long Aotian rubbed his nose and decided to retract his earlier words. Perry, who is not a stick, she is still a small capital. Returning to her room, Hu Yueying looked at herself in the mirror. Her palms loosened the loose neckline, and her collarbone was suddenly revealed in large swaths as she rubbed her small face in remorse. Think of the frozen way Lung's eyesight went from top to bottom. Ing Huiyu stood on her tiptoes, trying to see if she could see something from Long Aotian's perspective. Obviously she couldn't see anything, so she assumed that Long Aotian shouldn't have seen it either. Taking a deep breath, he changed into his school uniform, which led him back out of the bedroom. Long Aotian stood in the courtyard and did not enter the house. Lifting the bamboo curtain, Hu Yuing embarrassedly pulled the broken hair scattered on her cheeks behind her ear. I didn't know that Brother Long would come over. Isn't it porridge? Long Aotian asked with 2 dry coughs. Oh yes, Brother Long, wait a moment, it'll be ready soon. Saying that, he walked into the kitchen, opened the lid of the pot, and took a look at the lean meat congee that was churning with aroma. Perry, who turned off the gas stove, looking through the window at Long Aotian's figure, his palm pressed against his heart. Chapter 39, You're lying. I can see your ears are red. Brother Long, drink the congee. Ing Huiyu handed Long Aotian the congee that had been served. Good. Long Aotian took the dishes. His eyes subconsciously looked towards Ing Hu's chest. Noticing Long Aotian's line of sight, Hu Yuing was so nervous that her legs couldn't help but shake. Not knowing what to say, he could only turn his back to Long Aotian. Perry, whose actions were already quite obvious. Long Aotian uncomfortably dry coughed 2 times. He just did not think that Hu Yuying's capital would be so big. In all seriousness, he was a 28-year-old uncle. What else could he have in mind for an 18-year-old girl? Other than that, Long Aotian's 3 views were still very positive. Simply just curious. Hu Yuing returned to the kitchen, palm on top of his cheeks. Hot. Even now did not look in the mirror. His face is largely red. Glancing at her front chest, her mind recalled the conversation between her and Long Aotian that day on Saturday. He himself had asked Long Aotian back then if men liked women with good bodies. Long Aotian's answer at that time, he liked all of them, but based on his frozen expression just now, it was obvious that he also liked the ones with a better body on the side. So it's not just women who are mouthy, but men too, although she has never thought that her body is considered a good category. But, biting her lips lightly, the blush on her face was a few points more. But just now Long Aotian's expression. Thinking of this, Hu Yuing covered her face with both hands and her feet stomped uncomfortably on the ground. The young girl's unnatural posture showed. What a shame. Suddenly the kitchen bamboo curtain was lifted. Long Aotian asked strangely, what are you doing? Why don't you come out to eat? At the moment when Long Aotian lifted the bamboo curtain, Hu Yuing had quickly turned around. In short, she did not want to give Long Aotian a chance to see the embarrassment on her face. I was wondering if I should stir-fry a dish. It would be a bit too monotonous if I just had porridge. Gee, you're welcome. No need to fry. Ing Huiyu quietly glanced at Long Aotian, then he immediately turned back. Okay. Hurry up and come out for dinner. Aha. Until Long Aotian exited the kitchen, Hu Yuying's entire body was like a deflated balloon. Shoulders are flabby. Long Aotian seemed to have forgotten what had just happened and returned to his original appearance. Hu Yuing also took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down quickly as well. It wasn't that Perry who was too entangled. Moreover, Long Aotian was an adult anyways. In terms of mentality, it was not something that could be compared to someone of this age. If another youngster sees, it is estimated that now is also similar to Hu Yuing. After all, mentally, he was long past the age when he blushed easily. Soon Hu Yuing also adjusted her mind and walked out with the bowl. The morning air is most crisp and also still slightly chilly. Sitting on the yard steps with a bowl of skinny porridge is just right. Get the dishes cleaned up and it's 6:40. The two of them head out the door to the school. Along the way, Perry, who remained quiet, Only the zipper of her school jacket was zipped to the top. You look really weird like that, Long Aotian said slowly. Hu Yuing knew what Long Aotian was talking about. The zipper was pulled to the very top. It was covering her chin. It does get a little weird walking down the road. I didn't know that you would come over today, so I didn't change my clothes when I woke up. Huyu explained in a small voice. She's not foxy, not on purpose. She could be misunderstood by anyone, but didn't want to be misunderstood by Long Aotian. No, it's fine. I didn't see anything, Long Aotian said blandly. Perry Hu pursed her lips and glanced at Long Aotian, muttering in a small voice. You're lying. I've seen your ears are red. Long Aotian, who was walking, stumbled his body and almost fell, although Huyu was whispering, but Long Aotian's hearing was somewhat sensitive. Looking back at the leveled ground, he said bemusedly, who spread stones on the road? No sense of public decency at all. Spinning around, he raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed lightly. What did you just mutter? Whack! Whack you ah! I wonder if I've really changed in recent times. Or maybe it was that Long Aotian had said he was going to whack himself so many times, but hadn't. It was still a little scary earlier. There's actually not a bit of fear in my heart now, but I don't know why, but I still habitually cooperate with Long Aotian, pretending to have been shocked. Seeing that Huyu was really still afraid of herself, Long Aotian's temperament as a big brother swooshed up again. Zip your zipper back to normal. Perry Huyu obediently pulled the zipper to its usual position. This one looks a lot smoother. Huyu did not say anything, just obediently followed Long Aotian, but the more well-behaved Perry Hu is, just set off Long Aotian's inner embarrassment. But there's no way around it. It's probably just being an adult, always subconsciously looking twice at something beautiful. But if the other person is a girl doll whose mental age is 10 years younger than your own, and then there's a sense of guilt. That's right, the current Long Aotian was in such a state of mind. If it wasn't for the fact that this body of his had returned to its 18-year-old state, I'm afraid I would have been arrested as a weird uncle. The point is that there's no way to open up about this kind of thing. Hu Yuing is only 18 years old, said lightly to appear to be frivolous, speaking heavily for fear of influencing Hu Yuing to be afraid of men in the future. So it was only possible to barely divert Hu Yuying's attention as well as his mind through threatening means. Originally, I was still thinking of cheating Hu and fooling around, but I didn't expect that Hu Yuing had even discovered that her ears were red. If he didn't show his attitude tougher, Long Aotian wouldn't know how to face Hu Yuing. It's a good thing this embarrassment didn't actually last long. After arriving at the school, Hu Yuing seemed to have forgotten about the earlier incident, still instructing yourself in the exercises as before. As the school bell rings, the math teacher came into the classroom with the papers. Hu Yuing also ushered in the first test after the transfer. Perry Hu was extraordinarily serious about this, seeing Huyu making such an effort. Long Aotian couldn't help but be strict. You also want to see if the points you have learned over the days can be incorporated on top of the test paper. So for a whole class, Long Aotian was still more serious. As the bell rang for the end of class and the test papers were collected, Long Aotian let out a long breath. Looking over to Perry Hu, he touched her with his shoulder. What's wrong, brother Long? Hu Yuing tilted her head to look at Long Aotian. Take your book and go. Long Aotian's eyes signaled. Hu Yuing looked at the several girls who had previously paired up with her. After a moment's hesitation, he took the book and walked over. Looking at Huyu gradually integrated into the collective, Long Aotian suddenly had the illusion that his daughter has slowly grown up. Chapter 40, isn't it too much? Looking at the smile on Perry Hu's face, Long Aotian stretched lazily. In fact, she just gets too little kindness, and the world is never short of people with good intentions. Maybe it's a scripted plan life or something else. All in all, being able to see Huyu integrating into the collective, at least Long Aotian was happy. This is just the beginning, and he will do his best to help Hu to change in the next time. She had suffered enough in the first half of her life. The rest of the day hopefully she will find her other half and live the rest of her happy life without any worries like the book towards that. Pulling the curtains open a bit, the sunlight shone through the window on Long Aotian's body. It's so warm and cozy. Hu Yuing felt the goodwill that everyone was releasing towards her. The heart is an indescribable flavor. Without thinking, he raised his eyes to the last row, eyes slightly touched, bathed in the sunlight. The languid Long Aotian seemed to emanate a divine radiance. It's like light in the night. His sight always dispels the darkness. What are you staring at? Hu Yuing? A female classmate waved her palm in front of Perry Hu, interrupting Perry Hu's sight as well as his thoughts. Returning to her senses, Hu Yuing looked at the female classmate in front of her and laughed softly. It's nothing. Still, someone followed her line of sight. Long Aotian alone said looks. Absolutely counted on the gangster handsome, especially the look of the smile. Bad especially memorable. But he fights. He curses, he skips class, he affects class honor, and he's also a presence in the class that no one dares to mess with. Hesitating for a split second, he still whispered to reminding Hu Yu to stay away from Long Aotian. For the words of these people, Hu Yueying will listen, but will not do it. She knew that when these people said things like that, they were only doing it for her own good. She had no way to refute it. It was like when she said that Long Aotian was a very kind person, but no one believed her. It's okay. Just know for yourself that Long is a good person. The world seems to put an invisible label on everyone. Long Aotian was trying to help himself remove the label of cowardice from his body. Then he himself had to find a way to help Long get rid of the bad label on him. Even if you can't do it now, it doesn't mean you can't do it later. She would let everyone know that Long Aotian was a good person, very good and nice, and that he wasn't a jerk. In the stairway gallery, Li Qingxue went to the restroom and occasionally glanced at the back door of Class 7 as she passed by. As a result, he saw Long Aotian, who was sitting next to the trash can and leaning against the wall to sunbathe. The expression froze for a moment. Then he laughed softly. He really likes the sun. What are you talking about? Qingxue? Wang Rui, who was at the same table, looked at Li Qingxue and asked. Following Li Qingxue's line of sight, he then hurriedly pulled Li Qingxue 2 steps forward, leaving the Class 7 area. That person is called Long Aotian, the bearer of our senior class. Especially not easy to get along with. Li Qingxue gently raised an eyebrow. Carrying the leader? Long Aotian? Wang Rui looked at Li Qingxue with a curious expression and said in amusement. It's right that you don't know. Li Qingxue was a good student in her class and a top 3 grade level being, so naturally she wouldn't have any association with bad classmates. He's particularly bad-tempered. I have a roommate who's from Class 7. I heard her say that once this Long Aotian, with just one punch, made a classmate's head bleed. It was particularly cruel. That classmate of mine even said, don't mess with anyone but Long Aotian. If you provoke others, it's just a matter of moving your mouth and cursing. But if you provoke Long Aotian, he will directly take action. Li Qingxue looked at Wang Rui in surprise, and for a moment, she suspected that she was not the same person as what Wang Rui had said in her mouth. How could that sun-loving, elegant and nice-talking teenager be someone with a bad temper who bleeds people's heads with a single punch? So he asked, did you read it wrong? I was just talking about the male student sitting in the last row, near the trash can. That's right, that's him. He's Long Aotian. Haven't you heard the saying, back row by the window, home of the king, buckets around him, royal blood, wall behind him, sleep in peace. Other than Long Aotian, there isn't a single person in the entire senior class who can stack these bugs, Wang Rui said with great certainty. Li Qingxue still couldn't believe it. After all, there was nothing more convincing than having touched it yourself. That teenager, obviously, was far from the person Wang Rui had spoken of, especially temperament and attitude. The teenagers you meet on your own are simply worlds apart. After going to the restroom, Li Qingxue reconfirmed Ash passed by Class 7. The last row, with their backs against the wall and trash cans around them, matched all the words coming out of Wang Rui's mouth, which meant they were both talking about the same person. So why is there such a cognitive contrast? Long Aotian slightly sidestepped his head, and as a result, he saw Li Qingxue from the back door, and raised his hand to greet Li Qingxue. Strange. Do I look scary? Long Aotian touched his face and was a bit puzzled. Wang Rui pulled Li Qingxue and ran all the way back to her class. It's over. It's over. Li Qingxue, you're screwed. Just now did you see that? Long Aotian was greeting you. It means he's got his eye on you. Li Qingxue was amused by Wang Rui's words. He was just saying hello. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Now Li Qingxue was convinced that she was the same person as what Rui Wang had said in her mouth. Qingxue, you don't even know. Bad classmates like Long Aotian, once you mess with them, they'll be like a dog's skin, pestering you, wanting to fall in love with you, and if you don't agree, he'll bully you. I've seen so many bad classmates like this, and if it's Long Aotian, I'm afraid that he'll beat you up if you reject him then. Li Qingxue looked at Wang Rui incredulously. The more you talk, the more outrageous you are. She's right. Just then, a voice rang out from the side aisle. It's Yi Liangchen. Originally, Yi Liangchen was just passing by and didn't mean to listen to them. Out of the friendship between friends, Yi Liangchen felt that he should give Li Qingxue a precaution in advance. After all, she was her own white moon too. Long Aotian is not a good person. You'd better stay away from him. After saying these words, Yi Liangchen returned directly to his seat without stopping his steps. During this time, he didn't even look at Li Qingxue, carrying out the high coldness always to the end. Sitting back on top of his seat, Yi Liangchen could still feel Li Qingxue's gaze towards him. Facing Li Qingxue's gaze, Yi Lianchen looked sideways at the window and sipped his mouth, displaying his sharp jawline. Perfectly. It's a sign of a mature man. It's also a way to feel confident about your sideways. Chapter 41, not bad, getting more and more my style. The tips he had given Li Qingxue could only reach here. If she believed in herself, then she might even be able to temporarily get rid of Long Ao Tian's entanglement. If she didn't listen to herself, it would only be a matter of time before she was entangled by Long Ao Tian. For Yi Lianchen, it was just one more person who needed his salvation. Soon Koizumi returned. How was it? Yi Lianchen asked impatiently. I wonder how far my own feat of charging for love last Friday has been circulated, and whether it has been heard by Perry Hu. If he heard it, why hasn't Perry Hu come to find himself until now? Gao Quan took a sip of water and said, Brother Chen, now almost every class has already rumored about your feat of being beaten up. Hearing this, Yi Lianchen frowned deeply. It shouldn't be. If Perry Hu heard it, it is reasonable to say that he should have come to himself long ago. Ah, did you say it was Yi Lianchen from class 1? Gao Quan nodded. Said so. And there were also people who saw you get beat up by that group on Friday. And now your feat is circulating widely in our senior year. Hearing this, Yi Lianchen was ready to wait for a while. If Hu Yueying still didn't come to find himself, then he would go to find Hu Yueying himself and forget about it. That ninny was probably too shy to know how to come to herself. Men, to treat their favorite people, a little initiative is actually not bad. Thinking of this, Yi Lianchen was prepared to wait around for a while. Right, Brother Chen, when I came back just now, I seem to have heard Li Qingxue and Wang Rui discussing about Long Ao Tian. Do you want to go and remind Li Qingxue about this matter? After all, Long Ao Tian is not a good person. Gao Quan whispered. Although they were in different classes, they had all heard of Long Ao Tian's evil reputation. Yi Lianchen looked at Li Qingxue's back. As a friend, I've already reminded Li Qingxue. As for listening or not, it's not something I can manage. Actually, Yi Lianchen kinda hoped that Long Ao Tian would come to pester Li Qingxue, because the rude Long Ao Tian just happens to be able to contrast with his own gentleness, maybe even faster acceleration. Li Qingxue came to his senses. Regret. Chasing the husband crematorium. Thinking of this, Yi Lianchen secretly sighed. The feeling of having everything under control was really a bit boring. It would be nice to have a bit of a challenge so that one's own life in this world can turn over a wave. Brother Chen, it seems like Li Qingxue looked back at you again just now. Gao Quan whispered from the side. I know. The corner of Yi Lianchen's mouth curved up. He had just taken the initiative to speak to Li Qingxue, and in Li Qingxue's eyes he had sort of given her a leg up. She should be very excited inside at the moment and should have a lot of things she wants to say to herself. So it makes sense to sneak a look at yourself and observe yourself. After all, Li Qingxue, a high-spirited girl, also needed a reason to approach herself. You've changed so much, Brother Chen, Gao Quan said heartily. Since tearing up the love letter, Yi Lianchen's series of operations, Gao Quan could not understand. It's as if he's changed, whether it's his style of doing things or his habits. They've all changed. Izumi, we're all growing up. We're all changing. And there are some things that once you figure them out, people become extra mature. I'm in a state where you can understand that I've become mature. But I'm still your mourning brother, aren't I? Yi Lianchen looked towards Gao Quan and grinned confidently. Go back to your seat. The smile on Hu Yuying's face still could not subside. Brother Long. Hu Yuying called out softly, then placed a candy on top of Long Ao Tian's desktop. This candy was given to her by Zhao Ye, a classmate, after she helped her with the problem just now. Long Ao Tian glanced at candy and didn't refuse. It wasn't because he wanted to eat it either. It was mainly because Perry Hu gave it to himself and her heart wanted him to take it. It would seem like a small pattern to push back on your own. Perry Hu puts the colorful candy paper on the tabletop and spreads it out, then picks it up and puts it at his eyes, looking out the window at the world. Adding a layer of colored filter paper, the world becomes colorful to the eyes. Looking at the smile on Perry Hu's face, Long Ao Tian raised his hand and messed up her hair. Silly or not, happy. Just a short time ago, Hu Yui thought, why is it so easy to be happy for other people? Now, Hu Yueying suddenly felt that being happy was so simple. It is the presence of too much negativity in one's heart earlier that prevents one from feeling happy. It turns out that happiness has always been close to you, but you just didn't have the courage to reach out and go after it. Which university do you want to study at, Brother Long? Hu Yu asked in a small voice. Don't have a clue yet. Let's see which colleges have a scoreline I can meet and maybe I'll go to one. Speaking here, Long Ao Tian turned his head to look at Hu, and joked. What? You haven't even taken the college entrance exam yet, and you're asking me this kind of question. You can't afford to give up on me? Aha. Hu Yu nodded without hesitation. Long Ao Tian froze for a moment. He was just joking. The result is that this niece answered so seriously, so bluntly, oddly embarrassing. Can't afford to have me whack you with my fist? Brother Long, did you love whacking people before? Hu Yuing asked softly. I only whack people who don't listen to me. So are you going to listen to me? He said and raised his fist at Hu Yuing. Obedient. If you listen, don't think about something all day. Now your task is to study well and then tutor me. Oh. Hu Yuing lowered her eyes and let out an oh. The voice sounded a little low, but in the next second, Hu Yuing was like a machine that had been fueled up and became energized again. Lung, come to my house on Saturday afternoon and Sunday morning, and I'll give you a tutorial, okay? I believe that Long will be able to get a satisfactory answer on the college entrance exam. Long Ao Tian's body leaned back. You little girl has not even started now, so you draw me a big cake. On the pressure, brother Lung, pressure is the only way to get motivated. Long Ao Tian raised his eyebrows. Not bad, getting more and more like me. Then it's a deal. Brother Long, you can't back out, said Long Ao Tian, sticking out his little thumb at Long Ao Tian. Are you going to pull the hook with me? Long Ao Tian snorted. This is too childish, right? But glancing at Hu Yu looking at herself firmly and seriously, the corner of Long Ao Tian's mouth twitched. Are you serious? This is a game only children play. I don't play. 10 seconds later. Hook, line and sinker for 100 years. Hu Yuing hooked her fingers, her eyes curved, pleasure flickering slightly in her eyes. Long Ao Tian let Hu Yu hook his little finger. The other hand was against his forehead, blocking his face, which was so humiliating. Pulling a hook and hanging in the world of Dragon Pride are a bunch of children in open pants to play. Chapter 42, letting go of the helping complex and enjoying a happy life. We've pulled the plug now, and anyone who doesn't keep their word is a puppy. Hu Yu hooked Long Ao Tian's finger and said with bright eyes, as if it was something to be happy about. As for being so happy, Long Ao Tian was amused. For the first time, he saw the person who was willing to waste using his revision time to help others, and was still so happy. Hu Yuing looked at Long Ao Tian. Her clear eyes looked exceptionally clean, always showing her purest side unreservedly in front of Long Ao Tian. Every one of us exists in this world for a reason, and so do you, and so do I. And for me at the moment, helping Long study and get into college is a very meaningful thing. Long Ao Tian froze for a moment. These were the words that he had once uttered to Hu Yuing himself. I didn't expect her to remember it until now and use it back on herself, but I couldn't help but laugh dumbly. It was during the time period when Perry, who was supervising Long Ao Tian's study, Class 1's Yi Liangchen, finally couldn't sit still. It was almost lunchtime, but Hu Yuing still hadn't come to find herself. That's even if the good treasure girl is the type of person who is shy would be easily shy. But Li Qingxue hadn't come to look for herself until now, which was strange. Gao Quan had seen it all with his own eyes. Li Qingxue sneaking a look at herself. Her personality was the polar opposite of Hu Yuing, not to mention that she had known herself for so long that there was no such thing as being shy and coy. He himself had taken the initiative to speak to her, had given her a step, so by all rights, Li Qingxue should have a lot of grievances in her heart that she wanted to say to herself. But why had 2 classes passed, and Li Qingxue hadn't approached herself to talk? Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen couldn't sit still either. The time has come to take the initiative yourself. Getting up and coming to Li Qingxue, he didn't say anything, but just stood in front of Li Qingxue, raising his head and staring straight ahead without slanting his eyes. Li Qingxue looked towards Yi Liangchen, who was standing beside her, and raised her eyes. Do you have something to do? Hearing that Li Qingxue had taken the initiative to find herself to talk, Yi Liangchen took a deep breath and said in a dull voice, you know, right now in my heart, you are still my friend. So there are some words. As a friend I'm still obliged to remind you. Long Ao Tian is not a good person. You'd better not get too close to him. Li Qingxue looked at Yi Liangchen, and her mind thought back to the teenager lying on the lawn with 2 leaves covering his eyes, lazily basking in the sun, enlightening herself sentence by sentence. I know. Don't worry. I have my own judgment. Hearing this, Yi Liangchen almost couldn't hold his breath. What he wanted to hear was not that at all, but that he had given Li Qingxue a step down, and that she should say something that she was uncomfortable with him not being around her these days, and so on and so forth. What she has her own judgment. These words are not at all what one wants to hear. And what does she mean by that? Could it be that you don't believe what you're saying? So he frowned lightly. Anyway, I've already warned you. If you don't listen, don't cry if you regret it when the time comes, and don't come to me. Speaking of this, Yi Liangchen let out a bitter smile. Give up the helping complex and enjoy a happy life. I'll never care about you again. Some people always have to hit the south wall before they turn back. Do you have to wait for Long Ao Tian to pester you? Do you have to wait for Long Ao Tian to reveal his nature before you regret it? Well, then I'll leave you alone. Originally, in this life, he just wanted to gently abuse you and end the husband-chasing crematorium early. but now it seems that everything is his own wishful thinking. Just wait for me to redeem you after you are as remorseful, weeping and retaining and abusive as you were in your dream. Only then will you be able to realize my goodness with all your heart. Having known each other for nearly 10 years, this was the first time Yi Lianchen had said this about himself. Li Qingxue wasn't a sentimental person, but how could her heart feel good when she heard those words? A week ago, they were clearly best friends without a word. Looking at the back of Yi Lianchen's determined departure, Li Qingxue couldn't help but redden her eyes. What's wrong with you, Haruki? Yi Lianchen, you've gone too far, haven't you? You're making Haruki cry. Hearing Wang Rui's voice, Yi Lianchen's footsteps paused for a moment, but this time, he's not looking back. Li Qingxue cried just because she was about to give up on her completely. She felt her attitude, and it was hard on her heart, and she regretted it, and that's why she choked. With a bitter smile, sure enough now everything was going back to where it was going in the dream. Taking a deep breath and slightly turning his head sideways to reveal his sharp jawline, he said in his usual tone, lightly, no one will be by your side all the time. I just hope that any decision you make won't be regretted in the end. After saying that, he left the classroom straight away. For Yi Lianchen's action, it made the students in the classroom show unbelievable looks. Originally, they all thought that when Yi Lianchen confessed for the 99th time, he was merely lusting for a different way to get Li Qingxue's attention, but from his attitude today, it seemed like he really didn't intend to continue liking Li Qingxue, and with slightly red eyes, Li Qingxue looked up at the ceiling, not wanting the tears to continue. If it was his previous self, he would have been especially angry with Yi Lianchen, but not now. Except for a little sadness, she wasn't angry, because she knew in her heart that Yi Lianchen was right. He won't always keep to himself. He has his own life and his own pursuits. If you can't give Yi Lianchen a loving response yourself, you shouldn't selfishly ask Yi Lianchen to have to be as good to you as he was before. This is not right. It is a harm to Yi Lianchen, and it is even more irresponsible for himself. It's okay, Haruyuki. Wang Rui softly comforted. Li Qingxue sniffled and shook her head as she forced out a smile. It's fine, he said, raising his hand and wiping it in front of his eyes. This Yi Lianchen is also too much. It's not just that you didn't accept his confession. Is it as bad as that? Wang Rui said indignantly. Words. Li Qingxue's eyes touched. So it's not just yourself. Wang Rui's words. If she hadn't met Long Aotian herself, she might have thought the same. Would think she just didn't accept Yi Lianchen's confession. Is he as bad as doing this to herself? Long Aotian's mature mind was always able to see the essence of the problem clearly. He wouldn't say anything bad about anyone. Just find the essence of the problem and be able to figure it out for himself. That is, if you don't think clearly for yourself, you will only go further down the wrong path. Thankfully, I found the essence of the problem and figured it out. Looking towards Wang Rui, he took her hand. This matter can't be blamed on Yi Lianchen. He's just giving me a piece of advice as a friend. It's just that I'm a little overwhelmed by the contrast myself for the moment. It's none of his business. After all, Yi Lianchen had been really good to himself before this. If someone who has always been good to you suddenly treats themselves badly one day, the psychological fallout can really make the heart sad. But if you put aside the hard feelings, you will realize that what Yi Lianchen said is actually not wrong. He was just treating Li Qingxue as a normal friend. He just wouldn't favor Li Qingxue like he did before. He was just reminding himself to stay away from Long Aotian, or if he regretted it later, don't blame him for not telling him in advance. Just like earlier Wang Rui, didn't she also persuade herself to stay away from Long Aotian as the same? Chapter 43, Me and You. 50-50. After Yi Lianchen walked out of the classroom, he secretly hung his eyes inside. It wasn't good for his heart to speak in such a tone to the white moonlight that he had loved for so long, but there's no way around it. If not, how else could one make white moonlight regret it? How else can one make Bai Yueguan come to his senses and then go after his husband's crematorium on himself? These are all bumps in the road that Li Qingxue must go through in her life. Without these bumps in the road, how would she have realized that she liked herself and didn't know it? Brother Chen, are you alright? Gao Quan looked at Yi Lianchen and asked in a small voice. With emotions like that, it says that it was painful for Brother Mingchen to say those words as well. He must be hurting inside right now. Izumi, do you also think that I'm trying to get away with this? Do you also think I'm hurting Li Qingxue by saying these words? Gao Quan looked at Yi Lianchen's serious look and was a bit at a loss for words. He and Yi Lianchen had known each other since they were very young, and to say that they had played bare-assed until they were old would not be an exaggeration. He understood Yi Lianchen's nature. Even if he was rejected by Li Qingxue, he wouldn't deliberately retaliate. How else could you confess 98 times in a row? However, the words that Chen uttered just now were indeed a bit cold, and they had made Li Qingxue cry. However, after a brief hesitation, Gao Quan still said, Brother Chen, I trust you. You're not that kind of person. Hearing this, Yi Liangchen's heart warmed. It was really touching to be trusted unconditionally. Yi Liangchen nodded. That's right. I'm not that kind of person. And the reason why I said such heavy words is just to make Li Qingxue understand that Long Aotian is not a good person. Sure enough, I simply don't believe that you would deliberately target Li Qingxue. Brother Chen. Yi Liangchen grinned and patted Gao Quan's shoulder. Don't worry, time will prove everything. When the time comes, you will know that your brother Chen is right. Now leave everything to time. Why don't you go eat? And I'll go find someone. After Yi Liangchen finished speaking, he walked towards the entrance of Class 7. It's not far from the day when Perry Hu was bullied to the brink of breaking. It's time to care for Perry Hu in advance himself, setting the stage in advance for her redemption afterwards. When I came to the door of Class 7, I saw Ing Huyueying, who was sitting in her seat and studying, as well as Long Aotian who was pretending to be studying. Bah! What the hell? Act like it. Cursing darkly, he then looked at a classmate closest to the door. Hello classmate? I'm looking for someone. Can you help me call Ing Hu? Hearing Yi Liangchen's voice, this student near the door looked at him. Okay. After saying that, he walked towards the last row. Student Hu Yueying, there's someone outside looking for you. Upon hearing this, Hu Yueying first thanked the student who had conveyed it to him, then looked toward the door. He saw Yi Liangchen leaning on the corridor fence with 45 degrees downcast eyes. The moment her eyes met, Hu Yueying instinctively shook her head. I don't know him. Shall I refuse for you then? This classmate said. Ing Hu Yu nodded repeatedly. Thank you, please. No one dislikes polite people, and even though it's just a passing favor, it's a different state of mind when you're thanked and softly told that you're in trouble. It's okay. Returning to his seat, he looked at Yi Liangchen, who was still concaving at the doorway, and said, Hu Yueying's classmates said they don't know you, so go back. Yi Liangchen frowned. What did you say? You're just being ridiculous. Did you or did you not go and say that? How could Perry Hu not recognize me? He himself had helped Ing Hu Yueying take care of the group of jerks from the second high school on Friday. On Saturday, also in Nanfeng Plaza and part-time work Hu Yueying. Happy talk, how could she not recognize himself? This classmate directly gave Yi Liangchen a blank look. Are you sick? Perry Hu has said she doesn't know you. There was an argument in the doorway. Not loud, but enough to get the attention of some of the students, especially Perry Hu. After saying earlier that he didn't recognize Yi Liangchen, his eyes would always look towards the doorway intentionally or unintentionally. Just wanted to see if Yi Liangchen had left yet. Now he saw that not only did he not leave, but he was even arguing with the student who had just passed the word to him. The mood was tense. Who is he? Long Aotian looked at Hu Yueying and asked. Hu Yueying's fingers intertwined. He's the one who knocked on my door on Saturday. Long Aotian raised his eyes to the door, then directly stood up. Yi Liangchen, who had been paying attention to Hu Yueying's moves, suddenly saw Long Aotian looking towards himself, and immediately looked puzzled. Immediately after that, he took 2 steps back as he saw Long Aotian standing up and walking towards himself. Long Aotian's height was already considered tall among his peers, and often fights and skips classes and is physically powerful. Although Yi Liangchen also had a height of 1.75 m, his body was on the thin side, and standing together with Long Aotian, he looked thin and small. Looking at Long Aotian who kept walking over, Yi Liangchen couldn't help but think of the scene where Long Aotian targeted and brought people to beat himself up. Spare yourself the fact that you had already finished off Long Aotian once in your dream. Spare yourself the fact that you were now a 28-year-old soul in your body. But the damage that Long Aotian brought to him in the dream was indelible to him. He is simply a paranoid lunatic. Seeing him getting closer and closer, openly arrogant smile, exuding wildness, it made him think of the time he met Long Aotian at the university barbecue stand when he invited Ing Hu Yu to eat barbecue with him. The Long Aotian of that time also had such a gloomy look, walking towards himself. Then without saying a word, he directly picked up a bottle of wine and smashed it down on his head. He did not allow himself to get close to Perry Hu. He said that if he was close to Perry Hu, see himself once to beat himself once. There are so many things like this. Breathing couldn't help but be rapid, so tense that, even a little bit, he forgot how to breathe. Long Aotian looked at the teenager in front of him strangely. Somehow, he could feel it in this teenager. The fear of himself. He's afraid of himself. Long Aotian touched his nose awkwardly. Was it that before he had crossed over, the original owner had some kind of argument with him? Or maybe he had been beaten by the original owner? After all, in the original novel, Long Aotian is one of the vicious villains that carries through the entire text, acting in a style that will strike at the drop of a hat. The same people who cause the most trouble for the main group. When Yi Liangchen saw Long Aotian raise his hand to himself, he immediately widened his eyes and directly backed up to keep a distance from Long Aotian. Hissing, "What are you doing? You want to hit me, don't you? I tell you, if you dare to hit me, I will call the police. Yi Liangchen defended himself against Long Aotian, his heart beating violently, his sight staring nervously at Long Aotian, but in the end, he saw that Long Aotian just raised his hand and rubbed his nose. Long Aotian also didn't expect that he just raised his hand to rub his nose, and the other party's reaction was so big, so amused. He said, "Classmate, are you misunderstanding me in some way?" But Long Aotian's smile at this moment, in Yi Liangchen's opinion, was mocking himself. Mocking himself, he just lifted his hand and scared himself into this. Noticing that everyone around him was looking at him, Yi Liangchen gritted his teeth and clenched his hand in death. He felt he had lost face. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to destroy his gentle and sunny image in Perry Hu's eyes, he almost couldn't help but want to make a direct move with Long Aotian. Hold back! Hold back! Be sure to hold back! Now that he was alone and weak, he only had a 50-50 chance of confronting Long Aotian head-on. One did not come here to fight with Long Aotian. There was no need to start a war with Long Aotian at this time. It wouldn't be too late to teach Long Aotian a lesson when he had succeeded in getting up by utilizing the difference in information. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen took a deep breath. Don't be complacent. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. With those words, he turned to leave. Hey! Hearing Long Aotian call himself, Yi Liangchen's footsteps cannot help but speed up. In a short while disappeared in the corner of the building. Chapter 44. Oh my god. Long Aotian couldn't have fallen in love with Perry Hu, right? Looking at Yi Liangchen's escape-like back, Long Aotian could only turn around helplessly to re-enter the classroom. Just as he turned around, he saw a worried-looking Hu Yuing behind him. That guy seems to be afraid of me. He turned around and ran away. Hu Yu looked at Long Aotian nervously. Brother Long, don't fight, okay? Just now, Hu Yuing was really scared, afraid that Long would go up and fight. The last time I heard from Wang Shua's mouth, Long would be disciplined if he was fighting. At this point in time, if you're backed up on disciplinary action and ordered to stay home from school, you're screwed on your senior year. So hurry up and trot over. It was a good thing that Yi Liangchen was directly scared away by Dragon's domineering aura. Fighting? Long Aotian looked at Hu Yu with amusement. Do I look like someone who loves fighting to you? When the surrounding students heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched and they nodded without leaving a trace. In his heart, he sighed. If you don't love to fight, there's no one in this world who loves to fight. But what shocked them even more was that Perry Hu, a new student, shook his head. What does that mean? It's crazy to think on behalf of Hu Yu that Long Aotian is someone who doesn't like to fight. Especially Wang Shua. He really wanted to tell Hu that Long Aotian's arrogance when he kicked those classmates in the restroom, one by one, like he was kicking a little kid. The reason is because those classmates pee a little louder than him. He is at most a cheap talker, but Long Aotian is downright bad. Then no. I just want to reason with that classmate that this behavior of randomly tapping on a girl's door is wrong. Turns out I didn't expect him to run that fast. After Long Aotian finished speaking, he couldn't help but wonder why the class was looking at him with strange eyes. Upon noticing Long Aotian's gaze, everyone in the class again looked away without leaving a trace or continued to pretend to read. In his heart, he said, "You don't have any idea how fast you can run? Never mind. Let's go to the cafeteria first." Hu Yuing nodded. "I'll go get my meal card." "Pick up what meal card? You fill me in. I'll buy you dinner. It's a deal. Otherwise it would still make others think that I, Long Aotian, take advantage of girls," Long Aotian said directly. Perry Hu hesitated for a moment, and the next second there was a pain in his head. Long Aotian raised his fist. "If you don't listen, whack you. I lent you a pen earlier. You lent me your notes. That's because you didn't want to owe me a favor. You gave me a tutorial. I bought you a meal. Courtesy, and the same is true mentally. So cut the crap, okay? Act like a donkey and make a lot of noise." "Aha, then brother Long, wait for me. I'll go fetch something." After saying that, he looked at Long Aotian's raised hand and hurriedly held his head. "It's squash." Taking the squash, he obediently followed Long Aotian and walked towards the downstairs. You guys say that Long Aotian shouldn't be in love with Perry Hu, right? There is this possibility of liking Perry Hu so much that you are willing to change the bad things in yourself for her? Yes, I think that's it. Long Aotian has been in this school for 3 years and has never taken pleasure in bullying others. Hu Yuing is the first person he's offered to help. Speaking of this, everyone's eyes were all placed on Wang Shua's body, sensing the gazes of the crowd. "What are you all looking at me for? I've already apologized to Perry Hu, and Hu Yuing looks so cute and innocent. Whoever looks at it probably wants to bully it." Speaking here, Wang Shua also hesitated slightly, but I think it's really likely that Long Aotian likes Perry Hu, or else just now, Long Aotian definitely wouldn't bull ***** and directly that person. Amidst such voices, there were a few other girls who didn't quite agree, but Perry, who was a very good student, with Long Aotian's current score, can go to college or not is one thing, and Perry, who is too far away. The one who spoke was the girl who had earlier discussed math, chemistry problems with Perry, whose solution is very clear. When the girls and Perry who were discussing a few big questions on the test paper today, Perry, who did basically everything right on this point, not to mention Long Aotian, the tail end of the class, even the class president, who was the best student, had never gotten it all right. No wonder Long Aotian is starting to actively study now. But guess if Long Aotian has any chance doing this? Well, that depends on the results of this test. All at once the class began to look forward vaguely to the results of the paper in the afternoon. The other side. After Yi Liangchen arrived at the cafeteria, his entire body was still on the verge of violent anger. This made Koizumi, who had beaten the meal in advance and was waiting here, uncertain. Looking at Yi Liangchen's face that was red from anger, Gao Quan asked in a low voice, "Brother Chen, what's wrong with you?" Yi Liangchen gasped heavily twice, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath, which calmed him down. "It's fine. It's just that I went to look for Long Aotian just now." Hearing this, Gao Quan paused for a moment, and then instantly connected Yi Liangchen's going to look for Long Aotian with Li Qingxue. "Brother Chen, you wouldn't have gone to look for trouble with Long Aotian for Li Qingxue, right? So are you okay? Did he hit you?" Words. Yi Liangchen also froze for a moment, then brightened up before following Gao Quan's words. "Well, even though I've given up on continuing to pursue Qingxue, but after all, we've been friends for so many years, I can't just really let it go." "Oh my god, Brother Chen, you're too cool, aren't you? Saying that you don't care about Li Qingxue anymore. But in the next second you went to find Long Aotian." Looking at the adoration in Gao Quan's eyes, Yi Liangchen sat up straight and straightened the collar of his school uniform. "This matter, don't tell anyone else." "Aha, don't worry Brother Chen. Since you want to silently guard Li Qingxue, I will never say anything." The corner of Yi Liangchen's mouth twitched, feeling that Gao Quan was also too truthful, and that he didn't let it be said. But he really didn't say anything? "If you don't tell me, how does Li Qingxue know that I went to see Long Aotian for her?" At that moment, he coughed lightly twice. "I just want to lay low. In fact, you can also secretly tell Li Qingxue's tablemate, so that Wang Rui always keep an eye on it. If Long Aotian dares to look for Li Qingxue again, so as to inform me in time." "Okay." Gao Quan nodded nervously. Just as he finished, his eyes looked toward the entrance to the cafeteria. "Brother Chen, Long Aotian is here. He's not here to find you, right?" Hearing this, Yi Liangchen subconsciously turned his head to look at the entrance of the cafeteria. Sure enough, he saw Long Aotian walk in with Ying Huyu. Hurriedly, he turned back to the table and clenched his fists in a death grip. "Damn, I knew I couldn't mess with Long Aotian in advance. That guy is a dog, or a mad dog, biting people and not letting go." "Don't look." Yi Liangchen rushed at Gao Quan. As long as he didn't look at Long Aotian wouldn't notice himself. After all, there were so many people inside the cafeteria, and with his back to him, it was impossible for him to find himself with such precision. After waiting for a while, Yi Liangchen softly asked, "Now let's see where Long Aotian is?" He and a nice little pretty girl sat down to eat. Gao Quan looked at Ying Huyu, and unconsciously looked twice more. The first two times, Ying Huyuing followed behind Long Aotian and always preferred to keep her head down. Makes it hard to see what it looks like, but not today. She's smiling, delicate and soft features with an indescribable innocence, especially the way she had just laughed heartily, with a hint of irresistible flirtatiousness mixed in with pure lust, totally unguarded and makes you want to look at it more. It seemed that everything around her seemed less important in this smile of hers. Looking at Gao Quan's appearance, Yi Liangchen felt funny. No talent. If he told him that Perry who would be his wife in the future, he would probably be shocked out of his mind. All people subconsciously look twice at beautiful things. It's human nature. Couldn't stop it myself. But as long as the treasure girl, full of their own, I'm afraid it will also make countless people envy themselves. Chapter 45. Yes. Just pull me like that or I won't be able to control myself. Don't look like you have no talent. Gao Quan awkwardly retracted his gaze. Brother Chen, that female classmate is really pretty. Especially that little woman's shy and flirtatious temperament. Li Qingxue can't even compare to her. Yi Liangchen was amused. Nonsense, that is his own treasure girl. The word treasure has completely explained the position of Huiying in Yi Liangchen's heart. It is also because Ying Huyu looks so heartwarming for no reason, which makes Long Aotian madly want to get her. Her name is Ying Huyu. Believe it or not, her husband will be me in the future. Yi Liangchen confidently shook his broken hair in front of his forehead and laughed. Brother Chen, you didn't even look at it. And you still dare to talk big. And you're not chasing after Li Qingxue anymore? What if Li Qingxue is also my wife in the future? Yi Liangchen covered his forehead and looked like I don't even want to talk about it. Gao Quan was stunned. Brother Chen, you have a fever? Do you want me to send you to the infirmary? It's still broad daylight and you're daydreaming? Let's not talk about Li Qingxue. Let's just say that female classmate who followed Long Aotian around. That's Long Aotian, the notorious prick of the entire school. Fighting, skipping classes, openly confronting teachers, all the bad things one can think of during school days. Long Aotian has done all of them. Isn't stealing a woman from such a man a way to seek death? As far as Brother Chen's physique was concerned, Long Aotian probably wouldn't be able to get up with one kick. That's why Gao Quan felt that Yi Liangchen was sick. And it was not a bad sickness. Yi Liangchen confidently took a sip of soup. Want to make a bet? What's the bet? Just bet on whether or not Li Qingxue and Hui Weiying are my wives in the future. And if I lose, I'll cover all the expenses for going out to play in the future. If you lose, you pay for future outings. Gao Quan skimmed his mouth. You're also too capable of blowing off some steam. Brother Chen, getting married will at least have to wait until after you graduate from college, right? That's too far away from me. Then what if I say that at the end of this summer's college entrance exam, they will all become my girlfriends? Yi Liangchen laughed confidently. Koizumi looked like he had heard some kind of funny joke. Laughing, his eyes became a slit. At the end of the college entrance exam, Hu and Li Qingxue will both become your girlfriends? Brother Chen, you don't have to be like this if you want to invite me out to play. Yi Liangchen raised his eyebrows. Actually, what I said wasn't rigorous. At the end of the college entrance exam, Perry Hu will become my girlfriend, and Li Qingxue will be chasing after me backwards, wanting to be my girlfriend. Those words were simply too bombastic and exaggerated for Koizumi. The matter of Perry Hu becoming his girlfriend is outrageous enough. Gao Quan didn't even dare to imagine how Long Aotian would deal with Yi Liangchen if he dared to steal his girlfriend. That was fine. But he even said that Li Qingxue would chase him backwards? It wasn't outrageous anymore, it was blowing up. How many years had he been chasing after Li Qingxue? If Li Qingxue would really chase him backwards, then why didn't Li Qingxue accept when Chen confessed? If that's true, I'll go wherever you say. And I'll contribute all the money I've saved over the years for the New Year's Eve. It's not that Gao Quan is a barbarian. It's that he thinks that Yi Liangchen's power has blown up too big. So big that Gao Quan, who is naive in nature, can't accept it. Okay, then, that's a deal. Yi Liangchen shook his head helplessly. This bet was a joke. He just liked to see Gao Quan's shocked look when the time came. I hope I won't be so shocked that I can't speak when the time comes. Brother Chen, Long Aotian molested your wife, Gao Quan suddenly said. Yi Liangchen hurriedly looked back. The resultant eye-rolling scene just happened in front of his eyes. Just saw Long Aotian that even reached out and touched Hu Yuing's tender little face. In just a moment, the fire that had just been suppressed immediately tumbled up. If it wasn't for the large number of people here, and if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to show a glimpse of his violence in front of Gao Quan, he would have already been unable to hold back from going up to fight and duel with Long Aotian. Deadly fists clenched. He jerked up from his chair. Don't be impulsive, Brother Chen, Gao Quan hurriedly persuaded. He always thought that what Brother Chen said just now was just a joke. If he was really delirious to mess with Long Aotian, the next one whose head would explode would definitely be Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen gritted his teeth. His voice slowly squeezed out from between his teeth. Yes, pull me like this, or else I'm afraid. I'll rush over and Long Aotian right now. Just like that, Yi Liangchen was pulled out of the restaurant by Gao Quan. The commotion the two made caused the people eating in the cafeteria to look at the two. Long Aotian also glanced at it. Then he withdrew his gaze and continued to look at Hu, saying, "It's like a starving ghost casting off. The sticky corners of his mouth are all over the place." Hu Yu holding chopsticks, froze looking at Long Aotian, beautiful eyes flashing, slightly open red lips, rice accidentally exposed. But she herself seems to have already forgotten how to chew, just out of her mind staring blankly at Long Aotian. The corners of his mouth seemed to still retain the temperature of Long Aotian's fingertips. What are you waiting for? Is there a dish on my face? Looking at Hu Yu's droll and coquettish appearance, Long Aotian couldn't help but laugh. Eat slowly, I eat fast in itself. Waiting for you is just the right amount of time to take the edge off. Their own food itself is fast. Hu Yuing see themselves almost finished. This silly girl also do not know how to think. The mouth has been bulging, but also continue to pick up rice towards the mouth. Are not afraid to choke on. Hearing Long Aotian's words, Hu Yuing slightly nodded her head, then lowered her eyes and obediently continued to eat. In the process of eating, pursing her lips, she quietly glanced at Long Aotian, and then like a scared bunny, She quickly withdrew her gaze again. The corner of the mouth raised a slight imperceptible arc. Today's sunshine is really good. Today is also happy. Today's rice, so sweet. I'm done eating. Huyuing said softly to Long Aotian and then started to clean up the dinner plates. Walk out of the restaurant. At the entrance of the restaurant, Yi Lianchen, who was originally furious, after seeing Long Aotian come out with Huyuing, immediately, he turned around and turned his back to Long Aotian and the others. Wait until they're far away. Yi Lianchen violently turned around and viciously glared at Long Aotian's back. Quan, if it wasn't for you pulling me just now, I was really afraid that I wouldn't be able to control myself. Yi Lianchen said in a deep voice. The corner of Gao Quan's mouth twitched. He had clearly not pulled him just now. Dryly swallowing a mouthful, Gao Quan whispered, Brother Chen, why don't we go to the infirmary? Do I think you've been under too much stress lately and have some mental disorders? I'm fine. Izumi, don't you trust me? I'm very awake and rational now. Yi Lianchen took a deep breath and said, Never before have I been sober and rational. Koizumi sighed helplessly. Not only did he fantasize Long Aotian's girlfriend as his own, but he also said that Li Qingxue would chase him backwards. And last Friday, picking on someone for no reason and getting beat up. It's such a dishonorable thing to have to put yourself out there and publicize it. Now that I think about it, the problem has actually been there for a long time. It seems that Li Qingxue's rejection of Brother Chen has really affected him. Of course this was something that Gao Quan didn't say in front of Yi Lianchen. Otherwise he wouldn't know what he would do if he heard this. Chapter 46 Long Aotian's highlight moment. Yi Lianchen returned inside the classroom with a bad face. Yi Lianchen, who sat back in his seat, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Wang Rui looked at Yi Lianchen strangely. What's wrong with this guy? He made Li Qingxue cry, and he's back to looking like he's about to be pissed off? Gao Quan, what's wrong with him? Seeing Gao Quan who walked in from behind, Wang Rui asked out loud. Gao Quan first glanced at Li Qingxue, his mind recalling what Yi Lianchen had said. Hesitation for a split second or choose in front of Li Qingxue's face. Said to Wang Rui, although Brother Chen has given up to continue to pursue Qingxue, but after all, so many years of friends, cannot just really let it go. So Brother Chen went to look for Long Aotian. After saying that, he took another deep look at Li Qingxue before returning to his seat. Hearing this, Li Qingxue, who had been silent, couldn't help but clench the pen in her hand. The gaze that looked at Yi Lianchen had some complicated emotions. Feeling Li Qingxue's gaze, Yi Lianchen was unmoved, only looking sideways out of the window, exposing his sharp jawline. Mourn, I'm sorry, although you didn't let me say it. I still said in front of Li Qingxue that you went to trouble Long Aotian for her. Gao Quan whispered. You won't blame me, right? He felt that Yi Lianchen shouldn't hide it if he could do this for Li Qingxue. It's been a really long time since I've seen someone so infatuated, who doesn't say anything but just gives quietly behind the scenes. Episodes like this one, Gao Quan had only seen on TV when he grew up. This was enough to show how deep Yi Lianchen's love for Li Qingxue was. Yi Lianchen was ecstatic inside, but on the surface, he still didn't show too many cracks and said in a deep voice, Little cutie, how could Brother Chen blame you? You just stated a fact. Speaking here, Yi Lianchen smiled to himself. Besides, all of this is voluntary on my part, and I didn't think of making Li Qingxue repay or be touched. Brother Chen, your love is too great. Gao Quan was touched. Men, that's how it should be. You just haven't met a favorite yet. If you did, you'd be like Brother Chen. Yi Lianchen didn't deliberately control his voice when he said this. Instead, he said in a purely bubbly, husky voice. After saying these words, Yi Lianchen kept observing Li Qingxue's back. Seeing that she seemed to be about to turn around, Yi Lianchen raised his eyes 45 degrees ahead of time, with just the right amount of self-deprecating smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, after Long Aotian and Huyuing finished their digestion and returned to the classroom, there was a pause in his footsteps, a slight frown, and a raised eyebrow as he scanned the room. Those who met his gaze all subconsciously looked away. Is there something on my face? Long Aotian asked Huyuing in a small voice. Perry Huyu took a serious look, then shook his head. Strange, he said heading towards his seat. Soon, not only Long Aotian, even Huyuing realized that the students around her seemed to be secretly looking at herself, with an indescribably strange feeling. Subconsciously touching his face, he wondered if he had gotten something on his face. This continued until class started and until the teacher handed out the morning test papers. Long Aotian went from being the perennial bottom feeder to the bottom 5 this time. A full 4-place improvement. If this matter had been put before, everyone might have thought that Long Aotian was a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. But now they all thought that this was the change Long Aotian had made for love. And the person who changed her was none other than Perry Hu. But when Perry Hu's score came down, the class was first quiet, then completely boiled. the first in the math fault, a full 11 points higher than the second place. The whole class couldn't help but look at Perry Who, only to realize that Perry Who didn't have any obvious emotional ups and downs about her score. On the contrary, it was Long Aotian, whose surprise was beyond words. It felt as if he had encountered a high moment in his life. It's as if for him going from bottom of the list to bottom 5 is something very impressive and something to be proud of. Seeing this scene, Wang Shuo looked at the 5 points on his roll paper, and the penultimate first place. The corner of his mouth showed a bitter smile. It's over. There was Long Aotian at the bottom before. This time, when I go back my dad shall not whip me to death with 7 wolves? A rolled paper teacher takes 1 class period to talk about it. But Hu Yueying spent a whole afternoon. After each wrong question, Hu Yueying will make notes, and then list the corresponding exercises. Let Long Aotian do it all over again during the evening study session. Time always flies when you focus on one thing. Soon Long Aotian welcomed his second weekend in this world. Saturday morning. Li Qingxue habitually woke up early and looked through the window at the gray world outside. It wasn't a good day. A little overcast. Looking out at the overcast sky in a daze, I don't know what came to mind, but I got up and dressed, grabbed an umbrella and walked out. I woke up extra early today and my mom wasn't even up yet to prepare breakfast. Li Qingxue took a bottle of milk from the refrigerator and trotted out. The wind is picking up. Li Qingxue wrapped her jacket tightly and accelerated her pace. Come to the banks of the Waterbay River and look up. Due to the weather, there are usually a lot of older people exercising here, but today it's just sporadic. As a drop of rain fell, those who were left began to go home. Li Qingxue walked alone to the riverside lawn, opened the umbrella, and then sat down. The sound of the wind blowing the river, the sound of the river one flowing, the sound of the rain hitting the umbrella, the feeling of dampness blowing on your face. These sounds form some of nature's most beautiful and unique vocal music. Listen to the voices in silence. The mood was rarely soothing and relaxed. The rain is getting heavier and wetting the lawn. Li Qingxue also slowly stood up from the lawn, glancing at the time on his cell phone. He headed for the top of the ramp. Standing on top of the flat concrete floor, he turned back and looked around once more. The rain rippled, creating a curtain of rain in the sight. Surely this is the best weather to sleep in. Just as he was about to leave, his afterglow landed on top of the park gazebo not far away. Then a figure was seen, lazily lying on a gazebo bench. Li Qingxue's eyes moved slightly, changing direction and lifting her steps towards the park gazebo. Before he could get close enough, he heard humming coming from inside. Entering the gazebo, he put away his umbrella and placed the milk in his arms beside the figure. Hearing the commotion, Long Aotian opened his eyes. Did you come here specifically to find me? Then glancing at the milk sitting beside him, is it something you can't figure out again? Youngsters your age, if you could focus on your studies, you'd all be great talents. Chapter 47, What I Am Like in Your Eyes. Li Qingxue didn't say anything and sat on the bench on the other side for a long time before slowly saying, It's raining today. I thought you wouldn't come today. Senior year is tedious and boring, and this is a better place to decompress your mood. Long Aotian listened to the sound made by the rain falling on the gazebo and said lazily, Combine labor and rest in order to better adjust one's state to the best. Li Qingxue shrugged her shoulders. She didn't deny that such an environment did make people feel comfortable, but compared to these, perhaps more people will choose to listen to music, or play games on the internet, using entertainment to relieve their own stress. Only older people like to listen to the sound of water running and rain falling to relieve stress. You're obviously only 18. Why do you act like you're older? I'm precocious. Li Qingxue snorted. I don't believe you're precocious. With a laugh, the gloom in his heart dissipated. Li Qingxue sat on the bench with her hands wrapped around her knees, out of her mind, looking at the rain outside the gazebo. By the way, at the risk of asking, is your name Long Aotian? Well, how about that? Does it feel like a bossy name? Li Qingxue hesitated for a moment, but still lowered her voice and said, I'm sorry that my friend went to bother you. I'll apologize to you on his behalf. Actually, I've always wanted to apologize to you in person, but I never had the chance to do so inside the school, so I hope you can accept this belated apology. This matter, in fact, is just a mere misunderstanding. There was nothing in itself. It just happened to be heard by Yi Liangchen, but no matter what, the cause of the incident was ultimately himself. Otherwise Yi Liangchen wouldn't have gone to trouble Long Aotian, and he deserved to apologize. Looking for trouble from me? Long Aotian glanced at Li Qingxue oddly. Is it possible that you haven't heard of my deeds inside the school? I heard. How can you say something like that when you've heard about it? Who dares to come after me? Upon hearing this, Li Qingxue was slightly stunned. It's Monday, when school is over at noon. No one bothered you? Long Aotian thought carefully. This week, He was under the supervision of Perry who, practicing exercises hard every day, and no one had come to disturb him, so he said affirmatively, no. Hearing Long Ao Tian's definite reply, Li Qingxue was a bit puzzled, so she asked in a low voice, is it possible that there is another classmate in our school who is also named Long Ao Tian? Are you kidding me? Long Aotian was amused by Li Qingxue's suspicious, uncertain, and cautious tone. Looking at Long Ao Tian's big and bright smile revealed a full of teenage intentions. Li Qingxue's eyes twitched slightly. Then how come you're different from the legends? I heard from my classmates that you can be violent and will hit people at the drop of a hat. Anyone who dares to mess with you will surely suffer. And to say that you once kicked someone 10 meters away. Long Aotian saw that Li Qingxue was getting more and more agitated with her words and her eyes were getting brighter and brighter. So she hurriedly waved her hand. A kick 10 meters away? You really think I'm Superman? Li Qingxue looked at Long Ao Tian. A smile gushed out from the bottom of her eyes. But I talk to you and get along with you. And don't feel that you're the kind of person who will make a move at the drop of a hat. What kind of person am I in your eyes? Long Ao Tian asked as he sat up and looked at Li Qingxue. I don't know about others, but I think you're a person with a gentle nature and a bit of wild arrogance, Li Qingxue said seriously. When Long Ao Tian enlightened himself before, he could feel that he was really patient with people, and say things that don't sting, like elders but not elders, a good person to talk to. And when we met for the first time, when facing his own interview, because of the height difference, he also took the initiative to bend his body, very gentlemanly. It was because of this that Li Qingxue had no way to connect the Long Ao Tian that her tablemate spoke of with the person she had seen. Thank you. I didn't realize that I'm quite highly regarded in your eyes. Long Ao Tian smiled and said, actually, I was quite not a thing before, and have been working hard to change myself. After saying that, he picked up the milk beside him. You came to me especially early in the morning to say sorry for your friend? Li Qingxue took a deep breath, then sighed. Nah. Gao Quan himself said that Yi Liangchen went to trouble Long Ao Tian for himself. Li Qingxue thought of things because of their own. I'm afraid that will bring unnecessary trouble to Long Ao Tian, but also afraid of Long Ao Tian will target retaliation Yi Liangchen. So think of an apology well. We are both classmates and friends, so there is really no need for something unpleasant to happen. Besides, it was just a misunderstanding. But now, he himself got affirmation from the person in question that Yi Liangchen didn't go to trouble Long Ao Tian. So Koizumi was lying to himself? Or did Yi Liangchen ask Gao Quan to deceive himself? I don't know what emotion should be in my heart for a while. It's quite complicated anyway. Long Ao Tian glanced at Li Qingxue and said with amusement, at your age, the ignorant love between the opposite sex is not taken too seriously, right? Like Li Qingxue, who was very slow in her feelings. Long Ao Tian just saw her expression and knew that she was in a tangle again. Come to think of it, I'm afraid I'd be torn for a split second if I had someone by my side who'd been with me for 9 years. The thing about falling in love is that it's wonderful for everyone. But a healthy love affair should be one in which the two people progress towards each other, rather than getting deeper and deeper into each other's entanglements. You or your friend, if you can't let go of each other, you can try to give him a chance, and then look at your relationship from another angle, and maybe you'll change in a different way too. Of course, all of this should be after the high school entrance exams. This was a little bit of advice that Long Ao Tian had given her, trying to tell her not to get tangled up in her feelings. If she can't let go, try to be serious. Follow her heart. No complaints just. Li Qingxue's eyes moved slightly, because Long Ao Tian's words had truly spoken to her heart. She had a life plan for herself, and that was it. And she was also a great believer that if people truly loved each other, they would always meet at the top. So right off the bat, she didn't plan a relationship. Into her high school career, the rain was getting smaller. Long Ao Tian put the milk back to Li Qingxue. The rain is getting smaller. I'll leave first. I hope that the next time we meet, you won't be caught in a tangle again. It was only then that Li Qingxue realized that Long Ao Tian did not bring an umbrella. I was just about to say that I'd send him back myself. As a result, Long Ao Tian just waved his hand with his back to himself, and gradually walked away in the rain curtain. So like being fearless of the elements, spontaneous and forthright. As Long Ao Tian left, Li Qingxue looked at the milk beside her, raised her eyes to the boundless rain curtain, and couldn't help but stretch out as well. No matter what the reason to deceive themselves, as Long Ao Tian said, just as their own life plan, all wait until the end of the college entrance exams and then say it. Chapter 48, People with bad brains should take a detour when they see it. Took a picture of the rain outside. Spinning around on his phone, he began editing the text. All the sudden remembrances in the world are only because they've been placed in the heart, but it seems that's all there is to it. So forgive me. Your night retires. Click upload. Yi Liangchen looked at his cell phone and lay back on the bed. While refreshing my phone screen, I muttered to myself, I don't know how much heartache you'll feel when you see this. After swiping his phone for a while, he found that there was no browsing history, and he guessed that Li Qingxue might be reviewing right now, so she didn't look at her phone. So he put his cell phone down and laid his whole body on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. This week, he hadn't given Li Qingxue any good looks himself. Instead, he kept a high profile in front of her. There were several times in which Yi Liangchen saw with his own eyes that Li Qingxue was looking at herself with a desire to speak. It seemed to be trying to say something to itself, but one didn't even give her a chance to open her mouth. It should be very hard in your heart, but I'm sorry, I can't help it. These things are necessary for you to go through. Only after experiencing the husband-chasing crematorium you can truly understand how much you love me, or you won't cherish it. We've known each other too long, so long that you can't tell if you have a friendship or a crush on me, but it doesn't matter. I'll help you. It's hard to get used to someone who used to chase you around all the time, suddenly moving away from you, isn't it? But Yi Liangchen wanted this effect. The more uncomfortable Li Qingxue was, the more she could remember how good she was, the more she could remember that she was good to be with her, the more she would regret ever why she hadn't just been subjected to her own confession. It will slowly start to become tormented, slowly start to come to its senses, and finally go after the husband crematorium on itself. It's like in a dream. Chase yourself backwards and show yourself how you feel. Then the initiative will be in your hands. Thinking of this, thinking of the bet he made with Gao Quan, Yi Liangchen couldn't help but snort out a laugh. I really don't dare to imagine the surprise on Gao Quan's face by that time. Suddenly, Yi Liangchen seemed to have thought of something. It's raining so hard today. I don't think Perry who will go to her part-time job, right? According to Treasure Girl's character, as long as there's no knife in the sky, she'll definitely go to work. I don't know if she has an umbrella either. If she sees me drenched just to bring her an umbrella, the Treasure Girl should be very touched, right? Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen was ready to take a look. As he juggled Li Qingxue's emotions, he couldn't forget about his Treasure Girl, even though there was only a week left before he and the Treasure Girl, in the dream, met in a real sense. But that doesn't stop one from being able to care about Treasure Girl ahead of time. The perfect man deserves the rain. Getting up and dressed, he looked at the clothes on his body, hesitated, took them off, opened the closet, and found his white shirt from inside. Because the white shirt stained with water will be tightly attached to their own bodies, able to inadvertently show a handful of their own body at the same time, but also let Hu Yuing to see, in order to give her an umbrella, how much he has paid. Returning home, Long Ao Tian took a shower, looked at the heavy rain outside which was still not stopping, took the umbrella and walked out of the house. Come to the food market. Having come often during this period of time, the vendors in the surrounding area also recognized Long Ao Tian. When buying food, all of them were cheaper for Long Ao Tian. Carrying the purchased vegetables, I cut a piece of meat at the old man's stall, and thought that it would not do to eat meat alone. Finally got the old man to help chop up some ribs. Going to see that little teacher again? The old man looked at the dishes purchased in Long Ao Tian's hands and asked softly. Well, from now on, we'll go to her house every weekend for tuition. Long Ao Tian said. Okay. The old man laughed, remembering that his son went from the bottom of the list to the bottom 5, and his heart was happy to chop up a few more pounds of ribs. How can a parent not be anxious when they watch their child come down to first place once, twice, countless times? Previously, because of the matter of Long Ao Tian's grades, he and Long Ao Tian had proposed that he could let Long Ao Tian go to the counseling department. But just because of this incident, Long Ao Tian broke out into one of the biggest fights with him. Since then, the old man no longer know how to face Long Ao Tian should open up, want to talk about the child, but also afraid of the relationship between the child and the child become more tense. Now seeing Long Ao Tian, little by little, is changing, the old man's heart is beautiful. There was no begrudging at all to the little teacher who could help his son with his tutoring. Instead it was also very appreciated. Grateful that she was able to take her own vacation time to tutor Long Ao Tian despite such a stressful time in her high school career. I'm off then. I'll be over after tutoring this afternoon. Is there any money left? Take some money and treat people to food then, the old man said as he was about to take money from the box. I still have money. Don't take it. I'm leaving. Long Ao Tian patted his pocket and took the meat and vegetables. The umbrella left one for you. Put it here. Leaving one of the umbrellas he had brought from home for the old man, he left the place, walking down the road, holding the umbrella with his neck and shoulder. Freeing one hand, he sent a message to Perry who, at home? I'm coming over now. A reply was soon received. Brother Lung, I'm sorry, I'm not home yet. Where is it? I'm at Nanfeng Plaza now. I'll be home soon. After Hu Yuing finished speaking, she looked up at the rain that hadn't decreased in the slightest, and a touch of anxiety surfaced on her face. When I came out in the morning it was just overcast. I didn't realize it was raining so hard now. Glanced at the store next door. Hu Yuing walked in, looked at the cheapest umbrellas on the shelves, also want $30. Instantly fell into hesitation. I ended up walking out of the store empty-handed. I just saw a boy on the way over here getting soaked in the rain. It was hilarious. The point is that he's still holding the umbrella in his hand, but he's not using it. Don't you think that's strange? It's not like they're filming an idol drama, is it? Standing in front of the store, Hu Yuing heard the conversation of the people passing by and couldn't help but raise her head to look over there. Then a figure in a white shirt and skinny jeans was seen walking slowly towards the side. As he walked, he held out his hands and let the downpour wash over him. Inadvertently looking at each other, Hu Yuing froze for a moment. Yi Liangchen also paused for a moment, then let out a light laugh and looked up to the sky with a smile. Is this the fate between us? In the crowded square, whenever the other side appears, the eyes always fall on the other side without notice. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen accelerated his steps towards Xing Hu. As Yi Liangchen approached, Hu Yuing frowned in embarrassment. The white shirt was soaked by the rain and stuck tightly to his body. The two black do-down Moncler jackets in front of his chest, which were particularly conspicuous under the tight fit of the white shirt. Won't he feel embarrassed? Speaking of this, his mind suddenly recalled what Long Aotian had said, this kind of person with a bad brain, when you see it in the future, you have to take a detour. Hey, my old boys, lo and behold, this is the sweetest novel I've ever read. Oh, my goodness, it's sweeter than Granny Tom's strawberry pie. If you're reading this and you haven't 5-starred, hyped, and power generated, I think I'm going to kick your ass with the tips of my leather shoes, and I swear I really will. Ha ha. Old guys, I'd like to say make sure you stay and continue. 5 stars, hyping, powering up. Chapter 49, Why does my love have to go through so many ups and downs? Thinking about Long Aotian's words, coupled with Yi Liangchen baring his teeth at himself, rainwater slid down from the corners of his mouth, creating a drooling feeling. The body shuddered. Noticing Hu Yuing's eyes, Yi Liangchen shook his wet hair, hooking up the corners of his mouth in a confident smile. I guess that you didn't take your umbrella today, and I was worried about you, so I came to bring it to you. Xing Hu couldn't bear to look at the 2 small black dots on Yi Liangchen's chest. Don't look away, and said in a small voice, thank you, but no need. Like I said, you don't have to be polite to me. Take it. Even though giving you an umbrella caused me to get myself wet, I was happy inside because I finally helped you. After saying that, Yi Liangchen opened his arms and made a gesture of embracing the sky, letting the rain hit his body and face, and did not move. Instead, he showed a gesture of enjoyment. Seeing this scene, Hu Yuing only felt immensely embarrassed inside and subconsciously wanted to move away from him. But Yi Liangchen suddenly wrapped his arms around his chest and made a gesture of embracing himself. Ms. Hu Yuing, it's so cold today, but it can't withstand the passion in my heart. Because I helped you, I feel a hot spot inside. Hu Yuing looked at Yi Liangchen still standing in the rain, not coming under the eaves to take shelter. Inwardly, he was more certain that he might actually be bad in the head. So in a small voice, he said, no, I'll leave in a little while when the rain subsides. Yi Liangchen snorted. You're worried about me, right? Hu Yuing was puzzled. WH? What? Yi Liangchen suddenly looked seriously at Xing Hu and said word for word. I said you're worried about me. It doesn't really matter. I'm a guy. This bit of wind and rain is like a cool shower for me. The move over here attracted a lot of people to watch. The square is huge, and there is no shortage of people around who take brief shelter from the rain because they don't have umbrellas with them. At the moment they all looked this way. Mommy, is that brother in the rain confessing his love? A little boy saw the scene and tilted his head to look at his mom, innocently asking. Children of this age like to watch TV, and such episodes seem to have been seen on TV. So this asked. Hearing this, Hu Yuing was a little anxious inside and glared at Yi Liangchen with an exasperated look. But on the contrary, Yi Liangchen confidently threw his head back and smiled after seeing Hu Yuing's eyes. You see, even little children can feel the love between us. It's as if our relationship has long been blessed by the heavens. Hu Yuing frowned and took a step back to distance herself from Yi Liangchen. Don't you talk nonsense, okay? Yi Liangchen sighed helplessly. His voice was a little low, tilting his head 45 degrees and letting the rain hit his face. I'm not bull ******** ting. It's just that there are some things that you don't understand yet. Their emotional bond begins with 2 wounded people caring for each other. Yi Liangchen's confession was rejected and he was hurt inside. Hu Yuing was bullied to the point that she was physically and mentally exhausted. Only one is reborn with the good memories of the dream. Perhaps this is the reason why God let himself be reborn, so that he remembers everything, and then comes early to care for Perry Hu, to save her, and hand in hand once again towards the best life. Yi Liangchen also knew that if he said something like this, he would definitely be treated as a cutie by Hu Yueying. But what does that matter? What's wrong with being a little fool for love? Hu Yueying took a deep breath. It was a silly thing to start an argument with this kind of person with a bad head. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about. Please move over. I'm leaving. After saying that, not caring about the pouring rain, he shielded his cell phone in his arms, shrunk his neck and lowered his head, and rushed into the rain. Don't go. Yi Lianchen blocked in front of Hu Yueying's body, gently pulling on the long sleeve of Hu Yueying's jacket. If you go back like this, you'll get wet. The rain quickly dampened Hu Yueying's broken hair and shoulders, and she was a little anxious. On one hand, he didn't want to be pestered by him, and on the other hand, Long Aotian was still waiting for himself. At this moment, being pulled by Yi Lianchen, he was anxious and a little angry inside. But the reason for Hu Yueying's character, even if he was anxious, even if he was angry, he couldn't say anything unpleasant, but just unnaturally wanted to draw back his sleeve. Just when Hu Yueying was anxious inside, a voice full of magnetism but with an icy tone came from behind him. Let go. The cold voice seemed to be colder than this heavy rain. Both Hu Yueying and Yi Lianchen couldn't help but stare, and then they looked towards the source of the sound, looking at an umbrella in one hand and a red and yellow plastic bag from the food market in the other. My heart paused in this moment. Fascinated, he looked at the handsome, upright figure standing in the rain. His figure was like a high wall, and for no reason at all, he gave himself a pang of reassurance. Even more so, he did not expect that Long Aotian would come to find himself. Long Aotian looked at Yi Lianchen with a smile. His eyes were like the cold winter night sky, with a lingering aggressiveness that inexplicably made people feel shivering and unable to resist. Meeting Long Aotian's eyes, Yi Lianchen subconsciously loosened his hand. Hu Yueying retracted her sleeves, and in the next second, the rain was stopped. Tilting her head to look at Long Aotian who held the umbrella over her head, a smile appeared on her face. Brother Long. Long Aotian didn't say anything, he just placed his gaze on Yi Lianchen. If memory serves, earlier Hu Yueying said that it was this person who knocked on her room door. Taking 2 steps forward, because of the height difference, Long Aotian slightly lowered his head to look at Yi Lianchen. This classmate, although I don't know what your name is, but it's a very bad behavior to pull at girls on the street like this. It's not a wrong thing to have a crush on the opposite sex, but with the college entrance exams just around the corner and a long road ahead, it's better to put your mind to your studies at this stage. And the last time it was you who knocked on Perry Hu's door, wasn't it? This matter is equally very bad. I am reasoning with you now. I hope you can listen to me, or else I know a little bit about fists and feet. After saying that, Long Aotian knocked her head with his knuckles in Hu Yueying's starry eyes. Don't know to call me? Hu Yueying hands over his head. There is a little pain, but in the heart of the unknown, this point of pain is really insignificant. Not yet. Aha. The corners of Yi Lianchen's mouth trembled, and he didn't know if it was from the cold or from being scared by Long Aotian. Just dumbfounded, he watched Long Aotian taking Hu Yu away. He opened his mouth, the words came to him but he didn't know how to say them out. He could only clench his fists in death. Damn it, he just hit Ying Hu on the head. He's actually forcing herself on Hu Yueying again. Is there no way to change anything? In the heavy rain Yi Lianchen looked up to the sky. The rain hit the face pain, but not 1/10,000th as much as the pain in his heart. Is there no way to change all this? Is it hard to believe that I can only be Hu Yueying's salvation after she's been hurt to the point of being physically and mentally exhausted? My love, why must it be so bumpy? Fate, why do you always like to joke with me like this? Why must two people who truly love each other go through unnecessary trials and tribulations? Chapter 50, I'll make you anything you want to eat from now on. Walking back, Hu Yueying secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Long Aotian beside her and laughed softly. Brother Long, thank you for coming to pick me up. Next time you need help, please feel free to just let me know. I'm your big brother. You're my little teacher. You don't have to feel bothered. If I hadn't come over today you wouldn't have been afraid to go back in the rain and get cold and sick? Listening to Long Aotian's slightly reproachful voice, Hu Yueying didn't feel any hard feelings in her heart. Instead, she let out a light laugh and said in a small voice, I know. Looking at Perry Hu's good behavior, Long Aotian couldn't help but feel funny. Anyway, no matter what was said Perry Hu always nodded her head and said she knew. But when you really need help, you still face it alone. She had a bone-deep fear of bothering people. But didn't people help each other and compliment each other? Lung, let me get you something. Looking at Long Aotian holding an umbrella with one hand and carrying something with the other, too empty-handed Hu Yueying finished and went to take the bag in the hands of Long Aotian. The thing is very light. Long Aotian raised his hand a little, avoiding Ying Hu's attempt to take something. I'm empty-handed. You still need to hold the umbrella. Let me help you take some. Ying Hu looked at Long Aotian and whispered with some embarrassment. Stop nagging. or I'll kick you out into the rain. Hearing this, Hu Yuing stood in place in a formal manner. Looking at this little look of Ing Huyu, Long Aotian laughed. When we go back, you cook for me. You'll be busy then. As soon as she heard that she could still help Long Aotian, Ing Hu was instantly happy. Well, I can cook a lot of things. You can tell me whatever you want to eat. If I don't know how, I can learn. I'm a fast learner. Okay. I know you can't be bothered. Now can we hurry home and cook me dinner? Very hungry. Aha. Okay. Long Aotian, you come with me. I know there are paths here. It will be very close from here. When Ing Huyu finished speaking, she herself didn't even notice that she inadvertently pulled Long Aotian's arm. This place where Perry who was walking is a train track stopping point. Over the gate, down the small aisle where the nitro bags had accumulated. Jump off the platform and cross the railroad tracks, saving a good part of the trip from here. What kind of weather is this? By the time we get home, the rain has gotten lighter. Long Aotian closed his umbrella, looked at the drizzle and said, do you know how to make ribs? Eat ribs today. After saying that, he handed all the purchased vegetables, meat and ribs to Hu Yuing. Looking at the bag handed over by Long Aotian, Hu Ying's gaze was a little lost in thought. Brother Long, to help you make up is my voluntary. What do you want to eat? Tell me on the line. Before the words were finished they were knocked on the head by Long Aotian. In nagging whack you right? Your brother Long is the kind of person who loves to take advantage of small advantages? You don't even know how happy my old man was when he found out that I scored fifth from the bottom this time. If I hadn't stopped him, the old man would have wanted to move the meat stall directly to your house. Hu Yuing was not used to accepting gifts from others, but for some reason, after listening to Long Aotian's words, the corners of her mouth were colored with a few smiles. Then how about we eat ribs and noodles today? Anything. Perry, who walked into the kitchen with the bag, then took out a towel. Brother Long, you wipe your body first, go into the hall and sit down. It will be ready soon. When he handed Long Aotian a towel, he realized that the side of Long Aotian's body that was originally carrying the vegetables had already been drenched with rainwater. On the contrary, except after being caught in the rain at the beginning, I have not been physically drenched in rain since then. Back in her room, Hu Yuing looked at her clothes. Nothing else seems to fit except for the shredded short sleeves. A blush inexplicably colored his face as he picked up the crushed short sleeves. Brother Long, you, if you don't mind, change into this first. After saying that, he placed the clothes in Long Aotian's hand, while he himself walked into the kitchen. Boil a little hot water, slice ginger and put it in and boil it together. Serve out a bowl and bring it into the room. Seeing Long Aotian's current look, the laughter in the bottom of his eyes was gushing out. Originally worn on their own body so loose floral short-sleeved, wearing on Long Aotian body is still a little compacted. Long Aotian noticed Hu Ying's line of sight and tugged his clothes uncomfortably. You're laughing. I whacked you all. I'm laughing and you're whacking me, said also a little aggrieved and handed the ginger tea to Long Aotian. Looking at the steaming ginger tea in his hand, Long Aotian huffed. Don't think that I won't whack you just because you made me ginger tea. Hu Yuing turned towards the kitchen. The moment she lifted the bamboo curtain, she quietly glanced at Long Aotian, who was drinking ginger tea, pursed her lips and smiled gently, and started cooking. Long Aotian purchased a lot of dishes and a lot of meat and ribs. Perry, who in the kitchen will be these things, organized, all put into the refrigerator. These ingredients will be able to last for ages, as long as they don't go bad. After the ribs were stewed off the bone, Hu Yuing served a bowl of ribs, and then started to put down the noodles while the rib soup was in the soup. The flour on the noodles dissolved in the rib soup. The soup becomes sticky, all sticking to the top of the noodles. The flavor is fresh and crisp. Hu Yuing tasted the flavor. Her eyes lit up and she was satisfied to serve the rice to Long Aotian. I'll do it myself. Long Aotian hurriedly lifted the bamboo curtain to catch the dishes. 2 bowls of noodles and a small half tub of ribs. Long Aotian took a bite and couldn't stop praising Ing Hu for her delicious cooking. Hu Yuing, you are also too good at it, right? Looking pretty, studying well, even cooking is so delicious. Hearing Long Aotian's compliments, Hu Yuing was embarrassed. Obviously it was just a home-cooked meal. However, seeing Long Aotian eating contentedly, Hu Ying's eyes flashed. It's delicious, I'll make it for you in the future. It will be troublesome before the college entrance exam then, Long Aotian joked. Hearing this, Hu Ying's eyes darkened for a moment. You can also tell me if you want to eat in the future. Words. Long Aotian froze for a moment. Then he raised his eyes to see Hu Ying's smiling and serious eyes, and subconsciously misplaced his gaze. Wiping the corners of his mouth with a paper towel, he swallowed the food in his mouth. Later, now is fine. Aha. After dinner, Hu Yuing assigned 10 questions to Long Outyen. These questions were topics that Hu Yuing summarized based on the mistakes on her previous test papers. In the face of Long Ao Tian's inability to answer the questions, Hu Yuing is always very patient to answer for him. She used to just like the quiet atmosphere when she was studying, but now she added one more thing, and that was that she liked lecturing for Long Ao Tian. Looking at the color of confidence that flowed out of Hu Yu when she was talking about the questions, Long Ao Tian could clearly feel her happy emotions. Feeling Long Ao Tian's line of sight falling on her face, Hu Yuing raised her eyes to look at it. Her eyes curved and laughed softly. "Brother Long, why do you keep looking at me?" After saying that, his eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he subconsciously lowered his eyes to look at the exercises on the desktop. It seemed that she didn't want Long Ao Tian to notice her burning cheeks. "Say what? I was just thinking about the exercise and got a little carried away." Chapter 51. Listen to the sound of a broken heart. It hurts like hell. Looking at Long Ao Tian stretching his waist, Hu Yu also stopped her pen. "Want to take a break?" Long Ao Tian nodded and placed his written topic in front of Perry, who, "Done. This time I guess it's alright. Rest for a while." After saying that, he directly laid down on top of the sofa without any image. "Okay." Perry, who said okay on her lips, but her eyes didn't leave the exercises that Long Ao Tian had done well. After seeing that all the exercises were correct, he stretched his back and leaned on the sofa. Long Ao Tian took out his cell phone and checked the bank card information, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Although all this money is obtained by their own openings, but compliance and legal, Long Ao Tian is naturally happy, especially when you are physically tired. Take a look at it and you are instantly energized. In the last world, one was just a frugal wage earner. I also wonder if in this world, I will become a richest man with my memories. Note, in the original novel, Long Outyen was able to succeed and create the Outyen Group, but it was only according to the author's plot, involving blackmail, that he slowly created the Outyen Group. According to the timeline of this world, it won't be long before we enter the era of 4G networks. Since then the internet began to rise rapidly. Cell phones to replace computers as a necessity of life and work. Short videos, e-commerce, live industry comprehensive coverage. The formation of a network profit model. These would be Long Ao Tian's chances, as long as one grasps it well, and substitutes the memories of the last life into this life, one can surely earn a lot of money. Although he was embarrassed to say it, the truth was that the industries Long Ao Tian had worked in before were the most tiring and bitter ones. He didn't have enough cultural heritage to support himself, and was able to think of few things, what with business models, entrepreneurial models, and financial economics, and he didn't know much about them. He himself even has no great ideals. As long as he can follow the soup and earn some money that he can't spend for the rest of his life, he is very contented and has no great ambitions. Use the money you make from stocks in the future. Make some investments. Sit back and wait for some special currency to appreciate, and it will be worth it for the rest of your life. Some time ago, it wasn't that Long Ao Tian hadn't thought about using his last life's memories to write a little bit of songs that would explode in the future and cash in on the traffic. But when you think about it, there's really no need for that. The current life would be satisfying for Long Ao Tian. The world does not revolve around himself after all. It revolves around the male and female main characters. The success of the protagonist group was inevitable, and one only needed to make sure that one didn't end up holding half of a moldy donut and dying miserably on the street as a setup. And it was perfect. If it is too high profile, no one can guarantee that it will not lead to other trouble. In this life of ours, mediocrity is true. When the time comes, buying an idyllic villa, picking up the old man and enjoying the idyllic countryside in a leisurely manner is better than anything else. Isn't that what people ultimately aspire to in their lives, when they are exhausted? Looking at Long Ao Tian giggling at his cell phone, Hu Yuing was not sure why, and after resting for a while, he continued to help Long Ao Tian organize his notes. It was based on the wrong questions made by Long Ao Tian, extending another kind of solution to facilitate Long Ao Tian's understanding. Some solutions work for you but not necessarily for others. Don't write. Long Ao Tian played with his cell phone for a while and found that Hu Yu was still writing questions. So out of the blue, he said, "Don't you know what it means to combine work and rest? Come on, get out and get some fresh air." Outside, the rain had stopped and the air was exceptionally cool and fresh. The cool breeze in the air was invigorating. The fatigue on the eyes is relaxed in this moment. "Brother Long, are you going up to the roof?" Hu Yu closed her eyes and took a deep breath of air, then opened her eyes and looked at Long Ao Tian with a smile and asked, "You can. Stand tall and see far." Hu Yu led Long Ao Tian to climb the ladder. The house is a bungalow. There is no staircase, so you can only climb the ladder to get to the roof. When I came to the top of the building, the style was extra large, because it had just rained, and the blue sky was as beautiful as a picture. "Brother Long, close your eyes like this and then spread your arms." Hu Yuing took the lead in closing her eyes to make the motion of spreading her arms. It was beautiful to feel the cool breeze blowing on my body. Long Aotian looked at the childish Hu Yuing, who was like a small child. He couldn't help but laugh, but he also tried to close his eyes and opened his arms. Su, as today's wind is just right. Su is the innocence of the people around him. Long Haotian felt that the body and mind suddenly alight, is a kind of labor after the indescribable ease and smooth. Suddenly a suppressed whimper came. Long Aotian opened his eyes. What are you crying about? I'm not crying. Lung. Hu Yuing said it wasn't herself who was crying. And one's not going to cry now that one's happy. Long Aotian looked straight at Ing Hu Yu's cheeks. Her eyes were not red. There were no tear marks on her face. And her voice when she spoke did not have that muffled feeling after she had cried. Hu Yuing's eyes flashed. Feeling Long Aotian looking at himself, the tips of her ears uncontrollably flushed. Not really, said Long Aotian as he walked to the edge of the roof to look towards the surroundings. Hu Yuing breathed a sigh of relief and placed her hands unconsciously on top of her cheeks. It had just rained, the ground was wet, and there was no one in sight. Strange, can it be that I heard it wrong? Long Aotian scratched his head. His hearing has always been very good. Just now he did hear a whimpering sound. No mishearing. You heard right. Woo. Yi Lianchen clenched his teeth in death and said in a voice only he could hear. A tear slid slowly down the corner of his eye, and he desperately tried to cover his mouth so he could minimize his whimpering. When he came back from Nanfeng Plaza, Yi Lianchen had been thinking about what Long Aotian had said. It should be last week, when he couldn't find Perry Hu in the mall and took the liberty of coming to Perry Hu's house to knock on the door. After returning home, Yi Lianchen was distraught. This matter was just a misunderstanding. One was just worried about Perry Hu. So he knocked on her door to make sure if Perry Hu was safe. Is it possible that it's because of this matter that Ing Hu Yui has misunderstood? Thinking of this, Yi Lianchen felt the need to come and find Ing Hu to explain. One is not a bad person or a stalker. One is just worried about her. After the rain stopped, Yi Lianchen was ready to come to find Hu Yuing and explain this matter properly. You can't let your treasure girl get the wrong idea about you. When he went out, Yi Lianchen also played a special trick. That is, he put on the white shirt that was still wet earlier, wanting to create a scene for Ing Hu Yu, that he had been standing outside in the rain in order to apologize with her. As a result, just after arriving here, he saw the scene of Long Outyen standing on the roof of the house wearing a shredded short sleeve. That piece of floral short sleeves, he remembered very clearly. It was the pajamas of Perry Hu in his dream. It was Perry Hu's pajamas. What did he do to Perry Hu? Why is he wearing Perry Hu's clothes? Yi Lianchen, who had experienced a life in a dream and had long since become more than a mere teenager. There is only one explanation, and that is that Long Outyen. This forced Ing Hu. The sound of a broken heart. Pain in the heart. Yi Lianchen cannot accept, completely unable to accept this result. Sadness and grief are like a tidal wave, coming towards you like crazy. Suddenly Yi Lianchen froze. Chapter 52. More than today. More than the rain stops. More than us. Suddenly Yi Lianchen froze. A terrible thought appeared in his mind. How did Long Aotian know that he knocked on Perry Hu's door last week? This issue had been ignored by Yi Lianchen, and now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Definitely not Perry Hu told Long Aotian, because Long Aotian has been bully Perry Hu. Perry Hu told anyone will not tell Long Aotian. So how did Long Aotian know? There is only one truth. Last week, Ing Hu Yu was the one who was taken away and bullied by Long Aotian. When Long Aotian finished bullying Perry Hu and let her go, he happened to see himself knocking on Perry Hu's door. His own appearance created a sense of crisis in Long Aotian's heart. He felt that Perry Hu had betrayed him, and felt that Perry Hu had dared to go behind his back to have a boyfriend, and now people had found their way to the house, prompted by a morbid possessive desire. Long Aotian then forced Hu Yuing to this kind of thing. Long Aotian, this is not impossible to do. This was the case in his last life in the dream, when he had just become the salvation of Hu Yuing. Long Aotian saw himself and Hu Yuing walking close to each other, so he became more and more perverted to target Hu Yuing. He felt that Hu Yuing is his possession. Except for him, no man can get close to Hu Yuing. Otherwise it would have been abusive to Perry Hu Yuk's body and mind. During the period of several times, are in their own block, only did not let Long Aotian this beast to succeed Hu Yuing. Thinking of this, Yi Lianchen tugged at his hair in a deadly manner. It's yourself. It's self-inflicted. It was he who did not redeem Hu Yuing at the set time as he had dreamed. Instead, he got acquainted with Perry Hu in advance. His own appearance gave Long Aotian a sense of crisis, and the fact that he came uninvited that day prompted Long Aotian to think that Hu Yuing was in contact with other boys behind his back. The morbid possessiveness made Long Aotian's beastly nature flare up, thus directly forcing Hu Yuing. It's myself who didn't protect Perry Hu. She was just a woman. How could she defend herself in front of the strong and fit Long Aotian? And what did he do that day? I can't believe I'm ting myself and getting my ass scratched by a brick block. If I hadn't been ting myself I would have been able to stop this from happening. Yi Liangchen's face was gray for a while. Why is it like this? Why? Why? He was lost in thought as he walked along. There was a dead silence in his eyes. Through the store glass, Yi Liangchen saw his current mess. Lifting my cell phone, I took a picture of myself. The rain finally stopped today. Not just today. Not just the rain. Not just us. Dumbfounded, he sat on the curb, looking at the gray sky. The color of the sky at the moment was the materialization of his broken heart. A good long time. Yi Liangchen's eyes burst back into light. It's okay. It's okay. I don't care at all. Oh my treasure girl. I'm sorry. You didn't have to go through all this. It was my presence, my self-righteous desire to change that caused all this to happen. If it wasn't for my appearance stimulating the sick, heartless Long Aotian, you wouldn't have been forced by Long Aotian the. Taking a deep breath, he revealed a smile to the sky. Even if you have already been won over by Long Aotian this I don't care. Because what I care about has always been you as a person. As long as you are well, everything is fine for me. There is still 1 week. 1 week later is when we meet like a destiny trajectory. Know each other, and love each other. And at that time you will get rid of Long Aotian completely with my help, said he, clenching his fists in death. His eyes were filled with red blood because of his anger. Long Aotian, for all you've done to Perry Hu, I swear I'll make you even more miserable than your dream ending. I'm still too kind in my dreams. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen's mood instantly improved. Glanced at the cell phone screen. I've posted 2 sayings today, and at this moment, I can't believe that all the view records are 0. Why is that? Has Li Qingxue not looked at her cell phone all day today? How is this possible? Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen directly called Gao Quan. Hey Chen, what's up? I'm playing a game right now. Still playing games? Do you know something has happened? Yi Liangchen said without any good humor. What's wrong, brother Chen? Don't scare me. Hearing this, Gao Quan forgot to press the keyboard for a moment. Yi Liangchen took a deep breath. Li Qingxue might be sick. You give Wang Rui a call and ask Wang Rui to care about Li Qingxue. Ha? How did you know that Li Qingxue was sick? Brother Chen? You went to look for her? Cut the crap. I just know it. Hurry up and go. Next time your internet bill is covered by brother. After saying that, he simply hung up the phone. His own words were only directed at Li Qingxue. There was only one possibility for not seeing it for such a long time, and that was that Li Qingxue was sick and had a hard time with her body, so she didn't look at her cell phone. At this time, if Li Qingxue knew that he was the one who asked Wang Rui to call her and give her concern, Yi Liangchen didn't even dare to imagine how Li Qingxue's emotions would explode. People are most vulnerable when they are sick. This is also the best time for emotional outbursts. As long as Wang Rui mentioned herself, the memories about herself would be like a tidal wave, able to directly bury Li Qingxue's lofty heart. At that time, it was time for Li Qingxue to face her heart squarely, right? Just as Yi Liangchen was immersed in his fantasy, his cell phone suddenly rang. Frowning slightly, who was it? Who would even disturb himself while he was lost in a beautiful fantasy? His brows slackened. Can it be that it's Li Qingxue? Thinking of this, the corner of Yi Liangchen's mouth curled up into a smile as he took out his cell phone from his pocket. What I ended up seeing was Koizumi's phone number. When it was answered, Koizumi's voice came out of the phone. Are you mistaken, brother Chen? Wang Rui said Li Qingxue is not sick. It can't be. How can it be? She must have made a mistake. Yi Liangchen couldn't believe it. He preferred to suspect that Rui Wang had made a mistake, rather than suspecting that something was wrong with him. If Li Qingxue wasn't sick, how could she not pay attention to what she was saying? It's true. Wang Rui just wondered about it. She said Li Qingxue was reviewing at home and wasn't sick. How is this possible? Have you been under too much stress lately, brother Chen? Hallucinating? Usually Yi Liangchen would set aside time on weekends to surf the internet with himself. But since Yi Liangchen had slept on that day, he had never gone to the internet cafe with himself. The first few times he had gone to find Yi Liangchen himself, he had said that he had more important things to accomplish than surfing the internet. So Gao Quan guessed, could it be that Yi Liangchen had put too much pressure on himself, causing him to have a bit of a mental breakdown and hallucinate? Why else would he bite the bullet and say that Li Qingxue is sick? Look at the hung-up phone. Gao Quan thought about it but found Li Qingxue's avatar and sent a message. Please, reader's little brother, reader's lady sister, send a kind heart, send power to the child. Thank you very much. Chapter 53, Your night is really retiring. Yo! Yi Liangchen looked up at the gloomy sky. The color of the sky at the moment was a true reflection of his heart. Suddenly a drop of rainwater hit Yi Liangchen's face. Gently lifting his hand, he stroked the raindrops on his face with a sad expression. I can't tell if these are my tears or the rain anymore. I see Nemo. Just then, A cell phone message alert sounded. Hearing this prompting sound, Yi Liangchen's eyes lit up, and then he quickly took out his own cell phone. Laughing, Yi Liangchen laughed, a smile called confidence spreading from the corners of his mouth. Because, Li Qingxue took the initiative to send herself a message now. I knew you could fool everyone but me. You must have been sick, but you didn't want anyone else to worry, so you hid the truth that you were sick, and now that your emotions have flared up, you can't help but come to me of your own accord anymore. Yi Liangchen was very excited inside. The reason for the excitement is that you didn't guess wrong. And what does that mean? It showed that he could already sway Li Qingxue's emotions. When Li Qingxue's emotions could be swayed because of herself, it meant that her influence in her heart was no longer comparable to anyone else's. Couldn't help but snort out a laugh. But still, pretending to be indifferent, he clicked on the chat box. Then I saw Li Qingxue's message. Yi Liangchen, are you okay? The moment he saw this message, Yi Liangchen secretly clenched his fist and gave himself a cheering, success, sure enough gesture. She's taking an active interest in herself. It was obvious that she was already sick, but she still subconsciously cared for herself. The weight of herself in her mind was just too great. Taking a deep breath and suppressing his inner excitement, he replied lightly, I'm fine. I just suddenly feel so much frustration. After all, it's time for the night to retire. After a moment's thought he continued typing, you shouldn't be too upset. So be it, it's time for your night to retire. Seeing the message from Yi Liangchen, Li Qingxue couldn't help but be puzzled. But more than that, she was helpless. Just now heroine called herself and had to say she was sick. But I'm not sick. I'm just studying. So he asked heroine who said he was sick. Wang Rue says it was Yi Liangchen who told Gao Quan that she was sick. Then Gao Quan called Wang Rue again and asked Wang Rue to care about herself. That's not all. Li Qingxue had just hung up on Rue Wang's call not long ago. Koizumi then sent himself a message. It was said that Yi Liangchen had been under too much pressure from studying lately, and the whole person seemed to be deranged. After thinking about it, Li Qingxue still asked, have you been under too much pressure lately? Seeing Li Qingxue's message, the corner of Yi Liangchen's mouth hooked up a light smile. It's true that pretty women are the best at lying. It's obviously just an emotional outburst of missing me. But you have to find an excuse. It's not like he's stressed. That's a really lame excuse. Since you still won't face your heart directly, don't blame me. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen said in a particularly cold manner. Really? It seems that I was wrong. It doesn't matter. I'm not under any pressure at all. Your knight is really going to retire. Oh. After saying this, Yi Liangchen couldn't stand it anymore and laughed out in triumph. The surrounding passers-by, looking at Yi Liangchen holding his cell phone, sitting on the side of the road, letting out perverted laughter, couldn't help but walk a little farther away. Yi Liangchen didn't care in the slightest about these people's actions as well as their eyes, because there is no one else who can relate to what he or she is feeling right now. When Li Qingxue saw Yi Liangchen's message, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment, but for the sake of being friends for so many years, I still took the initiative to say, if there's a topic you don't know how to study, I can help you. You need to calm your mind and not get carried away. Got it? Seeing Li Qingxue say this, Yi Liangchen tilted his head and forced down the laughter in his heart. A woman still dares to say that you're not worried about me, that you don't want me, and to tell me to put my mind at ease and not to get carried away. You're probably afraid that I'm really going to withdraw from your world. If there wasn't that dream, Yi Liangchen really thought that Li Qingxue was just wanting to help herself to make up for it. But Yi Liangchen, who possessed the dream realm, had long since seen through Li Qingxue's true inner thoughts. You're just trying to take advantage of teaching me to learn, trying to be alone with me, trying to enjoy my favoritism. Don't think I don't know what's going on in your mind. So Yi Liangchen decisively refused. No, I'm fine, and I don't really feel like I need your help. That's it, your knight, it really should go down. After all, knights are just knights, not princes. From all appearances at this moment, Li Qingxue was just about to be unable to hold back. They all started to take an active interest in themselves, something that had never happened before, because it's always been herself who's been caring for her. But now, not only was she taking the initiative in caring for herself, but she wanted to see and spend time with herself in the name of tutoring. Already shows that Li Qingxue has already subconsciously changed her own mentality. I believe that it won't take long. Li Qingxue will completely understand her own heart. So one must now hold back, be reserved, refuse, and absolutely do not turn back. Only then will Li Qingxue come to her senses. After all, that's how it is in dreams. And only loss can make her realize that the person she loves most inside is herself. Seeing the message from Yi Liangchen, Li Qingxue secretly sighed. Actually, you don't have to be like this. I just don't want to fall in love in high school. High school is an important turning point in our lives. Liang Chen, our focus should be on our studies now. This was Li Qingshue's heartfelt advice to Yi Liangchen. The college entrance exam is 1,000 horses crossing a one-roofed bridge. If you don't work hard, you'll be squeezed out by others. Similarly, high school is an attitude towards your life. At this time, always thinking about something that is not responsible for their own life. Li Qingxue is really very hopeful that Yi Liangchen will be able to figure it out. Yi Liangchen saw this message and shook his head helplessly. Here we go again. Here we go again. Still trying to use the college entrance exam not wanting to fall in love as an excuse. In fact, still did not see through their own hearts. If they see through their own hearts, like and dislike how clear at a glance. These words are nothing more than an excuse. It's just a matter of trying to hang on to yourself, and then having the peace of mind that you're favored. Unfortunately, I'm no longer the Yi Liangchen who knows nothing. A quick reply. I know, but it's my business and I'm not going to let my life have regrets. And I hope you are too, said, shutting off his cell phone. He knew that he, in this life, would have absolutely no regrets. But Li Qingshu was different. Soon, it wouldn't be long before she regretted it. She would come to her senses, and then realize that the biggest regret of her life was that she hadn't accepted when she had first confessed her love to her. The mood was instantly better. My treasure girl, I don't blame you for not leaving me the first spell. I am also at fault. I just wanted to care about you in advance. But it turned out to make Long Aotian have a sense of crisis, thus disregarding everything to you. It's okay, I don't care because you've always been my treasure girl. I'm looking forward to the fated meeting of our lives, when I will hold on to you firmly and never let go again. Chapter 54, maybe I can help you if you make up for it. Looking at Yi Liangchen's reply to himself, Li Qingshui also put down her cell phone helplessly, because she didn't know what to say either. Yi Liangchen clearly wasn't like this before. Why did he suddenly seem like a different person? In Li Qingshu's conception of the world. No, to be precise, in everyone's conception. There's nothing wrong with being in love. What Li Qingshui herself aspires to is that if two people who truly love each other, even if they are not together for a while, they can still shine in their respective fields and then meet at some point. But Yi Liangchen's view on love was different from his own. It seemed that before the entrance exams, he still felt that the matter of falling in love dominated his life. Thoughts couldn't help but think of what Long Aotian had said. Relationships are wonderful for everyone, but a healthy love affair should be one in which two people progress with each other, not get deeper and deeper into each other's entanglements. Look at the exercises in front of you. Li Qingshu sent the information she had organized to Yi Liangchen. This was the only thing she could do to help Yi Liangchen at the moment. As a result, he had just exited the chat interface himself when he saw that Yi Liangchen had updated his dynamics again. Click through out of habit. If you resisted not being friends in the first place, it would have been so nice. But nights are always just nights. And it turns out that nights also have tired times. Shadow under the streetlight in the rain. When Li Qingshu saw this saying, she couldn't help but fall into silence for a while. If you held back from being friends in the first place, you are regretting being friends with me? I just don't want to fall in love at this stage of my senior year. Taking a deep breath, he hastily shook his head. No, you can't get entangled in it. You can't get deeper and deeper into it. Spinning around, he gathered his thoughts, turned off his phone, and chose to continue writing the question. But still, the heart was more or less affected, so how could it really be indifferent? 9 years, they'd known each other for 9 whole years, and now he said he regretted meeting himself. Chagrined, she rubbed her long hair and sat cross-legged on the bunk, pulling back the curtains and listening to the sound the rain made as it hit the window. After a long time, Li Qingshu stretched her back, took out her headphones, and put on a piece of music. Sure enough, it's still this way that's more stress-relieving. After saying that he would smile, he listened to the music and watched the rain, and his mood gradually smoothed out. Early the next morning, Li Qingshu turned off the alarm and the sun appeared, dispelling yesterday's cloudy and rainy streak. After the heavy rain, the sky looked extra blue today. It's a beautiful day. With that said, he got up and dressed and washed up, then grabbed his sandwich and milk and left the house. A morning run all the way to the Water Bay River. Panting slightly, a faint blush appeared on his originally fair cheeks from the exercise. The whole body is overflowing with the youthful look that should be present at this age. After coming here, Li Qingshu took out the sandwiches and milk from her pocket. From the west end of Riverside all the way to the east end of Riverside, neither found the person they were looking for. Glancing at the time on his cell phone, it's usually this time of day. Could it be at the gazebo? With that in mind, his feet were already heading in the direction of the gazebo. From a distance, he saw that the gazebo was empty. Returning to the water's edge, he sat on the spot where Long Aotian often sunbathed, resting his hands on his cheeks and watching the river flow out of his mind. Not long after, Li Qingshu followed Long Aotian's example and lay on top of the lawn, covering her eyes with leaves. With the eyes covered, Li Qingshu, who had lost her vision, Her sense of hearing seemed to have been amplified a great deal in an instant. The sound of the wind blowing the grass, the sound of the river flowing, the corners of Li Qingshue's mouth rose slightly. She seemed as if she could feel why Long Aotian always liked to cover his eyes with leaves. Turns out he really wasn't necessarily bored. It turns out that he really might simply like to enjoy the natural flavor created by such an environment. It turns out that surroundings don't have to be seen with the eyes, they can also be heard with the ears. Take a deep breath and move the leaves covering your eyes. The palm of his hand rested above his eyelashes, and through his fingers, he felt the sunlight on his body. It's warm and cozy. The mind is quiet. The mind is confused. It turns out only in a moment. As time passed, as the sun rose high, Li Qingxue got up and patted her clothes, stretched out beautifully, and left the place. Returning to campus, Long Aotian's study rhythm has gradually stabilized with the help of Perry Hu. In order to prepare for the next monthly exam, Hu Yuing worked harder than Long Aotian, so she became more like a little teacher. In normal times, Perry Hu is so obedient, but this aspect of studying, Hu Yuing is also very strict, though the pretense of sternness is even more adorable. This way life doesn't seem to change much, but it seems like everything changes again. Please, please. Li Qingxue looked at her classmate in front of her and smiled and pouted. The male student looked at Li Qingxue and couldn't help but dry swallow a mouthful, but after turning around and seeing Long Aotian, he still instinctively shook his head. If he had called other students, he would have been willing to help pass on the message, but Long Aotian would have been better off. Maybe, disturbing him, he could get himself beaten up again. You can just call in here, this student said. Li Qingxue looked around at her classmates who were all concentrating on their studies and softly called out without meaning to. Long Aotian looked up in confusion. Seeing Long Aotian looking over, Li Qingxue was at the door of the classroom and waved her hand at him with a smile. Perry Hu was lecturing on the topic, saw that Long Aotian was absent-minded, so she also followed Long Aotian's line of sight to look up. Regarding Li Qingxue, Hu Yuing still had a deeper impression, and she had even spoken to Brother Long earlier. I'll go out for a while. Long Aotian finished speaking and got up and walked towards the door, looking at Long Aotian's back, and then looking at Li Qingxue who was waiting at the classroom door and had a cheerful personality. Hu Yuying's eyes slightly darkened a little, and she unconsciously lowered her eyes. Long Aotian, why didn't you go to that place today? Li Qingxue asked. To be honest, until now Li Qingxue didn't even know what was going on in her heart. Just all of a sudden, he was wondering why Long Aotian didn't go to the waterfront today. If I had to find a reason, it would probably be a brief moment of concern between friends. After all, on Saturday morning, Long Aotian could still leave in the rain. What if he was sick? Long Aotian naturally knew where that place in Li Qingshue's mouth was, and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. I still have to make up lessons on Sunday morning. After saying that, he looked Li Qingxue up and down. Not torn? Li Qingxue now looks a little excited. A little hyper. It's not tangled. I thought you had a cold and fever from the rain on Saturday. Li Qingxue said jokingly. If you want to make up for it, maybe I can even help you. For the love of power, hints of madness. Chapter 55, I'm the most competent little follower. Hearing Li Qingxue's words, Long Aotian gently raised his eyebrows. When people communicate with each other, they can sense what kind of person the other person is from their personality, their speech. At least Long Aotian could feel that this female student, who did not have any curves in her heart, was able to confide her troubling problems to a stranger. In the words of Long Aotian's era, it was heartless. You haven't told me what your name is until now. Li Qingxue stood up straight and faced Long Aotian directly. Her eyes curved in a bright smile, full of vigor and happiness. Hello, reacquaint yourself. My name is Li Qingxue. Hearing these words, the smile on Long Aotian's original face slightly stiffened, then completely disappeared. Li Qingxue? If one remembers correctly, isn't this the second female white moonlight? She is Li Qingxue. Wouldn't the guy who pursued and confessed to her 99 times? Thinking of this, Long Aotian sucked in a breath of cool air. Li Qingxue blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Looking at Long Aotian's momentarily dumbfounded appearance, he couldn't help but ask in amusement. No, nothing, Long Aotian slowly said, then lightly coughed twice, taking the liberty of asking, that 9-year friend of yours. Before she could finish her words, Li Qingxue laughed softly. His name is Yi Liangchen. Ha, ha, what a damn coincidence. The last trace of fluke within Long Aotian's heart was finally shattered. What? Li Qingxue didn't hear clearly, so she asked again. Nothing, it's fine. Li Qingxue was about to say something when a voice beat her to it. Brother Long, it's time for you to do the questions, Perry Hu said softly, then looked at Li Qingxue and smiled softly. Long Aotian looked at Ing Huyu who took the initiative to greet Li Qingxue. He was still a bit stunned. You should know that besides talking a little bit more around herself, Hu Yuing usually doesn't love to take the initiative to find someone to talk to, except for the thick-skinned task that she has given her. Nah, this is the little teacher who is in charge of tutoring me. Long Aotian smiled and glanced at Ing Huyu to introduce. Li Qingxue looked at Perry who with a smile on her face. Hello, I forgot to introduce myself last time as well. My name is Li Qingxue. Hello, my name is Hu Yuing. Hu Yuing said softly, and did not show the nervousness and constrained feeling of a small family, but also looked at Li Qingxue with a generous manner and said. Li Qingxue looked at Ing Huyu twice more. Then you guys hurry up and review. I should also go back to review. After saying that, she turned around and left. Looking at Li Qingxue's back as she left, Hu Yuing hadn't reacted when her head was nudged. What are you waiting for? Go away. Aha. Softly agreed. The breath that had just been puffed up, deflated, and little chickens followed behind Long Aotian like a chicken. Back in her seat, Hu Yuing's mental state was obviously not as good as earlier. The mind is all Li Qingxue smiling and looking at Long Aotian, uttering, if you make up the lesson, I can also teach you. Quietly glancing at Long Aotian, looking at the way he was studying seriously, he asked in a low voice, Brother Long, is the study method I taught you good? Of course, Long Aotian said without lifting his head. Ing Huyu was a good little teacher in Long Aotian's heart. The questions she didn't know how to answer were always answered to her in the simplest way that she could understand. The last math paper quiz was the best proof of this, but he had improved by a full 4 places. Hearing Long Aotian's answer, Hu Yuing was relieved. Then I'll teach you again in the future. Okay? What nonsense are you talking about? Haven't you been teaching me all along? Long Aotian said as he looked up at Ing Huyu. No. Perry Huyu was a little bit tiny anxious, eagerly looking at Long Aotian, then suddenly dropping her eyes again. Her voice muffled with a hint of loss. Is it okay to just let me teach you? Towards the end, Ing Hu's voice became smaller and smaller. If not for the close proximity and Long Aotian's better hearing, it would almost be inaudible. Seeing Ing Huyu this way, Long Aotian also realized. It could not be that just now Li Qingxue's words, let this little girl produce a sense of crisis. Afraid that he would not let her be his little follower? He couldn't help but feel amused and looked at Perry who with a smile. I'll think about it. Hearing this answer, Hu Yuing pursed her lips, and the whole person became more unnatural. Hu Yuing, this small appearance is really too cute. Soft and sticky, really want to ruthlessly pinch her face, pinch her white soft skin red, and then look at her watery eyes reveal a confused and helpless look. Shaking his head, he shook those evil thoughts away. Then he immersed himself in the wrong questions that Perry who had corrected. Math was fine, but some physics problems still had to rack my brain for a while. Most of the evening study halls of my senior career have been self-study. A good learning atmosphere is easy to immerse yourself in without realizing it, and I don't know how much time has passed. Long Aotian suddenly felt someone carefully pulling on his clothes. A sideways glance at Ing Huyu. Ing Huyu looked at Long Aotian, then placed a lollipop on top of Long Aotian's desktop. Looking at Ing Huyu's strange behavior, Long Aotian was uncertain. Then Hu Yuing took a deep breath and asked in a timid whisper, have you considered it, Brother Long? I'm your little follower, and then I'm extra obedient. Long Aotian forced a smile, picked up the lollipop on the desktop, and gently knocked on her head. Who did you learn from? Bribe me, isn't it? Just take a test of your brother Long, isn't it? Looking at Ing Hu's bawling eyes, Long Aotian felt that if he didn't answer her today, she wouldn't be able to sleep about tonight. You're 18 years old and you're still childish. There's really nothing you can do about her. Little teacher, hard work in the future. Long Aotian stretched out his hand towards Ing Huyu, looking at Long Aotian's hand that reached out in front of her. Ing Huyu smiled brightly, then nodded heavily and held Long Aotian's large palm. Aha! Eat this one yourself. Long Aotian said as he placed the lollipop in his hand on Hu Ying's desktop. Hu Ying's eyes were slightly smiling. Then she took out another lollipop from her pocket. I still have it. This is for you. You have a nice smile. You should smile more. You look good when you smile. This sentence has been heard for the second time from the mouth of Long Aotian. The first time, Hu Yuing still wonder why other people's happy are so simple. Now Hu Yuing, just think, the original happy, really so simple. What are you going to have for breakfast tomorrow, Brother Long? There are too many dishes at home. I can't finish them all by myself. The weather is getting hotter and hotter now. The dishes won't last, and the meat and ribs won't taste good if they're left in the fridge for too long. Won't it be trouble? Perry who shook her head and said with particular certainty, it won't be, because I have to eat breakfast myself. It's just an extra bowl of rice. It's really not troublesome. Then I'm alright. Hu Yuing secretly nodded her head. After these few times of cooking, she realized that Long Aotian's appetite was very good. Whether it's thin rice, buns, stir-fries, noodles, rice, stews, he loves it all. So when it comes to cooking, Hu Yuing herself can have a lot of room to play. This little follower of his own is most competent. Chapter 56 Brother Tatsu. You look a bit melancholy now. The other side. Li Qingxue had just returned to her own class in class 7. Yi Lianchen also happened to walk in from outside. Today's Yi Lianchen was very different. He looked a little weak. However, when he saw Li Qingxue, the corners of his pale mouth still forced up a smile and nodded at Li Qingxue before returning to his seat. It looked as if nothing seemed to be said, but with the sense of dishevelment, weakness, and the forced smile at the corners of his mouth, it was as if everything was said. Looking at Yi Lianchen in this manner, Li Qingxue's line of sight couldn't help but follow closely on top of Yi Lianchen's back behind him. Yi Lianchen, who had his back to Li Qingxue, had a slight smile hooked up at the corner of his mouth. On Saturday, Li Qingxue didn't bother herself anymore except for sending herself a study material. Yi Lianchen was silent, so he embraced himself back home in the storm, and also locked himself in his room to reflect on himself. Eventually the conclusion was reached. The dreamer's heart is in his mouth because he has been rejected 99 times for confessing his love. How can I describe that feeling? One has taken 99 steps towards one's beloved, and the beloved white moonlight refuses to take the last step towards oneself. This feeling is, roughly, called disappointment, decadence. My dream self was disappointed and disheveled, and to put it bluntly, a little droopy and dead. On the contrary, in this life, because he knew everything in advance through his dreams, he didn't have that sense of disappointment and decadence in his body after being rejected by someone he liked. Women are sensual creatures. They worship the strong, but they also saintly heart the weak, especially for the likes of Li Qingxue, who was more confident and flamboyant than the average girl, even people who are better than some of their male classmates. She's strong enough on her own, so perhaps it's hard to inspire her inner Madonna when faced with someone equally good, but in the face of weakness, someone she knew well, but who was incredibly disheveled, could instead inspire even more protectiveness in her. As expected, Li Qingxue's eyes stayed on herself a little longer than before this time. Yi Lianchen took a deep breath and frankly turned around to sit in his seat, meeting Li Qingxue's line of sight with a slight smile before withdrawing his gaze. He himself had deliberately avoided any contact with Li Qingxue before, so that although it would make Li Qingxue feel sad for a while, but with Li Qingxue's pride, it would be just that, because her pride then makes her think, since you ignore me, I'll ignore you too. This is not the effect one wants, but now he was himself, facing Li Qingxue straight on, and showing, flat out, feelings towards her. It's this psychological shift that's most difficult to accept, because I gave you a smile and a gentle look. It would subconsciously make Li Qingxue think that she had given her a step down and wanted to make up with her, but it's actually wrong. The height of lust is to give her hope and then continue to ignore her. In this way, her joyful mood, which she had thought would be restored to herself as before, would instantly become low, restless and anxious. If at this time in letting Li Qingxue see herself and the treasure girl come together and talk and laugh, that neglectful loss hidden in Li Qingxue's heart would gradually turn into jealousy and possessiveness. Just thinking about this, Yi Lianchen couldn't help but clench his fists in death. Oh, own treasure girl. Yi Lianchen now don't even dare to close his eyes. As long as he closes his eyes, his mind is all Long Out Yen this, wearing treasure girl pajamas. How disgusting. The fact that he dared to do that to his treasure girl is simply unforgivable. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly calmed his inner turmoil. If he hadn't taken it upon himself to approach the treasure girl and send her concern, neither will it let Long Aotian feel a sense of crisis in himself, nor will it let this have a perverted possessive desire for the treasure girl in advance, thus forcing the treasure girl that should originally belong to himself. Real men don't overlook their own mistakes. It doesn't matter. After that they will spend the rest of their lives guarding their treasure girl well, with his own vast and boundless love that can move heaven and earth. He slowly soothes the trauma in the heart of the treasure girl. Maybe the treasure girl would feel her love and feel guilty about herself. And wouldn't that unlock more cheese then? Thinking about this, Yi Lianchen was still slightly excited. What did you think of Tatsu? Smiling so happily? Gao Quan asked in a low voice after he sat down in his seat. It's nothing. Yi Lianchen turned his head to look out the window. After yesterday's rain, today's weather was exceptionally sunny. Tatsu, you look a little melancholy right now. Hearing Gao Quan's words, Yi Lianchen suddenly turned to look at Gao Quan. Really? Koizumi said seriously. It's that one moment when you just looked up at the window that will make you feel a little melancholy. Yi Lianchen secretly lowered his eyes, and the corner of his mouth slowly curved up into an arc. What about this? As he spoke, Yi Lianchen lowered his eyes 45 degrees and slightly closed them. That makes it even more melancholic. Are you alright, Tatsu? Is it too much pressure? You mustn't get depressed. Don't worry, your brother Chen. Have never had a moment to enjoy myself like this, so don't say anything for a while. Let me enjoy myself for a while. Yi Liangchen just kept this movement, looking for the appropriate inspiration. Finally Yi Liangchen would smile. He glanced at Li Qingshue's back, then secretly pinched Gao Quan's arm. Ouch! Gao Quan suddenly exclaimed in pain. Everyone looked towards the direction where Gao Quan was because of the exclamation of surprise he made. Seeing this, Yi Liangchen hurriedly lowered his eyes by 45 degrees, revealing his sharp jawline while slightly closing his eyes. Li Qingxue glanced at Gao Quan, who was rubbing his arm with his teeth bared, and then also saw Yi Liangchen, who was on the side, with his eyes downcast and secretly sad. The good-looking eyes twitched slightly, but chose to withdraw their gaze. It would be an extremely irresponsible attitude towards oneself if one were to dwell on this and continue to entangle with Yi Liangchen. Even if she lived up to her mom and dad's expectations of her, Li Qingxue herself should be responsible for her own life. She knew that at this stage, she should focus on her studies. One just doesn't want to fall in love at this important stage of the college entrance exams, and there's nothing wrong with oneself. Thinking of this, Li Qingxue organized her study materials and placed them on the desk of her deskmate Wang Rui. This please help me give it to Yi Liangchen. Wang Rui just took a glance and knew that this was Li Qingxue's study material, and couldn't help but laugh. You're still quite concerned about Yi Liangchen. If someone makes me cry, I don't give a damn. Wang Rui's words were like this, but she still got up and took the study materials that Li Qingxue had organized and gave them to Yi Liangchen. Seeing that Yi Liangchen had gotten his study materials, Li Qingxue let out a slight sigh of relief. Now all she could do was give the best friend she'd had for 9 years a little help with her studies. Hopefully he'll also take advantage of this last period to try to hustle a little bit and then not be so stressed out about it. What? You don't generate electricity when you read a novel? I really want to beat you to death. Covering face with laughter. At the same time, thank you very much, little brother. Young ladies send gifts. Thank you very much. Quill. Chapter 57. Li Qingxue, who was a little disappointed. Yi Liangchen looked at the notebook sent by Wang Rui, and the corner of his mouth secretly hooked up. She really did care about herself after all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given the notebook to himself. Turning over the notebook and looking at the handwriting on it, Yi Liangchen gently stroked it. These were the proof that Li Qingxue liked herself. But Li Qingxue apparently hadn't realized how much she loved her. Taking a deep breath, he slowly got up, took his laptop and came to Li Qingxue. Placing the notebook on top of Li Qingxue's desktop, he smiled. Thank you for the notes, but I don't need them anymore. Speaking here, Yi Liangchen lowered his eyes by 45 degrees, revealing his sharp jawline at the same time, slightly closed his eyes and laughed to himself. Nights are just nights after all, and it's time to retire. After saying these words, Yi Liangchen opened his eyes and looked seriously at Li Qingxue, who had a slightly stunned look on her face, and smiled blandly. But still, thank you for your kindness. Then he turned around and was about to leave. In just a few minutes or less, Yi Liangchen had portrayed love loss, sadness, grief, self-deprecation, and finally relief. Yi Liangchen, Li Qingxue called out. If it was the previous Yi Liangchen, he would not have stopped, but the current Yi Liangchen eventually stopped. Smiling back, he said, anything else? Himself gestured to Li Qingxue with a smile, the same as before, but somehow different. My old self used to smile and fill her heart and eyes with Li Qingxue, but now he was still smiling, but there was no longer any Li Qingxue in his eyes. I believe that Li Qingxue will also realize this. I wonder how much her heart should hurt when she sees herself like this now. Yi Liangchen, Li Qingxue murmured a cry, but there were some words that were really inconvenient to say in front of so many classmates. After thinking about it, he said, can we talk? Yi Liangchen snorted and slowly nodded. Of course, after all, the night's mission has been completed. It's time to retire now, isn't it? With his hands in his pockets, he followed Li Qingxue to the outside of the classroom. Actually, you don't have to be like this. If you have anything to say directly in the classroom, we come out together. It's inevitable that some of our classmates will gossip about us. Yi Liangchen leaned on the fence and said in a fake relaxed tone. Li Qingxue looked at this appearance of Yi Liangchen, hesitated for a while or said, Yi Liangchen, I hope you can use all of your current energy on studying. I want things to be normal between us. As friends, that is. I truly hope you get into a college of your choice. Hearing these words from Li Qingxue, Yi Liangchen couldn't help but laugh. Li Qingxue, after knowing me for so many years, you actually still don't understand me. This whole falling in love thing seems like nothing more than a little thing to you. But it's not. Falling in love is a beautiful thing, at least for me. I know what's in your mind, and I also know that you haven't recognized your own heart yet, but it doesn't matter. Leave everything to time. I believe time will eventually prove everything. Words. Li Qingxue had gotten a little angry. Can you not be full of love? Do you know that the college entrance exam is coming soon? If you don't make an effort at this time, the 3 years of high school will be equivalent to wasted. To be honest, the answer Yi Liangchen gave her today made her very disappointed. There is not a single person who says that being in love is bad, and even every person aspires for a sweet and sensational relationship. But all this presupposes that two people should support each other's progress. Instead, it's the whole relationship thing that causes the two to become entangled with each other and eventually get deeper into the muck. This is what Yi Liangchen looks like now. All he could think about was falling in love. As if his life for the matter of falling in love had taken over the dominant part of his life. This is not right. We are all from ordinary families, studying hard for a good future. As long as In survived the college entrance examination to the university, the eyes will then change, will recognize the world more broadside, the vision of the future, the desire of the ideal, wandering in the world of flowers, can be clear and firm in their own hearts. When love is free, is happy, instead of dropping the ball near the entrance exams, like we are doing now. What is this? It's just not being responsible for your life and all the hard work you've put in before. Li Qingxue wanted to enlighten Yi Liangchen like Long Ao Tian enlightened himself, wanting him to understand the importance of the college entrance exam, wanting him to be able to collect himself and fall in love at least after the college entrance exam. But the answer Yi Liangchen gave to Li Qingxue made Li Qingxue not know what to say for the best. As a friend who has known each other for 9 years, Li Qingxue really hopes that Yi Liangchen can first study seriously to prepare for the college entrance examination. But Yi Liangchen only smiled bashfully when he heard Li Qingxue's words with a hint of sulking. He did not start an argument with Li Qingxue because he knew in his heart that Li Qingxue's emotions had actually been mobilized by himself. It was because Li Qingxue cared about herself that she showed an anxious stance. These were all proof that Li Qingxue liked herself. It was only that Li Qingxue didn't realize it yet, but I believe that soon Li Qingxue would realize it. Just like what Yi Liangchen had just said, time would prove everything. Haruki, no matter what, I thank you for the reminder. But every person's lifestyle isn't the same, and in my heart falling in love is sacred, and something worth betting everything on. Don't worry, the knight will eventually meet the princess who cares for him, and will be turned upside down for that same princess who cares for him. I just hope you don't regret it when the time comes because you turned down a boy who was once full of you. Haruyuki, this is the last time I'll call you Haruyuki. Next I should retire. After saying these words, Yi Liangchen smiled brightly and shook his head gently at Li Qingxue, who still wanted to say something. Liking you is my wishful thinking. You're not wrong. You just don't like me. So let's just stop here. It's nice to be a regular classmate who's known each other for 9 years. Class president. I'll go back first. After saying that, he smiled and turned around to leave. The whole person showing a spontaneous, relieved attitude. Looking at the back of Yi Liangchen's departure, Li Qingxue turned her head to look outside the school building. Heart sad? It's sad. But than sadness themselves there are more important things. That is to prepare for the next college entrance examination. Do not forget the beginning of the heart. Hard work. Li Qingxue, you have to work hard toward their own goals. Go! Quickly adjusting himself, he then walked into the middle of the classroom as well. Brother Chen, Li Qingxue called you out. What did you guys say some? Gao Quan asked softly. Yi Liangchen let out a light laugh. It's nothing. He said it was nothing, but in his heart he was already happy. He was merely abusing Li Qingxue. And Li Qingxue should be very upset by the things he said, right? We've known each other for far too long for you to realize now how you really feel about me. It's okay, I'll show you your own heart. Chapter 58, I'll listen to my big brother. Time flies. Long Ao Tian now goes to Hu Ying's house every day to rub it in. These days, I don't know if it's Long Ao Tian's illusion, but I always feel that Perry, who seems to have gained a lot of weight as a little girl, the face of the meat are more up, compared to the previous timid and coy Naoing, who looks more a few points of indescribable charm. How can I say this feeling? It's like the natural winks in metaphysical fiction, only still slightly green because of her age. I can't imagine how beautiful this girl would be if she were a bit older and more mature in her development. To this, Long Ao Tian could only say that it was worthy of being the female lead. In a flash, it's the end of the week. It's also the day of the mock exam at the end of the month. It's only natural that the last few days of each month are filled with practice tests for seniors. Unlike the previous quizzes, this mapping test has a few hints of the high school entrance exam. The entire senior class, all broken up by test number. Just like the exam number Long Ao Tian sent to his hand. The seat should be in the next class 6, the last row. Perry, whose exam number seat is in the middle of class 1. What are you nervous about? Long Ao Tian glanced at Perry, who by his side, and said, Please relax. It's making me a little nervous. Hu Ying looked at the test number in his hand, and during the period of time when he transferred to the school, Hu Yuing also participated in several class small tests, and the results were okay. But this is the first time in Long Ao Tian separated in two classes. The heart is excited at the same time. There is a kind of indescribable feeling. This feeling, there was a little bit of not wanting to separate too far from Long Ao Tian. I'm not nervous. I'm just a bit uncomfortable. Hu Yu said in a small voice. How big a deal? What's not to get used to? It's not all inside the school. Look at you now. If you go to college and suddenly go to a strange city, a strange class, and meet strange classmates, won't you find a crack in the ground? Listening to Long Ao Tian talking about himself, Hu Yuing secretly lowered her eyes and asked in a small voice, Then are you nervous, Brother Long? Long Ao Tian paused for a moment and looked out of the window somewhat uncomfortably. Originally I wasn't nervous, but suddenly when you interrupted me like this, I was really a bit nervous. In Hu Ying's help, Long Ao Tian also learned a lot. Now is considered to test their own learning effectiveness of this period of time. Said not nervous a little false. After all, this was the first time, on its own, that an end-of-month feeler test of this magnitude had been conducted. Hearing this, Hu Yuing also froze for a moment, then raised her eyes to look at Long Ao Tian. The moment their eyes met, both of them could not help but laugh out loud. Not to mention, with such a smile, the only remaining tension in his heart dissipated. Relax, my little teacher naturally won't have any problems. Long Ao Tian said softly. Well, I also believe that Brother Long will definitely make great progress this time. Hu Yu nodded heavily, then said affirmatively. As Long said, as long as there is a goal in mind, the steps forward will never stop. There is no guarantee that there are thorns and bumps in the middle, but as long as you continue to walk, you can always keep approaching the goal in mind. Yes, that's the look. Looking at Hu Yu's determined look, Long Ao Tian clenched his fists and said firmly, If you can come first in the exam this time, Brother Long will take you to eat delicious food this weekend. Hu Yu was amused and a little helpless. Brother Long, you don't always treat me as a 3-year-old kid, okay? I'm 18. The words are so, but Hu Yu's heart can be happy. In the past, when mom and dad were still by their side, they would also say to themselves, if Perry Yuck makes progress in this exam, they will take Perry Yuck to the amusement park. Okay. The beautiful eyes quietly looked towards Long Ao Tian. Lightly biting her lips she whispered, You can't always coax me. I will definitely not coax you this time. Long Ao Tian promised. It can't be helped. Having lied to Perry Hu twice before, I didn't expect that this little girl hadn't forgotten by now. That said, aren't all girls like that? Getting Long Ao Tian's affirmation, Hu Yuing smiled like a flower. Okay, I will do my best this time. It's not a certainty, it's a must. And if I don't see your name in the top 3, I'll whack you. Perry Hu nodded repeatedly. I know, so what if I miss this time? What? Long Outyen lightly knocked on Hu's head. You still dare to give me mistakes? Hu Yuing held her head with both hands. Although she was hit a little bit, it did not hurt, and there was a little bit of happiness in her heart. Dutifully do the exercises. Hu also has her own self-confidence. That is, in learning. It's safe to say that the one thing she can hold on to right now is her academic performance. So in terms of exams, Hu Yuing will not be ambiguous. It is just that, but it is so nice to see that Long Ao Tian cares about himself. Tomorrow you don't need to get up early to cook. Let's come to school to eat. Long Ao Tian stretched his waist and said, It doesn't cost anything, I make it at home. It's quick and it's no trouble. Long Ao Tian, who was stretching his waist, heard this and directly pinched the soft flesh on Hu Ying's face. You're still talking back to me, aren't you? I can cook fast. Hu Yu, who had her cheeks pinched, said in a small whisper, What's wrong with you? You don't even listen to what Big Brother says. Believe it or not, I'll whack you. Don't whack me. I'll do everything my Big Brother says. That's more like it. Day 2. Long Ao Tian first took Hu Yuing to eat a sausage and 2 eggs before he was satisfied and sent Hu Yuing to class 1. See you in the evening study hall. Long Ao Tian was about to leave after saying that. Brother Long. Perry Hu called out behind him. Long Ao Tian turned back to look at Perry Hu and raised his eyebrows in confusion. That's the time between classes after exams. Can I come see you? I'm in class 6. Last row. Usual place. Aha. Getting Long Ao Tian's consent, Hu Yuing then walked into the middle of the classroom with peace of mind. Everyone in the classroom saw this pretty female student, who was actually talking to the bearer. Long Ao Tian couldn't help but subconsciously look at her a couple more times. And only just a couple more times. Class 6. We really are so lucky. He. Wang Rui looked at Li Qingxue, who was only 1 aisle away, and laughed excitedly. They were at the same table when they were in their own class, and after sitting according to their test numbers, they were only separated by an aisle, so they were kind of at the same table. Cheer up. Li Qingxue made a cheering gesture. Just then, Wang Rui's originally smiling face suddenly stiffened for a moment. What's the matter? Why this expression? Seeing Wang Rui reveal such an expression, Li Qingxue also couldn't help but follow her line of sight. Just saw a tall, lanky male student walk in from outside the classroom. Thank you for the power generation and gifts sent by the little brothers and sisters. I really appreciate it and love you. Chapter 59 Inexplicable Emotions. Long Ao Tian. Li Qingxue looked at the person who appeared outside the classroom, raised her small hand and waved, also greeting Long Ao Tian, who had just walked into the classroom. Saw Li Qingxue who was waving at him. Smiling, he walked over. What a coincidence you're in this class too. Aha, where's your seat? Li Qingxue asked, not realizing in the slightest that beside her, the dumbfounded Wang Rui. Wang Rui first looked at Long Ao Tian for a moment, then quickly withdrew her eyes, then looked at the smiling Li Qingxue, and couldn't help but sweat for her. There, Long Ao Tian pointed to the last row by the window. How come it feels like you in that position are so connected? Li Qingxue's personality was such that she didn't hold back and made a joke. After all, in class 7, Long Ao Tian was also in that seat. Long Ao Tian shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? By the way, have you eaten breakfast yet? Li Qingxue said and took out a sandwich and milk from her backpack. This is for you to eat. Last time, Long Ao Tian accompanied himself to talk and enlighten himself, but didn't collect his milk. It just so happened that he made up for it today. Li Qingxue thought so. Thanks, I ate inside the cafeteria. Looking at the two men talking and laughing as if they had met old friends, Wang Rui shook her head, never daring to believe it. She couldn't figure out how Li Qingxue knew Long Ao Tian. At school, she was always by Li Qingxue's side, the two of them going to the restroom together and going to the cafeteria for lunch together. She had never seen Li Qingxue and Long Ao Tian have any connection, but the scene in front of her invariably told her that Li Qingxue and Long Ao Tian seemed to be very familiar with each other. It was good that today was the end of the month mock test. The two didn't chat for a long time before Long Ao Tian walked towards the last row. As Long Ao Tian left, Wang Rui sidled her body close to Li Qingxue and asked softly, Qingxue, that is but Long Ao Tian, how do you know him? Did he pester you? Li Qingxue looked at Wang Rui with amusement as she sniffed. Actually, he is still quite good. Good? Wang Rui subconsciously shook her head, but her roommate had said that Long Ao Tian was the bearer. The bearer? Ah. How can he be the bearer without some skill and not letting the other bad students convince him? Moreover, I heard from my own roommate that he once punched someone's head and made it bleed. Is such a person really related to the word good? If it was tainted, that roommate of his, how could he comment on Long Ao Tian in such a way? He also advised the people in the dormitory that if they encountered Long Ao Tian they must pretend not to see him, keep their heads down and hurry to leave. Qingxue, you still shouldn't get too close to Long Ao Tian. This was the advice that Wang Rui sincerely gave to Li Qingxue. When a person called Long Ao Tian a badass asshole, it might just be that the person had a grudge against Long Ao Tian. But out of 10 people, all of them said that Long Ao Tian was not a good person. Then it only meant that Long Ao Tian was really not a good person. So Wang Rui still chose to believe the latter. Li Qingxue didn't know how to explain to Wang Rui and looked back at Long Ao Tian, a person who likes to see the scenery, listen to the flowing water, feel the breeze, and speak elegantly and easily. Someone who can open up and listen to you like a tree hole. At least in Li Qingxue's eyes, he was not a bad person. On the contrary, being able to become friends with such a person, Li Qingxue was still quite happy. However, looking at Wang Rui in such a tense, concerned manner, Li Qingxue smiled and comforted. Alright, don't worry. I know what friends can be made and what friends shouldn't be made. As he spoke, the homeroom teacher of class 6 walked in holding the test papers. As the teacher walked into the classroom fell silent. The prep bell rings. The teacher divides the rolls and places them on the desks of the students in the front row, who pass them backward in order. The second bell rang. The whole class was so quiet that only the slightest sound was left, produced by the pen scratching over the test paper. Because it was a mock entrance exam, everyone was very serious. 2 class periods passed. The bell rings, papers are collected, and there is a break between classes to wait for the next exam. Does Qingxue want to go to the restroom together? Wang Rui asked as she stretched. No, you go first, Li Qingxue said with a smile after clearing up the desktop. Okay then. After Wang Rui left, Li Qingxue turned to look at the last row where Long Ao Tian was. After thinking about it, he still took the initiative to walk over. How is Long Ao Tian feeling? Not bad, Long Ao Tian said as he scratched his hair. The liberal arts were not very stressful for Long Ao Tian. What about you? Li Qingxue's smiling eyes. Living like a vigilant deer, it's not bad. The The youthful vigor shown from Li Qingxue is like an unknown world in which everything is good. And this own charm distinguishes it from Hu Yueying. Such a girl should easily become the white moonlight in the heart of a young and ignorant teenager. So, is that friend of yours okay now? Long Aotian just took it as a casual question. Before this, Long Aotian was really unaware that this youthful and energetic girl in front of him would be the male lead's white moonlight. I also wonder if what I said to her will affect the overall plot. Hu Yuing is not a little way. Long Aotian thinks that he is not a pure good guy, but if he has to see a girl being bullied with his own eyes, he can't watch it either. Maybe it's a different mind. In Long Aotian's original world, he can't help but see school bullying incidents on top of a certain sound. Just seeing it made Long Aotian's heart feel bad, not to mention the fact that it's happening to you. Besides, Long Aotian didn't feel that it was necessary for the female lead to be bullied in order to advance the plot development with the male lead. From Long Aotian's experience of reading novels, the male and female lead are like the positive and negative poles of a magnet. Just meeting always attracts each other. That's the law of the land between a man and a woman. Ugh, don't mention him. Looking at Li Qingxue this way, Long Aotian also did not continue to ask. Anyway, things have come to this point. In the future it is better to bring up this aspect of the topic less. Just take Li Qingxue as a friend to get along. Anyway, in a short time, the sky and the sea, maybe this life will not be in the sea. Lung. Hearing this shout, Long Aotian looked towards the back door of the classroom and couldn't help but emerge with a smile. Li Qingxue also heard the sound and turned to look at the back door. The original smile on Hu Yueying's face could not help but stiffen after seeing Li Qingxue. Long Aotian got up and came to the corridor outside the classroom. I don't know why Hu Yueying suddenly felt a little sad in her heart, an inexplicable emotion that came. So much so that when Long Aotian and Li Qingxue were coming over, Hu Yueying subconsciously took a step back. This unexplained mood swing is a very strong feeling. Even when I was first bullied, I never had such mood swings. Thanks for the gift. Thanks to send a variety of gifts and power generation. Can only add a chapter to thank you all? Really very grateful. Quill. Wish you all the little brother. Young ladies, the more you live more and more. Never die. Chapter 60, I understand her a little. Seeing that Hu Yu did not speak, Long Aotian asked softly, what's wrong? Hu Yuing still didn't say anything, but only secretly lowered her eyes and shook her head. Long Aotian slightly frowned. Now the feeling that Hu Yuing gave him was as if she had become the Hu Yuing again when they first met. Low self-esteem. Brooding girl stuck in the mud. Raise your head. Long Aotian's voice couldn't help but get louder. Seriously. Normally Long Aotian would give off a gentle feeling when he spoke. Speaking like this, not to mention Hu Yu. Even Li Qingxue couldn't help but shrink her neck a bit. Hearing Long Aotian's voice, Hu Yuying's fingers tightly grasped the corner of her coat. This is Hu Yuying's small action when she is nervous. But still, obediently, he put his lowered head, and raised it. I especially can't stand the way you have low self-esteem. Self-bloom. That feeling of a man who has tasted the world. A sad person. In the original world, he was also an uncle who climbed up from the bottom and suffered from the trials and tribulations of life. I've been under pressure. I've been beaten by society. And I've come through it. There's nothing in this world that you can't get through. If there is, then find a way to cross over. Suffering is dead. People are alive. There is always a way. Long Aotian does not deny that Hu Yuying's suffering in the first half of her life. So she should be more to enjoy the beauty of life. So she has to be more steadfast than anyone else. To love herself. Without good humor, he looked at Hu Yu, then raised his hand and gently knocked on her head. You look good when you smile. Now, give brother a smile. Hu Yu froze and looked at Long Aotian, not reacting for a while. What are you looking at? Sometimes I want to whack you. Hu Yuing laughed. The kind of laugh that comes from the heart and can be infected by those around him. Li Qingxue blinked her beautiful eyes. Some confused are going to whack you. You still give him a smile? In her heart, but even she didn't realize that the corners of her slightly upturned lips were actually that good looking as well. So what exactly is going on? Long Aotian asked. Hu Yuing said with her eyes downcast and without much substance. It's nothing. I just feel as if I didn't play well at all. Upon hearing this, Long Aotian sighed. Thought what? Just this once if you dare to not play well in the test after that, beware of me Ku. Got it. And good luck to Lung. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. A voice sucking in cold air rang out. Long Aotian looked up and saw only a chubby boy being pulled inside the toilet. Not recognizing it, he withdrew his gaze. But Li Qingxue, who also saw that boy, had a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. That chubby boy she recognized was Gao Quan. Well, go back. Meet me in front of the classroom at lunchtime and I'll meet you. What seemed like an undoubtedly concerned sentence made Hu Yueying's mind inexplicably much calmer. Aha! Remember, you're my little follower, my little teacher, and I'll be covering you, so don't give me that gloomy little old lady look again. I want to smile the first time I see you now, and in the future. Watching Ying Hu Yu return to class 1, Li Qingxue asked in a low voice, will you really whack her? Long Aotian, don't bully girls. Long Aotian glanced at Li Qingxue. Whack you. Li Qingxue turned her head sideways, a smirk welling up from the bottom of her eyes. Liar, I can tell you won't really whack a girl. On the contrary, you've been very nice to Perry Hu. Aha. Long Aotian did not deny, just looked at the direction that Ying Hu Yu left. His voice was light but mixed with an emotion that Li Qingxue did not understand and said, because I understand her a little bit. What? Li Qingxue subconsciously asked. Sad. This feeling was something that Li Qingxue could not experience yet. If you go to college, enter the society, experience the hook, try the social beatings, perhaps then Li Qingxue will understand the meaning of Long Aotian. At this moment in the mouth, sad. Understanding her is a sad thing. Long Aotian's voice was so small that Li Qingxue did not hear it. The other side. In the toilet. Koizumi bared his teeth and rubbed his palm. And upon closer inspection there was a bit of a clear tooth mark on the top of his palm. Tatsu, why are you biting my hand? Yi Liangchen leaned against the toilet wall and looked up at the ceiling, seemingly trying his best to hide his inner sadness. What did he just see? Seeing Li Qingxue standing beside Long Aotian, saw Long Aotian lifting his hand and ruthlessly hitting Ying Hu Yu's head. Heartache. It was an unspeakable wave of heartache. It was as if the heart had been torn into a million pieces in a split second. So he didn't have control and wanted to rush up to Long Aotian to protect Hu Yuing. But no. Because of his own early appearance, it made Long Aotian feel a sense of crisis and inspired Long Aotian's vicious possessiveness. It was only then that Long Aotian forced Ying Hu to. If in letting Long Aotian see himself going to help Perry Hu, what would he do to Perry Hu? First things first, he, Yi Liangchen, wasn't really afraid of Long Aotian. Although this body was still 18 years old, the self that had been reborn back had the soul of a 28-year-old. How could his 28-year-old self really be afraid of Long Aotian? Just that he was not afraid. But it did not mean that Hu Yueying was not afraid. He didn't want Ying Hu Yu to be bullied by the possessive Long Aotian just because of himself. Nothing. Izumi, don't ask. I want to be quiet. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly, patting Gao Quan's shoulder. I'm sorry. I lost control for a moment just now. Originally, Gao Quan was still a bit angry in his heart, but when he heard Yi Liangchen say this, he could only ask helplessly, why are you biting me? It really hurts. I know, because I'm also afraid of pain. Yi Liangchen finished the sentence and probed out to look at the corridor. The hallways were already less crowded due to the fact that classes were about to start. Come on, let's go back first. Yi Liangchen took the lead and walked out of the restroom after saying that. While passing by class 6, Yi Liangchen looked at Li Qingxue through the window. Things are gradually getting interesting. I don't know if you're trying to irritate me with Long Aotian or what, but when one day you realize that Long Aotian is actually a trashy guy whose bones are filled with violence, I'll wait for you to cry for me. Don't blame me for not warning you when the time comes. After softly saying these words, Yi Liangchen viciously glared at Long Aotian through the window. Just you wait. After this exam is the moment when Treasure Girl and I are destined to meet. But this time I've decided that I'll never be kind again. Not only do I want you to lose your reputation, I want you to beg for your life, beg for your death, and humiliate you viciously. Fighting with me? Don't forget, I'm a reborn person. I have resources you can't imagine. Chapter 61, Girls' Intuition. Only 2 subject tests were completed in one morning. As the bell rings for the end of class, students left the classroom in droves, while some went back to their classrooms to find their best friends to tell them about the difficulty of the paper. Some went straight to the cafeteria to gather. Perry Hu Yu stood obediently in the corridor at the doorway of class 1 and waited quietly. It didn't take long to see Long Aotian walk out from class 6. Perry Hu Yu's eyes flashed with a smile as she greeted him. What's wrong with your hair, Brother Long? What was once a pretty cool haircut is now a cockamamie. When Li Qingxue heard this, she couldn't help but feel amused. Others didn't know but she did. After finishing the questions early and checking them, she looked at Long Aotian twice. Then it was seen that Long Aotian inserted the pen into his nostrils. A moment to grip his hair, a moment to scratch his head, as if he was very distressed, and finally even began to throw pieces of paper, and did not know if he was doing multiple choice questions. In 2 sessions, the hair had turned into its current henna head. Nothing, just overused my brain. Go eat first. Long Aotian explained to Hu Yuing. Oh, Hu Yuing looked twice more at Long Aotian's chicken nest head and nodded with a forced smile. Li Qingxue just wanted to go forward, but Wang Rui by her side pulled her arm. Qing Xue, my stomach hurts a bit, let's go to the toilet first. Okay. After glancing at the backs of the two leaving, Li Qingxue shrugged her shoulders helplessly and accompanied Wang Rui to the restroom first. Goo. Suffocating me? I should have known better than to drink so much water. After Wang Rui finished solving her physiological problems, her entire body was much more relaxed. Being able to become good friends with Li Qingxue, Wang Rui herself had a good personality, especially in front of her friends, and was really mouthy. Hurry up. If you go late later, you won't be able to eat the delicious food, Li Qingxue reminded. Right. Let's hurry up and go. There must be a lot of people eating in the cafeteria today. If we go late we might not even be able to find a spot. When I came to the cafeteria, it was quite crowded. Li Qingxue and Wang Rui carried their dinner plates and searched for a place. Oops. I should have known that I would have come to the cafeteria to take a seat before going to the restroom, Wang Rui said with some regret. Li Qingxue didn't say anything, but looked around towards the surroundings, and soon her pretty eyes curved into a small crescent moon. Let's go and share a table. With that, he headed off to the side. Wang Rui saw this and hurriedly followed. When she saw the person sitting on the table, Wang Rui subconsciously stopped her steps. I was just about to ask Li Qingxue to change the table. Before he could open his mouth, he heard Li Qingxue's voice, and the words that came to his mouth did not come out after all. Can classmates share a table? Li Qingxue asked with a smile. Long Ao Tian, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, pointed to the empty seat next to him after seeing that it was Li Qingxue. Sit down. Thanks. Li Qingxue put the dinner plate down, then looked at Wang Rui. Come on, sit here. The corner of Wang Rui's mouth twitched, and when she saw Long Aotian, who was holding the bone of a chicken leg in his mouth, looking up at herself, she hurriedly lowered her head and hurriedly sat down next to Ying Hu. Long Ao Tian chewed the chicken leg meat, strangely looking at Wang Rui's action, somewhat uncertain. First of all, Long Ao Tian didn't think he was ugly. Secondly, while it's true that you're a bit rude about eating, you don't have to scare people like that, do you? Shaking his head, he continued to eat. Looking at the way Long Ao Tian was now wolfing down his food, he couldn't help but think of the way Long Ao Tian had stuck the pen into his nostrils and scratched his ears earlier in the classroom. It's simply a stark contrast to now. Didn't hold back a laugh, hastily covering his mouth. Sorry, I thought of something funny. Wang Rui pinched a sweat for Li Qingxue fiercely in her heart, afraid that Long Aotian would suddenly rise up and kick Li Qingxue out 10 meters away. Sure enough, the next second, Wang Rui heard Long Ao Tian's voice. What's so funny? Say it to make me happy too. Li Qingxue carefully pointed at Long Ao Tian's hair. Long Ao Tian ran his hand through his hair. He couldn't see, so he didn't quite understand the meaning of Li Qingxue's words. Li Qingxue took out her own small mirror and aimed it at Long Ao Tian. With the help of the mirror, Long Ao Tian saw a strand of his hair sticking up, which at first glance looked a bit like the antennae on the Teletubbies' heads. It should have been caused by scratching my hair earlier when I was doing the questions myself. It's not a big deal. It's normal for guys to have messy hair, but if you look closely, it does still look kind of funny. Looking at the mirror, Long Ao Tian raised his hand and prepared to press the strand of hair down. The next moment a slender finger was seen through the mirror, moving slowly upward and eventually landing on the upturned hair. Feeling the gentle downward pressure coming from his head, Long Ao Tian froze for a moment, and then looked up to the opposite side of the dining table, standing up and leaning his body towards his side. Noticing Long Ao Tian's gaze, Hu Yuying's hand movements gave a start, lightly biting her lips. Her breathing became a bit violent in this instant. Taking a deep breath, his raised fingers curled before he dropped his hand and resumed his seat at the table. Li Qingxue blinked slightly when she saw this scene. Then he looked at Long Ao Tian. Long Ao Tian's hand holding the mirror froze, as if he didn't know what to do some good with this hand. Can only pretend to organize the broken hair in front of the forehead. I secretly glanced at Hu Yuying. See Hu Yuying demeanor as usual, so secretly relieved. And soon the face also returned to the previous consistent, natural and spontaneous. Here, a mirror for you. Long Aotian returned the mirror to Li Qingxue. Receiving the mirror, Li Qingxue put it back into her pocket. The afterglow, however, looked at Perry, who from time to time, and out of a girl's intuition, it seemed like she knew something unimaginable. This is not an empty claim. Oh, Li Qingxue is very smart, especially her memory. She but clearly remembered Long Ao Tian not long ago, in the corridor, when only said, I have a little bit understand her. Lung, I'm done eating too. Oh, let's go then. Long Ao Tian got up and looked at Li Qingxue, who had not finished eating, and said, we'll leave first. Well, see you in the classroom. Li Qingxue came late and ate her meal slowly, so she wasn't that fast. As Long Aotian and Hu Yuying left, Wang Rui, who had been keeping her head down, finally raised her head up. Qing Xue, scared me to death. If I had known that the table sharing you were talking about was with Long Aotian, I would have preferred to eat with a dinner plate. Li Qingxue laughed. You're the one who's timid. You haven't even been in contact with Long Aotian. How come you're scared like this? Besides, he's not some big evil monster. Wang Rui was still ready to say something. Suddenly a figure stopped beside them, and a low, magnetic voice slowly rang out. Sometimes, knowing the face of a man is not enough, and a bad man never writes bad on his face. After Yi Liangchen said this, he forced a smile and nodded to Li Qingxue before leaving the place. Yi Liangchen, who had been paying attention to this side, was bleeding from the corner of his mouth from his own bite. Take the way of death. The way of death. Long Aotian, you've got the inevitable way of death. Thank you for the gift. It's so touching. I'm a little embarrassed. Begging for a 5-star review. Urging for more. Sending power if you can? Or send some small gifts. Really too shy. Too embarrassed. Chapter 62. Long Aotian drifted away. Walking behind Long Aotian, Hu Yuying's curled up fingertips tightened slightly. The moment her heart beat, shyness flickered in the corner of her eyes. Gentle and graceful. Just now. I don't know what happened. Looking at the way Li Qingxue and Long Aotian were talking and interacting, it was as if I had lost my soul, and when I came back to my senses, my palm was already on Long Aotian's head. Now when she thought of her actions in the cafeteria, Hu Yueying's palms couldn't help but tingle slightly, the kind of physical phenomenon that couldn't be described. Clutching her small hand, she took a deep breath and quickly walked 2 steps to Long Aotian's side, controlling her disordered breathing, and quietly stole a glance at Long Aotian. Discovered that Long Aotian face as usual, cannot help but let out a slight sigh of relief. In fact, there is still a little panic inside. Their own actions, in the eyes of Brother Long, will not seem too frivolous. Girls can't just touch boys' heads, just like boys can't just grab girls' hair. With things on your mind, one becomes in a trance. Soon Hu Yuing felt hitting a warm and still slightly hard mass. The entire group was startled for a split second and rushed back to their senses. What are you thinking about? So out of focus? Long Aotian laughed out loud. From just now he had noticed that Hu Yu was a bit soulful, and she hadn't even noticed the campus streetlight in front of her. Long Aotian also wanted to see if she would really crash into it, but it turned out that this girl really almost crashed into it. If he hadn't shielded himself with his palm, he would have had to bump a bag on his head. I'm sure. No, nothing. Perry, who touched his forehead with the palm of his hand, looking a little formal and a little embarrassed. If not for Long protecting himself with his hand for a little while, this blow must have hurt his brain. However, upon seeing the smile on Long Aotian's face, Hu Yuing couldn't help but smile along with it. Silly, protect yourself no matter what. Little munchkin. Hu Yuing forced her mouth to shake her head. Following the period of time beside Long Aotian, Hu Yuying's character is also changing subconsciously. And now she also dares to joke with Long Aotian. It's only not confusing. I just want to test Brother Long. Can you protect me in the first place? Yo, still learning to argue. Not bad. Instead, Long Aotian was still very satisfied. In the past, this girl never refuted what others said. At least it's good to be able to talk tough and weasel out of it now. Regarding what happened in the cafeteria, Long Aotian just treated it as a small episode. After all, Perry, who was his own little follower, isn't it only natural to help yourself as a big brother? The 3 days of exams passed quickly. The time crunch of senior year is not only reflected in the students, but the teachers as well. After invigilating the exams, you have to go back to the office without stopping to correct the papers. Almost before the end of school on the 3rd afternoon, the results of this monthly exam have appeared. Long Aotian brought Hu Yu to the front almost as soon as the results were announced. Because of the intimidation that Long Aotian had left behind earlier, no one dared to grab a position with him either. Holy, double first. Hu Yueying, Li Qingxue, 2 people's names tied, ranked first, but also very eye-catching. This was somewhat out of Long Aotian's expectation, but it seemed to make sense. In the original book novel, Hu Yu's studies were already good, only to be bullied by Long Aotian after transferring to another school, delaying much of her studies. Now that he crossed over, not only did he not bully Perry Hu, but he also protected her. And with her background, it is not at all surprising that she can get a high score. As for Li Qingxue, Long Aotian swore to the heavens that he didn't know earlier that she was the second female White Moonlight. After enlightening her by mistake, it made her figure out for the time being that she should focus on the college entrance exams at this time of the year. Perhaps that's why she was able to put aside her distractions and focus more time on her studies. If not, according to the progression in the original book novel, the second female White Moonlight, who is going through the regret stage, is learning to be severely divided. At least not in a tie for first place with Perry Hu. Unlike Long Aotian, Hu Yuing just came here and didn't look down from the top. Instead she was looking up from the bottom. The penultimate 10th place did not have Long Ao Tian's name. Within the bottom 20, there was also no name of Long Ao Tian. There are 7 classes in the senior year, about nearly 420 students or so. Finally, I found Long Ao Tian's name in position 389, and the total score totaled 318 points. Long Ao Tian just wanted to praise Yinghu a few times. Let her keep it up and surely she can get into the university of her choice. As a result, before Long Outyan could open his mouth, Yinghu looked at Long Outyan with a face of excitement and joy. Brother Long, you scored 318 points on the exam, a full 30th place improvement from last time. What? Long Ao Tian's eyes widened. He admitted that after hearing Perry Hu tell himself that he had improved by 30 this time, Long Ao Tian had drifted a bit. Unconsciously his back was much straighter. Even his hands were unconsciously behind his back, and it was clear that the corners of his mouth were grinning to the back of his ears. But he still held himself together and said in the most bashful tone, "It's not bad. It seems that for Long Ao Tian, this score on the exam is quite proud. At least that's what the students around me thought." The other person, Perry Hu, who was number 1 in her grade on the exam, didn't even hold her head up high like you, and almost had to look at people with her nostrils. How is it that a bottom 30 on your test feels like it's bad for you to be awesome? Perry Hu is not as proud as you are to be number 1 in the grade. You've gone too far. I don't know what other people think in their hearts. Anyway, Long Outyan is really happy. This shows that during this period of time, he has not only progressed, but also progressed very much by following Yinghu's study. If he continued to hold out until the college entrance exams, he might not have to ask the old man for connections, beg for help, and spend the money that he could only save up for years to go to college. Totally got the test on my own. And then heading down a path that was once completely different from your own life. A path that was completely different from his own life. Thinking of this, could Long Ao Tian not be excited? With a smug look on his face, he walked towards his seat, not directly back to his seat, but from that side of the classroom door, in a full circle, walking up to Wang Shuo. Looking at his move that he was stuffing books into the back of his pants buttocks, he couldn't help but shake his head and snort a laugh. Stuffing only now. You're dead you. Do you know how many points I got on this test? 318, plus 389, minus 31, a whole 30 places improvement. Do you dare to think? The corner of Wang Shuo's mouth twitched. It turned out that there was still Long Ao Tian padding. Going home he could still deliver. At least there was someone worse than himself. You can get beat up, but not that hard. Now there was no Long Ao Tian, the bottom of the barrel, to pad the bottom of the barrel. Recalling that the last time it was just an ordinary small test, he had been smoked by the 7 wolves for 3 days and couldn't sit down. Not to mention that this time it was a monthly mapping test, and thinking about it, Crybaby padded 2 more books into his pants. TSK, 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 pad 2 more books. After all, I'll never be at the bottom of the list again. Listening to Long Ao Tian's flirting, how could Wang Shuo not know what Long Ao Tian was thinking? Wasn't he just wanting to show off? So he said, "You're good alright, don't say it." Long Ao Tian desperately suppressed the corners of his mouth, stretching out a hand to symbolically straighten his collar to disperse the laughter that was about to be suppressed. You know, I'm not saying this at all to show off that I scored 318 points on the exam. I just wanted to let you know that I'm a whole 30 places better than my old self, that's all. After saying that, he carried his hands behind his back, straightened his back, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and brought the wind with him as he walked, then walks up to the second to last, and third to last, a staggering shake of the head, and then flatly states that he didn't play well this time, and merely scored 318 on the test, with a plus of 389, and a minus of 31. It's only just improved by 30 places. Also highlighted that he didn't say these things to show off. Chapter 63, A Moment of Favoring, A Moment of Emptiness. No late-night study sessions. After announcing the grade rankings, the homeroom teacher leaves the rest of the day to the students. As the bell rang for the end of the class, Yinghu started to pack things for Long Ao Tian. Unconsciously Yinghu has implemented Long Ao Tian's words, "There is something wrong with the head if you are not active after school." Soon after, he helped Long Ao Tian clean up the tabletop. Walking out of the campus, Long Ao Tian suddenly stopped his steps and turned his head to look at Yinghu who was following behind him. Seeing Long Ao Tian stop, Hu Yuing also followed and stopped. "What's wrong with brother Long?" Long Ao Tian didn't say anything, he just looked at Yinghu seriously. Feeling Long Ao Tian's gaze, Hu Ying's heart thumped, and then she felt some heat on her face. She saw a moment of doting in Long Ao Tian's gaze, and although it was only a moment, it could not be hidden. The heart began to speed up involuntarily. It was a very strange feeling, a feeling that Hu Yueying had never had before. She didn't know what was wrong with her, why her heart was beating this fast, as if there was a fawn gently leaping in the chambers of her heart. Silly, Long Aotian said and gently knocked on Hu Yueying's head, then took a deep breath and laughed softly. Today, Brother Long has some things to do. You go home by yourself. Hu Yueying looked at Long Aotian and subconsciously wanted to ask Long Aotian what was going on, but it always feels bad to say that. After all, Long Aotian would have his own things to do, so he nodded obediently. Got it, Lung. Go that way. It's close to home. Good. Looking at Perry whose back as she left, Long Aotian opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but looking at Perry whose back, he just scratched his hair helplessly, then turned around and walked in another direction. Walking on the road, Hu Yueying only felt a momentary sense of emptiness in her heart. Couldn't help but look back. Only after watching Long Aotian's back disappear into the crowd did Hu Yueying take back her sight. I don't know whether it is the sixth sense of girls is too powerful. Anyway, Hu Yueying looked at the back of Long Aotian disappearing in the crowd. It seems that there is a little bit of despondency. Retracting his eyes, he walked towards the house himself. When he didn't recognize Long Aotian as his big brother, this road had been traveled by himself many times, but only this time, the state of mind of going home became different. When passing by the train tracks unloading platform, Hu Yueying did not hurry home, but sat on the platform, picking up the stones around, thrown toward the train tracks. In his mind was all the doting look that inadvertently appeared in Long Aotian's gaze when he raised his hand to knock his own little head. The dreary mood was thrown out with a stone, as if the dreariness in his heart was also thrown out with it. Quan, how was it? Yi Liangchen was a little nervous in his heart. After coming out from the toilet, the school uniform on Yi Liangchen had been changed into a white shirt and black jeans. This kind of dressing made Yi Liangchen a bit more handsome. Even so, Yi Liangchen was still a bit excited and kept organizing his hairstyle in the mirror in his hand. Brother Chen, what kind of wave are you wearing today? Gao Quan couldn't help but ask as he looked at Yi Liangchen who was constantly organizing his hair in the mirror. Instead of going home after school, he walked inside the restroom to change his clothes and look in the mirror. Gao Quan couldn't understand it. He really couldn't. Let's not talk about that. What do you think of my look today? Handsome? Yi Liangchen looked at the mirror and said without lifting his head. Cool. Just why do you have your hair in a center part? It looks so weird. The corner of Gao Quan's mouth twitched as he watched Yi Liangchen wet his hair and then use both hands to make his hair into a center parting. And how this look was like the anti-Japanese TV series in. Yi Liangchen let out a light laugh. What do you know? This hairstyle won't take more than 3 to 5 years. It will be popular. By then a lot of celebrities will also stay in this hairstyle. You, Brother Chen. This is called fashion. Do you understand fashion? It's fashion. It's a shame there's no hair dryer. Or I'd have swelled my hair a bit and you'd know exactly how, Harry, it is. Yi Liangchen was in a good mood today, so it was rare for him to reveal a little more with Gao Quan. But looking at Gao Quan's seeming understanding, it was clear that he still didn't know anything. But what did that matter? As long as he protected himself. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen took a deep breath. Alright, you go home first. Brother Chen went to do something today. What is it? Koizumi couldn't help but ask. Don't worry about that. I'll give you a surprise when the time comes. After Yi Liangchen finished speaking, he glanced at the time and walked towards the outside. I accidentally got a little delayed today trying to get my styling done. But luckily, I was able to catch up. You go back first. Wait for Brother Chen to surprise you. Yi Liangchen said to Gao Quan and ran towards the stairs. Gao Quan looked at Yi Liangchen's back, especially when he was running, his middle-parted hair bobbing up and down, as if he were a village grandparent's home, the captive chickens fluttering their wings. Hastily, he shook his head and headed downstairs as well. However, Yi Liangchen ran fast, and Gao Quan saw from a long way away that Yi Liangchen ran out of the school gate and then ran in the opposite direction towards home, trotting down the road. Feeling her hair blowing in the wind from her running, a slow smile curled the corners of her mouth. He hadn't forgotten about this day, because he had waited too long for this day. Oh my own treasure girl, this time let you suffer. No matter, we are finally going to meet as the track of destiny. Know each other. Although you have been coerced by Long Aotian this time, it doesn't matter. You are always my treasure girl. With the excitement in his heart, Yi Liangchen's footsteps became faster and faster and faster. Panting slightly and looking around, Yi Liangchen took a deep breath and adjusted his breath that was disorganized from running. He wanted to put his best foot forward. Exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air, he lifted his steps toward the inside. Who can a broken heart love? What it's like to have no one to love. These words were not there in the dream. It was just that when the emotions arrived, Yi Liangchen couldn't help but feel emotional, because the words pretty much confirmed his current mood. With his hands in his pockets and a smile on his lips, he slowly walked towards the front. the place where destiny met in the last life. This time one will have a firm grip. Coming on top of the platform, Yi Liangchen pretended that he didn't look to the left, but instead raised his head 45 degrees and opened his arms in a gesture of embracing the sky. This was done solely to pull his pussy up and get the attention of Treasure Girl first. Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Liangchen's mouth slowly hooked out a smile, then slowly retracted his open arms and resumed the action of embracing himself. Opening his eyes, he looked to his left in feigned surprise. What a coincidence! You like to come to, too. Before the words were out of his mouth, the feigned surprise turned into real surprise. Hastily, he looked to his right. No one? Where are the people? This time Yi Liangchen can no longer keep reserve. Hastily look around. There is no shadow of people around the train tracks. Empty at a glance can see the head. Please ask for 5 stars. Add to bookshelf. Hyping and power generation. Please little brothers and sisters, thanks. Chapter 64. I'm actually the salvation of your life. It shouldn't be like this. How could it be? Yi Liangchen jumped off the train platform and jogged towards the front. It was clearly here in the dream. There can't be a mistake. Yi Liangchen was a bit panicked now. Was something wrong? In the dream, this is where the predestination begins. There is no mistaking this. Asshole. In an instant, Yi Liangchen figured out the possibilities. It must be Long Aotian. This asshole. Who took Ing Huyu away to a room? This is really able to do such things. In order to get his own treasure girl, his own white moonlight, and his own little green plum, he can indeed do anything. If he hadn't appeared in time in the dream, he would have really been gotten by Long Aotian. Thinking of this, the hatred in Yi Liangchen's heart continued to soar. No longer care about other. Run out of the train track iron gate fence. Footsteps, slowly stopped. Excited heart, trembling hands finally got a moment of relief. The eyes looked straight at the back not far away and gradually became softer. Taking a deep breath, Yi Liangchen trotted after him. Who else can a broken heart love? What it's like to have no one's heart to love. Hearing the voice, Hu Yueying looked back suspiciously. Then he saw Yi Liangchen panting and coming to his side. Subconsciously, she pulled away from him, her fingers clutching her backpack all bone-like with tension. Yi Liangchen desperately suppressed his breathing, and a far-fetched smile appeared on his face. Are you all right? Ing Huyu froze for a moment, then her expression became even more puzzled. I'm fine. Yi Liangchen was amused, took a deep breath and lowered his head, then quickly raised his head, his eyes looking deeply at Hu Yueying. Look into my eyes. Does it ever feel like a glance of a million years? Deep into the soul? Ing Huyu shook her head. No, I'm going home. Don't follow me. Hearing this answer, Yi Liangchen was incredulous. How can that be? You're looking at it more clearly. After saying that, he lowered his head again, then slowly raised it, his eyes burning to look at Perry Hu. What about now? Is there a feeling that makes your heart flutter? Hu Yueying didn't want to talk more with this person with an abnormal head and walked around Yi Liangchen to leave. It shouldn't be. Yi Liangchen stared blankly at Ing Hu's back as she left, calculating in his heart if that part of the process had gone wrong. So he rushed to catch up with Perry Hu. Wait, he said, turning his head sideways, revealing only his sharp jawline, before suddenly turning back with a hint of hurt in the sincerity of his gaze. Yi Liangchen remembered. In the dream when he and the treasure girl met, both of them were in sorrow. Just now he was too excited, so he didn't show his sorrow. There must be no problem if this one. What do you see in my eyes? Yi Liangchen asked in a dull voice with a hint of sadness. You have eye boogers. Hu Yueying was a bit disgusted. Don't you follow me anymore? My big brother is very powerful. I poop? Yi Liangchen hurriedly picked at it with his fingers, then continued to look at Hu Yueying's sincere and sad question and answer. Now what? Is there anything that comes to mind when you look at my eyes now? Rao Yueying who had the best temper, could no longer stand it a bit at this moment. I'm warning you, my big brother is really good. He'll really whack you to death. Saying that, he trotted away, and inwardly couldn't help but sigh that it was still Long who was right. This kind of person with a bad head must be kept far away. Yi Liangchen looked at the back of Hu Yueying's trotting, and the expression on his face had changed from disbelief to a grimace. Yes, that's right, it's hideous. Because he heard his treasure girl actually threaten herself, saying that she would get her big brother to beat her up. This is unbelievable. Her own treasure girl, who once wouldn't even dare to step on an ant, has now learned to find people to beat up on her. These vices, if one's guess is correct, should. No, it must have been learned from following Long Aotian. Could you Long Aotian? It's just as well that you don't learn yourself, but now you're even trying to drag my treasure girl down with you. How could Yi Liangchen, who possessed a 28-year-old soul, not know Long Aotian's vile and dirty thoughts? He must think he won't get into a good college, so he's thinking of teaching his precious girl to be bad and fall into the muck with him. Because only in this way could Long Aotian possess the treasure girl that was originally supposed to belong to him in one piece. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen regretted it. He was truly sorry. If he had pretended not to know Perry Hu at the beginning, and not thought to protect her and care for her, neither will it cause a sense of crisis in advance for Long Aotian. He wouldn't have made an early move on his treasure girl. All this is blamed on myself. If not for my own initiative to appear in front of the treasure girl, Long Aotian that perverted possessiveness will not be. Thinking of this, a brilliant light flashed in Yi Liangchen's eyes. Looking at Perry Hu's back, he directly chased after her. He couldn't let his treasure girl be brought down by Long Aotian just like that. He's going to save his treasure girl, just like in the dream, and redeem her from her misery to the right path. Only he was a ray of sunshine in her darkness. Boys had the physical strength advantage after all. So Yi Liangchen quickly caught up with Hu Yueying, directly opened his arms and stopped in front of Ing Huyu, looking at her solemnly. Listen to me. But after seeing that Hu Yueying's gaze towards himself had a few more points of vigilance and dislike, Yi Liangchen's face showed pain, and one hand tightly covered his heart. Pain. His heart felt like it had been cut by a knife, and it hurt him a little. How could his own treasure girl look at him like that? To be honest, Yi Liangchen was a bit unable to accept it. But still, he took a deep breath and continued. Hu Yuing, listen to me. In fact, I am your true destiny. My existence is to redeem you. Speaking here, sensing Ing Hu's furrowed brows, Yi Liangchen could only speed up his speech and continue. I know that it will be hard for you to accept when I say this, but it's all true. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of Yi Liangchen's mouth. Originally, I just wanted to slowly approach you as an ordinary person and redeem you, but in return it was alienation and lack of understanding. Now I'm not going to pretend. I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm actually the salvation of your life. Hu Yuing frowned tightly. For the first time in her long life, she couldn't contain her hatred for someone. First of all, I'm fine. Secondly, I don't need your salvation. If you keep following me around and harassing me, I'm going to tell on my dragon. I'm his little follower and he'll protect me. You let Hu Yueying point to Yi Liangchen nose curse. She cannot do. This is the only thing she can say the most serious words at present. Chapter 65. I am who I am. Yi Liangchen who dare to love and hate. Yi Liangchen looked deeply at Hu Yueying, obviously still so good-looking, obviously still so lovely, obviously still the treasure girl in his memory. Why did he say such cruel words to himself? Smiling to himself, he then shook his head helplessly. I know that saying this, you may not be able to accept it for a while, but this is the truth. The dragon brother you're talking about. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Dragon Aotian. Do you know what kind of person he is? Do you know he's Puing you? Speaking here, Yi Liangchen shook his head with a bitter smile. No, you don't know. You don't know anything. You're too simple and kind to see the evil of the human heart. He just wants to drag you through the mud, because that's the only way he'll get you completely. A guy like him is just a womanizer. When he's had enough of you, he'll surely go and mess with someone else, and then you'll only end up being abandoned by him. Sober up, will you? Only I am the little son of salvation who is single-mindedly good to you and wants to take you out of the darkness. The more Yi Liangchen spoke, the more energized he became, the more he couldn't control himself. His fear and hatred of Long Aotian spread from his last life to this one. As long as he was saying something bad about Long Aotian, he could say it for a whole day without interruption, and all without a single repetitive expletive. But he did not even notice that a layer of anger had already colored between Hu Yueying's eyebrows in front of him. Pushing Yi Liangchen forcefully, don't you dare talk about him. Despite the fact that her body was trembling slightly at the moment, despite the fact that a light watery moistness rose between her eyes, she did not back down for a second. He just pursed his lips and glared at Yi Liangchen, not allowing him to say anything bad about Lung again. Strangely enough, Hu Yueying belonged to the type of character that would only tolerate bullying even if she was bullied. Previously being pestered by Yi Liangchen again and again, she also just said that she didn't want Yi Liangchen to be following her and pestering her. And perhaps the most threatening sentence she said was to threaten Yi Liangchen that she would tell on him to Brother Long. But now she just heard Yi Liangchen say bad things about Long Aotian. She could no longer control her hands to push Yi Liangchen. Looking at Yi Liangchen who took 2 steps back, Hu Yueying's body trembled even more. She looked at her hands dumbfounded, but she didn't regret it. Yi Liangchen could talk about himself, but he couldn't talk about Long Aotian. If she was given the chance to start over again, she would have pushed Yi Liangchen as well. Yi Liangchen also looked at Perry Hu dumbfounded. He didn't think that Perry Hu would actually move his hand to push himself. You pushed me? Do you know who you're pushing? You're pushing the redeemer of your dark life. Ing Huyu was a bit scared. This was the first time she pushed someone with her hands, so much so that her hands and feet were now a bit numb. But she still said forcefully, don't you dare talk about Brother Long. Or else I'll still push you. Words. Yi Liangchen staggered a bit. You pushed me for Long Aotian? Hu Yueying? Can you open your eyes and take a good look? What's so good about Long Aotian? He only bullies you and forces you, while I am always protecting you. Although I didn't protect you in the open, my heart has always been protecting you. Do you understand my good intentions? I don't understand, but I know that brother Long treats me well. Hu Yueying was like a little milk cat with thorns, obviously already scared to the point of containing tears, but always forced himself not to cry, only hiding his slightly trembling hands in his sleeves, stubbornly said, Brother Long is the best person I've ever seen. I forbid you to talk about him. Yi Liangchen covered his heart and staggered back 2 more steps, looking sadly and pitifully at Hu Yueying. How can you say that? Do you know how much my heart hurts when you say that? Long Aotian treats you well. He only covets your body. Don't you understand? He's purposefully being nice to you just because he wants to enjoy your body. Not me. I just want to be nice to you. Before the words were finished, Hu Yueying pushed Yi Liangchen again, taking advantage of Yi Liangchen's body staggering, and directly crossed him to run in the direction of his own home. The cell phone was at home, under the pillow on the bed, and if he dared to pester himself again, he would do as Lung had taught him, call the police. Lung was being nice to himself because he was Lung's little follower. It wasn't that Lung coveted his body. He was just talking nonsense. This time Yi Liangchen didn't chase after him. He just stared blankly at Ying Hu's back as she left. A few moments later, it was only until Perry whose figure disappeared from his sight that Yi Liangchen seemed to finally come back to his senses. Deadly clenched fists. In his eyes was unrelenting hatred. It's not that he hates his treasure girl, because the culprit who caused all this is not the simple and lovely treasure girl, but the dragon Aotian. This, if it wasn't he for him, who felt a sense of crisis in himself and forced himself to do that kind of thing to his treasure girl. How could the treasure girl who originally belonged to him do this to himself? I didn't realize that you targeted me in the last life, and you're still targeting me in this life. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing. I'm really laughing. I'll let your true colors be exposed to treasure girl, and I'll let her see for herself what kind of person you really are. Just because he doesn't hate treasure girl doesn't mean he doesn't have anger in his heart. Long Aotian forcibly possessed treasure girl. He deserved to die. He really deserved to die. After the treasure girl sees Long Aotian's true colors clearly and repents, she will still redeem herself, but only a small portion of the love one gives her will be given to her, or even just strip her of her treasure girl name herself. Don't blame me, even though I caused this matter, but you don't trust me and even push me for Long Aotian. You should be punished a little bit. It can't be helped. I am who I am. Yi Liangchen who dares to love and hate. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen took a deep breath, inwardly regretting that it was really a wrong step. He was just trying to get early access to treasure girl himself, and he ended up botching it. This was perhaps the butterfly effect that one's rebirth had brought up, but one will certainly not make that mistake again. Slowly exhaling a cloudy breath, he took out his cell phone and took a picture of his shadow. In fact, I don't regret meeting you. I just suddenly feel a bit sorry for being together for so long and not having a decent account at the end of the day, and just occasionally feel heartbroken. The knight who was about to retire. Edited and posted in Penguin Space. Oh, damn old guys. Let's see who hasn't lit up 5 stars yet. There's still power generation in the rush, and I think I'm getting hungry for my pointy-toed leather shoes. Oh yeah, and don't forget to add the bookshelf. Chapter 66. Open the door. I'm your big brother Long Aotian. After editing this message and sending it directly to space, he then took back his cell phone and stared blankly at the direction that Perry who had left, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's what makes it interesting. Being reborn with too much of a head start. It's kind of bringing a ripple of new freshness to my boring life. Yi Liangchen had his own self-confidence. At least he thought that a paranoid pervert like Long Aotian had a little tiny advantage over himself in appearance. Except for being taller than himself and having a stronger body than himself. What else can he compare himself to? No, he can't compare himself to anything. Can handsome be a meal? Imagine a few years later, when Long Aotian was still hanging out in taverns, giving out beatings and being a junior. He already drove a luxury car and wore a watch. At that time he appeared in front of Long Aotian. Was it not immediately high and low? This was Yi Liangchen's self-confidence that was uniquely his own. But the heartache still hurts a little. It really hurts. His own treasure girl his own heart and soul, 2 worlds of treasure girl but by Long Aotian this beastly too. How can the heart not ache? It doesn't matter. I will let you see clearly the evil nature of Long Aotian. I will let you understand that Long Aotian this is just greedy for your body. But I am different. I like you from the heart. I will let you know that only I, Yi Liangchen, am your salvation. Hu Yueying, and everything you have should belong to me. Yi Liangchen was certain that Long Aotian would take Hu Yueying and sink into the lowest level of lust. ultimately affecting Hu Yuying's future. No one knew better than him how bright Hu's future would be. Damn it, obviously today is the beginning of our destiny. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Although Yi Liangchen was already giving himself comfort, but when he thought that he had waited for so long just to meet and know the treasure girl, he couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain in his heart. It hurts too much. All the expectations were all dashed at this moment, and it was inevitable that there would be some pain in the heart. Taking a deep breath, the light in his eyes gradually firms up. Yucking, I will let you know that your choice is wrong. I will let you know just how tragic the end of being close to Long Aotian is. I will personally let you watch how Long Aotian falls into hell on earth unable to turn around. When you see clearly the nature of Long Aotian, will there be a moment when you regret treating me like this? Saying this, Yi Liangchen left the place without looking back. He, Yi Liangchen, also had his own pride. Long Aotian's life. Yi Liangchen could see the head at a glance. In the last life you died in my calculations. In this life you still can't escape me. Just wait. When I utilize the advantage of being reborn to be forewarned, I will ruthlessly humiliate you to death. After Long Aotian came out of the shower, he heard a cell phone message alert. While wiping his hair, he picked up his push-button cell phone. Looking at the message sent up, Long Aotian froze slightly for a split second, and then took his cell phone and walked into his room. Hu Yuying used to send herself a message. Always sent one, waiting for her reply before she would then send a text message. But today it was sent several times in a row. Perry Hu, are you home yet? Lung, Perry Hu, brother Lung, have you eaten yet? I'll cook later. Why don't I make one for you too? Perry Hu, brother Lung, are you busy? 5 minutes later. Perry Hu, are you still not back yet? Brother Lung? 5 minutes later. Perry Hu, brother Lung, what are you doing? There were many messages. I don't know if it was Long Aotian's illusion. He seemed to read a hint of urgency or eagerness on the messages sent by Perry Hu. After getting to know someone too well, it's true that you can feel the other person's emotions through words that don't have any emotional language. What's wrong? Long Aotian replied. The moment the message was sent over, he received a message from Perry Hu. This girl just seemed to be holding her phone, intently waiting for her response. Hu Yuying looked at the message sent by Long Aotian, and her inner strength fell apart in an instant. She wanted to sue and tell her dragon that she was being pestered by Yi Liangchen again, but she held back. The college entrance exam was coming up soon, and she didn't want to bring trouble to Long Aotian anymore. Otherwise, with how good Lung was to him, he would definitely go after Yi Liangchen. She didn't care how Yi Liangchen was doing. She didn't want to care either, but she didn't want to affect Long Aotian anymore because of herself. So he replied to Long Aotian, it's fine. I just want to ask brother Long if he's coming to dinner tonight. After sending this message, Hu Yuying sat dumbfounded on the steps of the hall's entrance, shrinking herself into a ball and staring blankly at her cell phone. As time passed, Lung still hadn't replied to his messages. Slowly Hu Yuying's head became lower and lower, and finally buried her head above her knees. In junior high school, Perry, who was in the town school, coming to school in the city in high school, she had gotten used to being alone long before the very beginning. Also learned to find my own fun in solitude. But the appearance of Long Aotian makes Hu Yuying clearly realize that she actually does not like to be alone. Wanted company myself. Especially now, with only himself in the empty yard. No one can listen to themselves. No one will eat with them. And no one can give them even a little bit of what they want. Even if it's just a little bit of a response. Perry Hu, without realizing it, had already taken Long Aotian, the person who suddenly broke into his world, as an inner emotional support. That's how people are. When loneliness becomes a habit, they don't have the luxury of having someone with them inside. But after experiencing a warm feeling of dependence, it is no longer difficult to adapt to loneliness. Dang it! The iron door was suddenly knocked. Hu Yuying froze for a moment, and then looked sideways in the direction of the gate. Yes, who is it? I'm your big brother Long Aotian. Hearing this voice, Hu Yuying hurriedly got up and ran towards the front door. The whole time she herself didn't realize how pure the smile on her face was. Opened the gate. Looking at Long Aotian in front of her, the smile on Hu Yuying's face increased, while an unspeakable sense of aggression surged to her heart. Such a sense of aggression, like seeing an immensely trusted loved one, is uncontrollable. Emotions are such that at one very ordinary moment, seeing someone who is valued inside, they can't be contained. She tried to hide it with a smile, but the quivering corners of her mouth gave away her true emotions at the moment. Chapter 67, I'm frugal and competent. They teeth tightly biting the lower lip, eyelashes slightly trembling, as if the next second will be like a butterfly falling with broken wings. Brother Long. Long Aotian's entire body seemed to be struck by thunder. His body tensed. Hu Yuying's eyes that flashed with tears stung his heart for no reason. The moment he saw Perry Hu's message, he could sense that her emotions were off. But, truly seeing Ing Hu like this, Long Aotian became overwhelmed all of a sudden. He didn't know what he should do now. Just out of instinct, he raised his hand, and his warm fingertips gently wiped the corners of Hu Yueying's eyes. It's okay, Big Brother is here. No one dares to bully you. When he heard this, the emotions that he had been able to restrain for the time being, all of a sudden he couldn't. Seeing this, Long Aotian immediately panicked. The hand on her cheek retracted is not retracted is not. All that could be done was to gently rub the top of her hair in an attempt to smooth out her emotions. What's wrong? Don't cry. Your dragon brother can't see girls crying. When you cry, dragon brother doesn't know what to do. Long Aotian was at a loss for words while at the same time, he was still wondering in his heart. Today should be the day that the hero and heroine meet and get to know each other. How did you get your little follower into this aggravation? Ing Hu shook her head. She first said sorry to Long Aotian, then pursed her lips and said that she was in a bad mood and that there was really nothing wrong. At this stage, Ing Hu only wanted to give Long Aotian a good tutorial. Long was good to her, and she didn't want him to be punished because of her. Moreover, in Ing Hu's heart, it is estimated that she can't forget Long Aotian's smelly and complacent appearance in the classroom today in her lifetime. When you meet people, you say that you scored 318 on the exam, and it is obvious that you are showing off. But you have to say that you are not showing off. He still had to tutor Long himself, so he wasn't going to let some head case get to them. The college entrance exam was approaching. If Long stood up for himself to teach Yi Lianchen a lesson, thus causing Long to carry a disciplinary action, or even be asked by the school to go home to reflect, or be called a parent, all these were not what Hu Yueying wanted to see. Besides, he had pushed Yi Lianchen today. He hadn't suffered any losses. Technically speaking, one is still taking advantage of it. The mood was sad just because Yi Lianchen badmouthed Long. Now feeling Long comforting himself, it was actually okay. Long Aotian looked at Hu Yueying. She didn't want to say, then she didn't ask. In life other than life and death, the rest of things can only be considered trivial. As long as the sun will still rise tomorrow, there is no bump in the road that can't be overcome. If you have a complaint in your heart and you want to talk about it, I'll listen. And no matter how harsh the world may be, you'll be fine being yourself with me. Hearing this, Ing Hu quietly glanced at Long Aotian, then quickly retracted her eyes and lightly pursed her red lips, as if there was a trace of joy that could not be described that crept into her heart. The words, in my case, just be yourself, rippled inwardly. Teenage girl in the beginning of the age of love. Do not yet understand the meaning of the heart, just feel this moment. Heartbeat is very fast, but also very happy. It was as if the person in front of them just appeared in front of them, and the boredom and unpleasantness was graded out and could not be in close proximity to them, although he didn't know what Hu Yueying was in a bad mood because of. But at this moment, seeing that she was obviously in a much better mood, Long Aotian didn't continue to say anything. Instead, he jumped on the subject. What's for dinner today? Today we are having fried noodles. Tomato and egg fried noodles. Perry Hu said, pulling Long Aotian into the courtyard. Brother Long, you go wash your hands. The fried noodles will be ready soon. Looking at Ing Hu's busy appearance, Long Aotian was helplessly amused. This girl slipped around the yard, then walked into the living room. This period of time every day to come, Long Aotian is the same as back to their own home. Poured himself a cup of water, and then lying on the sofa beautifully stretched a lazy waist. Soon Ing Hu walked in with a rice bowl. Brother Long is eating. Tomorrow you will take you to eat delicious food, Long Aotian said while eating noodles. This is what I promised Perry Hu earlier. If she can get into the top 3 in her grade this time, I will take her to eat something delicious. Lest this girl say that she was always cajoling her when the time came. Just eat at home. What do you want to eat? Long? I'll make it for you, Perry Hu whispered. There's no need to go out to eat, and it's a waste of money. For Perry Hu, the money spent on going out to eat can be spent on several meals at home, and it's no worse than eating out. You eat when you're invited. Seeing that Hu Yueying still wants to nag. Shut up, in the caddy with me. I really whack you. It's not worth it, Hu Yueying muttered in a small voice. She really felt that it was not worth it. Take this chow mein for example. It cost $7 or $8 for a bowl at a small stall outside. But you made all this yourself with only $2 worth of noodles, 2 tomatoes, and 3 eggs, which didn't even cost $5. And there's more in the pot if you can't get enough. It's a lot of money to spend out there, and you don't always get enough to eat. Listening to Ing Hu's small rambling voice, Long Aotian felt funny and interesting at the same time. Perry Hu is good at everything, but he's too frugal. Before crossing over, Long Aotian thought he was already very frugal, but it turned out that this girl was even more frugal than himself. I'm really convinced that whoever marries you in the future will be able to save money. Hearing this, Hu Yueying lightly bit the corner of her mouth. raised her eyes and quietly glanced at Long Aotian. Her red lips slightly opened, and gathered the courage to gently say, I'm very frugal. As he spoke his head got lower and lower and his voice got lower and lower, and I'm pretty good at my job too. After saying that he was so nervous that his feet were tense, but his afterglow only saw that Long Aotian was holding a plate and frantically showing off the fried noodles in his mouth, and for no reason his body loosened up. Long Aotian put the plate down after he finished dazzling. What did you just say? What time will I come over to look for you tomorrow? No, nothing. After finishing, Inghuyu poked the fried noodles and said with some embarrassment, I still have something to do in the morning, because there is still a part-time job to go to. Then let's do it in the afternoon. Long Aotian directly made a decision. When Inghuyu finished eating, Long Aotian sat for a while more and got up to leave when it got late. Brother Long, you take your time on the road. Sending Long Aotian out the door, Huyuing looked at Long Aotian's back as he left and carefully instructed, Go back. Long Aotian waved his hand and quickly disappeared to the end of the alley. It wasn't very far away, so it was an after-dinner digestive walk. Only after Long Aotian was out of sight did Inghu relock the door. Then trotting back to his room, he flung himself on the bed and buried his head in the covers. What's wrong with you? Why did you say something like that? Luckily, Long was too busy eating to hear it, or he would have laughed at himself again. Thank you for the gift. Thank you very much. You are also too good, right? Thank you, little brother. Ladies, Quill 0. Chapter 68, letting Li Qingxue and Yi Liangchen be co-sitters. Ryakan. It's time to eat. Yi mother pushed open the door of the room, only to see that in the dark room, only the light emitted by the cell phone interface, shining on Yi Liangchen's face, was immediately startled. No good will turn on the room lights. It turned out to be worse than not opening it. The light illuminated the room and also allowed her to see the expression on Yi Liangchen's face clearly. How can I put it? Withered? Pale? Or sinister? Evil? Only Yi Liangchen's eyes were filled with bloodshot, staring at the cell phone screen very insistently. He didn't wipe his nose, he just sucked it back in, and just after he did, the snot came out again. That's fine. It's unhygienic at best. The point was that he was also haunted by a faint layer of sadness. Liangchen, what's wrong with you? Yi mother was worried about her child and hurriedly walked forward, looking at Yi Liangchen still staring blankly at the cell phone screen. Yi mother brought Yi Liangchen's cell phone over. Then he frowned. It was all filled with some of the sayings Yi Liangchen had posted. What? I'm so alone. Lonely and cold. What? If you can't keep her, you might as well set her free. What? Knight retired? And this retirement is for life. Looking at Yi Liangchen's remarks posted in the space. How can a mom still not know what's wrong with Yi Liangchen? After all, they're all from that age. Mom, my heart is so sad. Yi Liangchen let out a bitter smile, then pointed at his heart. Here, it really hurts here. No matter how old Yi Liangchen is, in front of Ye's father and Ye's mother, he is still like a small child who can't grow up. It's a child's sense of dependence on their parents' blood, and it's not about age. Silly child. Is it that girl Qingxue? Yi mother asked. Long ago Yi Liangchen had told her that he liked a girl in his class. In the days that followed, Yi Liangchen would always tell her about how cute that girl was. However, after slowly growing up, Yi Liangchen no longer say, do parents also understand that this is the child grows up? Have belonged to their own little secret, also has not been asked. But today, when my own son became like this and said that he was heartbroken, he didn't understand what was going on. My son is so great. It's Li Qingxue's fault if she can't see you. My good boy is the best, most handsome good boy in the world. Mom and dad have always taught you, boys should be more confident, thicker skin, as long as it is what you like to be brave to pursue. Strong Liangchen is not afraid of difficulties. Hearing his mom's words, Yi Liangchen's mood immediately cleared up. He was originally a 28-year-old soul in this body, and his receptivity was quite a bit stronger than his peers. Together with the confidence that his mom gave him, Yi Liangchen nodded. Aha, I know mom. I'll prove her choice wrong, because I am strong and courageous Ryoko, never afraid of hardship and suffering. Seeing her son in a better mood, Yi mother smiled and said, okay, go out to eat. After eating today have a good sleep. Tomorrow mom will give you money. You go outside to play and relax. Thanks mom. As Yi Liangchen walked out of the room, the original smile on Yi mother's face suddenly disappeared. Taking out his own cell phone, he dialed Yi Liangchen's homeroom teacher's number. Yes, it's me, and I wanted to ask you how you run the class? Now is the senior year important moment. Someone in the class to fall in love. Affect my son's mood. You as a teacher but do not know anything. My son because of this matter, did not do well on the exams. You can take the responsibility? What do you mean I'll calm down? I'm telling you, if you don't care I'll go to school and make a scene. It's best to have Li Qingxue sit with my son. They've known each other for 9 years. The two of them know each other. And Li Qingxue can also help my son with his homework. You do this, classroom teacher. Really? Hanging up the phone, Yi mother then walked out of the room. Looking at Yi Liangchen's eating appearance, he laughed out softly in favor. His own son was the best son in the world. People who don't like their own sons think they are all indiscreet goods as well. Originally thought that Li Qingxue people quite well behaved. Now it seems do not enter the door of their own family, or they must be for the son of a good discipline her. What kind of goods dare refuse my baby boy? I'll see who else you can fall in love with besides my son. Mom, what are you talking about? Come over and eat. Yi Liangchen looked up and saw his mom fidgeting and couldn't help but call out. Whether it was before or now, Yi Liangchen relied on it. This uncomplaining, always unconditionally good for himself mom. Here we go. Son has grown up and now he knows how to care for his mom. The family got together in peace and had a fairly substantial dinner. On the other side, also Li Qingxue's family, also just sat on top of the dining table. Just then, the cell phone that was sitting off to the side in the living room rang. Li Qingxue's family is relatively well off, and her parents have set an example in this area of educating their children. No looking at your cell phone at the table, let alone playing with it. That's why cell phones are not allowed to be brought to the table during mealtimes. Hearing her cell phone ringing, Mother Li got up and came to the living room to answer the call. But upon hearing the voice on the phone, while Yang Yan's brows gently furrowed, he couldn't help but look at Haruyuki. Li Qingxue, who was waiting for her mom to start dinner with her, was also curious as to who would be calling at mealtime, so she just happened to meet her mom's line of sight. What's wrong, Mom? Who called? Your homeroom teacher called. Hearing this, Li Qingxue's gaze showed her disbelief. What is the homeroom teacher calling for? It says you're having a relationship in the classroom and it's affecting your fellow classmates. When these words were spoken, the table went straight to silence. A table full of delicious meals, all to celebrate Haruyuki's achievement of being number 1 in her grade on this exam. But now no one moved their chopsticks because of these words. Li's father is even more ugly face. As a daughter slave, he simply cannot hear. There are pigs want to arch their own carefully cared for cabbage. This kind of words to hear the heart good gas In love? Who's the one who's been complaining? Parents know their own children best. Haruyuki's little habits from her childhood. As a mom, she knew better than anyone else. It is that when lying, there is a small habit of unconsciously lowering the eyes, not daring to look into the eyes of the other party, which is a sign of weakness. However, at this moment, Haruyuki did not show such a heartfelt expression, but instead looked at herself with some anger and disbelief. That alone was a certainty in Mother Li's mind. Smoothing Haruyuki's long dark hair that was spread out on her back, she looked at Haruyuki seriously. Mommy believes what you say, so tell mommy, have you ever been in a relationship with a boy inside the school and have you ever affected your classmates because of it? Chapter 69, is it true that Inghu forbids you to talk to other girls? No. Who is talking nonsense? Li Qingxue's originally quite beautiful mood was completely unbeautiful at this moment. Mother Li looked at Li Qingxue, and inwardly, she already completely believed in her own daughter. Your homeroom teacher didn't say it explicitly. She just wanted me to relay to you whether you're willing to sit at the same table with Yi Liangchen or not. Li Qingxue wasn't a cutie either. The words were said to such an extent, and at once her heart huffed and puffed. I don't want to. I believe in my daughter, and this is something mom and dad will talk to your homeroom teacher about. Even so, Li Qingxue was still a bit uncomfortable in her heart. After scribbling down some food, he went back into his room, sitting on the bed, silently sulking. How could she not expect that Yi Liangchen would do such a thing? After knowing each other for so long, she really kind of couldn't understand Yi Liangchen now. Why do you want to slander yourself for being in love at school? I'm not sitting at the same table as you. Thinking in his heart, he picked up his cell phone and directly cancelled his attention on Yi Liangchen. This time Li Qingxue was really angry. The other side, Li's mother not only called the classroom teacher back, he informed Li Qingxue that he was not in love in the class, and also obtained the phone number of Yi Liangchen's parents from the homeroom teacher. For whatever reason, they as parents don't want someone inside the school, maliciously spreading rumors about their daughters. Get through to Yi mother's phone. Yi mother's impatient voice came from the phone. After learning that the callers were Li Qingxue's parents, it was only then that Mother Yi collected herself, and she focused on how well behaved, obedient and filial her child was, as if her son was the best child in the world. But after some words from Li's mother, Yi mother's expression became impatient again. Alright, I know, said he, hung up the phone, muttered in a low voice, what is there to be proud of? Can be my son fancy is your daughter's good fortune. Heaven falls down the blessing you all cannot catch. What people this is? Yi Liangchen, who came out to use the restroom, heard this and couldn't help but ask what was wrong. Yi mother didn't have the good sense to say, Li Qingshue's parents called. I'm really convinced that they don't know enough when you like their daughter. Yi Liangchen frowned. Why are you calling to talk to them about this? Yi mother let out a light breath. Son, you are mom and dad's heart. We are your strong backing. Since it's a girl you like, of course mom and dad are going to help you. Who knows how Li Qingshue's family is like this? You are so good. So excellent. You can like his family's daughter. It's their blessing. But even call to question. I don't even know what there is to question. Yi Liangchen sighed helplessly. I can handle this matter myself. So can you stop getting involved? Mom just wanted to help you. I saw you sitting alone inside your room and fuming. Mom's heart is not comfortable. My son is so good. Why should he suffer like this? As Yi mother spoke, she looked at Yi Liangchen seriously. In mom's heart, my son can be worthy of all the girls in this world. At those words, Yi Liangchen's heart warmed. Forget it, Mom, do you believe me? There are some things I can't say, but I can tell you that Li Qingshui actually likes me too. It's just that she hasn't realized her feelings for me yet. But you are right about one thing, Mom. Your son is indeed excellent. And although this will make you laugh when you say it, I'll still say that your son will bring you back 3 daughters-in-law in the future who are both beautiful and talented. This was Yi Liangchen's confidence. Waiting for her own treasure girl. See clearly Long Aotian's sick, dark side. She will understand that only I, Yi Liangchen, will be sincere in this world, treat her, love her, care for her. When Li Qingshu looks clearly at her own heart, she will remember my goodness, and will regret it, and then come to her senses, and take the initiative to come to me to make peace, chase me backwards, and fall madly obsessively in love with me. As for my little green plum, it would have to be the little girl who fell to the ground and cried that I met that year when the sun was shining and the flowers were in full bloom and I went back to my rural hometown. Good. I like to see my son confident. You are a good boy for mommy. Brave and good. Not afraid of difficulties. Mommy believes that you will be able to bring me back a good-looking and caring daughter-in-law. If I could marry back 3 daughters-in-law, Mom and Dad would wake up smiling in their dreams. Yi Liangchen said confidently. Mom, don't you trust me? Believe in me, then watch me. I'll make you and Dad wake up laughing in your dreams. Because this is my confidence. Saying this, Yi Liangchen smiled confidently. Early the next morning. It's just getting light. Li Qingshui kicked off the covers and sat up from the bed in a daze. Rubbing her long, frizzy hair, she walked into the bathroom to wash up and change. Skillfully opened the refrigerator to remove the sandwich and milk from it, and trotted towards the outside. Going to Water Bay every week has slowly become a habit. Also in his heart, he had already taken Long Aotian as his friend. Arriving early here at Water Bay Riverside, he picked a spot, put his sandwich and milk down, rested his chin in one hand, and waited quietly, raising his eyes to the sky. It's a beautiful day. He loves the sun so much. He's bound to come, isn't he? Li Qingshui thought so. It wasn't long before a footstep sounded on the grass. Li Qingshui looked back and her eyes flashed with laughter. Here. Excitedly, she waved her hand. You're pretty early. Long Aotian found a random place to lie down and feel the breeze blowing. Such a beautiful way to spend a rare leisure time. Li Qingshui got up, picked up her sandwich and milk, and wanted to move closer. But her mind suddenly flashed to Ying Hu Yuxing. So after keeping some distance, he sat down. She just treats Long Aotian as a friend, a confidant that she can confide in. This is for you to eat. After placing the sandwich and milk beside Long Aotian, just start talking about it. The sadness and unhappiness in your heart. Especially when I heard Yi Liangchen's mother call the class teacher and complain that Li Qingshui's love affair delayed her son's study. Long Aotian couldn't help but asterisk a little bit inside. But also can play like this? But ultimately held back from saying anything more. Before was not aware of Li Qingshui unexpectedly as the female's second white moonlight. Now no. Or as a plant to listen to forget. Li Qingshui obviously belongs to the kind of thing that cannot hide things. Said out of the heart immediately free. However, when Li Qingshui finished speaking, she was slow to get an answer from Long Aotian. A sideways glance. Thinking that this guy couldn't have fallen asleep because the environment was too cozy. Could he? So quietly, he reached out and picked up the leaves he had put over his eyes. What for? There are plenty of leaves over there. Pick them yourself. You didn't sleep. I thought you were asleep. So if you didn't sleep, why don't you talk to me anymore? Speaking here, Li Qingshui's crafty eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something, and laughed softly. Is it that Perry who doesn't allow you to talk to other girls? Hearing this, Long Aotian almost directly sprang up from the ground. Who? What nonsense? I have an up and down relationship with Perry who? Don't talk nonsense. Requesting power generation, hyping, adding bookshelves, and a million thanks for the gifts sent in. Quill. Chapter 70, What kind of person am I? Thanks for the gift. Seeing Long Aotian's excited appearance, Li Qingshue's eyes flashed with a full smile. Why are you so excited? As if she had caught something interesting, Li Qingxue narrowed her eyes and laughed mischievously. I see. Your heart is in turmoil, isn't it? Words. Long Ao genius realized that he was a little out of shape and changed his posture. I am the elder brother of Hu Yuing. She is a very kind person. Li Qingxue pursed her lips and looked at Long Ao Tian. Her mind moved slightly. She opened her mouth as if it was a bit difficult to speak, but still asked tentatively, what about me? What kind of person am I then? Long Ao Tian glanced back at Li Qingxue. You are a very lively and spirited person. Hearing Long Ao Tian describing himself in this way, Li Qingxue smiled sweetly, and a blush gradually surfaced inadvertently. You're still weirdly good at talking about it. The boredom in his mind had long since been thrown away somewhere. I'm sure I've come to the right place. You're pretty good at asking, too. That's not true. Li Qingxue was quite proud. She herself is a lively person with a lot of words. To use the internet buzzword in the following years, it should be called, social cow. By the way, did you hear what I just said? Heard that. Don't you think they're going overboard? They also said that I fell in love inside the school and affected Yi Liangchen's study. It's not. I even gave him my study materials to use. And then he still didn't use them. I'm clearly not interfering with his studies, so why is he talking about me like this? Speaking of which, Li Qingxue herself was particularly helpless. I kind of know now. Yi Liangchen has changed. All he thinks about is falling in love. As if the college entrance exam is not important to him at all. Always talking about how the knight has retired. Really retired, oh. And now he's suing me for nonsense, causing my parents to worry. Long Ao Tian lightly glanced at Li Qingxue. If you can't untie the knot, why don't you turn it into a bow? Take care of your health and emotions, and the rest of the rest. Let nature take its course. This sentence just wanted to tell Li Qingxue, don't think too much. Don't be swayed by your emotions. When you are angry, people might be laughing. Life is 3,000 threads of trouble. There are a lot of things that bother you. And if you can't learn how to adjust your mind, how much anger will you have to have in your short life? It's not a bad idea to leave the distractions behind and go with the flow. No one's life is smooth sailing. Li Qingxue rested her cheek with one hand and looked at Long Ao Tian curiously. It feels like you're so old-fashioned. Don't they all say that young people should be young and vigorous? And I feel as if nothing can affect your mind. Who said that? This sentence Long Ao Tian disagreed. The college entrance exam just kinda affects my mind. Even though my grades have improved now, my own score of 300 or so is still not enough to get into a similar school. Hearing this, Li Qingxue became interested again. What college do you want to go to? Asked softly. I don't know. Long Ao Tian had not yet learned about the universities in this world. The key was that his score was right here. And it wasn't as if he could go to whichever university he said he wanted to go to. I want to go to the University of A. I also want to see the capital city. I haven't been there yet since I grew up. It must be very beautiful and spectacular. Li Qingxue looked towards the river, her eyes filled with longing. If it's you, there must be no problem. After all, you're number 1 in your grade. Li Qingxue snorted. I now seriously suspect that you're flirting with me, but I have no proof. That being said, Li Qingxue was quite happy in her heart. If you follow your current grades, if there are no accidents, maybe you can really enter the school of your dreams. The college entrance examination is a fork in the road of life choices, and college is the beginning of a different kind of life. Long Ao Tian is to eat the pain of no schooling. Enter the community can choose less. Do all the force work. It doesn't seem like it at first, but as you get older, the limitations become less and less. So this time the heart was even more determined to go to school, to experience life again from a different perspective. Another beginning. This physics is also too difficult. Thinking about it gave Long Ao Tian a headache. Those formulas are mean and shameless. Seeing Long Ao Tian like this, Li Qingxue smiled so happily. Finally, the agony was seen in him. I don't know why. Seeing that someone like Long Ao Tian would also be distressed, Li Qingxue just felt so happy. Perhaps even Li Qingxue herself didn't realize it. From the beginning, she was running to confide in Long Ao Tian. But now it's talking about trivial everyday things. And there's always a variety of topics that seem to go on and on. This shift in the mood of the heart is uncontrollably snickeringly happy. Perry, who was also first in her grade on this test. Can't she teach you? But the physics does make it a little difficult. She is very meticulous in her lectures. When Long Ao Tian said this, his mind couldn't help but think of Perry, whose seriousness when she lectured. And he couldn't help but let out a light laugh. This girl. Li Qingxue looked at the smile on Long Ao Tian's face when he mentioned Yu, and inexplicably felt a little prickly. The smile on his face slowly converged. You guys. Before the words were finished, Long Ao Tian raised his hand and knocked Li Qingxue's head. What is this little head of yours thinking about all day long? Li Qingxue exasperatedly hugged her head with a look of disobeying Long Aotian. I haven't said anything yet. You pout your ass off. One look from you and I know what you want to say. Long Aotian changed his words in time. You don't know Perry who. She's a wonderful person. Children who have been hurt will grow up too soon and can see this for themselves, so it will always hurt. Long Aotian lay down on the lawn and looked straight at the clouds in the sky. Maybe you guys will be classmates again in the future. Li Qingshue's eyes moved slightly as she looked at Long Aotian, who was lying on the lawn, resting his arms and looking at the sky. Is that so? I do not know if it is my own illusion. She seems to see a layer of faint sadness and heartache in Long Aotian's eyes. It is a sense of loneliness. Li Qingxue also slowly laid down on top of the lawn. She could sense it but could not understand it yet. Every person's origin and family is not something they can control. Li Qingxue could not appreciate the sense of loneliness that flowed from Long Aotian's eyes. She didn't know how to respond even if she could feel it. It's the difference between life, age, and experience. Maybe one day when we grow up to a certain age, in looking back, we will laugh and say to our former selves, how silly. Thanks for the gift. He. Happy. Chapter 71, First Time Shopping. Watching Long Aotian leave, Li Qingxue took a deep breath and also slowly stood up from the lawn. Pat on the butt. Meet the sunshine beautifully stretched a lazy waist. The mood is soothing. See what all feel happy. Just then, the cell phone in his pocket rang. After glancing at the fact that it was her fellow tablemate Wang Rui and picking up the phone, Wang Rui's anxious voice came. Qingxue, what's wrong with you? Words. Li Qingxue still thinks it's strange? Why are you calling me and asking me if I'm okay? Shouldn't you be the one calling me? The one who has something for me? So he asked. I'm fine. What's wrong? Is it okay? Wang Rui's voice was obviously a bit disbelieving, but she still said, just now, Gao Quan called me to say that you were sad and seemed to be secretly crying again, asking me to comfort you. What? Why should I be sad? And do I look like someone who loves to cry in secret to you? Li Qingxue was all a bit speechless. The first 2 times it was the same. Koizumi is sick, isn't he? I don't know. Listening to Gao Quan, it seems like Yi Liangchen still gave him the word. Wang Rui said truthfully, don't answer their calls in the future. It's really annoying. Li Qingxue said without a good breath. After what happened last night, Li Qingxue was now having a hard time adjusting her mind, and now that she thought about it, she unconsciously began to affect her mood again. There's no way around it. It's really hard to let go of something like that, at least for a while, and it won't be that easy. Subsequently, Li Qingxue will be yesterday's things to Wang Rui said again. After listening to the words of Li Qingxue, Wang Rui was greatly shocked, said that also lifted the shrimp headed, for being in the same class. Wang Rui knows that Yi Liangchen has dropped a lot in this monthly exam mapping, but it did not occur to him that Yi Liangchen has shirked his responsibility, saying that it is Li Qingxue's love affair that affects him. Moreover, Li Qingxue did not fall in love. Right. She is Li Qingxue's desk. 2 people in school said it is inseparable is not too much. If Li Qingxue fell in love with their own cannot know it? It had been decided right then and there never to answer Gao Quan's calls again. Back home, Long Aotian took a shower and changed his clothes again. Said goodbye today to take Hu Yuling to eat delicious, and girls go out together, more or less to pay attention to their own image. Taking a look at the time, Perry, who had said yesterday that she was doing a part-time job until 12 noon sharp, just in time for dinner. Long Aotian then went out early. Before going there, I went inside the bank and withdrew some money. During this period of time, Long Aotian, according to the first opportunity mastered by reading novels at the beginning, big money did not earn much, small money uninterrupted. There's plenty in the hand. Holding out for a smartphone when I graduate. Looking at the bank withdrawal text message that popped up in the keypad phone, Long Aotian said secretly, we are now in the age of the internet. Except that people are not used to paying by cell phone for a while. With the growth of the internet age, soon cell phone convenience payments will become trendy. Smartphones are indispensable. Putting the money into his pocket, Long Aotian walked towards Nanfeng Square, the 4th floor bathroom of Nanfeng Plaza at this time. Perry, who ended his part-time job an hour early. She hadn't forgotten that she was going to shop and eat with Lung today. So end your part-time job early so you can leave yourself time to clean up after yourself. Before that, Hu Yueying had never, ever cleaned up her mood. Not because she's lazy, but there's no need. Before she met Long Aotian, her life was actually quite monotonous. School, home, part-time Saturday morning, home in the afternoon, out to the market in the evening. This is because the evening market will be much cheaper as all kinds of vegetables will be discounted. But today is different. This is the first time Lung has invited himself. So, anyway, I just want to clean up my own. Last night I had cleaned my canvas shoes, which I hadn't worn in a while, and changed into clothes that I didn't wear very often, which still looked plain. but were much better than 1,000 school uniforms. Looking at herself in the bathroom mirror, Hu Yueying took a deep breath, pulled her clothes in a formal manner at the mirror, and then walked out of the bathroom and towards the outside. When he came outside and felt the sun shining, he couldn't help but squint slightly and look up to shield his eyes from the warm but blinding light. Taking out his cell phone, he looked at Long Ao Tian's penguin interface, wanting to contact him but not knowing how to speak. Not long after, a few small children ran out from the mall chasing and playing around, laughing and giggling. When passing by Hu Yueying, a small child stumbled. Hu Yueying rushed forward. Slow down. The little kid reacted quickly and stumbled but didn't fall, but he was caught by the other kids. Then the two giggled and went back to grabbing other kids. Looking at the playful children, Hu Yueying also cannot help but follow the smile. Before she was in the village, but also often in the village partners to play, catching, blind touching people and hide and seek. Seeing these children chasing away, Hu Yueying was ready to return to the shadows of the building to continue waiting for Long Ao Tian. As a result, just after taking a step, he realized that something was wrong with his feet. Glancing at the soles of his feet, he scrambled to crouch down and check his shoes. Shoes with open soles that separate the sole from the heel when you walk. What now? Hu Yueying! A shout came from behind her. Hu Yueying stood up in a hurry and turned to look at the source of the voice. Long Ao Tian was wearing white short sleeves and black casual pants. The whole person looked very valiant. Long, brother Long. Hu Yueying called out in embarrassment, glancing at the shoes under her feet. Her small face flushed red for a moment and stood in place without daring to move. Looking at Long Ao Tian, who gradually walked over, Hu Yueying's small hands clutched her clothes tightly, somewhat at a loss for words. You're hot? Go inside the mall first to cool off. Looking at the red-faced Hu Yu, Long Ao Tian is both angry and amused. Hu Yueying hastily shook his head. In fact, it is not very hot. Long Ao Tian pushed open the curtain of the mall, looked back at Hu, confused stupid standing why? Oh. Hu Yu pursed her lips tightly. She could only shoes wipe the ground and slowly moved to Long Ao Tian's side. Then he looked up at Long Ao Tian, but realized that Long Ao Tian was looking at his feet. So he awkwardly turned sideways and didn't give Long Ao Tian a look. Hands tightly gripped the clothes. Suddenly some dare not look at Long Ao Tian, forced to endure the discomfort inside. Red-faced, brother Long. Today do not want to shop. The sound was small, so small that it was like a feather brushing against the ear and falling silently to the ground. Hu Yueying lowered his head. I can see that the dragon brother is quite interested. He said so. Will certainly spoil the dragon brother's excitement. But, Hu Yueying for the first time feel ashamed, especially in front of Long Ao Tian. Do not want to let him see his own unpleasant side. Chapter 72, Damn. What a pervert. Hearing this, looking at Hu Yueying, who was full of inferiority complex emotions, Long Ao Tian seemed to have sensed something and looked at her feet. Feeling Long Ao Tian's eyes, Hu Yueying's heart became more and more inferior. Yes, I'm sorry brother Long. Biting her lips lightly, she finished and was about to turn around and leave. She was also sad in her heart. It was not easy to have the opportunity to shop and eat with Long. Hu Yueying instinctively exclaimed, only to feel her body being taken up by a huge force, and was taken aback. Long Ao Tian carried Hu Yu on his shoulder. What are you screaming for? Dare to stand your brother Long up. I think you're bold. No, not Long. You quickly put me down. Hu Yu was resisted by a hand on Long Ao Tian's shoulder. Some fear, some excitement, but more still can't stand the smiling gazes of the surrounding people. So many people looked over because of Long's move. So shy. Long Ao Tian slapped Hu Yu's arse. Be quiet. Hu Yu's body was violently stunned. Her pretty face instantly turned red. Even her breathing was a little short, especially the touch from the buttocks. So shameful. Shy of his own face, can only use the palm of his hand to cover his little face? But also good behavior is not struggling. Let Long Ao Tian carry himself forward. Long Ao Tian also froze for a moment after hitting it. It was completely smooth. Feeling the touch that came back from the palm of his hand, his thoughts were confused. His body stiffened slightly, and at some point, a red color tinted the base of his ear. And even the hand that was patting Perry, whose arched buttocks was seeping out a thin layer of sweat, dryly coughing twice. Let you disobey. It also seemed to be looking for a not-so-sounding excuse for his abrupt move. The underground layer of the shopping mall is the clothing city. Long Ao Tian first took Hu Yu to the women's women's shoes area. The spanked Hu Yueying didn't dare to resist now, letting Long Ao Tian bring himself to the clothing city, just nervous to the point where both little hands were clenched tightly. After arriving at the place, Long Ao Tian squatted down his body and set Hu Yu down. The moment she met with Long Ao Tian's side face, Hu Yueying's eyes flashed with a fine light. After landing, he quickly turned around, fearing that he would see his flushed cheeks, lightly biting his red lips, his heart beating violently in his chest, a heartbeat throbbing that he simply couldn't suppress. With only the sound of her pounding heartbeat left in her ears, Hu Yuing was shy and nervous, afraid that Long Aotian would also hear her violent heartbeat. Just as Long Aotian called the clerk over, Hu Yuing finally came back to her senses. Brother Long. Shut up. No Lung, I have a lot more at home. One word of nagging, and I'll punch you so hard you won't even be able to crawl. Hu Yuing glanced at the price on the shoes and muttered in a small voice. So expensive. I'm inviting you, cheap bastard. Long Aotian laughed. But the price on the label still haunts Hu Yuing, black-hearted merchants. What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and sit down. Perry Hu Yu lowered his head and sat on top of the bench where he changed his shoes. At this price I can buy 2 pairs of shoes in town. Then taking advantage of the shopkeeper's gap and looking for shoes, Hu Yu gently pulled Long Aotian's pants leg. Why don't I buy a slipper? Actually slippers are the most comfortable to wear. Summer slippers are very cheap, because the price is transparent. So even such a mall also Hu Yuing himself can afford. Are you done? I don't want Brother Lung to spend money on me. Hu Ying's soft gaze narrowed. Still? Believe it or not I will whack you off. Long Aotian just raised his fist. Hu Yu has already sat on the bench in a good behavior, timidly glanced at Long Aotian, then hurriedly retracted his gaze, looking at the shoes that the clerk brought over. Long Aotian looked at Hu Yu. Are you taking off by yourself? Or let me help you take off? Hu Yu still wanted to say, but saw Long Aotian's gaze. Still, it's better for me to take off myself. Such a look of getting along made the store clerk look at it and couldn't help but laugh as well. Your boyfriend took you shopping. What's there to be embarrassed about? Since Long Aotian carried her over just now, he drew a lot of attention along the way. Ha! Hu Yuing was stunned for a split second, and hastily waved her hand at the clerk, wanting to explain, but the clerk's sentence about her boyfriend directly caused Hu Yuing to lose her ability to think, and her mind went blank. He opened his mouth, but all that was left was the sound of a violent heartbeat. We are classmates. Long Aotian opened his mouth to explain. Hearing this, Hu Yu quietly glanced at Long Aotian, and then secretly lowered her eyes to her canvas shoes. Oh, it's like this you guys are really close. The clerk lightly laughed twice, looked at Hu Yu's reddened little face, looked at the tip of Long Aotian's ear which slightly frowned but reddened, and did not say anything more, just took out the shoes from the shoebox in his hand. Do you like this style? This is the newest arrival. I haven't even had a chance to put it on the shelves yet. What size shoes do you wear? Perry Hu Yu first glanced at Long Aotian before saying to the clerk, size 37. Soon the clerk brought over the 2 newest models of shoes, both of them. Hu Yuing was embarrassed to take off her shoes. The tiny feet were covered with black thigh-high socks, and the pant legs covered them. Now after pulling up the pants leg, the black socks and white shoes are indescribably out of place. Send us 2 pairs of socks, the kind with boat feet. When the clerk heard this, he didn't hesitate to pick it up right away, because the subtext of the statement was, these 2 pairs of shoes. I'll take them. Do you need to change the socks too? Hu Ying's cheeks were red and she asked softly. Aha. Long Aotian hummed. Hu Yuing did not ask any more questions. It was good that the socks were a gift. Watch as the clerk brings in a white and a pink pair of tiny socks. After Hu Yuing took it, she started to take off her own socks. When the socks are completely faded, Hu Yuing subconsciously looked up at Long Aotian. Long Aotian noticed Hu Ying's gaze and hurriedly turned his head sideways, pretending as if nothing had happened. But Hu Yuing clearly heard that there was a sound of swallowing saliva. Long Aotian dry coughed twice. His mind constantly flashed through some fragments. Damn. As Hu Yuing withdrew her gaze, Long Aotian twisted his head back. Hu Yuing felt Long Aotian's gaze, drooping eyes, lightly pursed red lips, felt shy, but heart in addition to shyness, as if there is another kind of emotion in the bottom of the heart spread. Both foot socks are so small that they can only be worn up to the heel, and when you put on your shoes, the socks are nicely hidden in the shoes, making them look even sharper and better. Modified. Deleted some descriptions. Should not affect the reading. I hope it did not affect the little brother, young lady's sister viewing experience. Chapter 73, surprisingly good. Hu Yuing put on her shoes and got up to take 2 steps. The shoes are very light, not tired feet, and walking on the road is soft and quite comfortable. Try the other shoe. Hu Yuing nodded and didn't dare to say anything else now, so obediently listening to Long Aotian, he just took off his shoes. Wait, change into that sock and try it on. Long Aotian reminded with a decent look. First of all, it's not that Long Aotian wants to see Perry who's Giorgio, but that pair of pink socks is better. Long Aotian has always been doing things maturely and steadily. How can it be the kind of pervert who likes jade feet can be compared? Oh, taking a hard look twice more. He then took a deep breath and withdrew his gaze in satisfaction. Just these two. Long Aotian said and took out money from his pocket. 2 pairs of shoes are just enough to still be able to switch them out. Hu Yuing stood beside Long Aotian with her head lowered. Because it was lowered, Long Aotian could not see Hu Ying's complexion. However, according to Long Aotian's understanding of Hu Yu, even without looking at her, he could guess her current mental activities. It's just that some things are said once or twice is enough, and saying them more than that doesn't make any sense. Go. Where to? Looking at Long Aotian carrying things towards the front, Hu hurriedly followed suit to help Long Aotian carry things. Don't pull at it. It's not good for others to see. Hu Yuing grudging eyes white Long Aotian, just carried me, but also beat my ass. All the way over, so many people are looking at us, but also did not see you say that the impact is not good. Still dare to whiten me? Raising his hand, he knocked Hu on the head. Words are like this, but Long Aotian heart is quite happy. Flower general age should be so vivid, sometimes set in stone. Mute is not the same thing. Where are we going with this? Buy clothes. I don't want it. Beautiful you. Buy me my own. Oh, hearing Long Aotian's words, Hu Yuing immediately felt a lightness in her heart, and she couldn't help but walk a little faster. Soon Long Aotian saw a floral dress that was quite nice. Then he led Hu Yui inside. Hu Yuing glanced at the clothes around him. There are men and women did not think much about it. Long Aotian picked up the broken flower dress. Go change. Ha? What the hell? Change and I'll go pick out the men's model. Flowers need green leaves to set them off too. Go. Long Aotian cajoled and cheated, not even waiting for Hu Yu to come over with a tangle before pushing him to the changing room. Brother Long. Hu Ying's head had just drilled out when Long Aotian pushed him in. Nosy. Waiting for a girl to change is an extremely boring thing, even for Perry Hu. Long Aotian waited and waited, and in the end directly yawned. Lung. At the sound of the voice, Long Aotian, who was yawning, opened his mouth even wider. The floral dress style is simple, but froze the body of Hu Yu perfectly set off, walking with a slight sway of the waist, with a gentle and unself-conscious charm, as if harboring a toughness not to be taken lightly. The long hair that was tied up was let down because of the change of clothes, so much so that the fair and delicate collarbone, with a few strands of hair falling on it, gave the innocent her a little extra sexiness. Noticing Long Aotian's gaze, Hu Yuing constrainedly and timidly stood in place, a pair of watery eyes slightly flickering, quietly looking at Long Aotian. Her small face reddened excessively, like a deer flashing up a fine broken light. Surprisingly good, said Long Aotian extending his hand to Hu Yu. Looking at Long Aotian's hand reaching out, Hu Yu stayed for a moment, reddened her little face, and uncertainly placed her little hand in Long Aotian's hand. Long Aotian slapped away Perry Hu's hand. Give me the clothes, I'll load them up for you. Oh. Hu Yu was half a beat slower, but still quickly responded and placed the clothes in her hand in Long Aotian's hand. Grabbing Hu Yu's clothes, Long Aotian smelled a marvelous fragrance unique to young girls. It doesn't punch your nose. It's a light ethereal scent that's kinda nice. Putting the clothes together, he looked at Hu Yu with satisfaction. Let's go. I'm starving. And then Hu Yuing got an extra dress in a blur, wearing a small flowery skirt and stepping on soft and gentle shoes. A touch of confidence inexplicably rose in the heart of Hu Yuing, who was following Long Aotian's side. It's a confidence that comes from within, one that makes you glow and shimmer slightly. Long Aotian looked at it as a good thing. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman will attract more than a few glances for no reason no matter where they are. Long Aotian and Hu Yuing are like that now. Even if the two weren't holding hands, even if they weren't talking, just walking together made people look twice. Brother Long, this is the restaurant where I work part-time. Let's go eat here. Hu Yuing proposed. This place to eat Hu Yuing can be discounted, and Long bought clothes and shoes for himself. No matter what, this meal must be invited by himself to Long. And this store is pretty affordable too. Long Aotian didn't have any requirements for food, so he nodded. Okay, Tatsu, look at the beauty, Koizumi said excitedly as he patted the shoulder of the man next to him. Yi Liangchen wasn't in the mood for anything. Yesterday his mom gave him money to come out and relax and play a trip. It just so happened that Gao Quan sent himself a message to go online together today. Surfing the internet was even better. He wanted to buy a drunk at the place where Treasure Girl worked part-time. Let Treasure Girl feel sorry for herself. And then he could also ask Gao Quan to take a drunken picture of himself to post to space saying, "Harm, I'm not in the mood. And I think it's going to be hard for me to get my heart set on a woman again in my life." That man seems to be Long Aotian. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Liangchen was interested. But I've caught you, haven't I? You big philandering scum, dangling my Treasure Girl while dating other girls. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen suddenly brightened up. If Long Aotian is tired of playing with Treasure Girl, wouldn't he have a chance? So he hurriedly followed Gao Quan's gaze, his lips trembling madly as he looked straight. Treasure Girl? How could he not remember what the Treasure Girl looked like? Even if she had really changed a lot today, something like a sense of predestination made him recognize her instantly. Why do I feel that girl is so familiar? Brother Chen, do you think it's the one we met in the cafeteria earlier? The more Gao Quan looked at her, the more familiar she felt. It's her. After Yi Liangchen's confirmation, Gao Quan sucked in a mouthful of cool air, which was not surprising. After all, today's Hu Yueying had changed really a lot. On weekdays, she often wore a school uniform, tied her hair, and followed behind Long Aotian without saying a word. And although she was good-looking, many times, her face was expressionless. Unlike today, she smiled so happily, an indescribable innocence, so pure that just seeing it makes one's heart flutter for no reason. And one can't help but be infected by such a smile. The words, Lang talent and daughter, suddenly came to mind. It turns out that even treasure girls can still be mesmerized by material things. Ha! It's me who overlooked human nature. Ha! Saying this, the cold smile on Yi Liangchen's face disappeared and turned into a cold expression. Brave and virtuous, not afraid of difficulties. Go! Yi Liangchen tidied up his clothes. He wanted to compare Long Aotian in all aspects, letting the treasure girl know what kind of high-quality male she really missed out on. Chapter 74 Elegance never goes out of style. The more Yi Liangchen walked towards the restaurant where Hu Yueying, Long Aotian was, the more a sense of fear and powerlessness gradually rose in his heart. Finally arriving at the entrance of the restaurant, Yi Liangchen leaned against the wall and panted heavily. What's wrong with you, brother Tatsu? Why do you feel that a meal can cost you half your life? It's okay, I brought money. Gao Quan looked at Yi Liangchen, who was in this state, and said with uncertainty, because the current Yi Liangchen gave him a really strange feeling. Yi Liangchen took a deep breath, then waved his hand. It's fine. I'm just me. Yi Liangchen who dares to love and hate. Yi Liangchen who is not afraid of difficulties. Everything I've lost I'm going to take back with my own hands a little bit at a time. That's right, Yi Liangchen is in a bipolar situation right now. On one side he really hates Long Aotian very much. On the other hand he is also really afraid that Long Aotian will make a move on him. Long Aotian is like a dogskin plaster. Once he is stared at, Yi Liangchen can never forget the pain of Long Aotian swinging a bottle on his head. But things had come to this point, and it was no longer something that could be solved by one's forbearance and regression. He couldn't beat Long Aotian, but Long Aotian couldn't beat himself up because he was jealous of his excellence, right? As long as he appeared in front of the treasure girl together with Long Aotian, with his advantage of being a high-quality male, wouldn't he still compare Long Aotian as a person? It also allows Perry Hu to see his high-quality self, and the rude and vulgar Long Aotian, thus subconsciously attracting Perry Hu's sight. Thinking of this, the fear in Yi Liangchen's heart dissipated quite a bit. At the same time the anticipation grew even more inside. Think about it, Hu Yueying on the surface is still with Long Aotian, but secretly hanging out with himself. Ha! This feeling is not to say. Just think about it to feel exciting. Arrogance tops it all. But you're still being cuckolded by me. After thinking about this point, Yi Liangchen changed his timid panting from just a moment ago, and with his face as usual, he straightened his clothes and hairstyle, and then walked into the middle of the restaurant with Gao Quan, hands in his pockets, smilingly looked around, finally locking the table where Long Aotian and Hu Yueying were, straightened his back, confidently tossed his hair, and struck a self-satisfied and handsome pose as he walked over, sitting right next to Long Aotian and Hu Yueying's dining table. Technically there was just an aisle in between. At first Yi Liangchen thought that if he went over in such a high-profile manner, he would definitely attract the sight of Long Aotian or Hu Yueying. Once a girl has caught your eye, LOL. In actuality, the two didn't give a damn about him. No, to be precise, the two's gazes never looked at him from the beginning to the end. Damn it! Secretly clenching his fists. How dare you ignore me? Good. Very good. Very good. This restaurant mainly does shrimp hot pot, which is prawns first and shabu shabu afterwards. The two of them, he and Gao Quan, ordered a big pot straight away. Nothing, just money. Before the waiter left, Yi Liangchen's heart moved slightly. Bring me 2 more cases of beer. All in all, Yi Liangchen and Gao Quan were both still in school, but their actual ages had long since reached adulthood, so it wasn't abrupt to ask for alcohol. Brother Chen, you're so good. When did you learn to drink? Gao Quan looked at Yi Liangchen dumbfounded. The whole drinking thing is an awesome thing for students who are still in school. At least it would be awesome for Koizumi, who hadn't had a drink in all his life. With the 2 cases of beer placed at his feet, Yi Liangchen tossed his hair and confidently and calmly took out 2 bottles of beer. then stepped on another case of beer that had not yet been unpacked and opened the 2 bottles of beer with a bottle opener. Taking a deep breath, then shaking her hair, she got up and came over to the table where Long Aotian was. "Hello guys." Yi Liangchen tossed his hair and took the lead in greeting the duo. At this moment, Yi Liangchen, with a shallow smile at the corner of his mouth, was a gentleman in every move. See Yi Liangchen. Hu Yuing frowned in disgust. She had never hated a person so much. Yi Liangchen was one of them. Quietly glancing at Long Aotian, his heart inexplicably settled down quite a bit. "Yi Liangchen, today my big brother is here. I won't be afraid of you." Hearing this name, Long Aotian couldn't help but look twice more. Noticing that this boy was not the same classmate who had been scared off by himself earlier in front of the school classroom, and the earlier one in Nanfeng Plaza, the person who was holding an umbrella but still had to get wet in the rain on a rainy day, seems to be him too. Noticing Long Aotian's eyes, Yi Liangchen tossed his hair and then smiled confidently. At least in front of Long Aotian he had to make sure he was elegant. After all, elegance never goes out of style. "It was me who was abrupt last time, and this time when I met by chance, I just wanted to come over and apologize for my earlier behavior." Yi Liangchen had what he thought was a charming smile at the corner of his mouth, and smiled crookedly. Seeing this crooked smile, Long Aotian inwardly ********. When I read the novel earlier, I had a hard time understanding what it meant to have a crooked smile, and now it really is a perfect illustration. Hu Yuing is a kind person. She loathes Yi Liangchen, but on the basis of the other party came specially to apologize today. Did not say anything more? Just for people like Yi Liangchen, Hu Yuying's best way is to ignore. Yi Liangchen still smiled crookedly and placed his gaze on Long Aotian, saying confidently, "Let's drink together." The quality of the wine is a reflection of the character of the person. What's more, after Yi Liangchen's previous life's alcohol cultivation, getting an 18-year-old drunk wasn't said to be easy. Right. It could only be said that there wasn't the slightest pressure. Just let Long Aotian perform a little bit of playing drunk in front of Perry Hu. He himself will protect in front of Hu Yuing. With a sharp contrast, in order to leave a deep impression in Hu Yuying's heart. After all, compared to his own gentle and kind sunny big boy, Long Aotian, who often bullied her and forced her to open a room, I believe that Hu Yuying's heart will be biased. Long Aotian also noticed that although Yi Liangchen had been speaking to himself, the rest of his eyes were always staring at Hu Yuing, and Hu Yuing is tightly frowned. This expression, but rarely seen on her face, is a kind of heartfelt resistance, disgust psychology. Although he didn't know what had happened to cause Hu Yuing to resist and loathe Yi Liangchen in this way, but after all, he is the elder brother of Hu Yuing. What kind of big brother doesn't favor his little follower? Not interested, please don't disturb our meal. After saying these words, Long Aotian raised his eyes to Yi Liangchen. Seeing this look from Long Aotian, Yi Liangchen instinctively took a step back, deadly clenched fists. If you can. Yi Liangchen cannot wait to immediately on the hands of the bottle smashed in the head of Long Aotian. Although the heart of this thought, but the face is still a sardonic smile. Knowing he couldn't do that, he smiled and said, "Well then, I'll leave you to it." Chapter 75, isn't this a bit too ambiguous? With Yi Liangchen's departure, Long Aotian looked at Hu Yuing. You hate him a lot? He had rarely seen Hu Yuing show that kind of expression to a person, so he subconsciously asked. It was as if caring for her had become instinctive. Hearing Long Aotian's words, Hu Yuing gently nodded her head. Although Long always loved to coax herself, but she was still not willing to lie to Long. Long Aotian didn't ask why. He just lightly glanced at Yi Liangchen and had his own decision in his heart. Hu Yuing himself also quickly adjusted his mindset. Today shopping and eating with Long should remain happy. Soon the prawns at Long Aotian's table were ready. Seeing this, Hu Yu hurriedly got up and took an apron from the shelf behind her and walked towards Long Aotian. Dragon, bring an apron. Long Aotian froze for a moment. To be honest, Long Aotian didn't even know that he had to bring an apron to eat this. Even in his original world, Long Aotian is never directly open to eat. Simply did not bring an apron. After all, shrimp pot in their own that world is also very common. Looking at the way Long Aotian froze for a moment, Hu Yuying's good-looking eyes curved into a small crescent moon, pursed her lips and went forward to put the apron around his neck. Long reach out. At those words, Long Aotian stretched out his hand. Perry Hu thoughtfully dressed Long Aotian so that he could prevent oil stains from splashing onto his body. Between the nostrils are all the body fragrance of Hu Yuing, because the distance is very close, so the flavor is particularly clear. Uncomfortable to avoid eye contact with Hu Yuing, wrongly look aside. Hu Yuing hand movement also cannot help but slow down a lot. This is also the first time in the sense of active distance from Long Aotian so close. Heartbeat is fast. A hand was placed on his heart, but in the next second, Ing Huyu's body trembled around her. Her breathing was slightly disturbed. Her eyes flickered, and finally landed on top of Long Ao Tian's side face. Hearing Long Ao Tian's heartbeat more violent than his own, Huyu Ying's heart is like being stepped on by a deer. Uneasiness, warmth and a little bit of indescribable sweetness. All these kinds of emotions just like this swept above the heart, trying as hard as she could to control her breathing. But for this moment, just this one moment, it was as if she had forgotten how to breathe. No, how to breathe normally. Okay. Long Ao Tian don't turn his head, pretending to ask casually. In reality, he was so nervous, especially his heart seemed to jump out of his chest. The fragrance between his nostrils made his palms slightly sweaty, and he could only suppress his inner emotions by clenching his fists. Too close. The distance is too close. So uncomfortable. Okay, Perry who replied softly. Long Ao Tian did not have a reason to breathe a sigh of relief. This feeling is a little too ambiguous. Indeed, at least to outsiders, the two of them were just a couple flirting ambiguously. Gao Quan looked at the two faces all Long Ao Tian, Huyuing interaction when the ant smile. Too sweet. How can be so sweet? Until Long Ao Tian and Huyuing each returned to their respective positions to prepare for dinner. Gao Quan then reluctantly retracted his gaze. After all, watching people eat, this is really too embarrassing. But just as he turned back, he was startled, only to see Yi Liangchen also looking at Long Ao Tian and Huyuing was laughing. But while laughing, 2 lines of tears also slowly slid down the corners of their eyes. Tatsu, are you okay? Yi Liangchen shook his head and didn't say anything, just tilted his head and started drinking the first bottle. Yi Liangchen burped, then muttered, who else can a broken heart love? The taste of having no one to accompany me, my love, has been buried. The voice wasn't small. It seemed like it was trying to get Long Ao Tian and Huyu Ying's attention. Perry who was so busy trying to peel shrimp for Lung that he was so focused that he didn't hear it at all. And even if he did, he wouldn't pay attention to it. Long Ao Tian instead glanced at Yi Liangchen, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as he felt so embarrassed. The soles of his feet were picking at the ground. This guy didn't feel embarrassed at all? Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Freshly fried prawns, covered with sauce, held in the hand is very hot. Huyuing reached out and peeled several times were burned. Looking at Ing Huyu rubbing her small hands, Long Ao Tian felt funny. Put on disposable gloves with your left hand and pick up a prawn with chopsticks with your right hand. With skillful movements, he began peeling the shrimp as if he didn't feel a hint of heat at all. The peeled shrimp was soon placed on the plate in front of Ing Huyu. Ing Huyu looked at the peeled prawns and looked up at Long Ao Tian. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. Looking at the plate peeled prawns, Huyuing's heart surged with a strange feeling, between the eyelashes also unconsciously stained with a touch of laughter. Eat the shrimp meat. Maybe the dragon brother to peel their own. So eat extra delicious. Anyway, it's just a little different. He had to peel the shrimp for Lung himself, so he moved his hands much faster. I finished peeling beautifully, only to find 5 or 6 more peeled shrimp meat on my plate. You eat too. Lung. I'm eating it. Long Ao Tian, who was concentrating on peeling the shrimp, casually coped. Dragon, open your mouth. Aha. Lung, I'll wipe your sweat. Surprised for a moment, just as he looked up, Perry whose body had already tilted over, and the wet paper towel was icy cold when it touched the heated skin, and since Hu Yuing was tilting her body, her chest unconsciously appeared in Long Ao Tian's line of sight. Pink? What fans? Does Brother Long want to eat fans? Hu Yuing didn't catch it and asked. Long Ao Tian hastily shook his head. It's nothing. Watching the interaction between Long Ao Tian and Hu Yuing, Yi Liangchen laughed while shedding tears, and the beer in his hand was like water, pouring into his mouth and a brain. It was as if that was the only way to make his heart, which was full of holes, feel better, especially when he saw that Ing Huyu not only fed Long Ao Tian shrimp, but also wiped his sweat. Yi Liangchen suddenly felt so redundant. His sanity was slowly affected by alcohol. Raising the wine glass in his hand, he looked at the yellowish liquid in the glass and slowly shook it, not looking at Long Ao Tian and Hu Yuing, but just said in a rather strange tone, it's senior year. If you really want the best for each other, you shouldn't fall in love at this time. After all, studying is like rowing a boat against the current, even if you're at the top of the grade. Hu Yuing, who was having a beautiful heart, heard this and looked at Yi Liangchen with a hint of sulking in her eyes. What did he mean by this? Hu Yuing is not stupid. Wasn't it just a disguised way of saying that Lung was dragging himself down? Nonsense. Lung cares the most about himself. He's so nice to himself. It doesn't even affect him a bit. Long Ao Tian didn't even look at Yi Liangchen, just decisively picked up the fruit beer. Seeing this scene, Yi Liangchen's eyes widened as he thought Long Ao Tian was going to dry his head with a fruit beer bottle. Quickly, He bent over, ready to hold his head, but the alcohol went to his head, and he just bent his body instinctively, without realizing that he was now sitting, and this bending, his face came directly into a close contact with the tabletop. Bang! There was a cry of pain and an instant nosebleed. Chapter 76, Now you're playing with your pampering skills. Seeing the blood, Hu Yueying was coldly startled. Long Ao Tian, who had just picked up a fruit beer and poured himself a glass, frowned slightly at the sight and raised his hand to cover Hu Yueying's eyes, whispering soothingly in her ear, "It's okay, don't be afraid." Hearing Long Ao Tian's gentle voice, Hu Yueying's heart magically, immediately calmed down. It seems as if as long as Long Ao Tian is by his side, he will become very brave, very courageous and not afraid of anything. Feeling the heat coming from Long Ao Tian's palm, Hu Yueying quietly opened her eyes. The eyelashes moved slightly, gently sweeping on top of Long Ao Tian's palm. Itchy, subconsciously pulling his hand away from some distance, to ensure that Hu's eyelashes could not be swept away from his own palm at the same time, but also be able to block her line of sight. As Long Ao Tian's palm pulled away some distance, Hu Yueying saw a reddish color on Long Ao Tian's palm. It was still radiating a gust of heat. The mind instantly went back to the way Long Ao Tian used chopsticks with his right hand and peeled the shrimp with his left hand. It was hot, wasn't it? Sight dropped down to his palms. His own palms had been burned a while ago and left such red marks as well. "Brother Long, let's go?" Raising his hand and grabbing Long Ao Tian's finger. Anyway, he had already eaten almost all of the food. The rest of the dishes were brought back, and he could still make stew for Brother Long to eat at night. She no longer wanted to remain here. She was just afraid of spoiling Lung's fun. "I didn't expect to be affected at the end of the day." Grasping Long Ao Tian's finger and feeling the heat coming from it, Hu Yueying used the back of her hand to press into his palm, trying to cool it down. "Then let's go." Long Ao Tian patted Hu Yu's hand. His tone was gentle, like he was pacifying. After all, in Long Ao Tian's inherent impression, Perry Hu, the little girl, was very timid. Hearing that Long agreed to leave, Hu Yueying broke away from Long Ao Tian's hand and ran towards the front desk. Just after running 2 steps, he only felt that the back of his neck was gripped by a big hand. "Looking down on your dragon brother, are you?" Hu Yueying tilted her head to look at Long Ao Tian, gently shaking Long Ao Tian's arm, bright big eyes pretending to be pitifully looking at him. Long hair draped over her shoulders. Her temperament is clean and pure, letting Long Ao Tian want to say something, and ultimately still haven't said anything yet. You're all about the pussy thing now?" Seeing that Long Ao Tian didn't say anything about himself, Hu Yueying arched her eyebrows and smiled brightly. It was only in front of Long Ao Tian that she could always show this kind of happiness. Looking at the smile on Hu's face, Long Ao Tian uncomfortably averted his eyes. A finger against the top of Hu's forehead, gently pushed. "Brother Long invited you out. There is no rule of letting a woman pay. Go back and pack something." The two did not even look at Yi Liangchen from the beginning to the end, as if they had simply forgotten about this number. "It's more than a bad word. It's more than a bad word." Yi Liangchen covered his nose and looked at the back of the two people leaving. He only felt a breath as if he couldn't breathe. But if Long Ao Tian could scold himself twice, Yi Liangchen wouldn't feel so uncomfortable. This feeling of being ignored was far more painful than Long Ao Tian directly coming over and slapping himself twice. At least Long Ao Tian's move against himself was considered a form of hostility. At least it could make Yi Liangchen feel that he and Long Ao Tian were at an even stage. But to be ignored like this sets you off as if you are a jumped-up clown. Deadly clenched fists. "Long Ao Tian, today you bring me humiliation. The other day I will be 100 times to return." "Brother Chen, it seems like Long Ao Tian didn't do anything. You're the one who made your nose bleed," Gao Quan reminded in a low voice. Yi Liangchen turned back violently and looked at Gao Quan. "What do you know? If it wasn't for Long Ao Tian scaring me, could I be so hyper and hit my nose?" Speaking of this, an idea suddenly flashed through Yi Liangchen's mind and took out his own cell phone. "Quick, take a picture for me." As he spoke, Yi Liangchen opened another bottle of beer. While Yi Liangchen was still frantically concocting his look, Long Ao Tian and Hu Yueying had already come down from upstairs. "Brother Long." Hu Yueying looked down at her skirt and shoes and called out softly, "Aha! Thank you, Dragon, for buying me clothes and shoes today. I love them, but, I want to say, give me some more time. I want to buy clothes and shoes for Lung too." Hu Yueying gathered the courage to say it in one mouthful. Long Ao Tian invited Hu Yueying to eat in the cafeteria less than $10. Hu Yueying feel that has been owed to Long Ao Tian. The heart is too much. Not to mention now to buy himself a few $100s of clothes and shoes. As Perry Hu herself said, she was just being frugal. She actually had private money. The money was saved little by little just to pay for college tuition. For people like Hu from the countryside, going to school and learning knowledge is the only way out for her. Mom and dad are gone. Her grandparents are old. and the only person she can count on is herself. That's why she was always bullied but never refused to give up. In the words of Li Qingshu, she studied well in order to take responsibility for her life, and Perry, who studied hard, completely responsible for herself. Okay, when the college entrance exams are over, when you have money, arrange a good set of lines for Brother Lung. Your brother Lung is quite picky. Long Aotian knew very well how Hu Yuing felt inside. If he said he didn't need to, it would only fill Hu Yuing's heart with guilt. But if he agreed, at least Hu Yuing's heart would be much lighter. It's a strange feeling. I don't know if you've ever had it, like you suddenly have a direction, or something to look forward to. Aren't you afraid that I won't keep my word when the time comes and run away after the college entrance exams? And Long is going to lose a few $100s. Hu Yuing froze. It felt good to be believed. Not afraid. If you dare to run, I will chase you to the ends of the earth and whack you. Long Aotian joked. Afraid or not? Perry Hu Yuk shrank his neck. Well, afraid. If you're afraid, study hard and make money in the future to customize clothes for Brother Lung. Good. Then why don't we go back to studying now? At that, Long Aotian stopped his steps. In fact, I think learning should be relaxed. Appropriate relief of pressure, maybe twice the result with half the effort. Boys are playful by nature, and what's the saying? A man is a teenager until he dies. Anyway, Long Aotian is like this now. Kind of like a wild horse out of control. This behavior is common. Similar to, a certain person looks at a table of food and says firmly, I'm going to lose weight, and I'm going to start as soon as I finish this meal. After school on Fridays, I want to go to an internet cafe, but I look at other students who are still studying hard, so I say, I must study hard next week, too. It won't work. You have to study hard too. Brother Long. Perry, who was very strict about studying, pulling Long Aotian, was about to walk in the direction of home. This moment Hu Yuing is like a horse reins. Let your unruly and wild horse. Now by the horse reins set, you also have to be good with me. Chapter 77, Brother Lung. You're so nosy. 10 minutes later, Perry, who held the little white rabbit doll, her delicate face was filled with a smile that she couldn't hide, and nodded to Long Aotian. Aha! Catching a crane machine. Long Aotian used a little white rabbit to buy Ing Huyu. The little girl is really good at coaxing, but the little girl was willing to be coaxed. For the next 3 hours, the smile on Hu Yuing's face didn't stop. This is also the first time that Ing Hu has been exposed to these recreational programs. Brother Long, don't hit me, okay? Ing Huyu maneuvered the bumper car and begged at Long Aotian. However, seeing Long Aotian being hit by other people, Hu Yuing also started to maneuver the bumper cars to hit other people. After the first collision, the whole thing was excited and happy. Brother Lung, I hit someone, am I good? Awesome. Hearing Long Aotian's praise, Hu Yuing suddenly also feels so good. Brother Long, look what I got in my set. 2 cups. Oh. Hu Yuing proudly held up the loot in her hand to show off to Long Aotian. Okay, better than Lung. I didn't get anything out of the set. Long Aotian was bent on winning the big gifts in the back of the set, but the result was that he failed to win any of them. Perry, who is different, she will set the front row of those good set in the middle. These 2 cups is her own set in the middle. I'll give you one then. This yellow cup for you, and I'll keep this pink one. Ing Huyu generously took one of the cups and shared it with Long Aotian. It was after 5 in the afternoon when the two left. Having survived the hottest part of the day, the breeze is now picking up, bringing a hint of coolness to the sweltering heat. To say that the most satisfied is still Ing Hu. With new clothes, new shoes, bunnies, and cups, today is the happiest. Until now, the smirk on his face hadn't dissipated. Seeing the smile spreading on Ing Huyu's face, Long Aotian rubbed her long hair. Happiness can always replace something annoying without a second thought. Back home, Ing Huyu packed up the things that were packed back and boiled the 2 cups in the set with hot water before pouring a cup of water for Long Aotian. Okay, Perry, who admitted that there was that element of wanting to show off, but it's really only a drop. Looking at Long Aotian drinking from the cup in his set, Hu Ying's heart was filled with pride. Go back to your room and start changing. The dress is pretty, but I have to cook for Lung in a while, so it's not good to get it dirty. Changing into the rest of her own clothes, her long loose hair was pulled back with sharp clips, clean and sharp. Suddenly, Hu Yuing froze. Peel back your collar in the mirror and look at your pink corset. As an afterthought, as if realizing something, the little face swooshing a bright red, hands on his hot face. Should I be thinking wrong? Brother Long is not that kind of person, right? After thinking about this, Hu Yuing herself couldn't lift her head in shame. In his mind, he remembered what Yi Lianshan had said to himself, Long Aotian just wants to play with your body. Hurry shook his head. What a strange mentality. This sentence to hear Yi Lianshan say it, so angry at himself. But why is it that as you make the connection, Not only are you not angry, but you are also so shy and embarrassed? Subconsciously touched his buttocks. Although several hours have passed since he was spanked by Long. But why is there still a little bit of tingling when I think about it now? The heart began to beat inexplicably violently again. And this heartbeat sounded like the one he heard when he was helping Long tie his scarf. Opening the door crack a little bit, he quietly glanced at Long Aotian. The sound of the door opening made Long Aotian consciously look at the bedroom room door. Then it met with the sight of a pair of beautiful eyes in the doorway. What's doing? Sneaking around? Hu Yuing, a spirit, quickly closed the door to the room again. The whole person leaned against the door to look a little overwhelmed. Halftime. Long Aotianshui was almost drunk. Hu Yuing then opened the door of the room and walked out. What's wrong with you? Perry, Hu Yu eyes flickered, skimmed his head, stood still, his voice soft, small, I. Before the words were finished, there was a warm sensation on his forehead. And there's no fever. Why is your face so red? Tilting her head back to look at Long Aotian. It's better if she doesn't say it. As soon as she says it, Hu Yuing herself feels as if her face is starting to burn again. So Long Aotian was shocked to see a touch of red, first surfacing on her face and then spreading to her white neck. Are you a chameleon? I'm so hot. After saying these words, Hu Yu lowered her head kitten-like, her body nimbly bypassed Long Aotian and walked quickly towards the outside. Hot. Long Aotian looked at Hu Yu's back. Little girl is strange. Perry, Hu Yu hid in the kitchen, which was a relief. There was some confusion in Little's head. She even thought about what if Lung really wanted her body. What should we do? I blame Yi Liangchen for always bad-mouthing Lung in front of her, causing her to start thinking blindly. Touching his forehead, he placed his palm on his chest. Dragon seems to have a faster heartbeat sometimes. What's the muttering about? The sudden sound startled Hu Yuing. Looking back at Long Aotian nervously. No, didn't say anything. I also don't know if Long heard what he said. There's something wrong with you. Long Aotian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked Hu Yuing up and down, trying to detect something from her. I'm not out of place. Hu Yuing was already nervous, and now she was even more flustered by Long Aotian's eyes. Hurriedly turned his body sideways not to give Long Aotian a chance to continue looking. It was good that Long Aotian was not the kind of person who liked to break the pot. Hu Yuing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she did have a very strange feeling in her heart, but did not know how to express it to Long Aotian. After reviewing Long Aotian for a while, Hu Yuing started cooking the existing ingredients. Hu Yuing directly came to a big stew. After finishing the meal, the time is also not early anymore. Originally the study goal set for Long Aotian today, due to the 3 hours of greed in the middle of the day, it can't be done today, so it can only be done a little earlier tomorrow. Send Long Aotian to the door. Long Aotian suddenly stopped. So, what were you muttering in the kitchen this afternoon, Brother Long? Hu Yuing remembered something. Her small face reddened somewhat angrily, stomped her foot. Nothing, Brother Long, you gossip. Yo. Still blushing, you still. Long Aotian, funny. Thanks for the gift. And after thinking about it, there doesn't seem to be anything I can give back, so I'll add an extra chapter as a sign of respect. Thanks, Quill. Chapter 78, Acting Like a Fool. Perry, who was a little embarrassed by what was said. You're so bad too, Lung, always making fun of me. Turning back to the door, she closed it behind her back. The key was that Perry, who had a face that looked like it would be easy to bully, so he could never help but want to tease her. Little girl so unamused. Leaning his back on top of the door of the room, he quietly listened to Long Aotian's voice. A full smile loomed at the corners of her lips. In the silence of the night, the sound of the heartbeat seemed to be amplified 1,000,000 times. The door was quietly opened and there was no longer anyone outside. Walking outside the alley, only Long Aotian's distant back could be seen. Looking at Long Aotian's back, Hu Yuying's hands couldn't help but stir together. Goodbye, Brother Long. Brother Long, I'm so happy today. The words fell. Seeing Long Aotian's action of turning around, Hu Yuying quickly hid under the eaves of the room. Her delicate little face has long been covered with a faint blush. Waiting for a moment and poking his head out to look, Long Aotian's figure had already disappeared into the alley, until it could no longer be seen. Hu Yuying then unlocked the door and returned to the room. Looking at the little white rabbit doll sitting on the bed and the pink cup of water on the stool, Hu Yui jumped at a trot and threw herself on the bed, wrapped up in the quilt. He spun around on the bed, then stopped in front of the bunny doll and stretched out one finger to poke the bunny doll, pouring out a giggle of his own. You ask her why she's happy? She would seriously shake her head in answer. I don't know, but inside she was just happy. There's no reason to be happy. It's like the sadness will eventually pass. The keypad cell phone in Long Aotian's pocket that had just gone up the stairs rang with a beeping sound. Perry, who, are you home yet? Lung? Just arrived. Long Aotian replied. In his heart he was okay to laugh. This girl even counted her home times so clearly. I'm also happy today. After thinking about it, Long Aotian added. Earlier, he heard Perry Who's voice, but as a result, he just turned around and couldn't see the little girl anymore. Perry Who bares teeth and laughs. Long Aotian followed up by posting an emoticon of a pot lid hitting his head. Then he put away his cell phone, opened the door and walked into the bathroom. The other side. Hu Yuing lying in bed, holding a cell phone on it to delete and delete. Suddenly do not know what to send over. There was obviously a lot on her mind, but she found it hard to express it directly with words. Turns out she's still not very good at talking to people. Thinking back now, it seems like every time I've been with Lung, it's been Lung who has inadvertently picked up the conversation and steered it down. Alas, after following Brother Long for so long, there's still no growth at all. If this sentence was heard by Long Aotian, he would definitely knock her head again. About this point, Long Aotian is the most right to say. Hu Yuying's change during this period of time is really not small. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it was unexpected. From the low self-esteem of a brooding teenager in the beginning. By now, let's not talk about cheerfulness for a moment. At least there are more smiles on my face and my whole person has become confident. These are the changes that can be seen externally. It's just that Hu Yueying herself hasn't realized it yet. Suddenly, Hu Yueying's eyes lit up. Type quickly on your phone and send. This time there wasn't a moment's hesitation. After sending the message, she then sat cross-legged on the bed and waited obediently for Long Aotian's reply. 20 minutes later, the cell phone vibrated, and Hu Yueying hurriedly picked up the phone to check it. After seeing Long Aotian's reply, he happily lay down directly on the bed. Why don't I make you egg soup tomorrow then? I ate a lot of salty food today. It's good to eat light in the morning. Yes, the topic that Perry Who could think of was discussing what to cook for Long Aotian tomorrow. Lung is not a picky eater and he happily eats whatever he makes. In the words of their rural hometown, it's a good feeder. The well-fed Long Aotian had dried his hair at the moment and was lying on the bed, looking at the chat interface with Perry Who. No new messages popped up, so he was ready to quit, play Snake for a while, and then go to sleep. The result is not waiting to exit the interface. A friend add message popped up. Because it's a keypad phone, you can only see a netizen with the screen name, Sweet and Sour Plum Rage, adding himself. Smoothly click add. Sweet and Sour Plum Rage, guess who I am? Long Aotian, you're Li Ching Shui? Sugar Crisp Li Ridge, that's all you guessed. Here's a bonus for you. With that said, a file was transmitted through the Penguin chat interface. Clicking on the folder revealed that it was all filled with physics points. Li Qingxue leaned on the head of the bed, looking at the folder that was successfully transmitted, and arrogantly raised her chin. Seeing as how you've opened up my mood, it's kind of a payback for you. Seeing Long Aotian's headache at the mention of physics in the morning, Li Qingxue couldn't help but want to laugh. It turns out that this guy turned out to have struggled with something. Anyway, idle, but also by the way to review the physics, so reluctantly help him to organize a part of the knowledge point. Although he knew that Perry Who was also helping him to study, but every person's way of studying and solving problems was different, so maybe he could help him. Then habitually clicked into Long Aotian's Penguin space. Inside, aside from a few screenshots of the game, the rest is all little essays on how to get fit. It wasn't fun and backed out. Just as he exited, he received a message from Gao Quan, tapping in by hand. I almost threw my phone right out of the window just by looking at it. Are you crazy? Posting these pictures at night? Li Qingxue closed her eyes and directly cleared all of Gao Quan's messages. The picture was only glanced at, but Li Qingxue still recognized that the person in the picture was Yi Liangchen. It was a picture of Yi Liangchen with his mouth full of blood, drinking. It's really scary at night. As for what the accompanying text was, I didn't read it myself. Breathlessly, he spat at Long Aotian. He's like a douchebag. Is his head bad? Based on Li Qingxue's tirade, Long Aotian then remembered that he seemed to have seen Yi Liangchen today as well. The whole performance of smiling crookedly, shaking his bangs confidently, awkwardly saying something inexplicable, and then managing to knock himself out bleeding gives the impression of being a shrimp head. The key was that he also saw the dislike for Yi Liangchen in Hu Yueying's eyes. Instinctively, they don't treat him well either. Sweet and Sour Plum Ridge, he wasn't like this before. I didn't realize how much he's changed. I'm convinced, once emotions have an outlet, the conversation can't be stopped. Li Qingxue also knew that it was a bad behavior to talk about people behind their backs like that, but just can't help it. She wasn't the kind of person who could hide things in her heart, and she didn't understand how Yi Liangchen had become like this. Looking at the messages that kept coming in on his cell phone, Long Aotian could even think of Li Qingxue's exasperated look right now. Chapter 79 Long Aotian's passive skill. Early the next morning, Perry Who woke up early. After sobering up, he first cleaned himself up, then pinned up his long hair and went inside the kitchen. Pour the water into the flour and stir well to give a thin consistency. Then beat the egg in it and continue to mix well. She wants to make egg pancakes. In the morning, if you just drink egg soup is not possible, so long time together. Huiying naturally no long Aotian's meal size. It's huge. That's because Lung is still growing. That's why he has to eat so much. While humming a song, he began to fry the pancakes. These were great to make and came together quickly. Fry the patties and the water happens to be boiling as well. Turn off the fire. Walking out of the kitchen, he sat quietly on the steps under the eaves with his cell phone. She was waiting for Long Aotian, which seemed to be another extra thing besides her daily studies. The process will be slightly boring, but it's worth it for Perry who right now, a knock sounded on the front door and she smiled, a silly smile of beauty and joy. Opening the door. Dragon, you're here. Well, trouble. It's no trouble, Perry who said as she trotted into the kitchen. Turn the heat on and wait for the water to boil. Lung, you should eat a bit of cake first. It's a bit of a bad sell but it will be delicious. Some egg pancakes accidentally get poked by chopsticks while flipping, so they don't look complete. Long Aotian watched from the sidelines, because he realized that in Perry who's place, it seemed like he didn't need to do anything, or more accurately, Perry who could do everything for himself and didn't need his help at all. Wait, let's get together. Okay. Huiying finished, looking at the already boiling water, began to use chopsticks to stir the water. The water will be stirred to present a small dragon roll, which began to follow the vortex to the egg juice that had already been stirred. With stirring, a very pretty egg flour presented in the water. Huiying, this egg flour beating is really too level. Long Aotian was also surprised for a moment, being praised by brother Lung again. Huiying is so happy in her heart, but Huiying has also learned to hide facial expression management now. Just pursed his lips, forcing a smile at the corners of his lips, but his eyes had already curved into a small crescent moon. Ah, little fool. Looking at the smile on Huiyu's face, Long Aotian was also satisfied. Teasing this little girl to be happy had become a passive skill of his own. It's always triggered by being together, all the time. After breakfast, Huiying disguised herself as a little teacher and said that Long Aotian was playful yesterday and didn't finish all the homework he had assigned. Today it's going to be extra. I also don't know who said yesterday. She was so happy. Ah, Long Aotian said quietly in Huiying's ear. That one comment made the strict little teacher redden her little ears. Life and learning, suitable for yourself is the best. You are too tired, need to properly regulate a bit. Labor and leisure. We will make up for all the unfinished yesterday today. Taking Perry who out yesterday wasn't exactly an impromptu idea. Perry whose state of life made Long Aotian an uncle with a 28-year-old soul, 2 years short of entering middle age. Tired of looking at it. Study at school and assign yourself writing exercises. When I got home, I was still studying to assign myself exercises. It seems like the only thing left in life besides eating and sleeping is studying. It wasn't that Long Aotian felt this was bad, just wanted to add a little, within my control, conditioner to her boring life. Work hard and be happy at the same time. All the rest of the day, except for the lunch hour, was spent doing problems. Re-enter the classroom. A new round has begun. I had thought that this afternoon was going to pass in mediocrity, but unable to resist, someone had to give Long Aotian a big one. The study bell rang. The homeroom teacher called Long Aotian out at the classroom door with a dark face. This expression, anyone who looked at it felt that something was very wrong with today's homeroom teacher. Huiying also still puzzled it. Why the homeroom teacher to blackface called their own brother Long Ah? Long is now up in his studies and doing so well. Even Long Aotian himself didn't know why he was called out. He also felt that he had behaved quite well for a while. Study hard. I'll be right back. Long Aotian pacified Huiying and got up towards the classroom door. Looking at Long Aotian, the homeroom teacher really didn't have a bit of good temper. You've only been at peace for a few days? Now you're giving me trouble again, right? Because it's right in front of the classroom. Inevitably, the words of the homeroom teacher spread to the class. Everyone was whispering about what happened to Long Aotian again, because since Perry who transferred over, Long Aotian really seems like a different person, and does not curse, and does not fight, in the eyes of the class, every day. Honestly, follow Perry who to study well. Long Aotian frowned slightly. Don't be angry first. What's wrong? Can I not be angry? You've obviously been behaving so well all this time, and the teachers all thought you turned a corner and knew how to study. But then you turned around and got into a fight outside of school, and now people's parents have found their way to the school. Fighting? Isn't there another one named Long Aotian in our school? You have the heart to joke with me by now? The homeroom teacher tilted her head in hatred and looked at Long Aotian. You come with me first. Saying that, he led Long Aotian towards the front. As the homeroom teacher and Long Aotian left the confines of Class 7, the students' murmurings went unchecked. The senior year of high school is so stressful and boring. Things like this are for them a spice in a dull academic life. Li Qian several girls, see Long Aotian was taken away by the teacher, also dared to come to the side of Hu Yuing. Speaking of their conjectures, they came to tell Perry Hu. Hearing their headlong analysis, Hu Yu shook her head in a trance. No, there must be a misunderstanding here. You don't know that Long Aotian used to do this kind of thing all the time. Fighting outside of school is as simple as eating and drinking for him. Hu Yuing still shook her head. She didn't know about the previous things, but she knew that this time, at least this time, Long must have been wrongly accused, because they were together on Saturday. They didn't get home until 8:30 p.m. Lon, Sunday, which is today, came to his house at 7 a.m. There's no way he could have gone out and hit someone. Thinking of this, Hu Yuing suddenly stood up. Her action scared the few girls who surrounded her to say bad things about Long Aotian. Yucking, what are you doing? There must be a misunderstanding here. I'm going to find the teacher to explain clearly. Hu Yu would not allow that Long, who was good to him, be wronged. Chapter 80, it is well known that I have a righteous heart. Long Aotian had no choice but to follow the homeroom teacher forward. Hadn't even gotten to the office door. A sharp, brutal and unreasonable questioning voice was heard. Long Aotian looked sideways. This big mom didn't recognize, but the boy who was protected by the big mom, wasn't it Yi Liangchen? Although he had a layer of white gauze on his nose, Long Aotian still recognized him at once. At this time, Yi Liangchen's mom naturally saw Long Aotian, who was following the female teacher. The body was tall and just looked fit, and with Yi Liangchen Tama's height, he could only tilt his head to look at the teenager. As an adult and the mother of a child, Yi Liangchen's mom wasn't the least bit scared. Instead, she directly questioned, "Are you the one who hit my son?" Long Aotian was all confused, but he didn't choose to defend himself. Instead, he turned his gaze to Yi Liangchen. "You're the one who said I hit you?" Noticing Long Aotian's gaze, Yi Liangchen's eyes dodged and ducked behind his mom without leaving any traces. There was no way. The way Hu Yuing put on the apron for Long Aotian with her own hands on that day deeply stung him, especially in the end. She was injured because of Long Aotian, but Hu Yuing still didn't care about herself and instead left with Long Aotian. This caused unprecedented damage to Yi Liangchen's heart. He came home drunk afterward, and naturally the blood stains on his body, and the remnants of his nostrils that had crusted over, did not escape his parents' eyes. There is not a single person who sees their child in this state and is indifferent. Yi Liangchen's parents were no exception. The mood was already hurt by her own treasure girl, encountering her parents concerned, carrying condolences. When the moment touched the most vulnerable part of the heart, there was no holding back a painful cry. Together with the reason of drinking a little bit of wine, it was even more of an emotional outburst. Ruthlessly spitting out a Long Aotian, said Long Aotian stole the woman that originally belonged to him, and humiliated him one after another. These are the bitter waters inside the belly. However, these words, coupled with this miserable, crying and screaming look on their son, the parents immediately assumed that he had been beaten. Just come and get justice for your son. Afterwards Yi Liangchen was sober, while regretting that he had drunk alcohol and misused it, but he also had a little bit of small expectations inside. If his own parents went to the school to make trouble, Long Aotian's evil behavior would be made public, and it would also be a disguised way to tell everyone, including Long Aotian, that he still has his parents backing him up. The dreamer is still too small and too young. When she was bullied by Long Aotian in school, she never dared to tell her parents, but now that he had been reborn and returned, his mindset had long since undergone a sea change. Taking advantage of the situation is also a means of self-protection. There's nothing embarrassing about it. Isn't it all worth it as long as you get the results you want? That was why Yi Liangchen chose to keep his mouth shut and let the situation unfold. Noticing that her son was hiding behind himself in fear, Yi mother's heart ached, and immediately looked at Long Aotian angrily. "Look at what you've scared my son into? And that's in front of us parents, or in front of the teachers. I don't know how much more aggressive you'd be if we couldn't see it." Facing Yi mother's rebuke, the homeroom teacher frowned slightly. "This is a school. We can settle anything calmly. Don't be so loud. It will disturb the other students' studies. You want to defend this man, don't you? I knew what kind of teacher could teach what kind of student, and look at what it did to my son." Long Aotian directly stepped forward and blocked in front of the homeroom teacher. With his tall stature, he suddenly stood in front of Yi mother, and it was still extremely oppressive as well. "Enough said? Do you understand what happened?" Saying that, he looked towards Yi Liangchen, who was hiding behind Yi mother, and directly snorted out a disdainful laugh. "You said that I hit your son. Please take out the evidence to prove that it was me who hit your son. If you don't have a way to prove it, Don't yell here, it's not whoever is loudest that has the right of way. The homeroom teacher froze for a moment, pausing when Long Aotian blocked in front of him, and at this moment when he heard these words, he was even more seriously surprised for a split second. The former Long Aotian that was famous for his violent temper, the kind that fires at the slightest point, these words could come out of Long Aotian's mouth. She really didn't expect it. The homeroom teacher also took the opportunity to look at Yi Liangchen and asked, "Classmate, you will retell what happened in front of everyone. If it's Long Aotian's fault, I will make him apologize to you. Don't be afraid, son. If there's anything you're bold enough to say, Mom and the teachers at school will back you up." When Yi Liangchen heard this, he could only glare indignantly at Long Aotian. Really convinced, he thought that according to Long Aotian's temperament, in the face of his own planted slanders, will be directly angry, impotent rage, so that even if it is not his doing, in the end it will only become his doing. I don't know what I have to say, but I'm afraid to carry one more penalty on my back. Convinced, so with his head held high, he proudly added to the story. The pressure of studying was so great that I drank a glass of beer, and I ended up seeing Long Aotian molesting a girl, and as we all know I have a righteous heart, so I spoke up and said a few words about how Long Aotian should focus on his studies now. My starting point is also for the good of Long Aotian. But, speaking here, Yi Liangchen pretended to be afraid. However, Long Aotian suddenly raised his bottle and I thought he was going to hit me, so I dodged and ended up hitting my nose myself. After hearing Yi Liangchen's words, the teacher of class 1, and Long Aotian's class teacher, both looked at Yi Liangchen with shocked eyes. Hear that? My son was doing it for his own good. And what happened? If he hadn't suddenly raised the bottle and scared my son would have bumped his nose? Yi mother questioned with her hands around her chest in a sharp voice. Learning to fall in love at a young age is the ethos of your school? Long Aotian frowned tightly. Honestly, he kind of wanted to directly slap Yi Liangchen's face right now. If he wasn't a party to it, he would have believed him, talking about it with such affection. Just about ready to retort. A slightly cool, huffy voice took the lead. He cheated. Hearing the sound, everyone turned around to see Hu Yu anxiously trotting over. This time, against the eyes of so many people, Hu Yueying didn't have a trace of fear inside. Instead, she tilted her head up to face Yi Liangchen directly, and said word by word, "Teacher, he cheats. I can give proof to student Long Aotian because I was there at the time." Yi Liangchen's nose was indeed hit by himself. It's none of anyone's business. Hu Yu stared tightly at Yi Liangchen, her lip line tightened. This could be a really annoying guy. Thanks for the gifts. And I'm so good I've gone 3 shifts 2 days in a row. Thanks for the gifts. Guys. Chapter 81, Old Age, but not death, is a thief. The homeroom teacher of class 7 frowned. Student Hu Yui, teacher asks you, can you take responsibility for what you said? Perry who nodded without hesitation. Teacher, I can. Because on Saturday, it was me and Long Aotian's classmates together. We were eating shrimp pot on the 4th floor of Nanfeng Plaza. And Yi Liangchen, he just got drunk by himself and crashed into the table by himself. Besides, he said himself just now that he bruised his nose on his own, so you should have heard it too. Teacher. Yi Liangchen took a step back by covering his chest with an injury. Feeling the hostility in Hu Yueying's gaze towards him, he bitterly shook his head. Obviously the one who was injured was himself. Hu Yueying didn't worry about himself even if he was. Why did he still show such a look to? You're a victim yourself. Heartache. Incredible heartache. Yi mother heard this female classmate in front of her speak with such conviction, and perceived her son's injured eyes, and immediately became a little angry. You don't learn at a young age. How old are you when you fall in love with a boy? Spending boys' money and letting boys treat you to dinner. You're so proud of yourself, aren't you? Do you even know what shame is? Not only did this statement make Hu's entire face redden, it was the teachers who were educating the students who also cast unpleasant glances at Ye's mother. Things are actually pretty clear by this point, but Mother Yi still has to say such hurtful words. Isn't it just confusing concepts and stirring up trouble? This Amma, you look at my classmates with such a dirty mind. Is it true that you used to do this when you were young? Long Aotian pulled Hu Yu behind himself and looked at Mother Yi with a sulking look that intensified. It's not even enough to be rude and unreasonable, but now you have to bully Hu. The poor little thing. As a big brother, it can't be tolerated. That's not tolerated at all. Who are you referring to when you say you're not learning at a young age? I don't think it's the first in our grade. Is it? Also, you claim that we are in love. May I ask what kind of mentality is it that makes you say such a thing? Is it because you saw us in love with your own eyes? Or are you just straight up shameless and just want to mess around to the end? I'm willing to spend my money on her. I'm just willing to buy her dinner. What? Is it spending your family's money or eating your family's meal? Taking a step back, even if the two of us are in love. What does it have to do with you? Still don't know what is called shame. Then do you know what is called quality? What does it mean to say that old age and not death is a thief? Long Ao Tian's words. The angry Yi mother's face turned blue, pointing at Long Ao Tian. You, unable to say a word. You what you? Yi mother covered her heart. It was also the first time she had met someone who was even more mouthy than herself. I'm older than you. You should respect your elders. What's bigger than me? Is the tumor bigger than me? Don't lean on me. I don't eat this. Respect you as an elder. You are a person in my eyes. Don't respect you. Tell me what kind of a thing you are. It's all about being human for the first time and having a bad mouth. And I'm not going to spoil you. Hu Yuing slightly raised her cheeks. Her originally ethereal and miserable face recovered some blood color because of these words from Long Ao Tian. Long is sticking up for himself. Looking at his tall and robust back, his eyes gradually filled with tears. It has always been that Hu Ying's heart is considered to be relatively strong, and just now she did not cry when she was misunderstood, and she did not cry when she was spoken to in a difficult way. But at this moment when she looked at the back of Lung blocking in front of her, the aggrieved tears could no longer be controlled. She dried the moisture from her eyes with the back of her hand, stubbornly keeping herself from crying, because Lung is protecting himself. So, become stronger yourself. Yi mother gasped for air. Her eyes were so wide that her features were twisted together, and her face was even more furious to the color of pig's liver. Seeing this, the homeroom teacher pulled on Long Ao Tian's clothes. It's okay, teacher. I'll just scold her alone. The class teacher pulled the corners of his mouth. It was no longer a matter of scolding or not scolding. It felt like the other person was going to be pissed off if you kept scolding. Yi Liangchen clenched his palms in death, his eyes already filled with rage. The fact that his own mother had scolded Hu Yuing was indeed a bit excessive. But this was not the reason why Long Ao Tian could humiliate his own mother. And it had to be said that he already had a way to take his death. Obviously, if only he had manned up and allowed himself to be defaced, this would have been over a long time ago. For him, it's not like he's going to lose a piece of meat if he's slandered a little bit, but he has to take this to this level. By now everyone's down for the count. Very good. Very good. Very good. Long Ao Tian, I remember the humiliation you brought to me and my mother today. Today's shame. Yi Liangchen will return 100 times on your body. Enough. Yi Liangchen stood out. He felt that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and now it was his turn to stand out as well. This matter we. Saying this, Yi Liangchen stalked his neck and closed his eyes, as if his thoughts were in a fierce struggle. Ryoka slowly opened his eyes. Forget it, even if it's our fault. Is this always okay? You stinky loach, dip a little water. You take yourself as seafood, right? Long Ao Tian snorted. You do not come out, I have forgotten you. Come on, you tell me. What am I doing to you? In front of me you are re-saying it again. Looking at Long Ao Tian waving his hand at himself to go over, Yi Liangchen took 2 steps back and retreated to Yi mother's side, saying in a bitter tone with red eyes, I've said it's considered our fault. What else do you want? Apologize. I want you to apologize to Perry Hu. Long Ao Tian, you don't bully people too much. If I don't apologize, what do you want? A mud man still has 3 tempers. Not to mention Yi Liangchen doesn't feel that he is at fault. Instead, Long Ao Tian was too calculating. Words. A teasing smile gradually hung on Long Ao Tian's face, and his eyes were filled with nastiness as he looked at Yi Liangchen. What a despicable person. Slander himself even if it is. His reputation here is already bad, but will Hu Yuing involved? Just a few words want to sit down and corrupt her reputation. That's such petty behavior. Long Ao Tian prided himself on not being a good person. Growing up in an orphanage and struggling at the bottom of society for so long, how could he grow up peacefully without a bit of wild energy in his body? Even with his claws and teeth smoothed out by life, he could easily tear apart a pampered family dog. Looking at the smile on Long Ao Tian's face that didn't reach the bottom of his eyes, Yi Liangchen saw in a trance his last life. In his dream, Long Ao Tian brought a group of people to surround himself. That's how he smiled at himself at the time, when if it wasn't for Gaoquan, the person who would have been killed alive would have been himself. Dry swallow and take a deep breath. He had endured so much already. He wouldn't be far behind in enduring it once more. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen said I'm sorry to Long Ao Tian and Hu Yuing. Seeing that Yi mother still wanted to say something, Yi Liangchen hurriedly pulled Yi mother away. The heart was incomparably annoyed, obviously so talkative at home. How come in front of Long Ao Tian, he was disliked and couldn't say a word? If there's nothing else, we'll go back first as well. Long Ao Tian said as he looked at the homeroom teacher. Don't look at me like that. It's not like I'm hitting anyone. Cursing only means that my ideology and moral character still needs to be improved. The original cause of the matter, the 2 homeroom teachers have seen clearly. Indeed, it is not related to Long Ao Tian's business. So they waved their hands. All right, people are gone, still poor. The first class teacher also said, "This matter will be explained to you." Chapter 82, Scraping Can't Run Away. Walk out of the teacher's office. Long Aotian turned to look at Ing Hu. His tone unconsciously lightened a lot. "What a big deal. With your brother Long, you don't have to be afraid of anything." Hu Yuing darkly hung her eyes, and her body exuded a wilting aura. "No, it's not afraid." As he spoke, in order to not let Long think too much, so he lifted his head and reluctantly revealed a smile to Long Aotian. She said she didn't care and wasn't afraid, but in fact she still cared in her heart. Big brother spends money on clothes for himself, shoes for himself, and dinner for himself, all of which are indisputable. I can't explain myself in any way, perhaps to the outside world. I probably really don't know shame. Thinking of this, Hu Yuing narrowed her gaze, unwilling to have a meeting of the eyes with anyone, only wanting to be alone to re-hide in her own world. "And you say it's okay? Let me see whose eyes are actually red." Long Aotian leaned down and looked at Ing Hu seriously. "Lift your head up. Hu Yuing will listen to what Lung says. Raise your eyes, a pair of watery eyes, as if stained with a layer of water mist, so that people do not pity, so that people cannot help but want to bully her. Look at those beautiful eyes. They would look even better if they could curve into the shape of a small crescent moon." Hu Yuing knew that Lun was trying to make himself laugh. She wanted to say, "Thank you, dragon. Thank you for standing in my way. Thank you for sticking up for me. Thank you for making me brave." However, these words had obviously reached the edge of the mouth, but how could they not be said? All of them were replaced by choking. "Look at how aggrieved my little follower is. Don't cry. Your brother Long can't stand girls crying in front of me." Hu Yuing sniffled. "Then if I cry, will you whack me, brother Long?" "Of course I'm going to whack you," he said, and gave Ing Hu a light knock on her head. So Hu Yuing became even more aggravated. Looking at the more aggrieved Hu Yuing, Long Aotian smiled and did not know what to do. Raised his hand and rubbed Hu Yuing's head. "Go." Looking at Long Aotian's back as not towards the classroom direction, Ing Hu hurriedly followed up. "Brother Long, you're going the wrong way. This is not the way back to the classroom." Wait, Lung, do we really have to do this? This will be noticed, won't it? Who's going to find out? It's dark and they're all still studying in the classroom. No one will notice. Come on, relax, don't be so stiff, okay? Ing Hu slowly lay down on the playground lawn, crystal bright big eyes with a few points of tension, curiosity, panic and helplessness, and a small trace of expectation. The first time in her life to do this kind of thing. She was really nervous, and inside she was still a little bit afraid. She could only woodenly let Long Aotian manipulate her. How about comfortable? Listening to the warm and gentle voice coming from her ears, Hu Yuing instinctively nodded her head obediently and replied, "Comfortable." Pure Desire's little face with panic, combined with the good-natured nod, was kind of cute and dorky. "Feel the breeze. Look at the night sky." This time Long Aotian did not say anything, just quietly accompanied by Hu Yuing. Some things, but also need to Hu Yuing own look away. Tonight was a bad night. "Lung, see if those two stars are the brightest." "Yeah." Long Aotian pillowed his arm and looked into the night sky. In the eyes of Long Aotian, the stars in the sky are bright. But Hu Yuing asked this way, so he said so. Perhaps it wasn't the stars in the sky that were bright, but the stars that her heart was looking forward to that shone in her eyes. "Lung, I'm actually pretty good, right?" "Of course, you're better than anyone else." Perry Hu Yuk's lips rose. Fine eyes flashed Inging's smile, but such a smile fleeting, gradually become dull, but sometimes I will suddenly feel so tired. "I know." Long Aotian looked sideways at Ing Hu, feeling that brother Long was looking at himself. Hu Yuing also turned her head sideways, her gaze intermingled with Long Aotian's line of sight. This time neither of them dodged. The evening breeze brushed by, bringing up her long hair and spilling it on top of Long Aotian's fingertips. "I know you're tired. An unseen physical exhaustion. A mentally powerless weariness." Speaking here, the corners of Long Aotian's mouth spread a smile, and his gaze became soft and firm. "But I beg you to persevere. Don't let worries and anxiety destroy your already few passions. Always remember that you are never what others see you as, but what you see others as, is who you are." Whoever it was that said the hard words to you only proved in disguise that she herself was the one who did it, and it wasn't your fault. From all the over-the-top words that have come out of her mouth to you, which do not constitute 1/1,000,000th part of you, but reflect a glimpse of her, who, because she is inherently muddy in her heart, views anyone as muddy. Ing Hu blinked her eyes. She was able to understand Long Aotian's words, so looking at Long Aotian's pupils, the smile inadvertently reached the bottom of his eyes, and his voice was soft but firm. "Brother Long, I am not a person who does not know shame. I know, my little follower has always been a gentle person. Others may not know it well, but I do. Don't be what others think you are, because those people don't always know you. Those two stars are so bright. And the mood just got better. Hu Yuing also looked towards the night sky, pulling the messy hair blown away by the wind behind her ear. Well, the mood has become beautiful all of a sudden. The bell rang for the first study hall. Long Ao Tian lazily got up. Let's go. It's time to go back. After saying that, he extended his hand to Perry Hu. Frozenly, she looked at Long Ao Tian's hand reaching out to her. Looking at the palm of the hand that was close at hand, reaching out to him, Perry Hu was a bit formal, but still tentatively extended his hand. What's with the stupid stare? Confused, Ing Huyu smiled and placed her hand in the palm of Long Ao Tian's hand, and in the next second a huge force drove her body and was pulled up. It's like nothing matters in this moment. What matters? It's the beating heart. It was warm. Lung's palm seemed to always be this warm. She didn't know if it was her own illusion, but she seemed to feel that Lung's body stiffened for a moment. Perry, whose body is very light, just a gentle tug brought her up. Her hands are soft, so one could only be careful, for fear of hurting her. Eat more in the future. I can't believe you're so light. Did the wind blow you away? Scraping doesn't run, Hu Yueying said with certainty. Good night, night owls. Chapter 83, A Change in the Scales of the Heart. Class 1 in the classroom. Li Qingxue walked to Gao Quan. Where is Yi Liangchen? Regarding Yi Liangchen's complaint to his teacher that his love affair in school was delaying his studies, Li Qingxue felt it was necessary to talk to Yi Liangchen face to face. Wanted to ask him out of what kind of mentality he lied to his teacher or which I saw him in a relationship in school. Even if he did fall in love, where did it delay his studies? Seeing Li Qingxue take the initiative to come over to inquire about Yi Liangchen, Gao Quan couldn't help but inwardly marvel at how powerful Brother Chen was. Just through a picture of him drinking, he was able to make Li Qingxue come over and take the initiative to care about him. It really held Li Qingxue to death. So Gao Quan said smugly, Tatsu has something going on today. After saying this, he also mysteriously approached Li Qingxue and said in a very low voice, and this matter also has something to do with Yuo. Hearing this, Li Qingxue couldn't help but frown. Related to herself? Get your facts straight. What do you mean it has something to do with me? Gao Quan followed Yi Liangchen's confident smile. From today onwards, you no longer need to fear that Long Ao Tian will pester you, because Brother Chen has already taken his mom and gone to trouble Long Ao Tian. In Gao Quan's words was a smug look that he couldn't hide. That's Long Ao Tian the senior's bearer so powerful and awesome a person. Today is going to be taught a lesson by Brother Chen and his mom. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxue's tightly furrowed brows revealed inexplicability. What do you mean? What do you mean by bringing his mom to find trouble with Long Ao Tian? It's not like Long Ao Tian invited him to mess with him, so why should he go looking for trouble from Long Ao Tian? Gao Quan hemmed and hawed and said with a smug expression. You don't know that, do you? Brother Chen and we met Long Ao Tian at Nanfeng Plaza yesterday Saturday. Li Qingxue instantly thought that when she was chatting with Long Ao Tian that night, he had said that Yi Liangchen seemed to be a dilettante and asked herself if Yi Liangchen's head was not good. Plus, Gao Quan sent himself Yi Liangchen nosebleed drinking photos. It is difficult to. Tentatively, he asked, did Long Ao Tian beat up Yi Liangchen? Of course not, but it's also related to Long Ao Tian. Gao Quan said lowering his voice. Isn't Long Ao Tian drinking fruit beer? And I don't know if the act of taking the bottle scared Tatsu, causing Tatsu to accidentally bump his nose himself. Li Qingxue was still a bit unable to understand. Yi Liangchen bumped his own nose, but why did he come to find trouble with Long Ao Tian? Gao Quan secretly laughed. The current Li Qingxue was the same as herself at that time. He himself didn't understand the inevitable connection between the two at that time, but after Yi Liangchen's explanation, he understood. So he secretly shook his head and said in a pretentious manner, you don't understand this, do you? If you think about it, if Long Ao Tian didn't drink fruit beer, he wouldn't have picked up the fruit beer bottle, and wouldn't Tatsu have been shocked? If Tatsu hadn't gotten scared, wouldn't he have bumped his nose? So yeah, it boils down to Long Ao Tian's fault. Li Qingxue revealed an incomprehensible expression. That's how you interpreted it? Gao Quan laughed, looking at Li Qingxue's confused look, and decided that it was better not to sell out. Well, actually, all of this was said so by Tatsu, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to put on a show. Li Qingxue was a bit angry. I'm really convinced. Have you guys done this? People drink fruit beer. How can they still drink out of the wrong? Control the sky and the earth, but also cannot control people to drink water. Eat. With that, he turned and left the classroom. Looking at Li Qingxue's back as she huffed and puffed and left, Gao Quan was a bit confused. Isn't this all for your own good? Afraid that you will be entangled by Long Ao Tian. Why are you still angry? Li Qingxue was truly convinced of Yi Liangchen, not understanding what he really wanted to do. Ever since that day, the whole person seemed like a different person, doing things that regular people really struggle to understand. Toward the teacher's office. Arriving at the office door, Li Qingxue took a deep breath and adjusted her emotions before knocking on the door. Come in. Li Qingxue pushed the door and walked in. But in the office, there was only the homeroom teacher of her own class and the homeroom teacher of class 7, and the two seemed to be saying something. Other than that, there was no one else in the office. What's wrong, Haruki? The class 1 teacher asked, always able to give the utmost care to good students. Teacher Yi Liangchen, is he not? Before the words were finished, the class 1 teacher sighed. I don't know how Yi Liangchen has become like this now. Before that, Yi Liangchen often followed Li Qingxue around, and his grades in the class were in the middle to upper class, not showing a bright performance, but also belonging to the kind of person who, at a glance, felt that he was a good student. However, this end-of-the-month mock test score was not a little bit worse than his previous test scores. On Friday, he even lied that it was because Li Qingxue was in love at school and that was why it was affecting his studies. This, of course, had been proven to be a completely false thing by the confirmation of Li Qingxue's parents. It was really giving her a bit of a headache to make such a mess inside the school again today. On the contrary, Long Ao Tian, a bad student in the eyes of his grade teacher, showed a maturity that simply did not fit his age group today, especially when he blocked in front of the class 7 teacher. He gave off a feeling of being in charge. It's just that the mouth is really poisonous, but it did make sense word for word, and thinking back to Yi mother being so angry that her face turned blue, she couldn't help but feel amused. They were engaged in education, and their good qualities did not allow them to say overly unpleasant words, so it was a real headache to face someone as unreasonable and disruptive as Ye's mother. You and Yi Liangchen are familiar with each other. Turn around and persuade him more. Put away your small mind and use all your energy on your studies. Li Qingxue walked out of the teacher's office. Taking a deep breath, he walked towards his class. In a sullen, somewhat bad mood, just walked around the corner of the stairs. Just hear the familiar voice and laughter. The eyes lit up with a sideways glance. He saw Long Ao Tian walking up from downstairs with Ing Huyu. Long Ao Tian. Yo, what are you doing here? Long Ao Tian greeted with a smile after seeing that it was Li Qingxue. Perry Huyu glanced at Li Qingxue and didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded gently at her. Except for to Long Ao Tian, Huyu Ying was able to let go of her heart, and for anyone else, there were no obvious mood swings. I heard that Yi Liangchen and his mom came to find trouble with you. Is everything alright? Li Qingxue asked with concern, a subconscious action, which Li Qingxue simply chalked up to worrying about her friend. Do I look like someone who has something wrong with me? Long Ao Tian said full of concern. But I also really admire Yi Liangchen's brain circuit. In the past, I would have designated to whip him. Li Qingxue heard this and felt funny for no reason. The scales of the heart seemed to be quietly and subtly shifting. Chapter 84, Deprivation of Title. After talking to Long Ao Tian and Hu Yuing for a while, then they each separated and went back to their own classes. Just walked to the classroom door. A suppressed voice with a dull tone sounded behind Li Qingxue. Qingxue, what were you saying to Long Ao Tian just now? The person who spoke was none other than Yi Liangchen. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy, and even his voice sounded a bit hoarse. Having been threatened by Long Ao Tian just now, he had no choice but to persuade his mother to go home first. But on his way back, he met Long Ao Tian, Hu Yueying, and Li Qingxue. Smart as he was, his own mother had just finished scolding Long Ao Tian. If he appeared in front of him at this time, it goes without saying that he would definitely be beaten up. So he could only keep holding back until Li Qingxue and Long Ao Tian separated from them. Hearing Yi Liangchen's words, Li Qingxue laughed out coldly. Does it have anything to do with you what I say? Yi Liangchen frowned. Qingxue, how can you talk to me like that? Even though I've decided to give up on continuing to pursue you, you're still my best friend in my heart. And let's not forget that we've known each other for 9 years. It was fine if she didn't say this, but as soon as she did, Li Qingxue became even more uncomfortable in her heart. You still know that we are friends? On Friday, the homeroom teacher was calling my parents' cell phones, saying something about me being in love inside the school, and that I'm affecting your studies and that's what's causing your grades to drop at the end of this month's simulation. Speaking of this, Li Qingxue looked at Yi Liangchen with a sense of detachment in her aggrieved eyes. Yi Liangchen, you feel your conscience and tell me properly, where did I fall in love? Where did I affect your study? I even lent you my own laptop and persuaded you to use your mind and energy on your studies first. But what did you do? Yi Liangchen sniffed and fell silent. He admitted that he had indeed been ill-considered regarding this matter, but hadn't his own mother done what was best for him? Why couldn't Li Qingxue understand herself a little? You know, Haruki, my mom is simply trying to do what's best for me, and regarding this matter, it's my mom who did it wrong, but you can't exude such an attitude towards your elders. She's also my mom after all. Yi Liangchen's tone also slightly slowed down a lot when he said this. In the future, he is going to marry Li Qingxue. He does not want to see the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law do not get along. So he can only say this. I hope that Li Qingxue can understand. Parents love their children for the far-reaching. Li Qingxue slowly shook her head. She's your mother. It's not wrong for you to be towards her. But you guys can't slander my reputation with just a few words, right? That would be fine. But you're really close to making me not recognize you after what you did today. Yi Liangchen frowned slightly. What do you mean? I've already learned from my teacher that it was clearly you who bumped your nose. But you ended up shifting all the blame for this onto Long Aotian. Li Qingxue looked at Yi Liangchen with a hint of strangeness in her gaze. You clearly weren't like this before. Are you speaking for Long Aotian? Yi Liangchen asked. Then can you explain to me why you said that I was in love inside the school? Can you explain to me why you slandered Long Aotian? Hearing this, Yi Liangchen felt a pang of irritation for no reason. He thought of Long Aotian as a loser who could never compare to himself. But why is it that Ing Hu or Li Qingxue? Now every word is in favor of Long Aotian. Angry. Yi Liangchen was already a bit angry now. He was angry because he felt that he had known Li Qingxue for so many years and she was not on his side now. He was angry because Li Qingxue couldn't understand herself at all. Cannot appreciate that his mother said this is also just for his own good. Want to through this means, let Li Qingxue and his own sit at the same table, close to the water tower first to get the moon is just. Part of the reason I'm doing this is for you. 2. Do you know what kind of person Long Aotian is? I admit that there is a risk of betting on me doing this, but for the sake of you not being pestered by Long Aotian from now on, I just have to. Without waiting for Yi Liangchen to finish his sentence, Li Qingxue shook her head and took a step back, pulling away the distance between her and Yi Liangchen. Stop doing things that are offensive under the guise of doing what's best for me. I never said Long Aotian was pestering me. On the contrary, in my eyes Long Aotian would be a very good friend. After saying that, Li Qingxue turned around and walked into the middle of the classroom. She felt deeply disappointed in Yi Liangchen, avoiding the important points and not mentioning a single word about the damage his mother had done to herself in just a few words. And yet, they still have to keep using the banner of doing good for themselves to frame Long Aotian through the means of slandering people. Looking at Li Qingxue's determined back as she left, Yi Liangchen subconsciously stepped forward and raised his hand to try to retain Li Qingxue, but the words that came to his lips remained unspoken. Taking a deep breath, Yi Liangchen smiled to himself and raised his head 45 degrees. One day you will understand my good intentions. Yi Liangchen wasn't at all afraid that Li Qingxue would really cut herself off from him and never bother with him again, because in Li Qingxue's heart, she had actually fallen in love with herself unconsciously a long time ago, only that up until now, she hadn't realized it. Wait, when you see clearly the nature of Long Aotian, when you really understand the nature of Long Aotian, when you know how bad Long Aotian really is, you will wake up. The original person who is good to you, in fact, has always been me. The words were like this, but Li Qingxue's attitude, and the words that she had just complained about herself, still deeply pierced Yi Liangchen's heart. This is his own white moon. In dreams, yes, in reality, how can the heart not hurt? You will one day regret the words you spoke to me today. When the time comes, don't blame me for wife abuse. I'm ready to strip Treasure Girl of her title, and I don't want to strip even you of your White Moonlight title. Originally Yi Liangchen did not intend to deprive Ing Hu of the title of Treasure Girl, but today, obviously the injured is himself. He is the victim, but she stood beside Long Aotian and accused herself together. Taking a deep breath, Yi Liangchen tilted his head to look at the sky. A trace of intolerance flashed in his eyes, but he still opened his mouth and said, from today onwards, I, Yi Liangchen, declare that I will officially deprive Ing Hu of the title of Treasure Girl. As the words fell, Yi Liangchen closed his eyes. As he closed his eyes to the world, a tear slowly slipped from the corner of his eye. This one tear is enough to show just how tormented Yi Liangchen is at this moment. A new month begins tonight, and I hope that everyone can send power, send small gifts, refill. Chapter 85. You have no idea what I've been through. The other side. After Long Aotian and Hu Yuing returned to their class, they felt countless gazes fall on them. Perry, who may not understand, but Long Aotian knew clearly that such a gaze was a kind of attention. It was probably the first time they had seen that someone who had been told to leave by the homeroom teacher had managed to walk away in one piece with a smile on his face. Long Aotian straightened his back and nodded his head slightly to his classmates who were looking at him. Then Stinky led Ing Hu Yu back above her seat. Ing Hu Yu quietly glanced at Long Aotian, somewhat puzzled as to why Brother Long was so pleased. Couldn't figure it out, so he had to follow Lung's complacency. The incident was nothing more than a minor hiccup in a fast-paced senior year. Soon everyone who had expectations for the college entrance exam was once again engaged in a new round of study. Long Aotian was no exception. The days seem to fall into place and every day that follows is like a paste-in copy. In the morning, he went to Perry Who's house to have breakfast, went to school together, tried to solve the problems while studying, and in the evening, he sent Perry Who back to the entrance of the alley, then went home to take a bath and go to bed. During the two small tests, Long Aotian's score improved from 318 to 389. Such an improvement made the class really have an impressed feeling towards Long Aotian. At the same time, more people were concerned about Perry Who, because even someone like Long Aotian, she was able to help him improve his academic performance. So the students who wanted to come and study with her were no longer limited to just those few. In response, Long Aotian's time on the toilet could only get longer and longer. Of course, watching Ing Huyuing change a little bit, inside is still a little happy. From the beginning, Ing Hu went to others and tried to fit into the small group of other people. By now Perry Who has become a collective center where others try to fit in. Whenever he saw this, a touch of pride would rise in Long Aotian's heart. This is equivalent to a pearl that is stained with dust, and it is you who slowly wipes the dust away, so that the pearl reveals itself, the beauty that belongs to her originally. The ensuing anguish, too, gradually became apparent, gradually becoming optimistic, cheerful and confident. Ing Huyuing was naturally noticed, with a small face of pure desire and a softness that is gentle to the bone. Such beauty is the ideal type for adolescent boys. After all, who doesn't want to have a beautiful girl who studies well, has a good body, and looks purely desirable and gentle? Looking at one of the youngsters who would blush when they spoke to Perry Who, Long Aotian always had a feeling that the little cabbage he raised was going to be arched by a pig. But this kind of thing, Long Aotian has no way to explicitly say, can only be roundabout to telling Who, study well, before the college entrance examination. Don't give me think of those have no. And Huyuing is also super to listen to their own words, treating the opposite sex on. If the question, Huyuing will answer. If it is said on some of the no, will pretend to hear, not see. This makes Long Aotian's vanity was greatly satisfied. See, this is my little follower, only to my words obeyed. Lung, after such a long time, you should have some idea of your grades, right? Which university are you going to take? It should be right in the bay, or a few cities near the bay. Long Aotian also roughly had some understanding during this period of time. Of course, if you can't pass the exam, then in go a little farther. Perry Who nodded and gave a soft and then lowered her eyes without knowing what she was thinking. After a while, he asked again in a low voice, have you ever thought about going to Kyoto for college, Brother Long? Hearing this, Long Aotian himself laughed. You also think too highly of your brother Long, don't you? On the contrary, I remember that your first choice is Kyoto University, right? Do you have any confidence? Perry Who did not answer, but said again, Brother Long, you haven't even tried. How do you know that you can't pass the exam? You have to believe in yourself. Lung, that's similar to the old man. When the old man spent so much money, begged his grandpa and grandma for connections to send the original owner to Kyoto for school. He also believed and expected the original owner to be able to gain a foothold in the big city. Even if you can't mix it up and come back, at least you went to college and being Kyoto, interned in Kyoto, and have a better chance of finding a decent job. Kyoto is an amazing city. The older generation may never have been to Kyoto in their lives, but the gold content of the word Kyoto, in the hearts of their group, is still rising. The younger generation, on the other hand, is always idealistic and longing for Kyoto, an unfamiliar city. Okay, I'll try my best. It's best if I can get in. It won't matter if I don't. Aha. Huyuing nodded, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. Quickly, the book was handed to Long Aotian. Looking at the question above, Long Aotian raised his eyebrows and cast a sidelong glance at Perry Who. It's my break time now, what do you want to do? Write it. Lung, you write it. Do more questions. You're overdoing it. You're squeezing even on my time off? Perry Who took out a lollipop. Brother Lung, don't do that. Don't think I won't whack you just because you're pouting. I don't eat that. The next period of time, Long Aotian understand what is called the water in the sponge. Squeeze a squeeze will always have. Squeeze a squeeze in a twist. Always still can squeeze out a few drops. Another grade level test in the works. Long Aotian's score went to 420. This achievement stunned everyone in class 7, especially Wang Shuo. Without waiting for Long Aotian to come to him to show off, he took the initiative to go over and seriously look at Long Aotian's total score. The feeling of caution was like looking at something incredibly precious. How did you do that? Long Aotian raised his head and looked at Wang Shuo. You want to learn? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Shuo couldn't help but take 2 steps back when he saw how Long Aotian was emaciated and his body was hollowed out. Long Aotian, however, still waved at Wang Shuo. You come and I'll teach you. Wang Shuai instinctively shook his head. I'd rather not learn. Saturday morning. This time period belonged to Long Ao Tian's leisure time. Solving problems can be tedious and mind-numbing. Long Ao Tian felt that his head was in a tight state at all times during this period of time. The comfort of lying on the lawn made him sigh tersely. But the improvement in grades over that time is also real. There is no convenient way to do science but by brushing up and brushing up again without stopping. So much so that now when he saw Ing Huyu taking out her little book, Long Ao Tian had a psychological shadow. Sensing someone coming around, Long Ao Tian rolled over and changed his position. He knew who it was, but he really wasn't in the mood, or wasn't willing to waste away the leisure time that still belonged to him. Li Qingxue squatted down, looked at Long Ao Tian who had his back to himself, stretched out her finger and poked his back. Stop it! Li Qingxue covered her lips and laughed lightly. It felt so interesting. So he poked Long Ao Tian again. Your grades have improved a lot this time, breaking 400 points all. You have no idea what I have suffered. Li Qingxue forced a smile and poked Long Ao Tian again. Wake up! I brought something good. Take a look. Chapter 86, You Don't Want to Like Me. These words did make Long Ao Tian raise a bit of interest and rolled over to look at Li Qingxue. Something good? Aha! Li Qingxue nodded, then proudly took out a few exercise books from the small backpack she had brought with her today. This is my exercise book. There are a lot of knowledge points on it, and some wrong questions I've done in the past few years. You can take a look at all of these. It might be a bit helpful for you. Hey, why are you turning your back to me again? You turn around. You do not pretend to sleep. I just saw you open your eyes. As soon as he saw Li Qingxue take out her exercise book, Long Ao Tian had already turned around and continued to turn his back to Li Qingxue, enjoying this wonderful leisure time of his. In the end, Li Qingxue still stuffed the exercise book into Long Ao Tian's arms, and then sat aside, gazing at the river in the distance. Since the unpleasantness with Yi Liangchen last week, the obsession in his heart seemed to be gradually diminishing. No longer would Yi Liangchen's mind be affected by the space sayings he had posted during this time. It was a feeling that made herself extraordinarily relaxed, not just physically, but mentally. But even now that Long Ao Tian's enlightenment was no longer needed, Li Qingxue would still come here. I don't know why, but it's probably because the environment here does make the mind happy. Just like this now. Even just sitting here with Long Ao Tian, not saying a word, the mood is still unexpectedly good. But that didn't last long either. Not long after the idle and bored Li Qingxue poked Long Ao Tian with her finger again. What for? Long Outyan raised his hand and waved it, signaling Li Qingxue to stop poking herself. What's wrong with you? Why do you feel like you're listless? Li Qingxue asked. Then a bright flash. Oh, I see. Are you too nervous because you're about to take the entrance exam? Stressed out? With college entrance exams approaching, anxiety is inevitable. So Li Qingxue followed Long Ao Tian's example, patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, You have to keep a good mindset. Don't you always say that all troubles come from nonsense? Come on, the way you look now, it's not cool anymore. Upon hearing this, Long Ao Tian finally stirred and slowly sat up from the lawn, then straightened his clothes. Ahem. So now what? Looking at this series of actions of Long Ao Tian, Li Qingxue really didn't hold back and laughed out directly. Cool, a little bit of cool is all. Long Ao Tian was more low-key. No one dislikes compliments. Women do and men do too. Stinky skinny. Li Qingxue laughed even more happily. Long Ao Tian glanced at her strangely twice. What are you giggling about? Be reserved. Li Qingxue gradually calmed down even after she laughed over, but the laughter in her eyes didn't diminish much. Aha, okay, I'll try to be a bit more reserved. However, after such a small disturbance, Long Ao Tian did not continue to lie down, but sat up and looked at the sparkling river together with Li Qingxue. Long Ao Tian, where are you going to go to college? First volunteer for Kyoto first. I'll have to figure out the rest. Hearing the word Kyoto, Li Qingxue's heart inexplicably throbbed in this one instant. A subtle interchange that even she herself didn't realize. Really da? Long Outyan looked sideways at Li Qingxue, who was even more excited than himself and was somewhat surprised. What are you so excited about? After saying that, he looked Li Qingxue up and down. You don't want to like me. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxue froze for a moment. Then she lightly bit her red lips. Perhaps it was the first time that someone had flirted with her so bluntly. Her small face couldn't help but turn a little red. Perhaps in order to divert from not letting Long Ao Tian discover his embarrassment, he raised his hand and hit on top of Long Ao Tian's shoulder. To die. I don't want to fall in love with you. It's supposed to be you don't secretly like me. Long Ao Tian was amused. All the tedium brought by studying these days was gone. What are you laughing at? Believe it or not, I'll wait until tomorrow afternoon to go to the school and tell Perry who? Tattletale? Don't you know that I'm Yinghu's big brother? It would be better for you to find her and tell on her than to give it to me directly. Li Qingshue's soulful eyes narrowed slightly and blinked gently down. Smugly, he grunted twice. Don't think I don't know. You guys must be dating. Big brother, little follower is the one you're talking about, so you don't get caught. Looking at Li Qingshue's swearing and being so complacent, Long Ao Tian also came to be interested. Anyway, being idle, Long Ao Tian also asked with a fun mindset. Excuse me, how did you see it? Mentioning this, Li Qingxue thought that Long Outyan this is admitted. That can be something to say. I can see it. Gu, when did you become so good that you can tell this too? Why do I get the feeling that you are mocking me? Still, it continued. I've seen you staring at Perry Hu several times and laughing, so I'm still staring at you and smiling. Do I like you too? It's not the same. Li Qingxue blanked Long Ao Tian. The smile you look at Hu Yuing is the kind of smile that is very spoiled, and you are always more gentle with Hu Yuing than you are with other people. This means that Hu Yuing is different from others in your eyes. Long Ao Tian scratched his head. That's it? He was Perry Hu's big brother, and watching her in front of him, transforming from a brooding young girl to her current confident, slightly lively appearance, would of course give him a sense of fulfillment. Secondly, treating her gently. That's exactly what Yvonne Hu always deserves from anyone who treats her gently. I knew you were tough. Hu Yuing is also like this to you. To you is particularly special. To treat others, Hu Yuying's eyes are particularly indifferent, but when looking at you, will always inadvertently blush, eyes full of you. After saying this, Li Qingxue wrapped her hands around her chest with a look of having broken the case. Looking at Long Ao Tian really did not hold back and directly knocked on her head. What are you doing? Li Qingxue exasperatedly hugged her head and suddenly thought of something. Looks like I was right. You're just annoyed. Right my ass. Long Ao Tian didn't hold back again, so he gently knocked on her head again. I'm Perry Hu's big brother. From the first day Perry Hu transferred here, I said I would protect her, so I would always give her more from the big brother care. The reason why Perry Hu is special to me is because she is a kind person who knows that I helped her, so she is grateful. Hearing Long Ao Tian's explanation, Li Qingxue lightly grunted, her delicate and beautiful little face somewhat bulging. Impossible. We girls know girls best. Please, please, please light up 5 stars. Click on the hypes. Add them to your bookshelf. And if you can in passing send out electricity. Chapter 87, Heartbeat accelerates in a flash. I'm coming. Hearing the sound, Hu Yuing looked at the yard through the kitchen window. Upon seeing Long Ao Tian's figure appearing in the courtyard, a gentle smile unconsciously spread on his cheeks, above his eyes. It used to be that the first thing she would do when she got home was unlock the front door. Now she would subconsciously leave the door open for Long Ao Tian, and would only leave the door open for Long Ao Tian. Dragon, you wash your hands first. The meal will be ready in a moment. Oh, open the refrigerator to the vegetables, ribs, and large meats that you brought over, and put them in order. After doing all this, Long Ao Tian secretly looked at Ing Huyu, then realized that this girl's line of sight had never left herself since she entered the door. This discovery made Long Ao Tian a little more uncomfortable. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the last words Li Qingxue said before she left. Being able to keep a distance from other boys, being special to you, and having only you in your eyes to see no one else. These are the most obvious, the most different manifestations. After finishing this sentence, seeing that Long Ao Tian raised his hand again, he quickly got up and held his head away from it, then tilted his agitated nose and hummed softly. If you are hitting my head, be careful, I will bite you. This sentence doesn't count. I'll go in first. Long Ao Tian said these words and left the kitchen and walked inside the living room. Pouring himself a cup of water and sitting on the sofa, Long Ao Tian was silent. Only every now and then would he look up in the direction of the kitchen with a somewhat indescribably austere expression. The authorities were confused and the onlookers were clear. Long Ao Tian, who was in the middle of it, only felt that everything was normal. But in Li Qingxue's eyes, he seemed to see a different picture that wasn't the same. So everything that had previously felt normal to myself seemed to be slowly becoming abnormal. Long Ao Tian does care about Ing Huyu. The first time I saw this girl, there is only one feeling inside, that is, poor. Growing up in the orphanage, Long Ao Tian had also been a poor man in the eyes of other people, so Long Ao Tian could always feel the most intuitively the change of mood of Ing Huyu. I was able to see it for myself, so I felt sorry for myself. So much so that Long Ao Tian would from time to time want to know about Perry Hu's past. Wanting to know about a tragic life that was brought over by words, a few strokes. But at the same time, Long Ao Tian was scared to know her past. She was a very strong girl, a very gentle girl. At least in Long Ao Tian's eyes, Hu Yuing just deserves to be treated gently by everyone. So Long Ao Tian becomes Ing Hu's big brother. He has to protect her, change her, teach her, ask her to make sure, again and again. 3 times and again, 1,000 times to save himself from the world's fire and water. Make her realize that being happy with herself is primary and everything else is secondary. Tell her to learn to love herself and to be steadfast in loving herself more. The world is most definitely not short of jaded, unfortunate people, but one should always feel a little warmth, even if it's just for a few moments, along the road of life. But the distance didn't seem to be in control of itself. A young girl's ignorance is not a sensible thing. Myself and her are not the same, at least as far as mental age is concerned. She will fly very, very high in the future, so high that in the end only everyone can look up. Plop, plop, plop. Long Aotian strangely raised his hand and stroked it on his chest, his heart beating so fast. Brother Lung, the rice is ready. Try it. The young girl lifted the bamboo curtain. The beauty and sunshine on her face was so beautiful that she couldn't take her eyes off of it. Aha! Long Aotian scratched his head and took the rice bowl. Soon Hu Yuing brought up another dish, which then sat down and also began to eat. Eat more. Long Aotian habitually picked up a chopstick of shredded meat. Hu Yu happily placed her bowl and offset it in front of Long Aotian. Looking at the bowl in front of him, Long Aotian paused for a moment, then withdrew his chopsticks and put the shredded meat into his bowl. Clip it yourself. Oh. Hu Yu retrieved the bowl, and put a chopstick on herself, and while placing it in the bowl, she sneaked a look at Long Aotian. What are you looking at? We need to catch up on our studies after dinner. Aha! Hu Yuing did not think that she would be discovered by peeking. Her pretty face reddened while nodding her head back and forth, concentrating on eating. Looking at this so well bullied little face, flushed with red, Long Aotian involuntarily felt amused. The next moment a slap on his face. Cough cough. Seems to have mosquitoes. Hu Yuing looked around. Is there one? I say there is and there is. In the face of Long Aotian's unreasonable, Hu Yuing are already accustomed to lightly laugh and continue to eat. After eating but also to teach Long to learn it. The college entrance exam is coming up soon, and Hu Yuing thought that she must make sure to get Long to do as many questions as possible in the final sprint time. The best thing is to break the score above 500. Long's grades have been steadily improving, which is not an impossible task if the remaining time is fully utilized. Thinking of this, Hu Yuing became even more energized. That's the way people are. When they have a goal they do their best to move their feet in the direction of that goal. Perry, who had worked so hard to teach himself, so naturally Long Aotian would not say anything. A noon hour passed quietly. At the end of the day, Long Aotian stretched his back and his bones made a clicking sound. This is caused by holding a position for too long. Stretching prettily, he was finally finishing the homework that his little teacher had assigned to him today. Seeing Long Aotian stretching his waist, Hu Yu went forward and kneaded her palm on top of Long Aotian's shoulder. Lung, I'll give you a massage. As Perry, whose palm rested on his body, Long Aotian felt a stiffness in his body. Before, I thought there was nothing. Isn't it a normal thing for a little follower to give himself as the boss a massage? Now on the contrary, a little coy up, dry cough 2 times, and then stood up. Nothing need to press. Oh, Hu Yu withdrew her palm, and there was some small loss in her eyes. She could sense that Lung seemed to have become a little different today, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. Girls' senses are really sensitive sometimes. Long Aotian took 2 steps in the living room and turned back to Hu. Do you want to go out for a walk? Good. For Long Aotian's words, Hu Yuing had always been obedient and well-behaved. Being good to Long Aotian seemed to have been engraved into his bones. Walking through the alleys in the light of the setting sun, the shadows of the 2 men stretched long across the ground, eventually mingling together. Chapter 88. A hint of sweetness fills the heart. Step out of the alley. Came out on top of the wider road outside. Hu Yuing did not ask where they were going to walk to, just followed Long Aotian, and walked forward, all the way forward. In the past, Perry, who loved to study, as if she didn't know what she should do besides studying, but now besides studying, her other favorite thing was to follow Long Aotian around, even if she did nothing but simply walking on the road. It's an inexplicable peace of mind, a fearless peace of mind. The corners of his lips rose slightly, feeling the sunshine, feeling the breeze, gently lifting his eyes, his hair fluttered, quietly looking at the Long Aotian beside him. This feeling, it's so good. Suddenly Long Aotian stopped his steps. Hu Yuing was like a thief who was about to be discovered, and hastily withdrew his sight. Wait for me. Long Aotian placed his gaze on the snowflake do not far away. Well, I'll wait for you, brother Long. Hu Yu smiled brightly and nodded solemnly to Long Aotian. Silly. Long Aotian saw the smile on Hu Yuing's face and unconsciously laughed along with it. Soon, not long, Long Aotian walked back with 2 cups of snowflake dew, handing one of the cups to Hu Yuing. Taste it. This stuff is especially heat clearing. It was cool, and looking at the straw stuck in it, I took a gentle sip. eyes slightly curved into a small crescent moon, raising her eyes to look at Long Aotian, so sweet. Under the sunlight, the young girl's eyes were as clear and bright as the morning dew, and seemed to have countless stars twinkling in them. So sweet, really sweet. Desserts always seem to put people in a good mood. Long Aotian looked at Ing, who tilted her head with a smile and looked at herself, slightly stunned. It's just a glass of sherbet. It's just a little bit sweet. But it was this hint of sweetness that filled Inghu's heart. Just how much this girl has suffered before. Immediately looked toward the setting sunshine and said, that's for sure. Life is like this. There will be a little bit busy. There will be a little bit annoying. And occasionally there will be a little bit bitter. Always need a little bit of sweetness to spice up. Aha! Inghu cupped her hands around the snowflake dew. This little bit of otherworldly sweetness, given to her by Long. The two continued on, as if there is no destination. In the end, Long Aotian brought Inghu to here at the Water Bay riverside. In the afternoon, Water Bay is even more lively than in the morning. And lively means not just noisy, but crowded. Found a lawn and sat straight down. The first time I laid down on the lawn and looked at the sky was with Long Aotian, on top of the lawn in the school playground. This is the second time, close to the river Winsome. Feel the natural wind mixed with the fragrance of grass and soil blowing on the cheeks above. Huyuing slowly closed his eyes. Quietly feel. Unlike Li Qingshu, for the first time Huyuing was able to feel cozy from nature. Because every mind is different. It's like Long Aotian said that he could understand Huyu. However, there is no one who can say that he understands Perry who like Long Aotian. Long Aotian did not care about lying on the lawn. Quietly closed his eyes and precipitated his own Huyuing. Learning is boring and tedious, and requires physical and mental relief. It's not a great place to talk about. But the water flow, the wind, the grass, the dirt, but it calms the mind. Huyuing, who was lying on the lawn, opened her beautiful eyes to look at Long Aotian's back, quietly watching, as if there was only room for the existence of Long Aotian alone in his eyes. The young girl didn't know what it meant to have a thumping heart. She just felt that she would be happy with him. Yaking ah. Ryoga's voice rang out in a lazy, casual tone. It's almost the college entrance exam. Inghuyu's heart inexplicably thumped. Aha. University A is the second start of your life. Tell Lun you can easily get in right. Huyuing opened her mouth, and the smile on her face gradually stiffened. Long Aotian didn't look at Huyuing, but said to himself, after working hard for so long and never giving up on the belief in your heart, this time you don't just have to hand yourself a satisfactory answer sheet, and the expectations of my family, and the expectations of me as a big brother. Tell Lun you'll get in right. Air at this moment seems to be still. Even the sound has disappeared. Can only hear Huyuing a soft murmur. Well, Long Aotian laughed and turned his head to look at Inghu. You have to walk up to the top of your life step by step, so that when Brother Long brags about his greatness to people in the future, but he will be very proud of himself. I am your big brother ah. Although this sentence Long Aotian said it with a smile, it was extraordinarily able to make people feel the gravity. Against Long Aotian's eyes full of smiles, Huyuing, unlike before, smiled and nodded her head to Long Aotian as well, then heaved a hum on. This time Huyuing didn't say anything. Confused. What are you frozen for? Whack you. Brother Long we still. Later. The words were interrupted by Long Aotian with a smile before he could finish. The sun will rise, and everyone will be traveling in the same unchanging direction, like pointers spinning silently, always meeting on that long, long road. I'm looking forward to what Yvonne who will look like in 4 years, whether she'll be prettier, more mature, more confident, or silent. I can say this first, if you dare to mix badly by then, don't go out and say you're my little follower in the future. For a long time, Huyuing's voice was very, very light. It won't. Yo, looks like my little follower is very confident. Then Brother Long will wait and see. Long Aotian finished stretching out his fist and placed it in front of Huyuing. Inghuyu looked at Long Aotian's fist and then looked at Long Aotian with disbelief in her gaze. Long Aotian sighed in helpless amusement. The clenched fist slowly unclenched, revealing his pinky. Seeing Long Aotian's extended pinky, Inghu pursed her lips and laughed out softly, then also extended her pinky while mouthing, pull the hook and hang yourself for 100 years. Perry who you said here paused for a moment, and then looked at Long Aotian, especially serious uttered, 100 years are not allowed to change. Then stick out your thumb and stamp. Click. The sound of a picture being taken rang out. Long Aotian and Huyuing looked back at the same time. Click. This time the white light flashed all over his face. What are you doing? Long Aotian got up and went forward. His tall and robust figure. In 3 or 2 steps, he arrived in front of the photographed person. Take it easy, take it easy. You guys can tell I'm an artist just by looking at me. Fiddling with his long hair for a moment, then pushing the glasses on the bridge of his nose. he hastily explained. Just as we spoke, 2 photos popped up in the camera. A photo of the back of Long Aotian and Ing Huyuing pulling the hook and stamping the seal. The second photo is of Long Aotian and Huyuing hearing the sound and looking back together. I'm a writer, traveling from city to city, also to collect some material. Looking at Long Aotian and Huyuing looking at the photos together, he explained. These 2 pictures are yours if you like them. I've traveled to many cities and shot a lot of material over the years, and seeing your backs reminded me of a young couple in Magic City, and I couldn't help but shoot it. I don't know how they are now, and I hope you don't mind. Long Aotian and Huyuing heard the 3 words young couple and looked at each other unanimously. Night owls, bats, good night and early rest. Chapter 89, acting like a serious adult. Seeing that both of them were looking at themselves unanimously, he naturally did not know what Long Aotian and Huyuing were thinking. He just thought that they still did not believe in themselves. So a photo album was taken out of the backpack. Because the impression was so familiar, the appropriate photo was quickly found. You see, the person in the photo was about the same age as the 2 of them from the looks of his face. The boys have sunny smiles and the girls are sweet and shy. In the photo, the 2 have each other in their eyes, showing their tenderness and love. In the second photo, the 2 are seen in a sweet embrace. The smiles and happiness on both of their faces can make you can't help but be moved just by looking at the photos. In the background on both photos, one verdigris brick stands out. I love you, Mr. Chun. Su-san, me too. Looking at these 2 photos, Huyuing unconsciously, instinctively and subconsciously will be in their own hands 2 photos, with which to compare. The corners of his lips lifted in a shallow arc, and he smiled a little sweetly. She still thought hers and Lung's were even better looking. Although, Chen and Su are also wonderful, Huyuing just feels that Lung and herself look better. Brother Long, these photos, can I have them? Ing Huyu asked in a small voice. She really liked both of them. Take it if you like it, Long Aotian said after looking at the photo twice. That old boy should have said no. It's a pretty good photo op. Thanks. Ing Huyu liked it and happily hugged the photo to her chest. Silly fun. Ing Huyu turned her back to Long Aotian. It's not stupid. It's happy When Perry who returns home. Immediately, he carefully clipped the photo among his books, but it didn't take long before the photo was immediately retaken. Looking at herself and Lung in the photo, Huyuing unconsciously observed Lung's expression in the photo, especially with her and Lung's hands still hooked together, gently stroking their little fingers, her heart beating a little faster, her breathing a little quicker, and her cheeks gradually heating up a little. It was a long time before this simple, kind-hearted young girl realized that the original heartbeat was such a feeling, and at the same time, she also learned that a person like herself would also, and at this moment, she simply felt pleasure inside. The smile at the corners of her lips was uncontrollable. Even her heart seemed to be overflowing with honey-like sweetness, but suddenly thought of what Long had said to himself, and the smile in Huyuing's eyes gradually became dimmed. We are all moving in one constant direction, and I owe you a suit. You said you'd chase me to the ends of the earth and come over and whack me. Taking a deep breath, Huyuing took out her cell phone and took a shot at the photo. It's a bit blurry. Compared to photos then, the pictures taken by smartphones nowadays are still a bit blurry. Carefully put the photos away, as if for Ing Hu. These 2 photos were really precious. Remove a metal box from under the bed. Open the box and inside was the money he had saved over the years. There are zeros and there are holes. From the beginning, Huyuing knew where her goal was, so she has been working hard for it without letting up. Just a brief moment of confusion sometimes, but Lung's words finally made her come down more firmly. This was the answer sheet for all the years of hard study, which also contained the expectations of his grandparents, as well as the expectations of Long. After the college entrance exam, there will be more time to work part-time, so I will be able to save enough for tuition. As the words fell out of her mouth, she placed the books with the photographs clipped to them, along with them, into the metal box, and forget about cooking, just being alone, just sitting alone in the room, alone in this little yard, occasionally looking at the pictures on my phone, occasionally teasing the little bunny doll. At least for this moment, loneliness was far from her. Long Aotian, who was lying on the bed in a daze, his cell phone suddenly rang and vibrated. Perry who, photo X2. Silly. Long Aotian laughed, looking at the photos sent over by Ing Huyu. Long Aotian looked at them very carefully and unconsciously put a smile on his face. Click save. That's when he said, have you eaten yet? Not yet. Not hungry yet. Actually, it wasn't. It was just that Long was away and he didn't know what to cook for dinner, so he thought he'd settle for a meal. That's how it used to be. So it's okay. Eat something. You're already light and thin enough. Don't turn around and a gust of wind really blows you away. The last time I pulled Perry who inside the school, she was really light. I can get it back on my own if it blows away. I'm not afraid. Then you're still weirdly awesome. Seeing this message, Hu Yuing hugged the phone and lay back on the bed. That's because I have a very powerful big brother. Rolled around on the bed, and then switched photo albums to look at a while. The passage of time should have been the time to sleep. Hu Yuing did not have a little sleep. The same goes for Long Aotian. He was thinking about Li Qingshue's words today, as well as Perry Hu's small actions today. Perry Hu was indeed very good to herself. In front of Perry Hu, she didn't have to worry about anything. She always took good care of herself. She'd nice, really nice, well-behaved and kind. Come to school on Sunday afternoon. Just after coming inside the classroom, Long Aotian sent Ing Huyu out. Now Ing Huyuing has been able to integrate well into the collective. Long Aotian will never worry again. Take a deep breath and begin your own path of progress as well. And being in a small collective, Hu Yuing, looking at the lonely one sitting in the last row of the Long Aotian, the line of sight for a long time not willing to take back. It was hard to wait until the first study session was over. Ing Huyu was just about to say something when Long Aotian got up and walked towards the outside of the classroom. When Long Aotian came back, the class bell also happened to ring. Brother Long, did I do something wrong? Hu Yuing asked in a small voice. Why did you say that? Long Aotian looked at Hu Yuing in amusement. In fact, Hu Yuing didn't know why she said that, but she could feel that Long was different from before. In the past, Long was particularly immodest and always liked to tease himself as if he were a child. He likes to see himself angry or happy, and he's not a cutie. He can feel it himself. But since Saturday, Lon would never tease himself again, like a serious adult. I can't tell you what kind of feeling I have in my heart, but it's a bad feeling anyway. So she plucked up her courage and cheekily asked Lung, "You're fine. Don't always be so silly, always subconsciously taking the blame on yourself. I'm really worried that you'll be cheated in the future." Long Aotian raised his hand and gently knocked on Hu Ying's head, then rubbed it. Chapter 90, You control the points. Over time, the high school entrance exams are also creeping up on us. Everyone was incredibly hyper. They all looked forward to this day. A part of them, who try and never let up, is waiting for this day to come, to prove themselves and climb towards a college career. A part of them, they are lax. They are lazy, just to get out of school and enter the society as soon as possible to enjoy a freer world. Only a very few people looked a little crazy. Class 1. Yi Liangchen looked at Li Qingshue's back in death, muttering, Why does she not regret it even after I posted so many space sayings? Didn't take the initiative to come to me? During this time, he waited for Yinghu to see Long Aotian's evil nature clearly while waiting for Li Qingshue to regret and come to her senses to pursue her husband's crematorium. But it's been over a month, and it looks like the college entrance exam will be coming up soon. So why haven't they come to find themselves? Is it hard to be mad at yourself? After all, in the dream, he was bullied by Long Aotian and never told his parents. And his parents never came to the school to make trouble. Butterfly effect? Yi Liangchen realized that this was most likely caused by the butterfly effect, just like his own early access to Perry Hu. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen clenched his fists in death. Damn Long Aotian. It's all your damn fault. Why don't you bully Yinghu? Why don't you let Li Qingshue see your evil nature? To be honest, Yi Liangchen really had some regrets at this moment. If he could have held himself back from looking for Perry Hu at the beginning, he wouldn't have made Long Aotian feel a sense of crisis towards himself, thus forcing Perry Hu ahead of time. If Long Aotian could control his lower body, all this should not have turned out like this even if it was a butterfly effect. This time Yi Liangchen was truly flustered. There was still a week left before the college entrance exam, and he hadn't been tutored by Perry Hu yet. Damn it, even if I'm being tutored by Perry Hu now, what can I do with 1 week left? I should have known better than to post so much talk. Taking a deep breath, Yi Liangchen got up and walked slowly towards Li Qingshue. Haruki, Li Qingshue, who was sprinting for the next college entrance exam, looked at Yi Liangchen in confusion. What's wrong? Looking at Li Qingshue's eyes, Yi Liangchen smiled bitterly. I know you should have a little regret in your heart right now, right? Li Qingshue frowned lightly. Seeing this, Yi Liangchen slowly said, Qingshue, you control the score. I didn't study properly this time. I guess I won't be able to get into a better university. Will you accompany me in repeating for a year? You're sick, aren't you? Not waiting for Li Qingshue to refuse, fellow tablemate Wang Rui just couldn't listen anymore. Qingshue's current grades to go to University A is the nail in the coffin. Why should she be repeating a year of schooling just for you? Yi Liangchen was unmoved, only looking closely at Li Qingshue. He admitted that there was a certain risk of betting on him at this moment, betting that Li Qingshue had actually regretted herself in her heart, but because she had done something wrong and made her angry. The anger in his heart overpowered the regret. Now he had taken the initiative to come and give Li Qingshue a step down. so that she would be demoralized and thus continue to make her feel guilty and regretful towards herself. Yi Liangchen, you're really strange. Why would I give up the college entrance exam for you to continue repeating for a year? Li Qingshui asked frankly and bluntly. After experiencing a series of things that were too odd to be odd, Li Qingshui's emotions were quite stable. Yi Liangchen let out a bitter smile and then took a deep breath. Qingshui, I know that you might not be able to accept what I'm about to say for the time being, but I still say that you're actually hesitating inside, right? We've been apart for so many days. I'm sure you've thought things through during this time, and I also know that you've long regretted in your heart that you didn't accept my 98th confession in the first place, right? Yi Liangchen's eyes did not blink, afraid of the expression on Li Qingshui's face. Yi Liangchen, do you know what you're talking about? Li Qingshui let out a light laugh. Being told off by Yi Liangchen, calling his own mom and dad to say that he was in love at school, he said with all sincerity that he was uncomfortable in his heart, but it quickly passed. But what Yi Liangchen said in front of himself today, it was as if he was treating himself like a little cutie, a downright big and small cutie. Since I started high school myself, I never dared to slack off, and even though I acted relaxed in school, no one knew how hard I worked when I was at home. Step by step toward his heart dream school close, but now he just with a sentence, want to let himself give up 3 years of hard work. Li Qingshui really wanted to laugh at what kind of a friend she had made all these years. Long Ao Tian, who was so evil and unpleasant in his mouth, told himself to put aside his distractions and take the college entrance exam seriously, looking forward to and cheering for his entry into the dream school that he had worked so hard for. And what a ridiculous thing it was that his best friend, whom he had known for just shy of 10 years, was letting himself control the score and asking him to accompany him to repeat the year. How did he say it with such a straight face? Why is it that when he says this, it's as if he's still giving himself a great gift? When I tried to help you, you chose to refuse, and I thought you'd try on your own, and now you're saying ridiculous things like this. Li Qingshui slowly shook her head as she spoke. You are not qualified to say such words. Yi Liangchen covered his chest and took 2 steps back. His face instantly turned white. How can you say this about me? Qingshui, am I still your best friend or not? You're doing this to me. You'll regret it. Looking at Li Qingshui with such determination, for a moment Yi Liangchen only felt how she had become so terrifying, how she was able to say such words to herself. You are no longer the Li Qingshui I know. I told you not to get in touch with Long Ao Tian. Look at what he has brought you down to. It's become that I don't even recognize you anymore. Li Qingshui was not willing to say one more word with Yi Liangchen. With this time, it would be better to grab 2 more questions. At least now, it seems that you're not as good as Long Ao Tian. This sentence caused Yi Liangchen to be struck by lightning. Ha! It turns out that one-day knights can become bad guys in the eyes of princesses. Okay, count me out this time. Saying this, Yi Liangchen revealed a relieved smile. Then allow me to call you princess for the last time. Your knight is really going to retire this time. And this retirement is for life. As the words fell, Yi Liangchen walked out of the classroom and tilted his head to the sky, not letting his tears fall. From now on, I, Yi Liangchen, announce that I am formally depriving Li Qingshui of the title of White Moonlight. After saying this, Yi Liangchen turned back and looked at Li Qingshui again. This is all because you forced me to. If I wasn't desperate, how would I have made such a request to you? And it's only a matter of repeating the course, which is not at all difficult for you with your excellent academic record. And you turned me down. Oh, I laughed. And when the time comes for you to come to your senses, don't blame me for the wife-abusing crematorium. Saying this, Yi Liangchen smiled to himself and slowly lowered his head. But when he raised his head again, his eyes were already filled with red blood, and his fists were clenched. Bastard! If it wasn't for you, how could I have deprived them of their titles? Chapter 91 Long Ao Tian in the guise of an old mom. A week is not too long and not too short, but the day has finally come. Tomorrow we're going to embark on a brand new start. It's time for Yuk Yuk to prove herself. Nervous? Long Ao Tian was quite excited and nervous inside. A little, Hu Yuing said in a well-behaved manner. One thing is right, just treat this exam as a normal test. It's just a change of exam venue. Long Ao Tian was saying this to Ing Huyu, while he himself was nervously clenching his fists. In his original world, he dropped out of school early, didn't go through the high school entrance exams, and entered the society early, experiencing a kind of life in a variety of ways. What lay before him now was another path, one that was very different from the last world, which made up for the regrets he once had about himself. Hu Yuying's eyes curved, looking at Long, who was obviously more nervous than himself, but had to turn around and comfort himself. Her heart was a little warm and a little happy. Brother Long too, don't be nervous, don't be pressured, review the questions well, I believe you have no problem. Brother Long. Ing Huyu is also cheering Long Ao Tian. Tomorrow morning don't home cook again. Get up early to go to the examination center. Buy a little breakfast to eat on the way. Go to that Zhaoji breakfast. His meal is clean and hygienic. By the way, there is. Long Ao Tian at this moment is like an old mother. One thing in the ears of Hu Yuing rambling. Since the two of them don't have the same test center, they'll really have to get up tomorrow and take care of each of them. In the face of Long Ao Tian's old mom's general rambling, Hu Yuing did not feel a little annoyed. On the contrary, especially serious listening. In the end, he even received a cup of water for Long Ao Tian in a particularly thoughtful manner. Brother Long, drink some water. Long Ao Tian took a sip of water and moistened his throat, feeling much more comfortable. In the end, he didn't know what came to mind and twisted his head to look at Wang Shuo. Perhaps the emotions contained in Long Ao Tian's eyes were too strong. Wang Shuo only felt a coldness in his back and twisted his head to look at it before meeting Long Ao Tian's eyes. After thinking about it, Long Ao Tian walked over and came in front of Wang Shuo, looking down on him. Come out with me. Wang Shuo scratched his head and thought carefully about the fact that he had been quite honest lately, so he shouldn't have offended Long Ao Tian, right? Come on. Wang Shuo's body was stunned. It's coming. Coming outside the classroom. Long Ao Tian frowned condescendingly, looking at Wang Shuo. You kid. Not long after, the two men walked into the middle of the classroom, back and forth respectively. Long Ao Tian went straight back on top of his seat, and Wang Shuo pulled something out of his pocket. Showing off. The few people around him widened their eyes when they saw what was in Wang Shuo's pockets and showed envious expressions. What did you go do just now, Brother Long? As Long Ao Tian's little follower, she actually shouldn't ask, but she was just curious. It's nothing. Get a good night's sleep tonight and keep your best mental state for tomorrow's college entrance exam. Aha, I will. And Dragon, be good. On this night, the old man came home early and prepared a meal that had been waiting for his son. This will be nearly 6 months of change. The old man is to see in the eyes, warm in the heart. The brown man would not be able to express himself delicately, but his care for Long Ao Tian was no less than that of any parent. And this night, Hu Yuing also dialed the video call of his grandparents in the countryside. The old people in the countryside do not have much culture, but they also know the importance of the college entrance examination. They gave Ying Hu the most sincere blessing and love. It was not an ordinary night. The rays of the rising sun break through the darkness of the sky, shedding light on the world and bringing people the purest warmth. Everyone has their own pass to the exam room. Long Ao Tian rode his bicycle and sped towards the examination center he was in. Ying Hu also woke up early and came to Zhaoji to buy breakfast, then took the bus, having come to see the school where the examination center is located in advance. Long Ao Tian is not unfamiliar with it, and has just put the car away and locked it. Just then, I heard a shout with delight. Long Ao Tian, which classroom are you in? Long Ao Tian looked at Li Qing. His heart also fluctuated a little. It's still quite good to meet a familiar person in the same exam room. Let me see your pass, Li Qing said. After seeing Long Ao Tian's pass, Li Qing smiled wryly. I'm in the class next to yours. Gu, the weather is not favorable. If only you were next to me. Li Qing hummed lightly. Don't try to read my test papers even next to you, or we're both screwed. See how scared you are. Let's go. Long Ao Tian was not going to tease Li Qing anymore and took the lead towards this unfamiliar school. Arriving at the floor of the class he was in, Long Ao Tian stopped at the entrance of one of the classrooms and turned to look at Li Qing. Cheer up. For this lively young girl, Long Ao Tian gave her a thumbs up. Cheer up. Li Qing similarly made a cheering gesture at Long Ao Tian. As Long Ao Tian turned towards his class, Li Qing's eyes moved slightly. Long Ao Tian, I'll treat you to dinner when we get to Kyoto. Long Ao Tian didn't turn around, raised his hand and waved it as he walked into the middle of the class. Li Qing looked at Long Ao Tian's actions and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. The guy who plays it cool. Looking at the test papers that were handed out, Long Ao Tian took a deep breath, and the palms of his hands holding the pens were slightly white. For another different life, I am longing for it. After saying this, he immersed himself in the review. Not only Hu Yuing has to give herself a satisfactory answer, the same is true for myself. The morning's exam went very smoothly, which made Long Ao Tian very satisfied. At least this subject is stable. Turn in your papers, dismiss the class, and prepare for the afternoon exam. Long Ao Tian. Raising her eyes, she saw Li Qing at the classroom door, waving her hand at herself with a smile on her face. How was it? That must be no problem. It has to be no problem until the grades come down anyway. Are you going back for lunch? Or are you eating out? Just deal with a mouthful outside. Want to come along? Long Ao Tian asked. Okay, what do you like for your main course? I'm okay with all of it. Not picky. Hu Yuing quietly sat on the strange playground, surrounded by pickles and steamed buns. Not with Long Ao Tian together. She always habitually will be on her own for a bit. One, because of habit. The second is to feel the trouble is not necessary. The third is a small fortune cookie is particularly good at saving money. Anyway, all can fill up the stomach. Goo, you really made me look for it. Hearing the voice, Hu Yueying looked up in confusion. As a result, he saw Wang Shuo trotting over in his direction. Having been bullied by him, she instinctively wanted to get away from him and hurriedly tried to gather her things around her. Nah, this one's for you. Without waiting for Perry Hu to finish cleaning up, Wang Shuo had already placed a boxed lunch, along with side dishes, in front of Perry Hu. What do you mean? Hu Yu moved her body, pulling far away from the distance between her and Wang Shuo. Looking at the pickles that Perry Hu hadn't had time to put away, Wang Shuo had a strange expression. It was really said by Long Aotian. At those words, Hu Yueying raised her eyes to Wang Shuo with some confusion. Long Aotian said that without him to watch over you, you will surely be on your own. This is what he asked me to buy for you. Looking at the boxed lunch in front of him and the side dishes, Hu Yueying's lips rose slightly, but in the way of Wang Shuo is still here. Hu Yueying forced the corners of his mouth to smile. How much? Long Aotian gave it over. Wang Shuo was quite happy to mention this matter, because Long Aotian not only gave himself and Hu Yueying's meal money, but also bought himself 2 extra packs of Huaziat. 3 shifts. No, it's not too much to ask for a power generation, right? Chapter 92, Getting to him. Hear that? Hu Yu lightly bit her red lips, and obediently opened the boxed lunches and side dishes placed on her knees one by one. The moment the rice entered his mouth, the smile at the corner of his mouth could no longer be controlled and lifted high. Even his eyes turned into small crescent-shaped crescents. Obviously it was just the simplest meal, but Hu Yueying felt as if she had eaten the most delicious food in the world that was worthy of making people happy. He, who thinks of everything for himself. This was the first time she had been taken this seriously in so many years since her parents had left. Even though they are not around, they still take care of themselves to the best of their ability. I wonder what Lung is doing now. The mind has drifted. On the other side, Long Outyan and Li Qingxue re-entered the examination room early after finishing their meal. Thanks. It's just a meal. When you invite it back some other time. Hearing this, Li Qingxue laughed. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner someday. Go sit in front for a while. Long Aotian said as he pointed to the shade of a tree not far ahead. Well, it's also too hot today. Li Qingxue used her hand to fan the wind in front of herself and walked towards the shade with Long Aotian. In the past, I always fantasize about what will happen after the college entrance exams, but after it really comes to this day. In fact, excited mostly, but there is also a little bit of sadness inside. Do you? Li Qingxue sat down and propped her hands behind her back, half tilting her back to look at the distant sky. The transition from elementary school to middle school is more than a little exciting inside. There is more joy in the heart as you move up from middle school to high school. It's kinda hard to let go of high school to college when people are growing up and having deeper ties to the friends around them. Youth is like that, always missing and meeting on the hoof. Speaking here, Long Aotian looked at Li Qingxue, the youth drama staged on TV. The most used phrase in it is, youth will eventually fall apart. Only memories never decay. It's all one of those things that we inevitably have to go through on our way through life. But what can we do? We can't freeze time in this moment. Li Qingxue stretched her body. It's true that the words are like this, but this is my ordinary and hot youth. Ah, it just passed away in this summer. Look at you being so sentimental. If you can't let go so much, why don't you just enjoy the summer? Li Qingxue nodded her head in agreement, then clenched her small hand and said solemnly, You're right. I'm going to put on delicate little makeup after the college entrance exams. I'm going to go shopping. I'm going to eat ice cream. I'm going to play. I want to be free and spontaneous. Fine. Do what you like. But now it's time to go back to the exam room. Oh, you're such a party pooper. The 2 days passed quickly. After turning in the last answer sheet, the summer has truly begun. The moment he walked out of the examination room, he didn't know if it was the burden in his heart that finally loosened. Long Aotian only felt that the afternoon air was sweet. Couldn't help but stretch. It's over. Li Qingxue came over with a smile on her face, took a deep breath, and then exhaled heavily. It's finally over. After stretching his waist, Long Aotian looked at Li Qingxue. You come, Brother Long will tell you a secret. Hearing this, Li Qingxue's eyes narrowed slightly, cunningly wrinkled her small agaric nose, and took a step back. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. If you dare to tease me as a child again, I'll whack you, he said raising his little fist. Oops, you caught that. Humph, that's for sure. Li Qingxue was a proud one. Walking out of the school gates together, Li Qingxue caught a glimpse of her mother waiting for her outside the campus. My mom came to pick me up. The voice was full of happiness and joy. Bye. Of course I want to see you again. I owe you 2 meals. I'll pay you back. Do I look like I'm missing those 2 bites of food to you? Laughing, he finished and walked towards the place where he had placed his bike. Li Qingxue looked towards Long Aotian's back and laughed lightly, then came to her own mother's side. After seeing Li Qingxue come out, Li mother greeted her. Baby girl, quickly tell mom, how did you do on the exam? Not bad. Li Qingxue laughed spitefully. The word okay is basically a no-brainer when it comes from your own daughter's mouth. Come home, mommy will make you a big meal for dinner. It's really been a hard time for my baby girl. Just unlocked the bike. Long Aotian paused for a moment, not knowing why. His heart inexplicably throbbed. It was a strange feeling, as if something was guiding him. Turning to look, his expression first froze, then he smiled helplessly. Just sawing Huyu jogging through the crowd. Perry Huyu just got off the bus and saw Long Aotian. At the moment the eyes are relative. Chest breathing rapidly. I do not know if it is not by the wind to mess up the rhythm of the heartbeat. At the moment, the teenager was standing in the sunlight, the smile on his face reflecting the sun's rays as if it was shining. Perry Hu. The 3 words seemed to send an electric current through the girl's heart. The smile on her face increased, her heart beat faster, her cheeks burned, and it seemed as if all the cells in her body were screaming, get close to him, get to him, why are you here? Long Aotian looked at her seriously. Both had been to each other's test centers when they were divided, far apart. Hearing Long Aotian's words, Hu Yuing was a little short of breath and a little cautious, so much so that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. I turned in my paper early. After saying this, her cheeks were even more red to the root of her ears. This is probably the boldest thing Hu has ever done until she grew up. Seeing Long Aotian raised his hand, Hu Yuing subconsciously shrunk her neck. The imagined move of Long gently his head did not happen. Instead, she felt a large hand radiating warmth, gently stroking over her long hair. Quietly, he looked up at Long Aotian. Long Aotian said without any good humor, get in the car. Sitting on the back of Long Aotian's bike, when the breeze brushed her cheeks and blew the tips of her hair, Hu Yuing smiled, thinking that at least for this moment she was free and alive. The scenery around them receded in her vision, and the young girl looked at the teenager's upright, athletic back from behind with a wide smile. Tentatively and gently, he grabbed the teenager's shirt. Turning in the paper early didn't seem so important at the moment, because at this moment they are so close. They are so close. Close enough that she could clearly smell the laundry detergent odor emanating from him. So close that she could feel the warmth radiating from him. A bicycle carrying a beautiful youthfulness travels through the congested roadway. In a car, a young girl inadvertently glanced sideways, saw this scene, and her eyes followed closely, until the bike disappeared into the congested roadway. Out of sight. The young woman smiled softly with her eyes downcast, but she wasn't as happy for them as she thought she would be. Chapter 93. Good girl, put it down. It's not something you can touch right now. Where are we going? Brother Long? Hu Yuing asked softly as she sat in the back, looking at her toes. I don't know if I am heavy or not, and if Long is tired or not. I want to sneak a look at Long when I think about it, but I can't see him from behind. Take you to eat. Long Aotian said, the college entrance examination is over. The stone pressed on the heart also dropped. The heart is free. Eat something delicious to go. Dragon, if you don't want me to whack you, shut your mouth. Long Aotian quickly brought Huyu to the Bay City Food Street. At the end of the college entrance examination, the pressure on all the students suddenly loosened, and they all started their debauchery and free life. It's no exaggeration to say that the place is packed at the moment. There are so many people. Hu Yuing looked at so many people and was a little shocked. Crowds make it lively. Stay close so you don't get lost then. It won't be lost. Then Long Aotian took Hu Yuing to start today's indulgence. The key is hustle and bustle. And hustle always brings joy. Sugarloaf want some? Don't. 2 skewers, boss. Is it good? Snack Street is only halfway through the shopping. Hu Yuing hands are about to take no more. Seeing that Brother Long was still going to purchase delicious food for himself, he hurriedly pulled on Long Aotian's clothes. Brother Long, we haven't finished eating yet. Don't buy it. Coming from a poor family, she had toiled for money more than once as a child, and this had developed her character as a little money grubber. Looking at Long Aotian spending money like water, Hu Yuying's little head is a little dizzy. These money that was spent by Long Aotian is more than his own part-time job for a week. No, it's more than a month. Even though the money spent wasn't his own, he still felt heartbroken for Long Aotian spending money. This is just the beginning. Cheapskate. All your spending today, Brother Long will pay for you. Knowing how hard it was to make money, hearing this made it even more heartbreaking for the small amount of money that was about to be spent by Long Aotian. Hey, that thing should be fun. Come and take a look. Long Aotian pulled Hu Yuying's arm to squeeze through the crowd and walked towards the front. originally still wanted to say something. Hu Yuing, looking at Long Ao Tian grabbing his wrist, her pretty face reddened, lightly biting her red lips, and then she couldn't say anything. Does this look good? What? I had been lost in thought just now, so I didn't hear it clearly. Before she could react, Long Ao Tian had already picked up a pair of bunny ears and put them on his head. Ha ha ha, that's cute. Hearing this, Hu Yuing shyly and secretly dropping her eyes. Long really hate. There are so many people here. Really shy all. This one's good too. Long Ao Tian picked up a small crystal crown hairpin, removed the rabbit ears, and put a small hairpin on her. This one looks good. How much is this one? Hu Yuing looked around and also thought of buying a thing for Long, right? Looking around the room, his eyes eventually settled on the odd fluffy tails in the very center of the stall. Dragon. What is this thing? Why is there a shiny plug on top of this tail? Is it an accessory on top of something? It's so strange. Hearing the voice, Long Ao Tian looked at the thing held in Hu Ying's hand. The corner of his mouth twitched. Good boy. Put it down. It's not something you can touch right now. After saying this, he threw the stuff back on the stall and pulled Perry Hu out of the crowd. Away from the crowd. You eat first. Wait for me to make a call. Ing Huyu looked at Long Ao Tian's red ears strangely. Then she heard Long Ao Tian say into the phone. Yes, I want to report. Here in XXX Food Street. Stall 69. Selling XXXX supplies. The beautiful eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Turned to look at the stall surrounded by people once again. That strange thing. How to make Long's emotions suddenly become so big. Eavesdropping on Long's words. It turns out that those strange things are called adult products. Suddenly saw a man and a woman, holding a white supposedly foxtail thing, and did not know what to say. The girl's face instantly red, and angry hit the boy twice. He hadn't even looked at it for a few seconds before a figure blocked his way. He looked up just to see that it was Long Ao Tian, and then he was pulled away by Long pinching his neck, until being obediently taken away by Long Ao Tian. Ing Huyu did not figure out why Long was a bit angry. She didn't dare to ask. She didn't know if it was an illusion in her heart. She always felt that it wasn't a good thing, and if she asked, she would surely be whacked by Long. This group of dog days, making money is not like this. The more Long Ao Tian thought about it, the more angry he became. He couldn't help but mutter. What did you say, Long? I kind of missed it. Nothing. I was talking about what you have planned next. Perry Hu replied obediently. My plan is to earn money first, and then make a trip home to meet my grandparents before school starts. How much does he pay you for a day of part-time work at that place? $28. How much? Long Ao Tian staggered for a moment. The car shook with him. Feeling the shaking of the car, Ing Hu subconsciously held Long Ao Tian's waist with both hands to keep her body balanced. What? What's wrong? Looking at the place where her hands were encircled, Hu Yueying asked with some embarrassment, but did not withdraw her hands. Luckily, I idly asked. $7 for 4 hours. It's okay to cheat college students, but you dare to cheat high school students. What a black heart. No, Perry Hu hurriedly explained. That's because I only work part-time in the mornings. If I worked part-time for the whole day, the pay would be more. Bare one's teeth. Long Ao Tian pinched the brakes and the bike stopped. Due to inertia, Ing Hu, who was sitting at the back, inevitably leaned forward and hit Long Ao Tian's body. Hu Yuing raised her eyes, her good-looking eyes slightly flushed with a hint of redness. She obviously felt the moment just now. Long's body stiffened for a moment. Hu Yuing does not show the mountain. This is from the surface. In fact, Hu Yuing is still very capital. In that moment of impact, Long Ao Tian clearly felt the softness being squeezed. That tender feeling. For no reason at all. The heartbeat missed a beat. Looking at Ing Huyu's arm which is still around her waist, Long Ao Tian dryly coughed twice. Wait for tomorrow when Brother Long takes you to make money. How to make money? Hu Yuing also do not know. Selling clothes. Long Ao Tian said as he once again rode on the car. But this time there was also no idea of continuing to take Ing Hu to go shopping, but instead, he walked towards the direction of his home. The original depicts a lot of business stuff, but of course, like those stocks, finance, AAP development, he pressed not to know anything at all. It's all about using the memory in your head to buy stocks and certain coins and other such things that will go up in value, to build up more with less, and sit back and wait for the value to go up. But if it comes to doing a little speculative small business, Long Ao Tian, who has been in the society for so many years, is very good at it. Chapter 94, Taking Ing Hu to buy goods. Back at Perry Hu's house, Ing Hu first poured a cup of water for Long Ao Tian, then looked at him expectantly. Brother Long, how do we sell clothes? Tomorrow you will know. Saying this his eyes looked at Ing Hu. Dare you go out of town with Brother Long? To the field? Hu Yuing surprised. To be honest, she is quite timid. A person came to this city to go to school. at that time can be embarrassed. There was some hesitation, but thinking that Lung was also beside himself, he nodded and said, "It's okay." Looking at Hu Ying somewhat scared, somewhat hesitant and finally agreeing with difficulty, Long Aotian was really amused. Sometimes it's not that Long Aotian likes to tease little girls, but they can't help but want to tease her when they always reveal that nice clear and sincere sense of stupidity without realizing it. How can I describe this feeling? It's like when you're 18 years old and you meet an 8-year-old kid. Will you always want to tease him, her? Aren't you afraid I'll take you out of town and sell you? Hu Ying shrunk her neck, but quietly noticed the way Lung tried to laugh, and instantly knew that he was trying to tease himself again. So she said, "I'm not afraid of it." "Alright then, get up early tomorrow and we'll go check out the market." "Aha, then I'll be up early tomorrow to prepare breakfast. Then it will be hard on the little teacher." Hu Ying heard that Long started to be immodest again, and wanted to flirt and tease himself again. Without good humor, she reddened her little face. You're saying that you won't cook for you in the future." The little girl threatened people, but also so soft and harmless, but also strange cute mile. "I ate a lot of snacks during the afternoon and didn't keep Lon for dinner at home." After sending Long Aotian away, Perry, who returned to his small room cheerfully, removed the metal box from under the bed, taking out the whole money inside. "I don't know if this is enough." Hu Ying was a bit distressed. She had accumulated all these little by little, and now that she had taken out a large portion of them, she did not first consider whether it would go down the drain or not, but whether it would be enough, because she believes in Long Aotian too much. But there is no way. These are already all she can take out. Taking a deep breath, he turned on the light and took out his needle and thread, sewed a concealed pocket in his pants and put the money in it. "I really was too cautious." Hu Ying patted her dark pockets, delighting in her own resourcefulness. The other side. Long Aotian returned home. The old man closed early today and was already home early. Seeing Long Aotian returning at this moment, the old man nervously asked, "Son, what's wrong?" Looking at the old man's nervousness, Long Aotian laughed. "Most of it. It should be pretty good." Hearing this, the old man can also be happy. "Go. Today we two masters go out to eat a good meal. These money you take. Turn back to ask the little teacher to eat. Really thanks to the other little girl has been to help you make up lessons. Just eat at home. By the way, Dad, we have a tricycle and an awning I'd like to use." Long Aotian's small treasury now also has quite a lot of money. A certain currency is still appreciating. A few stocks are likewise enough for him to splurge for a while. "A tricycle? What are you doing with a tricycle?" the old man asked. Before he had a fixed stall, he used a tricycle to pull pork, but since he has a fixed stall, he uses a tricycle, just not as often. "I'm going to go out and set up a booth. There's still over 2 months left in this summer and I don't want to be at home all the time. I want to find something to do." At that the old man nodded. As long as his son no longer follows those outside to hang out, whatever he wants to do, as an old father will support. "Okay, while it's still light, I'll go hose down the tricycle for you. I'll help you." Watching his son become so understanding, the old man's mouth did not stop smiling, doing everything especially energetic. Detergent, steel wool balls. The tricycle was cleaned by the two men. Originally, the old man thought that Long Aotian did not know how to drive and was ready to teach him. Turns out the little guy rides better than he does. Long Aotian drove the tricycle and went around outside. And by the way, he went to the bank ATM to withdraw a little money. The next day was just hazy light. Long Aotian rode his bicycle and had already arrived at Perry Hu's house. After drinking a little bit of thin rice, I went to the train station to buy a ticket to Yibird. Getting on the train, Hu Ying, despite trying to pretend that she was actually calm, her clenched little hands still betrayed her nervousness at the moment. Looking at the continuously regressing scenery outside, Long Aotian laughed. "Sleep for a while, there are still several more to come." Hu Yu shook her head, her palms tightly placed there in her sewn concealed pockets. "I'm not sleepy. I don't need to sleep." Half an hour later, the feeling that Long Aotian wanted to laugh but had to control it made his body tremble slightly. Looking to the side, her head shaking and drowsy Hu Yu, she sighed softly and raised her hand to guide her head to lean on top of her shoulder. Suddenly having a leaning point, Hu Ying moved her body and found a more comfortable position to enter a deeper level of sleep. I got on the bus at around 4:30 and by the time I arrived at Ori station the time had come to just after 9 p.m. Gently shaking Perry who was still asleep, wiped the drool and go back to sleep. Hu Ying opened her eyes in a daze and hurriedly lowered her head, embarrassedly raising her hand to stroke the corner of her mouth. It turned out that he wasn't drooling, and instantly realized that Lung was teasing him again. I just wanted to disobey Lung, but I realized that the train slowly stopped and looked blankly at the platform outside. "Lung, are we at the place yet?" "Here we are. Get ready for us to get off." "Oh. Hu Yuing felt embarrassed again. She was sleeping all the way. Looking at Ing Huyu's little confused look. Too cute. Long Aotian did not hold back. Haphazardly scratched her hair. Messy, if I really sold you, on your huffing and puffing, without any vigilance look, can how to find home ah. Hu Yuing did not refute. Just good behavior will be Long Outyan messed up hair. Reorganized. Small face red. When you get off the train, as people come out of one of the carriages, stay close, keep your ticket in your hand. It's going to be crowded. Aha. Once again, he was in a strange city, but compared to the last time, this time he had Lung by his side, and his heart was nervous but okay, because Lung always brought a sense of security when he was by his side. The crowds were almost gone, and only then did Long Aotian take Ing Huyu outside. Go out for a bite to eat in a few minutes and I'll take you in to stock up. Aha. So good. I'm afraid Lung will sell me out. Whack you, right? Another 3 chapters. No need for you guys to say. I feel so good about myself. For the sake of my so much. 5-star praise a little. Add to the bookshelf a little. Quill. And, most importantly, thanks for the gift of the artist. Chapter 95, aha, I'm brave. 2. Where are we going now, Brother Long? After having breakfast, Ing Huyu followed Long Aotian closely, refusing to leave even for a step. This is Bird, the largest wholesale city. Many of the various small commodities that can be seen on the market, a large part of them go out from here. So we're here for wholesale clothes too? Long Aotian nodded. Yes and no. We are indeed coming over to wholesale clothes, but not here. The clothes here. The goods are saturated in the market. Let's go directly to the source factory to see if there are any new products. Hearing this, Ing Hu could not help but move a little bit closer to Long Aotian again. Then what if there are no new products? Are we here for nothing? Little girl looking down on your brother Long, isn't it? Long Aotian let out a light laugh. It's a coincidence that I happened to see this year's new summer ice silk short sleeves on a certain treasure. An ice silk short sleeve costs over $30 online, but this is something that Long Aotian had also done in the original world. The price of entry is only a few dollars only. This is the most powerful place in the early days of e-commerce. Karma's leaks can fly. Long Aotian is thinking of going back to get a certain treasure store himself and see if he can do it. New products in general will not all of a sudden to the surface of the market, but the first batch, issued to their own channels, to harvest a part of the leak, to see how the response. If it works well, the source will raise the price of the supply, and if it doesn't work well, it's a clearance sale, so you definitely won't lose money anyway. The difference is that the source factory clearance sale is for the various store channels, and the store clearance sale is for us ordinary people. As he spoke, Long Aotian had already found the place. Alright, this is it. Here? Hu Yuing looked at the high walls and trees around her, somewhat unsure. Wait Long Aotian looked around for a moment, then with a jump in place, his hands were peeled above the wall, and as his arms fired, Long Aotian's body slowly rose up as if he was doing a pull-up. It's fine. Releasing his palm, Long Aotian refalls to the ground. Come. Long Aotian crossed his hands and half squatted his body, signaling Hu Yuing to step on his palms and go up on his shoulders first. Ha! Brother Long, I don't dare. Hu Ying's face showed embarrassment and some cowardice. If you're afraid to go in, wait here for me. Long Aotian said that he was going to climb over the wall. No Lung, I dare to go in. Just, don't dare to step on you. Hu Ying said at the end, her voice getting smaller and smaller. What's the point? You do it. Ing Huyu obediently came to Long Aotian's side. Come closer. Hu Ying raised her eyes to look at Long Aotian, pursed her lips and moved a little closer towards Long Aotian again. At this moment, Hu Ying was already very close to Long Aotian, close enough to be only inches from body to body. Even Ing Huyu could clearly feel the heat from Long Aotian's body. Turn your back on me. Oh, Ben was a bit shy, and when he heard Long Aotian's words, he turned to face the wall without hesitation. Ready? Long Aotian's body pressed close to his own, as if he could hear Long Aotian's breathing and heartbeat now. Aha! Just after answering, his own legs were tightly encircled, and in the next second a huge force carried his body in a flying leap. Don't freeze, grab the wall. I'll send you up. Hearing Lung speak behind himself, Hu Ying nodded dully, as if she hadn't regained her senses from the shock. Lung hugged himself high, shaking his head. He hurriedly grabbed the edge of the wall and managed to tumble over it with Lung's support. Long Aotian, on the other hand, used the same method and directly flipped up the wall, jumped down and opened his arms to look at Hu Ying. Come, I'll catch you. Ing Huyu timidly looked at Long Aotian, her voice filled with tension. Long, brother Long, you must catch me. Don't worry, Lung will catch you. Trust me. Aha, I trust Lung. After saying that, he took a deep breath and jumped with his eyes closed. Hey yo! As soon as he hugged Perry Who, after turning in place to unload, he gently patted Perry Who's back. Okay, it's okay. At this moment, Hu Yuying's whole body was tense. When she heard Long Ao Tian's words, this slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Long Ao Tian embracing herself, she could clearly feel her cheeks shamefully blushing, the kind that wasn't even slightly controlled. The roots of the snow-white ears that were half covered under the long hair were even more red and dripping with blood. Gently retreated from Long Ao Tian's embrace, but his body still seemed to be stained with his breath, as if he was still being held by Long Ao Tian. Only the sound of his heart beating was left in his ears, and he did not return to his senses for half a day. Long Ao Tian didn't think much about it and looked at Ing Huyu and laughed softly. So brave. Hearing Long Ao Tian's words, Hu Yuying subconsciously nodded her head. Aha, I am also very brave. 2 compliments and you stink. All learned from Long. The 2 men walked toward the front. After circling around, I finally saw workers loading goods onto a truck. Long Ao Tian faced Ing Huyu, patted the ash stains on his hands and straightened his clothes in the process. How is it? It's okay, Long. Long Ao Tian patted the gray stains on Hu Yuying's knees. Relax. We are just coming over to pick up the goods. But didn't we come in over the wall? Ing Huyu whispered. Looking at Ing Huyu, this look of being a thief, Long Ao Tian did not have the good sense to say. Straighten up your back. You do not say not no one knows that we are over the wall in? See those loaded goods? That's this year's summer's new models in there. If we can get our hands on them, we can definitely make money. But how do we get our hands on it? Will they give it to us? Ing Huyu approached Long Ao Tian's side and asked in a low voice. Here she only knew Long Ao Tian, and only Long Ao Tian could bring her a sense of security. Instinctively, she wanted to get a little closer to Long Ao Tian. It will be, and usually the people inside the factory will have a portion for their relatives. But we're not relatives of the factory people. Idiot, how will they know if you don't tell them? Hu Yuying lightly bit her red lips, secretly suppressed laughter. So we have to pretend to be relatives? I don't know why. Ing Hu suddenly felt so exciting. Soon the workers finished loading the goods, and when the car drove away, there were, not surprisingly, a dozen large packages left in place. Just then, Long Ao Tian walked over with Ing Huyu. Old Master Zhao? Old Master Zhao? Long Ao Tian shouted at a few workers. One of the workers looked back at Long Aotian and Hu Yuying in confusion. As the other party's line of sight looked over, Long Ao Tian hurriedly turned his head sideways, not giving the other party a proper look at his face, then realized, Hu Yuying's stupid still look at each other, and quickly reached out and cupped Hu Yuying's chin, so that she inclined her head. Chapter 96, A kind man will always be treated tenderly by the world. The person who was called Old Master Zhao, looked towards Long Aotian and Hu Yuying. You guys are? Let's look at the new short sleeves for this summer. Oh, here it is. Old Zhao pointed to the large package on the floor. Long Ao Tian skillfully unwrapped one. Yo, this is this year's new model. Cool. This hot day wear on the body how much energy. Hey right. Long Aotian suddenly turned his head to look at Inghu. Our father said how much money came. I just focus on playing the game. It seems to be 5 or? Suddenly being asked a question. Hu Yuying trembled and was a bit embarrassed. Well, she could see that Long Ao Tian was winking at her. So she hurriedly stammered. It seems to be 6 pieces? But obviously the bottom is not enough. Your dad said $6, right? Old Zhao continued. Hey right. $6. It's $6 right. Long Ao Tian repacked the clothes. The yardage is complete, right? Just complete. I want 500 pieces. Long Ao Tian said and took out the money he took last night. Counted enough to hand over to Lao Zhao. This money you help me to hand over to the factory director. The goods I will just take away. Long Ao Tian while moving things, while laughing, school light on love. This is not just after the college entrance examination my father let me learn to do business by myself, but also let me come to buy goods by myself. Said it is to let me be more familiar with familiar. You're old Wang's kid, right? Old Zhao asked tentatively. After all, he was the only one who had a good relationship with old Wang, and had also heard that his child was not learning well in school. Yeah, why else would I come over to you? Long Ao Tian said. He had already tied up the goods with a rope, put it on his back and headed out. Agu, it's quite heavy. I'll go first then. After saying that, he lightly coughed twice and waved his head at Perry who was still frothing. Perry who responded in a hurry, and with a red face. She went forward to support the goods. Go and don't look back. Long Ao Tian reminded in a small voice. Over the wall, Hu Yuying sat on the goods. The whole person seems to be magical for a long time did not come back to God. Looking at the goods sitting under their own buttocks. Suddenly there is a kind of unreal feeling. Then stared blankly at Long Ao Tian. Long Ao Tian gasped and patted his clothes. The moment their gazes met, both of them froze at the same time then laughed out. Brother Long, you're really so bad. Let's go. Leave here first and go to the train station to buy tickets. Long Aotian carried the goods up and walked towards the way he came. Ing Huyu followed Long Aotian, wanting to help ease his burden. Brother Long is already far away. Rest for a while. Go rest in front. Leaning on top of the cargo, Ing Huyu looked at Long Aotian with glowing eyes. Brother Long, how do I have an unreal feeling? Long Aotian bounced Perry Hu's head. Real yet? Huyuing looked at Long Aonan with resignation and then nodded. True. Silly. Rubbed his head. Didn't even have lunch and went straight into the train station. It was only when they boarded the train and set off for home that the two were truly relieved. Exciting? Long Aotian asked as he looked at Huyuing. Stimulating. Brother Long is really stimulating. It's my first time to do something like this. You don't even know. Just now for a while my heart was about to jump out. Huyuing said as she covered her heart. I'm dying of nervousness. Brother Long, you can still keep talking to this group of them that you don't even know. The tone of his voice was thick with afterthought. If it were me, I wouldn't know what to do. Do we still have to go after we sell? Huyuing asked in a small voice. Next time you won't have to go over the wall. About the next time you can just come over and stock up. Just now I saw so many goods sent out. I guess it won't take long for this year's new summer products to keep circulating to the market. By then I should be able to directly order for them to arrange for delivery. Oh, Huyuing breathed a sigh of relief. Although this feeling was really exciting, but if she had to do it again, it was estimated that she would still be scared like a little quail, and she would have to shiver when she spoke. Let's go back and have some ribs. I'm a bit hungry. Perry Huyu laughed softly. Cannot be hungry. Carrying these things ran so far. I go back to do it for you. Last time you brought the big stick bone. This time also together for you to stew. Must be Brother Long eat full. One trip, one return, and the day is gone. Train station entrance. Ing Huyu was very well behaved and sat on top of the goods, waiting quietly. When he saw Long Aotian riding over on his tricycle, he was happy as far as the naked eye could see. Standing up, he waved excitedly at Lung. Lung, parking, loading. Perry Huyu sat on the cargo. I'm fine, Brother Long. Hello. Starting the tricycle. The wind messed up the hair but did not blow away the smile on the young girl's face. I love it so much. Arriving home, Huyuing helped Long Aotian put down the goods and hurried into the kitchen to cook. And Long Aotian couldn't be idle. Sitting on the floor of the living room, began to unwrap the package, and then took out the clothes, propped them on the hangers, and one by one, arranged them according to the size of the size. This was troublesome, but it was necessary for Long Aotian. Hanging all these clothes full tomorrow was meant to be a feast for the eyes. After doing this, Long Aotian came to the courtyard, holding the sunshade open. The old man had previously reinforced the wire inside for hanging meat. Long Aotian readjusted the wire to a suitable position for hanging clothes. That's what stopped it. It was a rush day, but that's as far as it went. Dragon, wash your hands and get ready to eat. Good. Long Aotian answered and casually washed his hands here in the hose before walking into the kitchen. Smelling the aroma of the ribs, Long Aotian craved for more. He was really hungry today. Eat slowly. I'm not stealing from you. Seeing Long Aotian's violent eating aesthetics, Huyuing said with a smile. Being happy, which amounted to a different kind of accomplishment for himself, meant that Lung enjoyed eating his own cooking. After eating, Long Aotian lying on the sofa beautifully patting his stomach. After Huyuing packed up her things, taking the money out of his dark pocket. Dragon, this is for you. Huyuing's idea is simple. Long said that he is taking himself to make money, but one didn't contribute to the effort or the money. Not all the risks were taken by Lung alone. Although he trusted Lung in his heart, it was impossible to do business without making a profit. If you don't make money, you definitely can't let Long lose too much. So you can take on half of it yourself, and you can still take advantage of these 2 months or so to go to work to earn tuition. What for? Ing Huyu looked at Long Aotian in embarrassment. That's all I have. Meeting Perry Hu's eyes, Long Aotian seemed to guess this girl's thoughts. A mosquito is neat even if it's small. Then this money? Let Brother Long save it for you. Good. The little fortune hunter looked at the little money in his hand was taken away. So heartbreaking. Looking at Huyuing, this little fortune hunter who does not give up his heartache but still gives the money to himself. He could not help but laugh. Silly, kind people will always be treated gently by the world. I can't, I don't want to today. Chapter 97, You're even darker than Lung. Perry Huyu squatted in Long Aotian tilted his head and looked at him. His eyes in the bright crystal. Brother Long, where do we go to sell clothes tomorrow? Morning market. Morning market? Huyuing is a little puzzled. She went to the morning market. Most of the morning market are stalls selling vegetables, and fruits mostly. Is it really okay for them to sell clothes and go to the morning market? Seemingly seeing Ing Huyu's doubts, Long Ao Tian softly asked, "What are most of the people who go to the morning market?" Hu Yueying thought for a moment. Old grandpas, grandmas, and just some women. These three types of people are the ones that Perry Hu has seen the most in the morning market. The right women. They have faded from the glitz and glamour of their teenage years, spent the good-heartedness of their youth, have families, have children, become mothers, and have endless idle worries to worry about. At the same time they control the economic lifeblood of the family, buying vegetables and fresh meat and cooking for their hard-working husbands. Purchase fruits to match your child's enrichment. There are also socks, underwear, shoes to be purchased, thick clothes in winter and short sleeves in summer. In short, all year round. While purchasing, they also have to save not to overspend. So in their eyes, in addition to the necessities, the remaining, as long as the price is right, they will have a small mind to want to take advantage of it. Speaking here, Long Ao Tian looked at Ing Huyu. "How much did you purchase the short sleeves on you?" "This?" Ing Huyu pulled the short sleeve on herself and said with embarrassment, "This short sleeve has been a long time. I remember it was still purchased during the village fair, and a piece of clothing seems to be only $12. A few years ago, the bazaar, $12 or so. Look at Hu Yuying's look, but also feel that picked up a bargain. In fact, it was no wonder that Hu Yueying had such a mentality. E-commerce is not fully developed at this stage and more people are opting for store purchases. And when you buy in stores, with costs like utilities, rent, and labor, the clothes aren't cheap. Last time when Long Ao Tian and Hu Yueying were shopping at the mall, they could feel it, quality aside. Of course, a low price makes it more approachable. This is even more evident as we soon enter the 4G era and the era of online shopping. At one point it was extremely crushing for brick-and-mortar stores. The same web chart, quality aside, not to compare. Even if the price difference of $1, most people will choose the latter. Long Ao Tian wants to take the pro-people route. It is destined not to go to the square. And so on some of the lively, foot traffic, stores are still many places. Other stores sell 30 to 40. You pull down the price. Is not to cut off people's wealth. People can be good to you temper? Note, I do not know how other cities. I initially went to buy to ask the price of the time. This is the price. And later realized that the original wholesale price is only $1. So close to be slaughtered once. Unlike the morning market, this place mainly sells vegetables, fruits and other items. Selling clothes can only be described as an alternative. But there is absolutely no dispute of interest with it. Listening to the words of Brother Long, Hu Yueying quickly brain also turned around. What exactly is he complacent? Himself and Long went to buy goods today. A dress wholesale price is only $6. He sold me a dozen. So Dragon wants to go pro? Seeing Long Ao Tian nod his head, Hu Yueying once again asked, "Then we sell 25? After all, Perry, who also checked on the internet, ice silk short sleeves now selling price 30 to 35 ranging. Sell yourself 25 words." Wowing Huyu small hand covered his mouth. A lot of money ah. Not waiting for Perry Hu to add more money, Long Ao Tian raised his hand and gently knocked on Perry Hu's head. Perry Hu covered her head. Her big watery eyes innocently looked at Long Ao Tian. "Brother Long, what are you hitting me for? You're even darker than Dragon me. I think selling for 19 is pretty much enough. Little fortune hunter. And if we can sell out, the price will basically be set. And if other stores can't sell it, they'll lower the price. The product will linger. And we won't have to be sneaky the next time we go to stock up." As the words fell, Long Ao Tian handed the selected clothes to Ing Hu. "You wear this tomorrow. I'll wear this tomorrow. The two of us are the signboard." "Aha, go for it. Cheer up." Long Ao Tian finished and was also ready to get up and leave. "Call me on the phone tomorrow. Brother Long will take you to the first shot at making money." After sending Long Ao Tian away, Hu Yueying returned to her room and looked at the clothes that Long had chosen for herself. And still not being able to hold back inside, she secretly tried them on. The ice silk is cool, smooth, lightweight yet comfortable to wear and very figure flattering. Perry Hu always buys clothes a little bigger so that they can be worn longer. Again, wider clothes always hide the figure. At this moment, changing into the dress and pants selected by Lung, coupled with the ice silk material smooth and close to the body, a sideways glance. The curve between the waist and the beautiful buttocks is even more slender and delicate. Hu Yueying himself in the mirror cannot help but look at more than two eyes. The heart of the love of beauty people have. Unnecessary is not the same as really not caring. Lying back on the bed, hugging the white rabbit, Hu Yueying forced herself into dreamland. "I have to get up early tomorrow. By the way, I also forgot to ask Lung what he wants for breakfast tomorrow." "Forget it or don't ask. It seems like Lung kinda loves whatever he makes." Thinking like this, Hu Yueying inexplicably feels so narcissistic. Hurriedly into the quilt. Not to let their own blushing appearance was found. Early the next morning, Long Outyan drove a tricycle. Ing Huyu took a small bench to sit in the back. The two set off towards the morning market in a flurry of wind. Parking the car on the side of the road, Long Aotian got out of the car. Be good and wait here. With that, he headed a short distance away. Ing Huyu looked at Long and blinked these big eyes that just looked purely innocent in the next second, because she saw that Long had actually bought a pack of cigarettes. Immediately afterward, Long went for a spin inside the morning market. When he returned, he drove his tricycle on top of the vacant lot across the road from the morning market. Done. Ready to start our money-making scheme. With that, he propped up the entire parasol, covering a square of space in all directions. Looking at Perry who neatly arranged the clothes, Long Aotian thought about handing over the money to Perry who changed these money away. It's best to change more than $1. Aha! Ing Huyu took the money and trotted across the street to change the money. At this time, Huyu Ing, where can still see in her inferiority complex, gloomy look. It's so good. Looking at the sun and the sky, Long Aotian let out a long breath. Keep busy with the business at hand. When Perry who came back, Long Aotian started recording into the speaker. Recorded it and pedaled the tricycle to hang the speaker on the rack of the parasol and hit play. E-Bird Clothing Factory. E-Bird Clothing Factory. E-Bird's largest clothing factory closed down. Chapter 98, I'm a Serious Dragon. E-Bird Clothing Factory. E-Bird Clothing Factory. E-Bird's largest clothing factory closed down. Triple X boss eating, drinking, whoring and gambling owed $3.5 billion. With his sister-in-law ran away. We have no choice but to take the clothes against the wages. The original price are more than 30. More than 40, more than 50 clothes, through 19 yuan, through 19 yuan. The first person who was thunderstruck by the voice from the loudspeaker was Perry Hu, because she and Long Aotian together to go into the goods. What boss eating, drinking, whoring and gambling with a sister-in-law? There is no such thing. Well, Shinobu smiled and looked at Long Aotian. Brother Long, you are really so bad and so bad. Long Aotian, who was standing on the tricycle, close to the horn, didn't hear the words of Perry Hu, but just saw her smiling at herself and couldn't help but smile as well. The road still has no end. The sycamore shade is still luxuriant. The earth's sun is just right. The wind blew. Just wanton young man. Huyuing heartbeat accelerated in an instant. The delicate pure desire of the small face surfaced a few blush. Cannot stop secretly glanced at Long Aotian, and then quickly retracted his gaze. The distinctive sound of the horn constantly attracts attention, and when they hear $19 address, with the mindset of picking up a bargain, there are constantly people slowly walking towards this side. Newer clothes are always brighter. Clothing styles hang from almost the entire parasol, and at a glance, there are always a few pieces that look right. At $19, there will always be a few hearts beating when you compare it to the 20, 30 or 40 dresses that are readily available in the stores. That's the way it is in a small ground floor business like this. If you can get people together, you're not going to have a bad day. The words magic boss ran off with his sister-in-law. Through and through for $19 always catch the eye of a passing passerby. The atmosphere bakes up. And there's one trying on clothes, and then there's two. Where there's one that pays, there's a bunch that pay. Not to mention, Perry who collected the money really fast, and I don't know exactly how happy I was, smiling out a mouthful of white teeth. Innocent and cute. Perry who collected the money. And Long Aotian went to find the size. Young man, what size are these pants your girlfriend is wearing? My daughter is about the same size. I'll take them back and give them a try. Sister, the pants are slightly more expensive. Long Aotian buried his head to find the size. How much? It looks weirdly good on me. $28. Sis, you take it away and give it to 25. It's not profitable. Huyuing did not know what to say, because her mind at the moment all the girlfriend this 3 words, dumbfounded looking at the big sister in front of her. Budding stupid nodded, 25 do not make money. You have to say that good-looking girls are the most deceitful. On this simple and apparently innocent little face of Ing Huyu, uttering these words, it could be better than Long Aotian calling 100 times sister. In the morning time, Long Aotian squatted on the ground to find the size without ever getting up. Near noon, people have to go back to cook. It also happens to be summer vacation. The family is hungry who do not want to starve their own children. I goo. Yucking help me. My feet are numb. Perry who happily helped Long Outyan up and helped him sit on the tricycle. His words were unable to hide the excitement. Brother Long, a lot of small money. It's just getting started. There will be many more coming after lunch. Looking at Ing Huyu's bright smile, Long Aotian didn't hold back and jerked her long hair. Really? Aha. The women's mouths were no worse than the old ladies who dominated the gossip-spreading fear. The $19 alone. Those few words would have been worth the trip they made on the run over. And which ones for your own kids to take home? Fit. and maybe come back this afternoon for more. It's almost time. I'll go get dinner and you stay here and watch the booth. Long Outyen gave an explanation to Ing Huying and walked towards the inside of the morning market. I saw a couple of duck sellers this morning, and it smelled weird, waiting to pack meals. Long Aotion's cell phone vibrated. It was a message from Ing Huyu. She said she sold 2 more short sleeves. From the text above, it is not difficult to be able to feel how happy Ing Hu is. Long is a brown man. That's all he can do to help you. The road ahead may be difficult. I just hope that someday in the future you will occasionally think of today and be as happy and pleasant as you are now. Packing the meal, Long Aotion took a deep breath and returned the same way. 2 boxed lunches, a sliced roast duck, and a stack of pancakes. Not exactly hearty, but enough to fill the stomach. Brother Long, here you go. Perry Huyuk pinned the burrito and handed it to Long Aotion. You eat too. The roast duck won't taste good when it gets cold. From the time she started moving her chopsticks herself, this was already the 3rd one that Ing Huyu had rolled for herself. I'm not hungry yet. Ing Huyu likes to see Long Aotion eating, so a big mouthful of the burrito was eaten. So awesome. Watching Long Aotion eat was more enjoyable than eating himself. Suddenly, Huyu Ying's bright eyes flashed with fine fluorescent light and pointed to the corner of her mouth. Brother Long here. Long Aotion, who was chewing his food, paused for a moment and forgot to chew anything in his mouth. Frozen at Huyu Ying's move, her smile genuine, her eyes twinkling with cheerful light, her white, good-looking fingertips, nodding at her own slightly open red lips. I'm a proper dragon. You are the most immodest. Ing Huyu gave him a blank look. You always like to tease me. The corners of your mouth are all covered in sauce from eating. Sometimes Lung really seems like a mature uncle, protecting himself, teaching himself, helping himself, taking himself in, taking himself to sell things. It could be said that Lung really didn't look like a person of his age in this regard. He thinks more like a seasoned socialite who has been in the community for quite some time. But sometimes Lung is like a child who hasn't grown up yet, loves to amuse himself and can have fun when something interests him. The last time I saw a digger tearing down a house, people my age were looking at it for a couple of moments and then rushed away for fear of getting dusty. But Long was able to squat by the side of the road with a group of 30-somethings and watch for a long time. Switching perspectives, Hu Yueying really didn't think it looked good for the digger to demolish the house. He is mature and childlike. He was more vibrant and uninhibited than herself. No, not really. Long was more vibrant and uninhibited than anyone she had ever known. Good you little Perry yuck. Now you dare brother White Dragon. Brother Long I am so good. Yeah someone is coming. Hu Yuing shrank her neck and hurriedly got up and fled to the front of the customer who had just come over. The next really like Long said. Noon this burst. It seems that there is no morning crowd, but people come and go. Hu Yuing received a small amount of money in the pocket, not less than in the morning that would be. Chapter 99, Because You're Kind. Brother Long, we made a lot of small money today. Hu Yuing, who was sitting behind the tricycle, said excitedly. She is also the first time in her life to receive money to receive soft. This feeling for Hu Yuing this little money, really good ah. Unconsciously, he hummed a little tune. Listening to the sound of Ing Huyu humming a little song from her ears, it was not hard to imagine just how happy this girl was right now. If a man is easily satisfied, then he must be very happy. This is just the beginning, and we're all going to get better from here. Dragon, are we still coming here tomorrow? Well, I'll be back tomorrow, and the day after that, and then the day after that we'll see how it goes. Mobile stalls are like that. They don't stay in one place for more than 3 days unless the returns can be consistently good. Otherwise it's best to set up a stall for 3 days then change places. Based on today's gains, tomorrow, and the day after that are probably pretty good. So we'll see what happens then TBD. While talking, the two of them had already returned to the place rented by Perry who just returned home. The first thing Ing Huyu did was to unlock the door, and then excitedly pulled Long Aotion back inside the living room. Emptying his pockets, he placed all the money he had received today on top of the couch. The small amount of money spread over a corner of the couch at once. Some of the money was organized by Hu Yueying at lunchtime, and some of it was too late to be organized, so it was all stuffed inside the pocket. Tomorrow I'm going to take a little bag out with me for small change. Perry Huyu squatted next to the sofa, one by one, laying down the small money that was accidentally creased by himself, and then summarizing it. 20s put together, $10 for putting it together, 50s, hundreds all put together, total $3, 275. Hu Yuing smiled particularly happy. A day to earn back the capital. The rest of the sale is all earned. Long, you are awesome. How could it not be impressive in the little girl's inherent impression that she could earn so much money in a day before she actually stepped into society? Not to mention Perry who, but this matter is enough to be shocking when placed on an adult. Especially nowadays. The wages, The general only 2,500. More than 3,500 are already considered high wages. More than 3,000 a day. More than other people work hard for a month. How can it not be impressive? That is already quite impressive. Look at your unproductive appearance. When you go to college and use what you have learned to work and start your own business, the future must be even more powerful than now. And then maybe you won't be able to look at this amount of money. Hu shook her head. Not at all. She herself is a small fortune hunter, putting the organized money in Long Aotian's hand. Even if he is a small fortune hunter and likes small money, but all of this money should still be given to Brother Long. One just likes a little money of one's own. Long Aotian took the money and ordered $1,158 from it and handed it to Hu Yuing. Remove $1,842 and place it in front of yourself. The rest of the money was split equally between the two of them. It was only a little over $130, but it was only the first day. Looking at the red ticket votes in front of her, Hu Yuing was still a little disoriented inside. It's only $28 a morning for a part-time job. And even if you do a full day it's only like $50 or $60. Is that too much? After all, he did not do anything. Into the goods is Long carried back. Tricycle, umbrellas, speakers are also all Long. One just collects the money for this. It's what we worked for together. You deserve it. What's there to be embarrassed about? Don't give me any pretense. Put away the small amount of money that belongs to you and go make something delicious for Lung. Aha. Hu nodded, put the little money in her little treasure chest, and immediately went to cook for Long Aotian. Dragon is so good to himself. Inside I can't tell you how touched I am. I want to cry. Don't even think about crying. I'll whack you if you do. Perry Hu froze for a moment. How do you know what's on my mind? Brother Long? Because you're kind. Perry Hu paused for a moment. Brother Long, you are the best person to me besides Mom, Dad, grandparents. After saying that she didn't dare to look at Long Aotian's eyes, she hurriedly went into the kitchen to cook. After dinner, looking at the back of Long Aotian left, Hu Yuing, today's mood extraordinarily indescribable. There is a kind of faint loss. Obviously, when I watched Long Aotian leave in the past, I didn't feel this way in my heart. I used to be happy, but now I'm not so happy. Izumi, you don't have to say anything. I just want to get drunk alone right now. Yi Liangchen shook the beer in his hand, his voice a little hoarse. The college entrance exam is over, and his heart has cooled. Those questions, none of them. He had some faint sadness now, and only drunkenness could soothe him for a short while. Don't drink, Brother Chen. Guess who I met today? Gao Quan said somewhat smugly. I don't think I'll ever have a heart for anyone again, and whoever you meet can't shake this weathered heart of mine anymore. Yi Liangchen smiled bashfully and drank the beer in his hand. I met Li Qingshu. Guess where I met her? Ha, just a desperate woman. I gave up my studies for her. But what about her? Oh, there will be a time when she regrets it. Gao Quan suddenly felt no fun anymore and picked up a kebab to eat. Yi Liangchen waited for half a day without waiting for Gao Quan to continue, so he glanced at him. Where did you meet her? On the banks of the Water Bay River, Gao Quan said casually. The next second, the shattering sound of a wineglass hitting the ground. Yi Liangchen froze, seemingly not even realizing that the cup in his hand had fallen to the ground. Shuiwan Riverside? Muttering under his breath and laughing, Yi Liangchen laughed, really laughed. So it is. Water Bay Riverside is the way to come to your own home. Li Qingshue's family lived on the other side of the country, and other than Li Qingshue wanting to come to find himself, he could no longer think of what Li Qingshue was doing here at Water Bay Riverside. After all, sacrificing proximity for distance is not something that Li Qingshue can do. Knowing her for 9 years, this is something Yi Liangchen can still be sure of. Wanted to come to me, but didn't know how to ask, so he could only expect to have a chance encounter with me by the river. Li Qingshue, if I had known this, why did I have to do it? Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen took a deep breath and slowly got up. Quan, take your time to eat. I'll leave first. The state of mind turned up a ripple. Cannot say a little happy. Can only say, this is all in his expectations. I got up again today. Yesterday did not look at the background. Today I saw to find that you all sent a lot of gifts. I really regret that yesterday did not more. Tonight to go to bed is estimated to give themselves 2 slaps. I cannot help little brother. Young lady sis. Chapter 100. Do you know that your behavior is called a small 3? Early the next morning, Li Qingshue still woke up early. A biological clock that has developed over several years naturally wakes up at this point. Cleaned, changed, and headed out the door. Come to the banks of the Water Bay River and walk from the west side all the way to the east side. The familiar figure didn't appear and sighed darkly. It's been 3 days. 3 days since I've been here. Taking a deep breath, he sat on the lawn with one hand on his cheek looking out over the flowing river. Taking out the cell phone and looking at the chat interface, All in his mind is the appearance of Long Outyen riding the car carrying Hui Weiing away. Thought better of it and retrieved his cell phone. The high school exams are over. It's always a good idea to relax properly. So maybe I'll come in a couple days. Lying on the lawn, I took out my cell phone and took a picture of the sky. Blue skies and clear skies made for a great day as well. Edited just about ready to post space. A footstep slowly approached himself. When Li Qingxue heard this footsteps approaching her, she herself didn't realize how delighted the expression on her face was at this moment. Snapping his head back ready to scare the other man who always liked to tease him as if he were a child. The other man was indeed taken aback by his sudden move. It was clear that she had gotten her way, but Li Qingxue's pretty brows were gently furrowed. What brings you here? Yi Liangchen was initially startled by Li Qingxue, and the flowers he had randomly picked on the roadside in his hands fell to the ground. But all of this was nothing at the sight of Li Qingxue's delighted gaze. But after Li Qingxue saw that it was herself, the elation on her face gradually turned into indifference, yet it made Yi Liangchen inexplicably sad. Sighing slightly, how long are you going to wait until I don't come? Words were filled with a color of helplessness as he bent down and picked up the wildflower that had just fallen on the ground. This is something I just saw on my way here. It's for you. Li Qingxue didn't pick it up, and even directly turned her head to stop looking at Yi Liangchen. If the huffing and puffing made himself a little sad, the fact that he let himself control the points to accompany him to repeat the course was enough to remove all the good feelings he had in his mind. Looking at Li Qingxue's petulant behavior, Yi Liangchen only felt funny. This was still blaming himself? Okay, I feel bad about it too, but I still came over to see you. Yi Liangchen, you don't always say things that I don't even understand, okay? Li Qingxue suddenly felt that today is really so unlucky. Yi Liangchen, however, was unmoved, looking away with his hands in his pockets. Admit it, Haruyuki. What do you want me to admit? Admit that you actually have me in your heart. Haruyuki, do you know what the biggest fault of you as a person is? It's that you don't dare to face your own heart head on. When Yi Liangchen said this, he raised his head 45 degrees and revealed a self-deprecating smile. Is it so hard to admit that you actually like me? You have an overly strong character. If I don't come today, how long are you going to wait here? Li Qingxue got up and looked at Yi Liangchen somewhat huffily. You're sick, right? Who waited for you? Ha, still refusing to admit it even now? Yi Liangchen shook his head helplessly. Your house is in that direction, and there's obviously a riverbank over there, too, but why did you have to travel so far to come here? Is it not because my house is in this neighborhood? And just now, the way you reacted when you heard my footsteps, a person's subconscious mind is the truest. The expression on your face when you turned to look at me at that time was enough to explain everything. Yi Liangchen murmured. This one piece, one pile, all illustrated one thing, and that was that Li Qingxue wanted to see herself in her heart, and that was why she could subconsciously show this kind of real reaction. Li Qingxue seemed to be poked and prodded in the center all of a sudden. A blush instantly surfaced on her delicate little face. You, don't be ridiculous, even if I'm waiting for someone, that's not waiting for you. Ha! Yi Liangchen wanted to laugh. But after seeing this serious expression on Li Qingxue's face, he froze for a moment, and couldn't help but have an illusion rising within him. Could it be that she was really waiting for someone else? The one who was expecting was really not herself? How can that be? He himself has known Li Qingxue for 9 years. 9 years, not 9 days. Who else would she want to see if not herself? Haruyuki, don't joke with me like that. If you're not waiting for me, who can you be waiting for? Okay, it's always okay if I admit defeat. In fact, I stopped being mad at you a long time ago. Is that okay? Words. Li Qingxue was genuinely amused. So it's all your fault for not controlling the score and repeating the year with him? Seeing Li Qingxue showing herself a smile again, Yi Liangchen also let out a light laugh. Is this what you want? Hey woman. Li Qingxue took a step back to distance herself from Yi Liangchen. First of all, I did come here to wait for someone, but the one I'm waiting for is not you. Secondly, I don't really feel like I did anything wrong. In the end, Yi Liangchen, you're really shrimp-headed and self-righteous. Angry. Yi Liangchen was already a little angry inside. Before, Li Qingxue didn't understand her own mother and endured it herself. After that, Li Qingxue did not control the score and did not accompany herself to repeat the study, and she gave her a step down. But now she was calling herself a shrimp head, saying she was self-righteous, and she was already a little angry in her mind. You're not waiting for me. Is it hard to be waiting for Long Aotian? This sentence was just Yi Liangchen getting angry and saying it subconsciously. But Li Qingxue was silent. She didn't retort. Are you really waiting for Long Aotian? Yi Liangchen had no way to accept it. Do you know what Long Aotian is like? Do you know how disgusting Long Aotian is? Do you know that Long Aotian forced people to go to a room with him at a young age? What qualifies such an indiscreet piece of trash to make you wait for him? Don't you talk nonsense. Li Qingxue felt that Long Aotian is not like that in his mouth. The last time he analyzed himself whether he is talking about male and female friends with Hu Yuing, all of them said that he blushed. Such a person forced Hu Yuing. There is also Ing Hu Yu sitting on the bike. Face from the heart of the smile. Can be forced by Long Aotian? I'm bull asterisk 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 ting? I saw with my own eyes that Long Aotian forced Perry Hu to do it. Right at Perry Hu's house. Long Aotian has gotten his way with Perry Hu. They're together. Do you know what this is called? It's called being a mistress. Yi Lianchen was completely hot-headed, and he reacted after these words were said. Looking at a sad face Li Qingxue, Yi Lianchen hurriedly explained, I'm not that meaning. I just don't want to see you being cheated by Long Aotian. The man's mouth cheating ghosts. I'm a man. I know the most about men. Before she could finish her words, Li Qingxue directly crossed over to him. I hate you. Looking at Li Qingxue's back as she left, Yi Lianchen muttered, it's okay, you can't see your heart clearly yet. It's good that you now know what kind of person Long Aotian is. When you come to your senses, you'll realize that I'm the one who's been the best to you, and I still have the title of White Moonlight reserved for you. Chapter 101, from this moment on, the gap between us will widen. As Li Qingxue's breathing became heavier and heavier, she eventually slowly stopped. It was obvious that Yi Lianchen's words had irritated Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue thought of herself as treating Long Aotian as a friend who could confide in each other and keep secrets. She also never wanted to destroy Long Aotian and Hu Yuing, but now she was pointed at by Yi Lianchen and called a mistress. Li Qingxue is quite uncomfortable in her heart. The source of this discomfort is not just that she was scolded, but more so that Yi Lianchen said that he saw with his own eyes that Long Aotian was at Perry Hu's house and forced Perry Hu, obviously knowing that this was most likely Yi Lianchen's nonsense. A lingering dullness just lingered in his heart. The dreariness gave her some inexplicable irritation. It must be that the sky is too hot. Li Qingxue looked up at the sky. Feeling the brightness and heat of the sun's rays, she couldn't help but squint her eyes slightly. When the sky is hot the fire gets a little too big. It must be. A seemingly unreasonable but perfect explanation allowed Li Qingxue's mind to slowly calm down. The youthful ignorance of a young girl, the slowness of her feelings, and her efforts to find excuses to justify them all turned into a seed that was buried deep in her heart. On the other side, Yi Lianchen was lost in the direction of going home after he couldn't see Li Qingxue's back. Just when I got home, I saw my old mom saying something to the surrounding neighbors. Hearing his mom's words as he approached, Yi Lianchen's face instantly became very ugly. That's a must. My son is a good student at school. Getting into a university over in Kyoto is a breeze. That's right. Look at my son. 1.75 meters tall. Handsome. Character is also good. In the school especially popular with the girls. Not to mention that it's still a college student now. The future in the future. I can't even dare to imagine. It must be bright. Hearing his own mom praising him, Yi Lianchen slowly exhaled a breath and could only walk over with a stiff upper lip. Son is back. Come tell these aunts of yours how this year's college entrance exam questions were. Hearing this, Yi Lianchen said with some embarrassment, this year's college entrance exam questions are okay. Listen, my son is humble. If he says it's okay, then it's not a problem. Ha ha ha. Yi Lianchen hurriedly pulled his mother away. Mom, how many times have I told you? Although I'm very good, can you please keep a slightly lower profile? Mommy's good boy is so good. He's not allowed to be a good mommy to show off and flaunt it? Alright, let's see what you're in the mood for. Yi Lianchen was helpless. However, on second thought, his mom said there is no mistake. He is a reborn. The future must become the existence of people. In fact, appropriate high profile a little bit is nothing. The college entrance exams are hardly over, so take a good rest at home these days. Saying that, Yi mother fiercely remembered something, right? I'll take you to buy 2 pieces of clothes in the afternoon. Just now look at Wang's sister's child wearing ice silk short sleeves. Not only look good, touching the ice slippery quite comfortable. Wherein my son is certainly more handsome than her son. Yi mother's character is like this. Good comparison, especially when they are not as good as others, will always rely on their own advantages, in front of the other side to find a sense of existence. And the only thing that could make Mother Yi take out her hand now was her own precious son. At least in the area of comparing her son, she's still pretty good yet. It is also crucial that one's son fights for his life. Okay. Yi Lianchen also agreed, mainly because he was in a depressed mood. Going out for a turn was considered as a distraction. As for comparing with Aunt Wang's 14-year-old child, it's better to forget about it. One is afraid of leaving him with irreparable psychological trauma. After all, one is a high-quality, trend-setting, fashion, male god. After dinner, Yi mother rode a battery car and took Yi Lianchen out to buy clothes. Mom, isn't this the direction to the morning market? I heard from Sister Wang that the clothes seller is here at the morning market. saw it just across the road ahead. Along with Mother Ye's voice, Yi Liangchen also saw the stall built up by the four-sided parasol. Stop the car. Yi Liangchen's voice was filled with excitement. Yi Mother stopped the car, turned back to look at their good boy, followed the good boy line of sight. Naturally, also because saw Long Outyan and Hu Yueying. His face was immediately devoid of good humor. Sharp-tongued. Deserves a lifetime of unproductive stalls. Apparently also remembering how Long Ao Tian looked when he scolded her at school. She had never been the one to scold others, and it was the first time she had been scolded by an 18-year-old kid who couldn't lift his head. The corner of Yi Liangchen's mouth hooked into a smile as he slowly got down from the car, hands in his pockets, teasingly looking at the scene in front of him. Oh, Hu Yuing, you have no idea what you've lost. The dream of Ying Ying, who was a financial and business goddess. The gold content is simply self-evident. But now, without thinking about it, she has already guessed that she was dragged down by Long Ao Tian. This one, if she didn't go to redeem her herself, she might only be able to work in some lowly occupation in her life. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen suddenly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Mom, let's go back first. Go back? Well, go back. I have my own plans. Long Ao Tian dared to insult you in front of me. I will not let him go. I will make sure he knows what happens when he offends me. Looking at her good treasure's spirited appearance, Yi Mother was really touched in her heart, worthy of being her own good treasure. Since the good boy had said so, he had no choice but to take him back. When we get home, Yi Liangchen thought for a moment and spoke. Mom, can you give me some money? Yi Mother doted on her son and naturally would not refuse. Getting the money, Yi Liangchen went back to his room and took out a white shirt and black tight pants from the closet. After putting it on, straightening his back, looking at his mature and handsome self in the mirror, he combed his hair into a grown-up look as well, and then couldn't help but let out a light laugh. From one moment to the next, the distance between us will only grow bigger and bigger. With those words, he turned and left the house. Perry, who bought a good meal on his way back. From afar, he saw Long Ao Tian saying something to three beautiful sisters who were about 20 years old, making the three beautiful sisters laugh. Obviously the three beautiful sisters were gone, and then Lung poked his head out to take a look at the three of them beautiful legs again. Looking at Long Ao Tian's actions, Perry, who pursed his lips, looked at the three beautiful sister, the upper half of the body wearing a halter cool do navel sexy clothes, the lower body shorts bare outside the long legs. Subconsciously comparing the short sleeves and long pants on himself, he hung his eyes. Tired? Look at you wilting. Go home and rest in a while. Looking at Ying Hu Yu wilting back with the food, Long Ao Tian said with concern. Hu Yueying glanced at Long Ao Tian with a grudging glance and turned her back to him. Chapter 102, No one helps me to aspire to the green clouds. I'll step on snow to the peak of the mountain. No one helps me to aspire to the green clouds. I will tread the snow to the top of the mountain. The voice came before the person even appeared. Long Ao Tian, who was eating a boxed lunch, froze for a moment and didn't resist looking up. On the other hand, on the other side with her back to Long Ao Tian, Hu Yuing, who was a bit annoyed in her heart anyway, simply ignored the voice. Soon, a figure with one hand in his pocket appeared in front of Long Ao Tian's stall. If it's not Yi Liangchen or who. At the moment, he had his hair combed into a grown-up look, a white shirt, black leggings, and a wristwatch on his wrist, giving him the look of a successful man. Yi Liangchen looked at Long Outyan and Hu Yueying, the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile, and he did not move and turned the wristwatch on his hand, highlighting his outstanding, mature, as well as different. Hello guys, I didn't expect to meet again. Yi Liangchen kept a bland smile on his cheeks. From the inside out, it exudes a strong sense of superiority. It's just because Long Ao Tian is selling clothes at a stall with Ying Hu Yu. It's an ineffable sense of contrast, and that sense of contrast is in the stalls, front and back. Yi Liangchen stood in front of the stall. He was the customer, and the customer was God. Long Ao Tian and Hu Yuing stood behind the stall. Then he himself was their God. Hu Yuing looked at him and directly withdrew her gaze. For this person she was not the slightest will to want to take care of. Noticing Hu Yueying's gaze, Yi Liangchen's eyes flickered slightly. For this former treasure girl, Yi Liangchen's heart now only had endless sighs. Are you so inferior even to look at yourself now? Oh, if she would have chosen herself in the first place, she wouldn't be in this position now, eating boxed lunches, setting up stalls, and looking at people's faces to earn this pathetic little bit of money. The funny thing was that she had no idea what she had lost, and it was all because of Long Ao Tian. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen secretly clenched his fist. How do you sell these clothes? Long Ao Tian raised his eyes to Yi Liangchen. Do you have money? Yi Liangchen frowned slightly, and in his heart, he couldn't help but slander. This guy is really a coarse person, talking about money without moving. Of course in my heart I thought this, but on the surface I just smiled bashfully. Of course, 99 for the top. 100 if the pants. Give you a discount 200 to take it away. Long Aotian said and had already packed the clothes and handed them over towards Yi Liangchen. Looking at the clothes handed over by Long Aotian, Yi Liangchen couldn't take it, nor could he not answer it. This guy is obviously treating himself like a cutie. To slaughter himself. If you don't answer it, the way you just pretended to be a successful person will set you off without any face. For a moment Yi Liangchen's mouth twitched. Didn't I just hear inside the loudspeaker that it was $19 a piece? Cut. Long Aotian face contemptuous cut a sound. No money still learn others to pretend cabs. A little fart face do not want. Sound of escaping laughter. Hearing this, Hu Yueying really didn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. Obviously, Hu did not say a single word, but it seemed as if 1,000 words had been conveyed in an instant. This snort deeply hurt Yi Liangchen's fragile heart. Who said I don't have any money? Yi Liangchen directly slapped $300 on Long Aotian's small table. Long Aotian glanced at it and smoothly loaded another short sleeve for Yi Liangchen. Looking at Long Aotian's move, Yi Liangchen wanted to speak out to stop it, but due to the face of a successful persona, he hardened his teeth and did not speak out. Inwardly, I keep telling myself that it's only $300, and in the future, I can make $3 million at any time, so this $300 is just a way to get rid of the beggars. Long Aotian raised his eyebrows and looked Yi Liangchen up and down. You're not heartbroken, are you? Of course not. It's just the money for me to go to the store to get a haircut. Yi Liangchen smiled bashfully pretending to be indifferent. Long Aotian handed $300 to Hu. Find him $1. Just now there is still a little bit of sulking Long Hu. At this moment she handed to their eyes of $300. After all, did not hold back. To Long Aotian a bright smile. $300. That's enough to sell a lot of clothes. Inwardly, he was even more certain that Yi Liangchen, this person, was definitely not very good in the head. Putting Chim Chim in his small bag, he took out $1 and handed it to Lung. She didn't want to bother with Yi Liangchen. Nah, looking for your money. Looking at the dollar in front of him, Yi Liangchen's eyes twitched. $300 ah, that's 300 ah. How he wanted to take this dollar, and then ruthlessly smashed it on Long Aotian's face, saying, old man lacks $1? But the truth is that he has to take the bus back later. Without moving, he pocketed the dollar. Then with a flash of light in his eyes, he removed the cigarettes from his pocket in passing. Excuse me, allow me to have one. After saying that with a cigarette in his mouth, he turned his face sideways and lit the cigarette while displaying his sharp jawline perfectly as well. The whole smoking thing is a sign of coolness in the eyes of girls and a symbol of boys becoming mature. Took a hard inhale, then raised his head 45 degrees, slowly closed his eyes, showing an intoxicated look, and finally exhaled it a little bit, at least in the aspect of compulsion. Yi Liangchen always held it to death, clapping the cigarette in his hand. I hope it didn't affect you guys. The words were addressed to Long Aotian, but his eyes kept looking at Hu Yueying. I don't know if Hu Yueying was mesmerized by the way he smoked. In the dream, as soon as I smoked, Treasure Girl, White Moonlight, and Little Qingmei, they would all ask themselves worriedly if something was bothering them lately. Hu Yueying secretly lowered her eyes. The way Yi Liangchen pretended to be a bully and the way he looked at himself would give her a feeling of nausea. Your eyes are disgusting. Long Aotian really understood Hu Yueying too well. Her eyes, he was able to read them. Some words Hu Yueying cannot say. Then he has a big brother to say for her. Yi Liangchen's cigarette clamped in his fingers shook. He knew that Long Aotian was vulgar but he didn't expect him to be so vulgar. At least, he had just spent $300 to purchase something from him. And no matter what the mentality was, even if he had a problem with himself, he shouldn't have said it directly to his face. People like that deserve to never make any money in their lives. Long Aotian didn't care what he thought. He only knew that his so well-behaved little follower didn't like and detested him. That alone was enough. Yi Liangchen right. I'm a person with a small heart and a bad temper. Especially the most protective. You don't want to get beaten up. Just mind your own eyes. It's really lewd and disgusting. Yi Liangchen's face turned green when he heard this. This was humiliating himself. Naked personal injury. Is it because you're scared? Is it sensing a crisis in yourself? Afraid of appearing in front of Perry Hu? Afraid that he would attract Perry Hu's attention? So madly targeting herself? Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen smiled. Anxious. Long Aotian was anxious. The more anxious he was, the more he himself had to remain elegant so that he could create a stark contrast in front of Hu Yueying. I know there is some misunderstanding between us, but Before Yi Liangchen could finish his words, he directly scattered his legs and ran away. Because he saw Long Aotian pick up the bench, it felt as if he dared to say one more word. He would dare to open his head. I beg you all to send power. 5 stars, plus bookshelves. Thank you a million times over. Chapter 103, Spring is not always perfect. However, Long Aotian just carried the bench to Huiyu's side and sat down to continue eating. Looking at Long Aotian's action, Huiying suddenly thought of Long Aotian's earlier embarrassment when he drank fruit beer and then scared Yi Liangchen into bruising his nose by himself, and she couldn't help but giggle out softly. You're so bad, Brother Long. You're doing it on purpose. Yikes. Laughing whose mouth just puckered up so much it could hang a wine bottle. Come on, give my brother another smile. Hearing that Long Aotian is flirting with himself, Hu immediately turned her back to Long Aotian, not letting him see the corner of her upturned lips. Bad dragon brother. Colorful dragon brother. Wait for me to grow up a bit. I will definitely be more beautiful than them. Muttered in a particularly low voice. All along Huiying knew how she looked. Ever been pestered by boys and targeted by girls, mostly because of their looks. No girl does not love beauty. That is, Huiying is no exception. But at that time she preferred to look ugly, and did not want to be scolded as a fox charming child, and did not want to be targeted and bullied. But now she was glad that she looked good. Girls more or less have some vanity. She thought wait for her to grow up a bit, when she also wear that kind of suspenders. Shorts, also must let Long Aotian look hard at themselves. It's a change in mindset. This is the confidence that belongs to Hu herself. At this moment, Huiying's inner outer have been under the influence of Long Aotian, subconsciously changed. Now Hu, you can hardly see the once low self-esteem and bloom from her. Bloomy girls can have spring, too. Spring isn't always perfect, but it sure does bloom quietly. Huiyu quietly glanced at Long Aotian and realized that he was so good that he ate all the chicken legs in 2 or 3 bites, lightly biting her lips. Looking at the chicken leg in her boxed lunch, she lowered her eyes and used her chopsticks to give it to Long Aotian. I can't eat anymore. I didn't move the chicken leg. After saying that, also did not wait to see what expression Long Aotian is, hurriedly turned around. Pure and beautiful little face rises up a touch of redness. Long Aotian looked at the chicken legs in the boxed lunch, and then looked at Huiying, who had only eaten so little, thinking whether it was too hot, causing her to lose her appetite. After 3 bites, he got up and walked out. Looking at Long Aotian's back as he left, Huiying sat obediently in front of the stall and waited for him. It seemed that waiting for Long Aotian had become a habit for Huiyu. She doesn't find it boring, but enjoys it. Why is the little girl alone? Where is your boyfriend? The older sister asked with a son aged 14 or 15. Smiling, this big sister sold a short sleeve here in the morning time. Huiying received her money, so there is an impression. But for what her big sister said, Huiying's little face blushed and her voice was so light. So light, so light. She said, he had something to go out. Why is the little girl still blushing? Big sister looked at Huiying's shy expression and couldn't help but make a snide remark. No blushing. Huiying turned her face away in embarrassment. Whose behavior can really make her big sister exclaim that the little girl is so cute. $19 a short-sleeved. She took home to her son to wear a try. Quite good. The key is cheap. So this is not again with their own children over the thought of buying 2 more to wear. After all, boys love to play in dress fee. The boy picked out 2 pieces, and after Huiying found a good size, he packed them up. After big sister paid and left, it wasn't long before Long Aotian walked back with something in his hand. Here, lobster congee, snowdrops. Huiying looked at the things placed in front of her. Her heart rose and fell slightly. Did Lung go out just to buy these things for himself? Long Aotian's finger poked Hu's forehead. What's the point of being stupid? Eat quickly. Lung has to make money now. I can't take care of you if you're starving. Listening to Long's words, Huiying slightly lowered her eyes. Liar. I said I couldn't care less about myself. But I went ahead and purchased these things for myself. Obviously so good to himself. Obviously in his heart is caring for himself. He should be happy. Is happy, but I do not know why. Eyes suddenly sour. It's not that Hu didn't feel the goodness of others. In fact, during the time when her parents first left, there were quite a few people who came to help her and her grandparents. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, they chose to withdraw their mercy. 2 old and 1 young. Such a life seems to end at a glance. So Huiying was reluctant to accept help from others because she was afraid that the people who helped her would eventually think she was a nuisance and choose to leave. But in the little 6 months since the transfer, she'd received help from Lon more than just once. Once, twice, 3 times, countless times. Long Aotian looked at Huiyu, bowed her head. Her heart is still a little strange. The little girl's mind is getting harder and harder to guess. What's wrong? Okay, I won't talk about you next time. Long Aotian said with a smile. Originally wanted to tease Huiyu, but saw a teardrop, like an angel with broken wings, fall on top of the ground. Just as Long Aotian said, He could accept many things, but only could not accept a girl shedding tears in front of him. It was a bit of a handful. What's going on here? Don't cry. Hu Yuing tried to calm herself down and was amused and touched when she saw Lung's hand wringing. Lung, I'm fine. I'm just a little touched. Long Aotian breathed a sigh of relief. No touching. I'll really whack you if you're crying. Looking at Long Aotian, Hu Yuing tightly clutched her clothes with her fingers. The words Yi Liangchen had said kept floating in her mind. Why do you think he's treating you well? It's because he's going to play with your body. She didn't believe Yi Liangchen's words, so she finally mustered up the courage to ask, why are you being so nice to me? Brother Long? The hell with it? Who's nice to you? Brother Long said it. You said it. Having been in contact with Lung for so long, she knew that the words were Lung's way of perfuming himself. Long Aotian didn't have a good temper. Because you're worth it. Hu Yuying's heart involuntarily trembled. Her heartbeat also messed up the beat at this moment. She slightly sideways head, not dare to look at him again, but her fingertips unconsciously clenched the corner of the coat. She thought a lot about what Lung would say. In fact, no matter what Lung said, he was able to accept it himself. But the only thing I didn't realize was that it was only because I was worth it. One sentence quieted Hu Yuing, repeating the words over and over again in his head. It's like having your heart wrapped in layers of icing, and you can't help but want to listen to it again and again. In an instant, the fog of the young girl's ignorance was dispersed, and Hu Yuing seemed to see her heart clearly at once. Chapter 104, I have found my own light. A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. Even the young girl, who had shed a few tears a moment ago, was now able to happily hold and eat the snowdrops. This self-regulation ability of yours is really terrifyingly strong. Long Aotian laughed. Then is Brother Long going to see me cry? Ing Huyu seriously looked at Long Aotian and asked in a small voice. Little girl even dares to flirt with Big Brother now. Has it been too long since I whacked you? Looking at Long Aotian clenching his fists, Ing Huyu obediently held the snowflake due. So scared. No. I'm wrong, Brother Long. As soon as Long Aotian grabbed the back of his neck, Hu Yuing shrank her neck and looked at Long Aotian blearily. Brother Long. Damn it, damn it, damn it. On the other side, Yi Liangchen, who had been quietly paying attention to this side, saw this scene. His heart was dripping blood, but there was nothing he could do but roar in impotent rage. Although he couldn't hear what Long Aotian and Hu Yuing said, he could see Long Aotian's fist-clenching movement and the way he choked Hu Yuying's neck. Damnable Long Aotian. You've had enough of playing around and casually bullying someone who was a treasure of my dreams. At this moment Yi Liangchen let out a bitter smile. Although Hu Yuing treated herself like that, but seeing this scene, Yi Liangchen's heart ached. It was a real heartache. He used to think that he was able to be ruthless. He used to think that the fact that Perry who had fallen to this state was a consequence of her not choosing herself. But now it seems that one has always been unable to be ruthless. I really am still a kind person. Sighing slightly, now you should also know what kind of person Long Aotian is, right? He will only drag you down, while I will save you from the darkness. Suddenly Yi Liangchen's eyes lit up, because he saw Hu Yuing get up and leave the stall. Seeing this, Yi Liangchen hurriedly followed closely. Long Aotian, this will Hu Yuing look too tight. Do not want to let himself including other people close to Hu Yuing. Now for himself is completely a good opportunity. Thinking of this, the eyes that looked at Long Aotian narrowed slightly, like a poisonous snake emitting a grim aura. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then don't blame me for being a chow thief and putting a hat on you. After saying this, Yi Liangchen straightened his clothes and walked around in a circle towards the direction where Hu Yuing left. It's a public restroom. After arriving here, Yi Liangchen leaned on top of the wall outside the toilet and raised his eyes 45 degrees, revealing a lonely and melancholic demeanor. Soon a silhouette stepped out of the bathroom. The corner of Yi Liangchen's mouth hooked up in a decent smile, softly calling out, Yucking. Hearing someone call herself, Hu Yuing turned around and looked at her. When she saw that it was Yi Liangchen, Hu Yuing just turned around as if she didn't see it. Yi Liangchen laughed softly in a low voice. For Hu Yuing to see herself turn around and leave, he thought that Hu Yuing had low self-esteem in the face of her mature and confident self. If she had chosen herself in the first place, she would definitely not be reduced to accompanying Long Aotian to set up a stall now. Rushing to catch up, Hu Yuing, to be honest, once upon a time, I was already planning to give up the helping complex, but seeing you now, I decided to redeem you. Your life wasn't supposed to be like this. Your life was supposed to be glorious. The more Yi Liangchen said, the more excited he became, as if he had already seen the confident, elegant business goddess in his dream. Only if you stay with me and let me redeem you, will you be able to go to the top of your life and become the all-important business goddess. Hu Yuing stopped her steps. The dislike in her eyes for Yi Liangchen could not be hidden. Yi Liangchen, we are not familiar with each other at all. And I don't know what kind of mentality you have, thinking that I am living a very bad life right now. What I'm trying to tell you is that I'm fine. Really fine. And I don't need you to redeem me. How about you redeem someone else? Lung said that one should live one's life for oneself and not climb over others. Each one will get out of their own way. If one's success was dependent on Yi Liangchen, then this life one would rather not have. Yi Liangchen froze for a moment, his gaze revealing a few moments of disbelief. You? What are you saying? Do you know what you're saying? Long Aotian is like a puddle of mud. The end result of you being with him is to be covered in mud. And you can see the head of a life like that at a glance. Do you want to follow Long Aotian for the rest of your life and live a miserable life? Don't you want to have an exquisite life? Living in a multi-million-dollar villa and going out in a pick of luxury cars. You can actually become very picky. Speaking here, Yi Liangchen looked closely at Ing Hu, afraid to miss a single expression on her face. And I can help you realize all of this. Ing Hu smiled. In the sunlight, her smile was beautiful, very beautiful. When Yi Liangchen saw the smile, his heartbeat accelerated in a split second. So you're willing to be with me? The words were directly interrupted by Perry, who before they were finished. You're wrong. Yi Liangchen was stunned. What? What do you mean? Long Aotian is not rotten. In my heart he is better than everything in the world, whereas you are very bad in my eyes. At least Long Aotian never speaks ill of others behind people's backs. As the words fell, Hu Yuing smiled sweetly at the corner of her mouth. If I really need salvation, then I think I've already found the light that belongs to me. Hu Yuing is a timid person. These words can't be said when facing Long Aotian. Stop following me. I actually hate you, and I hate the way you look at me even more. After saying that, Hu Yuing welcomed the light and walked towards the front. She knew that there was another person who liked to worry for herself waiting for her in front. That's someone who feels like he deserves it. You will regret it. Yi Liangchen said in a deep voice as he looked at the departing Hu Yuing. But Hu Yuing did not say a word. Foot accelerated pace seems to tell Yi Liangchen in a silent. She does not regret. Why? Why is it like this? Obviously I am pulling you back to the right path. Obviously I just want to redeem you. Yi Liangchen muttered as he looked at Hu Yuing's fading back. Ryoko. Yi Liangchen's gaze gradually became gloomy. Since you want to degrade yourself, then I will no longer care about you. In your last life you had me with you in the dream, so you were able to go on to success. And in this life without me, I want to see if you can still go on to success. He had even thought of Long Aotian's irresponsible appearance. Even already thought of the miserable end of Ing Hu Yuing, who should have shown in the university, with a big belly and a haggard face, and had to take care of Long Aotian. I will prove to you just how wrong your choices really are. From the moment you took Long Aotian as the one who illuminated the darkness of your life, you have already lost. The words are like this, but Yi Liangchen is not willing is really not willing Damn it. It's obvious that Long Aotian is the asshole who forced you, just because he possessed your body. So you'd rather choose a lousy guy like him than me? You're so stupid. It's Long Aotian who doesn't deserve you. Chapter 105, Why Feel Embarrassed? Yi Liangchen had one sentence that was particularly true. That's where no comparison hurts. With Yi Liangchen's comparison, Hu Yuing looked at Long Aotian. Simply how to look at him. Seeing Long Aotian from afar, perhaps even she herself didn't realize just how sweet the smile on her face was, and just how attached the eyes looking at him were. Jogging over closer, dragon. Aha. Long Aotian strangely glanced at Ing Hu Yu, feeling that this girl just went out to go to the restroom. Why did she become so hyper after coming back? Coming to Long Aotian's side, he gasped slightly and looked at him seriously, taking a deep breath to calm his inner emotions. You're so handsome. Lung. You're so gentle. Dragon. Dragon, you are the world's #1 good. Finished in one breath, Hu Yuing breathed a sigh of relief, and then beautifully went to the side to start packing and organizing things. Long Aotian stiffened. His heart suddenly missed a beat. A fluttering somehow made his heart beat a little faster. The face of the flesh can be seen red. 2 feet keep grinding on the ground. Seems to have a few overwhelmed. Let you cheeky. Also did not let you not reserved. I have not even ready it. This strange let a person embarrassed. Hu Yuing turned her back to Long Aotian to organize the goods. But in fact, her heart is also like a deer in the headlights. The small hand couldn't help but put it on top of the cheek. Feeling the hot sensation coming from her face, Hu Yuing closed her eyes tightly with pretense of remorse. She is also too powerful. So shameful words. She said it in one breath. Sure enough, my own skin has been slowly thickening. Will still blush, though, but will work on myself. After a while, it looked like it had been a while since anyone had come. Long Aotian and Hu Yuing then packed up and went home. Today's revenue is $3.450. 725 for one person. After Long Aotian's enlightenment, plus the fact that he really needed money, Hu Yuing is not as entangled as before, but treats it as a favor. One will pay back later, for sure. However, looking at so much little money, Hu Yuing was still very happy to hold the little money and happily lay down on the bed. It was true that there was meat to be had by following Brother Lung, so it wouldn't be long before he could save up enough money to pay for tuition to the University of A himself. Carefully placing the small amount of money in her small vault, she walked into the kitchen and began to cook and eat for Long Aotian. Not to mention, the little fortune hunter is so happy that he seems to be full of energy to cook. What's the little fortune hunter doing? It smells spicy out there. Spicy fried chicken, Perry Hu said smugly. I'll have to give you the bottom in a while. Ahem. Ing Huyu looked at Long Aotian strangely. It couldn't be that he was choking on the chili flavor, right? From memory, it seems that Brother Long also quite likes to eat chili. Dragon, you go out first. Choke here. I'll be done in a minute. Aha. It was a late closing today. Plus the spicy fried chicken took a long time to make. I don't realize it's getting dark. Long Aotian moved a table outside, blowing the natural wind, much more comfortable than in the room. Soon Ing Huyu also served the spicy fried chicken on the table. Sitting in the courtyard with a small lamp, a table and a pair of people is an indescribable coziness that has nothing to do with anything else. How do you feel these 2 days? Long Aotian wiped the sweat on his head and asked. Even though he liked to eat spicy food, he was also spiced up. I don't know if you have this feeling. It's very spicy, so spicy that your tongue burns, but you still can't help but want to take 2 more bites. Hisha Ing Huyu opened her mouth and sucked in 2 mouthfuls of cool air. Her white and tender little face was red because of the spiciness, and it looked even softer and better to bully. I see different people every day. I didn't dare to talk to strangers before, but I do now. Hu Yuing laughed. Wouldn't feel ashamed, right? Long Aotian leaned back and leaned on the bench, but his eyes did not leave Ing Huyu. To be honest, Long Aotian's 18-year-old body had a 28-year-old soul living in it. He has experienced everything, and does not feel anything about it. Making money, how it is not shabby. That aside, a lot of people don't always have that kind of heart. Of course these are also related to age, experience. This statement is not absolute, but the truth is, if you ask high school or college students to set up stalls, they will subconsciously lose face. And in the end, it's pride. There's pride in everyone. 18 years old is a watershed. Some people enter the society, by the society to sharpen the nature, sharpen the arrogance, erase the edges, become mature. There are those who enter college, and from that moment on the arrogance in them climbs to a kind of zenith, because they have been through 1,000 armies and have managed to throw down a large part of them. Their arrogance is to have bragging capital, which is also known as having their eyes above the ground. The self-righteous, highly educated, and self-righteous think that busking is an inferior occupation, and that they didn't work hard to get into college in order to busk. There is nothing wrong with thinking this way. Just like there are people who survive by running a stall, but there are always people who still look down on the industry. It's like taking out a high school student or a college student at random and asking them to sit on the street with a booth in front of them. Watching people come and go on the street, they will blush and be ashamed and even stutter when they speak. Especially when the next person to come to their stall is still their own classmate, the heart will feel a little shame. Of course, having just said that the statement is not absolute, similar to people in special family situations, making money well, not shabby. Hu Yuying's recent change Long Aotian is in his eyes. These changes do not only refer to the outside, but also the inside. If you meet Yi Liangchen today, it's not unlikely that you'll meet someone from the same class tomorrow. There will always be someone to look down on. That's the human norm. Perry whose tough exterior hides a sensitive heart. Long Aotian didn't want Ing Huyu's character, which had changed with great difficulty, to create cracks. Kind people always get hurt and then fall into self-doubt. It will only digest the emotions silently on its own, and when it can't, it silently accumulates them in its mind. Hu Yuing is always reluctant to think too badly of people, but while there are a lot of good people in this world, there is no shortage of natural-born ES who never feel the burden of hurting people, but instead take pleasure in it. It was necessary for Long Aotian to let Ing Huyu cognizant of this and take a precaution in advance. Just like Yi Liangchen, what he did today was not to humiliate himself in disguise. If it weren't for himself, if it were anyone else, who could guarantee that he wouldn't be mounted by Yi Liangchen? Strike? Why should I feel ashamed? Hu Yuying's beautiful eyes flickered with fine light, as if they were twinkling stars in the night sky, only with an extra touch of vividness. Thank you for the gift, but don't eat a meal less because of the gift. Nah, thank you. Also trying to pick up the pace. Chapter 106, Do you want to force me to die? Hu Yuying seriously looked at Long Aotian. Long, I know what you want to say. You look at me. Look at me well. I am now not when anyone can take a pinch of the soft persimmon. I really have been changing. Speaking here, Hu Yuing also learns from Long Ao Tian's appearance. Leaning on top of the chair, slightly lifting her eyes can see the night sky. After knowing Brother Long, I have been becoming strong. When I'm not wrong, I don't fall into self-doubt. And whoever is trying to put a label on me, it's not me. I am not what they see me as. I see others as I am. I've done nothing wrong. And whoever says something nasty to me only proves in disguise that he himself is that way, and won't constitute 1,000,000% of me. Long Ao Tian unconsciously hooked a smile at the corner of his mouth as he listened to Hu Yuying's words. Turns out she remembers it all. Turns out she really never forgets. He was completely blindly worrying. Hu Yuying was far more powerful and unwavering than he had imagined. It was quite good. Hu Yuying pursed her lips and lowered her eyes. Sneaking a look at Long Ao Tian, I will love myself unreservedly. I'm better than anyone else. Because I'm worth it in Dragon's eyes. I'll go forward. Looking at the smile on Long Ao Tian's face, Hu Yuying's heart cried out. Thinking of you for heart. How can I not be excellent? It's not easy for me to catch the light. And how can I dare to give up halfway? But the timid Hu Yuying only dared to cry out in her heart. Because she also felt that it seemed too ambiguous in that case. 18-year-old youth is beautiful. 18-year-old crush is heartfelt. 18-year-old Hu Yuying stroked her beating heart and seemed to be happy about her youthful and ignorant love. Not bad. Not bad. The little girl has grown up. Long Ao Tian was deeply pleased. I was already big, okay. Hu Yuying does not rely on Long Ao Tian anymore. Always treating herself as a child. She is 18 years old. Not small anymore. Neither continued to speak for the next few moments. Instead looking up at the stars. The moon is full today and the stars are shining tonight. It was the day of the score check. Long Ao Tian brought Hu Yuying to the internet cafe. Take it easy. Look at how nervous you are. Long Ao Tian looked at the nervous Hu Yuying beside him and couldn't help but laugh. But I'm just nervous. No nerves. You're so good at studying and you're still nervous. It's making me a little nervous. I'm not nervous anymore. So don't be nervous either. Brother Long. Hu Yu said in a small voice. How could he know that the nervousness within Hu Yuying came more from Long Ao Tian? Taking a deep breath, Long Ao Tian first inputted Hu's information. 688. Seeing this score, Long Ao Tian instantly jumped up. It felt as if he himself had scored so many points on the exam. 688 points. 688 points. 28 points higher than the admission line of University A. Hu Yuying, you're too good. On the other hand, in the face of the jumped-up Long Ao Tian, Hu Yuying's performance was a bit too calm. Taking advantage of the time when Long Ao Tian jumped up, Hu Yuying took a deep breath, suppressed her inner trembling, and inputted Long Ao Tian's information. Yes, 518. Brother Long, you scored 518 on the exam. Hu Yuying's originally nervous heart instantly turned into excitement. Excitedly hugging Long Ao Tian's arm, speaking with a slight tremor in her voice. It was obvious that she was also experiencing extreme excitement. Long Ao Tian froze for a moment, watching Perry Hu's ecstatic look. This moment made the original noisy internet cafe become a bit eclipsed, as if the whole world was infected by her happy and joyful alone. Great, 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 great. Dragon can go to Kyoto together too. After Hu Yu finished being happy, she realized that Long Ao Tian was looking at herself blankly. Hu raised her small hand and shook it in front of Long Ao Tian. Brother Long, we can go to Kyoto together. Yeah, I can go to Kyoto too. Long Ao Tian came back to his senses. The whole person was instantly filled with vigor and excitement again. I can go to T University. I'm really lucky, ha 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 ha. Not caring that Hu Yu was still wrapping her arms around herself, she cheerfully raised her hand and rubbed it on her head, messing up her hair. Hu Yu did not care about the hair that was messed up, tilted her head up and looked at Long Ao Tian seriously. Brother Long, you are not a traitor, luck. You got into the exam with your own efforts. That period of special training in writing questions had turned Lung, such an energetic person, into a wilted one. So Lung wasn't a traitorous, luck. Yes, yes, happy today. Brother Lung will take you to eat something delicious. Don't you save it for Lung. Eat it with an open stomach. This day is destined to be a day of joy for some and sorrow for others. I can't accept it at all. Yi Liangchen looked at the score that popped up in the computer and gripped his hair in a death grip, as if he couldn't accept it. Let's not talk about Yi Liangchen. It was Ye's father, who was at the side, and Ye's mother who were unbelievable. 129 points? It's as good as a joke. Liangchen, is this a mistake? It was still Ye's father who reacted first and asked out loud. Yi mother's face also gradually became ugly. Thinking back, a few days ago in the neighborhood blowing awesome look, she now only felt ashamed of her face. Both of them set their eyes on Yi Liangchen, noticing the gazes of the two. Yi Liangchen clenched his fists in death. I'm being targeted. I must be the one being targeted. The matter of the college entrance examination is related to their children's life. and parents are very concerned about it. It was time to call the school right away. Yi mother's speed was too fast. Yi Liangchen couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. As a teacher hearing that Yi Liangchen's grades might be wrong, she is also more put in mind, although she has no good feelings for Yi Liangchen's mother. But after all, Yi Liangchen is her own student. After checking the scores, the class teacher spoke Yi Liangchen's score. How can it be 129 points? Are you mistaken? 6 subjects. My son is not retarded. How can he score 129 points? The speaker has no intention of listening. Yi Liangchen's face turned green when he heard this. There's nothing the classroom teacher can do about it. Official data grades are usually not wrong. Remind Yi mother that if you disagree with the results, you can bring your ID card and pass to the educational testing center to review the results. Yi father, Yi mother immediately ready to review their son's results, and also constantly consoled, son is fine. Mom and dad this and you go to review the results. Yi Liangchen lowered his head and was silent. Yi father, Yi mother called out twice. Yi Liangchen didn't have any reaction either. Just when Father Yi wanted to pull Yi Liangchen raised his head, his face already covered in tears. Are you guys trying to force me to die? Upon hearing this, Yi father and Yi mother both froze for a moment, and their hearts, which were originally anxious and on fire, suddenly calmed down at this moment. What's wrong with you, good boy? Mom and dad are all bent on doing you good. How could they harm you? For my own good? What would the others think of me if they knew about this score of 129? When I think of the way they look at me, when I think of the way they look at mom and dad, my heart, it hurts so bad. It hurts so bad that I can barely breathe, he said and fell towards the ground. This scene simply scared Yi father. Yi mother rushed forward to support Yi Liangchen. Mom and dad, I want to go to school. I want to keep going to school. You know I've always been good at it, and you believe in me. I'm going to excel in the future. That's my confidence. Yi Liangchen said sincerely. Spend money to find a relationship to send me to school. Don't let anyone know that I scored 129 on the exam. I really can't afford to lose this person. After saying this, he slowly closed his eyes, and the moment he did so, 2 lines of tears slowly slid down from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 107, Greedy and Lustful. After checking the scores, Long Aotian took Ying Huyu for 3 days to celebrate. After all the fun and excitement, the days gradually fell into a dull routine. For the next little while, even if she was alone, Huyuing was able to keep an organized eye on the stall by herself. Long Aotian, on the other hand, took advantage of this time to register for a driver's license. Before crossing over, Long Aotian could drive. And retaking a driver's license in this world was not to say it was particularly easy, but it was always not difficult. Time always slips away without notice. This day Huyuing sat on a small bench, resting her cheek with one hand and looking at the cloudy sky. I don't know how Long's exams went today. Subjects 1 to 3. Lung is a handful of passes. Today Lung went to start subject 4. In my heart I know that Lung is surely no problem, but still subconsciously think about him and worry about him. Thinking of Long Aotian, Huyuing shyly covered her face with both hands, feeling so embarrassed. Rumbling. Electricity flashed and thundered in the cloudy sky, as a piece of rainwater fell on top of the ground, followed by countless rainwater forming a natural water curtain. Ying Huyu moved her own small bench to hide under the awning, and collected a large part of the clothes by the way. The roads of the bazaar were flowing with people, and soon the originally crowded and noisy bazaar became quiet. The sky is cloudy, the thunder is muffled, the awning was already old, and with such a sudden rainstorm washing over it, water stains were soon dripping down. Feeling the water stains dripping down to the body, Huyuing shrunk her neck a little bit and her hand cleaned up the action to speed up a few points. It's pouring. Long Aotian rode his bike in a hurry. His body had already been drenched. How's Lung? When has your dragon ever missed a shot? Long Aotian shook off his wet body, squatted on the ground, and helped Ying Huyu pack up the goods together. Gathering their things together, the two of them took shelter where there were no leaks, and together they looked out at the infinite curtain of rain. The dim sky, the sound of the rain hitting the awning, the sound of it falling to the ground. It was really soothing, the kind that comforts the mind and body. Brother Long, do you want to change your clothes? Huyuing looked at the wet Long Aotian on his body and asked. Then without waiting for Long Aotian to answer, Huyuing had already found clothes based on Long Aotian's body size. In fact, Long Aotian has long wanted to change it, but in the way of Ying Huyuing here, did not have the good sense. At this moment, Ying Huyuxing proposed. Coupled with a moment of rain is not necessarily small. Long Aotian did not refuse. After all, the feeling of clothes sticking to the body is really too difficult to bear. Don't you peek? Long Aotian joked. Who peeked? I'm not going to peek. Hu Yuing said and even covered her eyes with both hands. Seeing this, Long Aotian walked to the back and started to take off his clothes. A reddish color quietly climbed above his cheeks. A pair of watery, bright eyes blinked slightly in the fingers that covered her eyes. Subconsciously, he swallowed, his eyes not daring to linger on any part of it for more than a second. When Long Aotian changed his clothes and came back to parry Hu, he was taken aback. Are you alright? The small face, which was originally pure desire and white, was now covered with redness, and the wet eyes dodged from side to side, as if they were feverish. No, it's fine, Hu Yuing said with embarrassment, touching the forehead of Parry Hu Yu. There is no fever. Long Aotian's eyes narrowed slightly. Did you peep at me changing clothes? Take a look and put you to shame. The words were like a kitten that had been caught by the tail, and Hu Yuing hurriedly shook her head. No, I didn't peek. Really? Hearing this, Hu Yuing's already red little face became even redder. Looking at this little look of Hu Yu, Long Aotian couldn't help but want to tease her. TSK, big pervert. Hu Yu lowered her head and placed her hands on top of her cheeks, trying to use the temperature of her hands to lower the heat on her face. I'm not a big pervert. And greedy for money and horny. You are. Long Aotian laughed and poked her forehead with his finger. Hu Yuing quietly peeked at Long Aotian. His eyes inadvertently met. Long Aotian looked at Hu Yuing's soft and sticky appearance, can not help but laugh. See, Long Aotian laughed. Hu Yuing also followed the laugh. The rain was subsiding, and the people who had set up stalls in the surrounding market towns had already left, and those who hadn't were packing up their things. Long Aotian and Hu Yuing are also ready to call it a day early. After carrying the things to the car, Hu Yuing sat down obediently. Brother Long, I'm ready. Sit down and go. Start the tricycle towards the exit of the market town. Just stepped out not long ago. God always likes to joke with humans like that. The rain, which had already subsided, gradually increased again. Brother Long is raining heavily again. Hu Yu got up with one hand holding the frame of the car and one hand covering Long Aotian's head. Sit firmly, Long Aotian said and directly began to accelerate. People can go down to get out of the rain, but there's no place to keep the stuff sitting on the tricycle out of the rain. It was raining heavily, and it didn't take long for the clothes on both of them to get soaked. Years later, this rain is also especially clear in my memory. Years later, Hu Yuing remembered the rain, cannot help but smile, look a little smug. After returning home, Hu Yu jumped down from the car and quickly opened the door of the room for Long Aotian to drive the car in first. When Long Aotian came in, Hu Yuing shrank her neck and shivered, relocking the door. Hurry up and get changed. Long Aotian looked at Hu Yu's trembling body and pushed her into the living room, himself into the middle of the kitchen, filling water, firing, cutting ginger. Even Long Aotian, a big man, couldn't help but shiver. When the water boiled, added a little brown sugar to the ginger water. Just as he walked into the living room, Hu Yu, who had changed her clothes, also walked out of the bedroom. But even though she had already changed out of her wet clothes, Hu Yuing still shivered slightly because of the cold. Drink some brown sugar and ginger water first. Go into your room and lie down for a while. And for today's lunch, I'll let you taste Brother Long's handiwork. Looking at Long Aotian's busy, caring appearance, Hu Yuing's mouth unconsciously raised. The feeling of being cared about is so good. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and drink. Long Aotian looked at the dumbfounded Hu Yuing, couldn't help but bend down his body to see what she was dumbfounded about. In the face of Long Aotian's sudden leaning close, Hu Yuing breathed sharply. So close, ah. The brain instantly went blank, wanting to say something and having forgotten what to say. The heart beat violently and uncontrollably. In this moment the body seemed to no longer be under its own control, stepping forward as if this would bring it closer to Long Aotian was originally bent over, and Hu Yuing took a step forward and directly hit Long Aotian on top of his forehead. Silly, does it hurt? Long Aotian laughed, feeling that Hu Yuing's dumb look was too funny. He was just about to straighten up and hand the boiled brown sugar and ginger water to Hu Yuing. The next second the neck is encircled. No today. Ha. Chapter 108. This place has been filled up without realizing it. Feeling the touch between the lips and lips, Long Aotian's body seemed to flash an electric current. His heart trembled violently, breathing in the faint fragrance lingering on the tip of his nose, instinctively pulling away. Don't. For a while Long Aotian's brain was all buzzing. It was simply a mass of pulp. His heart was beating so much that he could not help himself. Even his breathing was a little unsteady. Hu Yuing timidly looked at the overwhelmed Long Aotian, felt the residual temperature on the lips, gathered courage, once again went forward on tiptoe. I said stop it. Long Aotian took a step back and a warm touch landed on his chin. Looking at Hu Yu in front of him, Long Aotian was at a loss for words. His hands were not his hands. His feet were not his feet, and finally rubbed his forehead. Do you know what you are doing? Huyu lowered her head and didn't say anything. She just looked up and nodded seriously after glancing at Long Aotian. The small living room was filled with a different kind of sentiment. Looking at the well-behaved Huyuing at this moment, Long Aotian wanted to say something, but in the end, he just sighed helplessly. Chagrined, he scratched his hair. I'll go ahead and cook. After saying that and without waiting for Huyu to speak, he directly left the place. Huyu stood still and did not move, just quietly listening to the sound of Long Aotian's footsteps that were gradually moving away. It wasn't until the sound of the kitchen door closing rang out that Huyuing turned around in a daze and looked in the direction of the kitchen. She was now a bit at a loss for words. The emotions of the moment just now made it seem as if she had forgotten herself. The heartbeat of that moment made her briefly forgetful, like she was lost, unable to help herself, hard to control. Fingertips gently brushed against the corners of her lips, listening to the sound of her heartbeat, and slowly lowered her head. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Long Aotian was breathing heavily, and only his constantly trembling fingers could reveal his inner turmoil at the moment. Standing in the kitchen, he took a deep breath, resisted the urge to look in the direction of the living room, and continued cooking in silence. The heart is so messy. Long Aotian, even on the day he crossed over, has not been so messy. Deep inside seems to have a voice repeating, out of control. You're out of control. Everything is all out of control. The meal was ready, but the heart was not still. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the bamboo curtain and walked into the middle of the living room. In the living room, Huyu is sitting on the sofa, seeing Long Aotian come in, even if she has the intention to pretend to be calm. The clenched fingertips fully indicate that her mood at this moment is still a bit flustered. Seeing Huyu's flustered informal appearance, Long Aotian also turned his head away uncomfortably. For a while even Long Aotian didn't know what to say. The atmosphere seemed to have fallen into a brief awkwardness, but in the midst of the awkwardness there was a hint of unspeakable flavor. After thinking about it, Long Aotian still said, yucking you are still small now. I'm not small anymore. I'm already 18. Technically I'm an adult. Huyuing didn't raise her head, but she also spoke her inner thoughts. Long Aotian scratched his head. What I mean is, you are still small in my eyes. I have always treated you as a female, taking care of you like a sister. Do you understand? Huyuing secretly lowered her eyes, recalling the bits and pieces between herself and Long. From the beginning, Long took care of himself as a little follower, and with the passage of time, the two became more and more familiar with each other. It couldn't be denied that Long had indeed always been the one to take care of himself. Ryoga said slowly, I know. Hearing this, Long Aotian let out a sigh of relief. Come and eat, taste and see if brother's handiwork is good. Huyuing raised her eyes and nodded. But we're not brother and sister. And I hear your heartbeat too. I hear it. Quietly look at Long Aotian. Huyuing can get into the well-known university in Kyoto. She is not stupid. On the contrary, she is very smart. Having lost both parents as a child, she could best visualize the other's emotions. When her heart used to beat violently when facing Long, she herself thought it was happiness, excitement, and even thought it was moving. But a sentence, you are worth it, let Huyuing momentarily look at his heart. She knows it is not so. She'd heard it in Lung, too, belonging to a heartbeat that beat violently for its own acceleration, a heartbeat as violent and joyous as his own. The moment she lost her concentration and kissed Lung, she saw hesitation in his eyes. Shock. It was hesitation and shock, not disgust, not dislike. The two weren't speaking a word at the end of the meal. After eating, Huyuing began to pack up her things. Nothing seems to have changed. Long Aotian left the living room and stood in the courtyard. He coughed dryly twice and cleared his throat. There is something going on during this period of time. I can't come over often, so take good care of yourself. Huyuing, who was brushing the dishes, froze in her hands. Dumbfounded, she looked at Long Aotian, not knowing how to speak. The sudden sense of loss made her at a loss for words. Seeing Huyu's lost eyes, Long Aotian looked away and chose not to see it. From the moment they wanted to help Perry Hu, the relationship between them slowly got better, slowly getting closer and closer. It was unrealistic to go off to college soon, and one couldn't be there for her all the time. The same wanted to leave himself and Huyuing enough time to calm down. Gratitude and dependence are not the same as liking. Perry, who is still small, she cannot distinguish between it, does not matter. That is because she has not yet gone to a higher, broader platform, will always recognize their own hearts. If by that time she will still be determined to choose. Hiss, it's still a little cold today. Let's go. Without waiting for Huyu to speak, Long Aotian opened the door and walked out. Huyu put down the dishes in her hand and hurriedly followed out. Looking at Long Aotian's gradually far away back, her heart also seemed to be buried by this pattering rain. Walking on the road, meet familiar people. Long Aotian always weak, unconsciously avoid each other's gaze, although the other just want to lend him an umbrella. Keep turning on the bathroom shower until you get home. Long Aotian slowly exhaled a breath. The violent beating coming from his heart made him unable to resist using his hand to gently press his chest in an attempt to calm his turbulent mood. Cell phone vibration. Long Aotian consciously went to take the phone, but the moment he touched it, he was a little hesitant, but eventually picked up the phone. Wiping off the watery mist left on the screen of his cell phone, he returned to his room. Enter the penguin and breathe an inward sigh of relief. It's a class group chat. Someone organizes the class and attends the graduation party. Pointlessly, he tossed his cell phone aside, pulled back the curtains, and quietly listened to the rain. The other side. Hu Yuing heard the cell phone beeping. Hurriedly, he picked up his cell phone, but soon the joy that had risen in his eyes disappeared. Silently, he put down his cell phone and sat on his bed with his legs curled up in a helpless state. Early the next morning, the rain cleared. Perry, who woke up early and went to the kitchen to cook. Even if Lung said yesterday that something was going on during this time, but what if Lung had come? When you're done cooking, leave the front door open and then wait quietly. Time passes by. The cooked rice had also cooled, but Lung still hadn't come over. Hu Yuing looked at the porridge that had already cooled down, and her eyes inadvertently turned slightly red. She doesn't know what to do now. Sitting on a small bench in the courtyard, Hu Yuing looked at the photos in her cell phone. A man. It's as if you've become a person again. But, Hu Yuing pressed her palms tightly on her chest. But this place has long been filled without her realizing it. Chapter 109, This childish behavior is indeed very Long Aotian. Brat, why didn't you go out today? Still sleeping at home. The old man pushed open the door of the room and looked at Long Aotian, who was lying on the bed in a godless daze, and asked, This kid has been running outside every day since his high school exams, going out in the morning and coming back at night. Even when I took my driver's license, if I didn't know that he was with the little girl, Hu Yuing, I would have gone to get him back long ago. The fact that he hadn't gone out today for the first time in his life was a bit of a surprise to the old man. Instead, want to rest and relax, Long Aotian said breathlessly. His biological clock made him get up old and early, but he just stayed in bed, with no energy, and couldn't lift his energy. There's something wrong with you, kid. The old man walked into the room and sat beside Long Aotian. As a father, the slightest change in his son could not escape his eyes. The most intuitive feeling that Long Aotian gave the old man now was like losing some sort of goal for a moment. People are motivated when they have a goal, and when they lose their goal, they are naturally unmotivated. There's nothing wrong, I just want to rest and relax. Long Aotian sat up from the bed and scratched his chicken nest head and said, It's because of that little teacher of yours, isn't it? The old man said softly, Don't think I don't know. Giving people meat, ribs, and big bones for 3 days, and can't wait to make 8 trips to people's homes a day. Which is so exaggerated. Long Aotian felt that the old man was exaggerating, where he himself ran 8 times a day. It was only after saying this that he reacted. Old man, you set me up. The old man smiled and didn't say anything. He at least lived half a lifetime. If he didn't have this mind, he would still be able to pull Long Aotian up from a young age. If you like someone, go after them. The little girl speaks in a sheepish voice, knows how to be polite, and is very pleasing to the old man. The old man's marriage was a failure, and it was actually quite a failure in terms of his children's education. The old man is a brown man. The mouth will not say, sometimes afraid of a word wrong. Let Aotian anger, but the heart has been very concerned about this child. But ever since Aotian changed his nature, the gap between the two was gone. There's not a lot of scruples when it comes to talking. I was seeing her pitifully. This point Long Aotian didn't lie. The first time he saw Huyu, he could feel it and even commented on it in his heart. And Bay City is too small. Perry, who was now the equivalent of a flying bird trapped in a cage, but she never gave up. From the lowest end of the slow struggle, this process she experienced a lot of difficulties and suffering, but she never gave up, never discouraged, still continued to work hard. Now that the high school exams are over, the cage was also opened. She will fly to the wider world outside Kyoto University, and see the beauty and freedom of the sky, and meet all kinds of geniuses and brilliant people. She still needs to grow up and revisit her heart, because Long Aotian always thought that Hu Yuing was more dependent and grateful to himself. Grateful that she helped her. She became dependent on herself. Besides, he himself was sincere and wanted to see Perry Hu take a different path from the original, even if it was only for a brief moment that could take her mind off the hurt and enjoy a moment of warmth. But where there is really any bad intentions, on the Hu Yuing, this silly girl, not long ago she ate her dry wipe. Bone crumbs are not given to the rest. This girl is so bitter. Now everything has changed. Next, it's time for the little girl to take flight. As for why he liked to tease Hu Yueying, it was purely because the little girl was too good at bullying, and it was quite fun to be silly. Moreover, if you don't have some fun in your boring life, it's meaningless. The old man didn't say anything further because he already had a plan in mind. I just said half-jokingly, if you like someone, go after them. But Long Aotian's reply was, I was seeing her poorly. He had seen the change in his own son, and had a better idea than his own old bones. It's just that kids these days are so precocious that it's a bit uncharacteristic. Or maybe you are really old and the world of the young might as well be left to the young. Then you can't stay home and sleep all day. Get enough rest and go out for a walk. The old man said and walked out of the room. It was time for him to go to work. Long Aotian stretched out on the bed and talked about playing. That's not much fun. The punk friends that the original knew really couldn't play it all on their own. But what is this little girl doing now? Thinking of this, Long Aotian hastily shook his head. Rest. Empty your head. After so many years of being a cow and horse, even when you cross over you haven't had a good rest. What's wrong with resting? Go watch TV. Laying on the couch, watching TV. It's true that swinging for the fences is fun for a while, but swinging all the time is fun all the time. What are we going to eat at noon? Let's go inside the mall. We can continue shopping after we finish eating later. What about you, Haruki? Li Qingxue nodded. I'm fine with all of that, but before that, I'll treat you guys to ice cream. Yeah. A few youthful and beautiful girls, no matter where they appeared, were quite striking. With their ice creams, the four little beauties walked to the dining room contentedly. Once seated, the gossipy information between the girls began. Of course Rui Wang talked a lot and the three listened a lot. Because of the four of them, only Wang Rui is a residential student and knows the students in other classes. That's a lot of gossipy things to have in your hands. The first thing that happened was that whoever in several classes confessed to so-and-so. The next best thing is whoever is in a couple of classes is ready to confess to so-and-so in a couple of classes. Someone who knows it will chime in with a couple of comments. Although Li Qingxue also gossiped, but not so gossipy, at this moment is listening to the most serious. Finally Wang Rui said mysteriously, there's one more thing. Speaking it out I guess you all don't believe it. What? How do you know if we believe it or not if you don't say it? Wang Rui also purposely sold a secret. When I first heard this news, I also didn't believe it at all. But after I kept eating melon, I finally came to the conclusion that the truth is true. Wang Rui's words instantly provoked the souls of the others to eat melon. And it was Li Qingxue who couldn't help but take it a few points more seriously. Long Aotian scored 518 points on this college entrance exam. Really? No way. Long Aotian? That's our senior's leader? Wang Rui pursed her lips and nodded heavily. Can't believe it. Really? Where did you know that from? Li Qingxue's eyes lit up and asked eagerly. Li Qingxue since that day when Yi Liangchen said she was a mistress. Until now there had been no active contact with Long Aotian, so she was curious how Wang Rui knew about it. I have a roommate who is in class 7, and a penultimate in their group named Wang Shuo said that. Not only that, Long Aotian not only showed off to the penultimate Wang Shuo, but also to the penultimate third, penultimate. All showed off a circle. So childish. Pust. Li Qingxue really did not hold back the laughter. Because this move, really very Long Aotian. Don't talk about me? I've realized my own mistakes deeply. Chapter 110 Long Aotian I'll fight you. Finish eating. A few girls, straight away, wandered through the mall. At the end of the college entrance exam, they both achieved a decent score relative to themselves. Their parents have given them a little incentive to be the best they can be as they are about to enroll in college and buy new clothes. It's always a blessing to have family that cares and loves. Every single one of them purchased a nice-looking new outfit. College is not like high school. College clothes are more free. After finishing shopping, the time had come to 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Look at the ability to shop like that. It can only be said that Long Aotian has been really fast the last time he brought Perry Hu to shop for clothes. The four of them were walking along. Maybe they were about to run off to another city. Or maybe the girls just had endless things to talk about when they were together. Without realizing it they passed by the banks of the Waterbay River and wandered above it. Feel the breeze and the not-so-sunny afterglow of the afternoon. Li Qingxue walked towards the lawn at the riverside, took a deep breath, and slowly sat on top of the lawn. What are you doing, Qingxue? Wang Rui asked as she sat next to Li Qingxue, listening to the sound of water flowing. Li Qingxue said slowly with her eyes closed. Wang Rui also closed her eyes and felt it. It's not as good as listening to a song. Hearing this answer from Wang Rui, Li Qingxue laughed out softly. Once upon a time she had said something like this as well. What are you laughing at? Wang Rui was a bit puzzled. It's really hard to be still at an age as jumpy as 18. Nothing, just a sudden funny thought. What do you think of a person who likes to lie on the lawn in the sun and listen to the water running? Rui Wang thought for a moment. I think an older man. Aha. Li Qingxue also nodded very agreeably. After sitting for a while, it was getting late, so a few people were ready to leave. Li Qingxue also got up and stretched, then looked out over the river. The eyes touched slightly. The opposite side of the river could not be seen clearly, but it was certain that there was a man reclining on top of the lawn. Her heart throbbed for a split second, and she didn't even realize the smile that spread across her face. It was one of uncontrollable elation. Why don't you guys go back? I've got some things to do. The few people who had originally left together strangely looked at Li Qingxue, who had suddenly become so elated, somewhat unsure. But Li Qingxue didn't explain either. Instead, we walked along the river toward the setting sun. The pace of his feet couldn't help but quicken a little. Panting slightly, it's really far to go around from the other side to this side now. One step towards the front. The next moment the grin on his face grew even wider. Sure enough, it's that guy. You're not coming in the morning. Have you changed it to the afternoon? Li Qingxue walked over gently, ready to give a good scare to this Long Ao Tian who always liked to tease himself as a child. Long Ao Tian listened to the sound made by his feet on the lawn. Opening his eyes, he tilted his head. Li Qingxue, who was originally ready to scare Long Ao Tian, hurriedly covered her skirt. Ha cough cough cough. Long Ao Tian immediately turned his head sideways and pretended that he didn't see anything. Riverside is up high and down low, plus Long Ao Tian is lying down at the top, still wearing a skirt. Li Qingxue secretly clenched her small fists as she watched Long Ao Tian's weak-hearted behavior, and forgetting that she was trying to scare him in the first place, she huffed and fiddled with the hem of her skirt with her hands and sat down. The air seemed to be filled with a layer of embarrassment. For a long time, Li Qingxue opened her mouth and said, "Speak. Why don't you speak? Aren't you usually very talkative?" Long Ao Tian turned sideways and smiled. What a coincidence. Li Qingxue immediately blanked Long Ao Tian. Looking at this guy's weak-hearted appearance, she laughed out in a good-natured manner. You haven't been here in over a month. Is it every afternoon? Li Qingxue still asked the question she wanted to know the most. Usually Long Ao Tian came here to sunbathe during the day. Or was it because of his appearance that Long Ao Tian had changed it to the afternoon in order to avoid himself? I've been a bit busy lately. I'm resting today, so I came here to lie down for a while. Long Ao Tian said with a yawn. Long Ao Tian's movements were very casual, and his body exuded a laziness that inexplicably made people feel comfortable. Li Qingxue also couldn't help but stretch out in Long Ao Tian's yawn, then let out a long breath. That's kinda a weird coincidence. I was passing by on my way back from shopping with a friend and just happened to run into you. I heard you scored 518 on the college entrance exam? Hearing this, Long Ao Tian just couldn't help but want to show off again. Well, 518 ***** not? Looking at Long Ao Tian's proudly showing off, it really made Li Qingxue laugh. ******. Really? Following Long Ao Tian's words, then we might have to go to school in a city in the future. Ah, now that you mention it, I can remember that you seem to owe me 2 meals. Didn't you say that you lacked these 2 bites of food? Li Qingxue said this, but she still took out the cupcakes she purchased today. Here you go. They had eaten it when they were shopping in the afternoon, and it was very delicious. So Li Qingxue bought 2 more pieces to prepare for eating at home. A piece of cupcake to get rid of me? Eat yours. You can't even gag on food. Li Qingxue's personality jumped around a bit, and she had her own way of getting along with her friends. Watching Long Ao Tian eat, Li Qingxue looked into the distance with a smile in her eyes. It's such a nice atmosphere. Even if you don't say anything, just sit here and feel relaxed and cozy in your heart. Wait, why does this quote feel like I've heard it somewhere before? Apparently Li Qingxue seemed to have remembered as well. I felt all wrong. I couldn't sit down. I couldn't stand up. There are little things going on all over the place. Quietly glancing at Long Ao Tian, he even shook his head. It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. Do you have ADHD? Moving around in front of my eyes is blinding. At those words, Li Qingxue also stopped her small movements. I just suddenly don't know what to say, because in her eyes, Long Ao Tian and Hu Yueying are together. How could she produce such a shameful? What are you underestimating? It feels like why are you weird today? Long Ao Tian looked at the side of Li Qingxue, a moment blush, a moment to cover the face, a moment to mutter. If I hadn't known her for a long time, I would have thought she was having a seizure. I'm not the one who's being weird. Li Qingxue forced her mouth to be hard and sophomoric. It's not early to go home. Eating dry and leaving. Long Ao Tian, you're so kind. Hearing this, Long Ao Tian stopped his steps. Then or spend the night here with you? When Li Qingxue heard, accompany yourself for the night, her small face instantly reddened. Fortunately at this moment the weather was already dim. It wasn't that easy to see. Who wants to accompany you for the night? After saying that, he even took a step ahead of Long Aotian. Hey, the top of your skirt is black. Words have not finished. Li Qingxue suddenly huffed and puffed and twisted her head. Stinky Long Aotian, you really did see. I'm going to fight with you. Long Aotian one finger took hold of Li Qingxue. I didn't see you wear black fat. I was trying to say that your skirt above black a piece. It should be yesterday's rain stained with dirt. Go home and remember to clean up. Hearing this, Li Qingxue decided to let Long Aotian go, but blinked her eyes as if she realized something. As soon as he turned back, Long Aotian had already walked away. Looking at his back, he fiercely pinched his unintimidating small fists. Chapter 111, a little bit of happiness today too. Looking at Long Aotian's distant back, Li Qingxue also turned to leave. But the mood doesn't seem to be very irritable. Realizing this, Li Qingxue hastily withdrew the smile on her face. Stinking dragon pride. Spinning around, he thought of something, and his eyebrows, which were still smiling, suddenly darkened a bit. Toward home. After returning home, Li Qingxue first checked her body in the mirror. Sure enough, she found a dark stain at the hem of her skirt, changed out of it, threw the dress in the washing machine, and trotted hurriedly back to her room. Long, round and white legs. She jumped onto her bed with a gentle leap. After thinking about it, he jumped off the bed again, opened the closet and took out the intimate clothing in the small drawer, got under the covers, and in a short time a fat black dress was replaced. The beautiful body tossed and turned on the bed. Anyway, I don't know why, but I'm somehow a little happy inside, especially when I saw the black fat times that were put aside to change down. I was even more so when I got into the quilt at once and covered my little face with both hands, so shy that I was a little embarrassed to see people. Why is it always said that 18 is the best age? Because of the purity, because of the youthfulness, and equally because of the beauty. There was a knock on the door of the room. Li Qingxue froze for a moment, then instantly heard her mother's voice. Shuer is out for dinner. Then the sound of the door being opened was heard. Mother Li looked at the young girl who wrapped herself into a ball wrapped in a quilt, and a few amused looks appeared on her face. What are you doing, little Snow? Why are you wrapping yourself up like this? Do you know that the way you look now? It seems like a baby silkworm. Actually, Li's mother wanted to say maggots, but she felt it was bad and unseemly to say that, so she changed it to silkworm babies. Just as he finished speaking, he found the intimate apparel that Li Qingxue had replaced, and Li Qingxue, who had just burrowed her head out of the quilt, had obviously noticed the sight of Li's mother. The already flushed little face became even more bright red at the moment. Hurriedly, he took the intimate apparel under the covers. Li's mother couldn't help herself and silently exited the room. After closing the door to her room, Mother Li leaned on top of it, wanting to laugh but having to hold it back. Little Snow is getting the hang of it? Their own daughter is very good. Do parents will be the most afraid? Xiaoxue will be under the hormone surge of adolescence. After all, she and Xiaoxue's father have also been young and over, but their fears were unwarranted. Haruki the child doesn't seem to be affected by puberty at all, and I don't know if that's a good thing or, but just now, wrapped up tightly in the comforter, red little face, and off the intimate clothing. Wife, what are you giggling about? Li's father came over and saw the anti-smile spreading on Li's mother's face and couldn't help but ask out loud. What do you care? Eat? Li's father sucked in a breath and looked at his wife who exuded the arrogant posture of a small woman, and immediately felt that he had done it again, and hurriedly followed him. Li Qingxue in the room changed into her pajamas and walked out as well. After dinner, Mother Li cleared her throat. Old Li will wash the dishes, and Xiaoxue let's watch some TV together. Li Qingxue, who was about to go back to her room, stopped and nodded her head as she came to the living room with Li's mother to watch TV together. Not much longer. Li Qingxue frowned slightly. Mom, are you watching TV or are you watching me? Xiaoxue has grown up, and it's time to fall in love. Mother Li didn't know how to enlighten her daughter, and could only say cryptically, but we girls must keep our hands clean. After the start of the school year Li Qingxue will go to Kyoto. Far from home, they cannot always be with her as a parent, cannot be cheated by a bad boy. Maybe that's how people with daughters in the family can understand such feelings. What are you talking about, Mom? I don't even have plans to fall in love yet. Li Qingxue was a little embarrassed by Mother Li's remark. But let Li mother a little helpless. They just mention it. You see you blush as if you have already even thought of the child's name. Not watching TV with you. Li Qingxue finished speaking and returned to her room, feeling that her mom was strange today. Also feeling a little strange today too. Lying on his bed, he looked at the ceiling, rolled over in his bed, and whirled around to turn on his cell phone. Li Qingxue was very fond of posting dynamics. I remember when I first got into cell phones and got my own penguin. I used to post comments in space. Sometimes whatever I ate for lunch is sent out as well. Until now, Li Qingxue still hasn't changed this habit. This one might be called the desire to share. Looking at the cell phone, deleting and typing, soon more than 100 words appeared on top of the phone. Looking at these words, eventually Li Qingxue deleted them all. There was also a bit of happiness today. After releasing it, he lay down on his bed and let out a long breath. Soon Li Qingxue received many messages. The three who jumped the most were the girls who were shopping with Li Qingxue today. They felt happy because they thought that Li Qingxue was posting a comment about going out with them today. Looking at everyone's replies, Li Qingxue also replied one by one. It was also a pleasure for Li Qingxue. But suddenly Li Qingxue's gaze saw a message. Originally, as a knight I should have retired. But I didn't realize that my scores also got me into a certain university in Kyoto. It's a comment from Yi Liangchen. Li Qingxue just glanced at it and skimmed over it. Yi Liangchen let himself control points to accompany him to repeat this matter. In the heart is like a fishbone. As long as it is the moment you see Yi Liangchen, you can think of it. Because this thing for Li Qingxue's hurt too much. No 9 years of people. But the result is to give up their own college entrance exams. Ha! This is too ridiculous. After replying to everyone's messages to myself, Li Qingxue was about to exit. But just as she did, she saw a space saying updated in her list. With each other for 9 years. Never dare to forget. Vomit. Sleep and food. Never forget the beginning. Always the same. Finally get what you want. Once you said high school to the college entrance exam is the main thing. After the university is the freedom and aspiration. Now you still remember once the promise? With a picture of a hand hidden in the darkness and a bright moonlight. Earlier, Li Qingxue also found out that those remarks Yi Liangchen posted were all visible against herself alone. But this space saying, under which someone has already left a comment, shows that this time it is not visible for himself alone. White. Speechless to the core. Opts to just quit. Nuts. I wish you all a little bit of fun today too. Generate power. Please please please. Chapter 112, so everything was already predestined. Looking at the latest saying dynamics of his latest posting out, the corner of Yi Liangchen's mouth hooked up a smile named confidence. Hu Yuying's side is no longer viable. Only let her experience long Ao Tian's irresponsibility. With the shackles of poverty, she will completely die, completely know the consequences of rejecting herself. Obviously you could have had a bright future, but you chose the wrong path. I have tried a million times to save you from the fire, but it's all because you gave up on yourself. You can't blame me. The thought of appearing in front of Perry who's stall in a suit and tie, driving a luxury car and wearing an expensive wristwatch not long afterward, thinking of her shocked, envious, regretful, and inferior appearance. Yi Liangchen immediately felt the anger in his heart dissipate quite a bit. Refocus your eyes on the phone interface above. The last time he and Li Qingxue didn't get along, it was his own fault. He shouldn't have said something like that to Li Qingxue. So this time, Yi Liangchen was sincerely trying to clear up the misunderstanding between him and Li Qingxue. After all, we have known each other for 9 years, and although we are at fault, is Li Qingxue really not a little bit at fault? You can't blame yourself completely for this one. What man can tolerate his woman in front of him? Mentioning another man? That's why Li Qingxue is at least half responsible. Nevertheless, he himself was not the first to bow his noble head. If he wanted to make Li Qingxue regret it, he could only remove the misunderstanding between them first. So after seeing Li Qingxue posting the remark, she immediately updated the remark herself without stopping. There was no reason. Just wanted to tell Li Qingxue that she could go to Kyoto as well. Her earlier comment about not wanting to be in a relationship in high school, at least by the time she got to college, was talking about the whole relationship thing. Now do it yourself. It was also time for Li Qingxue to fall in love with herself, as she herself had said. Exit the speak screen. Yi Liangchen closed his eyes and quietly waited for Li Qingxue to come and chat with him. I believe that Li Qingxue should be able to understand what she meant when she saw this talk of hers. Actually, I've been waiting for her myself. Just as Yi Liangchen was about to fall asleep, he hadn't waited for Li Qingxue's message either. Yi Liangchen took a deep breath and helplessly clicked on Li Qingxue's chat interface. Tell me about you. Why do you have to be so strong? Okay, I admit I lost this one. Didn't you just want me to contact you first? You win. After saying this to himself, Yi Liangchen began to type on his cell phone. Qingxue, I got into the university over in Kyoto. Maybe we're not in the same school, but it shouldn't be very far away. We've known each other for so long. This time it's time for a lover to get married. Said click send. Then continued editing. What happened before? It's kind of my fault. I was also too attached to you. Let's make up. Like before. The text was saying this. But Yi Liangchen's heart didn't think so. He would briefly let Li Qingxue have his favoritism for a while, and when she immersed herself in it once more, this time he would withdraw without hesitation. From there, Li Qingxue breaks down and regrets it, and eventually comes to her senses and goes after her husband's crematorium on herself. There was no way out. The butterfly effect brought about by his own rebirth had already caused him to temporarily lose Perry Hu, but it didn't matter. With the advantage of being a reborn person, he could still change other strategies to take care of Li Qingxue and Lin Evening first, and this time he definitely wouldn't be presumptuous and self-righteous. All trajectories have been predetermined by God, and one only needs to accept them slowly and step by step. No longer can you try to help the treasure girl ahead of time because you have a good heart, only to end up with a butterfly effect and lose the treasure girl for yourself. Clanking sound. The cell phone sounded. Yi Liangchen took a deep breath and calmed his inner emotions before picking up his cell phone. But when he saw the reply above, Yi Liangchen froze for a moment. Then he wiped his eyes with the back of his hand before looking again. It's over. I seem to be hallucinating. How else could Haruki have called me sick? Yi Liangchen shook his head, then quickly walked into the bathroom, then washed his face with cool water, and after doing this, once again picked up his cell phone and looked at it. He covered his heart and took 2 steps back, and if it weren't for the fact that the bathroom was relatively small with a wall behind it, he could have fallen straight to the floor. No, it shouldn't be. Saying that, he directly dialed Li Qingxue's penguin video. Seeing that the video was hung up, Yi Liangchen's breath caught and he quickly typed on his cell phone. Qingxue, are you trying to force me to die? Li Qingxue, Yi Liangchen, are you sick? Do you have nothing else in your mind except falling in love? What did you say under your own breath when you were in the classroom earlier? You said we'd just be friends from now on. Why are you saying strange things now? After Li Qingxue saw Yi Liangchen's message, she couldn't help but feel a trace of anger inside. What do you mean you want to force him to die? What did he do to deserve his death? Li Qingxue couldn't help but think back to the second half of her senior year of high school. She already didn't know how many times she had gotten angry with Yi Liangchen. If he hadn't met Long Ao Tian, his own mind would have been affected by him. Thinking of this, Li Qingxue subconsciously compared Yi Liangchen and Long Ao Tian. As a result, the more he thought about Long Ao Tian in his mind, the original boredom gradually changed. Sure enough, there are people who only give themselves good emotional value, and some people bring all the negativity on themselves regardless. Yi Liangchen, how can you say that? Qingxue, do you know what I did for you? Do you know how much I have paid for you? You still haven't seen your heart clearly until now. 9 years of acquaintance. 9 years of companionship. Is it really so hard to admit that you love me? Just admit it. Isn't it hard to keep it inside? Seeing the message that Yi Liangchen sent over, Li Qingxue helplessly rolled her eyes. I used to think that we were the best of friends, and from the bottom of my heart, I thought of you as someone like a brother. Perhaps therein I have given you some false impression, but I tell you now, very seriously, that I have never liked you. Feeling less than rigorous after saying that, he added, not a moment has passed. Looking at the message coming from his cell phone, Yi Liangchen laughed, smiling as 2 lines of clear tears slowly crossed from the corner of his eyes. So you still haven't come to your senses? Ha, well, then don't blame me for forcefully punching you guys in the face. It looks like to get you to come to your senses, you're going to have to see for yourself how you lost me. It used to be Treasure Girl who gave you a sense of crisis before you finally regretted coming to your senses. Then all I can do now is to stimulate it with the Aoi Rin Kome Kome Nin, to make you feel a sense of crisis again, so that you'll come to your senses and finally fall in love with me. Don't blame me. Don't find another woman you won't regret. Find another woman you will be sad. It turns out that this kind of pain is what you have to go through. It turns out that everything has already been predetermined. Chapter 113, Be Happy. For a period of time after that, Long Ao Tian ran to the food market when he had something to do. When it's crowded, I can chat with the adults who come to buy pork. When no one is around, it's as if the energy has been drained out of you. And every once in a while you stand up and look around the market. And I don't know what I'm looking at. Son, why don't you go back and rest for a while? The old man saw Long Ao Tian's listless look and opened his mouth. Long Ao Tian yawned. It's fine. I'm not tired. Go. If you don't want to go home, go out and play. The old man here can handle it all by himself. The old man could not help but urge Long Ao Tian to leave the place. Is this a tired thing? I was out early and late a while ago, but what time I didn't come back with a smile on my face and still full of energy the next day. Look at it now, clearly talking about being tired and wanting to rest at home. But how is it that the more you rest, the more disheveled you become? It's clear that something is on your mind. Alright, Long Ao Tian did not continue to insist, packed up and headed outside the food market. Looking at the back of Long Ao Tian's departure, the old man laughed, wiped his hand on his apron, and lit a root cigarette and smoked it. The bored Long Ao Tian walked out of the food market and didn't know what to do for a while. Time flies when you have something to do and you don't get bored. When I am idle, my thoughts will always ramble on inadvertently. This is the age when you're supposed to be reckless. Most people in this age group will go to the internet cafe when they are bored, hang out with a few close friends, or even go to sing. There are always countless ways to entertain themselves anyway. But Long Aotion's mental age had long passed this stage. Perhaps only someone a little older can understand the feeling of, like there's nothing worthwhile left to do. Thinking carefully, since Long Aotion crossed over here, it seems that everything that happened around him is related to Huyuing, or there is Huyuing in all of them. Without realizing it, he had walked to the banks of the Water Bay River. This place was the only place where Long Aotion could get relief and relax himself when he came to this strange world. Growing up inside an orphanage in his last life, he was already alone. To say that he was accustomed to loneliness. In fact, Long Aotion could better appreciate the silent confusion that loneliness brought. Initially coming to this unfamiliar world, Long Aotion especially liked the quiet, because a short period of quiet will help him adjust to the world faster. And here there is no extra noise to be heard except the sound of water running, the wind, the smell of grass and earth. Another gust of wind blew with a faint dampness. Feeling this breeze, Long Aotion suddenly had a very strong desire. It's a desire to confide. It's true that people still can't be too idle. All of them. It's not that you're idle. You're the one who hasn't found your own way to decompress. Long Aotion froze for a moment and looked at the visitor. Did you put a locator on me? Li Qingxue was not in a good mood. But there was also some undercurrent of anger. You're less defamatory. You're allowed to like the environment here? I also know how to appreciate it. Okay? As he spoke, he came to Long Aotion's side. Today's Li Qingxue was wearing a simple but elegant white dress. Youthful and beautiful, her skin was better than snow. She was really a very pretty girl. Set the small satchel down in his hands. From inside, he took out a small, not too large, blanket and spread it on the floor. Before sitting down and looking smugly at the dumbfounded Long Aotion, the smile on his face carried a bit of arrogance. Then another drink, fruit, and 2 cupcakes were removed from the small basket. Humph, I didn't think so. I'm here to enjoy a nice afternoon, and technically you've taken advantage of me. The youthful energy that comes out of her, which invariably affects everything around her, is a relaxing. She laughed enough and continued. You're so old-fashioned. What old age? I'm young, but you're not like most. Especially the way you just looked. Sentimental and sighing. It feels like the world in your eyes is complicated. You seem to have a lot of concerns. It's not relaxing at all. So you're old-fashioned. This was not something that Li Qingxue felt, but something that she felt from the bottom of her heart just now in that one moment when she saw Long Aotion. In Li Qingxue's eyes, at least the classmates she had gotten to know better were happy. Some are happy for their upcoming college careers. Some are excited and happy to be breaking into the community. In Li Qingxue's eyes, she saw the vigor and longing bursting out of them. But Li Qingxue just now saw a kind of, not in line with the complex emotions of this age group on Long Aotion, and could not see a bit of youthful fervor. As if, by and large, he was able to understand how Long Aotion had said earlier that he was able to read Perry Hu. At least in that one moment, it seemed like he could read Long Aotion a little bit himself. Then what should I do? Long Aotion smiled, but also still asked. Be happy. Li Qingxue winked and laughed. Remembering that Long Aotion had been enlightening himself before, Li Qingxue also decided to enlighten Long Aotion, usually when enlightening others. You are open-minded. How come you can't when it comes to yourself? Okay, I'll try to have fun. Or else I would say you're old and angry. You have to try your best to be happy. As she spoke, Li Qingxue looked around, then picked up the small basket and picked up many small stones. Come, you come with me. Li Qingxue pulled Long Aotion a bit. In order to cooperate with her, Long Aotion got up and let her pull towards the bottom of the waterfront. Hey, be careful. There's no fence down there. Below waterside is the Gulf River, which rose quite a bit after a big rainstorm the other day. To be honest, Long Aotion can't swim. People who can't swim will be subconsciously very careful when they are close to the water's edge. This is instinctive. But Li Qingxue didn't bring any fear at all, lifting up her skirt to make it easier for her to walk better and still not dirty her skirt. The main reason is that Li Qingxue watched on TV. When the male lead comforted the female lead, he would take the female lead to the beach and shout at the sea, or throw stones. To cry out is to shout out the boredom of the heart, and to throw stones is to throw away one's own unhappiness. At least that's what Li Qingxue thought of herself. I'm not afraid as a girl. What are you afraid of? So can you swim? Li Qingxue stopped and thought for a moment then said, no, but we're not going in the water, so we don't have to be afraid even if we can't swim. Long Aotion mouth corner twitching. You girl will not swim, but also show so brave, so young and unaware. In that comparison, I seem to be a bit old-fashioned myself. Chapter 114, Listen to Your Mom. Speaking. Li Qingxue had already brought Long Aotian to the water's edge. The river flowed and splashed, making an even more pleasing sound. When I was little, my mom always told me that I couldn't come to play by the water, but now it seems that it's actually fine. Li Qingxue was quite happy, handing the stones in the basket to Long Aotian. Nah, here you go, throw away these stones, and please throw away your worries along with them. Long Aotian was amused but didn't refuse because he knew this was Li Qingxue trying to help him regulate his emotions. So he picked up a couple of stones and threw them out like water. The stone floated on the surface of the water a few times, swirling up a little ring of water before sinking to the bottom. It's kinda fun to watch Long Aotian hit the water. Li Qingxue also picked up a stone and tried it out, only where she could play. The stone she threw out sank straight to the bottom of the water. Looking at Li Qingxue's clumsy appearance, Long Aotian did not hold back his laughter. What's to smile about? I'll be able to float a lot into the circle ripples next time. Saying that, she picked up another stone, and this time she didn't throw it in a hurry, but took a deep breath as if she was building up her strength. From her hand holding the stone, she was able to tell that she had really tried her best to throw it farther. The result was a poof and the stone sank straight to the bottom. There was silence around them for a split second. Li Qingxue sneaked a look at Long Aotian and realized that Long Aotian was also looking at himself, so she immediately said with a stiff upper lip, I will definitely be able to do it next time. In fact, Li Qingxue's defiant character is quite cute. And perhaps it is because of this character that she has the youthful vigor to keep pursuing freedom and perfection all the time. But in all honesty, the way Li Qingxue threw stones like this, she couldn't comprehend the meaning of floating in water even after all these stones were thrown. You're starting the wrong way. To hit the water, you first have to lean your body sideways. Like this, Long Aotian said, picking up a stone to give Li Qingxue an experiment. When you throw it out like this so that the stone spins around and you use dexterity to throw it. Li Qingxue watched Long Aotian's movements and learned in a similar fashion, but the moment Li Qingxue threw it, it made the sweaty hairs on Long Aotian's body instantly explode. She should not be able to grasp the force and throw too hard, driving her body forward. Long Aotian had a moment. It was too late to think, directly stepped forward and grabbed Li Qingxue's shoulder, bringing her back. He hadn't forgotten that Li Qingxue herself had just said that she couldn't swim. Long Aotian was also too anxious this time, afraid that he couldn't pull Li Qingxue. So he used a little more strength. He thought of everything, just the only thing he didn't think of was that Li Qingxue was also so light. Waterfront. Long Aotian was first stunned, then he let out a sigh of relief and gasped violently. And Li Qingxue was also completely honest, lying on Long Aotian's body, not daring to move, or rather being scared to the point of not knowing what to do. Long Aotian slowed down for a while. It wasn't exhaustion that slowed it down, it was shock, and his heart kept beating violently. Don't get up yet. Even if you're light, think about the human cushion, really vegetable and fun-loving, can't swim next time stay away from the water. If not for my quick eyes and hands, next year today I guess I have to burn a pillar of incense here, so that you can bless me with great wealth and prosperity. Li Qingxue didn't get stubborn this time in a rare way, but turned her eyes red. Sure enough, Mom was right about not being able to come to the river to play. Seeing this appearance of Li Qingxue, Long Aotian did not hold back his laughter. Before that, Li Qingxue was flamboyant, confident, youthful vigor with a little bit of arrogance. The current Li Qingxue was like a wounded kitten, gently trembling eyelashes matched with those eyes that were already a little wet. As if it was a fragile product, gently touching it, the tears were going to fall down. As Long Aotian laughed, Li Qingxue, who was lying on Long Aotian's body, could naturally feel his heaving chest. What are you laughing at? I'm scared to death and you're still laughing. Subconsciously, she pinched Long Aotian on his waist. Hiss, are all you girls such pinchers? Being teased by Long Aotian, Li Qingxue's tears that were originally going to fall, also unconsciously collected back. Without good humor, she got up from Long Aotian. Who let you laugh at me? Long Aotian also got up. I am your savior. Li Qingxue froze for a moment, then reached out and rubbed her hand on Long Aotian's waist. Then I'll rub it for you. Go ahead. Just after taking 2 steps, Li Qingxue stopped. What's wrong? My little flower basket. Li Qingxue pointed to the small flower basket placed by the water and was about to go over to retrieve it. Wait, stand still. I'll get it. Slow down then, Li Qingxue said with embarrassment. It looked like it was really scared. Go. Returning to the original place, Long Aotian picked up a bottle of drink and casually ate some more cupcakes. I hadn't had much of an appetite at lunch and now I knew I was hungry. After slowing down for a while, Li Qingxue looked at Long Aotian who was eating happily and peeled some fruits for him in her hand. Thank you. You're welcome. if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have gone to the water's edge. Now you know. Some dangers really can't be counteracted by a rush of blood, so be careful in the future. Originally, Li Qingxue really wanted to thank Long Aotian, no matter what. At the end of the day, it was Long Aotian who had helped herself. But when I heard this, I couldn't hold back a blank look at him. Anyway, it's just thank you. Eat slowly. If you think it's good, I'll bring it back to you tomorrow. When he finished, he wrapped his hands around his knees and stared blankly into the river. Hey, stop thinking about the bad things. Aren't you fine now? Eat more. You're too light. Hearing this, Li Qingxue's white and tender ear tips directly reddened. The fear of almost falling into the river was replaced by the tactile sensation of lying on a cushion of human flesh. Does this count as an embrace? Thinking of this, Li Qingxue breathed a little sharply and felt her little face rolling a little too, fanning her face with her hand continuously. This is not good. Ah, Long Aotian looked at Li Qingxue's action strangely, not understanding what was bad. Are you okay? I'm going home. Li Qingxue lowered her head, her long hair falling down, making it impossible to see her current appearance. After packing up his things and leaving the fruit with Long Aotian, he left in a hurry. Hey, you pink. Before the words were finished, Li Qingxue reddened her face and lightly bit her lips. A little shy, but more than that, she was a little angry. You, when did you see that? You bad egg. Then, in Long Aotian's dumbfounded expression, he tugged the hem of his skirt with his hand and left quickly in a somewhat wretched manner. Long Aotian held a pink headband in his hand and scratched his head in confusion. If you don't want it, don't want it. Where am I a badass? I'll just say one word. Power. I'm standing up. I'm completely standing up today. Phew. I don't think I'll ever be able to see anyone again. I'm going to die. Although he was scolded for no reason, Long Aotian felt that his state of mind got some changes. Eating all the fruits left behind by Li Qingxue, he then patted his stomach with satisfaction and stood up, glancing at the pink headband in his hand. Long Aotian placed it inside his pocket. Let's return it to her when we meet her. Li Qingxue returned home and went straight to her small room. Looking at her own daughter's windy appearance, Li's mother said, "You're in such a hurry. Be careful not to bump into it." Got it. At the same time Li Qingxue's words fell, what followed was the sound of the door closing. Go back to your room. Li Qingxue directly jumped onto her bed and quickly covered herself with the quilt, only revealing a pretty red little face. Silver teeth clenched. The pretty red little face didn't know whether it was angry or ashamed. Stinky Dragon Aotian. You big asshole. Having been seen for the first time, Li Qingxue was already particularly embarrassed. It's been a couple days since I'd been to Water Bay Riverside, just feels so awkward. It was not easy to give himself a psychological construction to strengthen. Silently told himself, he and Long Aotian is just a good friend. He is not intentional. He is also careless. As a result, it was now seen again. For a while Li Qingxue couldn't help but wonder if Long Aotian's focus on himself was all on this. The heart was angry and ashamed. Angry that Long Aotian is with Ing Huyu, but still so immodest to look at their own little chubby. Shame. Obviously by Long Aotian look, one should spit on Long Aotian, but the heart is not so want to spit on him. This caused this somewhat little arrogant young girl to be in a tangle as well as a struggle in her mind. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the innocent sweet smile on Ing Huyu's face when she sat in the backseat of Long Aotian's car. But between the thoughts turning over, it turned into the touch of herself lying on Long Aotian's body. With her body close to her body, she could smell the hormonal scent emanating from Long Aotian's body. His violent heartbeat could be clearly felt, as well as the vibratory sensation that his body conducts on his body when he laughs. Thinking about this, Li Qingxue's small hand could not help but clench tightly. She knew that she had treated Long Aotian with a kind of feelings that exceeded the ordinary feelings between friends, but Li Qingxue also had her own pride. At least for now they could only be friends with each other. The strange feeling in his heart was gradually suppressed at the thought. It was also particularly embarrassed to bury its head in the covers. This instant she felt really bad. Just then, the cell phone beeped suddenly. The comforter stirred, and little flushed faces burst through the cracks in the covers. Turn on your cell phone. See above. Li Qingxue's already red little face became even redder. The whole person directly in the quilt crazy kicking and beating. Oh, no face to see people. I'm going to die socially. The message on the phone was sent by Long Aotian, your pink headband. Return it to you tomorrow at the usual place. Soon a small pink chubby was thrown out of the comforter by Li Qingxue. If I didn't wear this color today, I certainly wouldn't think twice about it myself. Your own mind is too unhealthy. Thinking of his dumbfounded expression when he called Long Aotian a bad guy before, it turns out he wasn't pretending. He was really dumbfounded. The other side. After sending the message, Long Aotian looked at the photo in the cell phone interface and froze in a daze. The two photos were a little blurry, and Long Aotian remained so even when he wiped the tiny screen with his thumb. The cell phone rings. Long Aotian looked at it. Li Qingxue, I'm sorry for calling you a big bad guy today. That tomorrow I'll treat you to a nice meal. Without mentioning this matter, Long Aotian would have forgotten about it. Li Qingxue, and please don't refuse. I really want to thank you. If it wasn't for you, today would really be a disaster. Long Aotian glanced at the headband next to him, so he replied, the little cookies are quite tasty. Li Qingxue, okay. Long Aotian exited the chat interface and took one last look at the photos before closing his phone and going to take a shower. Li Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. What a big mess today. Shaking his head, he removed a bodysuit from a small drawer in the closet. Looking at the clothes in her hands, Li Qingxue's body stiffened before she checked the items on her body. The hairbrush is black. The phone case is pink. I'd rather wear jeans tomorrow. They're blue. And after thinking about the purple in my hand, there's no clashing colors. That's what wore it. Then he walked out of the room and pouted. Mommy, I still want to eat the little cookies you made. It's late today. Tomorrow. No, I want it now. Please, dear mommy. In the face of her pampered daughter, Motherly was powerless to resist and said dotingly, alright then. Thanks mom. How much to eat? Li Qingxue thought of Long Aotian's gourmand appearance today and thought it would be better to prepare more. So she said, more. Is it all you can eat? Li Qingxue said with certainty, eat up. Mom, can I try? Li Qingxue looked at how relaxed Motherly was and felt that it wasn't that difficult. So she asked, sure, it's easy. Under Motherly's guidance, Li Qingxue washed her hands and began to try as well. I'm going to do a bunny look. Looking at the rabbit made by her own daughter, the corners of Li's mother's mouth quivered slightly. It's a good thing I didn't let Haruyuki learn to draw in the first place, but so as not to undermine the child's confidence. He said, very pretty bunny. Being praised by her own mother, Li Qingxue became even more complacent. This kind of thing you make yourself is like a filter in your own eyes, and it's just not ugly anyway. Finally looking at her finished product, Li Qingxue packed it into a box and waited to bring it to Long Aotian tomorrow. After doing everything in her hands, Li Qingxue then took a shower and lay back under the covers. Perhaps the fruits of his labor were praised by his mother, or he had just taken a shower. Li Qingxue was not sleepy for the time being. Just turn on your cell phone and browse the Penguin developments in today's edition. The result was a slight frown just as he entered. The mountains are not pronged. The sky and the earth are united before I dare to be with you. Matching picture. Shadow under the streetlight. How can something that was never there be considered a loss? Matching picture. A 45-degree shadow under the streetlight. I'm so easy to heart once, but you let me lose. Matching picture. The 45-degree shadow of a bowed head under the streetlight. Fingers traced upwards. All kinds of dynamic sayings passed by. Yet when stopped it was still. Matching picture. Dark shadow under the streetlight. Li Qingxue frowned. Why so many? Click on shield. All of a sudden, the originally depressing dynamics of speaking were restored to their earlier colorfulness. In a beautiful mood. Watching friends share interesting stories today and then liking and leaving comments. This is a very happy thing for Li Qingxue. Chapter 116, Successful People Are Lonely. Drinking hurts my stomach, but not my heart. Yi Liangchen's eyes were filled with bloodshot color. His look was withered. Even his hairstyle that he had always paid attention to was a bit messy at the moment. Facing Gao Quan's persuasion, Yi Liangchen just smiled bashfully and shook his head, thinking that Gao Quan would definitely not understand his current mood. It doesn't matter. There's no one in the world who understands themselves. He himself was now the equivalent of a butterfly, and a random flap of his wings would change the fate of the world. Running. Who really understands their helplessness? Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen smiled to himself. It's true that successful people are lonely. That's a bit of a deep statement. Hurriedly, he took out his cell phone and began to edit the message. Tatsu, don't post it. You've posted many remarks today. The Penguin dynamics are full of your postings. Ha! Yi Liangchen took a deep breath. What do you know? How much I post now? How much certain people will regret when the time comes for her to realize how much she hurt me and how much she hurt me in the first place. Is this line of talk just talk? No, it's my feelings. The greenest, truest feelings I've ever had that died before I even started. Gao Quan skimmed his mouth. Before he even said that after the college entrance exam, Ying Huiying would become his girlfriend and Li Qingxue would chase him backwards. He was talking so confidently that he almost believed it himself and had to make a bet with himself. As a result, now you can only hide in dark corners and post uninformed sayings. LOL. But it was good to still treat myself to some barbecue. So I'd better not say too much about it before I hurt Tatsu in the process. Yi Liangchen slowly got up, picked up the bottle and aimed it at the moon, then took a picture. I'll go first. Lonely night. Lonely heart. Who can understand Ha! With Yi Liangchen's departure, Gao Quan also began to concentrate on fixing the food on the table. After eating and drinking his fill, Gao Quan also patted his small stomach and prepared to leave as well. Just as he got up to leave, the waiter came over. Hello? A total of 103 was spent. Gao Quan was a bit confused. Didn't this Tatsu check out? Sorry, not really. Hearing this, Gao Quan's face turned a little red. There was nothing else. The night market at night was crowded, especially in summer. Being watched by so many at once, Gao Quan touched his pockets, and his face showed a smile worse than a cry. Slightly, just a moment. Taking out his cell phone, he called Yi Liangchen, and was not hung up on, but there was no answer either. Several hits in a row were like that. There was no other way. Gao Quan could only call other students. A large part of this summer has already passed, and even Gao Quan's own pocket money has already been spent. Not to mention those friends who often hang out with him in internet cafes. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the waiter, Gao Quan called Rui Wang. Rui's sister this time you can definitely help me Then told the story of what happened, and guarantee again and again to ensure that the money will be paid back tomorrow, which cleared the bill. Ashamed, he fled the place. In his heart, he had already cursed Yi Liangchen to death. Early the next morning, Li Qingshue's cell phone rang. Strangely glancing at her cell phone, because she knew that Long Ao Tian would not go to Riverside until the afternoon, so Li Qingxue did not go out in the morning. Rui, why are you calling so early? Yesterday Kokwin was almost left washing dishes at a barbecue. Blah blah blah. You say how there is still this kind of person. Tell people to go eat barbecue, but end up eating half of it themselves but give a run for their money. Gao Quan, that stupid bastard. Stupidly and not stupidly was pressed there as a meat ticket. After listening to the words of Wang Rui, Li Qingxue pulled the corner of her mouth. She thought of Yi Liangchen's shrimp head, but really did not think that he would be this shrimp head. Gao Quan and his bare ass to play to big friends but in the next second, he was relieved. He had also known him for 9 years, and what happened? He had even persuaded him to give up his high school entrance examination. In such a comparison, treating Gao Quan like this can only be described as insignificant. Alright Haruyuki, I'm telling you this to give you a new understanding of Yi Liangchen. I'm going to go find Gao Quan now to make him pay back the money. Aha! Li Qingxue sighed helplessly after ending the call. In fact, the previous Yi Liangchen was really quite good, and he didn't know what exactly had happened to make a person change this much. It was good to know that one no longer had any dealings with him. Get organized for a new day. Getting dressed and changing into the clothes I had prepared ahead of time last night. Pull back the curtains and look out the window. Looking at the gradually rising sun outside, Li Qingxue took a deep breath and decided that it would be better not to go out. Blow the air conditioning, watch some TV, and go out in the afternoon. Smiling sweetly and softly at the thought, she looked over to the handmade cookies sitting on her bedside. Li's father works for a company and Li's mother has her own store to manage. Right now there was only Li Qingxue by herself in the house. Humming a little song, she opened the refrigerator, looked at the fruit placed inside, and contentedly jumped on top of the couch in her bare feet to watch TV. Watch TV for a while, then you have to pick up your cell phone to check it, and in the meantime, take a look at the handmade cookies. She didn't even realize it herself, but the smile on her face at the moment just didn't seem to stop. Maybe it's because these handmade cookies have her own efforts in them, so she's even more eager to share them and get the recognition she wants. Time passes slowly. Li Qingxue turned off the TV. Getting up, she opened the refrigerator and took the fruit out of it, then took it beautifully into the kitchen and began to cut it up. She was going to make a fruit platter. Fruit platters, small snacks, handmade cookies, drinks, and mats were barely tucked into the small basket, and this time Li Qingxue chose to ride over on her own little bike, because there's a lot of stuff and it's too heavy. The young girl was riding her bike in the sunshine with a wonderful smile on her face, so wonderful that you couldn't take your eyes off it. Stopping the bike far enough to see the back of a teenager not far away, putting the car away, he picked up his things and jogged over. Long Ao Tian, aren't you hot? Looking at the jeans underneath Li Qingxue, Long Ao Tian asked. Li Qingxue's legs were a bit rolled and rounded, and the jeans were worn on her body, setting off the curves between her legs and her beautiful buttocks in a very tight and nice way, and especially the gully and curvature between her legs was quite perfect. It's not hot, and these jeans are breathable, Li Qingxue said as she took out the contents of the small basket. Placing things between himself and Long Ao Tian was quite enjoyable. Nah, this one's for you, the little cookie you wanted. Well, this is also returned to you. Throw it away. Long Ao Tian returned the headband to Li Qingxue as well, receiving the head rope. The rest of his eyes looked at Long Ao Tian every now and then. That, you can taste if today's is good or not. Long Ao Tian opened the lid and took out a small cookie and ate it. This little cookie wasn't that sweet. It was crispy and crunchy, and the more you chewed on it, the better it got, and it was really quite tasty. Hey yo, that's a pretty chic cookie. Hearing these words, Li Qingxue lightly bit her red lips, forcing herself to be calm on the surface, and deadening the corners of her mouth that were about to rise. This one is pig-styled, right? Chapter 117, A Woven Bag. The smile at the corner of her mouth stiffened on her face as Li Qingxue said with a wry smile, "But why do I feel more like a bunny?" Hearing this, coupled with Li Qingxue's smirking expression, Long Aotian seemed to have realized something. You don't say. It's really like that. There was a moment of silence in the air as he finished biting on it. Li Qingxue looked at Long Aotian expectantly, wanting to hear his comment, and Long Aotian increased the closure of his teeth and finally laughed. "Such a cute rabbit. It's a pity to eat it," he said, taking the bunny cookie out of his mouth. Li Qingxue sniffed, but did not think much about it. Posture Koi just feel a little embarrassed. Taking advantage of Li Qingxue's distraction, Long Aotian glanced at the cookie in his hand, and then crashed it on a small stone slice not far from his side. The small stone chip cracked in response, but not a bit of the cookie in his hand was knocked out of the way at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Taking a deep breath and with a calm face, he put it in his pocket. Strange things mixed in with a good jar of cookies. Now, Long Aotian did not have the interest to continue eating. In case he chipped his own teeth inadvertently, it would really be a loss. Finishing the remaining fruits and drinks, Long Aotian laid down on the lawn comfortably and said, "Alright, too clear ah." Aha. Li Qingxue rested her cheek with one hand, although she ate less, but seeing Long Aotian eating so much, her mood got better yet. Just then, a few familiar voices came from not far away. Li Qingxue couldn't help but raise her eyes to look. It was seen that on the normal road above, a thin and a fat figure were talking about something. "Izumi, don't you still believe me? I just got drunk yesterday and forgot. Do you think your brother Tatsu is that kind of person?" Yi Liangchen looked at Gao Quan and said solemnly, "You know, I'm not like that at all." Gao Quan's face showed bitterness. "Brother Chen, I know you're not that kind of person, but let's just consider the two of us AA last night, okay? You gave me half of the money, and I still have to pay back someone else. Out of the way." "Izumi, you're being really out of the way when you say that. Your brother Tatsu asked you to go out to eat, can he make you pay for it?" Upon hearing this, Gao Quan nodded repeatedly. "Then Brother Chen, don't mention this matter again. I'll give you the money, don't worry. Brother Chen will definitely take you to fly when he said he'll take you to fly this time." Yi Liangchen heavily patted Gao Quan's shoulder and said solemnly in a deep voice, "But Tatsu, don't you still trust Tatsu? It's only $100. We have to zoom out." "Zooming, you know? I can say this directly. This $100 of yours today. In the coming day I will return it 1,000 times 10,000 times. This is the bottom of your brother Chen me." Although Yi Liangchen was saying this, he had already resented it inwardly. If it wasn't he for Long Aotian that pitched himself $300, would he have lost face in front of Gao Quan now? And Gao Quan is also. "Yesterday I did not answer his phone" has been a disguised statement that he has no money. Today also want to chase over to ask for their own. Really? Alas. How shameless and disgusting. Seeing this scene, Li Qingxue couldn't help but utter a dark curse. This is also too shameless. Talking so grandiose? But Gao Quan is really owe others more than $100 ah. That one is your former friend, right? To be honest, the vision is really not good. Li Qingxue heard and saw. Naturally Long Aotian also heard and saw. In fact, Long Aotian had no special feelings for Yi Liangchen. Even if there was an unpleasantness at school once before, Long Aotian did not take it seriously in his heart. But Hu Yueying hated him, and he himself somehow hated him a little. "Well, I didn't expect you to remember him." Li Qingxue was embarrassed. In fact, his own vision of friends is actually quite good. Otherwise he would not have made so many friends. But Yi Liangchen's approach over the past half year really makes people quite that. "Of course I remember. I even pitched him $299 for selling clothes a while back." Mentioning this matter, Long Aotian's mind could not help but think of her eyes that curved into a crescent moon and her bright smile when he handed the money to Ying Hu. Unconsciously a smile was on his face as well. "You also sold clothes?" Li Qingxue was a bit disbelieving. "There's nothing you can think of that I haven't done before." Li Qingxue skimmed her lips. "You're too bad though. But I'm still quite shocked that he really managed to come up with $299. "Don't say you were shocked." At that time the little girl was also quite shocked. Long Aotian thought so. When his thoughts reached here, the corner of Long Aotian's mouth smiled even more. "It's getting late. Let's go." Aha. Li Qingxue also got up and started packing her things. "See you later. Take it slow on the bike ride." Long Aotian waved his hand and left first. "Okay, bye." Looking at Long Aotian's back as he left, Li Qingxue said softly. Then remembering something, He secretly picked up his cell phone and took a picture of Long Aotian, who was swinging his back to himself. The afterglow of the setting sun poured over the horizon. The warm orange light spread over the earth, and the back of the teenager was full of intention and uninhibited. Looking at the photos in her phone, Li Qingxue turned around with satisfaction and rode on top of the road that was full of warm orange colors. To the tenant building, Long Aotian did not stop. Passing by the food market, Long Aotian still did not stop. Came to the familiar alley. Long Aotian gradually slowed down his pace. Arriving in front of the gate, Long Aotian first took a deep breath and then exhaled heavily. Raising his hand, he knocked on the front door. There was no response. Long Aotian looked through the doorway towards the inside, and could see the tricycle, and could also see that the goods piled up on top of the tricycle had been organized. Out, Long Aotian withdrew his gaze and sat down on the stone block by the doorstep. After a long time, the sky darkened a few more points. Long Aotian got up and walked towards the east side of the alley. Before, Yinghuyu led Long Aotian to walk through this road, and in the middle of it, he would pass through a train track. Long Aotian remembered. Cross over onto the train track platform and head towards the gate exit on the other side. Long Aotian's footsteps didn't stop. He didn't know where he should go now, so he just walked around. Maybe we'll even run into the little girl by chance. As it gets dark, the city lights begin to exert their residual heat, illuminating the otherwise dark world in splashes of color. It's loud, but the fireworks are great. The city police are coming. I don't know who shouted. Long Aotian looked sideways. Just saw a lot of the stalls dispersing in a flurry. Some are on tricycles, some on battery-operated bicycles. Some are dragging a woven bag and panting as they trot along. The weather is cold. Pay attention to keep warm. Is there anyone frozen nose cold? Ha ha ha. Chapter 118 The Last Whisper. While trotting, he looked back toward the city police to see if they were catching up. As a result, just as he turned back, he directly bumped into a figure, and the woven bag in his hand fell to the ground. Hastily, he bowed his head and apologized in a small voice. Yeah, I'm sorry. He said he was going to pick up the woven bag. A large hand, however, went ahead and picked up the woven bag on the ground. Hu Yuyin froze for a moment and slowly looked upward along the hand. The anxious look on his face spiraled into elation. The young girl laughed. The color of charming red in the corner of her eyes of the smile was almost about to overflow, as if she wanted to carve the smile on top of the bone marrow of the person in front of her. Raising his hand, he gently knocked on the head of the young girl in front of him. What are you staring at? Why don't you run? Already carrying the woven bag on his back as he spoke. Looking at the back in front of her, Hu Yuiying's eyes, which were originally somewhat dull, seemed to surge into countless radiant lights at this moment, and nodded heavily. Aha! The two men ran forward and backward through the busy streets, under the colorful lights, until they came near the train tracks. The two men stopped panting. Long Aotian put down the woven bag behind his back and gasped for air. She looked up at Ying Huyu, while her eyes seemed to have never left Long Aotian from the beginning. At this moment when their eyes met, both of them burst out laughing in unison. The laugh was soft, yet seemed very calm. It's obviously happy, but it seems too soft, like a cup of fine wine that has been steeped for a long time. With a mixture of flavors and repeated tastes, it eventually turns into only a faint smile at each other. Sitting on the platform, Hu Yuiying simply couldn't stop for a moment. Taking out water from the woven bag, he took another cardboard out in the meantime and fanned Long Aotian. The temperature at night is not as hot as in the morning and at noon, but under this strenuous exercise, a layer of sweat was still born. What do you want to eat tonight, Long? She didn't ask much about anything, but simply wanted to know what Long Aotian wanted to eat tonight. This kind little girl used the purest smile to make Long Aotian feel warm and relaxed. Have some porridge. Lean porridge. Long Aotian also did not ask Hu Yuing these days how. Roving form of stalls. Long Aotian know how fierce the competition. The city police came and dispersed. City officials are gone. Keep looking for a place. Especially seeing Perry, who's struggling to drag the woven bag, trying her best to walk faster. Thinking back to his days at home. Lazy, Long Aotian's heart was inexplicably blocked. Good. Ying Huyu has always been so good and obedient in front of Long Aotian, and she does whatever he says. Taking a deep breath, she quietly looked at Long Aotian, then carefully asked, "Then, let's go home then." The little girl didn't even show this when she was chased by the city police just now. Now in front of himself, but this cautious. Long Aotian was amused. Am I that scary? It's not scary. Hu Yuing shook her head and laughed. Go. Long Aotian put the woven bag on his back and jumped down the steps towards the front. Perry, who followed closely behind. Brother Long, let me help you. Go away. If people see this, they'll think that I, Long Aotian, can't even carry a woven bag, so I'll fan you? No need. So, Does Lung want to take a break for some water? If you keep yakking beware I'll whack you ah. It's just a few steps to let me rest. Are you connoting me? I didn't all along. Huyu blinked her big innocent eyes, pursed her lips and didn't say anything, and immediately followed Long Aot on side. Looking at the streetlight, the shadows of himself and Lung, quietly taking advantage of Lung's inattention, moved a little toward Lung's side. The two shadows overlapped. Watching this scene, the corners of Huyu Ying's mouth curled up and her eyes bent, smiling with some happiness and a bit of foolishness, returning to the place where he lived. From the moment he stepped into the front door, Long Aotian felt that his entire body and mind were much smoother. Huyu Ying rushed forward to help Long put down the woven bag. Brother Long, go wash your hands first. I'll make lean pork porridge. Perry, who finished jogging into the middle of the kitchen, and incidentally turned on the lights in the living room. Washing his hands, he skillfully walked into the middle of the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to take a look, secretly nodding. Not bad. There was meat and vegetables, and she didn't shortchange herself. How did he know that Huyu Ying prepared fresh vegetables every day? Because she knew that Lung would come over one day. She didn't want to have no tasty meal when Lung came over because she didn't prepare properly. Looking at Long Aotian's actions, a small hint of smugness flashed through Huyu Ying's bright eyes. Soon Huyu Ying made the lean meat porridge. Long Aotian ate 2 bowls. It's been too long since he ate, or the little girl made it to his liking. Looking at Long Aotian finished eating, Huyu Ying also hurriedly ate the last bite and started to clean up the dishes. After putting it in the kitchen, Perry, who went into the bedroom and came out with a small book in his hand. Lung, this is what I've been getting in these days. Turned over the book inside, also clamped a few brand new money. Huyu Ying, embarrassed, said, I sell bad. Take this money yourself. This is all the result of your own efforts. Long Aotian returned all the money along with the small book back to Huyu Ying. Not waiting for Huyu Ying to say anything, Long Aotian got up and solemnly looked at Huyu Ying. Hard work. Huyu Ying's body trembled lightly. Long Aotian's affirmation of her was like a breeze that blew into her dusty heart. All of the strength, all of the effort, all of the disguised defenses of these days, in this moment, because of this one whisper, easily penetrated her heavy armor until it all disintegrated. All the aggression suppressed in the bottom of the heart came out in an instant. It's like a child who couldn't find a home and finally came home. Tears welled up. The attachment in her heart made her no longer care about anything. She hugged Long Aotian and sobbed, I thought that you no longer want to care about me, Brother Long. Long Aotian's body stiffened. Looking at the crying Huyu Ying, he let out a light sigh. His raised hand placed on her head, his tone tried to bring a smile. What nonsense. It's so hard for me to take in a little follower. How could I not care about you? Don't cry. You'll get ugly if you do. I'll really whack you if you keep crying. Huyu sniffs and sniffles, tilts her head to look at Long Aotian. Her red eyes are tinted with a layer of water mist, calling for people to want to pity her for no reason. Then I won't cry. Brother Long, don't whack me. Meeting these wet, simple and apparently innocent eyes, it was clearly just Huyu Ying begging for forgiveness. Perhaps she suddenly cried red eyes. Perhaps her voice was aggrieved. Long Aotian, uncomfortable, don't head, to hide the heart that a strange feeling. Chapter 119, because I believe in you. Life is not as good as it should be. 9 times out of 10. And people can only grow gradually by constantly breaking free from their predicaments. You're already great. Long Aotian said softly, at least let me see the strength and independence in you. The aggression in his heart came and went quickly. Huyu Ying sniffled. And now he is not crying or aggrieved. Then is Brother Long still coming for dinner tomorrow? Huyu loosened her hold on Long Aotian a little bit, then asked in a small voice. While speaking, he secretly observed Long Aotian's face. Isn't that thinking jumping around a little too fast? You were just crying and now you're worried about coming to dinner tomorrow? However, Long Aotian still said, it's almost time to report for duty. In these few days, we will first deal with all the rest of the goods and leave some time. Don't you still have to make a trip home? Hearing this, Huyu Ying gently nodded. Well, thank you, Brother Long. Thank me for what? Long Aotian said in amusement. Thank you for remembering, Huyu Ying said seriously. Looking at Huyu's serious look, Long Aotian raised his hand and gently knocked on her head. Don't always be so silly. Moreover, don't be stupidly self-moved because of a little bit of each other's goodness. Never underestimate the ugliness of human nature. So is Brother Long a bad guy? Huyu Ying asked with a smile in her eyes. A sentence that made Long Aotian directly pause and open his mouth in the face of the trust revealed by Huyu. I also have a bad side, but I trust Brother Long. Huyu Ying revealed a bit of petulance. She wanted to show the purest trust to Brother Long. Being able to be trusted so much by the little girl, Long Aotian only felt a little amused. One day when I sell you, you're also stupid enough to count the money for me. It's okay, I'll run back on my own. What if you can't run back? Then wait for Lung to come to me. Are you stupid? How can I go back to you when I've sold you out? Huyu sweetly smiled. Because believe in the face of Hu Ying's words, Long Aotian did not know what to say for a while. He could feel Hu Ying's unconditional belief in himself. This is actually bad. But then there was something in my heart that felt good about it. Bad because it's too trusting. And good because it's too trusting. Man is like a tangled animal. Always torn and choosing over and over again. Ultimately entangled. Get an early night and start our big money-making project tomorrow. Good. Huyu was also full of energy and clenched her small fists. Goodbye brother Long. Huyu looked at Long Aotian's back and waved her hand with great effort. See you tomorrow. Long Aotian also waved his hand and walked towards the end of the alley. This one was in a different frame of mind than the last time I left. There was a feeling of smoothness and lightness in my body. I'm back. Opening the door, Long Aotian looked at the old man who was eating pig's head meat. Eat less greasy food to sleep at night. I've eaten, so I'll wash up first. The old man chucked up the pig's head meat, neither eating nor not eating, and finally laughed out loud. Brat, looks like you're in a good mood today. After taking a shower and lying back on the bed, Long Aotian looked at his cell phone and frowned slightly. Why didn't you ask me if I've arrived home today? Just as I thought about it, I received a message. Li Qingxue, I just used the computer to check that University T isn't too far from University A. How are you guys going to get there? My dad was going to drive me over there. And I figured we were all on the same route anyway, so we could have gotten in the car together. The first time we go to a strange city thousands of miles away, we can still look out for each other. Long Aotian thought about it and replied, thank you, but it's still no trouble. Let's contact in Kyoto. Knowing that Li Qingxue is well-intentioned, but sitting in someone else's car, you have to look at someone else's time. Since it is directly sending Li Qingxue to Kyoto, it will probably go over several days in advance. They were a family of 3, with scenery along the way, and they would definitely take Li Qingxue for a stroll around Kyoto when they arrived at the place. Since people have the heart to say it, they cannot really know what to do, and taking who to rub the car. Earlier, Long Aotian had inquired that there was a direct train from Gulf City to Kyoto City. When the time comes, he'll take Perry Hu himself and go straight there. Li Qingxue, no need to thank me. It's actually kinda nice to still have people you know in a strange city. After sending this message, Li Qingxue's small hands tightened, and finally asked, are the cookies finished? I can bring you some more tomorrow. After clicking send, Li Qingxue tactically burrowed into the quilt. Anyway, I don't know why. It felt like it would be a bit embarrassing to ask such a thing. Seeing this message, Long Aotian amused. As if he thought of something, took out a rabbit cookie from his pocket and pinched it to feel its hardness. There's a chance, I guess. I'm going to start work tomorrow, so I'll get rid of all the goods in my hands before I go report to work. Li Qingxue, who had burrowed into the quilt, heard the beeping of her cell phone, quietly peeking out ahead. The excitement that had inexplicably turned up inside gradually calmed down. Selling clothes? Well, selling clothes. Where to sell clothes? It's a bit far to go to the usual town. Oh. Li Qingxue skimmed helplessly. The usual town was indeed a bit far away. I've been to the fair once before, but it's been a long time since then, and I've somewhat forgotten about it now. I'll film it for you tomorrow. Seeing this sentence sent by Long Aotian, Li Qingxue's face reappeared with a smile. Good, don't lie to me. When have I ever lied to you? Li Qingxue clenched her small fists. You always tease me as if I'm a child, as if I'm stupid in your eyes. After sending this sentence, Li Qingxue looked at the cell phone screen with a small arrogant light hum. I'm not stupid. Exit the chat interface, open the photo album, browse the beautiful photos taken today. Fingertips across the phone screen, a photo in front of the eye swept. The line of sight fell on the setting sun. The back of the teenager with his arms raised above, inadvertently smiled and bent his eyebrows. Long Aotian put down his cell phone, pulled up a blanket, covered his navel, and prepared to sleep. I had just laid down when the cell phone alert sounded again. Reaching for his cell phone, Perry Hu, good night. Good night, Long Aotian replied. In the dark room, only the cell phone screen light shines on. Looks a little green but slightly a hint of winks above the pretty face. Good dreams, dragon. The corners of the young girl's lips rose and she murmured softly in the darkness, her voice gentle and loving. It was a night that seemed like it all went back to the beginning. Thank you for sending a variety of gifts. Vultures, thank you. But also please do a good job to keep warm. The body grade degree nabla degree. Chapter 120 Yucking Qing Shui. Early the next morning, after the old man woke up from his sleep, he subconsciously came to Long Aotian's room. Looking at the empty room with amusement, he closed the door back behind him. Looks like it's made up. No wonder I came back yesterday feeling all different. Catching up means catching up early. Perry, who woke up very early to make a good meal. Good behavior sitting on the steps waiting for Long Aot on it. After dinner, the two set out. Brother Long, you slow down. It's so fast. Huyu sat on the small bench at the back and yelled into the wind. Huyuing can feel out Long is so hyper today. The tricycle passed a small car. It was really fast. Long Aotion did have some exuberance. Don't even know that these days at home are almost bored to death. Even Long Aotion himself said that he, born with a laborious life. It's okay, Lung's a great biker. We'll have to hurry. Okay then. Huyuing would always follow her Lung anyway. It still took almost an hour to get to the place even with all the speeding. Even so, a lot of people have come here. Long Aotion took out his cigarettes and circled around, then parked the car on top of a vacant lot. Right here. Okay. Huyu jumped out of the car and helped Long Aotion open the parasol. The fit between the two wasn't rusty after all these days of stagnation. Soon their stalls were set up. Huyuing looked at the clothes hanging all over the parasol and said with a smile, "It still looks a bit more comforting this way." These days she laid her clothes out on the floor, which was easy to clean up, but not at all ornamental. I'm sure it's still more comfortable to look like this. After doing everything, Long Aotion looked at Huyu. Take out your cell phone and use it. Okay. Huyu took out her cell phone and handed it to Long Aotion. You add this friend. Long Aotion handed his keypad cell phone to Huyuing. Looking at the penguin number on it, as well as the note next to the 3 words, Li Qingxue, the movement of his hand paused for a moment. But still, I quickly added this penguin. After the addition was completed, Huyuing quietly glanced at Long Aotion as a thief, then lightly bit her red lips and clicked return to enter their chat interface. Huyuing knew that this was bad, but she couldn't control her desire to look up. Well, the sudden sound that rang out made Huyuing hurriedly click exit. Look at you with this look of weakness, Long Aotion said without any good humor. Take a few pictures, or a video and send them to her. You might be classmates from now on, so get in touch more. You can have fewer friends around you, but you must not have no friends. Li Qingxue is quite a good person, and her personality complements that of Hu. It's actually quite nice for the two of them to have a lookout for each other inside a school. According to Li Qingxue's character, she should be able to make friends very quickly inside the school. After all, people are not solitary creatures. Long Aotion naturally hopes that Hu can also know a little more friends. I know Brother Long. Huyuing obediently picked up her cell phone and took a few pictures of her stall, then stood on the road and took many pictures of the fairgrounds running north and south as well. On the other side, the dazed Li Qingxue heard her cell phone constantly ringing with alerts, and sleepily rubbed her long hair, then lazily rolled over and got her cell phone, which was placed aside to charge. Upon seeing a photo of the fair transmitted by a strange friend on his cell phone, Li Qingxue instantly sobered up quite a bit, first clicking on Add Friend before starting to browse through the photos. The bazaar, which runs from north to south, is densely built with a variety of stalls. It's a novelty. She clicked on this friend's avatar and entered the space. It's empty and there's nothing in it. Exited space to the information screen. This account is a female account with the name, Furoki. Guyu? Is that Perry who? Li Qingxue muttered, because he had only spoken to Long Aotion alone, wanting to see if the bustling bazaar was a lot of fun. Together with this screen name, subconsciously associated that the person accompanying Long Aotion at this moment is Hu. Frozen for a split second, he then rubbed his face fiercely. What are you thinking, Li Qingxue? Didn't you analyze that they were boyfriend and girlfriend a long time ago? What are you thinking blindly? So it quit and sent a good morning picture into the chat box. Is that yuck? Hit send. Huyuing saw the reply received on her cell phone, and was a little nervous at the very first moment, because she only talked to Lung. Brother Long, Qingxue sent me a message. When things are not decided, look for Brother Long first, at least in Perry whose mind. Brother Long is very powerful. He can easily solve anything. Long Aotion nodded and said without lifting his head, well, your task today is to communicate well with your future alumni. Good. Huyu finished sitting obediently on the small bench and started typing on her cell phone. Qingshu, Lung said you wanted to see the bazaar, but the bazaar isn't loaded with people right now, so when there are more people, it'll be lively. After the message was sent over, Li Qingxue replied almost in seconds. It's okay, I'm just a little curious. Did you guys get here early? Have you had breakfast yet? A short greeting is the most direct way to bring people closer together. At least Huyuing's face spread a smile after seeing this message. Long Aotion looked at Huyu who was holding the cell phone and giggling. He couldn't help but also shook his head with a good laugh. I'm going to go to the bathroom and find out where the restroom is on the way. At that Huyuing raised her head. Aha, promised. I'll watch the stall. After Long Aotion left, Huyuing's cell phone vibrated one after another. Dropping his eyes, it was a video invitation call. Nervously clenching his fingers, but remembering Long Ao Tian's words, he took a deep breath and still clicked on connect. In the next second, Li Qingshue's small face appeared on the screen. Her long, fluffy hair, paired with such an exquisite small face, had an indescribable messy beauty. Hello Haruyuki. Perry, who was a bit nervous, but she still took the lead in greeting. Previously, although in the school also met Li Qingxue, but at that time it was all Long and Li Qingxue and chatting and talking. They did not seriously, and Li Qingxue said. So at this moment Li Qingxue called the video phone. Hu Yueying some nervous. Wow. Yuing, your skin is good. Oh. Is with what brand of hydration? Ah? Li Qingxue, after seeing the cell phone appeared in the small face of Hu Yuing, is also smiling out loud asked. Hearing Li Qingxue's words, Hu Yueying's pretty face blushed. No, it's just an ordinary debao. And your skin is in great shape too. Thanks. Compared to Ying Huyu, who would be shy when praised, Li Qingxue would be happy when she was praised for having great skin. Chapter 121. Brother Lung said, "Are those your clothes behind you?" Perry, who was sitting in front of the stall, so Li Qingxue could also see the clothes hanging behind Perry, who, aha, all of these. Hu Yuing looked at the clothes hanging all over the place and was quite proud of them. It's quite nice. Can I purchase it too? Li Qingxue had her eye on a white short sleeve, which was just right to use to match the pants she was wearing today. It should look good. Of course. Hu Yuing laughed. Then he got up and approached the front of the hung clothes. Haruyuki, see which one you like. I'll help you find the size. Is this the one? For this one, it's about the same style as the one I'm wearing, so I'll show you how it looks on you. After saying that, he placed his cell phone on the small table and then adjusted the angle, slowly backing away to ensure that his entire body appeared in the shot. With Ying Huyu full body appeared in the camera. White ice silk simple short sleeve, black ice silk vertical pants. The skin under the sun is even fairer. Maybe it is the first time to show yourself through the cell phone. Or maybe it is the people around you who are looking at you more and more. In any case, Hu Yueying's little face cannot help but flushed a little red. It's clean. No, to be precise, it's very green and innocent. Simple clothes, wearing in Hu Yuing body, but there is a kind of indescribable sense of innocence. Shy red face of the sense of youth, but also for this innocence added a touch of charm. Okay, is it done? Hu Yuing asked softly as she looked at the cell phone sitting on the desktop. It's okay. Li Qingshue's voice came out from the cell phone. Hu Yuing was relieved and hurriedly went up and re-picked up the cell phone. This is the upshot. Good looking. Li Qingxue laughed, her mouth unabashed in its praise. Hu Yuing looked at Li Qingxue, who was smiling brightly in the video, and couldn't help but laugh softly along with her. It was as if she had the best years of her life in her, with a hint of languid poise revealed in her nimble resourcefulness, and she was inadvertently infected by her prettiness and enthusiasm. After listening to Li Qingshue's size, Hu Yueying quickly found the corresponding size. Both of us have the same size. This shouldn't be a problem. But how am I going to give it to you? Li Qingxue laughed. By the water, I guess. Long Ao Tian knows. Okay, Lung's gone to the restroom. I'll tell him when he gets back. Tell me what? Long Ao Tian just came back and heard Ying Huyu talking about herself. It was only after getting closer at the moment that I realized that the little girl seemed to be in the middle of a video. Yo, good morning. Yeah, I haven't washed up yet. No looking. Seeing Long Ao Tian's big face appearing in the screen, Li Qingshui immediately shrunk into the quilt, only revealing a pair of cunning and soulful eyes, and snapped. Ha ha ha, still shy. Long Ao Tian laughed and went to the side. Seeing Long Ao Tian leave, only then did Li Qingshui burrow out from the quilt again. Long Ao Tian, I've got my eye on a piece of clothing. I'll go fetch it when you come back and pass by the waterfront. Got it. I'll send it to you in the evening. Long Ao Tian did not appear in the picture, but his voice was clearly transmitted. Aha, but you're not allowed to screw me over. Li Qingshui thought of this badass guy, who had pitched Ji Liangchen $299 in one go. It won't be. Brother Long won't screw people over. Perry, who explained. This time of year, the neighborhood is getting more and more crowded. Long Ao Tian stood on the street and looked at it. Yucking, you take Li Qingshui around and go. Okay, so are you okay alone? Lun, please remove the? Li Qingshue's voice immediately came from the phone. Stinking ass. With a light laugh, Perry Huyu went out with his cell phone. Yucking, what is that thing? It feels so pretty. Buy one for me and I'll give you the money for the clothes together then. Hearing Li Qingshue's voice, Hu Yueying first glanced at the stall owner, then turned her back to the other party and whispered. Qingxue, Brother Long said that thing is fake. It can't be scratched. What about that one? That rainbow marshmallow looks so delicious. Perry, who walked over quickly, then looked back and continued to whisper. No, Long said. Those things are all pigmented. After eating, the mouth will change color. Looking at Ying Huyu in front of the various stalls, Walking and stopping, Long Aotian stretched a lazy waist. It seems that the chat is quite cheerful. I'm going to start welcoming a new life today. Too, said honked the horn. A voice was heard in the bazaar in an endless stream. Righteous Bird Clothing Factory. Righteous Bird Clothing Factory. Running away with his sister-in-law. $19. The whole place is $19. It was already 2 hours later when Perry who came back. It's kinda scary. Back. Take a break and get ready for dinner later. Aha. Hu Yuing agreed. Then looked at her cell phone. I'm going to go buy dinner later. Well, it's time for me to go eat. Only then did the two men hang up. It looks like you guys can chat quite well. Long Aotian asked. Perry who you lightly smiled and nodded. Aha. Qingxue has a great personality. We can always talk. She's going to go to the finance department of the University of A. I'm going to the Department of Business Administration. Even though they're two departments, they're very close to each other. Obviously in a strange city, there is a friend who can talk to each other. And Hu Yueying is happy. By the way, she said she'd make cookies and bring them to Waterside tonight. Said she was thanking me for taking her around all morning. Then I said I didn't need it, but she still wanted me to taste it. Toward the end, Perry whose voice became smaller and smaller. Brother Long, can we give the clothes to Qingxue for free? After saying that but not getting Lung's approval, he cautiously looked up at Lung. All that could be seen was the corners of Lung's mouth twitching. Long Aotian consciously reached into his pocket and ruthlessly pinched the cookie in his pocket. It was broken. Surprisingly, it is still so hard. Yucking ah. Listen to Brother Lung. Let's not eat the cookies. Ha, that's not good, is it? Qingxue has started doing it. If I say no now, will it be a bit bad ah? Ing Huyu said in a small voice. She wasn't being greedy. She just felt that this was really bad. Haruyuki was happy to invite herself to taste the cookies she made, and she had already agreed. So if she refused now, just feel a little bad. Long Aotian snorted and patted Ing Hu's shoulder. You're too naive. You don't even know that there's another kind of food in this world called hard as stone. Clothes to Li Qingxue well. Not worth anything. Perry Hu, Lung said that if you guys don't generate power, he's going to whack you. Chapter 122, The Happiest Summer Ever. After packing up, Ing Huyu sat down obediently. I'm ready, Brother Long. Let's go. As Long Aotian's words fell, the tricycle started and sped off in the direction of home. Not as fast as in the morning. It was much more comfortable physically and mentally to blow in the wind and look out over the large fields in the surrounding villages and towns. There aren't many goods left. All of them will be dealt with in a couple days. So go home early and take a look around. Long Aotian said softly. Aha. Hu Yuing agreed. In fact, she also wanted to go home to see. Tuition fees have long been saved enough. Living expenses are still left a lot of money. And still be able to take out some subsidies to the grandparents to use. It seemed that since meeting Lung, everything about himself was moving forward in a good direction. Looking at Long Aotian's back, the corner of Hu Yuying's lips lightly raised. Glad that she knew Brother Long. Glad that she became Brother Long's little follower. And equally glad that Brother Long did not stay away from her. Lung, I'm kind of happy. Yes? If you're happy, shout it out loud. And you'll be happier when you do. Don't. It was good to know that she was happy herself and Lung. And she was a little embarrassed if she shouted it out like that. It's okay. We won't be here tomorrow. And no one knows us. That's fine. Perry, who took a deep breath, placed her hands on either side of her lips, and let out a loud shout in the direction of the empty field. So happy. Really happy ah. After shouting at will, it seemed like he was really happier than just now. And the smile on his face was even brighter and purer. Long Aotian twisted his head to look at Ing Huyu. Did you feel happier? Aha. Hu Yuing nodded heavily, then tilted her head to look at the sky and said in a very small voice, it turns out that my life, too, can be this happy. Remember to have fun like this. And Lan wants you to be happier than you were today every day going forward. I know, and I wish Dragon each day to be happier than the day before. It will be, after all, our lives are just beginning. An hour later, Long Aotian said with a sideways glance, send a message to Li Qingxue, tell her to go to the river. We're almost there. Got it. Ing Huyu happily agreed, then took out her cell phone and started editing the message. Haruki said she'll be there in about 10 minutes or so on her bike, and she's already on her way. Ing Huyu said with a smile, she now had another friend besides Lung. In fact, a person like Li Qingxue, after contact, it is difficult not to get along as a friend. Li Qingshu's character is active, and Hu Yueying's character is passive. Before in the school, Hu Yueying's change is only for Long Aotian. In the eyes of outsiders, Hu Yueying is still a little high and cold. In fact, it is not high and cold, but Hu Yueying doesn't know how to climb with people. But after the college entrance examination, Long Aotian took Hu Yueying's stall. Every day we'll meet a lot of people to buy clothes. Slowly Hu Ying's change against everyone. Today, at the request of Long Ao Tian, it was Ying Huyu who took the initiative to send a message to Li Qingxue. When people get along with each other, one party takes the first initiative. And as long as the other party isn't some brooding, difficult person, it's easy to get into a conversation. Especially since Li Qingxue was a flamboyant and lively girl with a hint of a little arrogance. Soon Long Ao Tian stopped the tricycle and had come to the riverside. Ying Huyu took the clothes she had already prepared for Li Qingxue in her hands and jumped down from the car. After glancing at her cell phone, Hu Yueying also cancelled the idea of sending a message to Li Qingxue. She's riding a bike. It's not good if she gets distracted. Long Ao Tian sat on the tricycle and yawned. Sleeping used to lazy. Today got up too early, now some sleepy. Well, it wasn't long before the figure of a young girl on a bicycle appeared on the other side of the road. Before he even got close, a clear and pleasant voice had already come. Sorry, you've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Perry, who shook his head. No, we've only arrived a short while ago as well. This is for you. With that, he handed Li Qingxue the clothes he had picked out, and Li Qingxue took it, sending the finished cookies in her hand in the process. How much is it? I brought cash. Ying Huyu looked at the box of cookies in her hand and waved her hand. No need. The clothes are for you. And thank you for the cookies. Li Qingxue laughed softly. Then I'll be polite. May I see it? Sure. And if it doesn't fit, I can still change it for you. Hearing this, Li Qingxue opened the package and took out the clothes inside. It's so cold and soft in the hand that I'd want to just change it on if I wasn't still outside right now. Long Ao Tian watched the two of them chatting harmoniously, and without moving, he took the cookies from Perry Hu's hand. Hu Yuing naturally would not say anything. In her mind, whatever Long wanted she would give. Hey, Long Ao Tian, don't rob Perry Hu, okay? After Li Qingxue put her clothes away, if you want to eat, I'll make more next time, okay? Quickly let Perry Hu taste my handiwork. No, if you don't give it, it's mine if you get it in my hands. Long Ao Tian looked like a dead pig. Perry Hu was amused and gently pulled Li Qingxue, signaling that there was no relationship. And Li Qingxue was equally amused. It looked like Long Ao Tian really enjoyed eating the cookies he made. Who makes their own cookies so delicious? Forget it, just make more next time. What a yummy mouth. It was getting late, so a few people talked for a while and left on their own. Ying Huyu sat on the small bench behind the tricycle and waved her hand at Li Qingxue. We'll leave first. Well, slow down on the road. Watching Long Ao Tian leave with Ying Huyu, Li Qingxue gently pursed her red lips, a hint of envy flowing from her eyes. That's so nice. Such freedom and happiness was also what she aspired to. At least the joy she felt within herself was known only to herself. At least they're still friends. Thinking of this, Li Qingxue took a deep breath, turned around in a dashing manner, mounted her own bicycle, and faded away. The other side. Long Ao Tian has returned to the base with Hu Yuing. After unloading the stuff, Hu Yuing checked the remaining tailgates, dispose of the remaining goods in the next 2 days. This summer is going to be over, Long Ao Tian said as he stretched his back. Yeah. This summer has gone by so fast, Ying Huyu said softly as she sat beside Long Ao Tian. From the end of the college entrance examination, the two of them went together to Ebird to buy goods, set up a stall in the morning market, to now unknowingly has been over for so long. This summer is really close to the end, but this summer was also one of her happiest. Chapter 123, I'm really a good and devoted big brother. The next day, Long Ao Tian took Hu Yuing to other places to catch the market. This time Long Ao Tian didn't stay at the stall, but kept on hanging out at several surrounding stalls selling clothes. Hu Yuing is so well behaved sitting on a small bench, looking at Long Ao Tian in this stall to pass a cigarette. Say we'll talk. Do not know what to say. Anyway, they are laughing quite happy. Only when it was time for the bazaar to start loading up with people did Long Ao Tian return to the front of his stall and turn on the loudspeaker. The magical shouts and cheap prices immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. The morning was spent on such busyness. At lunchtime, Long Ao Tian took a few pieces of clothes and went in front of a few other stalls. After conferring, he walked back with one of the middle-aged men. Hu Yuing realized that Long will be the remaining of these goods. The top short sleeve $10, the bottom pants $15, all wrapped up to this uncle. If it wasn't for the fact that I still have to report to school, I would really want to sell for 2 more days. Long Ao Tian squatted on the ground and counted the number of clothes piece by piece and said with a smile, can't see it, really can't see it. Uncle smoked while counting the goods that Long Ao Tian had ordered. Long Ao Tian has a social air about him, as well as handing out cigarettes and talking and laughing. If he hadn't said he was still a student, the older man wouldn't have been able to tell. There were a few pieces of clothes of different colors left, and Long Ao Tian kept them. These are the ones we'll wear ourselves. These are the ones. After counting the quantity, The uncle was also very quick to take the money and settle the bill. Doing business with people are very fine. This price he still have to earn. The most critical thing is that his stall is close to the morning that will be these two young people can really not sell. After collecting the money, Long Aotian left with Ing Huyu. Before leaving, I vaguely heard, ran off with my sister-in-law. Long Aotian and Huyu Ing could not help but feel amused at the sound. Dragon, where are we going now? We're going home now. Of course. Back home. Long Aotian put all the trivial things on the tricycle and waited for a while to pull them all back. Brother Long, come and eat. Huyu Ing lifted the bamboo curtain and looked at Long Aotian, who was still busy, and called out softly, coming. Long Aotian put down the things in his hands, clapped his hands and walked over. Dragon, go wash your hands first. I've already served the meal. Long Aotian washed his hands back to the living room, looked at one hand resting his cheeks in a daze. Ing Huyu laughed. What are you doing? Hurry to eat. He thought that Huyu Ing should have not yet adapted to the feeling of sudden idleness. Is it kinda uncomfortable to suddenly have nothing to do all of a sudden? I'll give you that. Cherish this short and leisurely time. Later on when you graduate, there will be a time when you are too busy to stop. Lung, Perry, Huyu softly called out, then looked up at Long Aotian with a look of wanting to say something. What's wrong? Facing Long Aotian's inquiry, Huyu Ying's red lips slightly opened. Brother Long, I may have to go home for a while. I can't help you cook and eat for a while. Perry, who wanted to go home and take a look, but she was a bit uneasy about Long Aotian. Last time I saw Lung on the street and went home together, he made his own lean congee, and Long drank 2 bowls at once. Having known Long for such a long time, Huyu Ing also has a little understanding of Long Aotian's family situation. 2 big, brown men, always worried they won't be able to take care of themselves. This would highlight the importance of having a female in the family. Harm. I thought it was something to make it so tense. It scared me. Don't worry, I can't take care of myself anymore? Words are so said, but the heart still cannot help but a warm. Although in Huyu Ing here, they really seem to be the head of the family. What do not have to worry about their own. Let me know when you leave and I'll drop you off. No need, Lung. You really have helped me a lot. I can actually do it myself. For some reason, Long Aotian suddenly felt that these words were like making a final farewell. Alright, the little follower has grown up and it's time to be independent. Long Aotian joked, but it seems, actually not that funny. Sunset. Long Aotian backed the tricycle out the door. I'm leaving. Okay. Dragon, take it easy on the road. Looking at Lung's back as he left, Huyu Ing gathered her courage. Lung, I'll be back soon, and I'll even cook for you then. The tricycle is gradually moving away, and under the roar, Ing Huyu took 2 steps forward, panting slightly, and I don't know if Long heard it, until you never see Lung again. It was only then that Huyu Ing returned to her home and began to pack up her things. There's really nothing worth cleaning up. A duffel bag, small change of money, a book, 2 photos, and 2 changes of clothes. The other side. Long Aotian parked the car and after unloading the things on it, he returned to his room. The old man hadn't come back yet, and the house was empty. Take off your clothes and get ready to take a shower first. After showering and returning to his room, he lay down on his bed and let out a long breath. The afterglow saw the box of cookies sitting on the bench, as well as placed around the stool. A couple of its unimpressive rabbit cookies, specially picked out for fear of pinching my own teeth. Today robbed Perry, whose cookies. Should buy her something to eat on the way? Otherwise, according to her such a small family, it is estimated that she will be hungry all the way. Thinking of this, Long Aotian secretly nodded his head. He is really a good big brother who does his best. Get on the bike and pedal furiously all the way. Stopped after coming to the Junction supermarket. Put the car away and walk inside the supermarket. Long Aotian had just gone in not long ago when a figure carrying a duffel bag came out from the corner of the road. As he passed the supermarket, he glanced at the bike sitting on the side, then withdrew his gaze and continued on his way. After taking a few steps, he couldn't help but stop and look towards the back once again. This time a hint of doubt flashed through his good-looking eyes, but without giving it much thought, he turned back and continued on his way. Moments after turning the corner onto the main road, once again, he looked behind him without thinking. Long Aotian walked out with a large bag of snacks. This should always be enough to eat. Hanging onto his bike, Long Aotian was in a hurry and ready to leave. Just getting started. Where are you going in such a hurry? Lung? Swish. Of a sharp break, Long Aotian looked back. He saw Ing Huyu, who was carrying a shoulder bag, slightly gasping for air, but with a bright smile. Huyu smiled and gasped, her heart fluttering and beating non-stop. Chapter 124, he's a good man. That's all you bring for a nice trip home? Well, there's everything at home, so I won't bring it back and forth, and it's also about to go to Kyoto. sitting on top of the back seat of the bicycle, Hu Yuing said softly. After saying that, she quietly approached Long Aotian, with a hint of temptation, a hint of constraint, her hands gently placed on Long Aotian's waist, can obviously feel. Long Aotian's body in the moment of their own contact stiffened for a moment. But Long did not say that the mood became beautiful all of a sudden. A previous impulse. She was almost about to lose her own lung, leading to the fact that now Hu Yuing really had a very hard time controlling herself. But she finds it really hard sometimes, seeing that Lung didn't say anything about himself. So with a few moments of nervousness and a few moments of determination, Hu Yuing gently leaned her head up as well. The smile at the corners of his lips was bright and nice, and his originally calm heart was flooded with some turbulence at this moment. That's nice, murmuring softly, the timid Hu Yuing, in a voice that only she could hear, whispered. The station was far away. Eventually, with Long Aotian stopping the car, the greedy Ying Hu Yuxing then unwillingly loosened her hands. Thank you, brother Long. Wouldn't it be nice to leave tomorrow? Have to go back at night. As Long Aotian spoke, he took down the snacks hanging on the front of the car. Nah, eat on the way. Don't be polite to me. I'll whack you if you're nagging. Looking at the bag of snacks in front of her, Hu Yuing lightly smiled and nodded. Okay, brother Long, I'll be very obedient. I'm the best little follower. Go in, give me a message when you arrive. Long Aotian waved his hand, signaling Hu Yuing to hurry inside. She wanted to say thank you again to brother Lung, but when the words came out of her mouth, she didn't want to say them as much. From the first time he met Lung, he had always said thank you to him himself. Let's leave it at that this time. See you later, Lung. The sooner you go back, the sooner you can come back. Her grandparents are her family, but on another level, within herself, Long is also her family. There was no turning back, because she knew that Lung must still be watching himself right now. The humble Hu Yuing, the cowardly Hu Yuing, the gloomy Hu Yuing, has long since become a thing of the past. Now Hu Yuing is confident, brave and strong, at least in front of Long. Let yourself be confident, brave and strong. She didn't want to give Lung a hard time anymore. Those days apart were really sad. After purchasing the ticket and entering the station to wait, Ying Hu turned back after all. As the first time we met, he was looking at himself. Hajin village, 3 hours away. Time is not long, but for that year is still only 15 years old. Hu Yuing, really long. From the countryside to the town for 6 years. From the town to the county for 3 years. From the county to the Bay City for 3 years. This time she is going to go farther away from Kyoto. The road ahead is still very long, but Hu Yuing's heart is not ever in fear. Walking out of the station, $6 on a tricycle, she made her way back to her home. 2 figures could be seen standing at the entrance of the village from a distance. The figure was a little stooped, but it held a small piece of her grandparents. Ying Hu called out and jogged to the side of the duo. Look at the familiar face. Look at their hair and white a little bit. Look at their face, a few new wrinkles. Hu Yuing do not want to cry, but the tears just cannot control it. Grandpa's big rough hand gently stroked Ying Hu's head. Home. Still dropping tears. Shy or not, the grandmother on the side wiped the tear stains on Hu Yuing's face. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Go home first. Let's go home first. Come home and have a good look at your own granddaughter. It's changed. It's changed a lot. There's a lot more smiles on my face, especially the sense of confidence and calmness that radiates from me. And it's really changed a lot from what it used to be. Just by seeing Perry like this, they knew that in the past 6 months, their family Perry had lived a happy life. That's a good turn of school. A good turn. In the past, when they saw Perry's low self-esteem and sensitivity, but she forced herself to be happy, they didn't feel good in their hearts either. Perry didn't say anything, but how could they not know that Perry must have been bullied outside? Good. Really good. My family Ying is still so beautiful. Grandma lovingly used her hand to pluck away Ying whose long hair scattered above her cheeks, taking a good, careful look at this good granddaughter of hers. Tell Grandma about what happened after the transfer. Bringing up the matter of transferring to another school. Hu Yuing's eyes flashed a hint of a smile. Aha. We haven't known each other long, but it seems like we can't get enough. Looking at the smile on his granddaughter's face when she mentioned classmate Long Aotian, the defense and gratitude between her words, the grandparents couldn't help but laugh along with them as they listened. This classmate called Long Aotian really taught Perry a lot and changed Perry a lot. All in all, he's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful man. What would my life have been like if I hadn't met him? I'm glad I met Lon. Hu Yuing finished, but the light in her eyes did not dissipate. Grandma and Grandpa looked at each other. They are all from the past. How could they not know when they look at their granddaughter like this? In fact, this thing in the countryside, really common. Some people have children at the age of 18. The age of an average of about 20 years old married, more than 22 years old in the village did not get married, are going to be gossiped about, especially in a situation like theirs. If Perry who hadn't gotten into high school, if it wasn't for the fact that her grandparents were willing to pay for her education, plus the fact that Perry who herself had worked hard, at this age they should also have long been talking about marriage for Perry who you. After all, they were old and couldn't protect Ing for too long. If you marry out, you will have something to fall back on. Although it is not possible to generalize, this is really the case in most rural areas. Are you and Long Aotion friends? Grandma asked with a smile, because she could tell that her granddaughter was really different when she mentioned Long Aotion. Hearing this, Hu Yuying's pretty face suddenly turned red, and the small movements of her hands were uninterrupted. She stammered for half a day before saying in a small voice, No, he thinks I'm still small. Although Long Aotion did not say, but people with low self-esteem are also the most sensitive people, so Hu Yuying can feel it, at least once at a certain moment. Long also had a heart for himself, at least one is different from others in Long's eyes. The grandparents didn't say much after hearing this. What goes on between young people? They're too old to get involved in if they wanted to. However, they are proud and happy to see their granddaughter happy, and also to have passed the examination to Kyoto University. Thanks for the big God certification sent. Thanks. And the same thanks to my brothers and sisters who have been generating power for the vultures. It's getting cold. Keep warm. Chapter 125. I'm leaving first. I'm coming back. Go back into your room. Hu Yuying glanced at the time on his cell phone, hesitating for a split second or sending over a message to Long Aotion, because Lung had said he'd send him a message to say goodbye when he got home. Lung, I'm already home. After sending this message, Hu Yuying took a deep breath. At this point in time Long should have rested long ago. I had just put down my cell phone when it beeped. The good-looking eyes were drenched in a smile that was exceptionally bright. Good night, dragon. Holding the cell phone lying on the bed. A small room, but let Hu Yuying heart full of security. The little heart is filled with sweetness. On the other side, looking at the good night sent by Perry Hu, Long Aotion yawned and exited gluttony, and before the phone could be put down, he directly fell asleep. 3 days passed in a flash. Long Aotion also beautifully enjoyed a few days of leisure time. On this day, Long Aotion, who was watching TV, received a message from Li Qingxue, looked away, then turned off the TV and put on his shoes and walked out. When Long Outyen arrived at the Water Bay riverbank, he saw Li Qingxue who was waiting here early at a glance. None other. Girls of this age are the most beautiful moment of their body. Slender back, casually tied up with a headband pill head, clear and elegant. What's wrong? Long Aotion asked as he came to Li Qingxue's side. Hearing the voice, Li Qingxue turned around, her red lips slightly raised to show her raw posture. I'm going to Kyoto early. I was thinking of getting together with you guys, but who knew that Perry who had gone back home? Nah, this is for you. One for you and one for Perry who. Don't keep grabbing Perry who's stuff. She didn't even get to eat the cookies I made last time. As he spoke, he handed Long Aotion the cookies that had already been prepared. Looking at the 2 tins of cookies in front of him, Long Aotion's mouth twitched. It's really troublesome. Li Qingxue let out a light laugh. Her crafty eyes slightly flashed with a hint of imperceptible spirituality. It's no trouble. You taste it to see if it tastes good this time. Yummy. Long Aotion immediately said. You haven't even tasted it yet and then you say it's good. You always love to perfume me. Taste one. Just one. Looking at Li Qingxue's expectant eyes, Long Aotion took a deep breath, opened one of the boxes and took out a rabbit cookie from it, opened his mouth. You eat it, hurry up. Li Qingxue's eyes were smiling, staring tightly at Long Aotion's open and closed mouth. Hold your horses. It's such a nice looking rabbit I'm going to have to think long and hard about where I'm going to start eating it. It's broken. She's been watching. Crap. If this is not eaten, it looks like she's kind of sworn off. At least it is a piece of goodwill from others. In a moment even if you can't bite it, you still have to say that it is delicious. Long Aotion thought like this. And so it bites. Seeing that Long Aotion finally ate it, Li Qingxue carried her hands behind her back and jumped in front of Long Aotion, slightly bending over and asking with a sly light smile, is it delicious? Long Aotion smiled and looked at the bitten cookie, feeling the sweet flavor filling his mouth. Yummy. Very yummy. Humph. I knew it must be delicious. Li Qingxue laughed softly in a mischievous manner. Her fair cheeks flushed with a hint of redness. Thank you. Last time, Long Aotion snatched the cookies he made for Perry Hu. Li Qingxue was still very naive at that time. Thought it was too delicious to make. Went home and looked at the remaining cookies. So he tasted a piece of his own, only to find that he couldn't bite it. Couldn't bite it at all. That's when Li Qingxue found out. In fact, Long Aotian knew a long time ago that the bike could not be taken away from Wu Ying, just do not want to make a fool of themselves embarrassed. This somewhat rough teenager is really gentle. Looking at Long Aotian who had already picked up the second piece and ate it, Li Qingshui lazily stretched her waist. Then I'll leave first. The other one is for Perry Hu. Don't you steal it. Got it. What a nag. Long Aotian waved his hand and watched Li Qingshui leave. After Li Qingshui left, the surroundings seemed to be quiet all of a sudden. In the past, when he had just crossed over, Long Aotian liked to be quiet, but now I suddenly feel that it's actually okay to be noisy. Peaceful days passed by. It's getting closer and closer to check-in day. In the morning, Long Aotian woke up and habitually went to eat breakfast outside the tenant building. When he came back from breakfast, he had a glance, and then frowned and looked more closely. Floral dress, eyes smiling and curved, pure desire with a hint of coquettish little face, giving people a first love like hazy beauty, so that people cannot help but want to go up and ruthlessly bully her. Better yet, bully her until her eyes are red. It's going to be nice and pretty. Dragon. The young girl smiled lightly and walked straight towards herself. Not long after standing in front of Long Aotian, lightly pursing her red lips, raising her hand to fiddle with the long hair scattered on her neck and cheeks behind her ear, she said with some embarrassment, "Brother Long, I'm back." Lifting her hand, she gave this little white face a squeeze. Boing Hu Yuing was in so much pain that she couldn't help but have a little redness in her eyes. Ha 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 ha, back. Why don't you tell me in advance? Looking at Ing Hu Yu who was bullied by herself with red eyes, Long Aotian felt it was too cute and funny. Hu Yuing rubbed her small face. The heart not only did not get angry, but there is a kind of like, coyly don't head, said in a small voice, surprise, then looking to the woven bag placed on the side, his eyes bursting with a full smile. Brother Long, I brought some things for you and uncle. Saying that, he trotted over to the woven belt and pointed proudly and laughed. I know that Brother Long's family doesn't lack meat, but these are all home-raised, and are even more delicious than the ones sold in the market. Grandma and Grandpa knew that Long often brought meat for himself to eat, and there was nothing good in the village, only some domesticated chickens, ducks, and the vegetables he grew, so they let themselves bring a little over to Long. Long Aotian picked up the woven bag. Let's go then, he said and took Ing Hu Yu back to the tenant building. Opening the door, Long Aotian carried the woven bag to the kitchen. Open the woven bag and inside are 4 killed and clean chickens and ducks. The rest is fresh, homegrown vegetables. On the other hand, Hu Yuing came to Long Aotian's house for the first time. Obviously a bit formal. Behave yourself and sit on the couch and just sit quietly and not move a muscle. Soon Long Aotian walked out from the kitchen. We can't eat all of these, so take the rest of these back. No, these are for you to eat, Perry Hu said. Yeah, take it back and you make it for me. 1 spicy fried chicken and 1 duck blood fan soup. Ing Hu Yu smiled and nodded. Good. I like cooking for Brother Long the most. Chapter 126, I want to sleep with Brother Long. Wait, I almost forgot. Long Aotian went back into his bedroom and took out a tin of cookies. This is what Li Qingshui asked me to give you. If Brother Long likes to eat, then give it all to Brother Long. Ing Hu Yu said with a smile. Because this matter, Li Qingshui had already told herself on her cell phone, but he felt that it was fine if he ate it or not. And if Lung liked it then it was all for Lung. Take it. Last time you didn't get to eat it. Li Qingshui was talking about me for a while. It's almost like I can nag you more than you can nag me. But this one is really good. Try it. Looking at the cookies placed on her hand, Hu Yuing gently nodded. When I get to Kyoto, I'll make good food for Qingshui as well. Riding a bicycle, he took Perry Hu back to the house she rented. Coming back here after a week's time, it felt more beautiful than being in my own home. Then does Brother Long want to eat spicy fried chicken or duck blood fan soup today? When Ing Hu Yu returned home, she was about to start cooking for Long Aotian. Wait, it hasn't been long since I had breakfast. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Hu Yuing shook her head. I'm not hungry. In the past, when I was alone, I hardly ever ate breakfast, and it was only when Long was around that I would make breakfast for myself. Go, eat breakfast. Just came back and took Ing Hu Yu out again. Now Hu Yuing earned tuition, living expenses, left a little money for grandparents. They also have some money left over, so it is not very heartbreaking. Lying on the bed, Hu Yuing looked sideways at Long Aotian. In her beautiful eyes was an indescribable smile. Brother Long. What's wrong? I'm a bit nervous and excited. Hu Yuing looked at Long Aotian and took a deep breath. Her delicate collarbone revealed a perfect arc against her inhalation. Don't be nervous, don't be excited. There's Brother Long here. Close your eyes and relax. Long Aotian softly soothed. Perry Hu nodded her head obediently, but looking outside, a trace of reluctance still showed in her gaze. The first time I came to this city, I had the same excitement and some fear within myself. Although he had been bullied in this city, all the same, he had recognized Lung in this city. Now we are going to leave. The heart is always a little reluctant. Lying in the cramped bed of the sleeper, unable to sleep, and afraid that if I slept too well, my things would be stolen from me. Sighing slightly, the ice silk pants were comfortable to where they were just too snug, and the hidden pockets that he had sewn in himself became a little conspicuous when he put something in them. Lung won't let himself put it in, but he feels so insecure when he puts it inside his bag. What are you doing, brother Long? Ing Huyu asked in a small voice. Watching stocks. Long Aotian changed his cell phone, and some software that couldn't be used on a push-button cell phone looked convenient on a smartphone. Perry Hu blinked. Brother Long, do you know about stocks? Long Aotian shook his head decisively. I don't know, but I know what to buy now to make money. Really? Do you want to come and throw some? Looking at Ing Huyu's small appearance, Long Aotian laughed. Perry Hu shook her head. I'd rather not. Nowadays, Huyuing still feels relieved to keep Xiao Qian Shen in her own place. In this regard, Long Aotian just smiled. Some things are very homogenized. Some things also need to slowly to contact. Long Aotian to do is not to affect Huyuing. She has her own way to go. They cannot say bad if they intervene, but at least not as good as Huyuing originally belonged to their own life. From nothing, Long Aotian was very satisfied with his small assets now. He didn't have much, so he wanted to take advantage of the fact that in a couple of years, when the prices of Kyoto and Asakusa plummeted, he would purchase a few places. Existing assets are definitely not enough, but a certain coin is about to have the first wave of crazy soaring to $30. Long Aotian then decided to go out and liquidate it this time, because after this wave, a certain coin will fall dramatically. First out to realize a big profit. Then when a certain coin falls dramatically, you can continue to acquire it, because after that, it will be a crazy growth. Huyuing turned her body sideways and rested her hand on her cheek looking at Long Aotian who was intently looking at his cell phone. That's very kind of you. Lung, you're handsome too. Lung is the gentlest of lungs. After finishing in one breath, Perry Hu took a deep breath, then slowly felt it, and finally realized that she wasn't blushing anymore. So she smiled proudly and said, Brother Lung, look at me this time I didn't blush. Have I become thick-skinned already? Long Aotian, who was looking at his cell phone, his palm slightly lurched and didn't look at Huyuing. I suddenly kind of regret teaching you to be cheeky. After saying that he turned to face the wall, although he couldn't see the expression on Lung's face anymore. His exposed ears were red. Ing Huyu saw it, so the smile on her face grew even bigger. Are you blushing, Brother Long? Don't be ridiculous. I won't even blush if you blush. Huyuing did not say anything more, because she saw that's why it's useless for Lung to talk tough. Sleeping on the train is really not that good. At least Long Outyen and Huyuing have not been a little sleepy until now. It will take roughly 11 hours to get from the bay to Kyoto, and I don't expect to get there until 8:50 to 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lung, I can't sleep. So what do you want? Huyuing, pretty face blushing, red lips slightly open, innocent and pure look at Long Aotian. I want to sleep with Brother Long. Only when I sleep with Brother Long, I won't be bullied. Upon hearing this, Long Aotian couldn't help but stiffen his body. However, looking at Ing Huyuying's pitiful appearance, I do not know how to think, and finally sighed slightly. Really take you no way. Just this once come over, but you are not allowed to make a move on me, hear me? Long Aotian said rigorously. I know. I'm the best. Thank you, Brother Long. Ing Huyu was so happy that she lifted the quilt and drilled into Long Aotian's quilt. Huyuing blinked her eyes and looked at Lung, who had fallen asleep and was still smiling uncertainly. I don't know what kind of beautiful dream Lung had. What a nice smile. Listening to Lung's light snoring, he jolted back to the first time they met, when Lung had just said he wanted to study hard, only to fall asleep the next second. It's exactly the same as now. Obviously I was so energetic just now looking at my cell phone, but I just turned around and fell asleep within a while. Secretly, he took out his cell phone and took a picture of Lung. Then laying back down on his own bed, he looked at the pictures in his cell phone and got more and more refreshed. Almost to the dawn of the time, Huyuing put the phone and bag under his pillow, only briefly squinted for a while, and I wish you all good dreams as well. Chapter 127, silly, dumb, nerdy, kind of cute. The next morning, the sunlight shone along the train window glass on Long Aotian's body. Opening his eyes in a daze, he took a deep breath and rubbed his hair. It's not his own bed. It's really uncomfortable to sleep in. Rolling over and sitting up, he looked across the bed at the young girl, also still asleep. The corner of Long Aotian's mouth twitched, and suddenly he only felt shame on his face. The young girl turned on her side to face her side and closed her eyes to sleep, her brows stretched and her breathing shallow, sleeping so soundly that she didn't wake up even when the small blanket was about to slip off her shoulder. Shaking his head, he lifted his hand and pulled the blanket up and back over her before standing up and heading down the hallway. There is a bathroom in the carriage connection. Long Aotian went to the toilet and washed his face by the way, before returning to his bed here again. Maybe the footsteps weren't controlled. Long Aotian just sat back on his own bed. Hu Yuing on the opposite bed opened her eyes quietly, but apparently she was sleepy. Her grandmother's voice softly called out, "Brother Long." Sleepily, he rubbed his eyes and tried to brace himself to get up, but the dazed look made him even more soft and adorable. Scratching her long, fluffy hair, her brain not reacting to what she was supposed to be doing right now. A moment of adorable stupidity that really made you want to take her in your arms and bully her hard. Long Aotian dryly coughed, suddenly had a feeling of weakness. Uncomfortable. Don't head, sleep a little more. Wait until the place I call you. Hu Yuing nodded her head ignorantly, knowing Long Aotian as if Long Aotian knew her. The color of weakness on her face was only a flash, but it was also seen by Hu Yuing. But now Hu Yuing is really sleepy. Slept in really late. It's only 6 o'clock in the morning and my whole head is spinning. I don't know what Long was so vain about, but he murmured softly and lay down to sleep again. Hu Yuing has always wanted to show a strong side in front of Long Aotian, and today's sleepy and hazy real look is indeed adorable to Long Aotian. Silly, 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 naive, plus watery eyes look at anyone with a simple innocent look. Really cute. Long Aotian withdrew his eyes and also sat cross-legged on top of the bed. There were still more than 3 hours until he arrived at Kyoto Station. Sleeping, Hu Yuing only felt that her nose was itchy, and subconsciously raised her hand and swept it over the tip of her nose. But the next second it started getting itchy again. Opening his eyes slightly, he saw Long Aotian standing in front of him, staring at himself with an amused expression. Long, the soft voice carried a hint of huskiness from just waking up. Get up and wash up. We're almost at the station. Hearing Long Aotian's words, Hu Yuing instantly sobered up a lot, but she didn't forget that she had to report to University A today. Hastily, he rubbed his eyes, then sat up from the narrow bed. Got it, Brother Long. After saying so nicely, she picked up the bag that was placed under the pillow, took out her toiletries from inside the bag and went to the bathroom. Not long after, when Perry who came back, the whole person was already quite a bit more refreshed. The water droplets slowly slid down the white cheeks, which really had the beauty of a lotus flower. Eat a little less food, and when we get to the station, Long will treat you to a Kyoto breakfast. Aha! Hu Yuing smiled and nodded. Anyway, no matter what was said, she would listen to Brother Long. While he was talking, Hu Yuing's cell phone vibrated twice. Taking out his cell phone, "Dragon, it's Haruki." Pointing the phone at Long then said, "She said she was coming to get us. At least Haruyuki is genuinely treating you as a friend. In the future you guys should help each other at school. College is the equivalent of a mini society, and making more beneficial friends will help you later." Hu Yu said with a playful smile. Aha, Long, I know. My cheeks have become thicker now. I won't be blushing just because I'm talking to someone else. Mentioning this matter, Long Aotian's eyes flickered a little. It must be those words that Hu said last night before she went to sleep that made her have that kind of a dream. The reality of Hu Yuing has been cheeky, but last night's dream of Hu Yuing is simply not ready to face. Although those could be his own fantasies, it didn't stop Long Aotian from making a strong argument. Hu Yuing holding the cell phone does not know what she is talking to Li Qingxue, but the smile on her face makes people feel inexplicably warm and relaxed. Soon Hu Yu placed her cell phone in front of Long Aotian. Brother Long, look at this is the campus area of University A. The cell phone was full of photos of the entrance to the university of a campus sent by Li Qingxue. Secondly, there are the roads, the various houses and buildings in the campus, and even banks, hospitals, fruit and vegetable farms. To Long Aotian this earth-old hat look a blank stare. Originally thought a university is the hall of learning. Did not expect or life hall, beach volleyball training ground, archery training ground, track and field training ground, and even a roller skating rink. It's easy to see just by the photos just how big the University of I is, and it's not an exaggeration to say that it's comparable to a small county. Is this college? How come it's different from what I imagined? Long Aotian had never been to college, and some of his understanding of college was completely dependent on some scenes in TV dramas. But these photos sent by Li Qingxue at this moment completely subverted Long Aotian's perception of the university. I can't help but look forward to my college career a little bit already. U of A and U of T are both in the Haitian district, and since they're both in the same district, it doesn't make sense that the difference would be significant. With longing in mind, the train soon reached its final destination in Kyoto. Long Aotian put his bag on his back, took his and Perry Hu's suitcases, and walked outside along with the crowd. The moment he got down from the train, the cells of Long Aotian's whole body were trembling slightly, which was caused by excitement. The one who felt as excited as Long Aotian was also Hu Yuing beside him. Stay close. After saying that, he took Ing Huyu with his suitcase and headed outside. To truly experience Kyoto, it is vast and magnificent in the words of Long Aotian. Kyoto Station is the size of 8 base stations. There were also a lot of people. Really a lot. And the streets were filled with traffic one after the other. Prosperous. The surrounding buildings are not tall, but unusually so. Is this the city we'll be living in for the next 4 years? Sighing at the occasion. Long Aotian. Hu Yuing. A voice rang out, a clear laugh as pleasant as a silver bell. It was Li Qingxue. Every time I see her I can always be infected by the energy and liveliness of her body. Always full of spirit. As if she does not know sadness, and will not grow old. And likewise the most wonderful. Chapter 128 Brother Lung is the best in the world. The moment she saw Li Qingxue, Hu Yueying also excitedly waved her hand at her. Qingxue. After being informed by Lung, in the process of chatting with Li Qingxue, she had already considered Qingxue as her best friend and partner for the next 4 years in her heart. You guys are finally here. Li Qingxue came to Long Aotian and Hu Yueying sighed and smiled with the same excitement. One is more than a little nervous and uncomfortable in an unfamiliar city center, especially since Li Qingxue's parents left yesterday. The feeling of reluctance in her heart reached its peak. She was different from Perry who had gone to elementary school, middle school, and high school, each time getting farther and farther away from home, so many years down the road. And although there was also confusion and fear of an unfamiliar city, it wasn't that much. Li Qingxue is not the same. She was born in Bay City. Kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school are all in Bay City. Strictly speaking, this is the first time she is away from Bay City, away from her parents so far away. But it was okay now. At least he had 2 good friends by his side in this strange city. I'll take you to the Hayden area first. Li Qingxue walked in front to lead the way. After coming so many days in advance, Li Qingxue had learned many things, just like riding the subway. Bay City is relatively small and does not have a circulating subway. And in Kyoto, 80% of people can't get around without the subway. To this Long Aotian is a little better. After all, in his previous world, he did not carry a car loan before the release of the loan, but also often take the subway to ride the line. But Hu Yuing is looking at the eyes. Originally thought that the people above is enough, but went down to the subway entrance to see the influx of people inside. The eyes are all the color of amazement. Stunned, aren't you? Li Qingxue laughed. She looked the same way the first time she rode the subway. There were so many people, and every single one of them was in a hurry. And compared to Bay City, just by looking at it with the naked eye, you could feel that the pace of life in this city was really fast. Aha! Hu Yuing subconsciously nodded. Ha, we're going to spend the next 4 years here, so you have to get used to it quickly. As she spoke, Li Qingxue brought the 2 of them to the machine to apply for the subway card. Get your card here and then you can ride the subway through the security machines. The operation is very simple. Hu Yueying followed the operation and learned it. Go through security, swipe your card through the machine, and wait on the platform for the subway. The subway arrived and the 3 of them squeezed into the middle of the car. This is the beginning of the school season. Coupled with the workers who came to the capital to work, office workers, the carriage is really quite a lot of people. Even Long Aotian, who was as big as he was squeezed, dropping his eyes to look at the 2 little ones, shorter than himself, soft and embarrassed. Bracing himself for a side space, he kicked his and Perry whose suitcases straight to the side of the carriage with his feet. Sit on it. Ing Huyu was very good. She listened to Long and sat on top of her suitcase. Li Qingxue, however, raised her eyes to look at Long Aotian, and with a light smile she also sat on top of Long Aotian's suitcase. And Long Aotian stood right in front of the 2 little ones, using his arms and body to hold up some space. The subway is already crowded. All you squeeze me, I squeeze you. Looking at Long Aotian's tall size, no one will say anything. After all, if it really was too crowded, you'd have paid for your own rental a long time ago. The 2 women themselves were thin and couldn't occupy a lot of space, but there was still enough space in front of them propped up by Long Aotian. Hu Yuying's pretty face unconsciously rose a touch of redness, and would always quietly peek at Long Aotian. Li Qingxue only felt some shortness of breath, glanced at Long Aotian and hurriedly retracted her gaze, rather like a feeling of being a thief. Good thing this was alleviated when it came time to switch to the subway line. After all, it was nearly 11 o'clock now. After the change, the trio also finally got out of the crush and each of them still found a seat. We still have 3 more stops before we have to go down. Why don't we have a meal in a while and we'll go to school? Li Qingxue proposed. Aha! Long Aotian agreed. As the crowd walked out of the subway entrance, Li Qingxue led the way. Soon the 3 of them arrived here at the restaurant. Looking at the price of the meal above the restaurant, once again surprised to Hu Yuing, Fried noodles in the Bay City only sold $7, but here it is $10. And the amount is not as large as the Bay City. Looking at Ing, who used surprised look, Long Aotian did not have the good sense to gently knock on her head. Cheapskate. Your brother Long is treating you. Feel free to eat. I'll just have a fried rice then. 1 roast duck. 3 bowls of fried noodles. 1 bottle of soda. 2 bottles of milk. Long Aotian directly said to the waiter next to him. Ha! Not to mention Perry who. It was Li Qingxue who was stunned for a split second. Li Qingxue naturally had living expenses, and it was quite a bit more than the average person. But the price of just 1 roast duck made her a bit confused. I can afford to eat it, but I always feel like I might as well add a dress for the money I spent on the roast duck. The wait wasn't short, but every one of them was well fed. After eating, Li Qingxue is still a little embarrassed. It originally also wanted to propose, this time she treats, because now promised Long Aotian, to Kyoto they want to invite him to dinner it. But as soon as these words were brought up, Long Aotian slapped his face. While Lung was checking out, Ing Hu explained to Li Qingxue in a low voice. Lung said, how can a big man let a girl treat him to dinner? After hearing this, Li Qingxue looked at Long Aotian's back with a smile in her eyes. It's still a bit chauvinistic, but the heart was warm, gentle, caring, and a little macho. So nice. So there was even more envy in her eyes when she looked at Perry Hu. Your brother Long is so good to you. Bringing up this matter, Ing Hu's pretty face contained a smile, and she hung her eyes in embarrassment. Well, brother Long is the world's first good. What are you muttering about? Let's go, Long Aotian said as he dragged the 2 suitcases. OX2. Looking at the 2, Long Aotian funny. There is a kind of originally brought a daughter, but now it has become a feeling of bringing 2 daughters. At the subway entrance, the 3 parted ways. The 3 agreed to meet up again in the afternoon to have dinner together after checking in and packing up. The U of A and the U of T are some distance apart, and still in 2 different directions, and there is no way to travel together. After the separation, Perry, whose mood obviously went down. Li Qingxue's heart also seemed to have an empty peace, but comforted. What's the matter? Your brother Long is not there. Isn't there still me? Surely boyfriends are still more important than best friends? Hearing this, Hu Yuying's small face instantly turned red. Qingxue, you don't talk nonsense. Brother Long is not my boyfriend. GGG. It's time to beg for power generation every day. First pen a core, and then beg for power generation. Chapter 129, They're all love geniuses. Hearing this, Li Qingxue first froze, then looked at Hu Yuying seriously. What did you say? You guys are not. Perry, who knew what Li Qingxue wanted to say, helplessly but somewhat embarrassed. Really not? How even you think so? Li Qingxue's dismayed color was not feigned. She was truly dismayed. Long Aotian to Hu Yuying, how good. She is also witnessed. Seeing Li Qingxue's dismayed look, Hu Yuying was amused instead, but then there was a hint of loss. She didn't know how Lung felt, but she understood how she felt inside. Li Qingxue shook her head. Looking at the somewhat lost Hu Yuying, there was suddenly a small, very subtle trace of theft in her heart. It's like an indescribable feeling. Let's just go to school first, Li Qingxue said. Anyway, she and Ying were in the same school, so they could slowly get to know each other later. Aha! Hu Yuying took a deep breath and adjusted her emotions before nodding. The entrance to the University College of A. The appearance of Li Qingxue, Hu Yuying and the 2 of them naturally attracted the attention of many people. In a place like college, how can I put it? Slack is real slack and tension is real tension. But for gossip like schoolgirls, whether it's high school or college, the heat is never anything but high. Especially Li Qingxue and Hu Yuying, the 2 put aside their personalities. Their face value alone was definitely worthy of the word goddess. When they arrived at the orientation area, many of the orientation seniors were walking towards the duo. Although Hu Yuying has changed a lot and will not bow her head in the face of other people's gaze, she will not easily take the initiative to talk to the opposite sex, because apart from Lung, she suffered from this several times, all because she didn't accept their confessions and then they would bully her, so she might as well not talk to them in the first place. Li Qingxue took the initiative to pull up Ing Hu's hand, and facing the seniors who wanted to come up to help, she said with a smile, no need. Seniors, I know where the registration and enrollment procedures are. She had come a while earlier than Hu Yuying, and had experienced such scenes, and now she could not say that she knew their routine, but also knew what kind of small mind they had. But in the face of help from others, even if you refuse, do so very politely. Then he took Hu Yuying to the check-in center. After a series of formalities, the 2 headed toward the dormitory. You can tell from the photos that University College A is huge, but you can't help but look around when you're actually walking around in it. It was a long walk to the dormitory building they were in. Li Qingshue's dormitory was in Building 6, and Yinghu's dormitory was in Building 12. The two floors are opposite each other and there is a glass open-air promenade in the center. My luggage has already been packed a long time ago. You go ahead. Pack it up and we'll contact each other on our cell phones. And we'll gather here and go out for a spin together, Li Qingxue said with a smile. Okay. Hu Yuing was also eager to familiarize herself as soon as possible and then go out to find Lung. Because it was the last day of reporting, Hu Yuing came to the door of the dormitory and was able to clearly hear the sound of talking and exchanges coming from inside. Taking a deep breath, his mind was all filled with the words that Lung had taught and exhorted him, pushing open the door with a light smile on her face. Hello guys, my name is Hu Yuing. I go brother you are directly take the sports specialty route into T University, right? Looking at Long Ao Tian's physique, a person in the dormitory said in surprise. Oh yeah, I'm Su Shuai. From Xishan. Su Shuai's skin is a little dark, his lips are a little thick, and he is a self-made man. Long Ao Tian, the Bay man. Long Ao Tian said with a smile. Hey, what a coincidence. My name is Li Longlong. Both of our names have dragons in them, and I'm from South River. Li Longlong was thin and tall, and because he was so thin, his face would crease a bit when he smiled. Cough. The last person in the dormitory lightly coughed twice, attracting everyone's eyes over, which slowly got up and said very confidently, Huang Fei, shallow canal person. After saying that, he also organized the name brand T on his body, a bit pretentious, but not in a condescending, off-putting way, as evidenced by the fact that he greeted him and stood up voluntarily. Long Ao Tian wasn't a stuffy gourd, and in a few words, he was integrated into this small collective. After packing up, the four gathered to chat. Since none of them were familiar with each other at first, each one of them spoke in a pretty decent manner. Overall every single one of them holds endless ideals in their hearts. It's grand. It's magnificent. It feels like entering this academy is a bit of a condescension. It should just go straight to the national team and shine. When did the conversation shift? It seems like whoever mentioned it mentioned that the older sister at the freshman reception today was quite good looking, especially with a body that was simply amazing. By this point the picture is fast beginning to shift bottomlessly. In the middle of the conversation, Huang Fei suddenly sighed. The sudden sigh forced the crowd to drop their eyes to him. Su Shuai asked, What are you doing? Sighing? Huang Fei suddenly snorted a laugh. It's nothing. It's just that I suddenly kind of miss the girlfriends I talked to in high school. The word guys was bitten emphatically. I think that I was also in the bushes of all flowers. A leaf does not touch the body. In fact, I want to treat you guys. It's just like that. It's like holding the money all day to sleep. And after a long time you will also feel tired. To be honest it's not as good as now. So single and beautiful it. After saying that, he sighed again. Then suddenly remembered something and said, What about you guys? It's not possible that you haven't been in love until now, right? Su Shuai immediately waved his hand, indicating how it was possible. Don't look at me like this. Just say it in case you don't believe me. Said here, Su Shuai's face suddenly became very serious, when I was also someone to chase. But you have just heard my ideal. I simply do not have a little hesitation. Decisive on the split. Women cannot affect the speed of my swing. Upon hearing this, Li Longlong's face also couldn't help but to gaze up, stood up, raised his head 45 degrees, and slowly turned his back to everyone. In fact, all along I have been reluctant to mention it, but there's no way 3,000 weak waters only take a dipper. Although they all madly pursued me and loved me, but never met one that made my heart flutter. I'm not the kind of person who will settle, so even though I've never been in a relationship, I've turned down everyone who's tried to come to me for a relationship. After saying that all three of them looked at Long Ao Tian at the same time. Looking at the gazes of the three towards him, Long Ao Tian cried and laughed. I'm probably the only person in this dormitory who hasn't fallen in love yet. Hearing this, the other three spoke words of comfort, but the wildly rising corners of their mouths seemed to say, Steady, the dormitory status should be stable. The happiest among them was Huang Fei, because in terms of face value, Huang Fei also only regarded Long Aotian as a rival. As for the other two, he hadn't put them in his eyes for the time being. Ahem, old Ao, don't be discouraged. You're handsome, your body is also good. You just didn't seize the opportunity, or didn't master the method of chasing girls. But don't worry, I'll teach you a couple of tricks to make sure that you're definitely in a relationship in the future. Chapter 130 Long Ao Tian, you lied to us again. Upon hearing this, both Su Shuai and Li Longlong couldn't help but prick up their ears. But on the surface, they still pretended as if nothing had happened. Pursuing a girl is actually very simple. First of all, you must be patient enough to pursue her persistently, pursue her madly, and pursue her without fear of setbacks and hardships. The words fell. Su Shuai and Li Longlong couldn't help but sit up straight as a sign of respect while secretly nodding in affirmation. Seeing Su Shuai and Li Longlong report affirmation to himself, Huang Fei's mouth bricks were unable to suppress the corners of his mouth, gently clearing his throat as he continued. Of course, this is only the first step. Important also counts the second step. That is, morning, noon and night non-stop greetings. Must ensure their presence in front of the goddess, followed by a variety of gifts and surprises. Must ensure that the freshness is constantly. This is very key. Hearing this, Su Shuai and Li Longlong revealed a look of dawning realization before nodding solemnly. That's right. This point of old AO is indeed very important. Presence reminds the goddess of you at all times. And freshness is an alternative flirtation? Huang Fei froze for a moment. He didn't even realize that there was such a meaning in his words. However, at this moment, hearing the duo translate it for themselves, they couldn't help but secretly nod their heads and return respect to the duo. The third step is also the top priority in pursuing a girl. Once you have enough presence, start asking her out, non-stop, and keep asking her out even if you get rejected. Because girls are thin-skinned, as long as she's soft and agrees to your invitation. Well then, by this point you're halfway there. At the same time, the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile named confidence. Don't worry, there are a few of us who have come over to you as a military advisor. No matter how difficult the girl is, just 2 words, take it down. Looking at Huang Fei's confident appearance, Long Ao Tian sucked in a breath. This licking dog literature. Even if the boiling goat comes to hand you a cigarette, and then call a big brother. As a result, when he turned his head, he realized that Su Shuai and Li Longlong had actually nodded their heads with incomparable seriousness. There was even a feeling of sympathy in the way he looked at Huang Fei. This nifty is outrageous. In the end, Long Ao Tian was cool or not, I don't know. Anyway, it was Huang Fei. Several people were inexplicably cool. I didn't expect us to chat so well. Come on, today I'm treating us to go out and jerk off. Huang Fei said with a wave of his hand in a bold manner. Li Longlong and Su Shuai were fine with it because they came a few days before Long Ao Tian and had long known that Huang Fei's family was quite rich, plus are a dormitory. The key is still able to chat. There is no embarrassment. After all, if there is no accident or to live together for 4 years, Long Ao Tian naturally didn't have any opinions. This was the college life he aspired to. Come to the snack bar outside the campus. The neighborhood is full as far as the eye can see during the school season. The 4 of them walked all the way to the far end before finding a spot. A can of fresh root beer, pies from the grill list, no buns or sweets, and the rest of the skewers come in 10. Halfway through a mug of root beer, they all let out an aha. Their friendship began with the first sip of wine they shared. Long Ao Tian also exhaled deeply. Before that, his reputation in Bay One High was all stinky, and not many people wanted to play with him, even if he had changed a lot since then. Now coming to a new environment where no one knew anyone's past and all could speak freely. This feeling made Long Ao Tian feel very relaxed and his mindset changed a little. What made Long Ao Tian feel the most amused was that they had not given up trying to teach themselves to fall in love until now. Old Ao, you are not aware of the single rate of people nowadays. It's just a bit scary to say it, but you're okay. If not for the fact that we're all masters of falling in love, you probably wouldn't have been able to experience the wonders of campus love. Long Ao Tian smiled and didn't say anything. After all, falling in love is also a human's pursuit of beautiful things. Just then, Long Ao Tian's cell phone vibrated and rang. Taking out his cell phone and glancing at it, it was a message from Perry Hu. Perry Hu, Lung, I get along well with my roommates, don't you? Haruyuki and I have dormitories on opposite sides. I'm on the 3rd floor and Haruyuki's dorm is on the 2nd floor. Lung, can I come to you? Looking at the message sent by Ing Huiyu, Long Ao Tian laughed and glanced at his roommates who were red-faced and bragging because of their drinking and replied, my roommates are all fine too. You don't know your way around. I'll visit you sometime. Soon Perry, whose message was sent over. Qing Shuai is with me. We know the way. Long Ao Tian had no choice but to confess that he was now having dinner with his roommates. When they parted from the subway station, the original appointment was for the 3 of them to have dinner together in the afternoon. Sure enough, after this message was sent over, Hu Yueying did not return the message in seconds like she did just now. Soon, a short voice message of a few seconds was sent. Long Ao Tian clicked on it and Li Qingshue's voice instantly rang out from it. Long Ao Tian, you lied to us again. We agreed to have dinner together tonight. Li Qingxue cannot be as good as Ing Huiyu coaxing. Long Ao Tian can even imagine that Li Qingxue, this girl, can take this matter for a long time. Just about ready to muddle through first. As a result, Huang Fei, who drank 2 glasses of root beer, looked up sharply, his body staggered and said, a woman's voice? I think I heard a woman's voice. Where? Su Shuai looked around with his drunken eyes as wide open as he could. I seem to have heard it too. Saying what a liar. The voice he really good mile. Li Longlong smiled lewdly and chimed in from the sidelines. The corner of Long Ao Tian's mouth twitched. Isn't this a bit too much for you guys? A self-proclaimed love saint, a self-proclaimed love warrior, and a self-proclaimed love king? Aren't you guys acting a little bit too beat up? In the end, the eyes of the three of them came together on Long Ao Tian, raising his wine glass with a bland smile. You don't understand. Looking at the three people pretending, Long Ao Tian not only did not feel a headache, but felt really fun. The other side. Huyuing obviously some loss. Tomorrow is even the official opening of the school. This time cannot see the dragon. It is estimated that after the military training in order to go to find the dragon, it's still Long Ao Tian's loss if he doesn't have our two big beauties to accompany him for dinner. Li Qingxue said with a light hum. After saying that, he looked at Ying Hu who still had a lost face. That, Ying, I feel as if you are very dependent on Long Ao Tiana. Brother Long takes good care of me. Hu Yuing said softly. Aha, I can see that Long Ao Tian is really good to you. Yeah, he's always going to be nice to me. Obviously there are many times when Lung's heart races when he faces himself, and he also inadvertently reddens the tips of his ears. His emotions will obviously be tugged for himself as well. Could be more restraint. In fact, she could sense that Lung seemed to be worried about something, like there was a wall in her heart. It feels like we're getting cold later than usual on our side. I wonder how it's going on your side. I also wonder if it will snow this year. Chapter 131, You're the one who bullies girls, aren't you? Long Ao Tian drank the last cup of root beer, burped and collapsed directly on the stool, and let out a long breath. Seriously, drinking alone isn't really as good as drinking with a few people. In his original world, when Long Ao Tian was still working on the construction site, his favorite thing was to get off the job with a few teachers, eat pork, and drink a few bottles of ice-cold beer. I'm tired from the construction site, so it's good to have some wine to sleep at night. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Ao, you're damn fierce. Li Longlong couldn't help but give Long Ao Tian a thumbs up. Huang Fei and Su Shuai's two old faces turned red, especially Huang Fei. Earlier also pretend, like his dad at the table when talking business, a breath of wine in the cup, and then also special pretend to the cup upside down to show the three what is called not a drop left. Now he only felt that his face was on fire. Well, because drinking also causes blushing, but it's nothing. But when he thought of what he had just done, Huang Fei still couldn't help but stubbing his toe on the ground. Long Ao Tian seemed to see through Huang Fei and Su Shuai's embarrassment and smiled as he jerked a skewer of mutton. I'm more able to drink. A lot of people may not be able to drink past me. It's understandable that at this age they all want to pretend and show off a little bit. Just be less combative. And in fact, with one sentence, you can get people off the stage and still feel comfortable in your heart. Once Huang Fei heard this, he also gave a thumbs up to Long Ao Tian. I'll make you a friend. Don't worry, as a good brother I'll teach you to pick up girls. For sure. Me too. Even if I exhaust my life's learning, I will still help you. Su Shuai said firmly as he patted his bulging belly. Okay, that's enough for today. On the way back to school, the trio's mouths didn't stop talking. Back in the day. That time. Once upon a time Ugh, what are you guys looking at there? So many people? Looking across the road, a crowd gathered in front of the conservatory. To say how much curiosity men have, oh, it's impossible to describe. Anyway, it's heavy, especially after drinking. Even Long Ao Tian stared over there with a curious expression. Watching. The four tucked their hands in and walked over. There were so many people that curses like could be faintly heard. Yikes. Seems like a fight? Really? I'll go take a look around. Long Ao Tian used his physical advantage, as well as his strong curiosity, and squeezed through hard. He was in his 40s, wore glasses, had a somewhat cross-faced face, and was not very tall and a bit fat. Holding an iced tea in one hand, he kept harassing a young girl with the other. If you take my water, you have to come with me. That's the rule. Don't you just want to sit on your ass? Come on, you name a number and by the way show your classmates what kind of a person you are. The young girl struggled desperately. Hearing this, the pale little face was clearly at a loss for words. Only endless fear remained. During the struggle the young girl pushed the cross-faced man, and the moment she lifted her hands swept the glasses off the man's face onto the floor, one of the legs breaking off in a direct fall. The man froze for a moment, and then he let go of the young girl, looking at the glasses on the ground with an unbelievable face. You even broke my glasses. This is my weapon for picking up girls. The man was furious and subconsciously slammed the iced tea in his hand towards the young girl. There were cries of surprise all around, and the young girl was even subconsciously shrinking in fear. Looked at a moment of Long Ao Tian is also sort of understand how this is the case. The man in the car roof put a bottle of iced tea, and this young girl because of the crowd accidentally knocked it off. As a result, he was pestered, and after making it clear that it was accidental, the man still tried to force the threat of pestering. which led to this series of events. The non-drinking Long Aotion's sense of morality was extremely heavy, not to mention the fact that he was now drinking half a large can of fresh root beer all by himself. With everyone watching, Long Aotion was the first and only one to rush up and use his back to block the iced red tea from smashing into the young girl. The back only felt a pain, followed by what seemed like a loss of pain, only to feel that the blood in his entire body began to flow backwards, and the skin on his body became crimson red all of a sudden. The young girl shrank back and squeezed her eyes shut. The imagined pain didn't come to him, but a dull, angry cry was heard in his ears. The young girl slowly opened her eyes, looked at the figure blocking in front of her, as if she had not returned to the general overwhelmed, bloodless face full of confusion, eyes are even more terrified, tears struggling to overflow from the eye sockets. Long Aotion turned around, his tall and robust body, the reddish skin color after the blood flowed backward, and the wine smell emanating from his body. All of them were aggressive and oppressive. The difference in height. This man in his 40s looked at the person in front of him with a face full of panic, and as the other party approached, the horizontal meat on his face trembled. Don't come over, you big man, you're the one who bullies girls, aren't you? Picked up the iced tea on the ground, and made a gesture at the man to ruthlessly smash down. The man screamed in horror and panicked as he ran for his car. No one in their right mind would choose to antagonize someone who had just finished drinking. Bah! Bullying softness. Long Aotion cursed and re-picked up the iced tea that had just smashed on the man and drank it directly. Thanks. Her voice was a bit on the cool side, but she could hear that she was trying her best to restrain herself to the point that the end of her words unconsciously rose with a special feeling. It's fine. Don't cry. Brother Long can't see girls crying the most. Long Aotion casually waved his hand and said without caring, as if for him it was just doing a very trivial thing. There was a little bit of slightly drunken diffidence and lethargy in the voice that was not offensive to the young girl's ears. Old Ao, you're too good too. The clueless trio came back to their senses and immediately rushed over. Hiss, and I don't know who slapped him on the back. Long Aotion immediately sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but frown. In his slightly drunken state, Long Aotion consciously reached out to try to reach his back. What's wrong? It's okay, just feeling a little bad about my back. As they spoke, the four of them walked in the direction of where their academy was. Looking at the other party's back as she left, the young girl clenched her palms and trotted after her. Wait. Turning back, he saw the young girl from earlier trotting over with iodophor and band-aids in her hand. Thank you for helping me. I bought some things. I don't know if you can use them. The cool voice was mixed with imperceptible trembling and worry. Chapter 132, after waiting for a long time, today is finally the day. She stood there panting slightly. Her small delicate melon face was very bright. Her long hair scattered above her fragrant shoulders was black and straight. Because of the way he jogged over, the broken hair stuck to his face, lining his skin more and more cold and white. Su Shui looked frozen for a split second, confidently shook his hair. Hello beautiful, my name is Su. Before the words were finished, Li Longlong used a slap to paste his face and pushed it to the side, smiling confidently. Hello beautiful woman, my name is Hey. As soon as he pushed Li Longlong over, Huang Fei straightened his back and confidently straightened his collar. Hello beautiful, get acquainted. My name is Huang Fei. The young girl's eyes twinkled and she nodded gently but with a hint of detachment. Hello guys, I'm looking for him. The voice is very clear, like the melting snow water on the top of the Tibetan snow mountain, clean with a slight cold. Huang Fei was embarrassed for a split second. The hand that straightened his collar stiffened in the air, smiled sarcastically and stepped aside. The young girl walked towards Long Aotion with the iodophor and band-aid. I'm sorry, and thank you. I'm sorry because he was trying to shield himself from the bottle that was smashing into him. Thank you because he was the only one who stood up for himself and blocked the smashing bottle. Well, nothing much. Long Aotion smiled and said, that kind of old hooligan will bully girls. If you dare to have the next time you directly call the police. In a moment he will be honest. The young girl looked at the iodophor and band-aid in her hand, then at the drunken Long Aotion, and the other three who were all staggering while standing, darkly lowering his eyes. The small face that originally gave people a stern and beautiful visual effect, suddenly warm and softened. You guys have been drinking. I'll help you eliminate the poison. Now that it's hot I'm afraid that it might be infected. Under the streetlight, the young girl stood behind Long Aotion, seeing the stranger's naked upper body for the first time. Her cold white little face couldn't help but blush an imperceptible redness. There was a red patch on the robust back with a small gaping wound. Clean it carefully with a cotton swab dipped in iodophor. Your hands are still a little cold. The young girl's fingertips paused lightly, a little embarrassed. Sorry, I'll be careful, because you have to put on a band-aid. You can't avoid touching it. It's okay, it's cool and kinda cozy. That would always sound like a tease to a young girl's ears. And it felt like it would be a bit offensive. Do you often say that to other girls? It was so natural for him to say that. So natural that it seemed like he said it to girls all the time. Ha! Long Aotian twisted his head. Say what? Looking at Long Aotian in a daze and still a bit confused. The corner of the young girl's lips tugged lightly. A faint smile emerged between her brows. Except that she did not seem to laugh often. So it set off some of her cool, nothing. Long Aotian straightened up, put his clothes back on and said to the young girl, "Thank you." The young girl laughed out softly. Why did this man feel silly and stupid when he was drunk? Obviously he helped himself before accidentally injured. To say thank you should also be their own to say ah. He doesn't seem to care at all though. The young girl placed the iodophore and band-aid on Long Aotian's hand. Then I'll leave first. As he passed by Huang Fei's trio, he saw that the cell phone the three of them were holding in their hands was a penguin interface, and gently nodded his head then sped up his pace a bit. If it weren't for you two, I would have almost added her penguin. Fart. Wait, it's 10:30. What time do the dorms close? It seems to be 11 o'clock. After Long Aotian finished speaking, several people froze for a moment, and then they scurried towards the direction of Ti De Fong. The young girl looked back at the four running wildly, her eyes falling on the west gate of the University of Ti not far next door. Who? Yi Lianchen stood at the subway entrance and kept taking deep breaths. After waiting for a long time, finally waited for today. Ha! This time I will definitely take back everything I lost. Those who once looked down on me, and those who didn't choose me, all go and regret it. Speaking of this, Yi Lianchen couldn't help but have a somber look appear on his face. The family had really emptied the family's pockets in order to keep him in school, and it was all because of this asshole, Long Aotian. If he had not forced Perry Hu, how could Perry Hu not help himself to review? Obviously, as long as Perry Hu helped himself to review, he was also able to get into Kyoto. It was Long Aotian who indirectly ruined himself. Just wait, I'll make you pay. Speaking of this, Yi Lianchen slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, then took out the mirror and organized his hairstyle in the mirror. He wanted to be at his best to have a glimpse and a glance with the little green plum, Lin Quan Ning. When he thought of little Qingmei's surprised and dismayed appearance, Yi Lianchen couldn't help but laugh. It was the girl next door he met in kindergarten. The family had not moved from the village to the city at that time. At that time, Lin Kasuning was still her own classmate, and at that time, although she often bullied her, they were both still too young to know anything. I remember one time, probably a few years back in grade, I forget exactly when, but anyway, I even helped her myself that summer back home, and it only took a few moments for her to recognize herself at once, even with her own reminder. Perhaps it was at that very moment that he himself had left an indelible impression on the mind of Lin Kusunaga. Oh, it's still a headache. The words were like this, but Yi Lianchen was very happy in his heart. Today, if memory serves me correctly, Lin Kusunaga would have accidentally knocked over a car full of iced tea because of the large number of new students checking in today. As a result of being pestered, not only was insulted, but also in the struggle process accidentally hurt the calf. The results of the other side to see more and more people around, directly threw down 200 medical expenses fled in a panic. Xiao Qingmei was misunderstood and didn't want to go back to the dormitory, so she hid in this place and cried secretly. The dream itself. At that time, also at this time period, because in Hu Yuing went out to eat, the result was Long Aotian directly with a beer bottle open scoop. Go to the hospital to bandage the end of the subway back to school. A packet of paper towels accidentally dropped. Fate is generally picked up by the small Qingmei, which is also a good ambush for the second encounter. Although this time he was not opened by Long Aotian, but this time he prepared enough tissues. The dream was because I was injured and dropped the tissue when I passed by. That's why the paper towels are the line of traction between them. Checking the tissue paper in his hand, the corner of Yi Lianchen's mouth hooked up slightly. Everything was ready now, just missing the east wind. As much as he wanted to go straight to her aid, he forced himself to hold back in order to avoid the butterfly effect. He decided to honor fate this time. So he waited here. Waiting. 12,345. Chapter 133, all hidden in plain sight. Early the next morning, the alarm rings. Everyone instinctively and quickly got up, completely with the body's instinctive reaction began to wash, straighten the hair, and then change clothes. Do not know that they thought they were going to participate in the dating conference. Today is the official enrollment. All of them have to gather in the classroom. And yesterday when they were drinking, the three of them bragged that they were going to debut in the highest profile today. And then with their years of experience in relationships, they would take the right to choose the relationship of this class. Who the hell whacked my back? Long Aotian just got up and felt a stabbing pain in his back. Looking at the iodophore and band-aids on the bedside, the series of events that happened yesterday are now becoming clearer in his mind. Without caring too much, he jumped out of bed, towel over his shoulder, grabbed his toothbrush and toothpaste and walked over. Li Long, who was brushing his teeth, saw Long Aotian and consciously asked, "Is everything alright?" "It's fine." Long Aotian washed his face and then started brushing his teeth. "You were in the limelight yesterday. Such a cool girl, chasing after you to drug you. I'm such a big handsome guy." She could resist the temptation. "I'm also drunk," Huang Fei said as he dipped his hand in gel water and wiped it towards his hair. "I have to say that old Ao, you were really fierce yesterday, the way you were all red. I had a feeling that you could whack that old colorful skin to death with one punch." Su Shuai even put on a face mask. It was really somewhat exquisite. Huang Fei and Li Long both nodded their heads to look at Long Aotian. "We have now unanimously decided that you will be the 147th dormitory war ceiling from now on." Long Aotian laughed. "Come on, there's still a battle ceiling." Between jokes and laughter, the crowd had packed up. "How about this hairstyle of mine?" Huang Fei asked as he looked over to a few people after finishing with the comb in satisfaction. He had worked hard to organize this hairstyle before school had even started, just waiting for this day to come. "Cool. Could be. Let me borrow this thing." Huang Fei immediately grabbed his gel and shielded it in his arms. "Not today. Feel free to use it tomorrow." Long Aotian laughed very happily as he watched the trio's constant juggling behavior. 20 minutes later, the four went out back and forth. Don't look for the weather to still be very hot, even though we're just entering September. Looking over, all is a pair of beautiful long legs. Especially here is still T University. The body of the older sisters. Wow. Due to regular exercise, legs and buttocks are more than ordinary people's legs and buttocks, more rounded with feeling. All in all, there was a peculiarly wonderful youthfulness that permeated the entire school. Looking at the side of the self-proclaimed love three heavenly kings, one hooked eyes to look at people's beautiful legs. Lewd look. Long Aotian could not stop wanting to laugh. It's not the same for yourself. You generally look at it brightly. For any male, the most perfect, wonderful thing in the world is the body and lines of a young girl. Normal human beings are a kind of behavioral visual animal, and no one is an exception to the rule that all people love to look at beautiful women, provided that there is not a backhoe beside the delicate girl. Soon the four of them arrived at the entrance of the third class of physical education. Wait, I think the four heavenly kings, even if we go into the classroom, we need to be rowdy enough to have seen Pop Garden? Huang Fei said while fantasizing. When we go in later, we must be cool, without a slant in our eyes, giving off a feeling of being high and cool and handsome. We will only be able to attract the attention of the girls if we show that we are different. Then which one of us will go first? Su Shuai couldn't wait to ask. From yesterday, after Huang Fei talked about the 10 core theories of chasing girls, Su Shuai has been somewhat convinced of Huang Fei's words. Old pride. You've never been in love, you go ahead. Huang Fei thought seriously for a long time and continued. On the handsome, you compared to me still almost thing. If you walk behind us, I'm afraid you can't grasp it. So who goes last? Liren Li asked. Huang Fei sighed. It's time for me to step up at this time. Let me be the last. I'm willing to take all the pressure. Under a flurry of analysis and arrangement by Huang Fei, Long Aotian took the lead and walked into the middle of the classroom. At this time, there were already quite a few people inside the classroom, and whoever came in from the outside at this moment would inevitably usher in countless gazes. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Long Aotian revealed a gentle smile and looked around, eventually walking towards the last row. Watching Long Aotian walk in, Li Long took a deep breath and walked in with one hand in his pocket. The eyes were not slanted. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and he shook his bangs from his forehead as he walked, especially the feeling of obviously feeling that someone was looking at him, but having to desperately restrain himself from looking, made him feel instantly numb at the same time as he was cool. There was a bit of a delay because Dragon Lee stopped midway to shake his hair. Causes haven't gone to their seats yet. Su Shuai had then walked in with his hands in his pockets. The corner of his mouth twitched when he saw that Li Long hadn't made it to his seat yet, wanting to back up and retrace his steps to the side, but he forcibly restrained himself from doing so because it would have been too deliberate. Originally, Long Aotian was able to hold back his laughter, but the moment he saw Su Shuai's confused face, he really couldn't hold back and laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. So the college career he was looking forward to was this funny. No wonder when you swipe a certain tone in your own world, you always get all sorts of weird and funny moments from college students. Seeing that it was almost time, Huang Fei walked in as well. With a straight back and an unblinking eye, he held his cell phone in his wristwatch-wearing hand, absently pretending to reply to a message, tilting his head and hooking his lips in a smile as he pretended to fiddle with the phone for a moment. At least it's still holding its own when it comes to pushing the envelope. Immediately after sitting down, he reverted to his original form. How was it? Were there many girls looking at me just now? Many. Wow. All the girls in our class are so energetic. I just felt very clearly that so many eyes fell on me. And oh my god. What a great feeling. Old Ao, do you have your eyes on that girl? Brothers can help you chase. No. Brothers come to T University just for the girls? Long Ao Tian laughed. The great lover, who passes through all the flowers without touching a single leaf. The second love man, rejecting 2 backwards girls in a row. The king of 3 loves, a weak water, only 1 scoop, and the main fight is not to be taken. How come all of them now act like they've never seen a girl before? The 3 of them were not happy to hear this. How can it be just for the girls? We also have ideals. Underestimate people, don't you? Su Shuai immediately said. I'm a badminton thief. Li Longlong, I'm a thief who jumps high. Huang Fei, I'm a fast runner. The corner of Long Ao Tian's mouth twitched. Good guy, can't see that it's really a deep hide. Chapter 134, You're on the prowl. At the request of the counselor, everyone introduced themselves. After that, the counselor said some words of welcome to the University of T, as well as the rules of the University of T and the do's and don'ts of the next military training. I go. Brothers, I seem to be falling in love. 3,000 weak waters, I finally found the scoop that belongs to me. A hint of shyness appeared on Li Longlong's face. Who? That one? Han Xiaojing. Li Longlong sighted toward the 3rd row in front of him on the right. It was a young girl with short hair, supposedly permed, in wavy curls, most of it bound by a headband, with only 1 strand of long hair that she had pulled behind her ear. With glasses, a hint of baby fat on her small white face, and a petite figure. She belonged to the innocent and cute type of girl, and was indeed very pretty. I still think Shen Mingjie looks better. Huang Fei covered his mouth and laughed, a pair of eyes staring straight at the back directly in front of him. Shen Mingjie compared to Han Xiaojing body to be more slender and well-proportioned. Appearance belongs to the soft and moving type. If you look at the appearance alone, Shen Mingjie in this class should be the most good-looking type. Holy, do you guys want to make it this difficult right off the bat? Times have progressed and the only thing that remains constant is that there is always no shortage of suitors around pretty girls. Although Su Shuai always said that he had been chased backwards by 2 girls, it was also clear that he knew his own shortcomings. So in the beginning, they set their sights on some female classmates who didn't have that high of a face value, but had a decent personality. After the 3 of them gave a critique, their eyes looked at Long Ao Tian. How about old Ao? Is there any interested? With the help of our 3 love heavenly kings, sprinkle water law. Long Ao Tian coughed dryly. I advise you to look for objects, don't look for your own class, so as not to be embarrassed later. Look long term. Look at our schoolmates. The key is to be mature and not green. Later things will be said later. Besides, the most important one of the 10 core theories of love, chasing girls, is to have thick skin. Long Ao Tian smiled without saying anything after hearing this reply. Old Ao, to be honest, if it wasn't for you stepping forward yesterday, I really feel as if you and us are not of the same age. Huang Fei looked at Long Ao Tian and said softly, it feels like you have a lot of thoughts inside your head, and there is always a feeling that you can't let go. How can we describe this feeling? It's like we suddenly picked up $10,000. If we were us, we might have already thought about where to go and spend it on a foot wash and massage tonight. But you won't do that. Instead, you'll be thinking about what to do with the money. Huang Fei said this after thinking about it. Aha, I agree with that. That's right. Especially yesterday when we were drinking together. Although you didn't say it explicitly, you looked at us pretending to be a son? When Huang Fei heard this, he directly rose his hand. You damn well don't want to be our righteous father, right? Long Ao Tian has never laughed so cheerfully. Nothing, I see. Huang Fei suddenly thought of something and suddenly looked positive. What do you know? Huang Fei smiled crookedly. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Long Ao Tian and said confidently, are you not confident? Thinking that you'll feel ashamed if you can't catch up with a girl? When these words came out, the other 2 directly realized. In fact, you don't have to be like this. Although chasing pretty girls will indeed be a bit stressful, but with your body and looks, it's still not a problem to pursue some ordinary ones. You have to believe in us, the 3 heavenly kings of romance. For years, since we're going to be in a dormitory for 4 more years, we're categorically not going to see you give up on yourself. And I've decided that while I'm pursuing Shen Mingjie, I'm going to help you chase after a girlfriend to fool around with as well. Soon the counselor finished announcing the dismissal. The class walked out of the classroom and went to the registrar's office where the counselor said they would go to get their uniforms for the rest of the military training. One little thing happened in the meantime. It's Xiao Shuai who fell in love. The reason for this was accidentally touching the ring finger of a female classmate while collecting her uniform. Su Shuai looked at his ring finger. You guys don't understand at all. That moment was like an electric current crossing the heart. Crispy. Looking at Su Shuai with his eyes closed, revealing a dirty and lewd look. It instantly triggered dissatisfaction. Whoever has pissed to bear him awake. Don't come if you have diabetes. Can't give this grandson any sweetness. Jealousy, you guys, that's naked jealousy. Jostling and running towards the dormitory. Just got back to the dorm. Long AOT on cell phone then rang. A photo sent by Li Qingshu. The photo is of Li Qingshu in her military training outfit with a bright smile. How was it? Pretty. Ha! Li Qingshu has the desire to share in her body. She is always willing to share the best side of herself. Always invariably bring joy and happiness to people. Let people be infected by her enthusiasm. Likewise, she is curious about anything new. At least the feeling that Li Qingshu gave to Long Aotian was like a bird of prey. It was free and beautiful. She was smiling happily and brightly in the photo, especially the gently upturned corners of her mouth, just like the sunshine in spring, inadvertently sprinkling the whole world. Li Longlong touched Su Shuai with his shoulder, signaling him to look at Long Aotian. Click. The sound of a cell phone camera went off. Long Aotian raised his eyes and saw Li Longlong's cell phone being aimed at himself. Then in Long Aotian's uncomprehending gaze, Li Longlong aimed his cell phone screen at Long Aotian. Old AO, look at the way you're fuming. Ha ha ha. The photo shows Long Aotian looking at his cell phone with a smile on his face that he doesn't even notice. Happy. Screw you. You're the one who's hairy. Long Aotian said without a good breath, then directly lay down on the bed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old pride, you're even more wavy now. Ignoring it, Long Aotian replied a message to Li Qingshu. The other side. Looking at the message that Long Aotian replied in her cell phone, the smile on Li Qingshu's face was colored with a layer of redness. Haruyuki. You're smiling so waves. Who are you talking to? That's right. Look at you smiling and blushing. Li Qingshu hurriedly protected her cell phone, then pursed her red lips. What are you guys talking about? I'm the one who didn't blush. And you say no. It's so red it's dripping. Really? Li Qingshu covered her small face with both hands. What about now? As much as I can tell, you're on a wave. It's so obvious you. Is it really obvious? Said Li Qingshu, turning her back to the few people. So, what about now? Now it's the waviest. Haruyuki, you're done. You've fallen in love. Come on. Who is that boy? Is he from our class? There are quite a few of us who are good looking. It must be one of them. Haruyuki, hurry up and tell us the truth. I'm not waving. No. I'm going to look for Perry Yuck. While saying that, he ran towards the direction of the dormitory. Chapter 135, when are we going to find Brother Lung? Yuck, what are you doing? In the dormitory. Hu Yueying saw the message from Li Qingshu and replied, I'm in the dormitory. In the second half of the semester of her senior year of high school, besides studying, the most she did was to wait for Long Outyan to come to herself, and then she taught him to study and cooked for him. Now after the separation, Hu Yueying's heart is like losing a fulcrum. She knows what she is doing, and she also knows that it is impossible for Lung to still come to himself now as he did before, but waiting has become habitual. I'm downstairs in your dorm. Seeing this message from Li Qingshu, Hu Yueying glanced down from the third floor, then put away her cell phone and walked quickly towards the downstairs. Here, in the glass dewy corridor, Perry, whose figure had just appeared at the entrance of the dormitory building when Li Qingshu saw it. Qingshu, is something wrong? Hu Yueying asked. Do you want to go find Long Aotian? Li Qingshu smiled wryly. Think. Perry, whose lack of hesitation and the smile that instantly formed on her face caused Li Qingshu to freeze for a moment. That joy and anticipation is instinctive and hidden in the heart. For a while Li Qingshu was in a bit of a trance, because Hu Yueying seemed to care more about Long Aotian than she thought. When are we going to find Brother Long? Hu Yueying asked as she looked at Li Qingshu seriously. Li Qingshu looked at Hu Yueying with such eagerness and said with a smile, Afternoon. But let's go eat first now. Aha. Ing Hu Yu's happy appearance made Li Qingshu laugh a little. You're really happy. For this point Hu Yueying never hid, because in her mind, the matter of going to Lung was indeed very happy. I was expecting to have to wait until after military training. Are you damn good? It took so long to. Huang Fei waved his hand. What's the point of rushing? I'm already pushing hard. Have you washed your hands yet? Su Shuai pinched his nose and laughed. Washed or not you can't tell by smelling it. Huang Fei said and shoved his hand into Su Shuai's nostrils. Old AO. Don't wave. Go and eat together. What wave? Huang Fei asked as he had just gone to the restroom and didn't know. Li Longlong showed Huang Fei the picture of Long Aotian. Asterisk 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 something's wrong. Something's not right. Something's not right. Old AO, you're not right. Facing the crowd's jokes, Long Aotian lightly raised his eyebrows and clenched his fists. Ever scored a fist as big as a sandbag? No good. It's time to kill and kill. Retreat. The group arrived at yesterday's snack street and walked into a random restaurant. I'll be damned. These girls should all be from the conservatory. They smile so beautifully and speak with such a nice voice. The girls in our T University are energetic and the girls in the conservatory are warm and lovely. Coming to T University is the best choice I've ever made in my life. Humph. What is this? Huang Fei had a disdainful look on his face, looking at the duo like they were dirtbags. Spinning around, he took a cell phone out of his pocket. Looking around, soon a form was placed in front of the crowd. What is this? Oh, on the matter of falling in love, you guys are still too young. Before I came, I asked around. Cycling 5 kilometers to see university. 3 kilometers to a university. Nearby is the Conservatory of Music. 2 kilometers to the east is the Film Academy. And the Language University, Teacher Training University. Then we will join a random club, followed by the club to these schools to exchange. TSK, 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 TSK. Wonderful. I instantly felt like I was going to be in a relationship all over again. Me too. I feel like I'm going to be a scumbag after hearing that. Is University A only 3 kilometers? Long Ao Tian asked. Yo, it looks like our old AO is not aiming low. University A is the best academy in Kyoto. The students who can take the exam to enter inside are all good enough. That's why they said so that Long Ao Tian's goal is not low. I told you that old AO was stuffy, and you guys still don't believe me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Stuffy or not stuffy will be said in a while. Quickly look at a beautiful woman. Su Shuai's voice instantly made a few people's eyes fall on the restaurant's entrance. When he saw the person coming, his eyes went straight. This can't be the legendary cool schoolgirl, right? Take away the shouldn't and this is the legendary cool schoolgirl. The young girl's temperament is cool. Her skin is cold and white like snow. Her delicate little face is flawless. And the tear mole in the corner of her eye is just right. Not destroying a trace of beauty, but adding an indescribable demure hook for her whole person. But soon the three of them withdrew their gazes, for no other reason than they realized that the cool and good-looking sister was actually looking towards them. The clear and pure eyes flashed a hint of spirituality, making them too nervous to be at eye level with it, and one of them pretended to look away, or pretended to organize their clothes and hairstyles. Do you guys feel that this girl looks a bit familiar? What pretty girl doesn't look familiar to you? Such a way of hitting on her is too low. No, I actually think this girl looks a bit familiar. It's true that she looks a bit familiar. What do you think, old Ao? Long Ao Tian nodded. It does look a bit familiar. Huang Fei heard Long Ao Tian said so he raised his head and wanted to take a good look at that cool girl. He was also embarrassed to say that he had just been too nervous to look more at the beautiful woman who had stunned him. At the moment and ready to look, it turned out that the cool girl was no longer at the door. What are you looking at, Kusunari? So lost in thought? Upon hearing the voice of the person beside her, Lin Kuan-yin withdrew her gaze and said with a light smile, "It's nothing." She wasn't exactly a smiley character, so subconsciously she gave off the impression that this person was so cold. In fact, she smiled beautifully, cool but not too soft, truly a cold beauty. What happened last night was disgusting, but it's a good thing you're okay, and the school is tightening up now, so you won't even meet that kind of thing in the future. Aha, but that guy yesterday was really brave. I heard he wasn't from our school. Too bad I didn't see him in person. Evening Ning, you should have seen it yesterday, right? Is that guy handsome? Upon hearing this, Lin Kuan-ning raised her eyes once again and quietly looked towards the figure, not knowing what came to her mind. A slight blush spread across her cool, white face, accentuating the tear stains at the corners of her eyes even more demurely. You guys eat first. I'm going out to buy one thing, no need to wait for me. Lin Kuan-ning finished speaking and got up and walked towards the outside of the restaurant. After walking out of the diner, Lin Kuan-yin glanced back, her eyes slightly curved, and her steps couldn't help but quicken a little. When he returned, he happened to see the figure walk into a store not far off to the side. After thinking about it, Rinjin didn't rush back to the hotel, but headed toward the store. Long Ao Tian had just walked out of the store when he saw the cool young girl next to him who looked up at herself from time to time. It's not that Long Ao Tian is narcissistic, because he feels that this person seems to be here to find himself. Ha 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 ha, received another big god certification. Just saw it now. Thank you, thank you. The boss broke the bank. Also thank you for the power generation. So cold. Everyone's gifts and power generation. So warm. Love you. Chapter 136, Fellow Father. Accept our respect. Something wrong? Long Ao Tian asked. It seemed that she hadn't organized her words yet, and the cool young girl was slightly nervous, as she really wasn't someone who liked to take the initiative. Looking at the cool young girl with this kind of nervousness and urgency, Long Aotian felt more and more that she looked familiar. Not waiting for Long Aotian to make a guess, the cool young girl walked slowly. Walking closer, Long Aotian found the ointment in the young girl's hand. This is the ointment bought for you. To reduce swelling and prevent infection. Apply it once in the morning, and once at night. A clear and cold voice slowly rang out. Her voice was very unique. The unique voice vocal line also made Long Aotian recognize her. I didn't realize she remembered and took it to heart. It should be that he had just recognized himself in the restaurant and that was why he had gone out to purchase the ointment. Taking the ointment from the young girl, he smiled and said, "Thanks, I almost didn't recognize it." She'd had a lot to drink yesterday, and it was relatively dim at night even though there were streetlights. Plus last night she'd been nervous and clueless, and her hair was still a mess. It was really hard to connect with this beautiful woman with a cool and demonic temperament in front of her. Looking at Long Aotian, who was still a bit confused, the young girl once again laughed softly. "I should be the one to thank you. Okay, let's both stop saying thank you again too. It feels weird that you're thanking me and I'm thanking you." Lin Kuan Ning nodded with a light smile, originally not feeling strange, but once she heard him say that, it seemed a bit odd. Inside, though, he couldn't help but feel a slight favor rising for him. The reason for this was not that Lin Kuan Ning was too confident in her looks and body, but that she was always surrounded by boys who wanted to get her attention. This kind of thing has existed since my own middle school and even more so in high school. After getting into college a little late yesterday, and after the festering of last night's events, there are just as many people on campus today, trying to attract attention to themselves in many ways. Although they can see through their own thoughts at a glance, it is not good to say anything straight. Now that I think about it, if the boy who was helping him had been someone else, he would have taken the opportunity to approach him and ask for his penguin contact information or to get together for a dinner date. While that might be a bit of an absolute, she really had met too many guys like that. But the man in front of him not only didn't, he even forgot himself. It was as if helping yourself was really just a matter of lifting a finger, without any hint of other emotions. People like that were comfortable to be around, at least until now. And Lin Kusunaga still felt comfortable. "My name is Lin Kusunaga. And yours?" Long Aotian. Long Aotian nodded, then looked at the other party incredulously. "What's your name?" Lin Kusuning wondered why Long Aotian became so excited all of a sudden, but still said seriously, "Lin Kusuning. Lin Kusunari of the music department?" Right. How did you know I was in the music department?" Lin nodded. It wasn't a secret that she was in the music department. Long Aotian smiled. Lin Kuan Ning also wondered why Long Aotian had to laugh when he knew her name as well as her academic department, but she didn't resent it. Rather, she was a little curious. "What's wrong?" "It's fine. It just seems like such a small and wonderful world." Lin Kuan Ning couldn't help but lower her eyes. The tips of her ears, hidden under her hair, flushed slightly. Although one has never been in love. But these words, one is not unheard of. The world is small. Let us meet. Fate is marvelous. Let us together. You, how could you say such a thing? Lin Yin's voice was clear and cold, but it was very small, so small that it was somewhat audible. "I'm sorry, I'm a bit out of it. I just saw you inside that diner too. Were you with a friend?" "Well, me and my 3 roommates." Hearing Long Aotian say that he was sorry, Lin Kuan-yin didn't really care very much in her heart. "Let's go over there then. I just happened to be coming over for dinner with my roommate as well." "Good." Long Aotian walked in front of him, glancing at Lin Kuan Ning who was following him. His mind couldn't help but think of Hu Yuing, the little follower now. Little followers like a little tail, so slow down. Lin Kuan Ning hadn't expected Long Aotian to walk so fast, and was about to lose him, but suddenly realized that he had slowed down and hurriedly followed him. For those who had helped her, Lin Kuan Yin wouldn't really forget it with peace of mind just because of a few words from Long Aotian. In that situation yesterday, without Long Aotian stepping forward to help himself, the bottle smashed on his own body. She did not think she could have Long Aotian such a physique, just some redness and swelling and broken skin. The point is, if that guy were to say something nasty and humiliating about himself, then his own reputation would stink. Walk into the restaurant. Huang Fei, Li Long, Su Shui people are stupid. Looked at Long Aotian and the cool and stunning little sister paper that followed him, and his mouth called out. This guy did a big job without moving? No way. As the 3 heavenly kings of love, we haven't even acted yet and people took it down directly? Ahem. That old AO. Who is this? Long Aotian looked over at Lin Kuan Ning from the music department. Then continued. These 3 are my roommates. You should have seen them last night. Last night? The 3 of them froze for a moment, then thought of something and passed iMessages back and forth with wide eyes. Roughly, if I had known last night I would have come forward. This is not a proper movie version of the hero to save the beauty? Lin Kuan-ning just nodded. The lack of a smile on her face always gave off a faint sense of detachment, coupled with their stealing glances at themselves. Although they had gotten used to it over the years and wouldn't be too offended, they still didn't like the fact that they seemed to be goods in a commodity, being peeked up and down and ogled. So he looked sideways at Long Aotian. The ointment, remember to apply it twice a day. It will heal quickly and won't leave a scar. I'll also go over first. Bye. Lin Kusanagi hesitated for a moment, and Long Aotian looked at Lin Kusanagi, who was hesitant to speak, and asked, "What's wrong?" When Lin Kuan-ning heard this, her ears couldn't help but blush a little, and her fingers gently twisted in front of her body before she finally whispered, "Can I add you to my penguin?" Long Aotian did not react a bit, also thought what things let this little girl so entangled it. Remove the phone after adding. Lin Kuan-ning looked at the new additional contacts on her cell phone's penguin. The coolness of her brows appeared a little softer, and she whispered, "Thank you." When he finished speaking, he didn't care about anything else, and didn't even dare to look up at the gazes of the people around him as they looked at him. Hurriedly, they went back to the private room where their dormitory people were. "Hey, have you guys lost your souls?" Long Aotian looked at the three with a numb expression and raised his hand in front of their eyes. Thinking back to before, the three of them swore and patted their chests, saying that they would help Long Aotian to get rid of her husband. As a result, when they still know nothing about the girl's contact information, this guy was surprised that he had already been initiated to add penguins by a girl of the level of a cool schoolgirl. The key is the human girl volunteered to add. Righteous Father, please accept our worship. Chapter 137. I'm really looking forward to this day. Looking at the ointment in Long Aotian's hand, the three of them pounded their chests. This is a proper hero to save the beauty. At that time, if I made a move, now the music department schoolgirl can be mine. Next time my brothers promise me that if it comes to something like this, let me on. Long Aotian couldn't help but feel amused as he looked at the trio's frenzied appearance. You guys simply don't be too outrageous. We've just been considered to be officially acquainted with each other. We can't even talk about friends. He had helped Lin Kusanagi, even though he thought it was just a gesture and did not expect anything in return. But if Rin Kusunoki really didn't take her words seriously because of her own words, it was really nothing. But on the contrary, Lin Kuan-ning's behavior made Long Aotian think that at least the person he was helping had an okay disposition and wasn't as cold as she appeared to be. You're eating grapes, still say grapes sour. That face value. That cool and dusty temperament. Not only is the goddess of the Department of Music, say is the school flower of the Conservatory of Music is not too much. That's the school flower. Do you know the school flower's gold content? If I can be added to the penguin by such a cool big schoolgirl, this life would be worth it for me. It's just that to be able to be added to the penguin by the Qingling schoolgirls initiative, I'll be able to walk horizontally in the University of Tea. You guys are really not acting like love saints, love warriors and love kings. Long Aotian joked. Although we've only known each other for 2 days, the relationship between the boys is as good as a rocket going up. Not to mention the fact that the righteous father has been called. So what do you care about that? We're all blowing awesome there. Ha ha ha. But I don't think Phase 10 core theories of relationships should be blowing awesome. Originally, Huang Fei also wanted to say that he was actually still a simple little virgin and was also pretending. As a result, as soon as he heard this, he immediately sat up straight and smiled bashfully. The 10 major relationship core theories are just sprinkles. And down the road, I can still create 100 major relationship core theories. There was a lot of laughter, and it was actually kind of fun to live like that. And in the process of getting along with them, Long Aotian could clearly feel as if his mentality had all been rejuvenated. It's nice to meet people and get together for dinner, drinks and awesome blow. Evening, what were you doing out just now? As soon as Lin Kuan-ning returned to the small private room, the little sisters inside came up one by one and asked playfully, I just went out to buy a thing. Facing her little sister this close, and the impish smile on her face, Lin Kuan-ning leaned back slightly and said in a small voice, really? A couple of the girls said with a smile, but trailing off with a long drawn-out tone, obviously just a little disbelieving. Really? Lin said seriously, as she had really only gone out to purchase an ointment. But we just now saw you and a handsome man together from the outside walked in. Eyes looked outside the private room as he spoke. Following the girl's line of sight, Lin Kuan-yin saw Long Aotian, who was joking and laughing with his roommates. Geez, you guys just went out for less than 10 minutes. Hey, our cool schoolgirl has fallen. No, he's the one who helped me last night. Knowing that they had gotten the wrong idea, so Lin Kuan-yin hurriedly explained. It's okay not to say. As soon as these words were spoken, the three ladies' eyes instantly glowed. So have you guys added penguins yet? Looking at them as if they wouldn't stop until they asked, Lin Kuan-yin secretly lowered her eyes and gently nodded. Added, obviously, this incident happened to Lin Kusunobu, but when they heard about it, they acted even more excited than Lin Kusunobu. Did he ask to add you? A hero rescuing a beautiful girl, and the other person is still such a handsome boy. Geez, how does it feel more exciting than a plot in a movie? He looks in great shape too. He's from the U of T next door, isn't he? Hearing these words, the originally cool and dusty Lin Kusuning suddenly thought of last night when she helped him apply iodophor. Cold white exquisite small face cannot help but emerge a touch of redness. Good figure, wide back, narrow and lean waist. Good right, don't you guys say it, it's not what you think. Lin Kuan-ning hadn't experienced such a thing yet, and now that she had brought it out to be repeated by her little sisters, she felt quite embarrassed herself. When he finished, he looked outside without thinking, but the table outside was empty. High school careers are tiresome, boring. The shape of the university is free. The biggest change for many high school students begins in college. Some girls, who were very plain in high school, became able to dress up in college, became able to put on makeup with nice clothes. Some boys, who love to look at pretty girls and talk about who's so pretty in high school, become even more so in college. Lin Kuan-ning might be one of the millions of people who, at least now, did not feel impatient at being joked at by her young sisters whom she had just met. After dinner, Lin Kuan-ning and the others had to return to the academy as well. Several people were still talking and laughing as they made their way back to the academy. The next second one of the girls pointed to the courtyard entrance not far away and said, "Look, there is a man with flowers at the school entrance. Is he going to confess?" The crowd's eyes looked away. It was seen that a teenager whose figure was on the thin side, holding a bouquet of flowers, stood at the entrance of the school, and suddenly opened his arms, and then made a gesture of embracing himself. Is it practicing confessions? Why don't we go over and take a look? This little proposal was instantly and unanimously approved. The four of them arrived at the entrance of the school, where multiple people were already stopping to watch. Classmate, is this man confessing? The four asked in a whisper after they arrived. I don't know. I just got here and thought it was interesting, so I watched here for a while. Hearing someone seemingly talking about himself, the teenager glanced sideways. This glance caused his body to lurch, and then a wide smile appeared on his face. With one hand in his pocket, he slowly walked in that direction. Ha, he seems to be coming our way. A few people whispered. The next second the teenager had come to heel. Evening Ning, long time no see. Finishing with another bright smile. This is for you. Lin Kuan-ning looked at the flowers in front of her and frowned slightly. Her cool and delicate little face could not be seen to see any emotion. She did not expect that she accompanied her little sister in the dormitory to eat a melon. But in the end, this melon was eaten on herself. Do we know each other? The unique voice line caused the other party to let out a light laugh while tossing his hair. It seems like we really haven't seen each other for too long, and you've already blurred your memories of me. Then let's get acquainted once again. I'm Liangchen, Yi Liangchen ah. Yi Liangchen smiled confidently. His voice was low and slightly bubbly as he slowly said. Lin frowned as if searching her mind for this number, and finally shook her head gently. I'm sorry, I don't remember you. With that, she tried to leave. She hated being surrounded like this. At that, Yi Liangchen was amused, still so cold. Taking a deep breath and slowly crouching down, he said, "It's okay, I'll let you take your time to remember me." He said that he was going to lift the right leg of Lin's pants. What are you doing? Lin Kuan-ning took a step back and directly distanced herself from Yi Liangchen the second before his palm touched her. Looking at Yi Liangchen, who was crouching on the ground, his gaze became even colder. Yi Liangchen slowly shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Don't move. You're hurt. Let me take a look. You were always adventurous when you were a child, and you're still like this when you've grown up. His words were full of familiarity with Lin Kusunaga. Crazy, aren't you? Lin Kuan-ning directly crossed over Yi Liangchen towards the inside of the school. What's going on here? It's okay for someone you don't know to act particularly familiar with you, but suddenly trying to lift up your pants leg, that's perverted, isn't it? Her roommate had secretly shown her something when she was in high school housing. Upon seeing the footage, it's only shocking and appalling to feel a perverted obsession with a girl's legs. While there are plenty of guys who say they have great legs and can play for a million years, they only talk about it behind their backs. But I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen to myself, or in plain sight. So disgusting. It felt like goosebumps were rising on the skin of my body. Looking at Lin Kuan-ning's back as she left, Yi Liangchen smiled confidently without a care in the world. Little girl is still shy. When you remember me, will you regret calling me a psychopath? That night when he didn't wait for Lin Kuan-ning, Yi Liangchen thought about it afterward and thought that it should be because he hadn't been opened by Long Aotian. But there is no way. Long Aotian got Perry who? The two should still be in the Gulf City somewhere inside the corner stall. How can come to Kyoto to cooperate with their own? but he was at least a reborn person. And since he didn't have a chance, then he would create one. Today's effect looked just fine. And at least he had made a strong impression on Lin Kasunabu. First give Lin Quan Ning the impression that he is cynical, and then slowly change it. Because what girls like most is the sense of contrast. When they think you are, as long as you can show a sense of contrast, I'm sorry to say she'll just have to be attracted to herself. That time, after revealing to herself that she was in fact her deskmate from kindergarten, everything would coincide with the dream. That's what happened in the dream. As a pack of tissues made an impression on evening nurse, by chance, she saw herself appearing with Perry Hu, and because Li Qingxue had gone after her husband's crematorium on herself, it made her feel like she was a scumbag with 2 feet. Finally went through a series of misunderstandings, entanglements, and finally the truth. And in the process, it turned out that she had long been unknowingly like their own. Thinking of this, Yi Lianchen couldn't help but snort a laugh, then turned to look at the sky, murmuring in a low tone, still really looking forward to this day. If I had known that you do not love power generation, I would not come, in vain to write 2 chapters, the heart and mind to fly away, see the background of the power generation, but it is again sunk. After all, the vulture oversteps, brothers and sisters if not power. Vulture also have nothing to say, just really hurt the vulture's heart. This heart can be as cold as ice ballast general cold. Alas. Chapter 138, the little girl is still aggrieved. It's added. I've added it, Su Shuai said as he excitedly held up his cell phone. Remember that girl who touched my finger when I went to get my uniform today? I added her penguin. Asterisk. Your kid is really fast. Li Long glanced at it, but Su Shuai looked as if he was protecting some rare treasure, keeping the cell phone firmly in his arms. Asterisk you. If you want to flirt with girls, add them yourself. Cheap look. Just add yourself. Li Long skinned his mouth and said, then took out his cell phone and entered the class group that was only built today. Everyone in the group changed their notes, and he looked at Han Xiaojing's avatar, clicked on it to see and then closed it, which was a ghost in his heart, so he was instinctively weak. What's the big deal if it's on someone who doesn't have a ghost in their heart to add it? Yes. Huang Fei sat up from the bed as soon as he could and looked solemnly at his cell phone. Added it. I added it too. Ha. Watching Long Ao Tian being actively added penguin by the cool schoolgirl, and now even Huang Fei and Su Shuai had a target. Li Long gritted his teeth and clicked add friend as well. Not much longer. The message requesting to add a friend goes through. Li Long also held up his cell phone, excitedly showing off. See, I also added. Who rare. Cut. A rare and brief moment of silence fell over the dormitory. 3 men, hiding and twisting and crawling on their beds, clutching their cell phones, with the occasional odd giggle of give and take. Are you guys forgiving monsters? Long Ao Tian looked at the 3 people feeling really funny. Su Shuai and Li Long were fine with it. After all, they had already said that what they had said before was just for the sake of pretending. How is this even the incarnation of Huang Fei, who created the 10 core theories of relationships, giving the blame? Aren't you enjoying being single? Facing Long Ao Tian's flirtation, Huang Fei simply directly masked his head into the quilt. You are envious that we have someone to chat with. As soon as the words fell, the dormitory door was knocked. Does Long Ao Tian live in this dormitory? There's someone down there looking for it. Hearing this, the 3 of them directly sat up from the bed, their gazes fixed on Long Ao Tian. Just after he had left the house, the 3 ran directly in the direction of the balcony. Their dormitory was on the 4th floor, and it didn't take long to see Long Ao Tian's figure. Asterisk. Am I blinking? Isn't old Ao inexperienced in relationships? The Qingling girl added his penguin because she saved him from a hero. But what's this now? I don't know. I just suddenly feel as if I've eaten a dead fly. We're still gloating about adding the girl's penguin, and he's meeting the girl directly. No, the girl is coming over to him directly. I feel so damn pure compared to him. You also do not say. Really image also. Scum. Good body. Handsome. Mouth has not been in love. In fact, the side of the girl has not been broken. But also a ing shot is a king of bomb. It's true that sports specialists are. The words were directly interrupted by the other 2 before they could finish. Says who? Su Shuai only then reacted. Almost even cursed himself. Downstairs in the dormitory, when Long Ao Tian saw Hu Yu and Li Qingxue both standing not far away, he was surprised and at the same time couldn't help but feel an unspeakable emotion inside. The setting sun was like a picture sprinkled on the figures of the 2 of them, as if time was frozen in this moment, and everything, just turned into a smile. Long Ao Tian really didn't expect that the 2 little ones would find their way here on their own. I was going to wait for the end of military training to find them. Didn't expect it. Li Qingxue smiled playfully. her face full of smugness. Seeing the smile on Li Qingshue's face, Long Outyan also couldn't help but follow the smile. Her smile is as if it has magic power, always inadvertently infected everything around. Dragon. Smiling at each other. It was as if they had 1,000 words to say, but there was no need for words. When he saw Ying Huyu, Long Aotian didn't have too many emotions. There was just a feeling of his heart falling in solid ground. Looking at him, he smiled and laughed and commiserated. The joy was real, but so was the fact that Lung didn't count his words. What's the saying? When dependence becomes a habit, leaving is like withdrawal. As early as unconsciously, as early as the very beginning, as early as Long Aotian didn't even know, Huyu Ying's dependence on him had long taken over the heart. Or maybe Long Aotian knew how dependent Huyu Ying was on himself, so he just thought it was dependence. Aya, the little girl is still aggrieved. Long Aotian raised his hand and rubbed Perry Hu's hair into disarray. Looking at Long Aotian's feeling of doting on Ying Huyu, Li Qingshue was a little envious. The sincerity in Ying Huyu, treating Long Aotian as if it were always so simple. It's not as if some people don't mean what they say. Fine, fine, count me in this time. Whatever you want to eat tonight, I'll cover it. Long Aotian really has no way against this mouth of Li Qingshue. She is so talkative and she is also the most lively. Why do you look so reluctant? Come on, with our two big beauties following you around left and right. Do you know how many people secretly envy you? Ego, when you say this, it's me who is a bit unaware of the good and bad. Long Aotian laughed and rubbed his fist. Li Qingshue immediately held her head and deftly dodged away. Can't hit. As Ying Huyu watched the actions between Long and Li Qingshue, there was some anticipation within her heart. This spirituality in Li Qingshue was something she didn't have in herself, and it wasn't something anyone could learn from. It was as if all the beauty of the world had gathered in her, and just being close to her was infected by her optimism and vivacity. What are you fuming about? Long Aotian shook in front of Ying Huyu's eyes. Why do you feel that you are getting more and more confused? Why don't we stop calling you a little follower and call you a little minx from now on? No, I am your little follower. Huyu Ying straightened her hair that had just been messed up by Lung, and kind of disobeyed him. He or she is the little follower, and the most well-behaved one at that. In 2 simple sentences, Huyu Ying's emotions shifted along with Long Aotian's. How did you guys get here? Long Aotian also only realized today that it was only 3 kilometers to University A by bicycle. His own earlier morning runs were more than 3 kilometers. Take the car. It's not easy to blend in, is it? It was super easy. We walked right in. As Li Qingshue spoke, one small hand cupped on her cheek. Why do you think we don't look like students? After saying that, she even winked smugly and stinkily. The beautiful innocent years are reflected in her. Chapter 139, Don't move, or I'll tell Ying Hu. How are you doing inside the school? Huyu Ying gently nodded. It's okay, it's just that occasionally it's still a bit uncomfortable. Not used to being alone. Not used to not being able to cook for Lung every day. As if everything was so unaccustomed to being in the middle of this city. She was used to being around Long Aotian. Used to his maturity and occasional immodesty and lack of tone. Classes can be very childish and always do meaningless things in front of themselves. Still, one gets along well with one's roommates, not just in the dorms, but in class as well. And no one is bullying themselves anymore. What about you, Brother Lung? Huyu Ying asked in return. It feels pretty good, a little different from what was imagined, but happier than expected. Long Aotian thought back to those 3 righteous sons in the dormitory and only felt a little funny. It's like they're trying to accomplish all the regrets they had in high school, piece by piece. In college, Brother Long, I think you have changed a little bit. Ying Huyu tilted her head to look at Long Aotian and said seriously, where has it changed? I don't know. Huyu Ying was a bit deflated. She didn't know where Long had changed, but she could just feel it. If I have to say, it's become a bit more spontaneous, as if the walls blocking his mind have somehow changed without him realizing it. But no matter how much he changed, he was still his dragon. Brother Long, that is, can I contact you when I'm not doing anything? Ying Huyu whispered. Or you can contact me a little when you're free. The last time I contacted Lung was busy, eating with his roommates, and Huyu Ying was afraid of disturbing Lung. Hearing this, Long Aotian smiled in embarrassment. These 2 days did focus on bragging with his roommate, but coldly left his little follower behind. Good. Hearing that Long Aotian agreed to do so, Ying Huyu happily continued to share with him the interesting things that happened in the past 2 days in school. It even goes into detail about what you eat every day and how cheap the meals are on campus. Cheap and delicious at the same time? Anyway, with Long Aotian, Huyu Ying seemed to never have enough to say. Li Qingshue, who came out after going to the toilet, returned to her seat, looked at the tableware that had been scalded with boiling water, and gently patted Long Aotian's back. Thanks. Long Aotian did not move and frowned lightly, then moved his back uncomfortably and said with a smile, "Just eat more in a while." Li Qingshue's eyes flickered and she finally laughed. "Okay, eat poor you. Press you in here as a meat ticket. And I'll hurry to escape with Perry Hu. How dare you? I'll bite you to death if I find a bite." After saying this, she laughed happily, because she also thought of Gao Quan who was pressed by Yi Liangchen as a meat ticket in the barbecue stall. "Brother Long, don't press Qingxue as a meat ticket here Ing Huyu gently pulled Long Aotian's arm and laughed. "Did you see that? Yuck, Ing and I are the best. Be careful, we leave you here as a meat ticket." A meal that wasn't exactly hearty, but brought countless smiles to three people thousands of miles away from home. "Are you full yet?" "Full X2. Do you guys know how to ride a bike?" Long Aotian asked. Li Qingxue rolled her eyes at Long Aotian. "I brought all the fruits and cookies you eat on my bike. Can't you be bothered?" "I will too." Hu Yuing laughed, happy because Long was attached to himself. "Set off. I'll send you guys back." Long Aotian waved his hand and brought the two little ones to the sweeping bike here in a windy manner. "Turn on your phone navigation and put it in bike mode for a total of 2 kilometers. The trio rode their bikes through this unfamiliar neighborhood with abandon. Long Aotian was in the front and the two were in the back. The two men following behind had smiles on their faces that hadn't stopped from the moment they started riding. "I used to have less fun than I do now when I first learned how to ride a bike. Behind my family. Or maybe there was, but time has passed for a long time, and it was nowhere near as fun as it is now. They are at their most innocent now, and can't yet understand for the moment why someone would say, 'I'd rather sit in a BMW and cry than ride a bicycle and laugh.' But at least for this moment they were happy. I'll go. This is even more spectacular than it looks in the picture." Arriving at the entrance of the University A campus, Long Aotian couldn't help but sigh. It's really worthy of being the best academic institution in Kyoto. It's big inside too. Want to go around inside? Li Qingxue asked. "Some other time. You guys go back." Looking at the back of the duo leaving, Long Aotian was just about to leave when the cell phone held in his hand vibrated twice. It was Li Qingxue, who had just left, and the words were very short, "Wait, don't leave yet." Long Aotian was uncertain, but still waited on the side. They are all from the same city. They are all friends. They can take care of each other. Long Aotian will not refuse. Not much time. Li Qingxue panting ran out, speechless glance at the Long Aotian, his own exhausted all, the results of his good, surrounded by a few female classmates, as if to him to ask for penguins. Li Qingxue stepped forward. "Follow me." With that, he turned around and walked away. Long Aotian looked at a few female classmates and said with a smile, "The person I'm waiting for has come." Bye. Going up to Li Qingxue's side. "Hey, what's going on? You're a big man and you're afraid of being sold by me?" he said and quickened his pace. Coming to a place with fewer people, Li Qingxue suddenly stopped and turned to look at Long Aotian. Long Aotian looked a little strange by Li Qingxue's eyes. "Is there a flower on my face?" Li Qingxue didn't say anything, so she kept looking at Long Aotian, her eyes gradually all red. "Not you, what's going on? Don't tell me you're going to cry. I'll whack you." Long Aotian can't stand it the most, girls crying in front of themselves, especially the moment the other person cries out. Right or wrong, it's their fault. "What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? What happened to me?" Long Aotian's brain still didn't turn around for a moment. "What's going on with your back? Did you get into a fight?" Li Qingxue had previously learned about the University of T. All the people inside were sports students. Did they bully Long Aotian for being an outsider and then join forces together to beat him up? Otherwise, he was fine when he came here. And it's only been one night, and he just lightly touched his back, making him cringe and tense up in pain. He's still trying to pretend he's okay, and he can see it himself. "My back because..." Hey, don't be a hooligan Don't move, or I'll tell Perry Hu." Li Qingxue sniffled a bit and said in a muffled voice. Hearing this, Long Aotian laughed, but did not move. Chapter 140, The feeling of meeting you is that I like you so much. When he lifted Long Aotian's clothes, he saw a red swelling above his right side back, and there was a wound on top of the red swelling, except that it wasn't bleeding now. "Long Aotian, were you beaten up?" Li Qingxue looked at such a large red swelling. Her voice immediately choked up. Long Aotian turned around, and without any good humor, gently knocked on Li Qingxue's head. "Am I that easy to bully? You can't even see it. You're all swollen up here. No wonder you're in so much pain." Li Qingxue does not understand the man's physique. Anyway, she sometimes just rubbed a little skin. Will hurt for a long time. At the moment to see such a large red swelling on his back, must be particularly painful. "Aya, don't cry. It's not what you think." Long Aotian told the whole process of yesterday after reporting, going out to eat with his roommates, And finally encountering someone bullying people all over again. You're stupid you. I knew you liked to meddle. But you don't look at where this is. There are so many people. You're the only one who has to rush so far ahead, in case that psycho throws a knife. Li Qingxue said without a good breath, but she knew that this was Long Aotian, and only Long Aotian could do something stupid. Wasn't that how they first met? A nosy teenager, in his own sad time, used a phrase that made him remember him for so long. I'm going to get you some medicine. You wait here. Hey, look at what this is. Long Aotian pulled out the ointment from his pocket and waved it in front of Li Qingxue. You're still laughing. I thought you were getting beat up. It's especially hard on your heart you're still laughing. Long Aotian also stopped laughing and lifted his clothes to let Li Qingxue medicate himself. Qingxue, don't tell Perry Yuck about this matter. Hiss gently. I thought you didn't know it hurt. That's what he said, but he moved as gently as he could, and blew on it after applying it to make the ointment penetrate faster. Yucking heart is small. If she knows it will definitely shed tears. I am most afraid of her shedding tears. You are not aware of this girl crying. Sometimes can cry for a long time. Long Aotian said. Don't know what came to mind. Unconsciously the corners of his mouth rose. I knew. When you were holding back at the restaurant. I knew you didn't want to be found by Yuck. But I think Perry who is definitely stronger than you think. The reason why Li Qingxue said this was also because of Perry whose performance inside the school. That's good. What do you mean that's good? You're always doing what's best for everyone else. Can't you do what's best for yourself? Harm. It's just a little bit of skin. I've got thick skin. The swelling will go down in a couple of days and the will be over. Li Qingxue didn't have the good sense to poke her finger at the edge of the redness. Then you still don't dare to be known by Yucking. People like you are the most stubborn. Long Aotian got up and put the clothes down. This is not tenacious. This is unnecessary. There was nothing in the first place. Say it out to look like I'm petulant it. That's typical of you. So you want to see Perry who cry? Don't. Then wouldn't it be fine to tell her to worry her anyway? Still say Yucking it. You just that way. Don't know still think I how to you? Really shy face. Long Aotian laughed. Words. Li Qingxue blankly glanced at him and sat beside him. You're so nice to Perry Yuck. Well, or else what? You call out to Brother Lung. And I'll take you in as a second little follower as well. I don't want it. Li Qingxue stroked the hem of her coat, quietly squinted her eyes at Long Aotian, wanting to say something, but opened her mouth and never said anything. It was quiet for a while. That go back. There is nothing to do. Go back to rest earlier. These 2 days will be military training. Long Aotian and Li Qingxue sat together for a long time, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Li Qingxue was happy and lively in Long Aotian's memory, as if all the beauty in the world was gathered in her body. As long as she was close to her she would be infected by her optimism and cheerfulness. But now Li Qingxue hands around the chest, as if sulking does not smile look, but also inexplicably give people a kind of pressure Lu. Long Aotian twisted his head to look at Li Qingxue. Noticing that Long Aotian had been looking at herself, Li Qingxue suddenly became a bit uncomfortable. You, what are you looking at? Your makeup seems to be smeared. Ha? Really? Li Qingxue touched her face with her hand. The girl still cared. I just drew a very light makeup today. There shouldn't be any. Before the words were finished, he saw Long Aotian laughing, and immediately reacted by pinching Long Aotian on his waist. Let you make fun of me. She knows that this is Long Aotian intentionally want to tease her happy it. Really a big fool. As soon as Li Qingxue smiled, the atmosphere suddenly became different. Hello. Looking at Long Aotian's back, Li Qingxue funny and good gas. Sometimes Long Aotian is really good. He can help Huyuing to change. Can a sentence to make themselves enlightened? See people being bullied will also look over. But about what was happening to him on his own, he looked at it with extreme indifference, and was a strange man. It was as if he was out of place in the world, yet he was trying so hard to blend in. He seems to be 18 years old at the same age, but the temperament of his body is completely different from that of his peers. Inside dormitory 301 on the 3rd floor of the women's 12 dormitory, Perry Huyu bit her lips tightly and did not let go even though her clenched fingers were already so hard that they turned white. Yucking your back? Hearing her roommate's words, Huyuing forced herself to smile, and with a soft she returned to her bed. She tried hard to calm herself, but the tears still appeared without warning. As Long Aotian's most well-behaved little follower, no one knew Long Aotian better than her. If Li Qingxue could discover it, how could she not notice it? The moment Long Aotian's body tightened, Huyuing noticed it, but at that time, Long was still holding back, looking at himself with a bemused smile, afraid that he would see something, so Huyuing could only choose to play dumb. She knew that Lung didn't want to be known by herself, so she would just pretend she didn't know. She saw it when Li Qingxue secretly sent a message to Lung. Even if Li Qingxue didn't send a message to Lung, she would still send a message to him, so she heard what Lung said. When she saw the redness and swelling on Lung's back, God knows just how much it hurt and how hard it was on her heart. But Lung knew himself too well. He was afraid of worrying and crying, so he always pretended that nothing was wrong. He always cared about himself all the time. And when he heard Li Qingxue say that he was doing well in school, he smiled and said, "That's good. One thing Lan is right about. One's heart is small, very small. Brother Long, before I met you, I felt that life was just like that, but after I met you, I forgave the world for all the suffering that had been sandwiched between me." Looking at the photo of herself and Lan looking happy as she pulled the hooks, Hu Yueying carefully placed the photo on her chest. "Meeting you probably feels like, I really like you. You want to see me get stronger and better. Then I'll get stronger and better. And one day I'll get over that wall in your heart." Chapter 141, My heart tells me I have a favorite person. Waiting for a gap at a stoplight, Long Ao Tian rode his bike and turned towards the right. A silhouette seemed to be aware of it and raised its eyes to the direction where Long Ao Tian had left. Strange. How come that person's back looks so much like Long Ao Tian? After saying this, Dark smiled and shook his head. It should be an illusion. How could someone like Long Ao Tian who was rotten to the core come to the capital? Yi Liangchen retracted his gaze. In his thoughts, Long Outyin should be taking Hu Yueying to buy clothes in some unknown township right now. It wasn't that Yi Liangchen looked down on him when he lived like that, and at a glance, he could see the miserable life he would have in the future. It's just a pity for my treasure girl. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen's mouth revealed a trace of bitterness. Although the treasure girl didn't choose herself, although she had taken back the title of treasure girl, still, one can't get over her a bit, and the dream was so close to eating treasure girl that it turned out. Alas, it's kind of an obsession in the mind. Let's go back and save it after we take down Xiao Qingmei and Li Qingxue ourselves. I just hope that bastard Long Ao Tian can be more gentle, not so vigorous. Don't let his treasure girl would public. Slowly, he exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air and headed in the direction of a major. When he came to a university college, Yi Liangchen took out his cell phone, himself and a university college in the same frame, and then penned, !V and took a selfie. Immediately after filming, he edited on his cell phone and then clicked publish, and only after doing this was he satisfied with following the crowd and blending into the school. He did this, firstly, to pretend, and secondly, to indirectly tell the girl, tell her she's already here. Walking onto the campus of the University of A, I found the playground closest to Building 6 of the women's dormitory with the memory of my dream, and proceeded to take selfies and post space sayings. It was a simple test, and if you saw it and sought it out, it means you still can't get over me. I'm also stupid for testing you when I know for sure you can't let go of me. LOL. Laughing to himself, he shook his head and walked towards the playground, hands in his pockets. A smirk curled the corners of his mouth as he passed by his female classmates, followed by a confident toss of his head. Could clearly feel the girls looking at themselves as they walked past. So look up 45 degrees, open your arms with an enraptured expression, and slowly make the gesture of embracing yourself in their surreptitious glances at you. Yi Liangchen, who has a 28-year-old soul, knows best how to attract the sight and attention of his female classmates. He also knows how to use his strengths to get these untrained female students to fall in love with him. He just wanted to tell Li Qingxue that he was excellent and that there would be many people who secretly liked him. Thus, she is put under psychological pressure, and eventually, with the help of her little plum, Lin Kusuning, she comes to her senses completely and chases her husband to the crematorium. The corners of his mouth gently curled up, and he smiled back at the female students without realizing it. Raising her eyebrows lightly, she then tossed her hair confidently, right in the middle of shaking his hair. His afterglow caught sight of a figure, and then his whole body froze in place. At this moment, Yi Liangchen smiled, took out his cell phone and glanced at it. Less than 10 minutes had passed since he posted his sayings. With a helpless snort, he walked towards the figure. Sometimes fate is this marvelous, always invisibly pulling us. Speaking here, Yi Liangchen took a deep breath. It's been a long time, how are you? Hearing the voice, Li Qingxue raised her eyes to look. Just one glance made Yi Liangchen's heart plummet a little. Slightly red eyes. Is it the excitement of seeing yourself? Is it silent longing? Or was it the true emotion that could not be contained? I don't know. It could be one of them. It could be all of them. Don't cry. I'm not here. Yi Liangchen said softly. If I had known this, why would I have bothered? Li Qingxue was a bit dumbfounded and then frowned. What are you talking about? And how did you get in? Ha! Yi Liangchen laughs. Still pretending? All cried for yourself, but still have to forcefully pretend like this. I have to say you are really naughty. Alright, let bygones be bygones. I'm still here in Kyoto. Do the words you said before still count? What words? And can you speak properly? if it wasn't for the fact that she had known Yi Liangchen for 9 years. Right now, Li Qingxue wouldn't want to talk to him at all. Have you forgotten? Didn't you say you'd fall in love when you got to college? Now that we're both in college, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Yi Liangchen looked at Li Qingxue, who was so excited to see herself that she was crying. To tell the truth, he was a little soft-hearted. Originally he wanted to stimulate her and make her chase the husband crematorium. But now it seems that as long as she can be in a relationship with herself, it's not abusive, right? When Li Qingxue heard Yi Liangchen's words, she laughed. She looked at Yi Liangchen very seriously. Yi Liangchen, do you know how ridiculous you really are right now? I did say that I didn't want to get into a relationship in high school because I had to prepare for the college entrance exams wholeheartedly. And I did say that the relationship thing was something to be talked about when I got to college. But don't you think that what you're saying right now is really shrimp-headed? Have I ever told you that I used to really just think of you as a good friend? That I've explicitly rejected you many times? And why do you still think I like you? And why do I have to be in a relationship with you when I get to college? Can I like someone else? Why do I have to be in a relationship with someone who advised me to control my points and not take the entrance exam? Am I cheap? When he initially saw the smile at the corner of Li Qingxue's mouth, Yi Liangchen also smiled. But with the words spoken by Li Qingxue, the smile on Yi Liangchen's face at this moment had completely stiffened. What do you mean by that? Looking at Yi Liangchen's stunned appearance, Li Qingxue sighed lightly and stood up. Looking at Yi Liangchen, her tone also slowed down a lot. Yi Liangchen, we've known each other for 9 years. I don't know why we suddenly became like this. In my memory, you didn't used to be like this. You used to be really good and nice. And at that time, even though I didn't know what liking was, you really held a certain place in my heart. That was accumulated little by little over 9 years. Li Qingxue exhaled deeply. I thank you for liking me before. But let's not continue to dwell on this matter. Yi Liangchen, what I want to tell you is that I already have someone I like. Speaking here, Li Qingxue didn't even realize how gentle the smile at the corner of her mouth really was at the moment. He taught me what it means to like. He's really nice, mysterious and interesting. My heart is now telling me that I like him. Hearing Li Qingxue say that she already had a favorite person, Yi Liangchen only felt as if he was bombarded by 5 thunders. His body couldn't control a softness and almost fell to the ground. Looking at Li Qingxue's back as she left, Yi Liangchen laughed. This time it was a real laugh. It looks like you still haven't read your own heart. And sure enough, I still shouldn't be soft-hearted. The words fell. Yi Liangchen's eyes became gloomy, and the way he clenched his teeth in death caused his face to twist up a bit. Chofu crematorium? It has to be you, Chofu crematorium. This time I won't be soft. This time I have to abuse you. Don't blame me. Who made you hurt my heart? Hurt my heart, which is full of love. When I catch up with you, I'll immediately leave you out in the cold, so that you can see with your own eyes how happy I am with Lin Kasuning, and that feeling of being left out in the cold by me. Ha! You can enjoy it yourself. Don't blame me for being ruthless, because I am who I am. The Liangchen who dares to love and hate. Yi Liangchen adjusted my mindset. Yi Liangchen suddenly frowned tightly. No, Li Qingxue said that she already has a favorite person. She just came to the school. It is estimated that even the names of the people in her class have not yet been recognized. At this moment Yi Liangchen seemed to have grasped some sort of truth. Combined with the way Li Qingxue had cried just now, the answer almost cried out. It's Long Ao Tian. Yi Liangchen clenched his fists in death. It's you again. It's you again. All turned into a puddle of. And you're still giving me a ing hard time. Forcibly commandeering my treasure girl, dragging her from above the clouds into the mire. And now you have the audacity to make a move on my white moonlight. You're really disgusting. In the dream, it was because Long Ao Tian was jealous of himself, so he tried to snatch all the people who liked him. In this life, he had endured him for so long in order to look after the big picture, but I didn't expect him to still be so vicious. It wasn't enough that he had hijacked his own treasure girl, but he also wanted to make a move on his own white moonlight. At the thought of this, Yi Liangchen was so angry that his entire body almost trembled. Li Qingxue is also a. Obviously I have told you Long Outyan is not a good person. A young age on the force on Hu Yuing, but also forced Hu Yuing in his room. Just such a lousy person. How dare you still like him? Is it not possible that you still want to experience the feeling of being stepped on by Long Ao Tian's feet? You still dare to say you're not a lowlife? Just now, she cried, her eyes red. So it must be because of Long Ao Tian, then I'll see how you were hurt by him. When you see clearly how shameless and despicable Long Ao Tian is, will you regret saying these words to me today? Don't blame me for wife abuse when the time comes. Keeping you guys from generating electricity, you guys made me do this. Happy Christmas Eve. I hope you all have apples. Not iPow. Pencil. Chapter 142, You Buy Me a Drink of Water. Back near the school entrance, Long Ao Tian returned the car. toward the entrance of the school. From a distance, he saw a figure standing near the entrance of the school. There are a lot of people in front of the school, but this figure is like a cold lonely lamp, obviously also in the crowd, but let a person inexplicably feel a kind of cold silence, this kind of temperament from the inside out, so that even if she was in the crowd, she could not help but be attracted to the sight. Seeming to feel something in his heart, the figure slowly turned around and raised his eyes to look at it. Her gaze was bright and clear, as if it could penetrate time and crowds, and her eyes flared with a smile, shedding a brief warmth that melted some of the coolness around her. As Long Ao Tian walked closer and closer, Lin Koning's mind went blank, and the excuses she had originally made up in her mind simply did not come to mind at this moment. Her cold personality rarely reveals her emotions directly, so she always gives people a detached feeling, but in fact it is not, although she is cold in nature, but inside has a complex and rich emotions, just do not know how to express it. I sent you a message. The sudden appearance of Long Ao Tian briefly made Lin Kuan-yin forget the excuses she had been organizing internally, and in her haste she said this truthfully. Long Ao Tian took his cell phone out of his pocket, looked at the small red dot on top of the penguin, and smiled embarrassedly. I was just riding my bike. I didn't hear it. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Hearing this, Lin Kuan-ning turned her head sideways, looked away and said, I would like to invite you to dinner. The clear, cold and distinctive voice, which was clearly trying to invite someone to dinner, seemed icy and cold. If it was someone who wasn't familiar with her, it would just make it seem like she was too high-strung and aloof, but if one was familiar with her, they would know that the movement of her sideways head was already enough to show that this young girl, who was cool on the outside, had long been replaced by shyness on the inside. Lin Kusunaga's mood is relatively stable and rarely fluctuates, but for some reason, the emotional ups and downs within her were particularly strong when faced with the boy in front of her. So much so that she was now afraid to look the boy in front of her in the eye. That I just ate. As Long Ao Tian's words fell, Lin Kuan-ning subconsciously clenched her small hands, tightly pursed her red lips, and a layer of redness gradually climbed onto the tips of the white tender ears covered by her long hair. Being rejected. The fact that she was rejected was not within Lin Kuan-ning's expectations, probably because of her own better qualifications, she hadn't thought that she would be rejected, so much so that she was a bit overwhelmed and unsure of what to do after being rejected. Looking at the tangled, overwhelmed Lin Kuan-ning in front of him, Long Ao Tian laughed. Why don't you buy me a drink? Lin Kusunari, who had been at a complete loss as to what to do, suddenly lit up in her eyes when she heard these words. Good. After saying these words, Lin Kuan-yin's tense heart suddenly loosened up, and there was a trace of undetectable gratitude in her eyes as she looked at Long Ao Tian. There are many stores selling milk tea and fruit drinks near the school. Not long after, Lin Kuan-ning walked out with 2 cups of fruit tea, handing one of them to Long Ao Tian. She actually wanted to say that in the hot weather, milk tea is easy to catch fire, drinking fruit tea would be better, but when the words came out, they just turned into, here you go. After she finished speaking, Lin Kuan-ning secretly frowned, only hating her own mouth for being so stupid. And why were her words so cold when she spoke them? Obviously he came over to be grateful that he helped him. Obviously he helped himself and got hurt because of it. Would he make her feel like she really doesn't know what's good for her if he talks like this? Will she regret helping herself? So he hurriedly changed his tone and said, here you go. Looking at the frowning Lin Kusuning in front of him who seemed to be secretly remorseful, Long Ao Tian couldn't help but feel amused. Actually, you can completely let go of yourself, it's okay. The greatest meaning of life is to make yourself happy. If you can make yourself happy, don't always fight yourself. And the fruit tea is delicious. Sometimes too sensitive. Always counterproductive. On the contrary, relax, do the most real self, and walk and see in calm. Is not a kind of relaxation. Lin Kuan-ning nodded gently. Actually, I'm quite easy to get along with. Ah, can feel it. Really? Lin Kuan-yin asked as she looked seriously at Long Ao Tian. A lot of people say they're not nice to be around. Of course, said the man, removing the ointment from his pocket and shaking the fruit tea in his hand in the process. It's not by what people say that a person gets along, it's by what you do. The words had never been uttered by anyone beside herself before, and the corners of Lin's lips rose slightly. Thank you. I know you don't want me to hang on to thank you all the time, but this thank you is something I want to say to you from the bottom of my heart. It's not really unwanted. I just don't think it's something to hang your hat on to help a girl who's being bullied. Besides, even without me, that bully would not dare to really do anything out of the ordinary in plain sight. Long Ao Tian said frankly. Lin Kuan-ning gently shook her head. Maybe you don't think there's anything to this, but I can't think that there really isn't. So many people, and none of them chose to help themselves, but instead, A man passing through the conservatory stepped in to help himself. Maybe it's because he's helped so many people that he feels like it's just a hand up to help, but the real help themselves can most deeply appreciate, at that time, their own in full view of the shame of the woeful mood, as well as the need to help the humble pleading mentality. Thankfully, I was really helped at the time, so how could I possibly forget? And she could feel that Long Aotian seemed to be different from other boys, wouldn't look himself up and down as if he were an object, wouldn't make some demands on himself for helping him out, and wouldn't even have wanted to add his penguin if he hadn't taken the initiative. Even when you add your own penguin, you don't find yourself chatting without words. So much so that it was still her own initiative to mention that she wanted to ask him out to dinner today. For a moment, Lin Kuan-yin couldn't help but sneak a look at Long Aotian, because she had some doubts if Long Aotian didn't like girls. What are you thinking? Why have the eyes suddenly become so unscrupulous? Oops, there's nothing more embarrassing than getting caught peeking. Lin Kusuning gave a slight start. Her delicate and bright little face flashed a trace of discomfort at being caught. The tear mole at the corner of her eyes was tinted with a reddish hue, like a flame orchid blooming thickly under the moon. The colorful and beautiful. Chapter 143, Embarrassing Misunderstanding. Nothing. Naturally, Lin Kuan-ning would not reveal her suspicions. After all, it would be too disrespectful. But with Long Aotian, she would feel relaxed. It wasn't that she hadn't been around other boys in her entire life, but she had never felt the way she did now. He didn't deliberately do anything childish to try to get his attention, nor does he let himself get that unwarranted pressure to be just himself in his eyes. Want to sit down for a while? Ha! Do it once? Lin Kuan-ning looked at Long Aotian awkwardly. A blush surfaced on her cool little face, her eyes flickering slightly. This is not good, right? We've only just met. Looking at Lin Kuan-ning's tense body, Long Aotian sat on a bench to the side. What's wrong with that? If you're afraid of misunderstanding, just sit over here. Lin Kuan-ning watched Long Aotian's actions. Starting from her white neck, a blush began to climb and finally took over her entire small face, her watery eyes dodging back and forth. No, there's no misunderstanding. Although she looks cold and quiet, as if particularly cold and difficult to get along with, but in fact she is also a normal girl, will also have puberty, for the beautiful things will also go hard to pursue. There was no one who didn't expect to be in a sweet relationship, and she, Lin Kuan-ning, was only cold in nature, not frigid. Although the hero to save the beauty of such a trope is old-fashioned, but I have to say, is really easy to make the opposite sex to have a good feeling. Lin Kuan-ning wasn't the kind of girl who was particularly old-fashioned. Long Aotian was handsome and had a great body. It was hard not to notice, and having a crush on someone like that was just that, nothing that couldn't be admitted. So just now there was a moment of their own thought distorted is also reasonable. After comforting himself in this way, he hurriedly sat down on the side, fearing that Long Aotian would see that he had lost his temper just now. But the blush on her face, Long Aotian was not blind, how could he not see it? Combined with Lin Eveningqing's previous words of surprise and amazement, Long Aotian was not an innocent boy of 18 who knew nothing. He could not help but feel amused that this young girl, who looked so cool and calm, was so cowering inside. Hearing Long Aotian's laughter, Lin Kuan-ning became even more uncomfortable. She felt as if Long Aotian had read her embarrassment, but still forced herself to be calm and asked, what are you laughing at? Nothing, just think that you are more than I imagined, said here. Long Aotian deliberately paused for a moment. Seeing that Long Aotian's words stopped in mid-sentence, Lin Kuan-yin inwardly really wanted to know what Long Aotian would say next, but for personality reasons, even though she wanted to know very much, she had been forcibly holding back from taking the initiative to ask. It's more than I thought. Looking at Lin Yujing's tightly clenched little hand, quietly glancing at herself, and then at a loss for words, Long Aotian didn't think to continue in teasing her. It's even more interesting than I thought it would be. When she finally finished listening, the shyness inside Lin Kuan's heart grew even more. It felt as if this guy wasn't as naive and honest as he looked either. But hearing such words from his mouth, one didn't really resist a bit. One would just feel a bit embarrassed. Blame it on the high school accommodation. Roommates always love to watch small videos, engaged in their own disguise, know too much, are not pure. That did you apply the ointment on time? Rinjin digressed, trying to divert the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Well, the ointment works well. Aha. Lin Kuan-ning nodded gently and didn't say anything further. The two had only known each other for a short time, so how could they have so much to talk about? A cup of fruit tea was finished, and Lin Kusunaga got up to say goodbye. I'll give you a ride. Ghostly Lin nodded and didn't refuse. Walking above the streets, all around them were students from the University of Tea or the Conservatory of Music. It wasn't surprising that the two of them walked among them, they were a bit conspicuous at best. With her cool demeanor and delicate face, it would be strange if no one paid attention to her wherever she went. Move over, coming through, coming through. Hearing the voice, Long Aotian didn't move and pulled Lin Kuan Ning to his side. As far as the eye could see, it was a boy gaily carrying a bouquet of flowers, and seemingly anxious to meet someone. Lin Kuan Ning looked at Long Aotian grasping her wrist. Her small face was slightly heated. The heat emanating from it seemed to scald her insides, unconsciously her shell teeth tightly biting her red lips. The 10,000-year-old coolness on her face was replaced by shyness, and her watery eyes forced themselves away from Long Aotian's grip on her wrist. In the past, if someone grabbed himself like this, he would definitely immediately pull his wrist out. But this time he made an exception, not only pretending not to see it, but also not reminding Long Aotian. That's what it feels like to be protected, right? The first time Long Aotian helped to protect himself, at that time he was in a panic and confusion. Inside his head besides the fear was a chaos. But this time is different. This time he did not panic. Not wrong. Actually feel Long Aotian grasped on top of their wrists. Skin and palms rubbing produce temperature. Is an unspeakable sense of security. Quietly glancing at Long Aotian, he has helped himself several times. Will he also have a good feeling about himself? Lin Kuan Ning was suddenly ashamed by her own thoughts. The feeling of actually being, grabbed by a boy's hand didn't seem as annoying as one might think. His palms were so big that his own wrists were all in his hands at once. If this is held in their own legs, the little head subconsciously flashed back to some small video images. If that is the position, a wonderful sense of shame arose in my heart. Lin Kuan Ning gently bit her lip. Her face flushed as she raised her eyes to look at Long Aotian. Taking flowers, running so fast and in such a hurry. Should be going to confess? Are you alright? Long Aotian asked with a smile. Hearing concern from him, Lin Kusanagi tried to control her appearance without the slightest discoloration, but her heart suddenly began to beat faster, and a feeling of joy crept over the tip of her heart. Although Long Aotian could speak flowery words and was not as decent as he appeared on the surface, but if he was well trained, if he got along well with him, maybe he wouldn't be immodest to others. As she thought about it, Lin's heartbeat became more and more intense. It's fine. The Conservatory of Music and the U of T are not far from each other by nature. When he reached the entrance of the conservatory, Long Aotian waved his hand at it. Bye, Lin Yanning said softly, and then walked towards the inside of the school. While walking, she gently rubbed her wrist with her hand, as if the temperature belonging to Long Aotian's palm still remained on it. The marvelous joy in her heart made her step a little faster. Chapter 144, No Fever. Just a little bit of heat. Push opened the dormitory door. Inside, 3 lines of sight instantly landed on Long Aotian. Old Ao. We take you as a brother. You give us to play the brain. Qingling Beauty Initiative to add your penguin is also even so. But today these 2 girls, how do you say? That's right, tell it like it is. Thought you were a pure virgin. But you came on big in front of us. Perry whose pure desire to win. Li Qingshu was dynamic and colorful. Alone casually take out 1. That is the school flower level did not run. As a result, Long Aotian had 1 on the left and 1 on the right. Where did this make their 3 heavenly kings of love's face go? Envious teeth are going to be sour. So you're the one who can pretend the most in our dorm. You kid is really not honest. We have not touched the hand of the girl paper until now. You can be for the goddess level girl paper to touch the head to kill. Damn Huang Fei scratched his hair furiously. Ugh, I disagree when you say that. Su Shuai stood out, and extended the ring finger of his left hand. Don't forget, I'm not like you guys. I'm also considered someone who has touched a girl's hand. Long Aotian smiled in the face of the several people's juggling behavior and said, they are all my friends. Upon hearing this, a few people but do not believe it. Our lewd face looking at Long Aotian said, well, is a friend, but whose friend meets and touches the head that's it. And the pretty girl who was groped and killed, not only didn't resist, but also laughed so coquettishly and happily. As soon as these words came out, Long Aotian also realized that they were talking about Ing Huyu. For this point, Long Aotian thought about it, there was no way to refute, because he himself was also clear that he did have more care for Huyu Ing. And, thinking of this, Long Aotian's finger gently touched the corner of his mouth. Holy, old Ao, your ing smiling lewdly. He just touched the corner of his mouth. Oh my god, did you guys do something as sacred as kissing? Rolling. What are you saying? She's still small, Long Aotian said without a good mood. But aren't you only 18? At those words, Long Aotian froze for a moment. All along, no matter whether it was helping Ing Huyu Ing or enlightening Li Qing Shui, Long Aotian had never considered himself as a peer like them. It's all about putting yourself in the shoes of the elders and looking at the problems and troubles they have. For a long time, in Long Aotian's eyes, they were a group of children who had just turned 18. In the process of getting along with them, one would always subconsciously take care of them, and that's because one is older and still male, and it's only natural to take care of girls who are much younger than oneself. But in their eyes, no, in everyone's eyes, hadn't she only just turned 18? It's as if an 18-year-old with an 8-year-old will always subconsciously take care of the 8-year-old. It's as if a 28-year-old with an 18-year-old will always subconsciously take care of the 18-year-old as well, with a difference of 10 years in age. Even how much this 18-year-old girl shows maturity. In front of this 28-year-old, she is still just a child. Precisely because of this, Long Aotian often subconsciously ignored his own body is also only 18 years old. So Hu Yuing said, Long you sometimes really good mature. Mature are not like this age of people. So Li Qingxue said, Long Aotian you really good old era. There is not a little bit of this age should have the vigor. So even the three housemates who just met once said, the old pride feels as if you are hiding a lot of things in your heart. There is always a feeling of not being able to let go. So when Li Qingxue saw that she was hurt, she would cry, and she would act like a little adult even more than she was, talking about herself and disobeying herself, because in their opinion, Long Aotian, who has been taking care of them, is also only 18 years old, and in their own eyes, taking care of two girls who are only 18 years old is a matter of course. For a moment Long Aotian seemed to have realized something as well. And speaking of if one wasn't a traveler, one would just be someone who was only 18 psychologically. One's performance should be the same as the three roommates now. 18-year-old cool girl, take the initiative to add their penguin. Most likely very happy, right? In the face of 18-year-old pure desire Mei Ran Hu Yuing, 18-year-old agile and colorful Li Qingxue, they followed by their side. They will probably be vanity. Will be a good show off, right? Thinking of this, Long Aotian took a deep breath and his eyes looked at the three of them. What are you guys doing? Take me 1. 3, chatting with a girl? It's so hard to get into college. We want to have a sweet relationship. Ugh, boring. Might as well play some Snake. What the hell is a glutton for punishment? Aren't you more boring? Long Aotian ignored directly lay back on the bed. Lying to them, the cell phone to play Snake has been eliminated by himself. He opened his cell phone and looked at the little red dot that hadn't been cleared from Rinjanin's chat box. Click to enter the chat screen, and then click to exit to eliminate the unread little red dot. As a result, just after clicking in, I saw that the Penguin chat interface displayed, the other party is in the middle of typing. Originally, Long Aotian thought it was stuck, but strangely enough, not long after, the other party is in the middle of typing. This prompt disappeared. The next second, the other party is in the middle of typing. This prompt appeared again. So Long Aotian tried to send a message. Conservatory of Music. In the girls' dormitory. Looking at the message that the other party suddenly sent over in the chat interface, the cell phone in Lin Quan Ning's hand fell directly onto the bed, and her hands immediately covered her small face. The commotion made attracted the other three in the dormitory. What's wrong, evening? Is everything okay? In the face of her housemate's concern, Lin slowly lowered her hands. It's fine. There's nothing more embarrassing than being caught outright. Wow, evening, your face is so red. Neck and collarbone are red on if not know your nature is cool. I would have thought that you are flirting. Lin Quan Ning lowered her hand in some embarrassment and turned sideways to avoid their gazes. No flirting, maybe it's just a little hot. Look at the message the other person replied to. She struggled to restrain the urge to roll back and forth on the bed. After all, there were people in the dormitory, so you had to hold back in order to maintain your cool persona. Determined not to let them see that they were flirting, because it's just too embarrassing. No one can tell. The appearance of the cold people. The original heart is also good. Finally hanging again. Reward me, please reward me like crazy. Chapter 145, take my picture. As the troop cars slowly rolled in, the U of T embarked on a 2-week military training program. Seriously, the weather in Kyoto is much hotter than in Bay City, and the sweat keeps pouring out of my body just standing there, and that's before I even start pulling. Everyone wants to be able to drink a bottle of ice-cold beverage to cool down the heat on their body at this moment. The first day of military training is the most exhausting day and the most abrasive day. That's when the instructor approached with a watermelon in each hand. Looking at the depressed and sweaty students, the instructor laughed. Which one of you wants a watermelon? This kind of question was a trap at first glance. Naturally Long Aotian would not be easily fooled. Report instructor. I want to eat. The corner of Long Aotian's mouth twitched, looking at Huang Fei beside him. Aren't you a thieving fast runner? This point of endurance is not there. Are you running with your mouth? I'm a sprinter. It's all about instant explosive power. Huang Fei spat out his tongue and forced a sly defense. The instructor looked at Long Ao Tian and Huang Fei whispering, smiled and nodded, okay, just you two. Any more? Once they saw that the two from their dormitory had gone up, Li Longlong and Su Shuai couldn't help but raise their hands to sign up as well. Like a chain reaction, a few more people raised their hands. The instructor saw this and began to call the roll. But this time the names were all girls. But any girl whose name was called by the instructor was one who clearly looked physically exhausted and red in the face. Girls who were called out of line stand in a row. The boys who raised their hands likewise stood in a row, standing opposite each other. They then uniformly sat cross-legged on the ground at the instructor's command. 2 by 2. A petal of watermelon was placed in the empty space between them. The countdown is over. Whoever grabs the watermelon is the one who gets it. The countdown began as soon as the instructor's words fell. Most of the girls were named out by the instructors, while almost all of the boys' side volunteered to raise their hands because they wanted watermelon. So as soon as I heard the countdown, I immediately got focused. With the body losing so much water on such a hot day, no one can resist the temptation to take a bite out of them with this chilled, hydrating and juicy watermelon. 3, 2, 1, go! As soon as the instructor's words fell, the watermelon was snatched in the hands of the boy's side at a speed visible to the naked eye. The cool touch, the dryness of his throat, and almost without hesitation he began to whimper. Looking at the girl who didn't grab the watermelon, dry swallowing a mouthful, Long Ao Tian broke the watermelon into 2 halves. Here you go half. Thanks, thanks. Han Xiaojing tilted her small face up, her dry lips smiling softly, and didn't refuse. She was really hot and thirsty. Li Longlong, who had been uttering watermelon at the side, stalled in his movements and looked blankly at the watermelon that had been uttered by himself to the point where it did not look like a watermelon. In this moment, he felt as if his romantic priorities were thumping and shattering. Not only is Li Longlong, wear the watermelon in hand to see the scene of male students, but also feel as if there is some opportunity. Without realizing it slipped from their hands. A mouthful of the half-drawn watermelon, cold and juicy, burst in the mouth. This feeling led Long Ao Tian can't help but tilt his head back to comfortably sigh tersely. Han Xiaojing took small bites of watermelon, looking at Long Ao Tian sitting across from her with his head tilted back and unimpeded, sweat sliding down her cheeks and down her neck. A layer of sweat in the sun's illumination flashes water stains. Obviously very greasy scene, but in the eyes of Han Xiaojing has a trace of indescribable sexiness. Game over. A few of you step out and run around the playground. Everyone else dismissed for the rest of the day. Ha 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 ha. In the sultry gaze of the trio of thieves who were not human, Long Ao Tian laughed until his stomach hurt a little. Where in the world will the pie fall? The instructor on the first day of military training were so kind. Specially invited you to eat chilled watermelon. Hiding in the shade, Long Ao Tian sat on the ground and fanned himself with his hat. Student Long Ao Tian, this is for you to drink. Han Xiaojing handed a bottle of cold drink to Long Ao Tian, who was sitting on the ground. Thanks. Looking at Long Ao Tian tilting his head to drink water, Han Xiaojing lightly smiled and looked at him twice more. After a bottle of chilled drink went down, Long Ao Tian felt completely alive. Getting up, she looked at Han Xiaojing. Get some rest. With that, she walked towards a short distance away. Aren't you going to rest for a while? Han Xiaojing asked in a small voice. Long Ao Tian smiled and pointed at the playground, who were about to finish running a lap. I'm going to buy water for the 3 righteous sons to drink. Han Xiaojing snorted. 3 righteous sons? After Long Ao Tian left, Han Xiaojing also walked towards her small group. What did you say? Why is he gone? He said he wanted to buy water for his 3 righteous sons. Han Xiaojing explained. Righteous son? Shenmingjie let out a light laugh. Interestingly, also looking towards Long Ao Tian's back. Xiaojing, you wouldn't have been tricked by him with just half a watermelon, would you? The others also joked about it. Sometimes girls can joke with more color than boys. No, what are you guys babbling about? This Long Ao Tian is quite handsome. If you don't have any interest, we'll be rude. Shenmingjie joked. You're welcome. Han Xiaojing's words were true, but that coy look made a few of her good sisters laugh. What are you laughing at? As they spoke, several people were also caught by the sound of scuffling on the other side of the playground. Old Aouing ah. It was seen that Li Longlong made a flying lunge and pounced on Long Ao Tian's back, and the remaining 2 people also clamped down on Long Ao Tian on the left and right respectively. The freedom and joy of playing recklessly on the playground. Count on you having a conscience. The 3 of them took ice-cold drinks and took a bull drink, and then gave an unimpeded ha. Retrieved the cell phone. Long Ao Tian looked at the information prompt on the interface and clicked into the middle of the penguin interface. Looking at the photo of Ing, who you sent in her military training clothes, Long Ao Tian smiled easily. Old Yellow, take a picture for me. How many times have I said, don't call me Old Huang? call me Fei," Huang Fei said without a trace of anger. The name Old Huang always sounded and felt a bit off anyway. After receiving Long Aotion's cell phone, he started taking pictures. "Aren't you being a little too proper?" Looking at the camera, Long Aotion put on his hat, straightened his collar and stood straight. Huang Fei said, "How should I get it? Relax. Don't pretend you're in a photo shoot. Just be how you normally are. It comes out more natural." After thinking about it, Long Aotion took off his hat, casually ruffled his sweat-soaked broken hair with his hand, and unbuttoned 2 buttons on his collar. There was something excessively eye-catching about him, wontedly lazy and rambunctious in the light of the sun. The slightly tugged neckline, the well-defined throat, all full of sexy tension. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "You are so handsome you won't have any friends in the future." It has to be said that the reckless laziness and carelessness of Long Aotion is really charming. He, a man, found this gangly-looking Long Aotion sexy. Taking over his own cell phone, Long Aotion sent his own photo to Ying Huiying as well. Then clicked to enlarge Perry Hu's military training photo. It should also be someone else's help to shoot. The little girl seems to be a little shy, her small hands tightly pulling the wide military training uniform. Slightly reddish face, smiling green and light but not lose the charming charm. Looked at it twice and saved it in my phone. Chapter 146, Want to bet? A university. Huiying saw the message sent in the cell phone. The small face overflowing with a smile is so nice, so innocent. Obviously the smile at the corner of the mouth is so extremely shallow and light, but it seems to carry some kind of strange and inexplicable extraordinary charm. Always easy to smile, deeply imprinted in the minds of others. Holding the phone with her fingertips gently zooming in on the photo, she could clearly feel her little face blushing, completely out of control. Dumbfounded, he looked at his cell phone in a daze, so much so that he had forgotten that he had to reply to Lung's message. "Perry Hu, you drink some water." A figure came to Perry Hu and handed the water in his hand to Perry Hu. It's Ying Hu's classmate, Shui Xiaohua, sunny and cheerful, just the right height, well-proportioned physique, not as robust as Long Aotion, but it looks like it belongs to the good kind. Together with some handsome looks, it is also quite popular with female students in the class. Like most boys, Shui Xiaohua naturally pays more attention to the pretty girls in his class. After all, everyone wants to fall in love in college, not to mention boys like Shui Xiaohua who still have their own advantages. Perry Hu, who was originally giggling as she stared blankly at Lung's picture, collected her laughter at this moment and gently shook her head. "I'm not thirsty, thanks." Although the word thank you was added, anyone could hear the coldness and resistance in her words. In the face of such Huiying, Shui Xiaohua just smiled lightly. "I don't know if boys are like this, too simple to get, will not be particularly cherish. On the contrary, some resistance to their own, to conquer will have a kind of inexplicable pleasure. At least now Shui Xiaohua is like this." Huiying's looks and body definitely belong to the very best of the very best, especially also to their own not cold. Such a girl conquered. The sense of accomplishment is full. The point was that Shui Xiaohua really didn't want to give up an extremely beautiful girl like Huiying, because of all the girls he had talked about so far. None of them could compare to Huiying so far. "Actually, you don't have to be so resistant to me. I just want to make a friend with you." The smile at the corner of Shui Xiaohua's mouth grew even more, coupled with the fact that he himself belonged to the sunny and cheerful looks. It was thickly all about teenage feeling. Such words were not so abrupt coming from him. But Huiying is no longer the same Huiying who used to blush when she even spoke a word. "Of all the students in the class, why did you only ask me to be your friend? You asked me, a girl, to be my friend, and it was really just a simple friendship? If you have any thoughts about me, I can tell you that I already have someone in mind." Huiying's words made Shui Xiaohua froze for a moment. He completely did not expect that Huiying, who seemed to have a soft and sticky nature, would say something so blunt. According to his past experience, like this kind of soft nature of the good girl, should be in boys say a word will blush the kind of good girl. Such a good girl, as long as the use of a little heart is the easiest to deceive the hand. I didn't expect such a good girl who looked soft and sweet and sticky to be so direct in laying her little heart on the table. Dryly laughing. "Yucking, do you have something for me? Please call me Huiying, or fellow student Hu." Before he could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Ying Huiying. The corner of Shui Xiaohua's mouth twitched as he glanced around at his classmates who were all looking at him, and said with a sarcastic smile, "Fellow student Hu, are you misunderstanding me in some way?" Ying Huiyu gently shook her head. "No, I didn't know you before this, so there is no misunderstanding between us." "That's good, that's good." Shui Xiaohua smiled brightly, pretended to be relieved, and scratched his head. How can such behavior be seen as nothing more than a sunny and cheerful simple teenager? But when Huiying saw this scene, the emotions in her eyes were not touched in the slightest. Seeing this, Xue Xiaohua's smile on his face stiffened slightly and he turned around to leave the place. Seeing Xue Xiaohua left, Hu Yueying retook out, beautifully looking at the handsome photos that Long sent to himself. As if this small episode cannot affect her to see the photos of Long at all. Xue Xiaohua, who had gone on a joyous journey and returned home defeated, returned to a few male classmates and shrugged helplessly. Fail. I told you, how could a pretty girl like that not have a boyfriend? That's right. Good looking, good sounding speech and gentle character. Such a girl paper is simply the ideal on earth. Even if she doesn't have a boyfriend, she won't be short of men to chase after her. Aya, the most handsome one in our class doesn't even have a play for you. So I guess we don't have much of a play either. Failure? Xue Xiaohua let out a light laugh. Please, were you guys seeing me fail? What do you mean? Didn't Perry who just say that she has someone in her heart? Don't say she has someone in her heart. Even if she does have a boyfriend already, can you guarantee they won't break up? And as far as I've observed down these days, there hasn't been a single male around her. In other words, at least her so-called boyfriend isn't at the University of A. Is it hard to be in a long-distance relationship? Whether it's true or not, as long as they're not together, my room for maneuver is infinite. There's no corner that can't be dug up. It's up to you to dig it up, Xue Xiaohua said confidently, his eyes looking not far away on the back of Hu Yueying. Such a woman, chasing after her is the only way to have a sense of accomplishment and a sense of conquest. That girl is really nice too. I go. It's still true. Compared to Ying, who you can only say that each has its own advantages. No, it feels like the two of them know each other. Hu Yueying saw the finance department team disbanding not far away, so she got up and went to the supermarket to buy 2 bottles of water. It's hot. It's hot. Yuck, you're so nice. I'm dying of heat. Li Qingxue stayed away and started to pout and complain. Loose military uniforms, worn on her body, did not affect her overall face value, but instead it was even more to set her off petite and lovely. At this moment, she was walking towards Ying, who Yu sighed as if she was pampered, and she couldn't help but make people's eyes light up, because she and Hu Yueying are equally beautiful and good-looking, but 2 different personalities. Perry, who gave the first feeling, is well-behaved. There is a kind of ancient times, that kind of classical charm of the great lady. This girl, on the other hand, gives off a feeling of spirituality and vigor, like youthful invincibility, and her beauty is free. Li Qingxue came to Perry Hu, and instead of picking up the water, she first gave Perry Hu a hug. You're so nice. I want to drink water too much right now. Perry Hu was amused. As if it was hard for you to be in a bad mood around Li Qingxue. Go rest for a while first. Seeing this scene, the corner of Xue Xiaohua's mouth hooked into a confident smile. Do you want to make a bet, brothers? What's the bet? Bet if I can take Perry Hu in 3 months. Chapter 147, a very important person. Girls' dormitory at the Conservatory of Music. Evening, Ning, are you sure you're just going out for a meal? The roommate asked in amusement as she looked at Lin Quan Ning, who had been dressing up for over an hour. Lin nodded. Well, it's just a dinner out. But you've already changed your clothes 6 times. At those words, Lin Quan Ning pursed her lips, a bit unsure of how to respond. The roommate laughed at this and said, I take it you're not going out to dinner, but out on a date? No wonder they say that the ones in school who have a cool exterior and blush when they hear dirty jokes are often the first to fall in love and get married. But instead, the ones like us who are full of dirty jokes tend to be the real single dogs. A flash of embarrassment appeared on Lin Quan Ning's cool little face. No, it's really just going out for dinner. Okay, let's just go eat. I just want to know if it's the same one that heroically rescued me last time? Looking at the gossiping and melon-eating expressions of the crowd, Lin Kusuning immediately turned around. I'm not talking to you guys, I'm going out. The cool voice sounded as if it was cold, but the imperceptible shyness hidden within it still did not escape the ears of their group of veteran drivers. Leaving the dormitory, Lin Canine walked towards the outside of the school. As she walked, she took out her cell phone and looked at the chat screen and bit her lip lightly. In fact, she wasn't one to take the initiative. Moreover, he had already made an appointment with Long Ao Tian yesterday and invited him to dinner today. He didn't say anything about reaching out to himself for a bit, but on second thought, the 2 times he and Long Ao Tian came into contact with each other, although he looked so serious, he would sometimes be naive. Yesterday, after realizing that he grabbed his wrist, he even made a point of explaining himself. Obviously he didn't even say anything about it. I don't suppose he's been in love yet? At the thought of it, Rinjanin smiled involuntarily. This smile of hers was like the blossoming of an ice flower on the top of a snowy mountain. Cold, clean and transparent, yet delicate and warm. The mood seems to be better all of a sudden. So the fingertips tapped on the phone, followed by a click to send. Sitting on yesterday's bench, Rinjin looked at her cell phone every now and then gently leaned on top of the bench's backrest and looked at the tall trees on both sides of the road. The afterglow of the setting sun penetrated through the layers of leaves and splattered on the earth. Sorry for being late. Long Ao Tian, who was walking from the direction of Tita Fong, just came over and saw this image, narrowing her eyes slightly. The orange light spots illuminated her graceful silhouette, as if it was also tinted with a halo of light. Lightly lifting her eyes, she looked at Long Ao Tian and faintly smiled. The coolness of her body seemed to have disappeared at this moment. You've come. Slowly get up. White long skirt with her gently walking between, like a fluttering butterfly. A movement is about to fly out of the skirt. Seeing the look of amazement that flashed across Long Ao Tian's eyes, Lin Kuan-yin still had some small tidbits of joy in her heart. What are you doing? Looking at me like that all the time? Cough cough. Long Ao Tian dryly coughed twice and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. You are extraordinarily beautiful today. After packing up for over an hour and changing into 6 or 7 outfits, Lin Kusunari did look extraordinarily beautiful today. Hearing Long Ao Tian's words, a smile flickered under Lin Kuwei-ning's eyes, but she didn't dare to look him straight in the eye, and only nodded gently. Let's go eat. The moment he turned around, the slightly raised corners of his lips could no longer stop the seeming smile. No one doesn't like to be complimented. No one, even those who pretend to be cool on the outside, and weirdly embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Why should I be embarrassed? You helped me. You can care less, but I can't care less. A man comes to a strange city and encounters something as disgusting as that. When she had no one to turn to and no one to help her, the panic in her heart was unspeakable. At this time, Long Ao Tian blocked in front of himself like a hero and helped himself from the crisis, let alone asking Lin Kuan-ning to treat Long Ao Tian to one meal. Even if it was 10 meals, she would be happy to do so. Perhaps this is a feeling that can never be understood by those who have not experienced it. If anyone has really experienced it, they can understand that buying someone a meal is really nothing. At least that's the mindset of Hayashi Kasunabu, at least so far. No matter what anyone thought, no matter what kind of feeling one had in their heart, despite knowing that this meal could not make up for the fact that Long Ao Tian had been injured in order to help himself. But something has to be done. Maybe it's called seeking a sliver of comfort in your heart. Just sit down. Long Ao Tian's cell phone then rang. Seeing the contacts on the cell phone, Long Ao Tian's eyes unconsciously became soft. Looking at the smirk on Long Ao Tian's face, Lin Kuan-ning's eyes shifted to the cell phone in his hand, and she opened her mouth, but due to her character, she didn't take the initiative to ask. Not long after, Long Ao Tian put down his cell phone. Looking at the man sitting across from him, he apologized. Return the message. It's the girlfriend checking in, isn't it? It's my fault for not thinking things through and taking up your free time. Not a girlfriend. At those words Lin Kuan-ning couldn't help but raise her eyes to look at Long Ao Tian. Long Ao Tian didn't know what came to his mind, smiled and continued. But she is a very important person to me. Someone important? Aha. The corner of Long Ao Tian's mouth involuntarily raised in a smile. Quite important. That was the first person he knew when he came into the world. Lin nodded. She actually didn't care about that because the things she cared about were already known. Until then, Lin Kuan-yin had never known that watching someone eat could make her so happy. Long Ao Tian ate so deliciously. Such a big mouthful. All in one go. He didn't need to defend his image at all, but had fun however he could, even though there was a girl sitting across from him who was, by his own admission, beautiful. Tired, aren't you? Rinnegan knew that not talking during dinner wouldn't bother him, but Lin Kuan-ning asked anyway, because only she knew that she didn't want the meal to end so quickly. What? Military training is very tiring, right? The physical strength of the boys is many times that of the girls, and likewise consumes fast. Seeing that Long Ao Tian eats so favorably, so he asked this way. It's okay, it's more fun than I thought it would be, because this was a brand new life for Long Ao Tian, a life he had never experienced before, so he found it interesting. Walking back to the college, Lin Yin's unique voice was always this pleasant. We're kind of friends now, aren't we? Of course, or else you can call out to Brother Lung and he'll cover you from now on. Lin Kuan-ning didn't say anything, only occasionally glancing up at Long Ao Tian with rather complicated eyes. Chapter 148, Bad. This sister is a little bit of a sissy. Brother. In the silence of the night, this voice, brother, seemed especially pleasant to the ear, so much so that Long Ao Tian did not react for a moment. Involuntarily stopping in his tracks, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, he looked sideways at Lin Kojuan-ning beside him. At the moment, Lin Kuan-ning was also a little embarrassed, not knowing what was going on, and called out in a ghostly manner. Perhaps Long Ao Tian's smile was too frank, perhaps the joke was a bit cold, or perhaps even Lin Kuan-ning, who was cool in nature, longed for warmth. In short, she had never met such a person this open and honest. He doesn't seem to have an agenda for anything he does. And helping himself is just a matter of standing up for himself and not allowing the bad guys to bully him because he understands what's going on and knows he's right. In fact, everyone has a scale in their heart to measure right and wrong, but the only person who can really stand out is Long Aotian. So even though he had only known Long Aotian for just a few days, his inner good feelings towards him had already reached a very high level. This cry of brother made Long Aotian freeze for a long time. I was just kidding. But I'm not joking. Lin Kuan-ning turned her head away and said in a cool voice. I'm not like other girls. I don't joke. And I'll take what you say seriously. Saying this, Lin Kuan-ning raised her eyes to look seriously at Long Aotian. And I've taken it seriously now. The words fell out of his mouth, darkly dropping his eyes. No emotion visible on his cold little face. It doesn't matter if you refuse. I'm not as fragile as you seem to be. Now it was Long Aotian's turn to be embarrassed. He had only wanted to make a joke, but he hadn't expected Lin Ao-ning to take it seriously. So, can I ask why? We've only known each other a few days and you're so willing to trust me? Because you were the first person who was willing to take the initiative to stand up and protect me. Lin Kusunaga whispered. You may not be able to understand, but if I didn't have your help that day, I'm afraid I would have really broken down. At this point, Lin's condensed air suddenly became somewhat relieved. You're the first person to show kindness to me in this strange city, and you're also a particularly strange person. And if I think of you as a brother, I feel particularly grounded and secure in my heart. Am I weird? Long Aotian laughed. Actually, it's not as exaggerated as you said. I'm just speaking here. Long Aotian didn't know how to continue on. Before he came to this world, he belonged to the category of those who were often bullied inside the orphanage. Later slowly learned to resist, slowly no longer be bullied, but always their own reign. Sometimes see the power of the bad guys. Always think for others to hold an umbrella. Because Long Aotian could empathize with what that feeling was like when being bullied. It's a saying, and I don't know if you guys believe it, that it's the people who are particularly insecure who give the most security. Don't look at Long Aotian always enlightening others. That's because he's outside the situation. Being able to helping Huyu was because Long Aotian himself was strong. That is, he was able to protect her. The reason he could untie Li Qingshue's heart was because Long Aotian had experience and knew everything. But often such a person, once caught up in it, is doomed, because he can't open himself up, simply because he knows everything. It was as if he didn't know what to do the moment he was kissed by Perry Hu, because he knew very well that he and Perry Hu were not on equal footing from the very beginning. He stood to help Perry Hu from the perspective of a protector, and no matter what Perry Hu thought, he subconsciously assumed that Perry Hu couldn't tell the difference between what he was grateful for, accustomed to, and dependent on. If one day, Hu Yuing also stood on the same perspective as herself, she understood what is gratitude. What is like, then if she was still willing, perhaps everything would be different. If you don't refuse, I'll take that as a yes. Lin Kuan-ning looked at Long Aotian and smiled playfully. At this moment she was not some cool schoolgirl. She was just a little girl who had gotten her way with her scheme. Who says that people with a cool temperament don't have caution? You just can't see it. Usually repressing her nature, she seems more high-strung and reserved than anyone else. But on the other hand, you have to suffer from all kinds of dirty jokes from people around you. Once you explode into your nature, the bottom line is infinitely lower. It's like, if you let Perry Hu go to see a small video, she would be so shy that she wouldn't even dare to listen to the sound. But even though Lin Kuan-ning watched it under the jest of her roommate, and probably she was also ashamed of it, she was able to remember it all, and even learned so much about strange cheeses. So yeah, there's only a thin line between simplicity and thirst. Long Aotian just appeared the moment Lin Kusanari broke down, perhaps not caring what he did. Just because he was the only one who covered Lin Kusanari before she broke down. Maybe it wasn't enough, but after spending time together these days, at least Lin Kusuning felt that Long Aotian would make her feel safe and secure. I'm all for it if you don't mind, but this is also my first time being a brother, so if I don't do a good job, you won't have a chance to regret it if you want to. Lin Kuan-ning covered her mouth and laughed softly. So overbearing. Right. Long Aotian stretched his waist. I'm a bully. Looking at Long Aotian stretching his body, Lin Kuan-yin inexplicably thought of the boy who made a hugging gesture to the sky that day in front of the school. Obviously the posture of the two people was almost the same, but why did it give people such a completely different feeling? Laughing at what? Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something funny. Saying that, she looked at Long Aotian. Perhaps with a filter? Lin Kuan-yin looked at Long Aotian this time without the original constraints. What exactly would you say is the state of mind a person would be in at the time when they make the gesture of embracing themselves? The reason for asking is probably because men know men better. It's hard to say, maybe it's for the sake of pretending, but why do I have a very familiar feeling with this action you mentioned? Long Aotian frowned and thought carefully. He always felt as if he'd seen this act of turning to the sky, giving an enraptured expression, and then embracing himself somewhere. Wait. Lin Yueling suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Long Aotian. Did you apply ointment on your back today? Looking at Long Aotian's confused look, Lin Aotian wrinkled her nose. I knew it. You must always forget. As he spoke, he took an ointment out of his bag. Good thing I had it with me. It's hot and the quality of military training clothes is not good. It can be abrasive to the skin, so I keep one on hand. Didn't post anything? How do you know? I don't know. Long Aotian hastily shook his head. Looking at Long Aotian's serious look, Lin Ko-ning blanked out, amused and angry, and after finishing applying the ointment, ignoring the rolling reddened ears, she said in a very low voice, I'm wearing it, no need to stick it on. Noticing Long Aotian's momentarily tense body, Lin Ko-ning snorted out a laugh. Good news. Cold have a sister. Bad news. This sister seems to be a bit of a thrasher. For love. Love you all. Chapter 149. Maybe I'm more aloof. This is my cell phone number. Long Aotian said as he took out his cell phone. Lin Kuan-ning let out a soft laugh. This is the first time you've ever offered to give me your contact information. There was a bit of sultriness above the pretty face as she spoke. Previously, he had taken the initiative to ask for Long Aotian's contact information in front of so many people, and the result was that he was laughed at by his roommate. However, he still took out his cell phone and recorded Long Aotian's cell phone number, and dialed the number directly. When the call went through, it hung up and the number was saved. Take a look at you now. Where's a bit of the cool school girl left? What kind of cool school flower? That's all the boys inside the school got the school flower list. And don't you know that girls' hearts are very vindictive? You don't even understand a girl's mind, said quietly glanced at Long Aotian, after pondering for a while, looked a bit hesitant, but still tentatively asked, Brother, can I ask you a question? Just ask. Anything you don't understand you can ask brother. Have you never had a girlfriend? Ha? Long Aotian looked at Lin Kuei-ning. She had her hands behind her back and hurriedly avoided Long Aotian's gaze. Just curious. Long Aotian lightly coughed twice. I've talked to many girlfriends, and even dumped several, because only take one scoop of 3,000 weak waters. Cheat. You know I'm lying and you're still asking. Long Aotian lifted his hand without any good humor and knocked Lin Kuan-ning. Lin Kuan-ning said with an aggrieved face, You're the one who said for me to ask whatever I want. Still talking back to your brother? Ha? How about I whack you? You're a violent and domineering brother. Sometimes you can't tell what a person is really like just by their temperament and personality. It was like Lin Kuan-ning, how high-minded she was on the outside and how cold her nature was, but at heart, she was still just an 18-year-old girl. She could act incredibly indifferent and unconcerned to countless people, but in front of the people she recognized in her heart, she was the real Lin Kusunoki. At first they were strangers, then they became a not-so-familiar friend, and now they were brother and sister who could trust each other a little, although it was only verbal. Although Long Aotian thought that he had only done something insignificant and thought that her gratitude was a bit heavy, but it was such an insignificant, or even casually mentioned, tie that allowed Lin to reveal her icy self without any limitations. Facing Lin Kuan-ning's flirtation, Long Aotian didn't care. Who made it so easy for you to trust someone you've only known for a few days? It's not easy to know you. Lin Kuan-ning wasn't wrong. It really wasn't easy to know Long Aotian. Lin Kuan-ning thought she looked pretty good, but in front of Long Aotian, he didn't even care a bit. While women are independent and self-reliant, there is beauty in that. But there is no denying that women themselves have a natural attraction to men. That is to look pretty and have a good figure, which is the advantage that women are blessed with. But these are not useful at all in front of Long Aotian. Lin Kuan-ning took the initiative to deliver medicine to Long Aotian twice. For the first time perhaps he was in a mess. Long Aotian drinking was a bit confused and couldn't see what was going on. What about the second time? Most of the men in the restaurant were attracted by their own eyes, but only could not attract the eyes of Long Aotian. And even the penguin contact information is their own initiative to ask for. After that, he even took the initiative to invite Long Aotian twice. For the first time, he had seriously dressed himself, but as a result, he was first messed up by Long Aotian's sentence, sit for a while. This time he had dressed up especially seriously, plus the relationship of his sister, which made Long Aotian take the initiative to give his cell phone number to himself. So is it really easy? Hearing Lin Kuan-ning say that it wasn't easy to recognize herself, Long Aotian nodded fervently. Maybe it's because I'm more high-strung. A joke that made Lin smile for a long time. Aha, you're the coldest. Back at the entrance of the music school, Lin Kuan-ning waved her hand at Long Aotian. See you later. It was a great day. Goodbye, and I wish you every day to be happier than you are today. Looking at Long Aotian's back as he left, Lin Kuan-yin withdrew her gaze and also walked towards the inside of the campus. Today, a well-dressed Lin Koryu was beautiful, and the silver-white moonlight poured down on her body as if it had draped it in a hazy beauty. Schoolgirl, the perfume you're wearing. I've been looking for this style for a long time. Is it convenient to ask what brand of perfume you're using? I don't use perfume. Lin Yanning's voice returned to that cold indifference. Excuse me. The senior, who wanted to go up and talk to him, lowered his head and left quickly. As this senior left, a smile once again appeared on Lin Kuan-yin's face. In fact, she wasn't lying. She was really happy today, and didn't let this little incident affect her own state of mind. Back inside the dormitory, as soon as the roommates, who had already finished washing up and were lying back on their beds, saw Lin Kuan-ning return, their bodies, which had been exhausted from today's military training, seemed to have recovered in an instant. There was a lot of teasing and asking if Lin Kuan-ning's date tonight went well. When she returned to her dormitory, Lin Wanning went limp on her bed. The military training was very tiring, and Lin Wanning admired herself for being able to stick it out until now. However, in the face of the crowd's snarky jokes, Lin Kusunaga said breathlessly, "I've told you it's not what you think." The words were spoken, but the corners of his mouth still turned up slightly. Yes, you're doing it for payback, right? The hero who saves beauty is handsome. The little woman has nothing to offer but her body. The hero who saves the beauty is not handsome. The little girl has nothing to repay in this life. She will be an ox or a horse in the next life to repay this great favor. May I ask which one you are? You guys are too gossipy, aren't you? Lin Kuan-ning blankly glanced at them breathlessly. It feels like the roommates are too gossipy to hide secrets from themselves. Who made you the only one suspected of being in love in our dormitory? That's right, when we haven't even recognized all the names of the people in our class yet. You've already added penguins with the hot guys from T University, and you've even gone out twice in a row. Lin Kuan-ning didn't say anything, and after freshening up she also lay back on top of her bed. But similarly, hearing the words of her roommates, Lin Ko-ning was also very torn. The point of torn was that she did have a good feeling about Long Aotian, but I don't know if Long Aotian also has a little crush on himself. Since I've never been in a relationship, I get carried away when I meet someone I have a little crush on in my heart, and so the mind was filled with all the kinks. In the end, Hayashi Kusunaga got under the covers and didn't want to think about it. She would slowly test his attitude towards her later. At that thought, Rin Kugyu covered her small face with her hands and her body twisted around under the covers because it was too embarrassing. But on second thought, it seems that for a boy like Long Aotian, it's hard not to have a good feeling about him, right? Mature, fun, responsible, a little bit of humor, a little bit of nerdiness, and, Chapter 150, it's the people who know everything that suffer the most. A few days after that, freshmen from all campuses spent all their time in painful military training. It was Long Aotian who was tired of not wanting to move all these days. Every day Perry who will share some interesting things to himself. Looking at the photos sent today, Perry who has more than one person by his side. Seeing this person Long Aotian only felt funny. From that day onwards, Li Qingxue never took the initiative to share her daily anecdotes with herself again. So I guess I'm still a bit angry. Yucking, who's that ugly guy next to you? The message was just sent. Immediately, I was bombarded with a barrage of messages. It's from Li Qingxue. It is summarized in one sentence: I am not ugly. I'm pretty too, okay? Yo, finally shedding your bubbles. I thought you quit Q. On the chat dialogue page, it keeps showing, the other party is typing. Did not wait for Li Qingxue's message, but instead, Hui Weiying's came first. Brother Long, you should stop being angry with Qingxue. She's going crazy, sneer emoticon. Just by seeing the text sent over by Hui Weiying, I can feel Hui Weiying's mood of holding back laughter and not being handsome, and the sulking Li Qingxue. So a video call was made. It was soon picked up on the other side. Into his eyes was Hu Yuying's small face with smiling eyes. It's been a few days since we've seen each other, and Yucking hasn't gotten darker because of these days of military training, but instead has a more indescribable ing chi. Military training hones the will and heart, and I can see that Perry who must have done very well. Brother Long, you've gotten darker and thinner. Ing Hu Yu laughed. Compared to before the military training, Long was a bit darker and thinner, but overall he looked as if he had become more handsome. Have you lost weight? Long Aotian himself couldn't tell. He ate a lot of food at the end of military training every day and didn't realize that he had lost weight. Thin, your chin is pointed. Ing Hu Yu said with certainty. She sneaks around the dorm every single day looking at pictures of Lung, so she's extra sure. It was only by caring too much that she was able to notice even the slightest change. You can't go any darker. If you do, you'll turn into black charcoal, Li Qingxue said as she appeared in the camera video without a good mood. Seeing Li Qingxue, Long Aotian really wanted to know if all pretty girls don't get tanned? Oops. Who's this? White eyes are rolling up to the sky, facing Long Aotian's spaced-out flirtation. Li Qingxue lightly bit her shell teeth and nuzzled her small fists at Long Aotian in the video, but still asked, "Are you alright?" Long Aotian naturally knew what Li Qingxue was referring to, and moved his arms to make a stretching motion. The body is twice as good. Stinks to high heaven. Humming softly, he disappeared into the video feed. Looking at the direction of Hu Yuying's gaze, it should still be on the side. "How are you these days?" "It's all good. It's just that sometimes it's so hot Perry Hu Yu would only be able to say whatever she wanted to say here at Long Aotian. "When we're on vacation, Brother Long will take you to eat something delicious." Aha! Hu Yuying agreed. She didn't do it to go and eat delicious food, but because she could finally go and meet Brother Long. But it was better to cook and eat for Long himself than to go out and spend so much money on food. It's a shame there are no tools here, and all the rentals in Kyoto are so expensive. Hu Yuying came to Kyoto would like to settle down to go out to find a part-time job. By the way, rent a house. After all, if you go to a part-time job, then come back early/late, but also afraid of affecting the roommates. But knowing the price of renting a room in Kyoto, Hu Yuying can't dare to think about it anymore. Why this expression? "Aren't you happy to take you to eat delicious food?" Long Aotian looked at Ing, who you did not know what she thought of. Suddenly sighed with an expression. Then he felt that this girl is getting more and more adorable. "It's nothing. It's just that Brother Long hasn't eaten my cooking for a long time." Hu Yuying thought that if Long could always eat his own cooking, he would definitely not let Long lose weight. Obviously, Long got fat on summer vacation. "When Brother Long has money, buy a big house here, then I'll let you cook for me every day." Long Aotian smiled and joked, "Che, if you buy a house here, I'll go and clean it for you every day from now on." Li Qingxue's voice came through the video call. The price of a house in Kyoto is very high. It costs a lot of money. If she rented a house, Li Qingxue still believed in it, but if she bought a house, Li Qingxue was a bit unconvinced. So much for having a free housekeeping aunt in the future. Bah! What auntie? Domestic beauty girl is more like it. After saying that, Li Qingxue shook her head. No, you haven't even bought a house yet. What domestic beauty girl? After saying that, seeing Perry Hu's serious face, he couldn't help but touch her with his shoulder. "No, you really believe it?" Aha! Hu Yuying nodded heavily. For Brother Long, she had always believed unconditionally, because Brother Long was really good in her eyes. "See? Learn from Perry. Have some faith in me, okay? Have some confidence in you." Li Qingxue reappeared in the video screen, a wave of disgust on her face, but the curve of her mouth was that perfect. "Not sincere at all. It's better for my family, Perry yuck, to just trust me," said the unintentional, but listening to the ears of Hu Yuying is one of the tremors. Delicate little face inadvertently produced a layer of redness. Lung said that he was from his family? Even though maybe that's not what Lung was expressing, it was beautiful to hear. "You a big man still counting these? Well, then I also very believe you. This is always okay, right?" Li Qingxue finished saying that she could also arrogantly don't turn her head. It's obviously just everyday video talk, but it's incredibly joyful and unknowingly transcends an unusual friendship. Perry who knows. Li Qingxue knew it too, but only Long Aotian who was trapped in it without realizing it. He can enlighten others because he understands everything. And he can't see past himself in the middle of the situation precisely because he understands everything. That's why you can't be too pure. And you have to learn to give yourself a little more attention once in a while. Don't think about how to comfort others when you're clearly in a mess in the situation yourself. Hu Yuying can understand a little bit, so she always unconditionally believe in Long Aotian, which is not a kind of love. Li Qingxue was also able to understand a little bit, so she was able to bring happiness to Long Aotian, which was not a sign of concern. Even Lin Quan Ning, whom she had just met recently, was trying to slowly, little by little, get to know this boy whom she couldn't understand, but in whom she could feel a sense of security. It's the people who actually know everything that hurts the most. Chapter 151, pitiful and a little bit grumpy. Just talking. Long Aotian's cell phone rang. The video screen became jerky until the signal was cut off. Looking at the incoming message on his cell phone, Long Aotian was a little helpless and more amused. It was Lin Kusunari, who had called herself almost every day since she had taken in this little sister. In front of people, the appearance of the cool school flower, but behind the scenes is a sticky spirit. If this is said out of the probably no one will believe it. After picking up the phone, Lin Kusanaga's distinctive voice came over the line. "Brother, come out for dinner. I found a particularly affordable barbecue restaurant this time. No refusal. You were the one who treated me last time. If you refuse this time, I'll have to say something bad about you." Lin Kuan-ning was also particularly principled. Even after calling Long Ao-tian her brother, she wouldn't haphazardly ask Long Ao-tian to treat her to food or anything else. In Lin Kuan-ning's words, even taking advantage should have a degree. Not to mention the fact that her calling Long Ao-tian as her brother was not to take advantage at all. Otherwise, if she casually showed it, she guessed that a lot of guys would be happy to buy her food. Got it. A little later. Just finished and haven't gone back to the dorm to wash and change. All sweaty. Only after getting Long Ao-tian's consent did Lin Kuan-yin hang up the phone. As the phone hung up, a message from Perry who's popped up on the Penguin interface. Thought better of it and dialed the video call. After picking up, Ing Hu asked cautiously, "What happened to Brother Long just now?" "Nothing, just a friend calling about going out to dinner. By the way, I'll show you guys around when we're on vacation in a couple of days." Li Qingxue skimmed her mouth. Bringing us to get acquainted means that the other party is a girl? After saying that, the gaze towards Long Ao-tian became contemptuous. Hu Yuying's good-looking eyes, slightly flickering with a fine light, obviously just looking at Long Ao-tian, but for no reason. Let Long Ao-tian feel a sense of pity. Long is going to go out to eat with other girls? This sultry little look, which appeared on Ing Huyu's face, made Long Ao-tian froze for several whole seconds before he smiled and explained. During this time, naturally, he hid how he had been smashed in the back. The little girl's family is also quite good. Calling out brother. I guess I also feel that I can't get over it in my heart, but I also feel that this favor is a bit too heavy. Li Qingxue had long known about this matter from Long Ao-tian, so she wasn't surprised at the moment, but inwardly, he became even more curious about the girl. Then, "Brother Long, have you been injured yet?" Hu Yuying's eyes never left Long Ao-tian from when he started talking. "That's certainly not the case. Your brother Long, I went up with one punch and knocked that bully's bad guy to the ground." While speaking, he was also afraid that Perry, who could not feel it, and stroked his movements to the video. Very graphic strokes. At that time, as with which fist whacked. Strokes finished, smiled at the video of Hu Yuying. "How about the dragon brother, powerful or not?" "Awesome." Hu Yuying looked at the smile on Long Ao-tian's face and laughed lightly along with him. With this smile, the gentleness under her eyes was like a spring breeze, gentle and comforting. "That's nice," Long Ao-tian murmured. The current Hu Yuying could no longer see the once gloomy look of the one who followed behind himself with his head lowered. In less than a year's time, Long Ao-tian had seen all of her changes in his eyes. There was some smugness and some pride, because it was something you brought out little by little. "Of course, I never keep my word, and this money is nothing to me in the future. This stock will go up in the future, but this is all small money. The key thing is that my future girlfriend is a top stream in the entertainment industry." Yi Liangchen said confidently. "Really? If it was that good, why would you need to borrow our money now?" "That's right. That's how much I have to live on every month, and you have to borrow 100 at once." Hearing the words of several people, Yi Liangchen snorted. "Smaller? Your patterns are too small. Sometimes the pattern has to be enlarged a little bit and the vision has to be a little bit longer." One of the housemates muttered. "Who knows about the future?" Hearing this, Yi Liangchen's small mouth tilted as she confidently tossed her hair. "You can't say what will happen in the future. But I don't think I can't. Besides, I'm not borrowing money and not repaying it. So what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid I'll run away? And if you guys lend me money today, that means I, Yi Liangchen, owe you a favor. And the future of my favor can't really be bought by this $100. It's my confidence that I'm confident that my future will be mine." When the few people in the dormitory heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. All right, they are all in the same dormitory, and they will be together for 4 more years in the future. Just remember to pay me back next month. The 3 people in the dormitory borrowed Yi Liangchen $100 each. Holding the $300 in his hands, Yi Liangchen smiled confidently. "Don't worry, it won't take long for me to give you a surprise." 5 fingers gathered together, then opened like fireworks in full bloom. "And it's a huge surprise. I just hope you won't be too surprised when the time comes." The words fell out of his mouth and he straightened his hair in the mirror, then walked out of the dormitory. But the moment he walked out of the dormitory, the smile on Yi Liangchen's face directly disappeared, replaced by endless gloom. "Damn Long Ao-tian. If you hadn't gotten in the way of me and Treasure Girl meeting, getting to know each other and getting to know each other, how could my family have spent so much money on finding me connections to attend this Thai college? And Li Qingxue, you shameless, want to be foot in 2 boats woman. Wait, not long. You have to give me chasing husband crematorium. At that time I will not be in the soft heart. I want to ruthlessly abuse you." After viciously venting the emotions in his heart, Yi Liangchen exhaled a long breath of turbid air. If memory serves, today should be the moment we meet for the second time. However, looking at the money in his hand, Yi Liangchen finally smiled to himself. "I didn't think that now I'd been reduced to the point of borrowing money. I was really too well protected in the dream. So much so that I only knew that Yuk Yuk would succeed. And Xing Yuk would succeed. But I didn't know how she succeeded. And now I can only buy stocks with my vague memories. But a certain coin seems to be worth a lot of money in the future. So when the time comes, when the stock is cashed out, go buy some of it. Of course this is all an afterthought. There are more important things waiting for me to do right now. And when my little Cymbeline makes her debut with Happy Girl, how much money will it take to not have it then? Taking a deep breath and suppressing the excitement tumbling inside, he glanced at the time and walked quickly toward the outside. Boss confused sent a big god certification. And the boss sent a lot of gifts and power generation. Thanks almost New Year's. To everyone kowtow love you. Chapter 152 Brother. Your hands are so hot. Back at the dorm about 5 minutes later, Long Aotian started blow drying his hair while he was naked. Martyr, if I had a body like Lao Ao's, I wouldn't worry about finding a girlfriend in this life. Su Shuai said enviously. Not only him, Li Longlong and Huang Fei also think the same way. Broad shoulders and narrow waist. The body type is robust, at the same time the body line is smooth to just right. Not to mention the girls. Is that they are a few boys look at it all feel impeccable? Alas. It's true that people are more angry than people. When will I be able to ask a girl out for dinner? Li Longlong looked at Huang Fei as he spoke. Have you followed up on your top 10 relationship theories yet? Quickly. Theory is still not derived from practice. When I catch up with Shin Mengjie, follow-up will immediately write it. Speaking here, Huang Fei also felt very helpless. Seeing that Long Aotian didn't do anything for a day, the girls ended up finding themselves one by one. And he hadn't even said a few words to Shin Mengjie yet. Long Aotian changed his clothes and looked at the three of them. In fact, Fei is right. All theories come from practice. Instead of theorizing in the dormitory, you guys should really try to slowly get in touch with girls. Old Ao, you are just standing and talking. You think anyone can be the same as you? Mentioning this matter, Su Shuai are a little jealous. It's not that he didn't try to ask Wang Lijuan out, but the key is that he can't ask out. Long Aotian laughed and threw the towel in his hand at Su Shuai. Bull ********. How long have you only known Wang Lijuan? Not even half a month. What makes you able to ask someone out? Even if you're in a relationship, you have to get along a little bit of contact, and cultivate a little bit of goodwill between each other before you say anything about a dinner date. You're good. You just met and you want to ask a girl out for dinner. Wang Lijuan will be damned if she can agree. Su Shuai caught Long Aotian's towel, skimmed his mouth. You're not yet, and have only not known each other for a long time. Do not all ask each other out for dinner. Can this be compared? Huang Fei gave Su Shuai a blank look. If you can heroically save Wang Lijuan, you can also make the other party take the initiative to ask you out for dinner. After saying that, he looked at Long Aotian. I do think that old Ao is right. Instead of lying in the dormitory, why don't you take this time to get in touch with more girls? The second of the 10 major love theory code. Persistently brush the presents. In the goddess's mind to leave enough impression. The meal should be eaten bite by bite. The road should be taken step by step. Chasing girls is even more to take their time. 3 minutes later, beside Long Aotian, 3 figures started blowing out their hair. Brother. From a distance, he saw Lin Kusanagi waving on her tiptoes. A smile on her cool little face that he couldn't get tired of seeing. Sorry to be late. I just got here too. Come on, let's go eat. You must be hungry. The surrounding people were dumbfounded as they witnessed a high and cold snow lotus on top of a snowy mountain, blooming and blossoming. Before the boys came, the high-flying solo beauty. The boys were happy as children when they arrived. Here it is. After getting out of the cab, Lin said as she looked at the address on her cell phone. That's too far. Lin Quan Ning gave Long Aotian a blank look. Brother, you're so lazy. You can't be afraid to go far when you're eating delicious food. And there is a sale today. Then what are we waiting for? Go. Long Aotian didn't want to spoil the fun. And with a wave of his hand, he led Lin Quan Ning into the mall. On the 4th floor, Lin Yanning said as she looked around the room. Arriving at the entrance of the restaurant, not waiting for Long Aotian to go in, Lin Ko Ning suddenly pulled Long Aotian's arm. Brother, I want to drink fruit tea. Why don't you buy a cup for me? Long Aotian looked in the direction of Lin Yin's finger. Okay. Looking at Long Aotian's back as he left, Lin Quan Yin walked into the middle of the restaurant. I don't know what I said to the receptionist, pointing my finger in the direction of the fruit tea store. When Long Aotian came back with the fruit tea, Lin Quan Yin took the initiative to walk towards him. In Long Aotian's puzzled gaze, she gently took his arm. Feeling his arm being squeezed in a soft place, Long Aotian's body stiffened and subconsciously wanted to draw back his hand. As Long Aotian moved and his arm rubbed against the softness, Lin Ko Ning only felt as if there was an electric current that was spreading along some unspeakable place. towards all around her body. The heart was messed up in an instant. The delicate and compact face is unconsciously surfaced a touch of redness. Angrily glanced at Long Aotian. The tone could not help but fluffy. Brother, do not move, okay? Oh, Long Aotian didn't know what Lin Kuan Ning was going to do, and after taking a look at the way his arm was slightly deformed from squeezing the softness, he still didn't dare to move. Lin Kuan Ning led Long Aotian towards the inside of the restaurant. Suddenly he snorted out a laugh, very quietly, in a voice that only two people could hear. Relax, brother, you're all smooth-turned. How do you let me relax? The clothes were already thin. Long Aotian was not only able to feel the softness very clearly, he could also feel the temperature coming from above the softness. You imagined me as your girlfriend. Ha! Lin Kuan Ning pursed her red lips lightly and gently held Long Aotian's fingertips, wrapping them around her waist. Hot, large hands, the temperature directly through the thin clothes, covering the top of their small, slender waist. The first time a boy held her waist, Lin Kuan Yin was also a little uncomfortable, her blush spreading to her neck, and she subconsciously said completely out of instinct, "Brother, your hands are so hot." Long Aotian's palm trembled lightly. Feeling Long Aotian's palms trembling, Lin Kuan Ning's body twisted uncomfortably. "Brother, don't move. It's itchy." Stiffly, they walked into the restaurant, crossed to the front desk, and were guided by the waitress to seat 18. As the waiter left, Lin Kusunaji gasped slightly, her eyes flickering slightly. The tear mole at the corner of her eye was like a poppy in full bloom against the reddish halo, shaking one's eyes so that one couldn't take them away. Okay. After saying that, she let go of Long Aotian's arm. The softness on her body seemed to be released in an instant, and she realized that her heartbeat was actually this violent. Why? Long Aotian didn't understand what this was all about until now. A bit confused. This was too sudden. Lin Kuan Ning blushed red and explained in a somewhat embarrassed whisper, "Half price for couples today." Hearing this explanation from Lin Kuan Ning, Long Aotian was both amused and helpless. "Brother, stop laughing. Be careful of getting caught. I don't know why, but my face would burn when I heard Long Aotian's laughter. It's as if your own caution has been discovered. Ben is thin-skinned. Plus there is also a bit of careful weakness, so he got up in a hurry. I'm going to the restroom. Brother, you help me grill the meat." Chapter 153, Sadness Flows into the River. Rinjin walked out of the restaurant with quick steps. None of the restaurants in the interior of the mall have restrooms. Walking out of the restaurant, the blush on Lin Kuan Ning's face finally receded a bit. It seemed like as long as she wasn't in front of Long Aotian, she wouldn't blush so easily. After quietly glancing back at Long Aotian and realizing that he had already begun to select ingredients and was preparing to roast meat for himself, the corners of his mouth gently rose, and the steps under his feet all became light. Brother will not fall in love does not matter. Late Ning can be a little bit with you. With the walking elevator moving slowly upwards, what you see in the entry is a center-parted greasy head. The hair should have been specially groomed and combed extra neatly, especially the line where the center parting exposed the scalp. The pedestrian elevator slowly went up, and the whole was revealed. Clean and tidy clothes were cleaned up without a trace of mess, especially the corners of his mouth, with a hint of a smile called confidence, and a rose in his hand. Looking around the room, as if searching for something, the next moment there was a flash of light. The smile at the corner of his mouth intensified. Sure enough, everything is destiny. The crowd was crowded and I saw you at a glance. Subconsciously shaking his hair and realizing it wasn't being shaken, he laughed at his own stupidity. I almost forgot. I changed my funky hairstyle today. A rose in one hand and a pocket in the other toward a back not far away. Evening Ning. The low, slightly hoarse tone of his bubbly voice caused the people around him to look at him in unison. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Yi Liangchen had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and with one hand in his pocket, he recklessly and wickedly met the gazes of the crowd as he walked towards the front. Upon hearing someone call her name, Lin Kuan Yin subconsciously stopped in her tracks and looked back. This moment of looking back and smiling lightly was like a sledgehammer hitting Yi Liangchen's heart hard. Let his body cannot help but a beat. Subconsciously shook his hair. Even if it did not shake, it does not matter. Should have the force cannot be less. Lin Kuan Ning frowned lightly, looking at the person with a smile at the corner of his mouth, his center-parted greasy hair, and roses in his hands as he walked towards him, and a brief moment of doubt appeared in his eyes. It seemed to be searching his mind for a memory of whether he recognized this person. Hello again. Looking at Lin Kushin's handsome look by herself, Yi Liangchen lightly smiled like a gentleman and nodded at Lin Kushin. You are? You've got a memory. As usual. Just hearing those words, Lin Kusunari's frown deepened. Yes, she remembered. Who the hell are you? Do we know each other? Lin Kuan Ning was not in a good mood for someone who came up and tried to lift her pants leg. Yi Liangchen raised his hand and placed the rose between his nostrils. giving it a hard sniff, and said with a crooked smile, "We've known each other since the time you said that." After saying that, he handed the roses in his hand to Lin Yujin. Lin Kusanaga's face was like ice as she looked at the rose he had sniffed only moments ago. "Interesting? If you're hitting on me, I'm sorry, I'm not interested." The cold, bland tone of voice, which anyone who understood human speech knew held the emotion of rejection. After saying that, she directly left. Originally coming out to go to the restroom was Lin Kuan Yin's embarrassing excuse. Now that she was disturbed by this annoying person, she just wanted to immediately go back to Long Aotian's side. "There seems to be a bit of a misunderstanding between us. Aren't you curious as to why I know the name?" Lin Kuan Ning didn't pause in her steps. "Not interested." In response to Lin Kusunagi's refusal, Yi Liangchen just smiled bashfully. He knew that Lin Kusunagi's personality was just like that, but what did that matter? It was no fun without a little challenge. A life with challenges was the perfect life, and Yi Liangchen enjoyed it. Turning to look at the restaurant that Lin Kuan Ning had walked into, Yi Liangchen turned around in a dashing manner while once again placing the rose under his nose and sniffing it fiercely, then headed towards the restaurant. "It's back. How about a taste? I didn't know if you could eat spicy food, so I left it out." When Long Aotian saw Lin Kujin return, he placed the roasted meat on a plate in front of Lin Kujin. Looking at the roasted meat, Lin Wanning's earlier unhappiness was instantly filled in. "Thank you, brother." All called brother. "What are you talking about, thank you or not?" Long Aotian said while grilling the meat. "It's delicious, brother, you eat too." Lin Kuan Ning picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and placed it in the middle of Long Aotian's dinner plate. "Eat more. See if there's anything else you want to eat. Pick it over and I'll bake it for you." "Good." Lin Kusaka rose and smiled lightly. A far cry from the cold and frosty person she had been just a moment ago. Palm clenched hard, a rose in the hand, and then broke. The sadness spread. A line of hot tears slowly fell from the corner of the eye. Shameless, truly shameless. Yi Liangchen was never able to believe the scene he saw in front of him, so much so that he couldn't control his body and stumbled back a step. "Are you okay?" the waiter at the entrance of the restaurant asked subconsciously as he looked at the boy in front of him who was suddenly in tears. The corner of Yi Liangchen's mouth hooked up into a self-deprecating smile. "Do you know what it means to be sad against the current?" Without waiting for the waiter's reply, he said to himself, "No one can understand my feelings at this moment. My heart has long been broken, and the person in front of you is nothing but a walking corpse." Deadly clenched fists, eyes unblinking staring at the two not far away. The bitterness in the heart, and who can understand? Obviously, he has calculated everything. Obviously he is just one step away from success in taking down Kusatsu. Why? Why is this happening? Why is Long Aotian, who is supposed to be selling clothes in Bay City, showing up here and dining with Lin Koning? Slowly closing his eyes and squeezing out the last tear, Yi Liangchen smiled. This time it was a real smile. "The heavens are unjust and take all things as ruminants. What I got in return for my repeated patience with you is not understanding, but rather an inch from you. Long Aotian, do you really think that I don't dare to move you? In that case you can't blame me." As he spoke, Yi Liangchen took out his cell phone and snapped a few pictures of Long Aotian and Lin Kuan Ning's figures. "I just don't believe that when Eng Hu and Li Qingxu see you playing with their feelings like this, they still can't see what kind of an evil person you really are. I just don't believe Lin Wanning won't be disgusted with you when she learns that you've got your foot in two boats. I was able to finish you off once in my last life, and this time you'll still only be my underdog." Yi Liangchen at this moment was truly furious. It's like reaching the edge of a cliff, where one step back is an abyss. Chapter 154, Why are you sticking out your tongue? Finish your barbecue and come downstairs to the mall. Watching Long Aotian about to call a cab, Lin Ao Ning stepped forward and gently pulled his arm. "Brother, I'm so full. Why don't we ride back? Riding a bike. Are you okay with that?" Long Aotian didn't have any so-called "anyway" is fine. It's okay. We girls are meant to stay in shape." Long Aotian looked up and down. "You still used to stay in shape?" Lin Kuan Ning used to hate it when people looked at her with measuring gazes, but in the face of Long Aotian's measuring gaze, Lin Kuan Ning subconsciously sucked in a breath for some reason. "Make your waist look slimmer and make your softness look sizable, okay? My brother wouldn't want to see me out of shape, would he? And Long Aotian get along with these days?" Lin Wan Ning no Long Aotian best talk. Don't look at him always loose and uninhibited, as if nothing matters, do not care about the appearance. In fact, his heart is the softest. "That's fine. I saw a car over here when I came in earlier." As Lin Kuan Ning said, she took the initiative to take Long Aotian's hand and walked towards the right front. What no one saw was that the moment she turned around, a layer of pink immediately spread on her neck, coloring all the way to her cheeks. Rolling with the shyness of a young girl, the evening wind whipped through her face, and the young girl's hair was lifted wildly. A series of car bells from behind her seemed to awaken memories of her more youthful days. Looking back, the teenager could clearly overtake himself in one go, but he always followed without slowing down, as if he was invisibly guarding himself. It's true that one still can't get carried away. Under the streetlight, Long Aotian bent slightly closer to Lin Kuei-ning. Don't move. Don't rub your eyes with your hands. But it's so hard. Lin Kuan-ning tilted her white and bright little face, her voice carrying a few imperceptible points of resignation. Watery eyes slightly narrowed. Because of nervousness, hands unconsciously grasped on the waist of Long Aotian. As if people in nervousness grasp a little something, will feel at ease. Do as you're told and don't move. Gentle voice passed in her ears. Long Aotian's body temperature passed through her fingertips. For no reason, it made her a little flustered. As he got a little closer, he could clearly feel the warm breath spraying on his cheeks and ears. The next moment, a shiver ran through Rinnegan's body, and a large hand with warmth and softness gently picked up her chin. As he tilted his head, his body bent down smoothly. The distance was shortening a little bit, drawing a little bit closer. His eyes moved slightly, as if everything around him was illusory, and there was nothing left but the person in front of him. Don't be afraid. Linian subconsciously tried to nod her head, but realized that her chin was still being picked up by that hand. For eyes relative to each other, her eyes do not blink, can clearly see from the other pupil, their own small face at the moment blushing, eyes moist and confused, breath intertwined together. Never had a feeling that made her body tingling up. Her brain was empty, completely forgetting her own thinking. Her body instinctively followed his power and was pulled, catering to all of his movements, as if it had fallen into the general. The gas blew above the eyes and subconsciously tried to blink, followed by a tissue to the corner of his eye, gently rubbing it. The hand that picked up his chin left, and all of a sudden his body seemed to have lost the pivot point to rely on, and instinctively used his hands to support his waist, used to stabilize his body a little. Long Aotian put away the paper towel that wrapped the little bug and looked into her eyes. Look left. Aha! Lin Yin's ears heard Long Aotian wanting her to look to the left, but her sight was completely out of her control, and there was only him as far as her eyes could see. I told you to look to your left. What are you sticking your tongue out for? Sound of a crash. It was as if the sound of something falling to the ground had disturbed the duo. Lin Kuan-ning came back to her senses at once. Her white skin looked like a red moonflower in full bloom, and she was so shy that it seemed as if she would be groundless the next moment. What were you doing? What were you thinking? I could feel my face burning red right now, and I wanted to say something, but my mind was blank. I know that in this moment, or at least this moment, facing the man in front of me, my heart is falling a little. It's okay, isn't it? Hearing Long Aotian's words, Lin Kuan-yin couldn't help but lower her head, itching to find a crack in the ground. 3 seconds later, she finally came back to her senses and covered her face with her hands. It's okay, let's hurry back. There's a lot of little bugs, so let's ride slower and not be in a hurry, got it? No. Lin Kuan-ning's body stiffened at the moment, and she stuttered in her speech. She had never been as intimate with the opposite sex as she was today. Her head was clouded and her breathing seemed to become less smooth until her breath was misplaced and she sluggishly came back to her senses and gently agreed. After the duo left, sitting on the ground in the darkness and biting his lips dead, Yi Lianchen, which choked out, bull ****** brother and sister. The special code just now also stretched out his tongue. Uing. It wasn't enough that you spoiled Perry Hu. You didn't want to let go of Li Qing Shui either. And now you're forcing Lin Kasuning to kiss you. And ing forcing her to stick out her tongue. You deserve to die. I won't let you off the hook. Finished viciously, picked up the car that fell on the ground, rushed to follow. He wanted to tear down the mask of Long Aotian's hypocrisy, to make his disgusting and ugly face public. Everything that was lost, he was going to get back little by little. Go back to your dorm. Wash your face, put a little eye drop in it, sleep on it and wake up tomorrow and the rawness in your eyes will be gone. Aha! Lin Kuan-ning tugged hard at the corner of her own clothes. Suddenly not knowing how to face Long Aotian, she could only hold back her panic and nodded with a red face. Look at you shy. You're so thin-skinned, I'm your brother. It was still a little embarrassing to be flirted with, but it didn't seem so shameful. Watching Long Aotian leave from afar, Yi Lianchen sneered more than once and jogged to catch up. Looking at Lin Kusanagi, whose eyes had been watching Long Aotian's back as he left, she said without a trace of humor, Lin Kusanagi, you've fallen into a trap. Yi Lianchen came directly in front of Lin Kujin, blocking her view. What are you looking at when he's gone? Will you wake up? Seeing that it was this person again, Lin Kuan-ning subconsciously pulled away, and the little woman's shyness disappeared from her pretty face. I don't understand what you're talking about. If you're harassing me, I'll call the police. Yi Liangchen gripped his chest in death. He wanted to save her, but she wanted to call the police to grab herself. It hurt. It hurt too much. Do you know what kind of person Long Aotian is? He's a demon in human skin. He forced himself on someone who was supposed to like me in my senior year of high school, and after that he tried to force me to meet my best friend for 9 years. This scumbag has 2 feet and 2 boats and now he's playing tricks on you. I just can't be watching you being forced to be cheated by him. Lin Quan Ning frowned. What are you babbling about? Yi Liangchen is really going crazy. Why one and all don't believe in themselves? I'm not bull ******** ting. I'm from the same city and school as Long Aotian. His reputation in the first high school is ing stinking, you know? The mere fact that he forced himself on a girl who originally liked me in my senior year of high school, doesn't that alone prove what kind of a person he is? Lin Kosunari, wake up. He just wants to simply play with your bodies, while I exist to save you all. Lin Quan gazed seriously at Yi Liangchen, and in the midst of his expectant gaze, coldly stated, what kind of person he is not through what you say, but what he did during the course of getting alone, and I don't really feel that what you're saying about him is him. After saying that, he no longer gave Yi Liangchen the chance to speak, turning around and walking towards the inside of the campus. Also, I don't need your rescue. Looking at Lin Quan Ning's back as she left, Yi Liangchen was confused, but after being confused, Yi Liangchen suddenly smiled, starting with Treasure Girl, to White Moonlight, and now Little Green Thing, all these sorts of, their refusal of his own salvation continued to weave and mingle in his mind. This was the moment when his mind changed dramatically. Rinjin didn't believe herself. Li Qingxue says she's in love with Long Aotian. Ing Huyuing has also been forced and possessed by Long Aotian. Yi Liangchen's entire face gradually twisted because of his anger. He looked up at the sky. The moon stars were sparse, and looked straight up at the moon in the sky, the resentment in his eyes almost turning into substance. Since heaven and earth are unjustly taking everything as ruminants, don't blame me for blackening. This time I'm just going to fight with the sky, fight with the earth, and fight with Long Aotian. I originally thought that I would endure for a while, but I didn't think that what I would get in return would be their lack of understanding and Long Aotian's intensified persecution. So fine. Then I'll go dark and prove with my actions that only I am your salvation. I didn't want to come to this point. I'm a reborn person who holds all the precedents. I originally wanted to use charisma, to use predestination, to drive the trajectory of destiny, to make you guys fall in love with me all over again in this life. But now it seems that the butterfly effect brought about by rebirth has indirectly changed some things. Long Aotian, because he felt a sense of crisis from me, forcibly got on Perry who yuck started. Everything is in chaos. Well then, as a reborn person, I will set things right and use my great divine light to shine upon you and purify you, so that you can see clearly the evil nature of Long Aotian, thus allowing you to return to me willingly one by one. That's right, I did it again today. Thanks for the gift. Tie pants hot. Chapter 155. I seem to like Long Aotian a little bit. Returning to the door of the dormitory. Before opening the door, he was startled by the commotion coming from inside. **********. Are these guys crazy? Push the door open and turn the music on your cell phone to the max. 3 large men were naked. One wiggling his ass in a strange dance. One tugging his short sleeves and twirling them in the air. And one sitting at a table with a cigarette in his mouth writing something over and over again. It's a wonder the ones downstairs didn't come up to you guys. The trio hemmed and hawed. Old Ao, you're back. Why? You all seem extraordinarily excited today. Su Shui stopped wiggling his ass and said excitedly. I sat at a table with Wang Lijuan for dinner today, and we even talked. Li Longlong directly threw the clothes in his hands to the side. Me too. I also spoke to Han Xiaojing today, and it actually wasn't as difficult as I thought it would be. Long Ao Tian nodded, then came to Huang Fei's side. What about you? Huang Fei exhaled a mouthful of smoke before crushing the cigarette out and picking up the book in his hand. Old Ao, look at this is my insight. Spending time with Xin Mengjie today made me realize the inadequacy of many theories. I'm trying to revise them, and when I catch up with Xin Mengjie one day, I'll publish a book, and I'll become the grandmaster of the romance world. Long Ao Tian nodded solemnly. Quite good, he said, walking to the balcony and opening the window, the smoke from the room penetrating. Looking at the sun and the sky, Long Ao Tian stretched his waist. The moon is very round today. Yeah. Ing Huyu looked towards the moon in the sky. The moon is really beautiful tonight. Yucking, do you know that your current appearance really resembles Long Ao Tian? Beside her, Li Qingxue laughed and joked. Hearing Lin Qingxue's words, Huyuing froze for a moment, then looked at her with a smile. Really? Aha. Li Qingxue nodded. Earlier when we were by the waterfront of the bay, Long Ao Tian looked at the sunset afterglow in the sky. It was also like this. Both of your demeanor and tone of voice are so similar. Hearing Li Qingxue say that she and Brother Long were very much alike, Her heart was happy, and she looked away from the bright moon with one hand on her cheek. I wonder what Brother Long is doing right now. Obviously, they were still in the same city as before, and the distance wasn't very far, but they couldn't see each other at all times like before. So Hu Yueying some miss from time to time, always cannot resist the desire to appear in front of each other, even if nothing to say, sit quietly for a while or not. Thoughts don't diminish with time, they keep stacking up. Humph, that guy doesn't have to worry at all, no matter where he is. It feels like he'll be able to mix it up. He's much better than the two of us. However, when he remembered that earlier he had asked him to wait for himself for a while in front of the school, and as a result, he had only been gone for a little while before a girl had taken the initiative to come up and ask for his contact information, he was not in a good mood. After the thought arrived here, Li Qingxue lightly biting red lips to look at the side of Hu Yuing tentatively asked, Yuing, that, you and Long Ao Tian no Long, you, speaking here, Li Qingxue paused for a moment, seeming to be a little unsure of how to organize her words, and also seeming to be a little unsure of how to say it. Earlobes slightly red like nervousness and excitement, hesitated for a moment or asked in a very small voice, you and Long Ao Tian know each other for so long, do you know what kind of girl he likes? After saying these words, Li Qingxue's face was uncomfortably colored with a layer of blush, with an indescribably delicate beauty. Upon hearing Li Qingxue's words, and the gesture Li Qingxue was displaying at this moment, Hu Yueying was a bit stunned, something that couldn't be said, but when it was said, the whole thing really relaxed. Li Qingxue eyes flashing serious looked to Hu Yuing, I know you and Long Ao Tian relationship is good, he also most love you, you just tell me. I found that I seem to like Long Ao Tian a little. After saying this, Li Qingxue was embarrassed and coy, like the shyness and brief embarrassment of having her biggest secret told. Hu Yuing looked at Li Qingxue beside her, the smile on her face slightly stiffened. Her bluntness made herself unable to accept it for a while, and there was an indescribable feeling in her heart, a feeling that could not be described. So the light under her eyes darkened a little, and her heart suddenly became empty, with a feeling that her feet were not on the ground, a feeling that had appeared before she had met Lung, something that had left her bewildered to the point of being a little breathless. Qingyue likes Lung? Such a thing had never occurred to her because all along Haruyuki had given her the feeling of just treating Lung as a friend, so much so that Haruyuki's head went blank after saying it out right now. What's wrong with you, Perry Hu? Li Qingxue's brief shyness, has not heard Hu speak, raised his eyes to look, just to see her face a little dull, and asked with concern. Perry Hu subconsciously shook her head, her bleak eyes looking at Li Qingxue. You like Brother Long? Although a little embarrassed, Li Qingxue still nodded with pursed lips. Aha! The shyness of a little girl looked so good on this delicate and flawless face. Before, I thought you and Long Ao Tian got together and thought you were boyfriend and girlfriend, but only later did I hear you say that you weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, so I wanted to give it a try. Li Qingxue also has its own pride. If Long Ao Tian and Hu Yueying is a couple, she will only press this like in the bottom of her heart. In the future will only keep a distance between friends. They will argue. They will bicker. They will be able to eat together without bringing distress and stress to each other. Long Ao Tian was nice, and it just seemed natural to like someone like that. The original Li Qingxue also thought to no longer wait a little bit, wait in some more understanding, but see the girls take the initiative to add his contact information, other girls to ask him to eat. Li Qingxue a little do not want to wait, because Li Qingxue could understand how that girl felt after being helped by Long Ao Tian. She had also been helped by Long Ao Tian at the riverside by the water, so she could truly appreciate that kind of feeling. It was an amazing feeling. Like a light had been stolen from the heart and shone warmly in it. Recall, Long Ao Tian pulled himself down in his arms. The moment feeling, the seed buried in the heart, quietly grows. Looking at Li Qingxue, who was full of expectations to share everything with herself, Hu Yueying shook her head completely out of instinct. She did not want to and was not willing to, and a touch of trepidation and uneasiness rose even more within her heart. You don't know either? Seeing Hu Yu shaking her head, Li Qingxue thought it was because she also didn't know what kind of girl Long Ao Tian liked. Chapter 156, I'm not good at all. It's true that it's been a tiring time, but it'll be much easier from tomorrow onwards. Go back inside the dormitory and rest early. In the glass gallery, Li Qingxue looked at the somewhat depressed Hu Yueying and said with concern. Well, I know. Hu Yueying absent-mindedly agreed. Her mind until now was full of Haruyuki saying that she liked Lung. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Li Qingxue walked towards the dormitory. Hu Yueying did not leave, but turned to look at Li Qingxue's back, her eyes flickering slightly, struggling and hesitating for a split second or calling out, Qingxue. Li Qingxue paused in her footsteps and turned her head to look at Hu and smiled. What's wrong, Ing? Looking at Hu Yu's tightly furrowed brow, Li Qingxue retraced her steps back to her side, gently smoothing her brow with her small hand as she softly inquired, "What's wrong?" Although he has not known Perry Hu for a long time, but Perry Hu is really good and exchanges his heart for his mind, so he will also pull his emotions because of her. Eyes reflecting Li Qingxue's concern for herself, Hu Yueying gently pulled her palm that smoothed over her brow. If it was someone else, Hu Yueying must be very happy and very supportive of Qingxue. For this reason she would be especially willing to go as a wingman for Haruyuki, simply because Haruyuki was also her best friend. But why is it that the person Haruyuki likes is Lung? He himself likes Lung, and he likes him a lot, so Hu Yueying doesn't know what to do. She really didn't know what to do. She couldn't do it if she had to give up on Lung. So, she gently took Haruyuki's palm, her eyes flashing as she looked at her seriously. Haruyuki, what if there are other people who like Lung too? Li Qingxue thought about it and smiled greenly. I don't know. The tone was also a little uncertain. Long Aotian is a gentle person. As long as one gets along with him, more or less, he will feel something. Such a person should be very popular with girls, right? Didn't he himself fall for that guy without realizing it? But even if there is, then it's a fair fight. Li Qingxue finished by gently ruffling her long hair. After all, I'm not that bad. What if I like Brother Long a lot too? Perry Hu spoke very, very softly, as if she was telling a fact or talking to herself. Would all this have been different if I had been braver? If I hadn't hidden my heart? If I had been able to reveal my heart early on like Haruki? Hearing this, Li Qingxue let out a light laugh, thinking that Hu was joking with herself. No wonder Li Qingxue would think like this, because if Hu also like Long Aotian, they would have been together long ago. After spending time together these days, one can feel that Perry Hu has a great dependence on Long Aotian, and one can also feel that Long Aotian has taken a lot of care of Perry Hu, but it was as if there was always an invisible wall between them. If I had to describe it, it would be the kindness of a brother to his sister and the dependence of a sister on her brother. Besides, the two of them had known each other since the second half of their senior year of high school, and they had been in college since they graduated from high school, so if they liked each other, they should have been together a long time ago. Previously, he himself had misunderstood that the two might be in a relationship between a man and a woman. For this reason, he even flirted with Long Aotian, but at that time, Long Aotian said that they were not boyfriend and girlfriend, saying that Hu Yuing was his little follower. At that time, he thought that Long Aotian was embarrassed, so he had been hiding his little heart. But when he heard Hu Yuing also said that they were not boyfriend and girlfriend, he moved himself without fear. You're not afraid that I'll steal away your brother Long's concern for you, are you? Li Qingxue smiled wryly. So it is more intimate affixed to the body of Hu Yu. Really, or girl's body is the best smell. Fragrant, but if it's you, maybe I will really feel twice the pressure. At that Hu Yueying's body stiffened. She was happy to be friends with Li Qingxue, but she preferred not to give up on Lung. He was just Lung's little follower, a coward who liked Lung, and he couldn't stop others from liking him. As Li Qingxue said, it would be good to play fair then. On this ordinary night, so many people were a little sleep deprived. Lin Ying could not sleep. Once she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with the image of Long Aotian gently picking up her chin and leaning down close to her. So close that he could see himself clearly through his pupils, so close that his breath seemed to surround his own ear. The tingling sensation was an adrenaline rush, an inner throbbing, a teenage shyness. Couldn't help but roll gently in bed, but was afraid of waking my roommate. Li Qingxue couldn't sleep, and for the first time she expressed her inner emotions in front of others. A scene in her mind resurfaced. What started out as a simple desire to confide in someone slowly turned into an indescribable feeling of goodwill. Then, without realizing it, without knowing why, it quietly became a habit again. The seeds buried in the heart at the end, unable to be contained, quietly sprouted. She used to think that this little thing called falling in love was just a little thing, but now this little thing is taking over the whole heart. Hu Yuing can't sleep. She likes Lung. The joy of being with Dragon is real. Jealousy is real when he sees Lung peeking at the other lady's legs. The sadness was real in the days when Lung was away from himself. The heart that wants to be with Lung all the time is also true. But Haruyuki's bluntness made her feel a little flustered. The first time I forcefully kissed Lung I wasn't as flustered as I am now. She was suddenly so afraid of losing Lung. Yi Liangchen cannot sleep. Looking at the moon and the sky slowly tears, holding a crooked rose to the sky in the sacrifice of their dead love. Long Aotian also couldn't sleep because the three righteous sons in the dormitory were too excited. Early the next morning, when Li Qingxue saw Hu, her pretty face reddened and she quickly walked over. Hu, what I said yesterday. You must not tell it to Long Aotiana. I still have to go and test his attitude. Well, I won't say anything. Hu Yuing promised. Last night she thought a lot. Lung is very good. Like a boy like him. It seems like everything is so natural. He couldn't stop the other girls from falling for Lung, so he might as well be honest and fair. I knew Perry who was the best and would definitely keep my secret. Li Qingxue went forward and took Ying Hu's arm and said with a smile, "Actually, I'm not good at all." Hu Yuing said softly in her heart, "The last day of the end of the month. Tomorrow is the beginning of a new month. A new day. In advance, I wish the treasure children happy New Year's Day. This month I have not taken a day off. Cannot make a small request. A new month, New Year's Day. Everyone cannot be sent to the power generation. I know that some of the treasure children may not have time to power generation. Just point a catalytic shift. Cannot be sent to the power generation tomorrow, even if a cannot be sent to the power generation, even one can. The vulture can accumulate a little more. Vultures can accumulate a little into a lot. Please everyone." Chapter 157, The Double Standard of Ying Hu. The end of the 2-week military training also brought a transfer day. It's finally over. What's old Ao's arrangement for tomorrow? Why don't we go get together tomorrow? Facing several people's inquiries, Long Ao Tian said for the first time without any concealment, "I can't do it tomorrow. I have an appointment tomorrow." Early on, he promised Ying Hu that he would take her for a nice stroll around Kyoto after the military training. He is the world's #1 best big brother. He can't keep his word. Once they heard this, the 3 people in the dormitory then couldn't sit still. Other people about Long Ao Tian they have seen many times, but the unprecedented Long Ao Tian initiative about people that is not common at all. Ha, this is what comes to mind. Look at the hair waves. It's different. It's different, have you guys noticed? Since I've known old Ao for such a long time, he's never shown such an expression. Look at the color of anticipation in his eyes. It's about to overflow. In this regard, Long Ao Tian smiled without any explanation. So Long did not see Perry Hu, to be honest, but also kinda want to see her, this little girlet. I also wonder how she is doing in school, whether she has made many friends, whether she has become more cheerful, whether she is happy every day. Open your phone to the chat screen. Haven't clicked on Perry Hu's chat box yet. A message from Lin Yanning was sent over. "Brother, you're on vacation tomorrow. Do you have something to do?" After thinking about it I replied, "Nothing tomorrow. Going to meet some friends." Looking at the message from Long Ao Tian, Lin Kuan-yin didn't know how to reply for a moment. She originally wanted to ask Long Ao Tian to go out together tomorrow, but if Long Ao Tian had something to do tomorrow, he himself wouldn't know how to ask. However, upon seeing the subsequent message from Long Ao Tian, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Is this to take me to meet his friends? It seems brother isn't unenlightened. So a quick reply on my cell phone said, "Is that okay?" "It's okay, maybe you guys can chat by then." Long Ao Tian exited the chat interface after sending this message. Turning to the chat interface of Ying Hu, he directly sent 2 chat vibrations. Did not wait for Hu Yuing to reply, thought she might be something now. After all, no longer before that. Surrounded by only themselves. Setting his cell phone aside, he lay down on his bed and waited. After a few moments he got up and headed outside. The other side. Hu Yuing looked at the cupcake that fell to the ground and couldn't help but frown slightly. Xue Xiaohua scratched his head in embarrassment, picked up the basketball on the ground, and made a jumping motion to shoot a basket in front of Hu Yuing, then shouted to a few people in the distance, "You guys play first." After doing this series of operations, only then did he look at Perry Hu again. "I'm really sorry, or else I'll treat you to a new cake as an atonement for your sins, right? You guys are boring and childish." Hu Yuing turned around and walked towards the outside after saying that. The 2 cupcakes were originally one for myself and one for Haruyuki, but as a result, they were all gone now. The corner of Xue Xiaohua's mouth slowly hooked up when he saw this and followed closely. "You're angry?" For people she didn't like much, Hu Yuing had always ignored them. Xue Xiaohua, however, only found such girls with character interesting. The kind of girl who comes over when she beckons is too boring. "Come on, can't you talk to me? You'll have no friends later if you're so high and mighty." Hearing this, Hu Yuing paused slightly. "I have friends, and can you stop following me?" Xue Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders. "I can't. I accidentally made you angry. If I don't cajole you, how embarrassing it will be to see you in class in the future." Seeing that Hu Yuing still wanted to say something, Xue Xiaohua immediately said, "Compensate you with 2 cupcakes, and I'll leave right away, or else I'll be embarrassed in my heart." Hu Yuing didn't utter a word, but only sped up his pace a bit. Looking at Ying Hu's hopeless appearance, Xue Xiaohua smiled and also sped up his pace to follow her closely, but kept a certain distance. In the cake store, Hu Yuing sat alone by the window. Let Xue Xiaohua said what all as if he did not hear, just quietly sitting and waiting for the cake. Such an attitude office not only did not make Xue Xiaohua know what to do, but also generated a strong interest. The words are not disguised as a statement of how great he is and how popular he is. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Hearing the voice, he subconsciously raised his eyes to look. It was a familiar figure that pushed its way in. A look of joy gradually filled his eyes. Lung. Hearing the voice, Long Aotian slowly turned around. His eyes traveled through the silhouettes in the store and met with the sight with surprise. At this moment everything around seemed to be eclipsed. All the waiting, all the thinking turned into an involuntary upturn of the corners of the mouth. Shui Xiaohua froze. He had never seen Hu Yueying smile so happily. The whole person was surprisingly this vivid. Eyes clear, just staring blankly at the boy not far away. Eyes that were not hidden in the slightest, but blatantly tender. Hu Yueying got up and jogged towards the figure. Each breath seemed to be blown by the wind to disrupt the rhythm of the heartbeat. It was obviously only a short distance away, but there was a constant and intense beating in his chest, an uncontrollable and violent beating. Looking at Hu Yueying who ran towards him, the corner of Long Aotian's mouth couldn't stop rising. It was a kind of ecstasy that even Long Aotian didn't have a way to explain. It couldn't be expressed in words at all. He smiled and reached out his hand to skillfully stroke Perry Hu's head, his smiling eyes filled with the doting of only Perry Hu. I sent you a message. Hu Yueying remorsefully took out his cell phone and glanced at it. Oh my god. He missed Long's message. I'm sorry, Dragon. Not yet finished. Long Aotian smiled full of concern and said, originally thought to bring you a cake to eat. Since you are in, Brother Long came to treat you. I ordered. Hu Yueying gazed a smooth not smooth look at Long Aotian said, earlier in the bay, Qingxue made cookies for us to eat. Before there has been no opportunity. Now the military training is over. So I would like to buy a cake to please Qingxue to eat it. While talking, the cupcakes that Perry Hu had originally ordered were already ready. After Long Aotian paid the money, he handed the cake to Perry Hu. Treat the little girl to one. And with the little girl, treat Qingxue to one. Hu Yu tilted up her bright little face. The smile on her face was gentle, clinging and loving as she looked at Long Aotian. What about Brother Long? Long will take you to eat something delicious. More delicious than cake. Aha. Hu Yu nodded heavily, following Long Aotian's side as obediently as before. The two left the cake store. Shui Xiaohua froze and looked at the back of the two leaving, then clenched his fists. In his eyes was indescribable jealousy. Hu Yueying in front of himself, along with his own words are not willing to say a word, but in the presence of that boy, she hated to pour out all her own tenderness. Such a double standard scene is difficult for the lonely Shui Xiaohua to accept. Chapter 158 I haven't washed my feet today. Looking at the people around her, Hu Yueying just burst into giggles. While giggling, she sneaked a glance up at Long Aotian. It felt a little dreamy that Long had just appeared out of nowhere. Now that the two of them came together, as if they were back in Bay City, it was clear that the surroundings were unfamiliar, but there wasn't a little bit of fear in their hearts anymore. What are you giggling about? Hu Yueying's small action, Long Aotian is not unseen, said without good humor. Missed you Lung. Hearing this, Long Aotian's heart leapt over his head, but looking at Hu Yueying's delighted eyes, he ghostly replied, Brother Long also misses you. When these words were said, not only Hu Yu froze for a moment, even Long Aotian himself was stunned. Hu Yueying suddenly smiled, a bright and nice smile. The setting sun, two shadows were pulled. Long gently tilted his head, the shadows touch, as if pillowed on top of the shoulders of another shadow. Brother Long, I'm so happy today. Hu Yu said softly. Long Aotian smiled and scratched his head, clearly looking happy as well, but always looking like he didn't dare to admit that he was happy as well. This look is more sunny than the kind that just bares its teeth and smiles. So is Brother Long happy? Hu Yu asked in a small but expectant voice. A little bit happy, only a little bit, can't be more. Long Aotian replied with a straight face. Hu Yu walked quickly to Long Aotian. Liar, you are obviously happy too. Yeah, dare to say that your brother Long cheated. I'll whack you, right? Actually, Long Aotian's mouth can be hard. Dragon, can you stop whacking me all the time? You're still pouting, aren't you? Do you have to whack me even when you're pampered? Be nice and I won't whack you. Then I'm the best behaved. Okay then, I won't whack you this time. The young man takes the young girl to walk in this strange city, and they carry with them the bright expectations for the future and the endless beautiful visions of life. Are we going to eat here? Looking at the big mall in front of him, the crowd around him are dressed that good looking. In looking at himself, honestly Hu Yueying is a little scared, but more afraid of Long Aotian spending money. Cheapskate. Lung's treating you. Brother Long, let's go eat somewhere else. We'll be full anyway. Hu Yu hurriedly pulled Long Aotian. She had already seen Long's horrifying spending power when he took himself to Bay City Pedestrian Street to go shopping before, and it was simply frightening. There was also the time when she had just come to the capital, when Lung had invited herself and Qing Shui for dinner, and if Qing Shui hadn't been there, she would have dragged Lung away. A duck is so expensive. Long Aotian pinched Perry, whose little face without any good sense of humor. Brother Long invited you. Eat something tasty and grow more meat. Greedy and horny and still not willing to eat. It's so nice to have my face pinched by Lung. But still, he forced a sly comment. But I have food that's good. This wasn't really lying to Long Aotian at all. The food at University A was really good and cheap. You eat so well by yourself, and you can't stop yourself from eating better with Brother Long. This voice of Brother Long isn't for nothing for you to call it. Go or not. I'll whack you if you don't. It's a walking who you quietly glanced at Long Aotian and reluctantly walked towards the front. It doesn't matter what you eat for Perry who. What matters is who you eat with. If it was with Lung, Perry who might have saved Lung money. What's all the mumbling about? I haven't whacked anyone in a long time. You're dragon brother. So don't let me find an opportunity, or you might cry a lot with one punch. In fact, Hu Yuing is not afraid of, because she knows that Long cannot see himself cry the most. If he really cried, he will be busy. He will be at a loss. And he has never whacked himself. But even so, Hu Yuing was especially willing and pretended to be so scared, because only then could she follow Lung with impunity. Took Perry Hu Yu all the way to eat and drink. Brother Long, I really can't eat anymore. Hu Yuing looked at Brother Long really somewhat helpless. Anything he finds tasty, he has to buy for himself. Although it was indeed delicious, one's stomach was only so big. It was really too big to eat. I don't know if it's Yinghu's illusion, but she feels as if Lung wants to make up for the emotions of not seeing him for such a long time with a wave of compensation today. Although this is just my own idea, I am very happy in my heart. A quiet peek at Lung opens the door. After eating and drinking, Long Aotian left the mall with Hu Yu. The moment she stepped out from inside, Hu Yuing felt a sense of relief in her body. Brother Lung, look over there if it's a park. Let's go to the park and take a break from the food, Perry Hu offered. Because it was so hard to come out with Lung. She didn't want to go back so early. Okay. Long Aotian nodded his head feeling okay. It wasn't that he didn't want to go back so early. He just felt that it was quite good to consume food. The park was huge and exceptionally crowded, mostly with middle-aged and older people and children. To the left of the park are some recreational facilities, a large platform, and semicircular stone step seating. Directly in front of us is a small forest, through which is an artificial lake, behind which is still very, very large. Only Long Aotian and Hu Yuing did not go deeper. They just came to the artificial lake. Yikes! Slow down. Long Aotian hurriedly held Hu Yu. Is everything alright? Hu Yu's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she looked at Long Aotian and said with a smile, it's fine. If it wasn't for the moisture in her eyes, Long Aotian would have really believed it, and say it's okay. Hu Yu looked at Long Aotian in embarrassment. Am I so stupid? You can still trip on a walk. Yeah, stupid. What would you do if your brother Lung wasn't there for you? Can't even take care of yourself. Assisting Hu Yuing to the edge of the boulder on the shore of the artificial lake, he made him sit on top of the stone. Did you break your foot? Long Aotian squatted in front of Hu Yuing and asked. Looking at Long, who was squatting in front of him, Hu Yuing nodded her head when she was confused. It wasn't until his own ankle was grabbed by Lung that the whole person snapped back to his senses, his body involuntarily trembling lightly as he tried to block the movement of Lung's hand. Don't! What's wrong? Long Aotian raised his head to look at Hu Yu suspiciously. Hu Ying's heart was beating so fast, the ankle that was held by Lung was as if it was being burned by something hot, and the temperature started to spread down the ankle towards his body. Breathing a little sharply to the point of not daring to look at Lung, and the roots of her ears, half hidden under her long hair, blushed completely uncontrollably. I haven't washed my feet yet today. January 1st, 2025. Happy New Year's Day. I wish you all peace, joy, good luck, health, as you wish, and most of all, be happy in the new year. The scenery remains the same year after year. The people are always there. Please take your seats. Train 2025 is charging. Counting down to 3, 2, 1. Powering up for departure. Chapter 159. Am I heavy? Brother Lung? Looking at Hu Yu lightly biting her red lips, half shy and half embarrassed. Long Aotian didn't hold back his laughter, raised his hand and knocked on Hu Ying's head. What are you talking about? There is no one as decent as Brother Long in this world. Hu Ying touched the place where he was knocked by Long. It didn't hurt, but the next second his own shoes were off. Perry Hu Yu gave a soft hum, then clenched her palms tightly. The feeling of her skin rubbing against Lung's palm was like carrying an electric current that flickered from where her skin touched with a slight tickling sensation, but immediately after a tremor. The feeling that the soul was a little tingling, so that Hu Ying could no longer resist calling out, Brother Long. The socks were also removed, and his own little Giorgio was now fully exposed in front of Lung. clutching the corner of his coat tightly with both hands. He didn't dare to look at Long at all, forcibly holding back his panic. He said with a red face, I seem to be fine already. Looking at Ing Huyu's round, pink and cute toes, slightly curved, he was able to feel her nervousness and unspeakable shyness at this moment. Pout. Huyuing blinked her eyes and could not care about the shyness inside, sniffing carefully and secretly looking towards Lung. Gently. Huyuing tightly grasped the palm of his hand, the kind of tingling and some itchy touch, as if the whole body cramps. The body cannot help but lean forward towards the direction of Long. Long Aotian froze and looked at his hand. ********, what am I doing? Shaking his head. Don't be nervous, Long is checking to see if you've broken any bones. Looking at Long's serious look, Huyuing nodded in a confused manner. Oh, in the next second, Huyuing lightly bit her red lips. Dragon brother. I'm checking. Don't move. But Lung, I didn't break this foot. Long Aotian's hand movement a beat, only then reacted to the general. Oh yes. Look at me, care is messy, I'll put it on for you wearing who you did not see. Long Aotian shook his head fiercely. I'm a decent person. After doing everything in his hands, Long Aotian got up and said, checked, it's fine, rest for a while, before trying to get up and walk around. Aha. Ing Huyu lowered her head, her face with the shyness of a young girl, her long eyelashes quivering gently, and her fingers repeatedly twisting the corner of her coat. Quietly, he looked over at Lung, but inadvertently met his eyes in all directions. Huyuing immediately lowered her head uncomfortably like a deer in headlights. Long Aotian, on the other hand, subconsciously averted his eyes and looked elsewhere. This water is still strangely pretty. Huyuing heard Long's words, subconsciously looked at the lake. The sky is dark, the water is rippling, reflecting the moon that has not yet fully risen. There is indeed a little good looking. So there was a soft, aha. The two sat on top of the boulder. Long Aotian had a lot of things he wanted to ask Perry, who has a lot to say, but then I don't know how to say it. As the day wore on, the park ranger approached and reminded everyone that it was time to close the east gate to the park. Shall we go? Aha. Huyuing nodded. The next moment there was a gasp of surprise, but quickly covered her small mouth with her hand. Lung, shut up. Just don't like to hear you chattering. Annoying. Long Aotian carried Ing Huyu towards the outside, feeling Long Aotian's robust back. Huyuying's pretty face carried a hint of redness and whispered, Brother Long, am I heavy? Not bad. Now that I'm full I can carry you with one hand. Hearing this, Huyuing pursed her lips behind her back and snickered. Smiling, she carefully wrapped her arm around Lung's shoulder. If you want to hold on tight, hurry up and hold on tight. Dilly-dallying makes me a little uncomfortable. As soon as Long Aotian's words fell, Huyuing no longer had the slightest hesitation between hugging her arms tightly. Heart beating violently, he finally greedily pressed his head against Lung's body as well. How about a little posting? She thought, and then never want to look up again. Long Aotian's movements stiffened for a moment. The young girl's body is well developed. The softness clung to the top of his back, and flat out. His heart missed a beat, because it was as if he felt the young girl's breathing, felt her violently beating heart, felt her slowly becoming relaxed from her initial nervousness. The corner of Long Aotian's mouth raised in a smile. It wasn't until he got into a cab that he set Perry Huyu down. Long Aotian's breathing intensified a little. Listening to the sound of Long's breathing beside him, Huyuing became more and more embarrassed. But if in the rechoice once, Huyuing will still choose to be carried by Long. Looking at Long's side face, Huyuing eyes flashed quietly stretched out his fingers, gently, secretly touched with Long Aotian's fingers placed on the car seat. Long Aotian adjusted his breathing. The blood in his body was boiling a bit from the exercise. The slight touch he didn't feel. Noticing that Lung didn't notice, Huyuying's little finger gently rested on top of Lung's little finger. Suddenly Long moved. That warm fingertips hurriedly retreated. Although only for a short while, but Huyuying is happy. Heart cannot stop happy. Why are you so happy? Long Aotian asked with a smile. He realized that Ing Huyu's silly and happy look was also very cute. Not telling you. Huyuing was smug for a moment. This was her own little secret. It had been a long time since I'd been far from the college, and with few cars on the road. I was soon back in the neighborhood of the University of A. It's just to the neighborhood because even at this point in the day, there are still a lot of people around campus. Get out of the car. Huyuing himself also tried to walk 2 steps. Fortunately, has not just started to break to the time so painful. I can't actually say it hurts right now. It's a weird feeling, and it's not affecting walking at the moment anyway. Slow down on the road. It's still early till lights out. Sent to the school entrance. Long Aotian said. Well, I know. Ing Huyu turned to face Long Ao Tian and smiled, saying seriously, speaking of which, they hadn't been like this since they arrived in Kyoto. It was very happy. At least Hu Yueying felt very happy and satisfied. By dragon. Go. Hu Yueying walked forward and stopped walking as she took a deep breath. Turning to look, the momentary smile was like a flower, intoxicating countless people. The first time they met in transfer, they almost cried at the sight of him themselves. Every time after that he looked at himself. Still looking at myself at the moment. Chapter 160. Brother Lung is not back in the dormitory. Sitting in the glass gallery in the middle of the dormitory. Building 6. Building 12. Waiting in silence. Soon, Li Qingxue was seen. Haruki, what's wrong with Yuck Yuck? This is for you. Ing Huyu took out the delicious cupcake. Li Qingxue was still a little surprised and touched when she saw the cupcake in Hu Yueying's hand. Thanks, said softly. She didn't lack this one cupcake at all, but it was Perry who buying herself a cupcake. No thanks. Ing Huyu pulled Li Qingxue to sit on a bench on the promenade. You even made me cookies when I was in the bay. Originally thought of coming to Kyoto to cook delicious food for you, but renting a room here is so expensive and everything is inconvenient. The cupcakes are delicious. I'll make you delicious food later when I have the chance. For Li Qingxue as a friend, Hu Yueying really cherished it from the bottom of her heart, because before she met Lung, she had no friends. After meeting Lung, she had her first big brother and got along with a good friend in Li Qingxue. It's a different mood feeling before you don't have friends, and after you do. So she cherished this friend. Aha hug. Li Qingxue wrinkled her nose and pouted, wanting to cuddle with Ing Huyu. Being held in Qingxue's arms, Hu Yueying was also happy. This kind of happiness was different from the happiness of seeing Lung try the cupcake. Li Qingxue has a lot of friends. Hu Yueying is one of them, and the only one who may be able to do what Hu Yueying is doing is Hu Yueying. Good. Let's try the cupcakes together. Li Qingxue laughed softly, her smile always infectious. The promenade walk 2 people sat in it, eating cupcakes while looking at the night sky through the promenade glass. Back inside the dormitory, Hu Yueying took off her shoes and looked at her little Giorgio for a while and giggled. Yucking, what are you happy about? The roommate couldn't help but ask softly at the sight. Don't even ask. The other roommate chimed in with a laugh. Yucking, ah, are you in Shui Xiaohua? Unable to hold down the mood of gossip, the 3 roommates looked at each other and asked softly with a melon-eating smile. Hearing her name and Shui Xiaohua's name appearing together, Hu Yueying gently frowned, looking at the 3 of them with some uncertainty and asked, what? Seeing Ing Hu Yueying this way, the 3 roommates covered their mouths and laughed lightly. Don't pretend. Today Shui Xiaohua approached us wanting your contact information. Have you guys already talked? Upon hearing this, Hu Yueying's nice-looking eyebrows wrinkled deeper, and she vetoed in one breath. No. Saying that, he took out his cell phone and clicked into Penguin, and sure enough, there was an extra friend request. Hu Yueying ignored it and looked at her 3 roommates. My happiness has nothing to do with Shui Xiaohua at all. I hope you guys don't talk nonsense. I have someone in my heart. The 3 roommates were stunned for a split second at these words, but then they too reacted and apologized softly, because before that, they didn't even know that Perry Hu already had someone in her heart. They just thought that if someone wanted to chase Perry Hu, they wouldn't mind acting as a wingman as roommates and friends. This is very embarrassing. Perry Hu has someone in his heart. They also haphazardly Perry Hu's contact information to a person who is obviously interesting to Perry Hu. Hu Yueying gently shook her head. It's okay, you guys don't know. Don't be like this in the future. She didn't really care because her roommates didn't know either. And if they did, she was sure they wouldn't give out their contact information to just anyone, because during the course of this time together, it got along well with everyone, though not to the same extent as Li Qingxue. That was also because he and Li Qingxue had come from the same city, and their friendship had congealed early on in Bay City. But the 3 roommates' attention had shifted over from the moment Perry Hu said that there was already someone in her heart. It's a girl's nature to gossip. Yucking, this person in your heart should not be in our school, right? But seeing that you were so happy after going out today, then he must be in this city, right? Why don't you guys go out and meet today? You were giggling for a while just now, so it looks like you had a good day together, right? Hearing this, Hu Yueying's pretty face blushed. Happy? Today was undoubtedly a happy day. One of the happiest days one has ever had in this city. Long's back is so robust. Lying on top of Long's back is a kind of heartfelt joy, is a kind of unspeakable sense of security. They also wrapped their arms around Long. It heartbeat is so fast I do not know if Long has felt it. He even secretly hooked Long's little finger with his own, and he didn't even notice it. Thinking of this, Hu Yueying herself did not realize just how rich and charmingly enchanting the expression on her face was at the moment. The rounded toes were unconsciously curved. The shyness of a teenage girl is that good to look at and mesmerizing, whether it's for a guy or a girl. The 3 roommates looked at each other, and they all just felt that this look of Ing Huyu was really beautiful. Similarly, they also noticed that Hu Yueying's afterglow would stare at her own little Giorgio giggling from time to time, and a not-so-abrupt idea appeared in their minds. Yuck wouldn't have been played with little feet, would he? Ouch, so sick but love it. You guys are too good at this. Oops, didn't expect that. In the face of her roommates flirting, Hu Yueying hastily waved her hand and explained. No, you guys don't talk nonsense. Dragon is a serious dragon. Just his own broken foot. Dragon is not playing with his own little Giorgio. He is just checking his own little Giorgio. There is no big problem. Only checking a little too closely so as to bring along my own unbroken foot. Hu Yueying in her mind crazy for Long to explain. But explaining, she gave up. It feels as if Long is really a little bit improper. Thinking of this, Hu Yueying immediately shook his head. Hastily returning to the bed, he pulled the summer quilt over himself. It's not what you think anyway. Quilt. Hu Yueying revealed a gap. Bright little face red. Anyway, in their own hearts, Long is a serious Long. Not allowed to refute. Modified. Deleted. Roughly should not affect the reading experience. If it affects the view, Vulture's here to say sorry in advance. Chapter 161. What if you compare yourself to me? In the boys' dormitory, Shui Xiaohua looked at the delayed friend application in his cell phone. His face was already indescribably ugly. It was the roommates who were also in the dormitory who didn't know what to say when they saw Shui Xiaohua in this state. And the most crucial thing was that they didn't even know what was happening. No one knows, but Shui Xiaohua does. He had never seen such an unforgettable girl, and the moment she smiled was a beauty beyond words. That kind of beauty, he couldn't describe it, but that kind of smile was etched deep above his heart. If Perry Hu showed that kind of smile to himself, he thought that he would never like another girl in his life. But no, her smile wasn't for herself. Her smile was for other men. This left Shui Xiaohua with no way to accept it, and even created a strong jealousy in his heart, especially when he saw Perry Hu running towards that man without any consideration. Just in that one moment, Shui Xiaohua suddenly had the feeling that he had been wronged by the heavens. If it weren't for his stronger nature, he didn't even have the slightest doubt that he might just burst into tears. At the same time, the jealousy in his heart directly overturned. Why was he still by her side and she just ran to another man without even looking at him? Invisibly, Shui Xiaohua had already risen a touch of possessiveness towards Hu Yueying. There is no doubt that being able to enter a university is enough to prove Shui Xiaohua's excellence, and such people have their own arrogance in their hearts. He thought himself no uglier than the man, and even slightly better than him in some ways. Why did Perry Hu still leave her behind even though she was already so good? A beautiful woman like Perry Hu should be worthy of herself. Perhaps at first, Shui Xiaohua just thought that Hu Yueying looked pretty and nice and wanted to pursue such a girl as his girlfriend for fun. But today's scene had already caused Shui Xiaohua to become obsessed with Hu Yueying in his heart. They were on the same campus, in the same class, in the same major, and the fact that they were able to gather together among thousands of people was a sign of their destiny. This series of destiny has strengthened Shui Xiaohua's determination to catch up with Hu Yueying, and he wants her smile to be only for himself from now on. Xiaohua, are you okay? Hearing someone call him, Shui Xiaohua took a deep breath and said with a smile, it's fine. Hearing Shui Xiaohua say this, the other two also asked, right, today we cooperated with you to create opportunities for you. What happened in the end? The corners of Shui Xiaohua's mouth twitched, but he still forced a smile. It's okay, give me time. I'll definitely be able to take down Hu Yueying. He was able to get into the U of O while that guy couldn't, and from that he already showed that he was better than him. After that, he had to spend 4 years with Perry Hu himself, and 4 years was enough time to change some things. Shui Xiaohua had such confidence, and his confidence came from the fact that he was good enough. In the face of Shui Xiaohua's words, the others didn't say much. From time immemorial, the last thing around a pretty and good-looking girl is a suitor. They don't think Shui Xiaohua can succeed. And they even hope that through Shui Xiaohua, they can make Hu Yujing see them. Maybe. Go out and buy some wine. I'll buy you guys a drink. Shui Xiaohua was in a bad mood. There is a store in the school but it doesn't sell alcohol. So if you want a drink you have to bring it from outside. No one would refuse a treat. Not to mention that they had just finished military training and they wanted to indulge a little. After some discussion a few people headed towards the entrance of the school. Opening a bottle of canned beer, Shui Xiaohua directly tilted his head and drank. Standing in front of the store where people were coming and going, Shui Xiaohua felt that he looked very handsome and dashing when he tilted his head and drank like this. After drinking a large portion in one gulp, Shui Xiaohua forced himself not to burp, but took a long breath and said solemnly, whether you believe it or not, Perry Hu, I'm going to chase after her. Just as these words were spoken, a passing figure paused for a split second. Spinning around, he turned his head to look at Shui Xiaohua. Shui Xiaohua naturally sensed it. So he looked up and saw a man with his hands in his pockets, looking at himself with a scrutinizing gaze. Upon meeting his gaze, the boy's mouth curled into a smile called confidence, and he whirled around and tossed his hair. Xue Xiaohua's pupils shrunk, and he did not move, straightening his body and slightly sideways. It is well known that the side face is the most handsome angle regardless of men and women. Seeing Xue Xiaohua's sideways look, he couldn't help but frown. Then he lowered his eyes 45 degrees before slowly raising them. After a short exchange of words, Xue Xiaohua looked at the person in front of him with furrowed brows. With such a high level of compulsion, the person in front of him was not a mortal, and he could not help but be solemn for a moment. Seeing the solemn color in Xue Xiaohua's eyes, he couldn't help but snort and walk slowly towards Xue Xiaohua with his hands in his pockets. Get to know me. My name is Liangchen. Yi Liangchen. Seeing the hand that reached out in front of him, Xue Xiaohua's frown slowly relaxed as he raised his hand and said, Xue Xiaohua. The corner of Yi Liangchen's mouth smiled even more, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one on his own, took a hard drag, then closed his eyes to show his intoxication, and finally spat out the cigarette slowly. Do you smoke? Xue Xiaohua nodded. Originally he didn't smoke, but seeing the person in front of him smoking so dashingly handsome, he still tried to smoke one. I just heard you say you're going to pursue Perry who? Xue Xiaohua looked at Yi Liangchen. Does this have anything to do with you? Yi Liangchen snorted without saying anything, since knowing that Long Ao Tian also came to the capital. Yi Liangchen then thought about Perry who has also come to Kyoto. This is not. Today just ended the military training. He used the money earned from speculation to treat the dormitory people to a meal. He wanted to come to a university to turn around. I didn't expect to hear someone who had the audacity to want to go after his former treasure girl just after arriving here. I have to admit that this Xue Xiaohua is a little bit of a pushover but is still a little tender compared to himself. At this moment, when he heard Xue Xiaohua say, does it have anything to do with you? Such words, Yi Liangchen suddenly smiled. What if it's compared to me? As he spoke, Yi Liangchen confidently crooked his head and smiled, then tossed his hair. Looking at Xue Xiaohua's shocked expression in place, Yi Liangchen patted his shoulder, then slowly inserted his hands into his pockets in front of him. This move, in all honesty, pulls straight full circle in terms of compulsion. But the person who was by her side today wasn't you either. Xue Xiaohua was struck down. Looking at Yi Liangchen with such confidence, he said with some exasperation. Yi Liangchen, who was originally about to leave, suddenly had a gloomy expression, that he in Xue Xiaohua's mouth. Yi Liangchen knew who it was with his toes, hands clenched in death. Damn it! Not only did he possess Ying Hu, but he also spared Li Qingxue and Lin Kasuning. Grabbing the cell phone in his pocket, he turned his back to Xue Xiaohua and tilted his head to the sky, taking a deep breath. Who can guarantee that it won't be me? Looking at Yi Liangchen's back as he left, the corner of Xue Xiaohua's mouth slowly hooked into a smile. Things are gradually becoming interesting. You're right. Who can say what will happen in the future? At least I can get close to the water. Chapter 162, I recognize you. After Yi Liangchen left with his hands in his pockets, the corner of his mouth slowly hooked up with a smile. What kind of class still dares to chase after my treasure girl? Should I say no? Yi Liangchen was coy in front of Long Ao Tian, but in front of Xue Xiaohua, he was able to jump up and make a strong strike, even to the extent that he decided to blacken against the heavens. He now dared to fight against Long Ao Tian even if he was facing him. There's no way around it. Even rabbits will bite when cornered. He himself had deliberately tolerated Long Ao Tian since he was reborn, but instead of getting understanding and respect, what he got was because Long Ao Tian felt a sense of crisis in himself, which led to him hogging his treasure girl. This is also even. He will endure a little bit and get over it, and later when he grows up he can still reclaim the treasure girl back. But possess their own treasure girl even do not know enough, but also want to move to their own white moonlight and small green plum evil thoughts. Cannot endure. Really cannot endure. Since Long Ao Tian wanted to play, then Liangchen naturally accompanied him to the end. What he wanted to do now was to put the evidence of Long Ao Tian wanting to have his foot in 3 boats in front of Ying Hu and Li Qingxue. First letting the two of them see clearly Long Ao Tian's lewd and lowly appearance. Then after having the two of them appear in person in front of little Qingmei Lin Kasuning to tell what kind of disgusting and evil person Long Ao Tian really is. That should bring everything back to square one. At that time, he himself made a strong strike, and when they were heartbroken, he stepped in to comfort them, so that they would completely understand that when they were being cheated by Long Ao Tian, it was he who had left no stone unturned to keep looking for evidence to help them, to let them know that they hadn't actually given up on them all along and that they were their true salvation. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen really didn't hold back his laughter. Long Ao Tian, this is all because you forced me to. Since my forbearance does not get your respect and understanding, then I will no longer forbear. When you are stepped on by me again, I hope to still see your arrogant and unruly appearance. In his mind, he had already arrived at the entrance of a university college. Taking a deep breath, Yi Liangchen slowly took out his cell phone. Looking at Li Qingshue's chat interface, he secretly let out a breath. Even though you said such hurtful words to me, in order to save you, I can only let you see Long Aotian's evil appearance first. Wait until you know what kind of person Long Aotian is. Regret to me. Wake up to me. Chase me husband crematorium. At that time I in by virtue of the mood to abuse you. Who let you say those words that make me sad? I can give you all remember. Although you are my white moonlight, but who let you make me sad? Also I hope you can understand my good intentions. I just want you to recognize your mistakes, said the man, quickly starting to type on his cell phone. Haruyuki, I'm yo ******** You know, you made a mistake, but I've decided to forgive you because no one knows how much I love you. Even though you said those hurtful things to me, I as a knight kept breaking the line and choosing to forgive you. As a knight I could have chosen to step back. For life. But knights have hearts. And you're not me, so you can't even realize how much I love you. Come out. I am at the door of your school. Although this heart of mine has been hurt by you to 1,000 holes, but as your knight, I still choose to save you and reveal the true face of Long Aotian. I have evidence of Long Aotian's cheating in my hand. The moment he finished editing the message, Yi Liangchen cried. This time he was truly emotional. These words represented his most sincere love. He was moved to tears by his love that moved heaven and earth. Take a deep breath, wipe away the tears of true emotion, and hit send. As a result, on the next side, a red exclamation point appeared, signaling that they were no longer friends. In the dark night, this flash of red reflected on top of Yi Liangchen's cheeks, making him look stagnant, and the cell phone in his hand didn't even hold it steady and directly fell on the ground. Yi Liangchen froze for a split second and muttered, "It seems like I'm having an illusion?" His eyes slid down to look above the cell phone that had fallen to the floor. The next moment Yi Liangchen collapsed and tugged at his hair with both hands. Ah no, she really deleted me. Yi Liangchen had no way to accept it. No way at all. 9 years? No. Senior year is over. It's 10 years, 10 years of knowing each other. Ah, she deleted herself. How hard-hearted does it take to do that? Long Aotian, is this your means of dealing with me? It's too underhanded, isn't it? Yi Liangchen reddened his eyes and questioned in a deep voice. Hu Yueying, Li Qingxue, Lin Kusuning. You're mine. All of you should be mine. Deadly clenching his fists. Laughing, Yi Liangchen suddenly laughed. This time it was a real laugh. Things seemed to be gradually becoming interesting. Suddenly hearing a sound of footsteps, Yi Liangchen looked sideways, then wiped the tear tracks on his face and walked towards the visitor with his hands in his pockets. Shui Xiaohua, can we talk? Shui Xiaohua frowned at the person in front of him. There doesn't seem to be anything to talk about between us, right? Why not? Everything is possible. Yi Liangchen shrugged his shoulders and said. Shui Xiaohua looked Yi Liangchen up and down, then looked at his several roommates. You guys go back first. As his roommates left, Shui Xiaohua looked at Yi Liangchen. What did you want to say? Can you say it now? I want Yinghu's cell phone number. Yi Liangchen said very bluntly. The reason why he didn't want contact information was because he knew that Perry who wouldn't even add a stranger. Looking at the way Shui Xiaohua frowned and wanted to say something, Yi Liangchen waved his hand and said, don't be in a hurry to reject it first. After all, I can let her accompany you once. It was Perry who betrayed him first. Plus her body was already unclean. He could totally cooperate with Shui Xiaohua. And when he finished his plan, the big deal was to let Perry who accompany him for one night. He should not be able to refuse to let him do it once with his treasure girl. This was the price of treasure girl's betrayal. And he would still treat her well when the time came. Saying this, Yi Liangchen had been observing Shui Xiaohua's expression, and seeing the look of movement on his face, Yi Liangchen knew that he had succeeded. The corners of his mouth curled into a confident smile, because he knew that no one could resist his treasure girl, and it only made sense that his heart would be moved. Well, Shui Xiaohua snapped back to his senses, but his expression darkened. I haven't asked for Hu Yueying's cell phone number yet. What? Yi Liangchen was a bit surprised. You punk. You didn't even ask for your cell phone number and you still want to chase after my treasure girl. Go eat. Shui Xiaohua is also just the young and vigorous period. Today witnessed Hu Yueying running to other boys' mood is already depressed enough. Just now when pretending to be a bully was also compared to Yi Liangchen. And now he even insulted himself. Let himself go eat. Immediately, he pushed and shoved with Yi Liangchen. Yeah, how dare you push me? Who the hell told you to insult me? Yi Liangchen's coyness in the face of Long Aotian doesn't mean that he is coy in the face of others, and immediately shoved back. 3 minutes later, the two men were sitting on the curb with a little bit of color on their faces and bodies. Yi Liangchen drank all the beer from the easy open can in one gulp. What a good fight. Then looked at Shui Xiaohua and smiled. Being able to fight me 50 to 50. I recognize you. Hang out with me. Ha! Shui Xiaohua smiled skinlessly. Yi Lianchen laughed. Reopened a bottle of wine. I know you like King Hu, but I can tell you for sure, if there is no help, you can't catch up with her this generation. Shui Xiaohua snorted disdainfully. Who do you think you are? Your mouth says bleeping great. But in the end, you still didn't even ask for Perry Hu's cell phone number. I'm Ming Hu's classmate. I know her better than you do. As for the cell phone number, that's because she changed her cell phone number. I just don't know it for now. Don't doubt me. You've seen what I'm capable of. At least in terms of pushiness. And it's not like you have anything to lose by working with me. So why not give it a try? To be honest, Shui Xiaohua is a little bit moved. As Yi Liangchen said, he seems to have nothing to lose. If it comes true, he will be able to have Hu Yujing. If not, what do you have to miss? How do you want to cooperate? Oh, there's no rush. You just need to give me information when Perry Hu is alone. I believe that as long as they let Hu Yuing and Li Qingshu see the ugly face of Long Aotian, they do not believe that they do not mind in their hearts. As long as there is a rift between them. Ha! Brother Knight looks at you all with a stony face and says, I recognize you. Happy? Laughs. Chapter 163. Early the next morning, Ing Hu Yu and Li Qingshu walked out of the dormitory building at the same time. Both have changed into nice clothes today. At first glance, it's quite pleasing to the eye and makes you look good. However, when Li Qingshu saw that Perry Hu was walking in a somewhat unnatural manner, she asked with concern, What's wrong with you? Perry Hu was embarrassed and said, I accidentally broke my foot yesterday, and it's already fine. When Li Qingshu heard this, she thought of the cupcakes that Ing Hu Yu had brought for herself last night, and was instantly a bit touched. They all broke their feet and brought themselves cupcakes, and their hearts were full of emotion. Of course Hu Yuing naturally didn't know what was going on in Li Qingshu's mind. For Li Qingshu to like to stick it to herself, she had also long been accustomed to it. And Haruyuki smelled so good too. And he himself enjoyed sticking with Haruyuki. It really has been fine. Don't worry. Really? Really? How could I lie to you? Perry Hu got up and took 2 steps. And after a few more steps, he couldn't actually see anything anymore. Seeing that Ing Hu Yu was really fine, the two of them then giggled and walked towards the school entrance. Brother, I'm a little nervous about it. In the cab, Lin Quan Ning looked at Long Aotian and whispered, I'm sure I'm a little nervous about meeting them for the first time, but they're all very nice to be around. And we're from the same city and were classmates before we came to this city. Okay. Lin Quan was trusting Long Aotian. Anyone who could be friends with Long Aotian must not have a very bad disposition. And the other party was also from the A University, so he should get along very well, right? Soon the cab arrived near the University of A. After getting out of the car, Lin Quan followed Long Aotian towards the direction of the A University College. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't nervous, but Lin Quan was more willing to get to know Long Aotian's friends than to be nervous. Brother Long. A voice with a delighted tone rang out. The voice was very nice, at least to the ears of Lin Yenying, who was studying music. The other party's voice was soft and sticky, and it was very comfortable to the ears. When he raised his eyes, he saw 2 figures, smiling and laughing as they walked towards this side. Lin Quan Ning's eyes couldn't help but blink lightly. The features of one of the girls were exquisite to the point of being somewhat unbelievable. It was a kind of indescribable innocence, yet there was an additional indescribable winking little sexiness. Clearly 2 distinctly different kinds of innocence and winking temperament, but can be perfectly neutralized in her body alone. Knitted brows and smiles let the heart and soul cannot help but sway. The other girl, who seems to know how to dress a little better, has a good figure, not fat and not thin but more rounded and tight. Her figure is undoubtedly the most perfect. The curves are outlined, and the slenderness is bound to appear. Casually tied a pill head with a leather band. A few strands of broken hair scattered on top of her fair and delicate skin, which was not abrupt, not to mention did not damage her overall beauty, but instead gave her more of a first love-like youthful and bright atmosphere. The moment Lin Quan Ning saw the 2 of them, the same duo saw her. Her long hair was casually draped behind her, and her cold white skin became more and more white and flawless under the sunlight. The small delicate features are elegant, especially the tear mole in the corner of her eye, which gives her a cold beauty, like the morning dew at the dawn, clean and revealing a slight coldness. She was beautiful, not a speck of dust. Li Qingshu was looking at Lin Wanning at the same time Lin Wanning was looking at them, not realizing that the friends Long Aotian was talking about were 2 such good-looking girls. Brother Long. Hu Yuing came to Long Aotian's side and called out. The smile at the corner of her mouth never stopped, as if she had Long Aotian in her eyes first before anyone else. Is it alright? Long Aotian smiled and asked. A rare vacation. Rare in this strange city. A few familiar people can get together. The heart is indeed happier. Ing Hu Yu shook her head. A touch of scarlet surfaced on her pretty face. It's fine already. For long to touch his little Giorgio this thing. Hu Yueying can remember for a lifetime. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Lin Yujing looked at Hu Yueying with her remaining light and also saw the smirk on Long Aotian's face. Maybe the girl's intuition. Long Aotian once said that there is a person who was very important to him. She has a feeling that the person in Long Aotian's mouth, as if it is the girl in front of her. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Long Aotian introduced. Her name is Lin Quan Ning, a student at the Conservatory of Music, and the little sister I told you about earlier. After saying that, he looked at Lin Yujing. Her name is Hu Yueying is my little follower. Her name is Li Qingxue, she's a friend of mine. We're both from Bay City and we both go to the same high school. Although Long Aotian said that Ing Huyu was a small follower, but was able to feel a different feeling. This feeling was a little different when introducing Li Qingxue. Lin Yujing couldn't help but look at Hu Yueying twice more. Only then did she nod, a warm smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Hello guys. The voice was very clean, with a kind of iceberg melting and babbling. Just by hearing her unique vocal line, one could feel that she should be very good at singing. Hello, Ing Huyu said with a light smile. Even though she had changed in character now, it would still be different when facing others and Long Aotian. Hello, Li Qingxue similarly said with a smile, a hint of playfulness in her smile that inexplicably gave people a feeling of being in a rather good mood. At this age, they have more innocence in their hearts and don't have too many curves, especially after realizing that the girl in front of her, called Lin Kasuning, had almost been humiliated and scolded when she went out to study for the first time. There was always some pity in her heart. It was only because they had all been helped by Long Aotian, and they knew that feeling all too well. The corner of Long Aotian's mouth twitched, just as the four of them were walking along the road. There were quite a few people whose gazes were staring at themselves strangely. Most importantly, Long Aotian's hearing itself was better, and some people's words happened to be heard by him. Asterisk 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 how come there are so many beautiful women around this kid? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Flirting around with girls just because you're handsome and have a good body. You really deserve to die. That is, these three beauties are properly all school flower level. As a result, all follow this person around. Play can be really flower. I do not know if he cannot stand it. Rao Long Aotian's mind was quite good, but when he heard these words, he couldn't help but raise his head and glare at a few people. There was a lot to talk about among the girls, not to mention that Lin Kusunari had a cold temperament, but if they were able to play together, they would just seem to be cooler, as evidenced by the conversations that took place among a few of the girls in their dormitory, coupled with the fact that Li Qingxue herself was a flamboyant and lively little girl. The several people got along very well with each other, each asking about some interesting things in their respective academies. On the contrary, Long Aotian, a big man, was unanimously excluded. Chapter 164. Late Ning, have you been to the morning market? Hu Yuing asked. On the way out of school, I had talked to Li Qingxue about wanting to stroll through the morning market in Kyoto. Li Qingxue has not been to the bazaars before, the only time or through the Hu Yuing cell phone video to take her to browse a little. For a lively place, Li Qingxue is very willing, because her own personality is a bit jumpy. Lively place she also like. Lin Quan Ning nodded. I used to go to the morning market a lot when my family was still in the countryside, but I seldom went there after I moved into the city. Why don't we go see the morning market in Kyoto later? Ing Huyu suggested. She actually wanted to see what the morning market in Kyoto was like, and maybe continue her amateur part-time life. The motion passed unanimously. Li Qingxue looked at Long Aotian beside her. Take us to the bazaar. You begged me. Li Qingxue was really pretty and cheerful when she smiled, but since she was still angry with Long Aotian, she couldn't help but want to tease her when she slammed her little face. Damn it, and make me beg. I'll pinch you. Saying that, she gently pinched on Long Aotian's waist. Don't run. See if I won't pinch you. Looking at the way Li Qingxue and Long Aotian were fooling around, both Ing Huyu and Lin Evening couldn't help but feel amused. You guys are so affectionate with each other. Lin Quan Ning saw the scene and sighed from the bottom of her heart. At least Long Aotian was never like this when he was with her. Ing Huyu gently nodded. Well, Brother Long is really nice. Saying that, he looked at Lin Kusunaga. Let's get going too. In a few simple lines of conversation, Lin Kuan-yin could feel that this girl named Hu Yuing was really so gentle, and this feeling was especially obvious when she treated Long Aotian. Glancing deeply at Long Aotian, a smile surfaced on Lin Ko-ning's delicate little face, and she also quickly followed. The subway in Kyoto in the morning is really crowded. Good thing there is Long Aotian, a boy. Soon the four of them followed the crowd out of the subway entrance and towards the morning market not far away. The morning market in Kyoto is different from the morning market in Bay City. The morning market in Bay City is just one street lined with a variety of vendors. The morning market in Kyoto is not called a morning market, but a market. Vegetables, fruits, seafood, and meats are all divided into special areas. Breakfast sellers, clothing sellers, quite a variety. It's a lot more smoky than the concrete and cars outside. Long Aotian took the three of them to eat a little breakfast casually, then they strolled inside, and it was a way to satisfy the feeling of Li Qingshue's shopping at the big fair. There are many people here, you guys slow down. Long Aotian shouted behind them. It's okay, brother Long, we won't lose it. Hu Yuying's arrival here also seemed to remind her of the earlier time when she went to the marketplace with brother Long to set up a stall. The whole group seemed extraordinarily happy. People's emotions can be easily stirred up, and in such a noisy and bustling environment, Li Qingxue and Lin Qingning wandered around, holding hands. At this moment Long Aotian secretly sighed, fearing a feeling of too many children being abducted. Especially just now. As soon as I looked up, 3 people were gone. Li Qingshu and Lin Kasunabu saw so many interesting things that Lin Kasunabu wanted to buy them, not to mention Li Qingshu. But after a small cricket from Perry Hu, the two looked at it and gave up. Still, the trio asked the people who set up stalls around them and learned that the market was usually open as normal, except that there were bigger sets on Mondays and Sundays. The 3 agreed to come over and purchase something together when the time came. After strolling around, it was a way to satisfy Li Qingshue's inner curiosity. I can't say it's fun to go to the fair, but it's mostly the people around you that make it fun. Kyoto, an ancient and vibrant city. In particular, Heidian district is the cultural and educational center of Kyoto, with a large number of museums, libraries, and the far-famed Summer Palace. The 4 of them left the morning market and then took the subway here again. I've heard a million things, so I might as well see it all for myself. It is a large landscape garden designed and built with the techniques of Jiangnan Garden, based on Kunming Lake and Wanshou Mountain. Fine architecture, expansive lakes, and a rich history and culture that you won't see in Bay City. The promenade is quiet, as if witnessing the changes of the times. Every brick and tile seems to tell the story of the past, strolling through it, as if through the time and space tunnel. Summer Palace is too big. Hu Yuing twisted his foot last night, and today he walked for so long, slightly uncomfortable. So he sat in the corridor to rest. The architectural design here makes full use of landscaping techniques, and every glance is a beautiful sight to behold. Tired? Long Aotian asked softly when he saw Ing Huyu sitting down. Did your feet hurt again? Ing Huyu shook her head. No, just tired. Sit down and rest for a while. Just after the words were said there was a knock on the head. Brother Long Huyuing immediately looked at Long Aotian in an aggravated manner, looking at Ing Huyu's watery eyes and a grieved look. Long Aotian felt amused. Do you know that you are very bad at cheating? Yes? Yes. Your ears are so red when you lie. Long Aotian couldn't even resist breaking it down. At Long Aotian's words, Hu Yuing smiled and did not say anything. It's not because the ears are red from cheating. It's because Lung is right by his side and seeing Lung care about himself is why his ears are red. Long Aotian, let's go and take a small boat too. Li Qingxue couldn't help but reveal a look of longing as she looked at the lake rafting in the distance. After saying this, he also saw Ing Hu sitting aside, and subconsciously cared. Is Ing Hu's foot hurting? Then looking to Long Aotian, you don't even know, do you? Hu Yuing broke her foot last night, coming to the capital for the first time, and likewise for the first time to come out to play. Hu Yuing really didn't want to spoil the fun because of herself, so she looked at Long and said with a hint of supplication in her gaze, no, I'm just a bit tired. Seeing Perry who's praying for his gaze, Long Aotian didn't say anything more. He is also considered to be more understanding of Perry Hu. Delaying everyone because of her own reasons is something she doesn't want to see. Otherwise you guys go ahead and I'll take a break. How is this possible? Leaving Perry Hu alone here. Long Aotian's heart wasn't this big. Even though Perry Hu is 18 years old, and even though she is an adult, how can she be at ease? In the Gulf City, are not assured that Ing Huyu walking alone at night, must send her to the entrance of the alley, let alone at this moment in this strange city. Seeing the hesitation in the eyes of a few people, Lin Yujing said softly, it just so happens that after walking for so long, I also want to rest for a while, so I'll accompany Hu Yueying. Chapter 165, does this count as indirect kissing? Put on a life jacket. Sitting in the middle of the boat, 2 people pedal position. Long Aotian sat on the main driver to control the direction. As it pedaled, the boat slowly moved forward across the lake. Looking at the not too far away Hu Yuing waving her hand without any effort. Long Aotian also waved his hand at Hu Yuing. Li Qingxue also shouted at the distant Hu Yueying, but she didn't know if she could hear. Hu Yueying slightly moved her ankle, feeling the discomfort coming from her ankle, and then looked at Long who kept waving his hand towards her. A sour feeling suddenly swept through her heart, looking at Ing Huyu's happy look as she tried to wave her hand. For some reason, Long Aotian suddenly also felt a trace of heartache. The way this silly girl knew what she was doing made his heart ache. Watching the boat getting farther and farther away, Hu Yuing put away her smile. Her eyes fleetingly watched, even though she could no longer see the people, but she just wanted to watch. You and brother have known each other for a long time, haven't you? Lin Kuan-ning asked in a small voice as she similarly looked at the distant boat. Well, I've known brother Long for half a year in the second half semester of my senior year, Hu Yuing replied. Compared to Li Qingxue and Lin Kasuning, she had known brother Long the longest. He cares about you, Lin Yujing said with a smile as she looked at Hu Yuing. Faced with these words, Hu Yuing paused for a moment. Yes, Lung cared about himself, really cared about caring. Meeting Lung was one of the happiest things in his life, bar none. Spin nodded. Dragon is the world's #1 best dragon. Lin Kusunaga didn't say anything else about this. Everyone had their own ideas, perhaps because Lin Kusunaga had only just met a few people and didn't have a lot of emotional ties, so she was able to see something more, but that's about it, because people think differently about each one. It's as if good people can see people who are equally good, but don't feel any less good because of it. Hu Yuing hadn't thought much of it, but she quickly blinked and glanced at Lin Kuan-ning. Following Lin's line of sight, her eyes flickered slightly. Rafting on the lake. At first Li Qingxue was excited and couldn't stop looking around. She smiled beautifully, as if she had gathered all the beauty in the world. With such a smile, the hint of touch in Long Aotian's original heart gradually calmed down. In fact, on second thought, they still have to live in Kyoto for 4 years. There will be plenty of time in the future. When the time to bring Perry Hu over to play is not just good. Aotian, why does the ship keep spinning around? Are we lost? Li Qingxue looked at the sparkling lake. Looking at it for a long time suddenly felt that the boat was spinning. Long Aotian sniffed and looked at the normally traveling boat and said, No Li Qingxue suddenly took a deep breath, then turned her head to look at Long Aotian. Why do I feel a bit dizzy? And my stomach is also a bit hard Breathless, the way the beautiful little face became pale, made Long Aotian couldn't help but sit up straight. You wouldn't be watersick, right? I don't know. Li Qingxue wilted. At this time, Long Aotian suddenly remembered what Li Qingxue had said earlier. She said, My mom has told me since I was a child that I can't go near the water. It will be dangerous. Only the last time. She tried to guide herself to be happy and brought herself close to the bank of the river by the water and ended up almost falling down herself. You don't keep looking at the lake. Long Aotian seemed to be aware of why Li Qingxue felt dizzy and said with amusement, I'm not even looking at it now, but I'm still dizzy. Li Qingxue turned her head away to try her best not to look at the lake, and said with a bit of aggravation, It's like you're seasick right now. Close your eyes for a moment to acclimatize. Oh, I'm having a bit of a hard time right now. Can I lean on your shoulder? Looking at Li Qingxue's originally lively and cheerful little face, at this moment the appearance of white, Long Aotian naturally will not refuse. The body close to the direction of Li Qingxue, lean on it. Li Qingxue looked at Long Aotian and sniffled a bit. Her voice was thick with a muffled tone. You're so nice. The breeze whipped a few strands of hair on either side of her cheeks, and with those aggrieved and somewhat wet eyes, it made people laugh and feel pathetic at the same time. Leaning on top of Long Aotian's shoulder, it was actually difficult only for a small burst. Soon Li Qingxue was not difficult, but she did not get up either. Instead, he still leaned on top of Long Aotian's shoulder. Long Aotian, why do you think you are always so nice to people? Because you're all my friends. Haven't you heard that you rely on your parents at home and your friends when you go out? Li Qingxue heard this answer uttered for a while, seemingly not satisfied with this answer from Long Aotian. You're not thinking of throwing up, are you? Please stay away from me. I don't want to walk down the street with a pile of vomit on my face. You hate death you. Li Qingxue originally did have a bit of a dry heaving reaction, but after Long Aotian said this, she immediately did not want to dry heave. His Long Aotian's waist dodged. Little girl is quite slippery and pinching people now. Who let you always like to tease me? After saying that, Li Qingxue once again huffed. Long Aotian, I'm a little thirsty. Long Aotian held the steering wheel with one hand. Both feet were still stomping on the stirrups. One hand took out a bottle of pinched and flattened mineral water from the pocket behind him, and handed it to Li Qingxue. It was too busy. It was really too busy. The water bottle is all pinched up like this. We're all drinking the same mineral water. What if I don't flatten the water bottle and accidentally take the wrong one from you? How embarrassing. After saying that, she glanced at Li Qingxue. That's it. Drink it or not. I'll drink it if you don't. After hearing this, Li Qingxue immediately protected the water bottle and muttered in a low voice. It's not like I said I wouldn't drink it. Opened the water bottle. Red lips slightly open. Slender white swan neck, causing some shaking eyes. With the last bit of water being drunk, Li Qingxue squirmed. Half biting her red lips could not stop the smile on her face and said, Thank you. Then looking beautifully at the water bottle, he put the lid quietly into his pocket. Maybe it's an illusion. The water feels so sweet. Sweetness has a little bit of joy in its own heart. Stealing a glance at Long Aotian. This guy is quite good looking. And also so good at taking care of people. And now the two of us drank a bottle of water. Is this considered an indirect kiss? Ah, heck. Seeing as we've already indirectly kissed, it's not like we can't give him a chance. Thinking like this, Li Qingshue's heartbeat became more and more intense. Goo, let's see if the sun has come out of the west today. I can't believe I heard thank you. In the face of Long Aotian's flirting, Li Qingshue, who was still beautiful in her heart, helplessly glanced at Long Aotian. You are really a nuisance. Pillowed on my shoulder, drank my water. Now I'm a nuisance if you turn your head, right? Long Aotian realized that the more he teased Li Qingshue, the happier he became, and the happier he became the more he wanted to continue teasing Li Qingshue. Li Qingshue bit her teeth. All day long she just knows to tease me. Thinking about it, actually, it is also quite happy, but the arrogant little mouth does not allow her to be too active. So grunted softly, just rest on your arm, just drink your water, occasionally a little bit, it's actually still okay. Chapter 166, I can't see my little follower unhappy. Youthful and childish boarded up the pretty face, said this kind of strong words, the contrast is still quite big, a little cute. So Long Aotian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Okay, just as long as you're happy. Originally, Li Qingshue wanted to say something, but as soon as she looked up, she saw the sweat on Long Aotian's temples. She didn't care to say anything. She got up and took out paper towels from her pocket, drew out one, and carefully helped him wipe off the sweat. It was the first time I had helped someone wipe their sweat, and Li Qingshue's movements were light and gentle, although her mouth was always bickering with Long Aotian, but when it really came down to it, she would still be very gentle. Looking at Long Aotian's side face, Li Qingshue's eyes flickered. If you keep rubbing it, your face will be rubbed bald skin by you. Long Aotian turned his head and said with amusement. The moment her eyes met, Li Qingshue's heart was instantly in turmoil, as if a kitten stealing fish had been discovered by its master, and her little face instantly became a little hot. Not at all. I'm very gentle, okay? After saying that, he also started to stir up his stirrups. The water rippled, and from being uncomfortable at first, to now Li Qingshue would not feel dizzy even if she kept looking at the water. And so the vivacious and cheerful Li Qingshue was back. Seeing Long Aotian was full of joy. He felt that it was still more interesting to see Li Qingshue with a difficult, aggrieved and pitiful look on her face just now. Perhaps it was because Long Aotian's smile was too deep. Li Qingshue immediately noticed it. Why are you looking at me and smiling so lewdly? You look good, okay? Li Qingshue was at once a bit at a loss for words. Bad egg. Dry. Why do you want to say it so bluntly? Alright, I admit that I'm also a little bit good looking, so if you want to see it, I'll show it to you. After saying this, Li Qingshue wrinkled her nose arrogantly, although her mouth said so atmospherically. Only she herself clearly realized that her little face was starting to burn uncontrollably again. Long Aotian looked at Li Qingshue speechlessly, but she was really good looking. It was not sudden to say such words, just a bit stinky. Soon the two were back on the shore. Hu Yueying and Lin Kusuning got up and came this way just as the boat began its return trip. Li Qingshue had just stepped from the boat onto the pedals, when her entire heart relaxed, then completely forget the previous difficult and aggrieved, beautiful and Hu Yueying paste, and then share happy. After sharing with Perry Hu, she also shared with Lin Yujing. Long Aotian looked at Hu Yueying. Huyu seems to know what Long Aotian wants to say, her eyes unblinking looking at him. Her smile is very beautiful, tiptoeing on tiptoes signaling that she is really fine. Walking around and taking pictures, playing and fooling around. A noontime passed. A few people left, intending to get something to eat. Come inside the restaurant. Li Qingshue looked towards the mall not far away. Let's go to the mall after dinner in a while. Shopping is a girl's nature. On this point, male compatriots should not refute. Okay? Rinjin has no problem with that. But Hu Yueying looked at the so luxurious and tall mall, and a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Long Aotian all see in the eyes. In fact, Hu Yueying has been great. Tuition is earned, and you can still pass it on to your grandparents when you have extra, instead of thinking of taking it in your own hands to live a better life. At this age, Long Aotian said in his heart, no matter in his own world, or this world, at least Long Aotian knows people inside. There is no one who can compare to Ing Huyu. Taking out the cell phone, pretending to be inadvertently asked, by the way, I said earlier that I wanted to get an online store. How about daring to break in with Brother Long? Hu Yueying just froze for a moment, then remembered, earlier when the stall, Long said that he wanted to get an online store. said that with the development of society, the whole population will enter the era of network technology. In time a cell phone will be able to buy everything you want at home without leaving your home. What kind of online store? Li Qingxue asked. Huyuing glanced at Long Aotian, and only after agreeing, did she retell what Brother Long had said to her before? I've looked online before, and it just never feels as good as trying it on in a physical store. So brother, do you want to do this? Lin Kuan-ning asked as she also looked at Long Aotian. Long Aotian nodded. There was such a thought earlier. Only Long Aotian temporarily put it aside. He is now mainly waiting for a certain currency crazy rise out of the house, and then low-priced acquisition of the house, sitting and waiting for appreciation, in the opening of a small supermarket, when a carefree chartered public. As for why it's being brought up now, perhaps it's to give his little follower a chance to work part-time. After spending a lot of time together, you can't see your little follower unhappy. Hu Yuing is always 100% trust Long. Long is willing to take her, then she will follow Long without hesitation. So at the look Long gave himself, he nodded heavily. Long, I'm willing. Perry, whose unconditional trust made Long Aotian still very happy. Immediately, he spoke his mind. Online shopping is not popular nowadays. The arrival of the 4G era has advanced this society tremendously. Online shopping, short videos, have a huge impact on the future of all industries. It's really no exaggeration to say that. As in the case of the tourism industry, the restaurant industry, and even the music industry, there's a quantum shift that can be induced just through short videos. These are the 4G era, which has brought a huge change in the world. But that's not the biggest achievement 4G has brought. The biggest achievement is payments. Although a certain PayPal is now available for payment, it is not comprehensive or widespread. This was evident from the fact that Long Aotian had previously used a still keypad cell phone. As payment methods become more popular, it will dramatically change the traditions of all industries, as well as business models. It was likewise the popularization of payments that created the push for a universal internet age. In this wind, as long as you are not too bad, as long as you can know a little bit of operation means, basically can make money, even worse will not be poor, especially the short video, but also let countless very many ordinary people, may only graduate from elementary school, a flying start to buy a car, buy a house to marry a daughter-in-law. Traffic equals money equals people's needs. After hearing Long Aotian's words, not to mention Ing Hu, even Li Qingxue and Lin Kuan-ning were slightly surprised. It was only because what Long Aotian said was something that was not popularized now, a bold reverie of the future society. If the time comes when all it really takes is a cell phone to make a monetary payment, perhaps an online store really is a still relatively good way to make a profit, because people are still fixed in their thinking now. It's like going out and buying clothes and putting them on yourself, feeling them fit, feeling them beautiful, and then paying you for them as a matter of course. But if you buy clothes online, the money is gone before you wear them on your body. You don't know if the clothes fit, you don't know if the quality is good or not, but the key is that the money is gone before you get the clothes in your hands, and you feel unsettled. For example, it's like the plows in the villages before. Before there were plows, everyone plowed by hand, which was not only tiring but also slow. When the plow appeared, the crowd was hesitant, feeling that the machine was inferior to manual plowing. But in the end, not only are there plows, planters, harvesters, but at the end of the day there are pilling drones. From manual farming to mechanically assisted farming, it's a development. It's a trend that man can't stop. Chapter 167, Girls are the best at lying to people. Then can I open an online store too? Li Qingxue asked excitedly. Of course, your words might work better, Long Aotian said, because Li Qingxue likes to share. And what an online store needs is all kinds of sharing and promotion. They are models themselves. They are signs themselves. Not to mention they are still inside the school, surrounded by peers who are a kind of network. That's one of their strengths. A good one. Then can you teach me as well? Li Qingxue asked in a small but embarrassed voice. Can. Long Aotian smiled and nodded. But you have to call out brother to hear it. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxue immediately wrinkled her nose. Seeing Li Qingxue wrinkle her nose, not only Long Aotian, Hu Yuing and Lin Kuan-ning also thought she was really cute. Ahem. Yucking ah. Call out to brother to listen. Ing Hu looked at Long Aotian, and then looked at Li Qingxue, knowing that Long was so bad and wanted to tease Qingxue, but she would still follow Long. Just to follow Long. Evening Ning ah. You, brother. Lin Kuan-ning had no mental obstacles to the matter of calling Long Aotian brother. And she also liked calling Long Aotian brother. After calling out, the three of them all looked at Li Qingxue with smiling faces. When Li Qingxue saw that both Hu Yuing and Lin Yuning had called out, she immediately extended her hand to the two of them. Good for you guys. The little boat of friendship has capsized at the drop of a hat, playing around for a while, until the dishes they ordered were already on the table. Li Qingxue let go of both of them. Her flushed little face looked towards Long Aotian, her red lips slightly opened, with stealing joy and a hint of inability to let go. Brother, this is always okay, right? Long Aotian shook his head. Not sincere enough. Li Qingxue rolled her eyes. Brother. Let's eat first, before we fill up our stomachs. Long Aotian was quite happy today. After dinner, Long Aotian taught them how to use their cell phones to operate an online store. It's actually quite simple. Register with your cell phone number and then follow the procedure to authenticate. The next thing is the deposit. But it doesn't need to be paid right away. It can wait until it's done. There are many kinds of online stores. You first think about what you want to do, and then give the store a name. Preferably a name related to the category, which can let customers know at a glance what kind of products you are selling. For Long Aotian's words, the three of them felt a new sense of wonder after hearing them, compared to Li Qingshu and Lin Kasuning, who perhaps just found it interesting and had a playful mindset. Hu Yueying knew what she wanted to do. Because you know what you're going to do, you appear more confident. There's no rush in this matter. Nothing is done overnight. At the current stage, seeing the color of confidence flowing out from Hu Yuying's gaze, Long Aotian took a deep breath and said, "Let's go. Go to the mall and take a look." Aha! Perry, who nodded her head obediently. The color of hesitation was no longer in her eyes, and they were more filled with energy. At this, Long Aotian smiled. Before, when reading the original novel, it was not clearly written how Hu Yuying had some achievements. The author's words in one stroke. It is not difficult to imagine how much experience and suffering Perry Hu has actually paid. It was also just hoped that this small change wouldn't have any effect on Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue. The operation of the online store is also grasped in the hands of the three of them. How to do, and only let them slowly experience. After playing for a whole day, Long Aotian only felt that his back was sore and his back was hurting. How does this feel more tiring than a day of military training? But looking at the three little ones who were still particularly spirited, Long Aotian simply sat directly on a side bench and waited up. During this process, Long Aotian also opened his cell phone and entered a group chat. This chat group was set up by an intermediary. All kinds of rental information, as well as second-hand real estate transactions, are posted in this group every day. Not long after, Ing Huyu sat beside Long Aotian. "Why don't you go to play?" Long Aotian didn't raise his head. He knew it was Ing Huyu by the smell. "They're trying on clothes." Hu Yuing folded her feet and sat on the bench, hooking her legs and swaying gently. She was having a good day, and when she's happy she always does things she wouldn't normally do. What's Long looking at? Look at the house. Dragon no? Asterisk. Long Aotian smiled and gently rubbed Perry Hu's long hair. No matter what he said, Perry Hu would always give himself props. It was a little dark when the group came out. After sending a few people back to school, Ing Huyu pulled Long Aotian. "Brother Long, wait here. I'll go back to the dormitory to get you an item." Okay. It just so happened that Long Aotian hadn't been to university yet either, so he followed and blended in. And Hu Yueying jogged towards the dormitory. Push open the door to the dormitory. "What's Yucking doing? Running out of breath?" Perry Hu shook her head. "It's fine." Then he picked up his own foot wash and walked out. Walking through the U of A, it should be said that there is a real noticeable gap between the schools. Lotus ponds, weeping willows, ancient buildings, such a campus atmosphere, worthy of the best school. Not long after, Ing Huyu came over. "Brother Long, here you go." "What is this?" Long Aotian took it and took out what was inside. It was a few photos. The photos taken when he was at the waterfront of the bay. The photos of Ing Hu during her military training. And the photos of himself. With Long Aotian's line of sight resting on the photo of himself during his military training, Perry Hu was coy and a little embarrassed. "This one is the one I washed up inside the school. Give a copy to Brother Long." "That's nice. I quite like it." Long Aotian collected it and put it in his pocket. Hearing Lung say that he liked it, Hu Yueying's hand, which was quietly clutching the corner of his coat, relaxed. "Your school is so beautiful." Surrounding the lotus pond, Long Aotian couldn't help but say, "Aha." Ing Huyu looked at Long Aotian's back and her footsteps suddenly stumbled. Brain hit the back of Long Aotian, issued a muffled sound. "Long is so hard. It hurts." Long Aotian reached out and pulled Perry Hu. "Is everything alright? Why are you always so fidgety?" "Bumped in, I think. Let's see." Luckily, her long hair covered her feverish ears, and Hu Yueying said awkwardly, "It's fine. Maybe she's been gone for too long today." Words. Long Aotian pulled Ing Huyu to sit on top of the steps and patted his knees. "Feet. That's not good. Lung, hurry up." "Oh." Ing Huyu slightly bit her red lips. her eyes hanging down so that one could not see the expression on her face, and placed her leg on Long Ao Tian's knee. Feeling the shoes being removed, the body slightly stiffened. Feeling the socks also being removed, the body stiffened even more, until the small Giorgio was held by the warm big hand. The body immediately softened. Get some rest in the dorm tomorrow and have your roommate bring you a meal. Aha! Quietly raised his eyes to concentrate on playing Giorgio Long Ao Tian. The heart secretly said, sorry Long, not Yucking will not cheat people. Girls are the most will cheat people. Although said to play fair, but one only knows that Long likes to play Giorgio. Can only be so. Just hope that in the heart of Long can remember Yucking. Long, lighten up a little. Sorry, didn't control the force. Are there any girls? They say pretty girls are the best liars. Isn't that true? By the way, I'm begging for power generation. Quill. Love you guys. Chapter 168. I know I'm wrong. Adaptation and habituation. The initial tingling was like having electricity slamming through your body. Not to say your head goes blank, but you briefly forget who you are and what you're doing. After the first experience, the second wasn't so bad. At least the tingling was a little less tingly, and his head was a lot clearer. But still, it was more than a little shy to be in such a mood when you watched with your own eyes as Lung's hands, so big, grabbed your own little Giorgio in one go. Suddenly Hu Yueying was stunned all around. The whole person instantly had a feeling that he was going to melt. Even his breathing couldn't help but speed up a lot. Ao Tian, Long, brother Long. Hu Yueying called out awkwardly. What's wrong? Hu Yu did not know what to say. She just looked at Long Ao Tian's hand with a red face and then lowered her head. Seeing this, Long Ao Tian also snapped back to his senses. Oops. Ha, got it wrong. Look at me, this is really care is messy ah. Retracted the palm that was placed on Perry Hu's delicate and glossy leg, but the other hand always dominated Perry Hu's small Giorgio. The legs are fine. Hu Yu whispered. Well, I just checked and it does seem to be fine now. Hearing Long's words, Hu Yueying slightly raised her eyes to look at Long Ao Tian's mouth. Feeling that the dead duck's mouth is used in Long's body is simply an incomparable fit. Hesitating for a moment, he still asked, Brother Lung, do you like Yuck Ying's feet a lot? How can you think of Lung like that? I'm a proper dragon brother. Long Ao Tian, some do not rely on Hu Yueying. This is to think of themselves as what kind of person? Is he that kind of person? Who doesn't know that I, Long Ao Tian, am the most decent dragon? Seeing that his little follower was injured and even personally went out to check for him, Long Ao Tian felt that there wasn't a big brother in the world who did more than he did. Looking at Long's serious look, Hu Yueying felt funny. Smilingly looking at Long Ao Tian, got it. Long is the best Long, and the best, most serious Long too. At first glance this is not wrong at all, but the more I think about it, the more I feel that this is not what I would say when coaxing these little girls. Hu Yueying, you even dare to flirt with Lung now? It looks like it's been a long time since I cleaned you up. No Lung, I didn't flirt with you. Don't bully Yucking ah. I know I'm wrong, dragon. After separating from Long Ao Tian, Hu Yueying's footsteps suddenly became brisk as she walked towards her dormitory. As soon as he entered the door of the dormitory, he was immediately surrounded by his roommates, in a hurry to come back. Thought what happened? The result is a quick wash of foot and then hurried out. Now back. Not the same ah. The smile on the face. Let them look at some excitement. It's not right. It's definitely not right. Yucking went out after washing Giorgio. This behavior is so weird ah. Yeah, I came back specially to wash my feet. Why does it feel weirder and weirder the more I think about it? They're right. Yuck, you're catatonic. Hu Yueying eyes dodge. She thought first do not laugh, but today really happy. Emotions, such things once on the head, is really difficult to use reason to control. At least the current Hu Yueying is out of control. No, I wash my feet because it's too hot, and you say it isn't. Look at the smile on your face. Hu Yu subconsciously touched her small face. No, right? You guys are also too exaggerated. Another roommate directly took out a mirror and pointed it at Perry Hu. Look at your own eyes right now. Mirror in the corner of their own eyes slightly raised. Eyes between the flow of light as if the first melting of spring water. Charming show. The smile was all over his face. Even the laughter in his eyes was coming out. Hu Yueying rushed to cover her small face. When she was bullied by the girls in the past, they always scolded her for being a fox charming child. And she never knew what a fox charming child actually looked like. But seeing herself in the mirror today, Hu Yueying seems to know a little. I'm sleepy. I won't talk to you guys. Hu Yueying put down the mirror, took off her shoes and went to bed. In the face of her roommate's jokes, Hu Yueying tucked her head under the covers and didn't listen, but some of the words couldn't stop coming into his ears. Finally the head peeked out and retorted, not at all. Lung is the most decent of all. Hu Yueying couldn't say anything about the three of them, so she could only recover the summer cooler quilt over her head. Haruki, Haruki, Haruki? A palm suddenly shook in front of her, and Li Qingxue snapped back to her senses, looking at her housemate in front of her and asking in confusion, "What's wrong?" The roommates laughed and looked at Li Qingxue, snickering, "Still saying what's wrong with us? You've been staring at the bottle cap in your hand from the time you came back and giggling, and we wanted to ask you to go along to wash it, and called you for half a day." "Ha, yes?" Li Qingxue really didn't hear them calling themselves. "Of course I have. What's so magical about this cover? It can make you look so mesmerized." Li Qingxue hurriedly put the bottle cap in her bosom. To others this bottle cap is just a useless bottle cap, but to herself, this bottle cap is the evidence that she and Long Ao Tian, that bad guy, indirectly kissed. No way. "Haruyuki, are you pining for sex?" Looking at Li Qingxue began to laugh again. A few roommates really cannot look at it. The smile is also too sweet. "No pining for spring, just really happy today," Li Qingxue said seriously. Today was the happiest day she had ever had in this strange city. By far there wasn't one. Rafting with Long Ao Tian, he even leaned on his body, and helped him wipe his sweat, and he said he was so good looking. "Stinky man, always teasing me and asking me to call you brother. Who are you calling brother?" Hearing her roommate's words, Li Qingxue hurriedly pursed her lips. Bad heart, how to say out? Hastily forced a sophistry. "Go not to wash? Hurry up and go, if you're late there will be no hot water," said the first to pick up his toiletries and walk out. Lying on the bed, Lin Yuzuru stared at the ceiling and took a deep breath. "Why do you seem a little unhappy today?" "Evening?" Lin Kuan-ning shook her head. "There's no unhappiness. In fact, I'm still quite happy in my heart. Truth be told, there was an element of happiness in my heart to be able to hang out with Long Ao Tian and 2 new friends today, but there's still a little bit of an indescribable flavor." Perry, who was very nice, a very well-behaved, obedient and gentle girl. Li Qingxue was also very nice, a lively and spirited, very cheerful girl. Shaking his head, he forced himself not to think so much. "I'm not so bad myself. It's just that I came to know my brother relatively later." Chapter 169. Early the next morning, Long Ao Tian beautifully slept in the dormitory. Yesterday was so tiring. Going out with the girls was really more tiring than a day of military training, resulting in Long Ao Tian, who never loved to sleep, taking an unprecedented nap today. Old Ao, wake up." Feeling someone shaking his arm, Long Ao Tian opened his eyes in a daze. Into his eyes, he saw the 3 righteous sons who were already neatly packed and slightly sobered for a moment. "What are you guys doing? Is today some magical day?" To know that in addition to the first day of official reporting they cleaned up so neatly. From the beginning of military training, when have I ever seen such a proper them? For a time Long Ao Tian doubted if today was any day. "You first wake up. Yesterday old Su about on Wang Lijuan. But this kid does not compete timid. We as his righteous father, naturally when it is time to take action. Screw you son thief. How dare you call yourself my righteous father?" Su Shuai was immediately reluctant. "The last time I brought rice." Li Longlong hadn't finished speaking. Su Shuai hemmed and hawed. Righteous father. Between Bandai and his righteous father, Su Shuai chose Bandai from his heart. Huang Fei snapped his notebook shut and said with a grave expression, "After talking on paper for so long, it's time for a real battle." Looking at the 3 righteous sons this solemn, Long Ao Tian directly got up and dressed without saying anything. "Wait for me to wash up." 10 minutes later, the 4 heavenly kings of the 147 men's dormitory stood in a row and walked out from the dormitory building. *********, I realized we are just too pushy. Don't you say anything? We're more pushy. Right. Today is Marshal Su's home ground. Let's keep a low profile. Old Ao is right. Today is my home turf. So all of you keep a low profile." After Su Shuai finished speaking, he gently tossed his hair. "When the time comes, you guys have to cooperate with me, so that I can perform well in front of Wang Lijuan. Are we going now?" Badminton Hall. As Su Shuai spoke, he even made a swinging motion into the air. "This is my strong point, so of course I'm going to put on a good show. Don't worry, I'm not interested in Wang Lijuan." Huang Fei coolly stuck one hand in his pocket. "That's right, my target is still Han Xiaojing." Li Longlong also tossed his hair and said. Su Shuai smiled. "Wang Lijuan's roommates will also come over today. Otherwise guess why I'm pulling on you 2 losers? Just me and Lao Ao together don't directly hand in hand? Hey, what are you talking about? Righteous father, see you. I've seen girls flip their faces faster than a book. I didn't realize that you kid isn't bad either." Long Ao Tian also teased from the side. A few people had arrived in front of the badminton court while they were talking. Suddenly Su Shuai, who was leading the charge, paused violently. "What's wrong?" Su Shuai's face was incomparably grave, and looking at Long Ao Tian, The three of them couldn't help but be nervous as well. A moment. Su Shuai just slowly said. I just felt as if my cell phone vibrated. Li Juan sent me a letter. Before the words were finished, Long Ao Tian's trio directly went to work. You big shot. A shocker. Su Shuai heatedly smiled, not caring about being kicked twice. Playfully took out his cell phone from his pocket. I'm not thinking that the atmosphere is a bit tense. Regulating the atmosphere. Took out his cell phone and looked at it. Li Juan and her roommates are already inside, so let's go straight in too. It was a day off, and with it still being morning, the badminton court wasn't really crowded. Just as I entered, I saw 4 delicate figures doing stretches. Let's not talk about the face, but the body alone is definitely considered pleasing to the eye. Su Shuai dry swallowed a mouthful of, brothers, today is my home field, you have to take it easy. You didn't say Shen Mengjie would be here either. You didn't say Han Xiaojing would be here either. Huang Fei and Li Longlong subconsciously began to straighten up their hairstyles and clothes after seeing Shen Mengjie and Han Xiaojing. Hey, what do you guys want? Didn't we agree that today is my home ground? Seeing Huang Fei and Li Longlong in this state, Su Shuai was a bit anxious. I'm sorry, brother. Let's the 4 of us show our skills today. After saying that, he let out a lewd laugh and ran towards Shen Mengjie. Holy, I knew you, girl. I didn't expect you to be so Thai. Wait for me. Li Longlong also ran up unwillingly. Wait for me, ah. Today is my home ground, ah. Su Shuai was visibly flustered for a moment but also quickly came back to his senses and chased after them towards the back of the 2. Lan Ao Tian looked at this scene and couldn't help but laugh out loud. These guys were just too much fun. Lan Aotian's 4 were seen by several people. Wang Lijuan. Since they came in, especially the look of surprise in their eyes fell on them with precision and flawlessness. Boys like girls whether it's their face, body or personality. And girls like the same feeling of being liked and pursued by boys. Xiao Jing. I'd say that Long Ao Tian will definitely come. Shen Mengjie whispered in Han Xiaojing's ear. Hearing these words, Han Xiaojing couldn't help but be flushed with a blush at the tips of her ears. Wang Lijuan and another roommate, Zhang Mengmeng, couldn't help but touch Han Xiaojing with their shoulders as well. Not saying anything, but the smiles in their eyes said it all. This is a line that the sisters sold their sex to hold for you, but you have to grasp it. Wang Lijuan crickets. You guys stop talking nonsense, okay? Han Xiaojing was a little too shy to raise her head at the words of the trio. Well, let's talk nonsense, right? Meng in a while you jump twice in front of Long Ao Tian. Shen Mengjie joked. Zhang Mengmeng couldn't help but sidle up at his words. Although Zhang Mengmeng is not particularly outstanding in terms of face value that category, but the figure is the best of the 4 girls. Low to see the toes is the world's best color. Used in Momo body especially suitable. Her personality is also different from Han Xiaojing's quietness, as she is of the shy type. At this moment, when she heard this, her little face instantly blushed. So you guys are in the same dormitory, ah? Huang Fei was the first to run over, but after running over, he didn't know what to say, so he could only make up hard nonsense. Shen Mengjie laughed. It's not like you asked me. Compared to several other roommates in the dormitory, Shen Mengjie's experience is at the senior level. Seeing Shen Mengjie smile at herself, Huang Fei slightly hung his head and couldn't help but smile as well. Hello. Li Longlong was a step slower compared to Huang Fei, who practiced sprinting, and came to Han Xiaojing, greeting her in a small voice. Han Xiaojing nodded her head slightly, but her gaze was directed towards Long Aotian who was not far behind her. Li Juan, can I call you like this? Su Shuai also came to the opposite side of Wang Lijuan. On the cell phone when they didn't meet, Su Shuai might have ruffled feathers, but in the face of a real person, it was a bit of a letdown. There are so many people. There's no shame. Wang Lijuan blanked Su Shuai. Although he was blanked, Su Shuai was still quite happy in his heart. After all, there was no rejection, wasn't there? And old Huang's 10 core theories of love is not also said. The most important thing to chase girls is to be thick-skinned. Su Shuai did not have any advantages. Thick skin counts a little. Hello, my name is Long Ao Tian. Long Ao Tian came in front of Zhang Mengmeng and introduced himself with a smile. Hello, my name is Zhang Mengmeng. Zhang Mengmeng faced Long Ao Tian and said in a small voice. 8 people. And kind of a passive grouping done in this meet. Chapter 170, a girl who knows how to use her body to her advantage. Compared to the other 3 groups, Long Aotian and Zhang Mengmeng got along most normally with each other. From the very beginning, Long Ao Tian was placing himself in the position of a wingman to share some of Su Shuai's firepower. Today's home field is Marshal Sio's. Tired? Rest for a while? Long Ao Tian asked as he looked at the flushed Zhang Mengmeng. Zhang Mengmeng nodded. In fact, it is not tired. Just playing badminton sometimes need to jump a little bit. Jump a little bit. Feel the waves of the chest. Or a little bit of release. Long Aotian bought a few bottles of water. Handed Zhang Mengmeng a bottle and sat down as well. Han Xiaojing saw that Long Aotian wasn't fighting anymore and also looked at Li Longlong to indicate that she should rest for a while first. Naturally, Li Longlong wouldn't say anything about this, but put down his racket on his ass and followed him. Drink some water and rest for a while. Seeing the two come over, Long Aotian pointed to the water on the ground and hinted at Li Longlong with his eyes. Li Longlong naturally understood in seconds and took 2 quick steps, taking 2 bottles of water from the ground and handing one to Han Xiaojing. Thanks. Han Xiaojing smiled and nodded her thanks. No need to thank you. After Li Longlong finished speaking, he also didn't forget to give a thumbs up to Long Aotian where the others couldn't see. People who are not talkative will enjoy observing. The small action between the two was naturally seen by Zhang Mengmeng, who was sitting beside Long Aotian and could not help but laugh out softly. Hearing the laughter, Long Aotian turned his head to look at Zhang Mengmeng, smiled and shushed, signaling that it is good to watch. Do not say it. When Zhang Mengmeng saw Long Aotian's gesture, she smiled coyly and then nodded. It wasn't long before the remaining 4 also came over. With Li Longlong's previous experience, Su Shuai and Huang Fei both came over first, picking up water bottles and actively handing them to the girls. Shen Mengjie took the water bottle and stood in front of the crowd, directly opening the cap and drinking. She was dressed in a few girls inside the relatively revealing, flat tight belly exposed, tight pants set off the perfect legs, tilting her head to drink water. The belly slightly surging is an indescribable manly. Thanks. After drinking the water, he shook the water bottle in his hand with a light smile at Huang Fei, who was looking dumbfounded. A set of moves directly pinned Huang Fei to death, fishing from the head to the tail. Actually, Shen Mengjie's behavior is quite seductive, and her good-looking body is great. Only all are people with goals, except for Huang Fei. Others are more restrained. Even if they are looking, they don't dare to look directly at the doll like Huang Fei. Su Shuai first kicked the nearest Li Longlong with a toe-to-toe kick, then frantically gave him a wink. Old Li, practice for a while? Let's go. Li Longlong was also looking forward to showing off in front of Han Xiaojing, so he immediately picked up his racket and walked up. The two started a mad show-off of hitting skills, a volley of dunks at all angles, at all heights. One is also showing off his strengths like crazy, displaying jumping ability beyond the norm, especially when they felt that the 4 girls gathered together, sometimes whispering, sometimes laughing out softly. Both of them felt that they were being told that they were handsome, and so they showed themselves even more vigorously. But Su Shuai himself is playing this, acting very relaxed, in the process of sparring, but also talking to Huang Fei sitting on the side. Old Huang, want to come along? This was something that had been agreed upon in the dormitory before, with a 1-on-2 or even a 1-on-3, the main fight highlighting Su Shuai. Calling you. Shen Mengjie tilted her body back, seemingly to find a more comfortable angle, but in reality, this action perfectly revealed her figure. At least Shen Mengjie, the girl, knew how to utilize her strengths, a move that whets the appetite. Sure enough, as soon as he heard this, Huang Fei immediately requested to fight. He couldn't wait to show how powerful he was in front of Shen Mengjie. It was only when he faced 2 badminton balls that Su Shuai became a bit more serious, but he felt that he was even more handsome at this point as he fought 1 against 2. It is true in fact that the way a guy focuses when he is doing something seriously does become a little different in the eyes of a girl. At least Wang Lijuan's gaze towards Su Shuai did become a bit more. Shen Mengjie gently touched Han Xiaojing with her shoulder, similarly signaling her with her eyes to go talk to Long Aotian. Han Xiaojing looked at Long Aotian with hesitation, making Shen Mengjie somewhat helpless. Long Aotian? Shen Mengjie raised her eyes and smiled at Long Aotian. Long Aotian looked at Shen Mengjie. Shen Mengjie leaned sideways on top of Han Xiaojing's shoulders, her soft waist bending out a graceful depression in her waist as she moved slightly sideways, setting off her waist as if it were boneless, with a delicate curve. Han Xiaojing's slightly tense appearance and her loose, light smile were even 2 very different styles. Standing from a male perspective, Han Xiaojing was also beautiful, but with such an ensemble set off, most men's eyes would still remain on Shen Mengjie's body. She's so good at using her body to her advantage. Such a girl. Long Aotian didn't doubt for a second that Huang Fei, the boy, would be hung into a warped mouth. What's wrong? Seeing the pure look Long Aotian gave himself, Shen Mengjie raised her eyebrows. Aren't you going up to play for a while? Boys love to express themselves in front of pretty girls. It's a gene engraved in their bones. Girl's heart will be slightly more mature than the boy's heart slightly more mature. For boys' childish desire to show is not to see. Just some people enjoy it. Some people are happy with it. If it's normal for a guy at this stage of life to be confronted with a pretty girl who wants an invitation to behave herself, a very large part of the people will be pleased, and then fall into fantasy. Why does she actively seek to talk to her? Is it hard to look favorably on yourself? Finally Dash decided to show himself in front of the pretty girl, but to Long Aotian, such a hormonal emotional outburst was capable of self-control. For example, you put a sports car in front of Dragon Aotion, and you say, Dragon Aotion wants to try it? Long Aotion might be a bit impressed, but not necessarily try it. But if you put a forklift in front of Long Aotion, you say again, does Long Aotion want to try it? He would step forward without hesitation and say ecstatically, okay. This shift on a psychological level is very special. 18 is young. Wow. The sports car is so cool. When you're a little older, a car is just a means of transportation. As long as it can protect you from the wind and rain, 18 is in the prime of life. And here I go. Here's a forklift/excavator this big. A little older. Where? Let me see. Not to mention that only last night, he himself had seen the little follower's both innocent and flirtatious and provocative appearance. It's sage time to watch everything now. To put it bluntly, it doesn't feel like much. So Long Aotion just smiled without replying. Shen Mingjie froze for a moment. She had thought of many possibilities, only she hadn't thought that Long Aotion would laugh it off, retrieve the body to sit back, smiling eyes with an interesting gaze, but did not leave the Long Aotion. Confused our righteous father, God certification. This makes me feel so excited. Thank you for the gifts sent. Thank you little brother and sister power generation and gifts. Vulture nothing to show. Soon to be New Year's Eve. Vulture will give you all an early kowtow, Quill. Always love you. Chapter 171, will bully your sister. The moment Shen Mingjie retrieved her body, Han Xiaojing pursed her lips and stole a glance at Long Aotion. She was so afraid just now that Long Aotion would agree with Shen Mingjie's words, but when he saw that Long Aotion just smiled and didn't move, his heart inexplicably felt a little happy. He's a little different from the other boys. Shen Mingjie whispered in Han Xiaojing's ear. Hearing this, Han Xiaojing remained calm on the surface, but the tips of her ears were already slightly red. It was indeed different, not just letting her have the watermelon, but some of her daily performance during military training. Han Xiaojing would pay a little bit of attention to Long Aotion. Obviously he was the same age, but he had an aura about him that was different from all the students in his class. He is mature and caring and takes care of people's emotions without making it awkward. Looked less hot-blooded not to fight, but no matter what to do or doing very well. Always inadvertently give a person a very reliable feeling. It seemed like she only needed to be a protected little woman in front of him, and Han Xiaojing felt this way from time to time, and these feelings are not felt at all in other boys. If there was a difference, the difference between Long Aotion and the other boys was reflected here. As it was, she was able to tell that the Li Longlongs were trying to behave themselves, but Long Aotion just watched from the sidelines, and if he was needed, he would not hesitate to go up and act as a supporting role in wingman, but when he wasn't needed, he would sit quietly, like a bystander watching, laughing and enjoying himself. The feeling wasn't even deliberate. He was really enjoying himself and enjoying it. A bottle of new wine and a bottle of old wine. Although both are wine, they are really different. Han Xiaojing quietly took out her cell phone, constantly cheering herself up in her heart, and finally looked at Long Aotion. Long Aotion, can we? Long Aotion looked at Han Xiaojing before she could finish her sentence. The badminton ball took on a parabolic fall to the side. I've only just finished warming up and you guys can't. Su Shuai's trio walked back, spinning their rackets in their hands as they spoke. It's true that guys look their best in areas where they are confident. Su Shuai's face couldn't be said to be ugly, but it wasn't considered handsome either. At least it was most ordinary when he was in the dormitory, but in this moment, he was the most handsome. The courage that Han Xiaojing had managed to muster was all gone in one interruption. Shen Mingjie watched all this in her eyes, and her eyes with amusement kept scanning on Long Aotion. Let's all have a meal together at noon. Huang Fei looked towards Shen Mingjie and inquired with a smile. Yeah, let's have a meal together. Su Shuai wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Wang Lijuan and smiled. The date was a success, and the group was happy. It's just love. It's a big deal. It's just a matter of courting a girl. Youth is in its own right, and anything is possible. After eating lunch together, 147 the 3-day king of love felt that he had made flying progress with the girl of his choice, and after sending the girls back to the dormitory was thrown into a brief revelry. How about old Ao? I did pretty well today, right? Su Shuai asked excitedly. Not bad, but I've seen Lang Lijuan put her eyes on you more than once. What about me? What about me? Li Longlong asked anxiously as well. The reason why they all asked Long Aotion was because inside this dormitory only Long Aotion had experience in love. Next door to the music college cool school flower. Last time the initiative to come to the dormitory to find his 2 school flower level beauty. Casually take out one. Long Aotion is not so much as to steal girls with them, so ask Long Aotion is the safest. Didn't pay much attention. Long Aotion said truthfully, it's impossible for me to frantically observe girls while they are watching you guys play, right? Huang Fei nodded. thinking that old Ao wasn't that kind of person, so he didn't continue to ask. But in his heart Huang Fei still felt that his progress today was quite big. Shen Mingjie smiled at herself several times, and also intentionally or unintentionally showed her body in front of herself. What does that mean? It means it's only a matter of time before he takes Shen Mingjie. What's the saying? Having a goal gives you motivation. And all in all it's all about confidence now. Just then, Long Ao Tian's cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar local number. Long Ao Tian looked at his excited right sons and walked towards the balcony to pick up the phone. A very polite voice came from the phone. May I ask if it's Mr. Long Ao Tian? You are? I'm a second-hand housing agent in Hadian district. We've contacted each other in the group before. I have a set of unused quadrangle in my hand now. Do you have time to come and have a look? Hearing this, Long Ao Tian immediately made an appointment with Cui Yong. I'm going out. Casually packing up and getting ready to go out. Where are you going? Old Pride? Not going out together at night? Seeing Long Ao Tian going out, Su Shui asked. Today, they had agreed to work together as wingmen for themselves, but as a result, these two grand thieves came up and competed to be the first to try to express themselves in front of the girls. The people were asked out by themselves, and they said it was their home turf today? Only Long Ao Tian was sticking around to be his wingman. I won't go at night. Wang Lijuan is quite good. Come on, righteous father looks after you. When Su Shui heard this, he also couldn't help but scratch his head. Sometimes he was also accurate in reading people. With Long Ao Tian's words, Su Shui was even more determined. Walking under the shade trees, the hottest part of the day has passed, and with the windy Kyoto, the weather is just right now. Brother! Long Ao Tian raised his eyes to seek out the sound and saw Lin Kuan Yin waving her hand at him. Seeing Long Ao Tian stop in his tracks, Lin Kuan Yin trotted over. White skirt slightly raised with the footsteps. A soft long hair also fluttered in the wind. Exquisite small face is now charming spirit. You slow down late Ning. The three roommates behind her watched Lin Jining trot past, and couldn't hold back their snickers and laughter behind her. Lin Ao Tian came to Long Ao Tian's side, saw the navigation on his cell phone to consult the subway interface, used her hand to lightly wind-blown long hair, smoothed behind her ear, her white side face, so exquisite that people could not move their eyes. Brother, where are you going? Before they could speak, three of Lin Kusanaga's roommates came over as well. Brother? It's the brother of the hero who saves the day, isn't it? It must be, otherwise how could Lian Ning's nature leave us behind after seeing her brother? Look at how happy she is smiling now. Where is the appearance of the school's cool schoolgirl? Hi, we're Lin Kuan Ning's roommate and best friend. Hello guys, my name is Long Ao Tian. The girl who first spoke, chagrined, patted her belly. I'm full today. Spinning around, he laughed. Brother hero, you have to treat us to dinner, or else we'll bully your sister in the dormitory. Amused by this heroic brother. Well said. Please take care of late Ning from now on. Upon hearing Long Ao Tian's words, Lin Kuan Yin's eyelashes blinked slightly and she quietly raised her eyes to look at Long Ao Tian, her eyes flickering gently. Pulling up the long hair behind the ear of the half of the small white face floated faint blush. Chapter 172, If you have expectations in your heart, you'll keep on keeping on. Somewhat angrily, she glanced at her three housemates. If you keep eating, I'll see if you can still keep your figures. Seeing Lin Kusunari's sultry little look, the three roommates covered their mouths and laughed lightly, all giving Lin Kusunari an ambiguously flirtatious look. But they do know the score, and some jokes that go too far can really have repercussions. So he left on the pretext that he had something to do in the afternoon. Except that the three of them had to look back every now and then they got together to chatter again, and walked towards the inside of the Conservatory of Music. Watching the trio leave, Lin Kuan Yin said with some embarrassment, Brother, don't mind them, they just like to fool around. It's nothing, they're quite happy-go-lucky. Long Ao Tian didn't really care about this. That's how it's supposed to be at this age. Right brother, where are you going? Going out for a spin and checking out the house. Looking at houses? Is brother renting a house? Well, pretty much go ahead and check it out. Then can I go too? Lin Yin looked at Long Ao Tian expectantly. She thought to herself that if Long Ao Tian dared to reject her, she would be pampered, and she was bound to know anyway. Why rent a room off campus? One is no longer the kind of person who is so simple that he or she doesn't know anything about anything. There is a cat. It's all fine if you're fine. It wasn't a very mysterious thing that couldn't be known. So naturally Long Ao Tian had no problem with it. I don't have anything to do in the dormitory, so I'll accompany my brother to take a look. Lin Kusuning smiled and said, and I'd like to ask you about the online store. Okay, let's walk and talk. Looking at Long Ao Tian's back, the corner of Lin Kuan Yin's mouth lifted slightly. She had only known Long for a shorter period of time than Yuking and Xing Shui. Now that she and her brother's school is close, She can meet them from time to time and even have dinner dates, so she will make up for the time she missed with them little by little, trotting 2 steps to follow Long Aotian. Brother, it seems like the movie academy is up ahead. From afar, one could see many people gathering near the film academy. Long Aotian naturally also saw men, women and children either squatting or standing. A few people in groups smoking and chatting. It looks like their group is not students. This made Long Aotian think of the fact that there was also such a legend in his own world. Some people with dreams of stardom would gather here, waiting for someone to come here to choose a group actor when a certain movie starts shooting. And these people are gathered here for a glimmer of opportunity, remembering that in their own world there were indeed people who became grassroots stars as a result. And the success of one lucky person is what makes countless people come here in anticipation of being the next lucky person. These people should be waiting for the mass cast of the theater. Long Aotian said, I've heard of this before, and this is the first time I've seen it. Lin Kuan-yin looked at those people. Some were young and had vigor written all over their bodies. Some were also young but saw countless tiredness in them. They work so hard. It's all just trying to hold on to a dream in your heart. Is this really okay? Lin Kuan-ning asked in a small voice as she looked at Long Aotian beside her. Subconsciously, she felt as if this brother of hers knew everything. Subconsciously, one would think that he would have the answer to whatever it was. Perhaps, each one of them carries dreams in hopes of becoming a shining star one day, and as long as there is still a glimmer of expectation in their hearts, they will continue to persevere. Lin Kuan-yin understood the meaning of Long Aotian's words. It is because of the expectations of the heart, so regardless of success, they only strive to pursue for the one that is in their heart. Perhaps when one day this expectation in their hearts, expectations are worn out, they will leave here. But at least they have also insisted on working hard for their dreams. As he spoke, Long Aotian had already left the area with Lin Kuan-ning. Didn't get very far. Long Aotian then saw a man wearing a white shirt and black suit pants, probably in his early 30s, with some small belly, standing under the shade of a tree wiping his sweat while looking at his cell phone, seemingly waiting for something. Hello. Hearing someone speak, the man looked towards Long Aotian. Professional habit, subconsciously showing a smiling face. Hello. After saying that, he took 2 steps back, as if he wanted to make way. Looking at Cui Yong's movements, Long Aotian was amused. Hello, my name is Long Aotian. The name came out of the youngster's mouth, and Cui Yong was completely frozen for a split second. He heard Long Aotian's voice in his cell phone and only thought that this person was a bit young, but completely did not expect to be so young. You should know that courtyard houses are usually very dilapidated. To put it bluntly, although they are bigger but overgrown with weeds, not to mention heating, not even a toilet. Previously, when he chatted with this person called Long Aotian, he himself had once persuaded him that if he used the money he spent on the quadrangle to acquire other houses, it would definitely be more cost-effective than buying a quadrangle. But with Long Aotian's constant insistence, Cui Yong didn't want to lose this resource, which led to today's meeting. Hurriedly smiling, he said, sorry, I really didn't think that you were this young. At this, Long Aotian also just laughed. Really can also understand. Then let's go and take a look first? Long Aotian didn't want to delay, so he said directly, alright, it's nearby. Let's go and take a look first. Cui Yong said and led the way in front. Not long after, Cui Yong stopped at a dilapidated doorway. This is it. The green bricks and gray tiles look very dated from the outside. To put it bluntly, it's old and worn out. This yard has also been unused for who knows how long. It's overgrown with weeds, but the overall specs are pretty well preserved. Covering an area of about 300 square feet, it looks like a large mixed-use home. In Cui Yong's opinion, the purchase price of this shady, old quadrangle was more than enough to buy a house in another location. At the very least it's clean and tidy and you can move right in with a handbag. Let's not talk about anything else here. But even if you go to the bathroom, you have to run to the other side of the alley to get a public restroom. And if it's fully renovated it's going to be a big couple of W's. That alone seemed inappropriate to him. But he wouldn't say these things directly and explicitly. He was just an agent. And if he was able to sell it, he could still pick up a hefty brokerage fee. Seeing this scene, Lin Kuan-ning also couldn't help but quietly pull on Long Aotian's arm, signaling him to look elsewhere. No matter what, this rundown, as in a large, dilapidated place is not a good deal to rent in any way. Chapter 173, I'm not a very traditional girl. Brother, you don't really want to rent that compound, do you? Lin Kuan-ning asked again as they walked down the street. What's the problem? Although the size of this courtyard was far beyond his expectations, Long Aotian was also satisfied from the bottom of his heart. Lin Kuan-yin was not aware at the moment that Long Aotian was directly trying to purchase the quadrangle, so in her eyes, that messy and cluttered yard, even if she rented it, she would not be able to avoid a renovation if she wanted to live in the people. Wouldn't it be a waste to spend this money and not rent it later? And if my brother has just finished renovating the house, and those people choose to default on the lease and not rent it to my brother, wouldn't that be a basket case? Anyway, Lin Kusunaga felt that she was at a disadvantage. After saying what was in his heart to Long Aotian, Long Aotian amusedly rubbed Lin Koning's long hair. No one doesn't want to not be cared for. And for this little sister that he had only known for a short while to be able to think of himself in this way, Long Aotian's heart was kinda gratified. If you meet some superficial friends, who cares how you toss them? Don't worry, how can a person as witty as your brother Long lose money? Lin Kusuning shivered the moment Long Aotian's palm was placed on her head, as he gently stroked her. The feeling as if her soul was being pulled out of her body made her body a little bit soft, a feeling that she had never experienced before. It was very comfortable, obediently fitting into the movements of Long Aotian's hand, letting him play with himself, as if he was being controlled by Long Aotian with an unknown evil magic. Growing up, I didn't know that being touched on the head was so comfortable. As Long Aotian withdrew his palm, Lin Koning quietly opened her eyes to look at him, suddenly having the feeling that she couldn't escape him in this lifetime. It seems that both boys and girls unconsciously put a filter on their eyes for the first time they spring into action. It's not just the visual beauty, it's the infinite beauty that the heart yearns for. The boring life has a layer of heavy color. Belonging to their own world seems to become colorful for this. Brother, Lin Kuan-ning called out and quickly went up and took Long Aotian's arm. This afternoon, your sister wants to have all of your time. You're more bossy than I am. Well, I can actually be overbearing. Slender pink fingertips quietly hooked Long Aotian's palm, slightly nodded her head and hung her eyes, scattered hair above her cheeks, making it impossible to see her appearance at this moment. Do you have a favorite girl, brother? Why do you ask? Then I won't ask that. Brother, tell me what kind of girls you like. Lin Kuan-ning also felt that that question was too abrupt, so it was asked in a different way. Looking at Long Aotian's frowning expression, Lin Lian-ning pursed her lips, slightly bent down and gently shook Long Aotian's arm. Brother, tell me a little. A head of soft black hair fell on top of Long Aotian's arm, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Long Aotian's downcast eyes were suddenly stunned for a brief moment, and through Lin Ko-ning's drooping neckline, he was surprised to see a pair of snow-white glimpses in it that were joined together. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. This girl really didn't take herself as an outsider. Of course, the most fundamental thing was that Lin was unaware that she was already naked due to the height difference. Long Aotian pretended not to see anything, took a deep breath and said, I have in mind the ideal type. Non-worldly, flashy, stained, not chasing the red wine and green feast, do not apply heavy makeup and colorful posture, and even more to be free of the idea of adoration and vanity, gentle and lovely or slightly childish and awkward. But it's Rosie. This is not just Long Aotian's ideal type. This is the ideal type in the heart shared by all boys in the world. After listening to what Long Aotian said, Lin Ao-ning blushed slightly and unconsciously put her hands behind her back, her gaze pretending to look away carelessly, but in reality, she was just sneaking a peek at Long Aotian from another coy angle. She felt that what Long Aotian said she could match all of it. I have never been to a bar or any other place of entertainment, and I have been invited to parties, but I have never been there. Didn't wear that kind of heavy makeup and didn't pose gaudily in front of anyone, much less the idea of adoration. He himself is also quite gentle. His looks are considered agreeable, although he is cold in nature can be seen green and young. The most critical thing is that as long as in front of his brother he is very rotten. So in fact, Long Aotian also has a good feeling about himself in his heart? Is that why it was said in this more subtle way? Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Kuan-ning's mouth couldn't stop her smile from rising as she looked toward Long Aotian. Brother, come over here. What's wrong? Come here for a minute. Long Aotian only felt funny when he looked at this appearance of Lin Ko-ning, just like her roommate said, if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Who could imagine that a cool schoolgirl would be this clingy? The moment Long Aotian leaned down slightly, Lin Kuan-ning gently stood on her tiptoes, then quickly kissed him. Long Aotian was shocked for a moment, feeling the icy sweet touch on his lips tightly. His mind went blank. This one moment Long Aotian's mind was in chaos, until he felt the tongue with its sweetness clumsily pry open his own teeth, as if releasing a sizzling electric current that he was instantly lost in. Lin Yining closed her eyes tightly. She didn't dare to open them. All her movements were so stiff. Her arms wrapped around her. Her body seemed to be completely melting, willingly fitting into him, as if she could hear the sound of his violently beating heart. The original world. Long Aotian grew up in the orphanage. 15 years old, dropped out of school to wander in society, crawling and fighting for more than 10 years, and finally at the age of 28 years old himself to give himself a home. He knew many things, and had personally experienced many hardships and tribulations. But this was the only thing that made him not know what to do. The short kiss with Perry, who was more tender and loving, and more inwardly. He wanted to be responsible for and protect Perry, who. This kiss, there was more passion and desire. Long Aotian thought he had always been calm and self-control, but in this moment it was as if he would lose control at any time. Soft hair intertwined in her cheeks. Lin Wanning looked at the frozen Long Aotian. Her fingertips gently ruffled her own hair from Long Aotian's face. A slight gasp of ragged breath. The shyness of a young girl, and breath being plundered by her brother. Brother, it's the first time I've ever liked someone, and the first time I've ever taken this much initiative. And what I'm trying to tell you is that I'm not a particularly traditional and conservative a girl. As long as I'm sure of the person in my heart, kissing, holding hands I can accept and won't resist. As she said this, a blush once again appeared on Lin Koning's small white face, as if what she said next was so difficult for her to say that she could only adjust her emotions by doing so. Finally Lin Kuan-yin looked seriously at Long Aotian. If brother can also be sure of his feelings for me, even if he wants that, I'll take it slowly. Moon in the sea Dreamflower. See power generation heart not panic. Want all of you power generation, good behavior. Chapter 174 Has your heart ever beat for me? Looking at Lin Kuan-ning in front of him, who was clearly already too shy to speak, an indescribable feeling suddenly welled up in Long Aotian's heart. How could he not have imagined that this sister of his was such a sister? Without waiting for Long Aotian to continue speaking, Lin Kuan-ning said once again, I know this matter is a bit too fast for brother, and in the time I've spent with you, I can sense what kind of person you are. Speaking of this, Lin Kuan-ning bravely raised her head, and even though her little face was shy and did not want to be seen, she still raised her eyes so that her shy appearance was reflected in Long Aotian's eyes. Brother is a very good person. Brother seems to have never been in love. Late Ning has never been in love. This time the initiative really exhausted all the courage of Late Ning in his life. Can you try to have a relationship with Evening if you have a little crush on her too? Brother? I'm not forcing my brother to make a choice. Liking someone is essentially a very beautiful thing. Late Ning first stamped on my brother. And if my brother doesn't have a favorite, Late Ning isn't so bad either. Oh. Looking at the little woman like Lin Kasuniang in front of him, Long Aotian's mind was in turmoil. There were not two people in this world who could truly empathize with each other. The first time he saw Perry he could understand her, and that was because he had had a similar experience with her, so he understood her a little. But in this moment, Long Aotian looked at Lin Kuan-ning and seemed to be able to understand her for a moment as well. For her bravery, for her bluntness, a beautiful girl who was never short of suitors around her, is able to show her heart to herself so bluntly. She wished she could see her heart, so she felt it. Brother, you don't have to feel uneasy. We have only known each other for not long. Maybe you don't know me well enough yet, but there will come a day when you will slowly understand me a little bit, won't you? I just don't want to miss it. I'm not trying to bring pressure to bear on you. Brother, look at you now. As if you're intimidated by me? It's not like I'm some kind of flooding beast. Lin Kuan-ning laughed softly. These were the words from her heart. One would meet many people in one's life. But among these many people, it was really hard to meet one that one liked. She was able to determine her own heart, and she was also able to feel the difference between Ing Huyu and Li Qingxue towards Long Aotian. So yeah, Lin Wanning wanted to be brave for once, just like she said. There is nothing wrong with liking someone. On the contrary, in essence it is a beautiful thing. If this thing is wonderful, then why can't one be brave enough to pursue it? Lin Kusanagi left, and looking at Lin Kusanagi's back as she left, Long Aotian sat on the street curb, his mind unable to calm down for a long time. The distinctive fragrance belonging to Lin Kusunaga still seemed to linger between his lips and teeth. At the same time, Long Aotian was feeling amused that he was a bit of a coward compared to Lin Kuan-ning, always treating them like brats on the basis of having a 28-year-old soul in this 18-year-old body. If it was when he was 18 years old and met a girl who took the initiative to confess to him, what kind of mood would he be in? I don't know. When I was 18, no girl had ever confessed her love for me, so I didn't know, but it certainly won't be in the same mood as it is now. To put it bluntly, it's a bit of a wimp. Thinking of the way Lin Koning covered her mouth and laughed softly, her eyes curving into the shape of a crescent moon, the way the tear mole at the corner of her eye was so red, and the way she said to herself before she left, brother, if you don't know, ask yourself if there has ever been a moment when your heart has beat because of me. Before I met you, my heart was calm, and I'm not a person who likes to show my emotions outwardly. After I met you, my heart beat for you more than once. A hand was raised and gently stroked over the inexplicably throbbing and beating heart. The heart is beating so fast. Be still and feel the sound of your heartbeat. The sound of such a heartbeat has appeared more than once on its own. Suddenly the cell phone rang. The sudden movement caused Long Aotian to be bewildered for a moment, obviously still immersed in the previous scene, removed his cell phone and glanced at the caller ID. Spinning around, he picked up the phone. The phone is Chui Yong's slightly excited voice. About the house title has been asked, but the price of let's meet in detail, right? How much? Long Outyen directly asked. This courtyard is more satisfactory no matter the location or area. Long Outyen. 280W. Long Aotian thought about it and said, 260W. At this price not waiting for Chui Yong to finish his words, Long Aotian directly said, price you help me to negotiate. If it can be settled, the next perhaps also need to trouble you in helping me to find a few more suitable houses. Upon hearing this, Chui Yong, who had been hesitant just a moment ago, immediately sounded different, almost as if he was patting his chest and said, okay, don't worry, I'm going to go and renegotiate the price. Just wait for my call, brother. Okay, I'll wait for your call. For Chui Yong's words, Long Aotian didn't take it to heart because he knew that he would be able to talk it out. No one doesn't like money, including Long Aotian himself, who is very fond of money, so as long as it can be linked to his own interests, I believe he will be more anxious to talk about it than himself. It's in people's nature, nothing else, and the quadrangle isn't worth that much at this point in time, at least not until after the games next year, when Kyoto housing prices will skyrocket and the value of the quadrangle will become immeasurable. At the beginning, Long Aotian wanted to find some small quadrangles, with a price of about $500,000 to $600,000 kind of price, because these quads are good to decorate and are particularly easy to get out of the way. It's easy to get away with casually doubling it 10 times, 100 times. Seeing the courtyard today, although it was not in Long Aotian's consideration at the beginning, it could not help that Long Aotian was very satisfied with it from the bottom of his heart. After hanging up the phone, Long Aotian got up and patted his butt toward the subway entrance. Sitting on top of the bench seat, Long Aotian looked at the circle of friends in his cell phone's dynamics. The latest one is posted by Lin Kusuning. Finally brave for once. I'd like to say that I will slowly try to be known by you and won't cross the line. Simple words, but Long Aotian can read her determination to be brave and a little joy in these words. It wasn't necessarily right, but it was just what Long Aotian himself felt. Silly girl. After the message was liked, soon below this message of his own, he received an emoticon from Lin Kusunari. Looking at some interesting remarks, Long Outyen seems to be able to understand why Li Qingxue likes to see dynamic friend circles so much. Chapter 175, Late Ning, Ching Shui, Yucking. After seeing that Long Aotian had left a message for himself, Lin Koning's delicate and cold little face finally revealed another smile. At least now it seems that my brother has a little bit of goodwill in his heart for himself as well. With that thought in mind, Rinjin collapsed on the bed, clutching her cell phone. Thinking about what she had done earlier, Lin Yanning couldn't help but laugh. And to be honest, her mind actually went blank the moment she kissed up, because the mind falls before the body. From the first time she was rescued and helped by Long Aotian, she had already begun to fall. Fingertips gently stroked above her red lips. Her first kiss. As she looked at the chat interface, Lin Kusunaga's cool eyes curved slightly into the shape of a crescent moon, because she saw that the chat box showed, the other party is in the middle of typing. But there was a delay in sending the message. I guess my brother didn't know what to do for a while in his mind. It's okay, brother. Late Ning will always be there for you. Looking at the cell phone interface that flashes from time to time, input in progress. Lin Yin rolled over and placed the cell phone over her heart, her eyes twinkling with a smile like a flower. Brother, you are truly the heavenly devil star of my destiny. Thought about falling in love, but never met the person of choice. What I didn't expect was that I would fall so fast after meeting the right person. There is no way to satisfy human desires. Just like in the beginning, he just wanted to know the name of the person who rescued him or her. Just wanted to do something for this person who rescued him or her. Just wanted to do something for this person who rescued him or her. It turned out that from the moment he called him brother, the word brother had been a mere name. University of A. Women's Dormitory, Building 6 Center. Li Qingxue's favorite thing to do every day was to open Penguin to see what her friends were up to. Check out what they share about their respective lives and pass on the interesting things that are happening around them as well. Subconsciously refreshed before entering. This was to make sure I didn't miss out on any developments that had just been posted but hadn't gotten around to refreshing out. Fittingly, with the refresh, an update was soon refreshed by itself. Since there was a note, Li Qingxue knew that this person was her new friend, Lin Qingning. Finally brave for once. I would like to say that I will slowly try to be understood by you and will not cross the line. Seeing this dynamic, Li Qingxue hit her mouth and let out a light laugh. Trying to slowly be understood by you. Is this a kind of confession in disguise? Li Qingxue hugged her cell phone and lay on the bed cheerfully, wanting to continue to see some of the next rumors. But soon Li Qingxue was attracted by one of the messages. Silly girl. It was the Dragon Pride message that was right. And it was actually nothing in and of itself. But the only one who only gave a nod to Long Aotian was Lin Kuan-yin. It had to be said that Li Qingxue had an extraordinarily flexible head. Except for being rather slow in this aspect of relationships. Slowly try to be understood by you. And will not cross the line, shows that the acquaintance is not long. Just now also because of this sentence. One also guessed that this will not be a disguised confession. Combine this with the fact that Long Aotian, the bad guy, never leaves a message in the dynamic, but left a message under this dynamic of Lin Koning which is similar to a confession. For a while Li Qingxue could not help but associate many odd thoughts in her mind. Just her personal imagination. Of course, after all, he himself often posted dynamics, but Long Aotian never left a message for himself. Thinking of this, Li Qingxue sulked a bit. Shameless bastard. Big pervert. Big pig's hoof. You didn't even leave me a message. After all, I've made you little cookies, and taken you to throw rocks by the water, and kissed you indirectly. And you're a guy who has the leisure to leave messages for other people and not for me. The more Li Qingxue thought about it, the more angry she became. And it was also because she was too concerned that she was sulking to herself over such a trivial matter. I'm obviously very pretty, and I'm no worse than Lin Kuzunobu, and I'm even a little bit better than her in terms of body shape. At this moment, Li Qingxue really wanted to take Long Aotian immediately, and after making him like herself, she ruthlessly stomped on his face with her little Giorgio, and asked him why on earth he had left a message for Lin Kusuning and not for herself. Tell him he can only like and leave messages for himself from now on. No other girls allowed. Aha! You can like and leave a message for Perry who? You can't be jealous of your best friend. The heart has already made up its mind to clean up some other day, so that Long Aotian can take a good look at his own absolutely beautiful face. Humph. I'll charm you to death then. But on second thought, with Long Aotian's thinking like a big fool, can he see that he is seducing him? Shook his head. Forget it, don't think about it, find a time to ask Long Aotian out alone. Or else Perry who would still be embarrassed herself if she were there. After settling her little mind, Li Qingxue was instantly in a good mood again. To say that Li Qingxue's character like this is quite good. This is somewhat the same as Long Aotian. Yuck yuck, what are you getting at? Hu Yuing smiled and said, it's nothing. Timothy coy. Curious, my roommate asked, what does this mean? Perry who was embarrassed and put away her cell phone. No, it's nothing. Really? Yuki, you're getting more and more secretive now. It's not just secrets anymore. It's seeing color. Hu Yuing can't talk to them. They always love to joke about themselves, making themselves ashamed. Although they knew that they also just loved to joke. Nothing bad, and would bring food for themselves. But the shyness was their own shyness. So he hurried back to his bed, not giving them a chance to joke about themselves. Reopening her cell phone and looking at the 4 words Timothy Coy, Hu Yuing pursed her lips and took a deep breath. Her goal has always been clear, to sell clothes. For what Lung said, she believed it, but she didn't just believe it. Long can take himself. He does not want to drag Long's legs. And about what Long said about the 4G era, Hu Yuing has a fantasy in his heart. If the 4G era is a leap forward about society, then this is really an opportunity for Ying Hu. She didn't want to disappoint Lung's expectations of her, so whatever she did she would do her best. Since Lung wanted to see himself become strong and good, he would try to become stronger and better. Maybe if Lung sees how he has changed and how much he has grown, he won't be treating himself as a grown-up child. One has seen one's heart clearly for a long time, and for that reason one is immensely determined. Chapter 176, then let's keep it like this and our relationship. The following day, lunchtime, Long Aotian's 4 people finished assembling and came to the restaurant. This way walking everywhere is the Club Zhao recruiting. Looking at the people are messed up eyes. Have the brothers inquired clearly? Su Shuai asked solemnly. There's too many. I still need to think about it. It's just as well that when we have nothing to do in the afternoon, let's ask Han Xiaojing and the girls if they're planning to join that club. Li Longlong proposed. Huang Fei, on the other hand, looked at Long Aotian. Old Ao, did you come all the way over here to have any interest? Long Aotian shook his head. I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Just as the words were finished, the cell phone rang. Long Aotian glanced at the caller ID. Knowing that it was Cui Yong's side that should have gotten results, he said, you guys eat first, I have something to do. Looking at Long Aotian's back as he left, Li Longlong called out, then let's see what happens and enroll you as well. The other side. Cui Yong called Long Aotian's phone with great anticipation, but the phone rang for a long time without being answered. For a while Cui Yong couldn't help but think a lot in his mind. The biggest thought was, it couldn't be that Long Aotian was playing a trick on himself, right? After all, Long Aotian is too young, such a young person. but he is looking at the old courtyard, and opened his mouth as if few million. The more he thought about it, the more Chui Yong's mind became a little anxious, was about to make a call to Long Ao Tian in. As a result, Long Ao Tian's phone was the first to call. Seeing the caller ID, Chui Yong hurriedly picked up the phone. It was too noisy just now. Have you asked? Hearing this voice, Chui Yong's heart immediately settled down. Negotiated. This is not thinking about noon. Want to ask you to have a lunch together. And look at the contract. Could be. So where are you now? I will go pick you up. Hearing the word can, Chui Yong subconsciously used honorifics to Long Ao Tian. Okay, I'll drive over there now. Just wait a little while. After hanging up the phone, Long Ao Tian walked towards the outside of the academy. This is different when you go to college. You can leave the school anytime, anywhere. No need to climb over the wall, no need to do anything. Walking out in the open. It didn't take long for a small black sedan to stop across the road. Chui Yong get off. Cannot help but feel inwardly, or a student will be able to buy a house in Kyoto. The family background is certainly not the same. I've booked a restaurant. Let's get something to eat first. Arriving at the restaurant's private room, Chui Yong took out the contract and the real estate as well as a series of formalities. That can I ask? Why do you like the courtyard? Chui Yong felt that the courtyard was damp and cold in winter, stuffy in summer. There was no toilet, no bathroom. In short, if it was him, he couldn't look at the courtyard. If he had this money, he would rather acquire other properties with no hassle and a good environment, which is what Chui Yong really thinks inside. Long Ao Tian laughed. It's nothing. I've always been attracted to ancient buildings since I was a child. Oh, so, Treyan didn't say anything more. 18 years old and raised with a love of old buildings, it was an obvious desire not to say anything more. Treyan didn't continue on the topic, but all the same, he really admired this heart of Long Ao Tian. He is doing this, received countless people. Those people are all kinds of pick and choose. Sometimes receive a customer can really put a person to exhaustion, but there really aren't many people like Long Ao Tian who can take one look and settle down. At that moment, he also informed Long Ao Tian of the original situation after his negotiation. But that side is also in a hurry. They can accept the price you mentioned, but they have to settle it all at once. There's no problem with that. With Long Ao Tian's words, this matter was considered truly settled. Immediately greeted Long Ao Tian, eat well and drink well. If not, Long Ao Tian does not drink. Chui Yong would want to blow a bottle directly to celebrate. His commission for a successful transaction is a lot. An afternoon, Long Ao Tian and Chui Yong first went to the real estate transaction center to verify the house ownership and property rights. The contract was signed directly after that, paid for the house and went through the closing process. Originally, Long Ao Tian thought it would be more troublesome, but he didn't expect it to go surprisingly smoothly. Congratulations, brother. Chui Yong gave the housebook to Long Ao Tian. Looking at the item in his hand, Long Ao Tian couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. By the way, Chui, do you know any companies in Kyoto in terms of decoration? There is, Chui Yong said. I can introduce you to a reliable one. With me in the middle. No matter what, definitely won't make things difficult for you. Thank you in advance for your labor. Trey, this is all a show of hands. The main thing is that I can make friends with my brother, and being a brother is also happy, Chui Yong said with a smile. Walking outside, Chui Yong looked at Long Ao Tian. Where are you going now? I'll drive you. If it's possible, I'd like to make a trip to the renovation company first, design the renovation drawings, and then we can start construction according to the drawings next. The current decorating style, compared to Long Ao Tian's original decorating style, did have some essential differences. Ancient architecture combined with modernization. Long Ao Tian felt it was very interesting. Okay, that's no problem. I'll take you there first. It was not until after 7 o'clock in the evening that Long Ao Tian returned to the middle of the dormitory. Hands already have a rough design. Long Ao Tian, some ideas can be added in the design, and so on to determine down can directly start construction. Back in the dormitory, I took a shower and hurriedly laid down on the bed. If you talk about physical labor, Long Ao Tian one can top two. In the case of brain, Long Ao Tian inexplicably will feel incomparably tired. Obviously I didn't do anything this afternoon, but even though I'm tired, I'm beautiful. This was also considered his first house in Kyoto, and the anticipation in his heart was no less than a child finally getting his favorite toy. Cell phone vibration. Long Ao Tian glanced at his cell phone. Then he got up and came to the balcony to look towards the bottom. 3 minutes later, Lin Kuei-ning looked at Long Ao Tian in front of her and let out a light laugh. I thought you were all afraid to see me. This is for you, Long Ao Tian said softly after catching it. Evening Ning, why don't you take a walk together? Good. Walking on top of the tree-lined path outside the school, Long Ao Tian thought about it or decided to say directly. Evening Ning, Actually, I haven't considered going into a relationship for the time being. I respect anyone, more than feelings. Does brother hate being with me? Lin Wanning asked rhetorically with her eyes downcast. Long Aotian shook his head. So does brother hate kissing me? Long Aotian paused for a moment. Lin Ning laughed softly. If brother doesn't say anything, it means he doesn't hate it. So this matter is not complicated. What do you mean? Lin Kusunaga said seriously. My brother doesn't hate seeing me or kissing me. And since yesterday's incident doesn't embarrass either of us, it's good for us to keep our relationship in such a state for now. Thanks for sending the God certification and a variety of gifts and power generation. Vulture, thanks to everyone's support all the time. I really do not know what to say some to express their inner feelings. In short, from the heart, thank you. I wish us all to be good. Quill. Love you guys. Chapter 177. Everything in the past is an illusion. As Lin Ning said, she was not the type of person who was particularly traditional and conservative when it came to relationships. Every human being aspires to good things, and likewise every human being is qualified to pursue them. Lin Ning couldn't ignore the fact that she did have a soft spot in her heart for Long Aotian, so as far as she was concerned, maintaining this current state was quite good. In slow contact, slow understanding. It's like what Long Aotian said, he respects anyone, and will likewise respect anyone's feelings. Then one will just respect Long Aotian. Who says only boys can pursue girls? Who says girls with a cool exterior won't actively like a guy? Long Aotian had the feeling that his head couldn't keep up with the pace when he looked at this serious Lin Ning. Is she really innocent or not? It always felt as if she had misinterpreted her words in some way. Himself said he didn't want a relationship right now. She said then just keep it the way it is. After a long time, Long Aotian slowly said, in fact, you don't have to be like this. More or less it seems as if I'm a bit irresponsible. I don't need you to be responsible for me. If even having a crush on someone required the other person to be responsible, no one in this world would dare to fall in love. And maybe in the course of slowly getting along, you'll develop a crush on me too? Or maybe in the course of slowly getting along, I'll meet someone who has a crush on me and I have a crush on the other person? Speaking of this, Lin Ning turned to face Long Aotian, her eyes flickering slightly. Or does it mean that brother actually has a bit of a crush on me as well? So he plans to not move, but wants to be responsible for me as soon as he does? It's amazing how you can create such a sense of contrast between what you look like on the outside and what you are on the inside. Do your friends know that? Lin Kusuning hummed softly. And underestimating people. I'm not as fragile as you look. And I understand what you're saying. You're just too old-fashioned. You seem to know everything. But it's precisely because you're so through that you're a little pedantic. You're not going to decide that you're the only one in your life just because I'm a little bit attracted to you. Are you? Looking at Lin Ning's light-hearted appearance, Long Aotian felt more and more puzzled, as he was a bit unable to figure out what exactly was going on in her mind. Some of the things she said didn't seem to make sense. Was it a shame to have a little crush on someone? No, it's certainly not something to be ashamed of. However, Long Aotian felt that there was another indescribable emotion in her words. Maybe it's like Lin Ning said, she's overthinking it. You're just like one of my uncles, even the way you frown when you think about things. Long Aotian pretended to sigh helplessly, then shook his head and said, that's true. You really give me a headache. What then? What else is there to do? My damn nowhere charm. You're so stinky. Change your nosy personality in the future. Although Lin Ning had only met Long Aotian because of his nosy behavior, she had been especially grateful for it. However, regarding the matter of meddling in other people's business, Lin Ning did not want Long Aotian to be doing it anymore. Perhaps one is despicable, but she was more worried that Long Aotian would suffer something bad because of it. When these words were heard among Long Aotian's ears, Li Qingshue's crying red face inexplicably appeared in his mind. She had also said this to herself. The way I cried and red-nosed then. It's still kind of funny and happy when I snap to it now. I'm not always nosy. After saying that, Long Aotian was ready to take the fruit tea that had been placed aside. And almost at the same time, Lin Ning had already placed the fruit tea in front of herself. Glancing at the fruit tea, he whirled around to look at Lin Kusunaga, who looked at himself with a similar smile. The moment their eyes met, they both smiled in unison. Is this a tacit agreement? Count. Taking a sip of the fruit tea, he looked over at Lin Kusunaga. I've never heard you sing, so why don't you perform? Fine, but you're not allowed to laugh at me. Lin Wanning got up, the smile on her face suddenly becoming condensed under a deep breath. If there were levels of face changing, Long Aotian would be willing to call it number 1. The shift in temperament is only momentary. She has a very unique vocal range, and the lyrics are given a voice that turns them into pleasant music to the ear. It was as if the kagome in front of her was covered in a layer of fog, and everything around her became illusory. the shifts between the tones of the voices intertwine into a sense of life and death, light and darkness, a sense of division to the extreme. Such a beautiful sound easily touches the heart of the listener. After a long time, as the song fell, Lin Korea gently opened her eyes. The song fell. Long Aotian leaned on the bench, slightly narrowed eyes slowly closed. Is it good? Good sounding. Clear singing is so good. I can't imagine how good it would sound if accompaniment is added. Long Aotian didn't exaggerate a bit. His unique voice coupled with skills and feelings, even if it was a clean singing, it made him succumb to the song. Receiving Long Aotian's affirmation, Lin Kuan-yin was secretly a little pleased. Tentatively, he gently pulled Long Aotian's clothes. I've sung for you to listen to, tell me about you too. I don't have much to say because I'm kinda bland, and if it wasn't for the little heel, I probably wouldn't even be in college. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuei-ning was silent for a moment, then continued, tell me about it. I've sung for you to hear, so brother must be fair. Long Aotian wanted to say, but he didn't know where to start, because the previous Long Aotian was quite inhuman, and also because his own inexplicable arrival in this world was too fantastic. After thinking about it, he still said, in fact, I'm not afraid to say that you don't believe it. The first friend I met was Perry Who. Ha ha ha, doesn't it feel quite bull asterisk 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 asterisk? A little. Is it hard not to have a friend in the 10 years of life before you met Perry Who? But the fact is true. The first friend I met was indeed Perry Who, and at that time Perry Who was a sufferer. It felt like anyone could take her down a bit. So it was you who helped her? Lin Yujing's mind recalled the way Hu Yueying looked when she was by Long Aotian's side. A kind of dependence. A kind of trust. It's not accurate to say that I helped her. She helped me. Because at that time I was confused. Even a little bit scared. I have no way to describe to you how I felt at that time. In short, I helped her and at the same time I made myself feel the meaning of existence. Lin Ying listened quietly. She wasn't a party to it, so she had no way to empathize with it. But she was a good listener. She didn't know why Long Aotian hadn't deliberately talked about his former self, but from his account of the second half of his senior year, she heard a ripping change. It's a strange feeling. As if it's a different person, a different life, and everything in the past is an illusion. What is true is that he met Perry Who, and in the process of helping Perry Who, he slowly found his own meaning, and eventually slowly had a sense of belonging. Chapter 178, The Luckiest Man in the World. Brother, Lin Kuan-ning called out to Long Aotian. What's wrong? Long Aotian looked at Lin Kuan-ning in confusion, but realized that her mood seemed a bit off, still wondering if I said something. In the next second, the soft body with a gust of fragrance jumped into his arms. Her body was soft, and the older generation always said that a woman's body was made of water, which was not without truth. For a while, Long Aotian did not dare to move. It was a long time before Lin Kuan-ning's voice slowly sounded. Brother, you're so lonely. From the words that Long Aotian had recounted, Lin Kuan-yin slowly began to feel them from the perspective of a listener. She felt so lonely for this brother of hers, as if he had been missing many years of his life. As if he had suddenly awakened from a dream, and was so unfamiliar with everything around him. He had no friends around him. His life was so monotonous that he didn't even know what he was supposed to do with himself for a while. Yes. At first Lin Wanning thought that her brother had helped Hu Yueying, but actually not. Brother in the process of helping Perry Who, completed a kind of self-help. When I heard the word loneliness come out of Hayashi Kusanaga's mouth, Long Aotian's body was stunned for a split second. Then his nose and eyes unexpectedly felt a burst of acidity. It's loneliness. Waking up from a sleep to a strange world. Facing countless strangers. One is like an alien in it. Why when he came to the very beginning of this world, Long Aotian liked to be quiet. Because people who like to be quiet are lonely. Why Long Aotian can read Hu Yueying? It is because Long Aotian sees the same loneliness in Hu Yueying. Step by step to teaching Hu Yueying to change. How is it not a step by step to change yourself? Long Aotian took a deep breath, desperately trying to suppress his sore eyes and nose, and while faking a smile, gently patted Lin Kuan-ning's back. Alright, if I knew you were so emotional, I wouldn't have said anything to you. Get up. Are you trying to mooch off me while you're at it? Lin Kuan-ning was instantly swept away inside by Long Aotian's words. Who mooched off you? What I'm trying to say is that you have a sister now too. You're not alone anymore. It turns out that every one of them has an illusion. It turns out that even someone like Long Aotian has a vulnerable place inside. Hearing you say that, I feel like I'm probably the luckiest person in this world. Long Aotian joked. Lin Kuan-ning smiled. Then I should be considered a lucky person too. There are always countless kinds of robberies in a person's life. And thankfully, no, fortunately, the hard ones that happen to you are blocked by your brother. How is it not a blessing to defeat the bad guys and protect yourself and your reputation? The two were silent for a few moments. the shade of the trees, the streetlights, the night sky, the quiet atmosphere. This comfort washed away the earlier unawareness. It's late, let me send you back, Ryoga Long Ao Tian said. Aha! After sending Lin Quan Ning back to the conservatory, Long Ao Tian also returned to the dormitory. The moment he saw the three righteous sons, the emotions in Long Ao Tian's heart suddenly changed. Old Ao, you're finally back. Guess what club we sign up for? Definitely a big perk. Oh. Ha ha ha, you're so lewd. Old Ao definitely couldn't guess. Look who can be despondent in such circumstances. Swimming club. Ah. Old Ao, you did not guess it. Ha 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 ha, too good. Simply too good. Ah. Can you believe there's a swim club at our college? Long Ao Tian smiled. Quite good. I'm optimistic about you guys. Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately boarded up their faces. Out of the ordinary. Old Ao, you're out of the ordinary. Do brothers look like loners? That's right. We 147 four heavenly kings can only advance and retreat together. So we signed you up too. How about a bash? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Long Ao Tian laughed and followed them. Old Ao, why do I feel that your smile is so fake and not as happy as we thought? At the words, Long Ao Tian laughed even more cheerfully. Even tears are laughing out. Shook his head to look at the three. I can't water. Ah. This statement was made. The three immediately stopped laughing. Su Shui, I forgot. My underwear hasn't been washed out yet. Li Long Long, oops. It's time. I should go to bed. Huang Fei, I'm going to the balcony to have a cigarette. Wait before you get busy. Let's discuss the truth. I think I can let you have an arm. Long Ao Tian hadn't finished speaking. Dormitory 147 slammed out three silhouettes. Long Ao Tian stiffened and turned back to look at the open door of the room, as well as the disappearing trio. You big shot. There are no surprises. Swimming is also part of the sports major. In the words of Huang Fei, a real man is one who faces up to inadequacy. What is in the heart of anyone who talks about adapting in advance for the old pride is unknown. Basically, after the club orientation is over, there will be a small gathering. So let's come over early to familiarize ourselves. That is, you see, the old yellow in order to make a reservation is also painstaking, but also thoughtful to put the swim cap and swimming goggles are ready. You just resign to it, do not struggle. Lao Ao, to be honest, if I had a body like yours, I'd damn well stay here every day and show my body hard. Long Ao Tian glanced at Huang Fei without any good humor. This grandson is seeing that Shin Mengjie has joined the swimming club, right? Huang Fei didn't care, and he smiled heatedly. Who let you stay out of the dormitory all day, always running outside? You didn't see the progress of our dormitory's raiders. As Long Ao Tian began to take off his clothes, the three of them twitched their mouths. Why do I feel like it was a mistake to call old Ao over here? Such a mood was instantly wiped out after walking through the quiet passageway and emerging inside the pool. This is more exciting than looking at long legs on campus. Be serious. Don't lose the face of our four kings of dormitory 147. A figure emerges from the pool water and comes to the edge of the pool, seemingly to go ashore. Ha! You guys are here too. After seeing the four heavenly kings, Zhang Mengmeng smiled and greeted them. What a coincidence. You guys are here too, Huang Fei said with a smile. Seeing Huang Fei, Zhang Mengmeng lightly rolled her eyes. What did she mean by what a coincidence? She still didn't know what Huang Fei was thinking. Manjie is over there. Thanks, Huang Fei said as he walked quickly in the direction of Zhang Mengmeng's finger. Looking at Huang Fei's back as he left, Zhang Mengmeng pursed her lips and took a deep breath as if she was somewhat helpless. Retracting his gaze, he realized that the well-built man in front of him, with a size that would make you blush, hadn't followed him away. Somewhat puzzled, why didn't he follow along? Could it be that he was waiting for himself? Thinking of this, Zhang Mengmeng's small face cannot help but rise a touch of redness. Quietly look at Long Outyen. From the bottom to look up, Long Outyen's capital is particularly prominent. Immediately do not pass the ice, have some panic. How do you not go? I don't know water. Over here in the shallow pool is just right. Long Ao Tian went to the pool and said with a smile. He was not trying to be brave. This place was just right. Hearing Long Ao Tian's words, Zhang Mengmeng gently nodded. Looking at the way the water droplets slowly slid down from Long Ao Tian's robust body, shedding a water stain mark, he could not help but quietly look twice more. He's in great shape. Would you say it's a kind of fate that we met because of a novel? Anyway, for me it's a kind of luck. Really, thank you all for always supporting Vulture. Chapter 179, Admit It, Traitor, or no one will get you. The week went by fast. After this weekend, there are only 3 more days of classes to go before the 7-day mini vacation. So what are the brothers' plans? The one who spoke was Huang Fei. He originally wanted to ask Shin Mengjie to go out for a trip together. It would be best to go to a place that was farther away, and he could cultivate his feelings during the trip. Even if the tour is over and it's far away, It's too late to go home even if you want to, so you can go to a hotel and make do. But the imagination is beautiful, but the reality is unusually bony. Yes, he was rejected, plus he did not want to go home, so he wanted to ask the other people's intentions. Ugh, not much of a plan. Li Longlong secretly sighed. His thoughts coincided with Huang Fei's, but it still ended badly. I don't know if he didn't try hard enough, but it always felt like there was a layer of something between Han Xiaojing and him. You can still smile and talk when you see each other, and you can go out on dinner dates together when there's a lot of people, but the only time you try to ask her out is when you're always rejected. As it is, one messages her to ask her out, only to have her first ask who else is there. When she said it was the two of them, she refused outright, with a feeling that all her strength was directly impacted on Cotton. Had ha ha, had ha ha. As the two spoke, a slightly lewd laugh entered the ears of the two sorrowful people. Look with the source of the laughter. It was seen that Su Shuai had his head covered, and the sound came from his blanket. Huang Fei and Li Longlong looked at each other, then slowly approached Su Shuai's comforter, followed by lifting it in one go. In the quilt, Su Shuai was lying on his back on the bed, holding his cell phone with both hands, looking at the cell phone interface and continuously emitting lewd laughter. Suddenly being lifted off the quilt, Su Shuai was like a frightened bunny and hurriedly hid his cell phone. With a slightly flustered expression, he looked at the duo. What's going on? What do you mean, what for? Huang Fei and Li Longlong appeared to be talking to Su Shuai, but their gazes simultaneously fell on Su Shuai's hidden cell phone. The purpose of our 147 is to support all sides when a brother is in trouble, not to abandon and not to give up. But you even had second thoughts about us. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Su Shuai immediately retorted, still saying no. What were you doing just now? How dare you hide under the quilt and secretly play with your cell phone and make such a lewd laugh? How dare you say you don't have second thoughts? Su Shuai gazed at Long Ao Tian. Old Ao, you say a fair word. Long Ao Tian got down from the bed and stood beside Huang Fei and Li Longlong. Admit it, traitor, or no one will be able to help you. When these words came out, Huang Fei and Li Longlong froze and looked at Long Ao Tian, because Long Ao Tian gives them the feeling of always being that very fair and mature. Noticing Huang Fei and Li Longlong's line of sight, Long Ao Tian looked at the two of them suspiciously. Why are you looking at me? Let's look at this traitor together. Originally, he had thought that old pride would be able to speak up for himself, but now it seemed that he had paid wrongly after all. Facing the three unscrupulous lines of sight, Su Shuai directly broke. I said you guys promise me that you must pretend you don't know, otherwise you will lose a good father. Watching the three nod their heads, Su Shuai didn't know what he had thought of, and suddenly revealed a particularly bizarre and happy smile. X3, your ing. Shoo. Su Shuai jumped up and directly blocked Huang Fei and Li Longlong's mouths with his hands. If you damn well dare to shove your foot in my mouth, I swear I'll whack you to death. Long Ao Tian looked at Su Shuai's foot reaching out, his forehead veins popping. Calmly Su Shuai scratched his head. That's how it is. Wang Lijuan won't let me tell you guys. So the three righteous fathers, you must keep my secret. Long Ao Tian patted Su Shuai's shoulder. I can feel out Wang Lijuan is a pretty good girl. Treat people well. Don't always think about those crooked things in the future. Su Shuai touched his head and smiled heatedly. I know where my level is. I didn't aim very high at the beginning, and Wang Lijuan is still the first girl whose finger I touched. For her to agree to go out with me, I honestly feel it's worth it. Huang Fei sat back on the bed and lit a cigarette looking lonely. Honestly, I can be single, but my righteous son can't get off the hook before me, and to see you succeed in your date, it's harder than killing me, but as a brother, I still want you to succeed in your confession. It's okay, don't be sad. I didn't have a successful date either. I'll stay with you. Li Longlong put his arm around Huang Fei's shoulder and said with the same despondent look, off girl. That's meaty. Suddenly the two looked at Long Ao Tian and couldn't help but ask, Old Ao, are you going out? I didn't see you for 2 whole days last weekend. Are you going out again this week? Well, there's something. Huang Fei and Li Longlong looked at Long Ao Tian and Su Shuai. Busy? It's good to be busy. With Long Ao Tian and Su Shuai going out. In the dormitory there were only 2 widows and orphans, old people, left who were looking at each other with a lackluster look. After going out together, Long Ao Tian received a message from Li Qing Shui. Long Ao Tian, we're going to look for you. Don't come. Long Ao Tian replied. A university. Li Qing Shui, who was cleaning herself up in the dormitory, heard the sound of a cell phone ringing and immediately looked over. But when he saw the reply Long Ao Tian gave himself, the whole thing was a little overwhelmed at first, then his mouth puckered enough to hang a beer on. But the next moment, there was silly joy. The short-lived vacancy in his heart just now was quickly filled. And his mouth, which could hang on to the bottle, couldn't stop rising, and his entire being radiated happiness and joy. According to the location sent by Long Aotian, he searched with navigation and then quickly replied, take subway line 15, 5, 6 kilometers, no need to transfer, walk 800 meters out of the subway. Maisie cleaned himself up, and then went downstairs to wait for Ing Hu. Walking out of the door of the No. 6 female dormitory, I saw that Ing Hu was already sitting in the long corridor. Simple collocation, quietly sitting there. The bones emanate out of the charm and gentleness, so that a person looks. Calm mind cannot move their eyes. Perry who you also saw Li Qingxue and couldn't help but brighten up and said with a smile, Qingxue, you're so pretty today. Yes, is it? Li Qingxue was a little embarrassed as she raised her hand to pull her loose hair behind her ear. Was it really that obvious? Today's Li Qingxue, less of a jumpy naughty, more of a dignified and gentle. The act of raising her hand and pulling up her hair added an indescribable beauty to the first love-like haziness of her body. Chapter 180, A Secret Base in the Future. Fruit Tea Shop. Long Aotian sat on the chair waiting for the fruit tea to be packed. Suddenly his eyes went black, a cold touch came from his face, and a faint fragrance lingered between his nostrils. Guess who I am? Who are you? Long Aotian asked with a smile. I'm the Demon King. Are you afraid? I'm so scared you don't want to hurt me. The mouth said scared, but there wasn't a little up and down emotionally. When the surrounding people saw this interaction between the two, one of them couldn't help but reveal an ant's smile. Lin Kuan-ning put away the palm covering Long Aotian's eyes and sat down beside him, looking straight at Long Aotian with one hand on her cheek. Liar, you're not scared at all. Don't look at me so calm. But in fact, I've long been afraid of death in my heart. In regards to Lin Kuan-ning, Long Aotian didn't know what to think in his heart. She said, then just keep it the way it is now. Indeed it did, as if the earlier kissing of herself had been erased from her mind. Maybe I don't have a heart as big as Lin Kuan-ning's, and I occasionally think of. After just a short while of silence, Lin Kuan-ning gently tugged at the corner of her coat. What are you thinking about? So lost in thought? It's nothing. While he was talking, the fruit tea ordered by Long Aotian was also ready. Handing one of the cups to Lin Kusunaga, he then asked for a new one, as he hadn't expected to meet Lin Kusunaga here before then. Brother, are you ordering so much to bring to someone? Well, Perry Hu and Li Qingshu. When she heard those two names, she didn't say much but just nodded her head and said, oh, I heard my brother talk about his old days the other night. In fact, the heart is quite envious of Perry Hu, but only envious, because she is not Perry Hu, did not meet her brother in advance. From another level in her heart for Hu Yuing there is a little bit of gratitude. If not for her, he would not have met his brother here. Li Qingshu is the second friend my brother has met, and it's like an older man meeting a quirky teenage girl. She brought joy to her brother, and even though the two were always mostly bickering when they saw each other, it was a bond that no one could break. On the contrary, he has known his brother for the shortest period of time. Thinking of this quietly looking towards Long Aotian, secretly cheering for himself. So what does it matter? Sooner or later he will also occupy a part of his brother's heart. So he looked at Long Aotian. Brother, I also want to go see Yuqing and Xing Shui. Brother, is that your roommate? Lin Kuan-ning asked softly as she watched Long Aotian uncomfortably cover his forehead with his hand. At the words Long Aotian looked up and glanced at the side, lowered his head as if shy to know Wang Lijuan, and Tangled want to come over to find their own talk. Su Shui. Su Shui was also very embarrassed, not to say embarrassed. After all, the promise of a date with Wang Lijuan could not be told to others, because they were all in the same class, and girls are always thin-skinned, afraid of being up in arms, and even more afraid that if it doesn't work out in the end, it will be even more embarrassing. The result was coincidentally sitting on the same subway as Long Aotian. At this moment, Su Shui suddenly remembered a sentence Long Aotian had said back then, it's best to find a girlfriend or find a schoolmate or another class. As far as possible, don't look for one from your class, so as not to be embarrassed later. So that's how it was. Su Shui realized, because it was indeed a little awkward. It's a good thing the awkwardness didn't last long. Soon Long Aotian arrived at the station and when he went out, he passed by Su Shui. Old Ao, you've arrived? After saying this sentence, Wang Lijuan beside him was obviously stunned for a moment, and Su Shui even wanted to slap himself on top of this broken mouth. Long Aotian also did not think. This ing bear all the way. He has been pretending not to see. The result should get off. He gave himself such a sentence. What old pride. You've got the wrong person, don't you? I don't even recognize you. After saying that, he pulled Lin Kuan-ning and rushed out the moment the door opened. The moment he rushed out he vaguely saw Su Shui give himself a thumbs up. Lin Kuan-ning looked at her small hand being pulled by Long Aotian, her eyes smiling as she walked out, and likewise gave Su Shuai a thumbs up. As the car door closed, Long Aotian and Lin Kuan-yin looked at each other, then smiled at the same time. You're not wrong. Su Shuai is my roommate, and earlier when we were in the dormitory, we were asked to keep it a secret. That does seem rather awkward. However, Lin Kuan-ning soon realized that this subway entrance was the same one that she and her brother had walked through earlier when they were looking at houses. Brother, did you still rent that house? Aha. Brother, didn't you listen to anything I said last time? Lin Kuan-ning really felt from the bottom of her heart that it was too unprofitable. Maybe your brother and I are picking up the pieces. Long Aotian finished not dwelling on this point and led Lin Kuan-yin towards the subway entrance, looking at Long Aotian's back, as well as holding his hand. Well, Lin Kuan-yin didn't say anything else. Although they had known each other for a short period of time, she was sure that for this little brother, she must not have made such a decision in a brainwave. Walking out of the subway entrance, it didn't take long to see Ying Huyu and Li Qingshue's figures, handing the fruit tea in his hand to the duo. Neither knows to find a shady spot. Li Qingshue took the fruit drink. Yaking is afraid of you, a big fool. Come over and not see us in a hurry. At those words Long Aotian looked at Huyuing, Perry who shrugged her shoulders obediently. I'm very obedient. This pure desire and show innocent little face. Make obedient appearance. Long Aotian really super wanna pinch the face. Pinch her little face red, and then look at her water moistened eyes timidly look at their own. Say, don't bully me okay? This girl is best bullied when she's well behaved. Let's go. Take you guys to the secret base. Long Aotian waved his hand and led the three little ones towards the courtyard. Opened the quad gate. It was full of weeds and some discarded stuff that had been cleaned up by hired laborers. The overall look is not just much better than the initial clutter. Lin Wanning had known this for a long time and wasn't too shocked. On the contrary, Hu Yuing and Li Qingshue were a bit shocked as they looked at the courtyard in front of them, and then looked at Long Aotian who had a smug and smelly face. Brother Lung, did you rent this courtyard? That's a must. It's just a simple cleanup right now. Haven't started renovations yet. Li Qingshue stood on her tiptoes and touched Long Aotian's forehead with the back of her hand. You don't have a fever either. Renting such a compound and spending money to decorate it yourself. How much would that cost? Go go go. Don't curse me. Long Aotian took down Li Qingshue's hand on his head, said heading inside. Lin Yujing looked at Hu Yuing and Li Qingshue and helplessly shrugged her shoulders, meaning I've already persuaded them, but it's no use. The three little ones looked at Long Aotian's exasperated back, and when it came down to it, they still helped Long Aotian clean up. Give the vulture's face. Don't force me to get on my knees and beg you to send power. Generate electricity. Have mercy on the children. Chapter 181. Tell me, do you have plans for us? During the packing process also saw the design drawings in Long Aotian's hand about this quadrangle. Is this the design of the quadrangle? Li Qingshue inquired as she looked at the things on the desktop. Aha. Long Aotian responded. Can you read it? Remove the word? Li Qingshue blankly glanced at Long Aotian, looking at the design drawings on the desktop. She knew that this guy couldn't be pulled back by 10 oxen. Ying Huyu also went up to look at it more. In fact, for Long's words, she especially believed in it. From taking himself in to make money, to his sharing of future social trends, all of these sorts of things are somewhat forward-thinking. Long must have his own ideas about what to do. So of the three little ones, Hu Yueying was surprised and accepted quickly. Inside, it was more like, with a rented place, he would be able to cook and eat for Lung every day after he purchased some tools for himself. It's been a long time since I've cooked for Lung, and I don't know if Lung still likes his meals. Long Aotian stood in the courtyard with the drawings and shared his design ideas. What do you think? In the face of Long Aotian's question, the three little ones looked at the design, combined with the layout of the courtyard, brainstormed, and began to think freely about how they would design it if they were themselves. They say 3 heads are better than 1. The design was constantly being refined, and Long Aotian came over today, not only to tell Ying Huyu and Li Qingshue that there would be a secret base in Beijing in the future. It was also more about refining the design draft based on the layout of the quadrangle. After all, it is the place where you will live in the future. So of course the more detailed the better. And the sooner it's finalized, the sooner construction can begin. Looking at the fruit tea that Lung had already drank up, Ying Hu whispered, Lung, where is the store? I want to go buy something. The movement of Long Aotian's hand paused for a moment. He hadn't really paid too much attention. I know. Let me take you there, Lin Kuan-ning said with a smile, looking at the smiling face of Lin Yujing as she looked at herself. Hu Yueying also gently nodded. Good. Watching the backs of the two men as they left, Li Qingshue's eyes moved slightly, and she looked sideways at Long Aotian. You're renting a house here, and you're asking for our opinion on the decoration. Do you think you're having designs on us? Right. This is all seen by you. Long Aotian replied with a smile while using his cell phone to contact the decoration company salesman. Li Qingshue's small face surfaced a touch of redness. And in her heart she castigated this guy for being so blunt, not even pretending for a moment. It's not even enough that he has designs on himself, but he even has designs on Yuking and Evening Ning as well. Your kind of thinking is bad. Li Qingxue lightly bit her red lips and whispered, "What's wrong with that?" Long Aotian asked rhetorically as he looked at Li Qingxue with amusement. Li Qingxue skimmed her small mouth. It was true that no boy would feel bad in such matters. With a slight twitch of his mind, he thought again about what he had said about his good looks on the boat ride together last week. Humph. So this guy has been plotting against me for a long time. Thinking of this, Li Qingxue couldn't help but have a small hint of sweetness bubble up in her heart again. But on second thought, it was surprising that he not only had designs on himself, but also on Yuking and Evening Ning. Immediately pretended to be old and taught up Long Aotian, although you are very robust now. But this is only because you are still young. When the age and a little bit older, you definitely will not be able to do it. This made Long Aotian feel funny. No other way. Li Qingshue's green and childish little face, suddenly slatting her face. There was an inexplicable sense of contrast. So he couldn't help but tease. "Don't worry, my body is twice as good," said, also made a fist and tightened his biceps. Looking at the muscles on Long Aotian's arm, Li Qingxue suddenly messed up her mind. Body times great? Then, will she not be able to endure it? Just think of her face uncontrollably hot again. I didn't expect this guy to act so mature and humorous at first, and now he's straight out of his original form. Couldn't take it anymore, and in that case, it was time to take the initiative myself. Looking at Long Aotian's back, although there was still a little panic in his heart, after 2 deep breaths, he gradually firmed up, walking forward. "Long Aotian, I have something to say to you." Long Aotian turned back. "Say what?" The courage that was originally drummed up was extinguished a bit the moment Long Aotian turned back. Well, she still overestimated herself a bit, especially now. Face to face, being looked at by Long Aotian, his heart became even more nervous. 2 steps back. When people are particularly nervous, it's like their brains are deprived of oxygen and they can trip over their 2 little feet. Dragon Aotian. Ha ha ha. Li Qingshue's actions directly amused Long Aotian. A hand held her waist and stabilized her. "Are you stupid? The road is so flat you could trip over yourself?" The body leaned into Long Aotian's arm, which was even closer. Although Long Aotian was laughing and mocking himself, all that was heard in his ears was his concern for himself. The water bottle in his hand fell to the floor. Long Aotian laughed at Li Qingshue's stupidity and looked up with a smile. The smile on his face gradually stiffened and finally disappeared. "Seeing who you stood in the doorway." The frozen look makes people inexplicably feel a burst of heartache. Holding in his arms just bought back the water, are dropped on the ground. Lin Yueling was the one who could best feel the shift in Hu Yueling's mood. On the way back, Hu Yueling was still talking and laughing with herself, but these pleasant emotions disappeared in this instant. "What's wrong?" Long Aotian asked as he came forward. Li Qingshui also followed with concern. Seeing Long Aotian and Li Qingshui's concerned looks, Hu Yueling laughed. The water didn't hold steady and fell on the ground. "I thought something was wrong." Scaring brother Long. Picking up the water on the ground, he touched Perry, whose long hair in passing. Feeling Long's palm gently resting on her head, Hu Yueying's emotions were instantly a little out of control. In front of anyone, Hu Yueying's emotions will not be easily mobilized, but in front of Long Aotian, every move of his own emotions will be changed for it. As early as in her hearting, Hu Yu has already taken Long Aotian as her third relative besides her grandparents. Forcing a smile, he gave the water in his hand to Haruyuki and Evening Ning. I'm going to the restroom." Watching Ing Hu Yu trotting into the public restroom deep in the alley, retracting his gaze, "Come in first." In the alley, Hu Yueying leaned her back on top of the wall, looked up at the sky, and took a deep breath. Perhaps it was at this instant when she saw Long encircling Qingxue that Hu Yueying realized that she cared more about Long Aotian than she thought. He is a ray of sunshine that shines in one's heart, and one shudders to think how sad one would really be if one were to lose this ray of sunshine. Chapter 182 Angry Yi Liangchen. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the emotions churning inside. Retracing his steps out of the alleyway, he headed toward where Long had rented a place. "What's wrong?" Just after walking to the door, Long Aotian, who had been waiting here, asked softly, looking at brother Long, who was specifically waiting for himself here. Hu Yuying's heart warmed and she lightly smiled. "It's okay, I was just in a hurry to go to the bathroom. Is Long waiting here specifically for me? Otherwise, Haruyuki almost fell down just now. I just helped out in passing." Long hadn't had to explain himself, but he had done so on his own. In Hu Yuying's heart is an indescribable emotion. tilting her head to look at Long Aotian. Her heart became a little happy. I know. Looking at Ing Huyu's eyes looking at her with a glint of light and laughter. Long Aotian gently rubbed her long hair. Feeling Lung touching himself, Huyuing gently rubbed his palm. Really liked it so much. Liked Lung touching himself so much. Promise Lung that whatever it is, don't keep it to yourself. And tell Lung if you're unhappy. I know. I will. Huyu Ying's voice was soft, full of all the dependence on Long Aotian. Brother Long, I will also cook for you in the future. Okay? Ing Huyu laughed. Before, Brother Long said, when there is a place, I will be your little cook, and I will cook delicious food for you every day. That's great. I've been craving your skinny congee for a long time, and the spicy fried chicken. I'm drooling just thinking about it now. Hearing Lung say this, Huyu Ying was super satisfied in her heart. Laughing? Long Aotian looked at Huyu Ying smile at the moment and smiled along with her. You should just smile more often because you look confident and good when you smile. Being complimented by Lung, Huyu Ying would be shy and blush. But more than that, she was happy in her heart. I'm already out of the subway. Seeing this message, Shui Xiaohua took a deep breath and turned back towards the direction of the subway entrance. As expected, a figure running wildly in this direction was seen. Here, over here. When Shui Xiaohua saw it, he hurriedly waved his hand towards Yi Liangchen. Why did you come so late? There was a hint of displeasure in his tone. Shui Xiaohua had been quietly and secretly observing Huyu Ying ever since he chose to work with Yi Liangchen. When he saw the two of them, Ing Huyu and Li Qingxue, walk out of the school gate this morning, he sent a message to Yi Liangchen. The results didn't come through until now. Yi Liangchen rubbed his brow. There was something going on last night, and when I got up and saw your message, I didn't even have time to wash up before rushing over. What's the situation now? He said and patted Shui Xiaohua's shoulder. Shui Xiaohua sniffed his nose, only to feel a fishy odor follow. This smell was still somewhat familiar. Seeing Shui Xiaohua sniffing his nose, Yi Liangchen awkwardly coughed lightly twice and retracted his palm. Don't get distracted. Tell me what's going on now. I'm going to prepare to strike. Being interrupted by Yi Liangchen, Shui Xiaohua could not care about anything else and began to recount the details of tracking down Huyu Ying and Li Qingxue along the way. While Shui Xiaohua was narrating, Yi Liangchen secretly sniffed his palm, then quickly rubbed it on his leg. That was close. Almost got caught. Something did come up last night, but it was in the mind. The long nights and the fact that this is the age when you're so energized. It's inevitable that you're going to get carried away. I thought of Ing Hu. I thought of Li Qingxue, and I also thought of Lin Kasuning. If there was no Long Out Yen this, I would have eaten all the meat long ago by virtue of my memories of my last life. The more I think about it, the more excited I get, and the more excited I get, the more I get a little out of control. The bloodthirsty Yi Liangchen planned to go out and use his face value as well as his charm to hunt for women. It's kind of a way to get ahead of yourself. As a result, that group of rouges couldn't even get their own over-the-top spontaneity and charm. It couldn't be helped. The somewhat uptight Yi Liangchen could only go back to the dormitory and burrowed under the covers to self-reward himself. Then there was a bit of a delay just because of the metamorphosis and the late start. But the more he listened, the deeper Yi Liangchen's frown became, especially when he heard. Huyu Ying and Li Qingxue waited until the moment Long Aotian walked into the compound together with a cool and pretty girl. Deadly clenched fists. Anger, straight up anger. Perry Huyu is also even if, as early as in the Gulf City has been spoiled by Long Aotian. But what about Li Qingxue and Lin Kasuning? Obviously know that Long Aotian this cannot control the lower body. Why still want to walk into the middle of the compound with him? It's easy to walk in, but after closing the door, who can guarantee that Long Aotian, this one T do anything too radical? It's like when you're in the bay, at Perry Hu's house. Once the door is closed and he is in his original form, how can they, the girls, resist him? Yi Liangchen couldn't even dare to imagine it now. What's wrong with you? Shui Xiaohua asked as he looked at Yi Liangchen, who was shaking with a deathly clenched fist. Don't stop, keep talking. Just now about 5 minutes ago, Perry Hu and that cool and voluptuous looking beauty walked out of the compound and went inside that supermarket in front to buy some things. Perry Hu held 4 bottles of water in her hands, and that cool beauty didn't know what she bought into her pocket, and then they returned to the compound, and I didn't dare to follow them. Yi Liangchen almost sat on the ground with a softness in his body. What goes right in your pocket? Why did only Perry Hu and Lin Yujing come out together? And why didn't Li Qingxue come out together? Obviously, Perry Hu and Li Qingxue were the best of the best, but why was Perry Hu the one who came out with Lin Kasuning? There is only one answer. There aren't enough kid burp covers. Long Aotian applied the last child burp set to Li Qingxue, so Li Qingxue didn't come out with them. Yi Liangchen shook his head madly. Waking up from a sleep the sky collapsed. He was actually reluctant to think things in this direction. But the Long Ao Tian's methods in his last life were just so nasty that he had to think in this direction. Coercion, baiting, force feeding, just about anything. Bastard! Yi Liangchen grabbed Xue Xiaohua's collar and roared madly. Why didn't you stop them? Why? Why didn't you stop them? Xue Xiaohua shook off Yi Liangchen's hand. What the hell are you mad about? How can I stop it? They're obviously all dating ahead of time. So in what capacity am I going to stop them? Xue Xiaohua's words gradually calmed Yi Liangchen down. He couldn't allow this to happen. It was time for him to step up to the plate, redeeming them and exposing Long Ao Tian's ugly face like he did in his last life. Took a deep breath, slowly exhaled the turbid air, and resolutely walked toward the inside. Thank you for sending the gods, vulture home a bit of a thing. First owed brothers to add more, and so things settled down. Will certainly give everyone to make up. Hope to understand. Chapter 183 is a grown woman's dependence on men. Seeing this, Xue Xiaohua also hurriedly followed. In fact, when he saw Perry Hu and the boy walk into the compound together, his heart was very sad. The feeling was, if I may say so, like the feeling of having one's most precious, valuable toy played with by someone else. A very unpleasant feeling. Obviously he was also very good. He couldn't figure out why it was as if Perry Hu couldn't see himself. The more you can't get, the more you're stirring inside. All of it eventually dissolved into resignation. A treasure girl like that is fine if you don't meet her, but when you do, it's hard to forget. Wanting to get her all the time, that beautiful smile has always been imprinted in his mind. If one day that kind of smile blossoms only for himself, Xue Xiaohua feels that this life is worth it. There was also that one called Li Qingxue. If possible, he would like to have an in-depth conversation with her as well. He knew he shouldn't be so greedy, but human greed was engraved in his bones. Being as good as he was considered more popular in the class. So shouldn't he be tolerated more? It was just a pity that I didn't know what the name of that cool and beautiful young girl was, and I still had a little regret inside. After approaching the compound, Yi Liangchen and Xue Xiaohua vaguely heard the sound of conversation. Yi Liangchen suddenly raised his arm, signaling Xue Xiaohua to wait and not go any further. Long, actually I really did try hard. Well, of course I can tell. This was the one who had watched her slowly change from Bay City, bit by bit, so how could she not see it? No, you're the one who doesn't see it. You always look at me with favor in your eyes, as if I'm just a child in your eyes who can't grow up and needs protection. It's Lung's fault. From now on you'll be a bigger kid in Lung's eyes. That's always good, right? Brother Longing, who you stomped her foot with a reluctant face, a little bit not following Brother Long. Seeing this small appearance of Perry Hu, Long Ao Tian smiled, dotingly pinched Perry Hu's bulging little face, and finally really did not hold back to scrape the tip of her nose. Go in first. They are waiting for you. A moment later we will go to dinner together. The two people eavesdropping outside couldn't help but have an anti-smile on their faces. They seemed to have imagined the adorable look of Hu Yuying's puffed-up face. The smile on his face was so happy, as if the person in front of Hu Yu at this moment was not Long Ao Tian, but them. Brother Long. Hu Yuying looked at Long Ao Tian's back and called out, gently embracing him the moment he turned around. Just like that day when Long was carrying himself, his arms were tightly folded and his head was pressed tightly against his chest. Lung, I'm already an adult. I know exactly what's going on in my heart. It's not gratitude. It's not appreciation. It's not thankfulness. It's dependence. But not an overgrown little girl kind of dependence. It's a grown woman's kind of dependence on a man. The words were finished. What Hu Yuying wanted to say to Long Ao Tian was finished. Long Ao Tian looked at Hu Yuying in his arms and wanted to raise his hand on top of her long hair. Quiet. Very quiet. Hu Yuying bit her lip and closed her eyes, despite knowing that she might still be rejected by Long. But, poof. Hu Yuying's feathery eyelashes trembled, slowly opened her eyes, and couldn't help but once again close to Long Ao Tian's heart. Poof, poof, poof. Hu Yuying laughed. She laughed. The charm in the corner of her eyes almost solidified, as if the tenderness could enter the bone marrow. She felt her cheeks heating up uncontrollably fast. Even the tips of his ears rolled a little red from the shock. She heard it, sometimes without any words at all, but just heard it. She thought she might have known Dragon's heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk, let go of that girl. The voice that suddenly messed and caused the emotions between the two to break in an instant. The door to the room was kicked in. Long Ao Tian almost instinctively pulled Hu Yu behind himself and looked towards the door. Naturally, Li Qingxue and Lin Quan Ning, who were in their rooms, heard the kicking of the door and both walked out of their rooms with quick steps as well. Just as he came out, he saw outside the door a figure standing. He turned sideways to the crowd and tilted his head slightly at 45 degrees, looking bleakly sad in some way. At the sight of this person, Li Qingxue frowned, Lin Kasuning frowned, and even the gentlest of them all, Hu Yuying, likewise frowned in disgust. Long Aotian looked at Yi Liangchen outside the door without frowning, just a brief moment of doubt in his eyes. Shui Xiaohua, who was hiding on the sidelines, saw Yi Liangchen displaying his compulsion and gave an affirmative gaze and then nodded his head. Yi Liangchen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly when he felt all of their eyes fall on his body, dashingly tossing his hair. His eyes gleamed as he looked towards Long Aotian and behind him, the three people he had longed for. The moment she saw Perry Huyuk's trio, the smile at the corner of her mouth increased, but she quickly frowned directly at Long Aotian. I said, let go of them. Yi Liangchen, you're insane, right? The one who spoke was Li Qingxue. She had known Yi Liangchen for the longest time, and at this moment, when she saw Yi Liangchen appearing here, the disappointment in her heart towards him was even greater. She is not a little cutie either. Kyoto is so big. How did Yi Liangchen find his way here? How was he able to find this hutong, this courtyard without any bias? Think with your toes and you can figure it out. What a disappointment in his heart. And more emotions had slowly turned to disgust. Facing Li Qingxue's words, Yi Liangchen let out a bitter smile and slowly shook his head. Others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at others for not being able to see through it. The night is coming. Don't be afraid. Qingxue, whirling his gaze to Hu Yuing and Lin Kuan-ning, don't be afraid either, because I'm coming. He even nodded to the three women after saying that. Only at last did he place his gaze on Long Aotian. This was the first time he had faced Long Aotian directly. It didn't matter. He had already blackened himself. Hands in his pockets, shook his hair and walked towards Long Aotian. Looking at Long Aotian face to face, Yi Liangchen subconsciously dry swallowed a mouthful. Long Aotian, I know you feel a sense of crisis in me. I didn't want to fight for it before, but now I just can't see it anymore. Snap. Yi Liangchen's head was tilted to the side, and he was freezing, the corners of his mouth trembling slightly, obviously not expecting it. Both Li Qingxue and Lin Kuan-ning also froze because of Long Aotian's actions, as this was the first time they had seen Long Aotian like this. Only Hu Yuing raised her eyes to look at Long Aotian. Others may not know, but she knows why Brother Long wants to beat Yi Liangchen. Because I know. I feel more sorry for my dragon. Chapter 184, I have a righteous heart. Halftime. Yi Liangchen, whose face was hit to the side before he came back to his senses. His eyes were all full of disbelief. You hit me? Long Aotian came forward and stared at Yi Liangchen with a calm gaze. This look Yi Liangchen is really too familiar. Some people get angry and yell and swear, but some people get angry but behave very calmly. But underneath this calmness, what is hidden is endless raging waves. At this moment Yi Liangchen seemed to remember. Again, the fear that was dominated by Long Aotian in his last life, took a step back and looked at him with a face full of fear. What do you want to do? Have I ever told you that it is a bad behavior to smash someone's door like this? Long Aotian asked in a deep voice. Once he knocked on Perry Hu's door and scared his little follower until she turned pale. Although that incident did not directly hurt Ying Hu, it caused a shadow injury in her heart for a period of time. He couldn't forget the day when Ying Hu was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying because she didn't know what to do. So she came to ask for help but was afraid of bringing trouble to herself in a tangled way. And Long Aotian is even more afraid to imagine. If he did not meet Perry Hu, if she did not come to seek his help, Perry Hu by himself, how scared and helpless he should be. It's hard and difficult to pull someone out of the darkness, but it's so easy to destroy someone. One is so good at making one's little followers come alive. As a result, this guy dared to follow Yuking and Qingxue, which made Long Aotian couldn't control some irritation. In fact, long before they realized it, they had taken up a big place in their hearts. Looking at this appearance of Long Aotian, Yi Liangchen did not know how to say the bold words that he had originally prepared in his mind. He really didn't think that he had already blacked out, but Long Aotian still dared to beat himself up, simply did not take his blackened self seriously. Covering his face, don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm here to stop you. Even if you beat me, I won't give in. It's well known that I have a righteous heart. Saying this, his gaze went to Li Qingxue and Lin Kujuning. Come over here. You guys. With me here. No one can hurt you. Lin Kuan-ning gave Yi Liangchen an indifferent look. Is there something wrong with you? Do we know each other? Do we know each other well? And which one of your eyes saw that we were hurt? Li Qingxue slowly exhaled a breath. Earlier in the playground of University A, she thought she had made her words very clear, but now it seemed that he didn't listen at all, and still liked to inflict his thoughts on himself. Yi Liangchen, you've had enough. Why have you become like this now? Strange and annoying. Hearing the words of the two, Yi Liangchen covered his heart. It hurt. It hurt. He came to save them, and they don't appreciate it and talk about themselves like that. Obviously the one who was beaten was himself. Obviously he was the victim. Why did they all stand on Long Aotian's side and not on theirs? There was something inside that was unacceptable. No, there was no way to accept it at all. Haven't you guys seen Long Aotian clearly as a person until now? Oops. Yi Liangchen exclaimed in shock, his body staggering back 2 steps. Not only was Yi Liangchen confused, it was Long Outyan and the other 2 little ones who looked at Hu Yueying incredulously. Hu Yueying retracted the white palm. The first time he pushed him himself is afraid. This time to push him. The heart does not have a little fear in fear. He can't be protected by Long all the time. And he wants to show Long that he's actually strong enough to protect him sometimes. What's more, this guy dared to disturb himself and Long. It's too damnable. It's really too damnable. Yi Liangchen looked at Hu Yueying in aggravation, pained and sad. Why? Why? There is no why. And if we have to ask why, we should be the ones to ask you why you're following us. Why you're kicking in our front door. And why you're always acting like you're doing us a favor? We don't even know you well. So why do you always have to pester us? These words kind of hit home for both Li Qingxue and Lin Kasuning. Yes, Rin Qiangnam was also wondering why he always acted as if he knew himself well. And his words seemed to be for his own good, and he had to redeem himself. But he didn't need it at all. He really didn't need salvation. Li Qingxue no longer wanted to say anything when she saw this appearance of Yi Liangchen. They have known each other for 9 years, but Yi Liangchen has become a completely different person, making up lies to deceive the teacher, saying that his love affair affects his studies, and trying to make himself control points to give up the college entrance examination. If that was the word of salvation that came out of his mouth, then he didn't need it himself. Laughed. Yi Liangchen laughed. Really laughed. He had gone to great lengths to redeem them, and he had received not understanding but blame. Oh, this is just ridiculous. Do they have to wait for Long Aotian to hurt them to the point that they will come to their senses? It seems like this is all my own wishful thinking. Yi Liangchen muttered with a bitter smile. One's own passion turned out to be unfamiliar and unrecognizable in their mouths. This hurt more than if Long Aotian had slapped himself. Snapping his head up, he looked at Long Aotian. You're very proud of yourself, aren't you? Long Aotian backhand is a slap. Has Long wanted to hit him? Just do not know how can be so chatter. It's like everyone is wrong and only he is right. He stalked the little follower as well as Haruki, kicking in the door as if it was all a matter of course. One shouldn't have resisted. One should have watched him bounce around in front of him. By resisting himself, he became the villain in his eyes, and he was the poor man with a belly full of grievances. Forgive Long Aotian's good temper, but at this moment, at least this moment, simply could not control the desire to whip him. Ooh, you hit me. What gives you the right to hit me? Obviously this is all your fault. What gives you the right to treat me like this? If one slap came down, Yi Liangchen was still able to hold on to it, but 2 slaps came down, and he kind of couldn't hold on to it anymore. Long Aotian came forward and reached out his hand to pull Yi Liangchen up from the ground. As long as they still call me brother, I have the responsibility to protect them. If you try it again, I swear, I'll fight tooth and nail to get you in. Look at me. I'll make you look at me. Being picked up, Yi Liangchen shuddered when he heard Long Aotian's drink, then instinctively obeyed and looked towards Long Aotian. His eyes were so scary. The eyes of Long Aotian looking at himself at this moment gradually overlapped with the eyes of that crazy batch of Long Aotian in his dream. It was a fear that came from the heart, a panic that came from the bones. Tell me, do you hear that? Here. Looking at Yi Liangchen's fleeing general back, Long Aotian sighed. If he could, he didn't want to be like this, but at the moment it seems to be the best way. Chivalry, never stop. Chapter 185. It's not a vow. Yet it's so heavy too. The 3 little ones stared blankly at Long Aotian's tall back. His words still seemed to echo in his ears. As long as they still call me brother, it is my duty to protect them. If I have to do it again, I swear I'll do everything I can to get you in. The voice was clearly not that loud, but it was inexplicably reassuring. It was as if no one would ever hurt them as long as he was there. It was as if as long as he was there, even if the sky was falling, he would be in front of them. This is not a vow, but as heavy as a vow. Inadvertently smashed in the middle of the heart, a big ripple. If this world, in addition to their parents who can give them more security, then the 3 little will not hesitate to say, it is Long Aotian. Reclosing the gate, he turned to look at Perry, who beside him, lifting his hand and gently placing it on top of her long hair. In the future, when you encounter this kind of thing, don't get your hands dirty. Tell Brother Lung, and Brother Lung will go to theorize with them. Enghuyu looked up at Long Aotian, her eyes flickered, reflecting Long Aotian's appearance. Then she nodded heavily. Well, I will obediently listen to Brother Long. She knew that Long was concerned about herself and was afraid that she would suffer. You guys too. You're girls. Don't get into fights with people so easily. Talk to me if you have anything. Even though I may not be able to help you with all of it, at least I won't let anyone bully you. Upon hearing Long Aotian's words, The corners of both Li Qingshui's and Lin Kuaning's mouths gently rose with a touch of imperceptible tenderness. They didn't doubt for a second that Long Aotian couldn't do it, because in their eyes, Long Aotian could do anything. And that was the sense of security from Long Aotian. Sometimes it's inadvertent. Sometimes it's blatant. Pack up. I'll take you guys out to get something to eat. Forget about how upset you were just now. Don't let someone who's not right in the head get in the way. Hu Yuing continued. Brother Long said. In the future, when you meet this kind of person with a bad head, the best way is to go around. Hearing these words, Li Qingxue and Lin Kusuning couldn't help but laugh out softly. Not to mention, such crude-sounding but exceptionally reasonable words were really something only Long Outyan could say. Yi Liangchen's entire face twisted into a chrysanthemum shape, as if he was wearing a pain mask. No one could understand his mood at this moment. Tatsu, how's it going? Hearing Shui Xiaohua's words, the mask of pain on Yi Liangchen's face directly disappeared, afraid of letting people see how unbearable he was. In its place, a blandness. To say it was also strange, Long Aotian had slapped him twice. He had not left a single slap mark except for a little redness and swelling on his face. Shui Xiaohua, on the other hand, was afraid that Hu Yuing and the girls would find out that he was the one who had followed and exposed their location. So he hurriedly hid a little farther away when Yi Liangchen kicked open the door to the courtyard. After all, after 4 years he will have to be in a class with Perry Hu. If this matter causes Perry Hu to be angry with him, it would be too much to lose. Moreover, he had an agreement with Yi Liangchen. As long as he let Ying Hu accompany him for one night, he believed that with his own strength, he would surely make Ying Hu linger. This was his own self-confidence, so there was no need to leave a bad impression on her now. Nothing, I just fought with Long Aotian, Yi Liangchen said in a bland tone. So that man's name is Long Aotian. Shui Xiaohua nodded with slightly narrowed eyes. What's the situation? Yi Liangchen shook his head. I'm a little injured, but he's not doing well either. The forces were mutual, and although it looked like he had slapped himself twice, his palms should have hurt as well, which sort of made him hurt as well. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen sneered, and suddenly felt less pain on his face. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking how is Ying Hu Yu, and Li Qingxue and that cool beauty, have they been forced on by Long Aotian? This is what Shui Xiaohua is concerned about. He is really concerned. After all, in his heart he has already taken Hu Yuing as his own. Yi Liangchen laughed, and as he laughed, a tear slowly slipped from the corner of his eye. Even though he strongly wanted to hide his true inner emotions, it just hurt too much. Long Aotian doesn't know how many bad things he said about me behind my back, causing them to have a bit of a problem with me now. Hearing this, Shui Xiaohua frowned tightly. Are you good or not? Didn't you promise to help me chase Perry Hu? Let Perry Hu sleep with me. Earlier you promised me with a firm hand. Words. Yi Liangchen similarly frowned. He rushed up and took a beating. You don't help me even if it is. And now you still think about this kind of thing. To be honest, Yi Liangchen really wanted to slap him in the face right now to wake him up. Besides, even if you really want to go on Hu Yuing, that is also your own first. You can only pick up the rest of the old man. It still depends on whether you are happy or not. But on second thought, he couldn't do that yet. Although Shui Xiaohua was a bit of a waste, he wasn't useless. At least he was able to be his eyes and help himself to monitor Hu Yuing and Li Qingxue at all times, since each and every one of them were not on their side and said such heartbreaking words to themselves. Don't blame yourself. When the time comes to replace Perry Hu's entrepreneurial achievements, backbite her for plagiarizing her own ideas, and screw her over, to make her beg and kneel down. Li Qingxue this, he has known her for 9 years, and as a result, this is how she treats herself. It is she who does not miss her friendship first. Then don't blame yourself for destroying the flowers with a hot hand. As for Lin Yujing, as long as he intercepted the fruits of Hu Yuing's entrepreneurial endeavors and became the newest business tycoon in one fell swoop of capital, he was still afraid of not being able to control her? Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen tilted his head 45 degrees, slowly closed his eyes, and made the gesture of embracing himself. This is all because you guys forced me. What do you mean? What did he force you to do? Shui Xiaohua couldn't help but ask when he saw Yi Liangchen's sudden rise in compulsion. Nothing, you just need to know that I'm their salvation, that's all that matters. In fact, when he said this sentence, Yi Liangchen's heart was also particularly bottomless, because what was happening now was beyond his expectations. But Yi Liangchen also had confidence that belonged to him, at least from the current situation. It seems that Long Aotian hasn't gotten his hands on Li Qingxue and Lin Kuanning. What Long Aotian did today should be to use Perry Hu's hand to draw closer to Li Qingxue and Lin Kuanning. It's all about being attentive. It's all about adultery. Li Qingxue and Lin Kuanning were still too innocent. Yi Liangchen didn't doubt for a second that when the time came Long Aotian would detach Hu Yuing and then extend his claws to them. Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen's face grimaced. Since the source was in Long Aotian, it was just a matter of letting their own light overshadow Long Aotian and draw their attention back to them. Raising his hand, he gently stroked his face. I won't let myself take these 2 slaps today for nothing. Chapter 186, They'll be good friends. Nothing else. Ing Huyu gently pulled Long Aotian's arm and whispered, Brother Long, let's not go out to eat. I'll cook and eat for you guys. Hearing this, Long Aotian looked around. The compound is now fully cleared of debris inside the. Thinking about this and seeing Huyu Ying's expectant gaze, Long Aotian smiled. Okay, anyway, it's still early now, I'll go prepare something. It seemed that outside of certain things, Long Aotian had never refused Ing Huyu. Naturally, Li Qingxue and Lin Kusuning had no problem with Hu Yueying's proposal, and it was kinda new for them, and just suddenly they felt at home, especially with the help of Perry Hu. The 3 of them built a simple stove. What is said to be a hearth is actually surrounded by bricks, but even so, the 3 little ones were still particularly excited, and there was nothing that lifted the mood more than being caused by one's own hands and labor. After setting up the cookstove, the 3 little ones left the compound together as they had to go and buy seasonings. These seasonings can be purchased in small stores and will last for ages, so there will still be plenty of opportunities to cook and eat together in the future. At this moment, Hu Yueying was like a gentle big sister, leading Li Qingxue and Lin Kusuning. Every person has strengths that belong to them, and in terms of life, Li Qingxue and Lin Eveningning are still quite a bit away from Hu Yueying. Of course, in some aspects, Hu Yueying had her own shortcomings and would be inferior to Li Qingxue and Lin Kusuning. Maybe she wasn't the best, but she would try to be better. Re-entering the compound, the 3 of them placed the seasonings and then sat down to chat, quietly waiting for Long Aotian. They were gathered together because of Long Aotian, and inevitably the topic would come to Long Aotian, and for Long Aotian, Hu Yueying's heart will always be the best. But after mentioning Long Aotian, Li Qingxue could not help but look at Ing Hu. Women are emotional and sensitive at the same time. Earlier Hu Yueying saw Long Aotian holding himself. His eyes showed shock, loss. Hard to hide the trepidation, even if she hides it well, but as the same girl, how can she not see it? Not to mention that they are still good girlfriends and have been in contact for such a long time. What's wrong, Haruyuki? Seeing Qingxue looking at herself in a daze, Hu Yueying asked softly. It's nothing. Li Qingxue slowly shook her head and smiled at Ing Huyu. Although Long Aotian is a little bit bad, but he has a saying that is very right. At home rely on parents, outside rely on friends. At least in this strange city. At least for this moment, she could feel an inexplicable warmth. This kind of warmth was brought to her by Hu Yueying, by Long Aotian. Although she was still not particularly familiar with Lin Quan Ning, since she could gather together, it was fate. Although Lin Quan Ning was a bit cold in nature, at this moment, her heart was the same as Li Qingxue's, with a wave of warmth flowing between her heart. At least they were able to become friends. Good friends. It had nothing to do with anything else, nothing to do with Long Aotian, just the 3 of them. Unspokenly hiding the little secrets of the heart. Soon the 3 little ones had collected a lot of wooden blocks. At the same time, Long Aotian had returned from his purchases. Iron pots were purchased. Some cooking utensils were purchased. And ingredients were brought back directly from the market chopped into pieces. It was a little more trouble than it was worth. But who let it be his most well-behaved little follower who spoke up? Not to mention it's been a really long time since I've tasted my little follower's cooking. Alright, the stage has been set up. So let's ask our little cook to demonstrate next. Long Aotian finished. Both Li Qingxue and Lin Quan Ning clapped their hands very cooperatively. The scene was so cozy that even Perry Hu, who would always be shy, had a rare chance to be cheeky again today and said very confidently, leave it to me. Perry Hu in his hometown is often iron pot stew, the same ingredients, but with a gas stove and wood fire. Stew out of the flavor is completely different. She was sure that Lung would have a good meal today. On cooking Hu Yueying is 3 little only among the indisputable. But Li Qingxue and Lin Kusuning couldn't just wait for the food, so they stepped aside to give Hu Yueying a hand. Looking at Perry Hu Yuck's organized appearance, looking at Lin Kusunaga carefully, looking at Li Qingxue's clumsiness, Long Aotian's strange beauty, the smile on his face never stopped. He liked this slightly cozy feeling. In his own world he was an orphan, and had infinitely looked forward to the happy feeling of having a family when he was very, very young. After coming to this world, although inexplicably more than one father, but their own 28-year-old soul of the little guy, directly called Dad, always feels strange, twisted, so it was always called Old Man, and they got along less like father and son and more like buddies. But the scene in front of him suddenly gave Long Aotian a happy cozy feeling of home. Metso stretched. That's nice. Long Aotian, you don't sit and sunbathe like a second master. Li Qingxue crossed her arms and looked at Long Aotian. Coming. Coming. Need me to do something? If we were to say who among the three little ones could cure Long Aotian, it would only be Li Qing Shui. Then you add some firewood. Okay. Ying Huyu smiled and didn't say anything, because she knew that Li Qing Shui was trying to get Long Aotian to participate in this together. Lin Quan Ning was a bit envious, although she could do it herself by spilling her guts, but she couldn't do it with Li Qing Shui's openness and spontaneity in treating Long Aotian. Not even Ying Hu could do it, so why wouldn't she be envious? Lift the lid and the rich aroma wafts out. Dinner is served. The four men were gathered around, all with boxes of white rice in their hands. Try Yuk Ying's handiwork. It must be delicious because it really smells good, said Li Qing Shui excitedly. Well, it's more appetizing than the ones made in restaurants. Lin Quan Ning smiled in admiration. Which is not. Quickly taste it. Ying Huyu was said to be a little shy, lowered her eyes and quietly glanced at Long Aotian. She preferred to see Lung gulping down her own cooking than praising it. There was a violent beauty to Lung's eating. He could eat so much in one big bite. It had really been a long time since I'd seen Lung eat his own cooking. Seeing this, they all moved their chopsticks as well. The broth was rich and wrapped around the chicken pieces, and it was spicy with a hint of sweetness in the mouth, making it a great meal. The conditions aren't very permissive. If it's permissible, you can put down some noodles. Huyuing looked at Long Aotian and said, because she knew best. Long liked noodles. There wasn't a nice setting, and it was even a bit run down. But even so, the meal was extraordinarily enjoyable. Thank you for sending the gods. Vulture home a little happy. Vulture 3 days time also only slept a few hours. Stayed up in a trance. 2 legs and feet run also fast pain deaf. Such as Vulture busy past this time. Must all o down plus more up. Thanks again for the gifts and power generation. I really appreciate you guys. Love you. Chapter 187, How about I become a little maid? After dinner, Long Aotian looked at Li Qing Shui and smiled. Little cleaning. It's your turn. Li Qing Shui suddenly remembered what Long Aotian had said earlier. Perry who said that she would cook for Long Aotian every day in the future. And she said that if Long Aotian could buy a house in Kyoto, she would clean Long Aotian's room every day. Although this house was not purchased by Long Aotian, it wasn't tangled up. The hands just started packing up. They didn't really let Li Qingshu do all the packing, and both Hu Yueying and Lin Yuning helped out. When she went out to take out the garbage, Lin Quan Ning came to Long Aotian's side. Brother, what will Lin Quan Ning do in the future? The little cook, the little housekeeper have it all. What about me? Looking at Lin Quan Ning's serious look, Long Aotian laughed. It was just a joke, and they had known each other long enough to make jokes like that as a form of fun. Lin Quan Ning squatted beside Long Aotian. Why don't I become brother's little maid, responsible for taking care of him? The water that had just gone into his mouth squirted right out. Seeing Long Aotian in this state, Lin Quan Yin smiled maliciously. That's the way it should be. Obviously, he's the same age as himself, so why does he have to be so old-fashioned? Are you going to be a water baby? Hu Yuing and Li Qing Shui, who came back from taking out the garbage, saw this scene and also couldn't help but tease Long Aotian. Lin Kosunaga also trotted up to the two of them at this time. How dare you flirt with me now? When the three little ones saw this, Lin Kosuning and Li Qingshui turned around and ran away. Hu Yuiying froze for a moment, looked at Long Aotian, then at Li Qingshui and Lin Kosuning who had already fled, and with a startled cry, she also jogged away after them. Long Aotian went back to his room to get the design, then locked the door and chased after him. In the afternoon, Long Aotian gave the design to the decoration company salesman. This comes down and is ready to move anytime. Back to purchase some gifts. After all, it is to be renovated. Inevitably will affect other residents, so it is necessary to visit in advance. The good behavior of the three little ones invariably leaves a good impression on the other party. People can bring gifts to visit. The door is intentional. Even if they do not visit, they cannot stop them from decorating. Is not it? Stringing along a few families and getting to know them briefly. Most people are foreign workers renting rooms here. Only a small percentage of people who are older are the original residents of Kyoto. It's all still pretty good talk anyway. Ended up in the last house. Brother Long, is this really necessary? Hu Yuing was somewhat unable to understand. That's a lot of money to spend. Perry, who has rented a lot of houses. The deepest impression is the 3 years in Bay City. She rented the yard across the street, had renovated the house. It hasn't been like this either. It's all been refurbished as it should be. In fact, Li Qingshui and Lin Quan Ning didn't really understand Long Aotian's actions. Regarding this issue, Long Aotian laughed. You've seen the design drawings of this house. It's not a small project, so it can't avoid affecting other residents. It's one thing if you don't visit. It's another thing after you visit. And since we don't know many people here, it wouldn't be a bad thing for us to have our neighbors befriend each other. He, Long Aotian, A big old man had no problem. The point is that the three little ones, if they are away one day, if they have to deal with something like someone stalking and knocking on their door one day, the neighborhood is more or less ready to offer some help. Even just going out and looking at it can be quite a deterrent. Although such a thing is 1 in a million, it's hard to resist the fact that it actually happened. Well, just don't mind all that. Construction is going to start in a few days, and I'll probably be a little busy then. So if you guys get bored, you can meet up and hang out. And by the way, you can also exchange ideas about the online store, such as designing the store, such as what you are going to sell, such as what you should do to get the online store up and running. As for the source of goods, you do not have to worry about. Before Yucking and I have been to eBird, but also in the factory east side of the contact. If decided, it may be brave to try a little. Speaking of which, all three little ones are really interested in it, especially since Hui Weiing had also sold clothes before. So she told them, without reservation, about her little experience. For them, it was a bold endeavor, and they were excited and yearning inside. So there was another topic to add to the already endless list of things to talk about. I know a friend who is studying computer aesthetics. We can ask her for our store decoration. Li Qingxue proposed. Is that okay? Of course it doesn't matter. We were chatting and videoing together the other day. What are you guys going to put on the shelves though? The three of them were chatting happily, and Long Ao Tian was left out in the cold. On the way back to the academy, Lin Kuan-yin typed on her cell phone every now and then. Watch the road and don't play with your cell phone if you're walking. It's okay, brother is by my side. He can't make me fall, Lin Kuan-ning said with a smile. After saying that, she playfully winked towards Long Ao Tian. Still, she did as she was told and didn't continue playing with her cell phone. Today was really fun, and suddenly it felt like home. Perry, who was very gentle, and Li Qingshu was very agile, and it's a pleasure to be with them. I told you they are good to get along with. Long Ao Tian nodded approvingly, and sincerely expect you guys to become good friends. Will do. Becoming friends? Rina felt that they would be considered good friends by now. That's not it. Now we're walking and chatting. Here we are, slowed down on the road. Arriving at the entrance of the conservatory, Long Ao Tian stopped his steps and said, "Okay, brother, bye." Lin Yanning waved her hand and walked towards the inside of the school. She was content today, slowly melting into her brother's little group, and she couldn't help but become lighter on her feet. Watching Lin Kuan-ning walk into the middle of the academy, Long Ao Tian turned around and left, returning inside the dormitory. Su Shuai sat on the bed, while Huang Fei and Li Longlong carried a bench and sat in front of Su Shuai, with a big look of a triple trial. Seeing this, Long Ao Tian also hurriedly moved a bench. "Point over there to make room for me." Huang Fei and Li Longlong moved their asses to make way for a seat. After Long Ao Tian sat down, he looked at Su Shuai together with Huang Fei and Li Longlong. Looking at Long Ao Tian's actions, Su Shuai's mouth twitched. "Don't bring it to play like this. Cut the crap and hurry up. This is all for the benefit of future generations, understand?" Huang Fei said righteously, holding a notebook and a neutral pen. "If you want to make a blessing, go into a relationship and realize it for yourselves." Hearing this, Huang Fei and Li Longlong suddenly felt like there was an invisible knife that was stuck above their hearts. Immediately want to come hard. Chapter 188. I seem to have fallen out of love. Look at Su Shuai pretending. Long Ao Tian looked at him contemptuously. "Don't pretend, you kid. I saw it all. Where did you and Wan Lijuan go by subway?" Hearing this, Su Shuai seemed to recall something wonderful. Unconsciously, he smiled, and it was a happy smile. Huang Fei and Li Longlong glanced at each other as they took it all in, but they didn't know why it was so blinding. "We're today." Before the words were finished, Huang Fei and Li Longlong waved their hands. Stop. We don't want to know now." Su Shuai froze for a moment, then looked at Long Ao Tian. "Old Ao, you and that cool schoolgirl next door. Where did you go today?" Saying that, he approached Long Ao Tian with a lewd smile on his face and said, "I did see that you guys even held hands." Looking at the thick color of gossip on Su Shuai's face, Long Ao Tian said with amusement, "Guess." Su Shuai obscenely stretched out two thumbs and then hooked them. Long Ao Tian stood up fiercely. "Has it been recorded yet?" "Ah." Su Shuai looked at Long Ao Tian in confusion. "What's up? No. Wait, don't talk yet." Huang Fei made a shushing motion, and the dormitory fell silent. Along with Huang Fei clicked his cell phone. Su Shuai's slightly lewd voice immediately came out from his cell phone. Hey. I can see you guys holding hands. Asterisk. Your grandpa." Su Shuai hungry tiger pounce. Directly pounced on the back of Long Ao Tian. I take you guys as a righteous father. You really take me as a grandson thief. Let you damn show off. I'll send it to Xin Mingjie in a moment. so that Shin Mengjie can show it to Wang Lijuan. Don't. 3 fruit teas with ice. Wait, it'll be delivered right away. Standing on the balcony looking at Su Shuai's middle finger, the 3 of them, Long Ao Tian, burst out laughing. Laughing, Li Longlong inexplicably sighed, then looked seriously at Huang Fei and Long Ao Tian. To be honest, I'm kinda envious of Marshal Su. Huang Fei patted Li Longlong's shoulder. To pursue a girl, the most important one is to be persistent. You've only just started and you're thinking of giving up. What's going on? Long Ao Tian also asked with some gossip. After you guys left, weren't we bored in the dormitory? So we thought about chatting with Shin Mengjie, Han Xiaojing, in trying to ask them out. Huang Fei said here looking at Li Longlong signaling him to say it himself next. No chance Li Longlong let out a long breath with some despondency. It feels like she's quite cold to me. Cold? Could it be shyness? Long Ao Tian said. His impression of Han Xiaojing was that she was a quiet girl. Such a girl shouldn't be associated with coldness in any way, right? I knew you might not believe me when I said it, but it's the truth. Said took out his cell phone and showed Long Ao Tian the chat interface. Above Liren Li sends messages all minimum are 2 lines. However, Han Xiaojing's replies were, for the most part, aha, okay, got it. The longest message, who's all there? Just looking at the panel, it does seem a bit cold. It seemed to have sensed Long Ao Tian's expression. Li Longlong looked at Huang Fei. Old Huang, give old Ao a look at your chat records. How many times have I told you not to call me Old Yellow? Said taking out his cell phone. Although our chat messages are also very simple, but in the end it's not the same. At least it can make me feel the emotional value. The cell phone interface had been clicked out as he spoke. Long Ao Tian also took a look, and then he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Indeed, it does give an emotional value, haha. Aha, naughty emoji. Okay, winking happy emoji. Thank you, nice emoji. I may not have time, lost emoji. See Lao Li. As long as you can understand a girl's heart like brother, you'll soon be able to feel the emotional value Han Xiaojing gives you too. Huang Fei laughed confidently. This, Long Ao Tian sucked in a breath of cool air, not knowing what to say. With Huang Fei's current situation, it was obvious that he was enjoying himself, and no matter what he said in this state, he wouldn't be able to listen to it, and it would even affect the relationship between them. Actually, I think Shin Mengjie may be okay, but not necessarily. Right. Huang Fei laughed. Old Ao, you also think Shin Mengjie is not bad. Right. I knew it. Long Ao Tian opened his mouth, ultimately did not say down. Some things they experienced, in order to cut the sense, not to mention that maybe it is not accurate. Ugly Longlong sighed again and took back the phone from Long Ao Tian's hands. Ugh. In fact, at the beginning, I just thought that Han Xiaojing looked good, and after slowly contacting her, I found that no matter if it's her personality or anything, Han Xiaojing is quite attractive to me, but the way things are going I'm largely out of luck. In the beginning when she even just replied to me with the word, I could be happy for half a day, but as time went on, it seemed like I became greedy, but Han Xiaojing never changed. I seem to have fallen out of love. Long Ao Tian patted Li Longlong's shoulder. Look on the bright side. Without the beginning what to talk about love lost. Inside the school is full of youth and beauty, and you've only known each other for how many days? Do you really know her? How many times have you met her? How many times have you had dinner? Don't compare yourself to Su Shuai, and not everyone is Wang Lijuan. Thank you old Ao. When you say that, I feel even harder in my heart. Li Longlong murmured as if he was crying. This makes Long Ao Tian also do not know what to say, at least from the perspective of Long Ao Tian. Too fast. This is not the kind of fast food era more than a decade later. Su is more sincere. Righteous sons, your great righteous father has returned. Su Shuai kicked open the dormitory door, carrying 4 cups of fruit tea in his hands, 2 carriers of easy open beer in his arms, and some snack kebabs. Seeing the beer in Su Shuai's arms, Long Ao Tian gave Huang Fei a wink. Go, have a drink. While drinking and jerking off, Su Shuai also knew what was going on. What's wrong with that? Some other day I'll discuss with Li Juan. Our dormitory and their dormitory will make a date once more. The big deal is to be friends in the future. That's right. Maybe Han Xiaojing is just a slow starter. Huang Fei burped and also comforted. Screw you guys. Anyway, I've looked away. What's done is done. I'm not that handsome, but I'm definitely not close to ugly. I don't believe that I can't find a girlfriend, but thank you. Li Longlong was handsome when he said that, not in the superficial sense, but in a spontaneous way. Long Ao Tian picked up a can of beer and clinked one with Li Longlong. Don't be touched. As your righteous father and as one of the 4 heavenly kings of dormitory 147, this is what we should do. Ha ha ha. Huang Fei and Su Shuai both laughed and nodded in recognition as well. leeringly rolled his eyes and drank the wine anyway. Chapter 189, you must have been very sad at that time. Early the next morning, Long Ao Tian woke up early. Today was the time for the workers to start work. He had to go and take a look. Old Ao, so early, where are you going? Huang Fei asked as he opened his eyes in a daze. He drank a little bit of wine yesterday and now he really didn't want to get up. Something came up and went out. You're a busy man. I can't. I'll sleep for a while, Huang Fei said as he rolled over and continued to sleep. Walking out of the dormitory. The air in Kyoto was really not good. Even in the morning, this is not as good as the Gulf City. Long Ao Tian thought so. Not long after, Long Ao Tian arrived here at the courtyard. It didn't take long after the phone call to meet with the salesman. The negotiation process, with more than 60 workers, began today. Perry, who woke up early every day. It had been her biological clock for years. Not being able to sleep in, always getting to that point. He got up, dressed and washed up, sent a message to Li Qingshu, and waited for a few moments in the promenade without receiving a reply. Looking up at the sky through a layer of glass was still as beautiful as ever. It's a beautiful day. Getting up and walking towards the outside of the campus. Arriving in front of the off-campus breakfast place, he hesitantly took a deep breath as if to pump himself up. Walked in. A few moments later, Who you trotted out. The smile on her face was so nice. Not long afterward, she came running back again, panting. Thank you. Looking at this good-looking and polite girl, the old man and his wife waved their hands with a big smile. Walking out of the breakfast store, Hu Yueying swept up a bicycle and rode towards the nearest subway entrance. She was anxious, very anxious, and her mood along the way was tense, eager, and urgent. The subway stopped, and just as the doors opened, Perry, who trotted out. Everyone on the sidewalk looked at the running young girl, facing the gazes of the crowd. This time Hu Yueying didn't care, and the expectant smile on her face didn't diminish. She was like a rainbow, leaving behind countless colors as she ran. The persistence of her heart made her no longer afraid of the way people looked at her. Because Dragon said, no one knows you, so why be shy? Those who don't care rub shoulders and turn their heads to forget. Those who care still care no matter what you look like. All of them headed in the same direction, as if a silent turning our hand, on this endless road, finally finding the man. The Long Ao Tian at the entrance of the alley seemed to sense something and looked back. Then the whole body was relieved and laughed without any good reason. For the fourth time, he saw her running toward him without reservation. Lung. Seeing Lung looking towards himself, Hu Yueying smiled brightly and gave a happy shout. Slowly slowing down his footsteps, he stood in front of Long Ao Tian, and the thing that was carefully cared for in his arms, was placed in front of Long Ao Tian. Silly. Long Ao Tian looked at the thing in Hu Yueying's hand and rubbed his palm on her head fiercely. It didn't matter if she got her hair messed up, because she liked it. Liked it when Lung pampered herself like that. Dragon drink kanji. The 4 words dragon's kanji were like an unseen blade that didn't hurt but was deeply engraved on top of one's heart. Sometimes Long Ao Tian himself wondered if he was too old mentally, and was too emotional too easily. Clearly this is a phrase that has been heard more than once in Bay City. But in Kyoto, in this moment, it was like a sharp blade made of honey, and a sweetness filled his heart. It's sweet, very sweet, but not cloying. Sitting on top of the green steps, you open the disposable lid and hot air bubbles up with a strong aroma. It's lean porridge. Hu Yueying's beautiful eyes smiled. Brother Long tasted it, took a big bite and it smelled great. Exactly like it did in Bay City. Looking at the way Lung ate, especially when Lung ate something he made, Hu Yueying couldn't stop being happy. Is it good? Yummy. You haven't had time to eat it? Long Ao Tian asked tentatively. The porridge was hot. Obviously it hadn't been put in for a long time. Plus he saw Hu Yu trotting over, so that's why he asked this way. I'm not hungry. When she didn't meet Lung, she didn't often is to eat breakfast. Several years as a day has Long been accustomed to, is to meet Lung, after Lung to cook for Lung only together to eat breakfast. Here's some for you to drink. Long Ao Tian handed a large portion of the thin meat kanji that was still there to Hu Yueying. Hu Yu shook her head repeatedly. I'm not hungry. Brother Long, eat. Don't you listen? I'll whack you if you don't. Come on. Forcing the lean meat porridge into Hu Yu's hand. Eat quickly. Looking at the hands of the thin meat porridge, Hu Yueying drank a small mouthful, and then raised his eyes to look at Long Ao Tian. The moment his eyes met, Hu Yueying end of the thin meat porridge silly happy. Her smile is so beautiful, shallow like lingering spring rain, intoxicating, tickling, soft, you. Long Ao Tian saw such Hu Yueying, raised his hand on the tip of her nose gently pinched. She is really cute. Seeing this scene from afar, he couldn't help but stop his footsteps, and the hand carrying the bag of buns and soy milk couldn't help but slowly clench. Ryoga. The hand that clenched the bag slowly relaxed. Instead of continuing on, she ducked at the mouth of another alley. The palm of the hand was pressed gently against the heart. It's peaceful, and the heart is at peace. Li Qingxue stared blankly. Although it was close at hand, it seemed to be a bit distant. Hu Yuying's smile even after so much distance, but also can feel her smile so happy. Such Hu Yuying seems to be only in the side of Long Aotian can see. Long Aotian just looked at her like that and smiled. He gave all his favor all to Hu Yuying. At least at this moment he couldn't tolerate anyone in his gaze. Seeing a scene like this, at this moment Li Qingxue was suddenly somewhat relieved. I can't really say I'm relieved. It's a very strange emotion. It can't be described. And it can't be described. It was as if her heart was obviously this calm, but she always felt a little uncomfortable. But seeing Perry who happy, she was happy for them. Yes, it's happy. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of what Perry who had said that night when he called out to himself. She said, Sheng Shui, what if I like Lung too? The look on Yuck Ying's face at that time had already forgotten itself. Foolish Yuck Ying, were you in a sad mood at that time? Definitely. I say things like that around you. It's obvious you're upset but I don't see it at all. Thank you for the bounty, and the power generation. Love you guys. Chapter 190, Time. Please slow down a bit. Maisie finished eating the thin meat porridge, playfully looked at Long Aotian. Brother Long, you see I've finished eating. So good. Hu Yuying was a little secretly pleased that she was the most well-behaved, then thought of something and said, Lung, I joined the Hanbok Club. One of Perry whose favorite things was to share her daily routine with Long Aotian. Long Aotian also likes to listen to Ing Hu Yuxing tell her daily life, so that he can know whether the little girl is good inside the school or not. Actually, someone from the Hanbok Club tried to invite me to join the other day, but I didn't agree at the time. Then didn't I talk to Haruyuki and Evening Ning about the online store? So I went to inquire about the price of handbox after I went back last night. Speaking here, Ing Huyu was obviously a little excited. Brother Long, you can't even guess. The price of a Chinese dress is almost $200. Then I wondered if I could sell hanbok as well as clothes. So I joined the Hanbok Club. Hearing this, Long Aotian knew that Hu Yuying already had her own idea, which was a good thing. The next time, as Hu Yuying said, Long Aotian, listen, the original unconsciously has been following his ass behind the little follower, really grown up. At the end of the speech, Long Aotian endured a smile and bought a bottle of water for Ing Huyu to moisturize her throat. After drinking the water, Hu Yuying beautifully in front of Long Aotian. Hu Yuying is the most real, the beautiful side, the ugly side, the crybaby side, the shy side. Lung has seen all of his bad side and witnessed his growth. No matter how much she had grown, in front of Lung, she would always be the little follower who liked to follow Lung's ass. Just then, the foreman came to Long Aotian, seemingly to say some things about the house remodeling above. Lung followed the foreman away. Perry Huyu sat on the green steps and took out his cell phone to look at it. Then he saw it, the message that Li Qingxue had replied to himself. Yikes, so involved in talking to Lung I didn't even notice. So rushed to click on the chat box to reply. Says he's here to see Lung and asks if Haruki is coming over. Soon Haruki replied, I'm not going over there today because I have some things to do. What's wrong? Is it physically uncomfortable? When they parted yesterday, Haruki was still fine, and there was no word of her having anything extra today. Seeing the message sent by Ing Huyu, Li Qingxue could clearly feel the concern between her lines. Perry, who is such a person. Sometimes people are good without any heart. In this life to have such a friend is really lucky. Li Qingxue smiled and said, it's really fine. I'll go over there to play some other day. And isn't Long Outyan going to decorate the house today? It should be very busy during this period of time. Say all the best for me. Aha, I will. I'll be back later to bring you cupcakes for dinner. So wait for me. Seeing this message, Li Qingxue took a deep breath and unconsciously leaned her head on top of the fence. Ryoga smiled briskly and picked up his cell phone to reply. Okay, I'll wait for you, yo. Perry who, flying kiss emoji. Li Qingxue also replied to her with a flying kiss emoji. It wasn't long before Long Aotian walked back. Isn't it quite boring? Why don't you go back to school first? Looking at Ing Huyu staring at her cell phone, Long Aotian said with a smile. No, with Lung, even just sitting around without talking was never boring. It's just that Qingxue seems to be a bit unwell. Ing Huyu whispered. Uncomfortable? Long Aotian thought for an instant and seemed to understand something. Wait. Finished walking towards the supermarket not far away in the middle, and again came out with more than an electric kettle and a packet of brown sugar in his hand. Take this back to Qingxue and turn around and cook some brown sugar ginger tea to drink. Alone in the field with no one to turn to, a little help is a little help. Long Aotian is such a thought, but subconscious behavior. If do not care, will not be this. It is because of subconscious care so. Well, then I'll go back first. Brother Long. Hu Yuing actually still kind of didn't want to leave. But Long is fine and fine. But Haruki is not feeling well. Comparing the two, she felt that she should go back now and take care of Haruyuki first. Receiving the things in Long's hands, Huyu hesitated for a moment and turned around to gently hug Long Aotian. For Hu Yuying's sudden move, Long Aotian's body stiffened for a moment, then laughed. What's wrong? Still can't let go of Brother Long? Don't say anything first, Brother Long. Hu Yuying tilted her head to look at Long Aotian and listened with her side ear after she finished speaking. She's so greedy. She'll have to wait for her next vacation if she goes back this time. Quietly listening to the heartbeat a little bit bigger, listening to listen. Hu Yuying body trembling, face unconsciously put on a smile. This moment seems to listen to not listen to all unimportant. Feeling Lung's palms around her back, Hu Yuying how much she wanted time. You just stay in this moment, okay? The first time he initiated a hug on Lung, he was all stiff as a stick, and he would push himself away, saying to himself, no, you can't do this. The second time he hugged Lung, he was still a little stiff, but he wasn't pushing himself away, and stroked his hair, saying to himself, whatever it is, tell Lung, and Lung will go and reason with them. The third time, and this time holding Lung, he didn't push himself away and offered to wrap one arm around himself. This little bit of change, so that Hu Yuying's heart is an indescribable feeling, is happy, is joyful, is enjoying, is attached, is not willing to give up, is their own in a little bit into the heart of the dragon. He himself had heard it again and again, heard the sound of Lung's heart beating just for himself. It was like that violent yet uncontrollable heartbeat he had when he was near Lung. Long Aotian looked at the young girl in his arms. More than once he couldn't help himself, but only this time he completely emptied everything and let his body respond. She was slender, and the palm of her hand felt the warmth of her skin, as well as the slight shivering of the young girl's body. She said to herself, she's grown into adulthood. She said, not gratitude, not thanks, not thanksgiving, it's dependence, but not the kind of dependence an overgrown little girl has, it's the kind of dependence a grown woman has on a man. Gently patted her back, her chin gently rubbed on top of her long hair, sniffing the fragrance of her body. What should I do with this little follower? Well, go back to the road a little slower. Fondly loosened the arm around the dragon brother, shyly lowered his head, under the cover of the long hair. Who can not see the young girl shied a charming look? Chapter 191, Me. I'll arrest you too. Come to the door of the dormitory. Perry Huyu gently knocked on the door of the room. Come in. Hearing this, Hu Yuing then pushed open the door of the dormitory room and poked her head out to look inside. Yucking? When she saw that the person coming was Hu Yuing, Li Qingshue's eyes first erupted with surprise, and then her eyes gradually dimmed. Qingxue. Huyu lightly smiled as she walked into the middle of the dormitory, looking towards Qingshue's roommates and gently nodding. Hello, you guys. Hello. They often heard from Li Qingshue's mouth about an old hometown girl and good girlfriend called Hu. Just now heard Li Qingxue called out Yucking, since he smiled and greeted. After seeing that it was Perry Hu, Li Qingxue hurriedly got up from the bed. Perry Hu, why are you here? Huyu walked into the middle of the dormitory and shook the things in her hand in front of Qingxue. Qingxue, I brought you something. It was a square piece of cake, along with an electric kettle, a bag of brown sugar and ginger snaps purchased on the way back. Cake was normal. After all, it had been said earlier on Penguin that he would come back with cake for himself. But when she saw the electric kettle, brown sugar as well as ginger, Li Qingxue couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Yucking seemed to have misunderstood something. However, seeing this caring Hu Yuing, Li Qingxue had an indescribable feeling of being touched inside. This is what Brother Lung asked me to bring over for you. I'll boil some brown sugar water for you first, if the cupcakes are there later, okay? As he spoke, he had already begun to pick up the water from the drinking fountain and boiled ginger sugar water for Qingxue to drink. Hearing Hu's words, Li Qingxue froze for a moment, her eyes tightly placed on the electric kettle. This is what Long Aotian asked you to bring? Perry Hu nodded, seemed to think of something. The smile at the corner of her mouth looked so nice. A little bit of happiness. Today I went to find Brother Long. Li Qingxue pursed her red lips tightly, especially after hearing that Long Aotian knew he was having a hard time and immediately purchased an electric kettle and brown sugar for himself. The emotions within her heart could not help but show two extremes. She believed that Hu Yuing would not deceive herself, and this subconscious concern of Long Aotian was not feigned. Long Aotian is really a very good and nice person. And Hu is also a good friend who is trustworthy and dependable. Looking at Huyu's busyness for herself, Li Qingxue suddenly had a little bit of being able to understand how she felt inside at first. On one side is the heart of the dragon. On the other side is this good friend of his. But he said that in front of Hu Yuing. If time can be turned back, He will not say that kind of words. Unfortunately, time doesn't go back. What are you thinking about, Haruki? Don't get lost in thought. Be careful of scalding. After boiling it completely, he poured out a cup from the electric kettle and looked at Li Qingxue, who was frozen in thought and couldn't help but say with a smile. Looking at Ing Huyu in front of her, Li Qingxue really wanted, so badly, to say that she was a cutie. Is a fool. Obviously he has already shown his heart to Long Ao Tian in front of her. Not only does she not guard herself, alienate herself, but also come to care for herself, take care of herself. Although this is just a misunderstanding. Thank you, Yaking. Li Qingxue carefully took the water cup and smiled brightly. Seeing Li Qingxue smile, Hu Yueying followed suit. Li Qingxue really looked good when she smiled, and she loved seeing the smile on Li Qingxue's face. So at the moment, when she saw Li Qingxue smiling, she smiled as well. For Hu Yueying herself, Li Qingxue is really a very good friend. Nothing else, just Li Qingxue as a person. You're welcome. Lung was the first big brother he had made, and Qingxue was the second friend he had made. Hu Yueying can feel Li Qingxue to their own good. Will be under the heart. She also want to be good to Qingxue, not just to thank you. At those words, Li Qingxue put down the cup in her hand and opened her hands with a small grunt. Seeing Haruyuki like this, Hu Yueying couldn't hold back her laughter. Haruyuki was so cute, but she still walked up and hugged Haruyuki. It's different from Lung's body. Oh, Haruyuki's body is soft and soft. Obviously she looks as thin as herself, but it's like there's a roundness on her body similar to a baby's fat. It's so comfortable. Similarly, Li Qingxue also likes to stick with Perihu, because Perihu's body bones are also soft. Qingxue? Ing Huyu's body trembled lightly, blushing her little face and calling out in a small voice, while at the same time twisting her buttocks uncomfortably, wanting to get rid of the small hand that was grasping at her arched buttocks. Yucking, you're so full of it. Li Qingxue was playful. She had always been this lively and playful, and now she, putting aside her disturbing thoughts, only wanted to be in the moment. Hu Yuing's small face a little bit began to turn red. You, I'm going to catch you too. The two roommates in the dormitory who didn't go out couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw Li Qingxue and Hu Yueying playing around. In their opinion, Li Qingxue and Hu Yueying's relationship was really good. Li Qingxue moved inside, Hu Yueying laid down, and the two took out their cell phones and logged into their online store interface. Hu Yueying also gave Li Qingxue her thoughts. Then I think you should design an online store style that combines ancient and modern styles. On the one hand it's current fashion. On the other hand it's old-fashioned tenderness. And you're not just a ready-made hanger. Next, Li Qingxue also spoke her own thoughts to Hu Yueying. Li Qingxue's idea is also the most direct and simple. She has a good personality, lively and not introverted. She can shoot her own style which belongs to her, and then upload it to Penguin to publicize for herself. Yucking, if you trust me, just shoot with me. I can help you publicize it. This was not Li Qingxue talking big. She was well liked. As they were talking, both of their penguins jumped at the same time. It was their group chat, and there were only 3 people in the group. Video invitation. When she saw Ing Huyu and Li Qingxue lying together, a brief moment of froze suddenly appeared on Lin Wanning's cool little face. He looked at the way Rinjin froze for a moment. This time not only Li Qingxue but also Hu Yueying couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Seeing the smiles on the two men's faces, Lin Quanine then reacted to the fact that she had obviously overthought things, then joined in the conversation. I think it's fine. We'll be hosting a party here in a while, so if I can place then, it'll be a good way to promote us together. You still say that? Even we haven't heard you sing yet, Li Qingxue said. Hu Yueying also agreed with Li Qingxue's words and nodded. Then we'll get together this afternoon? Lin Quanning suggested. Good. A university to the Conservatory of Music is almost the same 3 kilometers. Not long, for their youth. Periyak, hurry up and generate electricity. Oh. Otherwise I and Qingxue and Evening Ning will also have to arrest you. Oh. Chapter 192. We're obviously better looking than the crane. Evening Ning is here. Li Qingxue looked at the visitor and waved her hand with a smile. Hearing the voice, Lin Quanine smiled and walked over quickly. It's the first time I've been over here. I thought I was looking in the wrong place, he said, handing the fruit tea in his hand to Ing Huyu and Li Qingxue. Brought it on the road. Thanks X2. You guys are too polite. Lin Kusuning's cool face was full of smiles. Try to see if you like the flavor. The trio wandered through the park, creating a unique and beautiful landscape. This park is huge. There's a bench out front. We'll go sit on it for a while, under the shade of the trees and on top of the bench. The 3 of them held fruit tea in their hands, enjoying the scenery while talking about words. Li Qingxue sent the design style of the trio's online store to her friend through Penguin. Alright, next we just need to wait. Li Qingxue shook her cell phone, and in the interface was Rue Wine's OK emoticon. So are we going to practice shooting now? The environment here is quite nice. There was a little excitement in Rinjin's heart. It was the first time in her life that she had tried her hand at business, and she was focused on it. Then let's try it? Li Qingxue exited the penguin interface and went into her phone's photo mode. Hu Yuing looked around. Well, there was no one here, so she nodded excitedly as well. Who's first? The three of them looked at me. I looked at you, and finally decided to simply rock paper. Whoever loses, will make a sample first. Lightning, this won't work. Li Qingxue looked at the recorded image in her cell phone, clicked pause, and then said, you need to move. How do I move? Lin Kuan-ning was a little unsure of what to do. She used to participate in competitions and has a great sense of camera and doesn't get stage fright. But before, she'd stood center stage and started singing, and to say she'd moved around, she hadn't had a clue for a while. Li Qingxue thought about it and suddenly brightened up. She had the most ghostly ideas. We can walk forward with our backs to the camera first and then smile back. Ha! Li Qingxue froze for a moment, then turned around, then looked back at Li Qingxue. Like this? Perry, who also whispered from the sidelines. Qingxue, do you want to give us a sample or not? Alright then. Li Qingxue handed her cell phone to Hu Yuing, then walked over to Hu Yuing. Is it done? Okay. Perry, who held her cell phone and filmed, and Lin Yujing came to her side and looked at the cell phone recording screen with her. In the picture, Li Qingxue walked forward with a light pace. After walking a certain distance, she turned around with joy. A few strands of hair brushed her fair cheeks. Her soulful eyes contained a smile, and she gestured a, yay, smile like a flower blossomed on the side of her cheeks. As they watched Haruyuki's actions, both Hu Yuing and Lin Yujing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing Yinghu and Lin Yujing laughing at themselves, Li Qingxue didn't listen to them. Hey, 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 I'm proofing for you guys, you can't laugh at me. He said that he had already come to Hu Yuing and Lin Kusuning and was about to tickle them. After playing around for a while, the three of them sat down to look at their phones again. Li Qingxue's earlier actions were playing in her cell phone. Very pretty, very youthful, very spiritual. The beauty of the world seemed to have all gathered in her at that moment. Li Qingxue looked at herself in her cell phone and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but start to rise. Noticing two lines of sight falling on her face, she suddenly looked back, and then saw that both Hu Yuing and Lin Kusuning were looking at her and smiling. This time it sort of made sense, and pretended to look at the two in exasperation. Yeah, you guys are making fun of me. Next it's time for late gaze, and I'm going to make fun of you guys too. Knowing that Haruyuki was joking and wasn't really angry, Rinjin got up as well and began to move forward according to the movements Haruyuki had devised. Elegant turn around, light sunshine sprinkled on the body. The fair and delicate little face seems to be melted by the cold. More delicate, gently raised the curtains, eyes such as the autumn water more than a tender. The corners of the mouth slightly up, sweet smile. After seeing the finished shot, all eyes were placed on Perry Hu. It's my turn. Hu Yuing gently took a breath. It was good that there was no one else around. Otherwise she really was a bit put out. I'm starting. After a certain distance, she slowly turned around. Her slender fingertips gently ruffled her long hair that was messed up by the wind. Her red lips pursed lightly, and she gave a shallow smile that was indescribably charming and delicate. It was shot 3 times, but had 3 different styles, and it was beautiful. If you put on a nice outfit and do the shoot in the middle of it, the result will be better than now. The cell phone was placed on top of the bench and the 3 joined hands and did this again at the same time. Unfortunately it's never as good as what comes out of a man-made shot. If only Long Aotian was there. Looking at her cell phone, Li Qingxue subconsciously said. After saying that, she froze herself and quietly looked at Hu Yuing and Lin Koning. The two didn't react much, as if it seemed to them that this was how it should have been. If Long Aotian was there, then everything would have been fine. What's wrong, Haruyuki? Hu Yuing laughed softly and asked Haruyuki, who was looking at herself a bit dazed. Looking at Hu Yu's smile, Li Qingxue also smiled and shook her head. It's nothing. Let's go find my brother, Rinjin suggested. She hadn't seen her brother all day today. Aha. Hu Yuing nodded. Seeing that the two had agreed, what else could Li Qingxue say? Of course, she went over together. From a distance, I saw a group of people standing on the side of the road, watching the crane operation parked in the alley. The man at the head had his hands wrapped around his chest, his waist straight, and he was watching the crane operation without looking at it. And he didn't know what he was talking about with the people next to him. Didn't see some of what was said, but you could read it on that face. And he seemed to be saying, see, I got that crane. Who was that person if not Long Aotian? Qingxue, Lightning, this crane is really pretty? Perry Hu asked softly. When he was in Bay City he could often find out that Lung liked to look at shovels, excavators and such things. Sometimes walking on the road. See, cannot walk the road. Even if it can still walk the road. But also a step 3 turn back. Seems to want to see those digging machine to dig where. Li Qingshui and Lin Koning both shook their heads. They were also particularly unclear. They were clearly better looking than the digger, but they had never seen Long Aotian look at himself like this. Hu Yuing took out her cell phone and took a picture of Lung, then clicked send. The site then stayed on Lung. Only Long touched his cell phone, swiped his finger up to open the phone interface, took a cursory glance, and continued to look at the crane. As if in an afterthought he paused for a moment, looked at his cell phone once more, then looked around, looked helplessly at the three little ones, then at the crane, and finally walked towards the three little ones. Chapter 193, Let go of your hand. You idiot! What brings you here? Brother, let's show you something, Lin Quan Ning said with a smile. What could? Ahem. What things? Long Aotian was going to say. What can look better than a crane overhead? But seeing that both little ones were looking at themselves with a smile on their faces, they immediately forced themselves to change their words. Why is it two little ones? That's because Long Aotian realized that Li Qingshui seems to be extraordinarily high and cold today, because she is too familiar with it. So such a shift in mood is still easy to feel. Li Qingshui also noticed Long Aotian's line of sight and somewhat unnaturally turned her head away. The human psyche is a particularly difficult product to insight into patterns. Anytime, anywhere, or because of something, or perhaps because of the mood of the moment, it can change in an instant. Li Qingshui is in such a stage right now. She could feel Long Aotian's subconscious concern for herself, and she could also feel Hu Yuying's trust and friendliness. So she dwells on it. But at the same time people have complex emotions and always dwell on various things, which ultimately leads to entanglement. Sometimes, Li Qingshui wished that Long Aotian wouldn't be so good to himself. What's the matter? You don't seem in the mood today. You're not going through early menopause, are you? Upon hearing this, Li Qingshui's good-looking eyes gently narrowed slightly. Dragon, Ao, Tian, you just entered menopause early. I'm only 18. Okay, it's just a flower like a good year. Long Ao Tian laughed. Fine, you're just like a flower. Li Qingshui blankly glanced at Long Aotian without any good reason, but suddenly realized that the nagging feeling in her heart just now had vanished in these few short words. Yes, swings and misses. In fact, there are so many sentimental. Want to think more, care more. The mind becomes complex. Do not want to think casually frank. The mood is naturally transparent up. The truth is simple, but it is such a very simple truth that is often overlooked at first glance. Long Aotian looked at Li Qingshui. The shift between emotional attitudes was still relatively obvious, because Li Qingshui herself was not the type of person with a lot of heart. Come to think of it, isn't it true that a person who likes to share his joy and happiness shows it all on his face? Looks like there's a little glutton in a bad mood. Come on, let's take you guys out for some good food. I'm not the one with a good mouth. I didn't say anything about you, but you're good. You're straight to the point. I'm going to strangle you. In just a few seconds. Li Qingshui was annoyed and laughed at by Long Aotian. Annoyance is fake annoyance. Laughter is real laughter. But in the end, he didn't let Long Aotian take him to eat something delicious. He just rented a house and stupidly huffed and puffed to renovate it. So where was he going to get a lot of money on him? First, they showed Long Aotian the video taken by the three of them and talked about their plan. At this, Long Aotian directly gave a thumbs up. So we are now going to requisition you to take pictures for us. When Li Qingshui saw Long Aotian's thumbs up, she couldn't help but be a little arrogant. After all, this idea was her own idea. Long Aotian's affirmation was an affirmation of himself, so why not be happy? You've come to the right person for this. Seeing Long Aotian with such a confident look, the three little ones felt reliable at once. In his original world, Long Aotian's happiest moment every day was lying in bed and brushing a certain sound, trimming cow hooves, fixing horse hooves, shampooing carpets, and just diversifying your photo skills. I can't say it's a handful, but I can only say it's decent, said the man who had already taken out his cell phone. I'll get a feel for it first. The three little ones are of course cooperating with this. Wait, Long Aotian, can this angle really take good-looking pictures? Li Qingshui looked down at Long Aotian, her heart filled with doubts. She often shot things, but never like this, and it didn't feel quite right the way it was. Of course you still don't trust my skills? Long Aotian deadened his lips and said, in a moment I'll count 1, 2, 3. You all look down at the camera at the same time. Got it? Looking at Long Aotian's serious look, the three little ones nodded, signaling that they understood. 1, 2, 3. Long Aotian sputtered with laughter, then quickly controlled his expression. Then he got up. His height would have been an advantage, but he still stood on his tiptoes and shot diagonally from top to bottom. At this moment, not to mention Li Qingshui, Lin Koning and Hu Yuing couldn't help but ask the question in their minds, is it really good to shoot from the top down like this? Years later, the three little ones learned a new term that was death angle. Long Ao Tian, are you laughing? Li Qingxue asked suspiciously. Brother, why does it feel like you've suddenly gotten so weird? Long Ao Tian waved his hand. Nothing, I just thought of something funny. Liar. I just saw you snickering. Then when you saw me looking over, you hurriedly stopped smiling. Hu said in a small voice, because even the most well-behaved and obedient of her, she also felt a little bit wrong under all of Long's behavior. Li Qingxue glanced at Perry Hu. Oh my god. Even Perry Hu felt that something was wrong. So needless to say, this was definitely not right. Long Ao Tian showed me the picture. Originally this was not an excessive request, but Long Ao Tian put his cell phone into his pocket with a serious face. Alright, warm-up is over. Now let's start shooting. Brother Long, you're not trying to distract us, are you? Hu Yuing asked tentatively, as she felt that today's Brother Long was wickedly awesome. A word to the wise. Lin Kuan-ning also couldn't help but look at Long Ao Tian. Just now I felt strange why brother you would just burst out laughing after counting 1, 2, 3, now would you please give me an explanation? Long Ao Tian waved his hand impatiently. Kindly help you guys to take pictures, but you guys doubt me like this. Honestly, I'm very sad. Hiss. Saying this he sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Li Qingxue who was digging out her pockets. What are you doing? Let go. Asshole. Li Qingxue also felt that something was wrong, and immediately withdrew her hand, and even took half a step back in fear, looking at Long Ao Tian with an unbelievable face. Here it is. Lin Kuan-ning had already secretly taken out Long Ao Tian's cell phone. Her voice made the somewhat awkward atmosphere between Long Outyen and Li Qingxue less awkward. Li Qingxue lowered her head. Her small hands clutched the corner of her coat tightly, not daring to look at Long Ao Tian, and quickly walked over to Lin Kuan-ning and Hu Yuing. Seeing that the three little ones were attracted by the cell phone, Long Ao Tian couldn't hold on any longer. Bending down and frantically pouring in cool air, the expression on his face was intriguing. When seeing the photos in the cell phone, the smiles on the faces of the three little ones first stiffened, then disappeared, and finally looked at Long Ao Tian in unison. Guess what Haruki caught? Send power. Please, love you. Chapter 194, you can't blow there. Something will happen. Long Ao Tian only felt a coldness behind his back, so much so that his body stiffened for a moment. This was a danger-sensing instinct. Brother Long, you are bad. Hu Yuing are not to rely on Long Ao Tian. It is really the photos taken from this angle. It is simply difficult to say. Brother, you really went overboard this time. Lin Kuan-ning also had a little bit of a grudge. No girl doesn't love beauty. They all care about their image. But Long Ao Tian's shooting from top to bottom makes them not only look short and fat, but their faces also droop very long. Ugly photos. Never had ugly photos. It's ugly and hard to look at. The two little ones finished looking at Li Qingxue. The most lively and bouncy Li Qingxue unexpectedly did not cure Long Ao Tian. The two little ones still feel strange. If it was before, it goes without saying that Li Qingxue would definitely be the first one to disobey Long Ao Tian. She noticed the stares of Hu Yuing and Lin Yujing. Li Qingxue clenched her small hand, timidly looked towards Long Ao Tian. Her bright little face was covered with redness at the moment. You're shameless. After saying that, he almost subconsciously looked at Long Ao Tian's pants and noticed that his pants were slightly pushed up, and then he shuddered lightly and hurriedly pulled Hu Yuing and Lin Kasuning towards one side. Shameful. It was so shameful that Li Qingxue didn't know how to face Long Ao Tian. I'll just have to make a shallow escape for a while. This time, Huyu is not even defending Long Ao Tian. The three little ones are on the same page. Looking at the back of the three little ones, Long Ao Tian opened his mouth but he didn't know what to say. I didn't do it on purpose. After saying that it's you who grabbed me, how did it become me shameless? While he was muttering in a small voice, Li Qingxue trotted over. Seeing Li Qingxue trotting over, Long Ao Tian helplessly shook his head in amusement. Now you know to apologize? Hiss. The words were not yet finished. Li Qingxue trotted over to first hand over the cell phone to Long Ao Tian and then stomped on his foot. Don't think I didn't hear it while. And I didn't mean to do it. With that, he turned and ran. Long Ao Tian was simply exasperated by Li Qingxue's actions. Hey, are you guys still filming or not? As soon as the three little ones heard this, they couldn't help but walk a few points faster. They really don't dare to. They don't know what to do if that kind of ugly photo is seen by others. Looking at the accelerated pace of the three little ones, Long Ao Tian laughed. This time it seems like we've overplayed our hand. The little follower doesn't even believe me anymore. Open the phone. Directly into the photo album interface. The interface of the three people's ugly photos are still stored in the phone album. They did not delete. Lazily following the three little ones, the afternoon was extraordinarily pleasant. The three little ones gathered together constantly cricketing the dragon pride behind them. although very do not want to, but Hu Yuing realized, and they crickets with the dragon. Inexplicably feels so interesting. Lung is actually very nice. He just acts like a playful little kid sometimes. He had known Lung for the longest time, so Hu Yuing knew Lung's character better. It's very mature and old-fashioned when it's serious. The ability to take yourself to another city to get into clothes for sale. The ability to be hypocritical and snake-like with a bunch of people you've never even met. Whether it's setting up a stall or magical hawking, at least according to Hu Yuing, no one among his peers can do it. But sometimes it's a headache not to be decent. After all, no one is perfect. Not to mention that Perry who does not feel that this is the shortcomings of the dragon in his heart. Yes. Lung is the best. In your eyes, Lung is the best boy in the world. Li Qingxue teased. Perry Hu Yuking lowered her eyes and sneaked a glance at the dragon not far behind her, pursed her red lips lightly, and muttered in a small voice, it was originally. Lin Quan Ning smiled. Brother, he's fine. When she said this, Hayashi Kusunaga smiled beautifully, and for a moment it was as if an iceberg had melted. Seeing such a Lin Kusunoki, Li Qingxue couldn't help but pause lightly for a moment. Spin laughed too. Who said otherwise? That guy, he's really good. Hey, what are you guys talking about? I can hear it all. Hearing Long Ao Tian's voice, the three little ones coincidentally stopped their steps, and then turned around and smiled back. Liar, there's nothing more beautiful in the world, is there? The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the bodies of the three little ones, and as Long Ao Tian looked at their smiles, a brief trance appeared for a moment. It was also unknown since when. Long Ao Tian had long since unconsciously integrated into this world. It's no longer a fictional world. It's a world with vivid life. The three little ones in front of him were no longer the so-called heroines for Long Ao Tian himself. They were all his sisters. Occasionally the heart beats for it. The three little ones saw Long Ao Tian looking dumbfounded and froze, and covered their mouths with a smug smile. It was very smug. They loved to see Long Ao Tian being amazed by himself. Long Ao Tian slowly raised his cell phone and time was frozen in this moment, leaving a picture of the best years, saved into the middle of a cell phone album, beauty and ugliness, a very stark contrast. Looking at the smile that flowed from the corner of Long Ao Tian's mouth when he looked at his cell phone, the three little ones regrouped around him. Show us too. This photo of the three little ones were all very satisfied and asked Long Ao Tian to hurry up and send it to them. There are only 3 people in the photo, but only they know that there are more than just 3. In the end, the three little ones were still taken to dinner by Long Ao Tian. Damn Long Ao Tian. Dinner is dinner. I didn't say I won't go. Why knock my head? Ha! Long Ao Tian snorted lightly with a smile. Revenge. You are nakedly vengeful. Ing Hu Yu gently touched Qingxue's head. It's okay. I'll blow on you and it won't hurt anymore. Hearing this, Li Qingxue couldn't help but look at Long Ao Tian. It should be because she had hurt him, right? Even quickly shook his head. That cannot be blown. We'll have an accident. You guys go in first. The rice in this house is quite delicious. Long Ao Tian stopped and said to the three little ones behind him. Watching the three little ones go in, Long Ao Tian turned around and walked into the store on the side. Qingxue, your face is so red. Don't be angry with Brother Long, okay? I will help you say Brother Long in a while. Hu Yuing said as she looked at Li Qingxue, who was sitting quietly in her seat, but her small face was red. It's fine. Just a little hot. At that, Lin Quan Ning paused for a moment. Once upon a time she seemed to have used a similar excuse herself. Is it really just hot? Laughing softly, he asked. Li Qingxue nodded quickly. Aha. One is only this quick to affirm when it is perfunctory. Lin Quan Ning could be sure that it certainly wasn't too hot. So what exactly was it? Chapter 195, I like him like the sun shining in my heart. Without waiting for Lin Quan Ning to think clearly, Long Ao Tian walked into the private room, carrying a copper teapot in his hand. Drink some water first. The meal is being prepared. Long Ao Tian said, placing the disposable cup on top of the table and started to pour water. No sooner had the dark red liquid been poured out than the three little ones smelled the pungent spice of ginger. Brother, is this brown sugar and ginger water? Lin Quan Ning asked. Well, a little while later 2 more drinks are not enough for me to burn in. Earlier, Long Ao Tian brought businessmen and a few foremen to eat here, adding a lot of worker traffic to this store. Borrow a place to boil some water and the store was happy to do so. Thank you, Brother Long. Hu Yuing said with a smile as she watched Long Ao Tian pour water for herself. Be polite to Brother Long again. Beware of me whacking you. Long Ao Tian raised his hand and gently knocked on Hu Ying's head. There is no need for thanks between them. Ing Hu Yu touched the place where she had been gently knocked over by Lung and smiled playfully. Got it, Lung. Li Qingxue quietly watched this scene. From the moment she saw Long Ao Tian pouring out the brown sugar water, it was as if her line of sight was fixed on top of Long Ao Tian's figure, never leaving it for a moment. so he's keeping it in mind, even if it was a simple misunderstanding. But to be remembered in this way, Li Qingshue's expression changed and her small hands tightly clenched her clothes. She really wanted to ask Long Aotian if he would care about himself like this in the future. Wanted so badly to ask the big bad guy why he was being so nice to himself. Did you know that being nice to a girl like this will? What are you waiting for? Drink up. Do you think I'm too good for you? Ha ha ha. Li Qingxue skimmed her mouth and rolled her eyes. Sooner or later, she would jerk this bad guy straight. You guys go back first after eating. I still have a little thing to do in a while, so I won't see you off. Long Aotian put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth and said, got it Lung. Be good at school. I'm leaving first. Subconsciously, he raised his hand to touch Perry whose long hair. Looking at Long Aotian's back, Li Qingshui took out a tissue from her pocket. You guys eat first, I'm going out. Seeing the tissue in Haruyuki's hand, the two little ones didn't ask much. Li Qingshui walked out of the private room, accelerated her pace and caught up with Long Aotian. Before he could finish his words, Li Qingshui grabbed his hand. Don't talk, pulling Long Aotian into the private room at the end of the corridor. Walking into the private room, looking at Li Qingshui closing the door of the private room and also turning her back to herself without uttering a word. Long Aotian was a bit confused, not letting herself talk, and as a result, how is it that she's still facepalming? Haruki, you. Just wait, don't say anything yet. After Li Qingshui finished the sentence, she took a deep breath, then quickly turned around and stood on her tiptoes to kiss Long Aotian on his lips, red lips gently rubbing, eyes confused slightly blinking. Looking at a face of disbelief, Long Aotian said softly, I think I'm largely crazy. You're not crazy, you're toying with me. Li Qingshui let go of Long Aotian. Don't head not to look at him. I just heard my roommate say that male and female students kissing is a wonderful thing. I want to try but I don't know who to find to try. Now it seems that it's not as wonderful as they said. Hearing Li Qingshui's words, Long Aotian sighed. Little cutie. Same, how come you believe whatever others say? Li Qingshui's eyes dodged. I feel so stupid too. Can you open up to me like you used to? Raising her eyes earnestly, she looked at Long Aotian, her eyes slightly reddening. Let me, the little cutie, become sensible again. Is something happening? Li Qingshui shook her head. The body is not comfortable. The mood swings change more. Not allowed to tell others, or I'll strangle you. After saying that, she pinched Long Aotian hard on his waist. Hissed gently. It hurts, why don't you dodge it? Li Qingshui asked as she looked at Long Aotian strangely. Long Aotian flicked Li Qingshui's forehead in amusement. Who are you pinching if I dodge? If you're not comfortable in your heart, tell Brother Long, who is more than willing to slowly enlighten you. And don't listen to your roommate's blind nonsense. They're all just little kids who know what they're talking about. Speaking here, he flicked Li Qingshui's head again. Looking at Li Qingshui's pained appearance, Long Aotian continued without any good humor. You're also stupid. You're curious about everything. Next time you try to molest me, I'll whack you. Back in the private room, Li Qingshui sat back in her seat, holding the brown sugar ginger water and drinking it in small sips. What were you doing just now? Lin Kuan-ning asked in a small voice. The blush on Li Qingshui's pretty face hadn't faded yet, and now that she was asked what she was doing just now, the blush immediately deepened a bit. Without waiting for Li Qingshui to say something, Lin Kuan-ning said even more quietly, I went to the restroom just now. At those words, Li Qingshui's heart tightened and she was just thinking about how to answer. Lin Kuan-ning suddenly laughed out softly. Let's talk about it some other time. Li Qingshui pursed her lips and nodded gently. On the way back, Haruki watched the car carefully. In the face of Perry whose concern, Li Qingshui suddenly didn't know what to do. She didn't feel like a good best friend, and the pull of this emotion made her feel like betraying Perry who. This feeling is too much to bear. What's wrong? Ing Huyu gently pulled Li Qingshui's hand, as she also noticed that Li Qingshui was in a somewhat bad mood. It's okay. Li Qingshui pulled Ing Hu's small hand. The inner struggle still made her ask, Ing, who do you like? Long Aotian? Not just treat him as a brother? Suddenly being asked in this manner, Hu Yuing was first stunned, and then looked at Li Qingshui. She didn't know how Li Qingshui could tell, but her own heart was telling her that she should be brave. So he nodded softly. Yes, I don't just think of Dragon as a brother. Hearing Ing Huyu's reply, Li Qingshui suddenly let out a sigh of relief. I'm sorry. No need to say I'm sorry, because I can't say it's okay. Perry who continued to pull Li Qingshui across the street. Brother Long is very good. There may be many people who like Brother Long, and I am just one of them. So Qingshui, you really don't have to say sorry. Saying that, he turned to look at Li Qingshui and smiled. And didn't you also say that if someone also likes Brother Long, then it's a fair competition? You really think so? Li Qingxue looked at Hu Yueying seriously. Perry Hu nodded frankly. I care about Lung, so I care even more about whether he's happy or not. I love him like the sun shines in my heart, and I really want Lun to be happy and wonderful because he deserves it. Even if that person is not me, at least this sunshine has shone on me. Want to do the book title test now? The vulture is a naming waste. You guys and gals, any suggestions? Let the vulture feel everyone's brain hole. Grow some insight. Love you all. Chapter 196, Brother or Love Brother. Looking at such Hu Yueying, Li Qingxue smiled. She wasn't laughing at the fact that she was finally able to go after Long Aotian without compromising her friendship as well. She was smiling, finally knowing why Long Aotian would always give all the favor to Hu Yueying. Because Perry Hu is really worth it. So, yeah, really wanting to be nice to someone is not asking for anything in return. Yucking, we will be good friends forever, right? Li Qingxue gently hugged Hu Yujing and asked softly. Yes, we will definitely be good friends forever. Hu Yueying was able to feel Li Qingxue's emotions at this moment. It had nothing to do with anything else, just good friends forever. Suddenly Hu Yu's body trembled lightly, and said in a small voice with a red face, Qingxue, can you take your hand away from my butt? It's still outside. No, 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 your body is so soft and cozy to hold. Then I'm going to get you. Boing. Li Qingxue lightly trembled for a moment. Yucking, you said how good it would be if you were a boy. I would definitely marry you straight away. Perry Hu was amused and looked up to the sky. If he was a boy, would anyone really like such a cowardly self? It was Lung who had changed himself, and how unfortunate he would have been if he hadn't met Lung. Lung was good and nice, the number one in the world, and that was why he willingly wished for Lung to be happy. That's the kind of respect one owes to Lung. Gently patting Haruyuki on the back. She had actually panicked when she first found out that Haruki liked Lung. The reason why he was able to openly say such things to Haruyuki now, it was because Lung's heart told itself that it too had beaten violently for him. It was enough, and no matter how it ended, at least it had pulsed for itself. 3 days later came the first long vacation from college. This afternoon, Li Qingxue arrived at the cafe off campus. Here, Lin Kuan-yin raised her hand in a gesture when she saw Li Qingxue enter. Seeing Lin Kusunaga, Li Qingxue let out a light smile and came to Lin Kusunaga with a light step. Lin Kuan-ning rested her cheeks on one hand, her eyes smiling as she looked at Li Qingxue, who had changed very significantly this time compared to the last time they had met. The change is a little hard to describe, but in short, there have been some changes, and those changes are reflected in the mindset. It feels like you've changed a lot these days, Lin Kuan-ning said softly. At this Li Qingxue nodded without hiding. Yes, how could it not change much? In the face of Long Aotian, the heart will fall for it. When confronted with Perry Hu, he would feel guilty in his heart, but all of that was gone after speaking with Perry Hu that afternoon. The whole person looks naturally different when the mood is clear. Qingxue, do you also like Long Aotian? Seeing Li Qingxue nodding her head, Lin Kuan-yin also asked directly to the point. Due to her personality, she didn't like to beat around the bush, and since she was treating Li Qingxue as her best friend, she asked more directly. Well, how could a boy like him not? Li Qingxue's bluntness also surprised Lin Kuan-yin a bit. Spinning around, he let out a soft laugh. Indeed. Yeah. And how can a guy like him not have a crush after contact? Li Qingxue looked at Lin Kusuning in surprise. Can it be that you two, so wanted to meet with you? In Long Aotian's narration, Hu Yueying is her brother's first friend. They help each other to save each other, and the feelings between them are heavier than they are. Perry Hu and Li Qingxue are both her friends, and she doesn't want to see Perry Hu and Li Qingxue become estranged. That's why I thought of coming to talk to Li Qingxue today. Why is it to find Li Qingxue to talk about her heart and not to find Perry Hu to talk about her heart? That is because Perry Hu is the one who is the most important person to her brother. This was something that Lin Kuan-ning was able to see. But today, it seemed that she was overthinking things. Li Qingxue was in good shape, and the weird emotions from that day didn't seem to continue to affect her. In the course of the chat, Li Qingxue also revealed the entirety of her conversation with Hu Yueying that afternoon. After listening to Li Qingxue's words, Lin Yujing pursed her lips and smiled. Hu Yujing is really good. No wonder my brother said that she is a very important person. Yes? What did Long Aotian say? Li Qingxue was still a bit curious. Earlier, I asked my brother if he had a girlfriend, and he said he didn't have one yet, but that there was someone very important to him. Although brother didn't explicitly say who this important person is, I can sense that the person brother is talking about is Hu Yujing. Li Qingxue took a sip of coffee and asked tentatively, then how can you still like Long Aotian when you know that he already has an important person in his heart? There was no answer to this question. At least, Lin Kusu couldn't give Li Qingxue a standard answer to this question. It was like why Li Qingxue fell for Long Ao Tian again. Watching Lin Kuan-ning shake her head, Li Qingxue continued to ask in a small voice, so what do you think? It wasn't about anything else. It was just pure gossip, and Li Qingxue loved to gossip the most. How do you think? It's very simple. Being with Long Ao Tian will make me very happy and have an indescribable sense of security. If I can be boyfriend and girlfriend with my brother, then I will cherish him. And if I can't, he's my brother for the rest of my life. Li Qingxue's eyes narrowed slightly and her body leaned forward. Is it a brother or a love brother? Lin Kuan-ning didn't expect Li Qingxue to say this, and immediately a blush colored her fair little face. All the images in his mind were from when he and his brother kissed, and there was one thing that Li Qingxue wasn't wrong about. Kissing was a wonderful thing. Girls can give their first kiss to a favorite boy. This thing is not to forget. So many people say that the killing power of the white moonlight is great. In fact, not at all false. Meeting your favorite boy at the most beautiful age is a wonderful thing, and even after a long time, it will still creep up on you when you think about it someday. Don't lie to me. I'm a legendary human lie detector. Words. Lin Yining hung her eyes and said in a very soft voice, if brother wants it, I'll give it to him. While Li Qingxue looked at Lin Kasunen incredulously. So the more cool a person is, the more sultry they are in their heart. This saying is really true. In fact, Li Qingxue already knew when Lin Yujing was able to tell herself what was really in her heart. That to some extent, compared to herself, Hu Yujing was a bit more important to Long Ao Tian. That's why Lin Kuan-ning told herself frankly. Feeling bad? No. It's like Lin Kuan-ning said. It's better to be together. And if you can't be together, it's good to be good friends. It's like what Perry Hu said. Just wanting him to be happy. That's all. Lin Kuan-ning looked at Li Qingxue. What about you? Li Qingxue wrinkled the tip of her nose. I won't tell you. It's not fair that you won't give me the time of day even though I've said so. Lin Kuan-ning reached out and was about to tickle Li Qingxue. Li Qingxue hurriedly protected her body. I am not ticklish. The next body shuddered. No. Not where to scratch. Will scratch bad. Then tell me, or I'll arrest you again. Li Qingxue's small face was playfully red, and her eyes were a bit mesmerized as she said, it's not impossible if it's Long Ao Tian. Chapter 197, ignored. After playing around for a while, Lin finally let go of Li Qingxue, who was about to be played out. Li Qingxue gasped in disbelief as she looked at Lin Kuan-yin, the sense of contrast too strong for her to adjust to for a moment. Originally, a cool beauty would know so many thrashing moves. It's so true that you know what you're doing. Do you think we'll be sorry for Perry Hu if we think like this here? Lin Yan said in a small voice. Li Qingxue blankly glanced at Lin Kuan-yin, who was so immodest a moment ago, but now how did she suddenly become so serious? You don't know it's bad, and you said that a moment ago. Lin Yanning rested her chin on one hand. Just saying, it's really hard to meet someone you like, someone who can give you a sense of security. If it wasn't for my brother being there last time, that guy called Yi Liangchen, there's no telling what kind of madness he would have gotten on us. When this matter was brought up, Li Qingxue was also silent for a moment. Yi Liangchen becoming the way he was now was also something she hadn't expected. Surprisingly, I've learned to track. It's really not something to think about in detail. Actually, he wasn't like this before. Li Qingxue sighed and said, he used to be very nice too. Like a big brother next door. Big brother next door? Lin Kuan-ning was surprised when she heard this. I did hear that she followed Hu Yuying when she was in Bay City and even found her home. Li Qingxue skimmed her lips. Yeah, who knows how he suddenly seems to have changed and become annoying. You don't even know. He even asked me to control the score before and accompany him to repeat the exam again, which is not equivalent to letting me give up the college entrance exam. Lin Kuan-ning already thought that Yi Liangchen stalking people was already shrimp-headed enough, but it turned out to be even more shrimp-headed. After 3 years of hard work just for the college entrance exam, he ended up telling Haruyuki to give up. He's not sick, is he? Sighing slightly, in the future, just follow what Long Ao Tian said. When we meet this kind of person with a bad head, let's take a detour. As he spoke, his cell phone vibrated. Li Qingxue took out her cell phone and glanced at it. It's Perry Yukyet. Call Yuking to come out and play with us. Brother is busy lately. He doesn't have time to come to us, but we can go to him to find Long Ao Tian Li Qingxue has some hesitation. Don't look at her character this jumping and lively, but last time sneak attack kiss Long Ao Tian this thing has been haunted in the heart it. Don't know how to face him. Would he laugh at himself? Just thinking about Long Ao Tian's stinky appearance. Li Qingxue wanted to shake her head, but there was a very small voice in my heart saying, go on. You haven't seen Long Ao Tian for 3 days. Without you there, Yuking and Evening Ning can't cure Long Ao Tian, and even if it was you who sneaked up on Long Ao Tian, but that was your first kiss, Long Aotian was still taking advantage of it. Thinking about this, Li Qingxue nodded, feeling quite right. That was his first kiss. How it was possessed by Long Aotian. He was taking advantage of it. So he nodded and started editing the message on his phone. Then he looked up at Lin Kasuning. Let's go wait for Yuking in front of the school. After that let's go to the big fair. Last time it was a small fair and we didn't get enough of it. The 7-day vacation is destined to be no less crowded wherever you go these days. I didn't have to wait for a long time at the A gate, and I saw Perry Hu from afar. Aren't you all quite popular in school? Lin Yujing, seeing the few boys following Hu Yueying, asked with a light smile. Could it be that you aren't? Li Qingxue blankly glanced at Lin Kasunen. Who's that guy? I heard Perry Hu say it before. It seems to be called something like Xue Xiaohua. Hu Yueying looked at Xue Xiaohua, who had been following her around. Even though her nature was already very good, she couldn't help but say once again, can you stop following me? Xue Xiaohua stuck his hands in his pockets and confidently tossed his hair. Don't be in a hurry. Fellow student Hu, I just want to make friends with you, and we're still classmates, so you really don't have to be so defensive with me. These days, he had dealt with Yi Liangchen from time to time, and had learned a lot of moves from him to enhance his compulsion. Xue Xiaohua believed that as long as he was better than the one called Long Aotian, he couldn't believe that Hu Yueying wouldn't see himself. Companionship is the longest confession. Can that Long Aotian do that? Obviously. It's only easier to do it yourself as a fellow student. Hu Yueying was speechless. She just wanted to go out to find Qingxue. How did she need him? He was going to be saying something else, but when he looked up, he saw Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning. Immediately, he quickly walked a few steps to distance himself from Xue Xiaohua. You should stop following me. I have friends. With those words, he trotted directly toward the two men. Looking at Hu Yu's delicate and agile back, the possessiveness in Xue Xiaohua's eyes almost solidified. Such a girl is the ideal type in his mind. At the same time, looking in the direction that Perry Hu was trotting in, his eyes lit up. Last time, I learned the name of that cool girl from Yi Liangchen, Lin Kasuning. If you get one of the three, you'll have no regrets in life. The three of them had three very different styles. There was Hu's tenderness, there was Li Qingxue's beautiful spirit, and there was also Lin Kasuning's coolness. If only they could all fall for me, and experience it all in turn in bed, my life would be complete. Thinking of this, Xue Xiaohua decided to go up and get acquainted, leaving them with a slight impression about himself. What brings you here? Late Ning? Jogging over? Hu Yueying asked with a light smile. I came to play with you guys. Home is too far away. And talking to Haruki, I learned that you guys weren't going to go home either. So I came to find you. Yucking, that person is the Xue Xiaohua you mentioned earlier, right? Li Qingxue asked as she looked towards Xue Xiaohua, who was walking towards the three of them. Looking at Xue Xiaohua, who was walking this way, Hu Yueying couldn't help but feel a little annoyed in her heart. But she couldn't say anything unpleasant and could only say, let's go. Seeing that Perry Hu and the girls were about to leave, Xue Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to walk the catwalk, jumped in place and ran towards the three of them. Hello guys. I'm Hu's classmate. My name is Xiaohua. Xue Xiaohua. Xue Xiaohua asked with a bright smile and a look of teenage sunshine. We're just classmates. We haven't gotten to the point where we're this familiar, right? Hu Yueying felt that Xue Xiaohua had offended herself in this way, so she was really a bit angry. Seeing this, Xue Xiaohua continued to smile brightly, scratching his head ignorantly and fearlessly, making an embarrassed and awkward expression. I'm sorry, I didn't think about it that much. I just thought that I would be happy to know your friend. Both Li Qingxue and Lin Koyin also detected the displeasure on Hu Yueying's face. He just glanced at Xue Xiaohua and didn't strike up a conversation, leaving straight away. The smile on Xue Xiaohua's face stiffened for a moment as he looked at the backs of the three leaving, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Ignored? I was actually ignored? Taking a deep breath, Xue Xiaohua took out his cell phone from his pocket. Chapter 198, Oh heaven, can you hear my voice? There's no more Xue Xiaohua to tangle with here. Perry, whose mood had obviously improved a little. There was something she hated about people like that, and it wasn't because of his constant pestering of herself, although pestering herself accounted for one of those things, the point being that he was so good at pretending. Obviously, the eyes that looked at him were full of covetousness and possession, but he had to act like he was serious. It is really too hypocritical, and such a hypocritical person makes Hu Yueying think of Yi Liangchen. Always stay on top, as if accepting them was a gift to myself, as if they are the only ones who are happy. Yi Liangchen always hangs on to redeeming himself. Xue Xiaohua always hangs on to making a friend. In fact, they are essentially the same people. Hu Yueying does not like, so it is a bit annoying. Alright Yucking, don't let some irrelevant people affect our mood. Li Qingxue softly comforted. Well, the body and looks are natural. You're so sexy. There will always be some people who will covet your beauty and crave your body. Let's just ignore them. When she heard Lin Kuan Ning's words, Hu Yuying's face showed a shocked expression of what are you talking about? It was a little hard for her to imagine such words coming not from Haruyuki but from the cool-natured Lin Kusunoki. Seeing Yinghu's shocked expression, Li Qingshu was secretly delighted. She had experienced firsthand how stuffy this Lin Kusuning guy was. Looking at the cool department aesthetic beauty, but in fact is a small colorful batch. But Hu Yuying quickly adjusted herself as well. They were out for the day and couldn't let other people get between them. Let's go to the fair. It's going to be especially busy today. In the face of this proposal from Li Qingshu, Hu Yuying and Lin Kusuning unanimously approved it. This big fair was really different from the last one. This time there were some more entertainment facilities in the market, although it was not as comprehensive as a specialized casino, but because of the lively atmosphere, a lot of people were gathered. Qingxue, there's a lasso over here for evening Ning. Ying Huyu saw the lasso and excitedly called out to Li Qingxue and Lin Jianing. Yuck, are you going to play this? Perry Hu nodded. Before Brother Long took me to play. I also said in 2 cups. The words were indescribably proud. Until now Brother Long still used that cup. Li Qingxue and Lin Kuan Ning gave Hu Yuying a strange look. They often played these hoops, but they were not as excited as Perry Hu. Lin Yueling didn't know, but Li Qingxue did, that it was rare for Hu Yueling to show such a look about a matter. Together with Perry Hu's frugal routine, the duo seems to be able to imagine Perry Hu's previous life at this moment. So it was proposed to play at once. The 3 beautiful girls lassoed and attracted a very large crowd of spectators. Watching the trio carefully, the onlookers couldn't help but put a smirk on their faces. Especially after seeing the way the 3 girls excitedly hugged each other after Hu Yuying had won a rabbit doll. The anti-smile on her face simply couldn't be stopped. Such youth is wonderful. Afterward, the 3 of them went shopping for clothes. Kyoto is windy and the climate is turning cooler, so the 3 of them each purchased a jacket. After trying on the jacket, Hu Yuying glanced towards the surroundings. Whirling around, he said, I'll go over there. Qingxue and Evening Ning followed Yinghu's line of sight. Most of the clothes over there were men's clothes. At that moment immediately understood the idea of Hu Yuying, and inwardly could not help but sigh how he just did not think of it. All followed at a quick pace as well. After picking out a few pieces of clothing, Hu Yuying took them in her hands and looked at them and asked, do you guys think this dress looks good? Quite a match for my brother. Long Aotian is definitely going to be stealing joy in a while. Perry Hu also thought that this dress would definitely look good on Long. Don't look at Long as such a big man, but he doesn't even know how to take care of himself. Before he went back to his hometown for a few days, Long didn't have a good meal anymore. Thinking about it, Hu Yuying couldn't help but laugh out softly. Then let me show brother an inner wear. After saying that, Rinjin started to check out the inner wear as well. Li Qingxue looked at Ying Huyu, pursed her red lips slightly. Although Long Aotian always loves to bicker with me, he's actually quite good to me. So I'll buy him a pair of pants. When they walked out of the market, the 3 little ones were full of harvest, and they were all looking forward to Long Aotian's surprised, astonished expression when he saw that he had picked out clothes for him. Where are we going now? Lin Kusunaga glanced at the time. It was still early. Her brother must be busy right now. Why don't we go take a bath? Li Qingxue suggested. Both. Lin Kuan Ning was indifferent. But I just washed it at school last night, Ying Huyu said in a small voice. Li Qingxue pulled her arm. Inside the school can only take a shower. So I want to take a bath. Accompany me to go. Accompany me to go. In the face of Li Qingxue's pampering, Hu Yuying smiled. Alright then. Hello. Come into the women's locker room. Perry Hu took off his shoes and replaced them with slippers, then began to undress. As the clothes came off, Li Qingxue and Lin Kusuning, who were on the sidelines, blinked. You, yuck, why are you so big? Li Qingxue even went forward and measured Perry Hu's waist with her hand, then measured her own waist. How can it be so thin? Hu Yuying was embarrassed to use the clothes she took off to cover the key parts. She didn't have the good sense to say that Lung should like a girl with a better figure, so she would work out once in a while. No, let me feel it. Why doesn't it feel as big as it does when you're dressed? What are you talking about, late Ning? Hu Yuying was stunned for a moment. Earlier when Evening Ning said the words of gluttony, she thought she had heard wrong. Now it seems as if she had not heard wrong. Taking advantage of Hu Yuying's moment of dismay, Lin Yueling had already grabbed one hand not accommodating, and squeezed it. Evening Ning, you, how can you be like this? Ying Huyu trembled and said with a shy face, I want to touch it too. Li Qingxue also stepped forward to join in the fun, grabbing Ying Hu's other. Don't Qingxue, late Ning can't rub it. The playful sounds of the 3 came from the bathroom. For a moment, Hu Yuying soaked in the pool, leaning back on the edge of the pool, her face flushed and fluttering. The whole person seemed to be played out. Glancing at the red marks scratched out on one of Lin Kuan Ning's slender legs, another look at the rather perfectly proportioned Li Qingxue who was also lying helplessly on the pool. the three of them smiled at each other, finally making peace for the time being. After walking out of the bathhouse, the three of them only felt lighter, and their bodies were indescribably comfortable. Oh heaven, can you hear my voice? Chapter 199. No matter what Lung thinks, that's our business. Oh heaven, can you hear my call? Oh my devout prayer, let me be able to redeem them. I simply cannot see them deceived. Oh heaven, if you can hear my call, please guide me a little. Hearing the voice, the three little ones froze for a moment, as they felt that the voice was a bit familiar. So he raised his eyes toward the source of the voice. Then they saw a boy with his back to them, tossing his head wildly in the sunlight. Wet hair was constantly splashing around with beads of water under the frantic shaking. He then turned around, his hands in his wet hair, and as he slowly raised his head, his fingers slowly teased his hair back, ending up with a big back hairstyle. Upon seeing the man's confident-looking face, the three little ones' eyes flashed with a hint of disgust. When Yi Liangchen raised his eyes and saw the trio of Hu Yueying, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up in a shallow arc, immediately faced the sky with open arms. Oh heaven, did you hear my call? As he spoke, his arms slowly retracted in a gesture of embracing himself. Haruki, what a coincidence. After doing this, Yi Liangchen reopened his closed eyes, a bitter smile spreading from the corner of his mouth as he trotted towards the three Hu Yueying people. While running, he tossed his hair and met the sun with such enjoyment and devotion on his face, as if the world was his stage. Reckless and spontaneous. Yi Liangchen, why are you here? Li Qingxue asked directly. She was afraid that Yi Liangchen had followed them again. This was simply too scary. If that was true, then she must call Uncle Stripes. Even though they had known each other for years, Li Qingxue simply couldn't accept being stalked. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangchen's eyes showed sadness. How can you think of me like this? Qingxue? My school is nearby, and I just wanted to come and take a shower on this vacation. Speaking here, Yi Liangchen let out a bitter smile. I just didn't expect to meet you guys here. It seems like the heavens heard my pious prayers. Raising her eyes to Li Qingxue, her eyes slowly moved then to Hu Yueying and to Lin Yujing. I know you guys have a lot of opinions about me right now, but have you ever thought about one thing? Why do I know your names? As he spoke, Yi Liangchen first looked at Ing Hu. Can you still remember the first time we met? Can you still remember the look in my eyes at that time? Then he looked at Rin again. Remember when we first met? Remember why I called you by name and said things about you as a child when you didn't know anyone for the first 2 days of school? Speaking here, the bitterness at the corners of Yi Liangchen's mouth became more and more condensed. Even his face was filled with a despondent color. Hu Yueying didn't have much goodwill towards the man who had once stalked her and threatened her. But upon careful consideration, there was a time when Yi Liangchen seemed to have spoken out about his family's situation in the first high school cafeteria. And it was true that he had just transferred to another school at that time. And he always acted like he knew himself well during that time. Compared to Ing Hu, Lin Yujing was more straightforward. Indeed, not long after the start of the school year, this Yi Liangchen had called out her name and revealed that she had lived in the countryside when she was a child. But at the time he wanted to touch his leg, so he just left himself. Seeing Ing Hu Yu and Li Qingxue fall into a short period of thinking, the smile at the corner of Yi Liangchen's mouth became more and more unimpeded. Remember when I said I wanted to redeem you? This statement is not false or empty. I really want to redeem you. It's a pity. Unwarrantedly despondent. The bitterness on his face is especially evident. It's a pity that you've all been deceived and don't believe me. I want you guys to give me a chance to explain. Okay? Speaking here, a tear slowly slipped from the corner of Yi Liangchen's eye. The three little ones shook their heads, but they didn't expect Yi Liangchen to cry. So Li Qingxue said, you said you wanted to redeem us, but the result is that you let me control the score. Let me accompany you to repeat the exam. Let me give up the college entrance exam. If this is what you call redemption, then forget it. I'm very happy with my current life. So Hu Yueying said, you stalked me, threatened me, and kept saying bad things about Lung. You always said that my life shouldn't be like this. In fact, you're really wrong. I like my life now. I really don't need your so-called redemption. So Rin Jinin chimed in. Yeah, I don't think I need to be redeemed by someone who touches a girl's leg the first time we meet, either. And besides, I don't know where I need you to redeem me. The person who saved himself was not him, and Long Ao Tian had never spoken freely under the banner that he had helped himself. Whereas he, with his mouth constantly talking about redeeming himself, is afraid that others won't hear him. Thinking of this, Lin Kusanaga's eyes flashed with a glint and she asked with interest, there's just one thing you can answer me positively? Originally, when he heard this, Yi Liangchen covered his chest with a pained look on his face, but after hearing Lin Quan Ning's words, Yi Liangchen brightened up and asked directly, what? I want to know what kind of salvation you call it. Is it simply salvation or gluttony for our bodies? At that Yi Liangchen paused for a moment. Of course, I'm just simply redeeming myself. Lin Yanning and the other two little ones met their eyes, and then the three of them said at the same time, "So listen, we're fine now, and we don't need to be saved, so please don't show up in front of us again." The three little ones turned around and left after that. Yi Liangchen froze for a moment, then jogged forward and stopped the three. "No, you may not have understood the meaning of my words. What I mean is that it is God's plan for me to come and redeem you, and only I can lead you to the life you want. I know this must be hard for you to accept, but it's all true." Yi Liangchen's speech speeds up. "I know that you guys are now being deceived by Long Ao Tian's appearance to be a little biased against me. That's because you guys don't even understand what kind of person Long Ao Tian is. He's evil while I'm righteous at heart. All he did was play with the three of you. So wake up, will you?" Saying that, he looked at Hu Yuing. "The reason why Long Ao Tian is being nice to you is to capitalize on your kindness so that he can force himself on Li Qingshui and Lin Kuan-ning. He's not a good person at all. I told you before that Long Ao Tian is a womanizer. When you've had enough of playing with you, you'll mess with other people. Look at Li Qingshui and Lin Kusuning beside you. Was I wrong? Can you accept the three of you serving Long Ao Tian together? Can't you see that by now? Wake up, will you?" Then with grief-stricken eyes, he looked at Li Qingshui and Lin Kusuning. Long Outyan obviously already has Hu Yuing by his side, yet he still wants to come and mess with you guys. Can't you see Long Outyan's dirty thoughts? Can you all also accept that Long Ao Tian obviously already has Ying Hu, yet he still wants to play with your dirty minds? This statement was made. Li Qingshui and Lin Kuan-ning subconsciously turned their attention to Hu Yuing. A layer of sullen anger died between Hu Yuying's eyebrows. Coldly looking at Yi Liangchen, "That's between the three of us. None of your business, and I forbid you to say bad things about Brother Long again. You don't understand anything at all. You'll only force your nasty thoughts on us. What kind of person is Brother Long? We don't need you to say it. We can feel it ourselves. And to take a step back, even if Long has any ideas, that's our business and none of yours." It hurts. Yi Liangchen covered his heart and staggered back 2 steps, looking at Ying Hu with disbelief and great sadness. How could he not think that Ying Hu would say such shameless words? Chapter 200, "Do you know what I've done for you? How can you say such words to me?" Yi Liangchen had some inability to accept it. "Do you know how much I lost in order to be able to redeem you all?" Seeing that Li Qingshui wanted to say something else, Yi Liangchen directly covered his ears and murmured with tearful eyes, I don't listen. I just don't listen." For this appearance of Yi Liangchen, the three of them, Hu Yuing, instinctively backed up and pulled away. How could they not have thought that the three of them just came out to take a bath, but they could still encounter such a thing? Why don't you guys believe me? Why? It's obvious that everything shouldn't be like this. Yi Liangchen has no way to understand. No way to understand at all. Especially Hu Yuing. The Hu Yuing in the dream in the last life was so quiet and gentle. This life can say such shameless words. All of this was caused by Long Ao Tian. He transmitted his bad habits to Perry Hu inadvertently, which is why the originally supposed to be gentle and lovely Perry Hu turned into what she is now. Uxin couldn't bear to look at Hu Yuing. Look at what you've become now. You've become completely different. You've become I can't even recognize you. Yi Liangchen, are you alright? Li Qingshui asked with a frown. Don't you talk. Yi Liangchen fiercely looked at Li Qingshui. You're the same. Look at what you've become now. And you're always talking about why I've become like this. Don't you look at what you've become. Knowing that Long Ao Tian doesn't have any good intentions towards you, you still go up with your eyes wide open. Afraid that Long Ao Tian won't be able to reach you, isn't it? The one who disappoints me the most is you. Saying this, Yi Liangchen looked at Lin Kusuning. I originally thought you were different from them, but now it seems I was wrong. Do you realize that you're recognizing a thief as your brother? You're sick, aren't you? The three of them looked at Yi Liangchen and felt more and more that this guy had a real problem with his head. The three chose to leave straight away. Seeing this, Yi Liangchen still caught up. What are you guys saying? Saying I'm sick? I'm saving you guys. How can you guys say that about me? You guys don't know anything at all. But I'm actually paying for you guys. I'm giving everything. And you're calling me sick? Li Qingshui couldn't listen anymore and turned to angrily rebuke Yi Liangchen. What have you paid for us? Who are you to talk about us like that? Do we have to depend on you to succeed? Why should we? Why should our own lives be handed over to you? Even if Long Ao Tian is as bad as you say, but I'm willing to, okay? Li Qingshui was really too angry. Well, you finally admitted, don't you? So I'll tell you how much I've paid for you guys. Saying this, Yi Liangchen slowly closed his eyes. Originally I didn't want to tell you guys. I wanted to just bear it all by myself, but now that you're asking, then I'll tell you properly just how much I've paid for you guys. Hu Yuing, when you were being bullied by Long Ao Tian, I have been fighting for you in my heart. I even recorded Long Ao Tian's evil deeds in a small book, ready to help you take revenge in the future. After knowing that Long Ao Tian even brought you to set up a stall for fear that you would be pulled down into the mire. It was me. It was me who chose to redeem you. But you rejected me. But I still chose to redeem you. And last time, I took 2 slaps from Long Aotian for you guys. Isn't what I did enough? And Li Qingxue, we've known each other for 9 years. 9 years I've been guarding you like a brother. Right? But what have you done? You obviously have the ability. Even after accompanying me to repeat 1 year can also get into a university. But you rejected me. My 9 years of guarding. But not in exchange for 1 year of repeating. Ha! You are too hurtful. But I didn't choose to hate you. But instead, I made connections, spent money, and came to Kyoto. And I originally thought that I would be very happy when you saw me. And that I would fulfill the promise that once you said that you would fall in love when you went to college. But what about you? You betrayed your own promises and made a mockery of my dedication to you. And isn't that dedication enough? Finally, he looked at Lin Kusanagi. You went to school at Yezhuang when you were a child, didn't you? That's right, I'm your kindergarten classmate. We met when we were in kindergarten. And even though I ended up moving away, when I returned to Yezhuang one summer, I even helped you, who had fallen to the ground. So aren't we considered childhood friends? When I came to Kyoto, I was the one who recognized you right away. When I learned that Long Aotian was going to do something to you, it was me who showed up to help you. Rinjin frowned. Seeing Lin Quan Ning frown, Yi Liangchen smiled. Is it because you can't remember? Earlier, you and Long Aotian came out from the mall and biked back to the school. What did Long Aotian do to you at that time? He even forced you to stick out your tongue. It was me who made the commotion and interrupted Long Aotian from doing something untoward to you. Can you know all of this if I don't tell you? I've actually been quietly helping you guys behind the scenes and paying for you. But you've been hurting me over and over again. Yi Liangchen said everything he had done for them in one breath. I originally thought that after they heard what they had done for them, they would be moved to tears, would regret what they had just done to themselves, and would come to their senses and treat themselves differently. He thought of everything, but the only thing he didn't think of was that Lin Kusuning would just take out her cell phone and dial 11 eggs. I'll call the police if you dare to follow us. You pervert. Yi Liangchen, from now on let's pretend that we've never known each other. Li Qingxue said in a serious tone. She wasn't angry anymore. She was out of temper with people like that. The best thing to do was to ignore them. Hu Yuing did not even look at Yi Liangchen, pulling the 2 little ones to leave directly. For the person who always says bad things about Brother Long, it's not worth to look at. As for the payment in his mouth, it's all just delusion. First of all, Long hadn't bullied himself. On the contrary, he had been the one who had been bothering Long, and Long had always been helpful and really good to him. Secondly, when Long brought himself to set up a stall, it was because he wanted to bring himself to earn money. It was because Long took himself to the stall that he was able to earn tuition for college in a short period of time, and even had the spare capacity to help his grandparents improve their lives slightly. Based on these, Yi Liangchen just said words. All are false, or are his own fantasies. The most clear point, that is, he claimed that the dragon brother strong female can own, but there is no such thing. Looking at the back of the 3 people leaving, Yi Liangchen viciously threw his arm. He thought that Hu Ying 3 people heard the least he had done for them would be touched by his heart. And yet, I didn't realize that they still chose to be obsessive. Originally thought of giving you guys a chance at the end, but now it seems that I'm still too kind. Okay. Remember what you guys said out to me today. Without my help and salvation, your future will be visible at a glance. And when that time comes, don't blame me for not having redeemed you. The words were like this. But Yi Liangchen simply had no way to accept this result. He was a born again, and if it weren't for the sake of redeeming them, would he be able to stoop so low? Really uneducated and just plain pissed off. The obsession of the last life, coupled with the obsession of this life. Yi Liangchen is really not willing. Looking at the delicate, concave and convex backs of the 3, the seeds of darkness in the heart, quietly sprouted. For the sake of Brother Knight, send power. Quill. Love you guys. Chapter 201, My Youth. Hu Yuing pulled Li Qingxue and Lin Kusuning out of the place at a quick pace. A psychopath is simply a psychopath. Yucking, don't you listen to this pervert. Lin Lianning looked at Ing Huyu's non-speaking appearance and said softly, before I rode with my brother, the little bugs flew into my eyes, and my brother just helped me blow the bugs out of my eyes. It wasn't at all what that pervert said. Hu Yuing, who was walking along the road, suddenly stopped. I don't understand why this guy keeps bad-mouthing Brother Long. I don't understand why he always acts like he's doing us a favor, but then he does things that are incomprehensible. Hearing this, Li Qingxue and Lin Kusuning secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the words that Yi Liangchen said just now are really a little hard to accept. He wasn't like this before, and I don't know how he suddenly became like this. Li Qingxue had known Yi Liangchen for the longest time, and it was really hard to connect him to the past when he had become the way he was now. So did Lung really force you to stick out your tongue? Hu Yuing asked. Looking at Lin Kuan-ning, Lin Yujing hadn't expected Hu Yuing's mind to jump around so much, and immediately shook her head. But then a wave of inexplicable embarrassment ensued. It was true that Long Ao Tian didn't force himself. It was he who took the initiative to stick out his tongue. But this kind of thing, admit it, really will be a little embarrassed. Not to mention the fact that it was in front of Perry Hu, the most important person in his brother's heart. But the situation at that time was not like what Yi Liangchen said. Brother is not that kind of person. You should know better than me. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Perry Hu, and then realized that Perry Hu was actually looking thoughtful. What are you thinking? No, it's nothing. Ing Huyu gently shook her head. Just suddenly thought of a cheese point. Let's just get out of here first, and don't come here to bathe in the future. Li Qingxue said. Hu Yuing and Lin Kuan-ning nodded, even glancing back to make sure no one was following them. Get on the subway. The three little ones looked at the clothes purchased in their hands. Guess what brother is doing now? Li Qingxue thought about it and said, sunbathing. That guy likes sunbathing the most, especially today's weather was not bad. If it was him, he would be lying on a recliner leisurely sunbathing. Pinch Clayman. Hu Yuing is not guessing, but the last time he gave Long a video, Long was making mud, making a 4 square, with 2 geckos' severed tails inserted on top of the square. Nonetheless, he had to say that he was making a bull demon king. It's all about scaring yourself to death, and as a result, Lung has to mock you for being a coward. After listening to Hu Yuying's words, Li Qingxue and Lin Kuan-ning only felt that Long Ao Tian's bad taste was really heavy, but at the same time, she also understood that Ing Huyu was really different in Long Ao Tian's heart. At least Long Ao Tian had never been like this in front of them. While talking, the three little ones had already reached the entrance of the alley. Strange, is brother Long not here today? Looking at the tightly closed door, Hu Yuing was a bit puzzled. Maybe the workers are on vacation today too. Hu Yuing went forward and tried to open the door. The door is not locked, said she walked in. Sound of a crash. When she heard the voice, Ing Hu tried to call out brother Lung. At those words Long Ao Tian turned his head to look. The next moment 4 eyes met. Long Ao Tian looked at Hu Yuing, whose small face was instantly covered with redness in a daze, and the basin in his hand fell to the ground. Hu Yuying's body stiffened, clasping her palms in a false grip, her eyes slowly moving down. Her pupils plummeted, and this time she didn't even dare to breathe. She had never seen the naked body of the opposite sex before, and could clearly feel her cheeks burning, completely out of control, until Lung trembled and covered that part with his hand. Only then did Hu Yuing sluggishly come back to her senses and took a shallow breath. Her nervous hands and feet didn't know what to do. Yucking, why are you standing here? Why don't you go in? Hearing Li Qingxue's voice, Hu Yuing hurriedly turned around, lightly biting her red lips. There's no water at home. Let's go buy some water together. Saying that, he used his body to block Li Qingxue's line of sight, dryly laughed and pulled Li Qingxue out of the door with Lin Wanning. Yuki, why are you so red in the face? Hu Yuying's palm gently pressed on top of her cheeks. Red? But, maybe it's hot? Let's go buy some water first. With Perry Hu taking Li Qingxue and Lin Kusuning away for the time being, Long Ao Tian's body staggered, his palms holding the water tank before he stood firm. My youth was seen. Store. Yucking, why are you distracted? Li Qingxue put the water on the cash register and looked at Ing Hu, who was out of her mind, and touched her with her shoulder. Suddenly touched, Hu Yuing instantly came back to her senses and looked at Li Qingxue blankly. What's wrong, Qingxue? It's what's wrong with you, that's right. You've been absent-mindedly gawking since just now. That's just it. Look at the garment bag in your arms. You're going to tear it up if you're a little more vigorous. Lin Yanning laughed softly as she paid the bill, retracing her steps towards the alley. Hu Yuing looked at the gate that was getting closer and closer, and quickly ran 2 steps forward. I'll open the door. Just as he reached the door, it was opened from the inside. Long Ao Tian's robust figure appeared in front of him. The moment her eyes met, Hu Yuying's newly recovered little face once again blushed uncontrollably. Subconsciously, he looked toward the bottom. Long Ao Tian uncomfortably dry cough, a finger pointing at Hu Yuying's eyebrow, coughed up 2 times, whispered, haven't seen enough? Hearing this, Hu Yuing instinctively shook her head. Ing Huyu froze for a moment, then reacted and hurriedly nodded again. This kind of behavior made Long Ao Tian angry and funny. I said before that you are greedy for money and horny. You still die not admitting it. Immediately, pretending as if nothing had happened, he looked at Li Qingxue and Lin Lianing, who had rushed after him, and said, why didn't you say hello in advance when you came? Li Qingxue and Lin Kuan-ning didn't think much of it, but said excitedly, we've brought you a present. Guess what it is? Long Aotion's afterglow glanced at Hu Yuing, only to see that this girl's face was getting redder and redder, and it felt like it was about to be so shy that it was groundless. That first, come in first. Turning his body sideways, he looked at Hu Yu, who still had her head down and buttoned the corner of her coat. Don't come in yet. Oh. Hu Yu also did not dare to raise her head to look at Long Aotion, lowered her head and walked into the middle of the compound from Long Aotion's side, uncharacteristically well behaved. That is, until after both Li Qingxue and Lin Kasuning walked in as well. Long Aotion raised his hand and rubbed his face vigorously, adjusting his emotions for a while before he followed suit. Chapter 202 Brother Lung. My feet hurt. This room was specially vacated by Long Aotion, and it was cleaned up inside. A simple folding cushion bed was placed, as well as the pots and pans purchased earlier were placed in the middle of this room. Walking into the room, he saw the three little ones handing over the bags in their hands. Taking a look at the clothes in the bag, Long Aotion smiled. Come all the way here, what else to bring? Strange embarrassed. When the three little ones saw the smirk on Long Aotion's face, they all held back from breaking it up. He was so happy. His eyes were squinting with laughter. Brother, do you want to try it on first? Lin Wanning was also looking forward to it, wanting to know if the clothes she picked out would fit or not, so the three little ones left the room. Not much longer. Long Aotion walked out. Jeans, light-colored liner, black jacket. The wet hair was a little messy from the abrasion while changing clothes, and the undergarment was a little loose, with the neckline tilted to reveal the left side of the collarbone, a little open and uninhibited, but with a kind of sexiness that ran counter to the world. It just fit. I like it. The smile was warm and full of sunshine, and it was obvious that he really liked it, not like he was faking. Hu Yuing quietly watched, unconsciously pursed her lips, and went forward with a gentle movement to straighten out the inner hitch for her. The movements were gentle, as if such a thing should have been hers to do, but the moment her eyes made contact, she scrambled to turn her back. The earlier embarrassment seemed like it was just a second ago, and she didn't want Lung to see her blushing face. Both Li Qingxue and Lin Kuan-ning couldn't help but giggle softly at the sight, Hu Yuying's shyness inexplicably amusing them. At the same time there is a little bit of curiosity. Usually do not see Hu Yuying shy into this look. Today is what happened. Could it be that it was because of what Yi Lianchen had said? It's also funny that Perry, who was in front of them and said, "That's a matter for the three of us. None of your business." It is quite like the ancient time when the great ant protects the second ant and the third ant. Long Aotion understood Hu Yu too well, in order to avoid this girl being too shy, so he proposed, "Let's cook at home in a while." This proposal was passed by the three little ones. Eating out and eating at home bring out really different emotions. I'm going to buy some ingredients, Long Aotion said and walked towards the outside, stopped at the corner and said without looking back, Hu Yuing together. Suddenly being named, Hu Yuing was first stunned then immediately reacted. Come on, or I'll whack you. Oh. Hu Yu looked at Li Qingxue and Lin Evening. I'm going to go grocery shopping. Do you guys have anything you want to eat? Both. Hurry up and go. Watch out for your dragon whacking you. Hu Yu's pretty face reddened, and in the face of Li Qingxue's flirting, she whispered in defense of Brother Long. Brother Long won't. After saying that, he trotted after Lung. As the timid and shy little follower he once was, Lung walked in front of him, and Hu Yuing followed behind him like a little tail, quietly glancing at Lung's back. Hu pursed her lips and smiled gently. She liked following Lung the most. Walking through a street, he came to a small bridge, under which a small stream flowed, making the sound of gurgling water very decompressing. Suddenly walked in front of the Long Aotion stopped, followed by a giggle behind the dumbfounded Hu Yuing avoided the flash hit on the back of Long Aotion. Unable to help himself, he raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, looking at Lung in confusion. Long Aotion looked at Hu Yu who was rubbing her forehead inside helplessly. You said you. Why are you confused all day long? When Hu Yu heard this, she stopped rubbing her head and tilted her head at Long Aotion and smiled. I'm not very confused. Silly. Remember this small bridge? Past the front is the food market. Long Aotion rubbed Perry Hu's long hair. For Perry Hu he really didn't know what to do with her. It used to be that you would behave because you were afraid of yourself. Now it's not afraid of itself at all. Feeling Lung's palms caressing above her long hair, quietly feeling each stroking motion of Lung's hand, her head gently rubbing to fit and cater to it. As Long Aotion withdrew his palm, Perry Hu slowly opened her somewhat disoriented eyes, tilted her head and looked at Brother Long somewhat greedily, softly murmured, Brother Long, my feet hurt. What's wrong? Long Aotion lowered his eyes to look at Hu Yuing. Maybe the shoes are a little ill-fitting, and the long walk today has rubbed my feet a little. Hu Yu looked at Long Aotion seriously. Her eyes were a bit evasive, and her very small voice was like a feather falling to the ground. Can Brother Long help me take a look? Without waiting for Long Aotian to speak, Ing Huyu had already lowered her head and sat obediently on top of the bridge edge. There was a big air of "I won't leave until Brother Lung helps" to see. To be honest, having known Ing Huyu for a long time, this was the first time I had seen her playing small, not daring to look at herself because she was afraid of her own rejection. So she just sat in front of herself in a well-behaved manner. Long Aotian was amused and slowly crouched down. Seeing Lung squatting beside him, Huyuing moved her butt and tentatively stretched her feet carefully in Lung's direction. "I got myself new socks today and took a shower. They should be odorless." While thinking, suddenly felt his ankle was a big hand gently hold. Spare Huyuing has been mentally prepared in advance. The body still cannot stop a slight tremor. When the socks faded, the small Giorgio exposed in the air, Huyuing could not help but suck in a breath. Because of nervousness, delicate skin on the clavicle line, showing a beautiful arc. Just like the perfect brush strokes in the ancient ladies' drawings, every inch reveals the unique oriental subtlety and gentleness, which attracts people's heart. Quietly glancing at Lung, who was looking at his little Giorgio, Peri Huyuk pursed her red lips. Her small hands clenched the corner of her coat, gently raised her small feet, and took the initiative to place them in the palm of Long Aotian's hand. The whole process, Huyuing's whole body was tense, so tense that he forgot to breathe. Long Aotian felt the softness and warmth that actively burrowed into his hands, and he could also feel her small movements that trembled slightly due to her nervousness. Slender ankles, rosy toes, slightly arched as if a perfect curve. Feeling the tightening of Lung's palms, as well as the force coming from his feet, Huyuing's body leaned forward and couldn't help but stifle a grunt, since she understood, only Lung, the opposite sex, had touched her, so much so that she was too sensitive and her body instinctively reacted in some way. In the next second, Huyuing only felt the warmth wrapped above her feet disappear, couldn't help but look up at Lung. Long Aotian took a deep breath, somewhat at a loss for words. "Your feet are fine. In a moment I'll take you to rebuy a pair of shoes." Chapter 203, I want Brother Lung to make a choice. Watching Lung get up, Huyuing stood up directly in her haste. Bare feet came to Long Aotian. Standing on her tiptoes, she hugged him gently, closing her eyes tightly and feeling his heartbeat as if the whole world had stood still. When she hugged him, he felt her heartbeat, and it was as if the world was surrounding him in this moment. Gently patting her back, his voice unconsciously loving. "What's wrong with the silly girl?" Huyuing looked up at Long Aotian. Her slightly reddened eyes were so red that people couldn't help but pity her. "Lung, I know what I'm doing. I want Lung to make a choice." Huyuing's eyes were extremely serious, as if she wanted to encompass everything into these compassionate eyes. "I miss it sometimes. I get heartburn, and that emotion makes me uncomfortable. I can hear Lung's heartbeat, a heartbeat that has become violent because of me," said palm gently covered above Long Aotian's heart. "I don't know what else exists between us, but I can see the concern in Lung's eyes, and I'm terrified that Lung will push me away again. So dragon, let little follower be strong for once, okay? Little follower has really grown up and changed. Not little anymore. My dependence on dragon is a female to male kind of dependence. So push me away." Pushing me away makes me think that Lung actually really doesn't have the slightest crush on me. "Hold me tight. Hold me tight. Hold me tight." Dragon will admit to having a little crush on the little follower too, because I want to take care of you too. The voice was small, but with a catch in it, and the eyes were firm, but filled with trepidation. Long Aotian felt Ing Huyu's arms holding herself tighter and tighter, as if she wanted to integrate herself into her body. Huyuing did not know what was wrong with her. From the moment she saw Lung this afternoon, her mind was all about him. It lingers, how it lingers, the fog that lingers in front of the eyes. In the process of setting up stalls with Long, has long been a little bit of uncovering. One has long seen clearly their own heart, because of fear. So even if you feel that the dragon is beyond all good to you, you do not have the courage. She was afraid that Lung would avoid seeing her for a long time like he did last time. But more than being afraid, she was now afraid of actually losing Lung. The non-competitive personality quietly changed when he realized that Haruki also liked Lung. So she gathered her courage, her nerve, and at this moment, Huyuing slowly closed her eyes, did not wait for Lung's response. The corners of her mouth flooded with a hint of self-deprecation. "Yes, how could Long like someone like me?" Unwillingly loosened the arm that encircled Long Aotian. "I know, Brother Long." The arm that had just been loosened was pulled tightly around her, followed by a crash into a warm embrace. Long Aotian's chin was pressed tightly on top of Huyuing's forehead, and he knew that at this moment, he should use absolute reason to suppress the emotions that he shouldn't have. But the body was out of control as if by magic. He felt Huyuing's emotions, the most wonderful gift, a heartbreaking attachment, a heart full of anticipation, and a surge of uncontrollable emotion. which eventually turned into a gorgeous firework at this moment. Ing Huyu laughed and stood on her tiptoes, taking the initiative to climb onto Long Ao Tian's shoulders, flashing a gentle gaze as if swept above the tip of the heart. Long Ao Tian's heart ruthlessly trembled for a moment, under the dim light of the hutong, looking at the delicate young girl in front of his eyes within reach. Slowly, he bent his body down and touched shallowly. Ing Huyu blinked, her long eyelashes sweeping above Long Ao Tian's eyelashes. As if thinking of something, the tongue explored a little. Feeling the sweet fragrance, Long Ao Tian looked at the young girl who was looking at him without blinking. Reaching out, he covered those eyes with one palm, rolling them over and deepening them until he felt the young girl's already very soft body completely pressed against his arms. Letting Lung cover her eyes, she just obediently closed her eyes as if everything was a matter of course. She forgot to think and didn't want to think. She just hugged him tighter and tighter by instinct. Feet don't hurt anymore? Looking at the young girl who was obediently following his side with a shy face, Long Ao Tian couldn't help but tease. Perry who pursed her lips and laughed lightly. The smile on her face seemed like it couldn't go away. Shaking her head heavily, "It doesn't hurt anymore." The next second Long Ao Tian pinched her on this delicate little face. "Now I'll dare to cheat Brother Long." "I'm sorry Brother Long," Ing Huyu said in a small voice. I thought Brother Long likes to touch Jiojio." Long Ao Tian looked at her, did not speak, reached out and pulled her scattered hair behind her ear. "Huyu Ying, I gave you a chance. I am a rough man. Not good enough. Not perfect enough." Before the words were finished, Huyu Ying took the initiative to grab Long Ao Tian's palm. It's already been covered from the beginning. Caught off guard by a heartbeat. It's all over from the start. She gripped Lung's hand tightly. From his words, Huyu Ying seemed to understand. The powerful dragon, the mature dragon, the omnipotent dragon, also has a brief moment of inferiority complex in his heart. He is afraid that he himself is not good enough, not perfect enough. It turned out that the invisible wall that stood between himself and Lung was only because Lung thought he was good enough. Pushing myself away, only to be followed by one heartbeat after another, is reason suppressing emotion. He gives himself time to see the bigger and wider world, giving himself all the choices, and he just stands behind him. But why would Lung think that? Why is it that this man who says he's a rough man with a rough mouth always has such a tender and delicate heart? Obviously he's the best of the best. So why would he think someone like me is good? I don't know. Huyu Ying really do not know. Obviously they are not so good. And even all their changes are because of the man in front of them. Why was it that the bullied self, the disliked self, the despised self, was so good in this man's eyes? I don't know. I really don't know. This man always says he's silly. In fact, it's him who's silly. So kindly silly. What Ing Ing wants to say is that not only good and perfect people deserve to have the qualification of being loved. The liking for Lung was not a choice made after weighing the pros and cons. It was a choice made after thumping his heart and being firm for it. Looking at the little girl angling her little head and looking at herself without blinking, Long Ao Tian smiled and rubbed her long hair with a smile. He knew Ing Hu understood that the little girl would be like this when she was happy, angling her little head and looking at herself without blinking. Chapter 204, I taught you to be cheeky, but I didn't tell you not to be reserved. After grocery shopping, on the way home, Perry who still chose to be good and follow the side of Long Ao Tian. The day is getting late, the breeze blowing up the long hair around the ears of Perry who, able to see the root of the ear of the little girl, has already been a reddish color. From time to time, she raised her eyes to sneak a glance at Long Ao Tian, and the joyful look was so nice on this little face. Long Ao Tian did not look sideways yet he could also feel the little girl's line of sight to himself from time to time. Uncomfortably, he looked away, but his broad palm inadvertently touched Huyu Ying's small hand hanging down at his side. Feeling Lung's palm touch his own, Perry Huyu visibly paused for a moment, pursed her lips and snickered, then quickly followed close to Lung's side again. The distance that used to separate the middle is slowly drawing closer. The fingertips touched together unconsciously. Soon Huyu Ying felt a finger quietly hooked on top of her little finger. It was as if they had once hung themselves on a hook, but it was as if they were fundamentally different. The difference is so great that the heart throbs. Biting her red lips lightly, the unique shyness of a young girl made the heart jump quickly, as if there was a deer banging around in her heart. His eyes flashed with laughter as he tilted his head to look at Long Ao Tian, noticing Ing Hu's line of sight. Long Ao Tian, who has always prided himself on his thick skin, looked away, just not meeting Ing Hu's eyes, but the fingers hooked on her fingertips didn't waver in the slightest. For this appearance of Long Ao Tian, Huyu Ying did not hold back her light laughter. Such soulful laughter is so melodious and clear in the alley. She saw the shy Lung, saw the tips of his reddened ears. It was clear that he had taught himself to be cheeky, but this moment was more innocent than he was. This kind of Lung, without the previous maturity, without the previous adult appearance. Surprisingly, there is still some cute. It was really nice to be with such a dragon. No, whoever was with a boy like Dragon would surely be happy. But luckily, this moment was between himself and Dragon. It doesn't matter. Yucking has been cheeky so the little finger tightly hooked on the finger of the dragon. It feels like a dream. Huyuing laughed out softly. Probably the night wasn't long enough. Is the heart moving? Long Aotian had also asked his heart. Asked himself if he believed in fate? It told itself that it couldn't help itself. What starts out as help is a two-way salvation from start to finish. If there was indeed a destiny, then from the very beginning, the thousands of strands between them had been entwined. Pulled a brooding young girl out of the darkness and put her own confused heart at rest. Thousands of earthly glories are less than the bright smile on the little girl's face at this moment. Lung. What's wrong? It's okay, I just wanted to call you. Lung, you're so nice. You're so handsome. You're the number one nice in the world. The first time these words were spoken, I was so ashamed of myself that I blushed, but I couldn't get them out of my mouth. By now these words were coming out of his mouth without any embarrassment, as if it should have been taken for granted. In fact, Hu Yueying had many things she wanted to say to Lung. She wanted to ask Lung why he had helped himself the first time they met, when everyone was turning a blind eye to his bullying. Obviously it was just the first time in life at that time. She wanted to ask Lung what kind of feeling she had in her heart when she ate her own cooking for the first time. Because, the first time she cooked and ate for Lung, her own heart was especially surging? I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I think it's a good idea. Anyway, there are so many emotions in her heart, afraid that what she cooks is not good. She wanted to ask Lung if he'd been heartbroken over himself in that moment when he pushed himself away for the first time, because at that time he clearly also felt Lung's violent heartbeat. There was so much she wanted to say to Lung, but as slow as her feet were, she finally reached her destination. The moment before opening the door, Huyuing gently pulled and tugged on Long Aotian's arm. Lung, see if I've thickened my skin. Long Aotian pinched Yinghu's small face in amusement. Then let me take a good look at my little follower to see if she has thick skin. Meeting Lung's doting gaze, Huyuing couldn't help but become bold, because she now knew that Lung would always spoil himself and rely on himself. Reaching down, he hoisted her by the neck and pulled her forward, and the whole thing tipped over onto him. Her red lips were slightly open, her mesmerized eyes seemed to be dripping water, and under the cover of the night, she stood on her tiptoes somewhat recklessly and kissed quickly. The delicate white fingertips wrapped hard around the top of his neck. Obviously she was the one who kissed Lung. Why was her body tingling and soft? Almost her whole body was attached to Lung, about to be unable to stand up. Long Aotian reached out and wrapped his hand around her waist. His breath was tossed by the little girl a little messy, an amused and helpless sigh. In her ear slightly panting, teach you to be thick-skinned, also did not let you not reserved but when the cheek gets thicker, it becomes unreserved towards Lung. It was belief, and trust, and the accumulation of all these bits and pieces of time. Those guys at the first high school talked bad about Lung and his bad behavior. But, no, in his own eyes Lung is really good. The next person may not be able to understand all their lives, but they can. It's like having had the same experience of people, always empathize with. The good thing is that all of us have the ability to heal ourselves. At this Long Aotian laughed out. Tell me about you. You're greedy for money. You're horny. You're a vegetable. And you love to play. What the hell should Brother Long do with you? Feeling Long's big hand gently placed on her head, Huyuing seriously tilted her head and looked up with her eyes. I will be very good and obedient. Fool, do you know what you could potentially lose? All along, everything Long Aotian had built up in the process of helping Yinghu was without affecting her future. Originally, reason suppressed the heart, but now, everything seems to be full of unknown. There will be countless paths in my life, but it's always like a clock hand turning and eventually coming full circle. I don't know what Lung means by loss, but it might as well be me trying another path in life. She wanted to tell Lung that the path she chose for herself was the life that belonged to her. Another life path. Long Aotian muttered and repeated. Isn't he himself trying to get out of another life path? Smiling, she pinched Perry's soft cheeks. My little follower has really grown up. It's Lung who keeps treating me like a child. Behaving well. She gently rubbed her cheek against Lung's palm. Actually, I can take care of Lung as well. Finally at this moment, Long Aotian saw in her eyes the same look he once had when he looked at her. Because she really wanted Long Aotian to be happy. Gift, the king of gifts, suddenly saw. I admit that I was confused. Cannot help but fall into a deep reflection. I deserve it, staring at the dog dumbfounded. Before that, I even think of the reason for tomorrow's leave of absence. Damn me. I'm still thinking about taking a vacation. How about a day off tomorrow? Hammer, come on, wake me up. Thank you boss. Boss atmosphere. Boss mighty. Good health. All the best. Never die. Chapter 205, the undefinition of liking is what gives it definition. At home, Li Qingshu and Lin Kusuning had already set up the stove, and by the way, they had gathered up some pieces of wood that hadn't been burned last time. The sound of the door opening was heard. The two men looked up, seeing Long Aotian and Hu Yuing come back, happily stood up and proclaimed the fruits of their labor in a big way. Perhaps these were nothing in the eyes of Hu Yuing, or even Long Aotian, but for Li Qingshu and Lin Kuan-yin, these were the fruits of their labor. Every person grows up and lives a different life. Some things are nothing more than everyday life for Perry Hu, but there are things that are a new life experience for Li Qingshu and Lin Kusuning. Long Aotian went up and turned the lights on, then sat down in front of the stove and started to light the fire. Tonight, let's shabu-shabu hot pot for dinner. Before Li Qingshu and Lin Kusuning could say anything, the two little ones then saw Eng Hu walk up and take the initiative to take off Long Aotian's jacket, and Long Aotian was very cooperative. Li Qingshu and Lin Evening's eyes blinked. After helping Lung take off his jacket, Hu Yuing looked strangely at the way Li Qingshu and Lin Kuan-ning looked at her, with the duo's eyes smiling and winking at themselves. Hu Yuing did not know what she thought of. Her eyes dodged, and her pretty face appeared especially red under the reflection of the lit bonfire. Hurrying into the room, he placed Lung's jacket on the bed. Hands were pressed tightly on top of her small face, lightly biting her red lips and taking a deep breath before she walked out again. Seeing Perry Hu Yuk re-emerge, Li Qingshu and Lin Kuan-yin could sense that something seemed to have changed between Yuk Ying and Long Aotian, but it's impossible to say where that change came from, because the feeling is so intuitive. Hu Yuing was all a little embarrassed by the two of them looking at her. Well, by this time, the flames were completely ablaze. I'll do the rest, brother Long. Hu Yuing gently tugged on Long Aotian's short-sleeve voice softly said. Now Li Qingshu and Lin Kuei-ning confirmed that Hu Yuing was gentle, yes, but never before, at least in front of them, had she spoken to Long Aotian in such a soft and sticky tone. Okay, be careful. Long Aotian rose to make way. Seeing Long Aotian get up, Li Qingshu and Lin Kuei-ing surrounded Hu Yuing and bit their ears. Seeing the scene of the three little ones biting their ears, Long Aotian felt funny, especially after seeing the gradual reddening of the tips of Hu Ying's ears. His eyes were the slightest bit unable to hide the doting. The corners of his mouth were filled with a smile, gentle and uncharacteristic. Hu Yuing sometimes said shy, occasionally looked back, inadvertently in Long's gentle and doting vision of the convergence of the eyes. Eyes with a smile, shy and light hanging, as if the world's fireworks for the bloom. Rinjin touched Li Qingshu with her shoulder. The eyes signaled something. Although they hadn't known each other for very long, Li Qingshu understood what Lin Kuan-yin meant, so he raised his eyes to Long Aotian. Long Aotian, how can we eat hot pot without a chilled small drink? We want a chilled small drink. Okay, is the soda okay? Long Aotian asked. Good. Li Qingshu thought carefully before answering. In fact, it didn't matter what to drink. It was just that he wanted to support Long Aotian away first. The three little ones watched Long Aotian walk out of the corner. The hands of two of the little ones were immediately unruly. Up and down on Hu Yuing, confess from leniency, resist from severity. Yuing honestly explain. You just went out to do what? Li Qingshu turned her hands into claws and smiled as she approached Perry Hu's lovely mountains. You have to give an honest explanation, or I'm going to arrest you. Oh, today went to the bath, witnessed Hu Yuing greatly lovely. Li Qingshu now but cannot wait to be rubbed. Hu Ying's small face was playfully red as she twisted her soft body, looking blearily at Li Qingshu and Lin Kusuning, who were about to extend their claws towards her. Don't be like this. I had experienced being rubbed by Li Qingshu and Lin Kusuning only this afternoon, and it was a shameful feeling. We can feel that there seems to be a slight change between you and your brother. If you don't want to be rubbed by us, be honest or I'll rub you too. Oh. Lin Yujing was close behind Hu Yueying, her cool and unique voice carrying a hint of compulsion at the moment. I don't know if it was intentional, always close to Perry Hu's ear, and the gas from his speech kept hitting Perry Hu's ear. Perry Hu's body trembled lightly. Hey! Li Qingshu took advantage of this moment and grabbed and rubbed straight up. Hu Yueying resisted at first, but eventually her body went limp and leaned against Lin Kusuning. Bay teeth biting red lips, wet charming eyes, finally cannot resist the too small on their own body bat and wantedly small hand. Me and Lung ate mouth to mouth. After saying that as if he had no face to see anyone, his hands covered his little face tightly. Upon hearing these words, Li Qingshu and Lin Koyon looked at each other and stopped what they were doing. Is it a mouth-eating mouth as we understand it? Feeling the palms on her great loveliness stop, Hu Ying's hands still covered her face, but she nodded. Through their fingertips, Li Qingshu and Lin Kusuning could see a little bit of the happy smile that lingered at the corner of Hu Yueying's mouth when she said this. It was the kind of smile that makes you shy when you think about it and makes you blush a little when you say it. Who initiated this? The two little ones were like professional gossipmongers now, and there was a little bit of excitement inside them when they asked about it. Seeing that the two of them were no longer toying with themselves either, Ing Huyu quietly lowered the palm covering her small face a bit. First, he glanced at Li Qingxue with a slight apology. How fine a girl's mind even if Hu Yuying did not say anything. Li Qingxue, but as if she had already heard Hu Yuying's heart, taking the initiative, he grabbed Ing Huyu's small hand and tugged the small hand and gently pressed it against her own heart. Perry, feel that? My heart is happy at the moment. Nothing else, just happy for you. Long Aotian once enlightened me when I was most helpless and didn't know what to do, telling me that there are many kinds of liking, and the definitions of which vary. Though I had frankly admitted in front of you that I like Long Aotian, but that doesn't stop me from being happy for you. Speaking here, Li Qingxue smiled big and brightly. Does it feel contradictory? I was actually quite conflicted at first, but after hearing what you said to me the other night, I became less conflicted. Hu Yuying was able to open her heart to herself. Why would she not sincerely want to see her good? I'm happy for you, because I also want Long Aotian, the bad guy, to be happy. The smile on Li Qingxue's face was so nice, bringing together all the beauty in the world. Can't tell you, met him in the summer. It's still because of him that we have summer, but it's not like what Perry who said. At least he used to have it, right? The undefinition of liking is truly defined when one knows that Ing Huyu carries a heavy weight in Long Aotian's heart. Chapter 206, Did you lie to Brother Lung because you think he's innocent? Li Qingxue's words were blunt and honest. Hu Yuying's eyes dodged, and her fingertips subconsciously rubbed on top of her red lips. I forced Lung's hand. The words were small, yet so clear on this night. Forced? Were those two words really relevant to the person who was now too shy to walk? It was no wonder that Li Qingxue and Lin Kuan-yin were surprised, because they really couldn't figure out how a gentle little girl like Ing Hu could force Long Aotian. Hu Yuying pinched her small hand. How can I say such words? He himself gave Lung two choices with all the courage he could muster. Who knows how scared she really was at the time. In fact, even if Lung did push himself away, he wouldn't leave him. You're still pretty thick-skinned yourself. Thankfully, Lung embraced himself, and had two mouthfuls and stuck my tongue out twice. So happy. Hu Yuying, what exactly did you think of? Why are you laughing so lewdly? Li Qingxue shook Ing Hu, who was smiling foolishly. The soul of gossip had completely burned. Lin Kuan-ning didn't say anything, but her beautiful eyes never left Hu Yuying at all times. She also wants to know. But how can you say this kind of thing? Even if both of them are their good friends, good girlfriends, but really embarrassed to say What else did you do besides kissing on the mouth? Lin Yueling could see that Hu Yuying really couldn't say, so she changed the subject and asked. Yeah, what else did it do? Does touching feet count? Hu Yuying faced the duo's inquiry, and finally said with her eyes downcast and a small blushing face. What? Playing with your feet? The shocked look of the two little ones made Ing Huyu not bother to be shy and hurriedly explained. It's not playing, it's my feet that hurt. Brother Long, give me a look. Li Qingxue and Lin Kujin subconsciously both looked to their Jiogio. All of them also subconsciously compared themselves with Ing Huyu's small Jiogio. Saw everything in the shower this afternoon. The point was, they had all kissed Long Aotian too. But they hadn't been played with by Long Aotian. No, they hadn't been touched by Long Aotian's feet yet. Li Qingxue had fantasized about stepping on Long Aotian's face with her own little feet before, but that was just a thought. Now that she heard that Long Aotian even had such a fetish, her tiny toes couldn't help but curl up nervously. Luckily there was a layer of socks and shoes separating them, or I would have really had to pick my toes out on the floor. For a time, he could not help but look enviously at Ing Huyu. How could he not think of it? Epsilon sat face Omicron asterisk, alas. But it didn't occur to me that they could ask what kind of feeling is it to be played Jiogio by Long Aotian? Li Qingxue and Lin Kusuning were about to ask more questions. Hu Yuying simply buried her small face in her knees. Don't you guys ask. I can't say what that feeling is. No. Lin Wanning first froze for a moment, then thought of something. How could your feet hurt? Wasn't it normal to see you walking just now? Yeah. Li Qingxue also reacted at this time, having listened too happily earlier that she forgot about it. Upon hearing this, Ing Huyu's head was buried even lower, and only a muffled voice could be heard. I lied to Brother Long. Fine. How dare you lie to your brother? I'm going to tell on you. Lin Yujing scratched her hands on Hu Yuying's waist. Hu Yuying is so afraid of itchy. So scratch. Hu Yuying suddenly also do not do ostrich. Head up, do not let the evening gel scratch their own itch. Hu Yuying managed to grab the hands of Lin Kuan-ning and Li Qingxue, and said with a sharp breath of laughter, you can't tell on them. Then you'll be nice to us, or we'll sue. Hu Yuying leaned against Lin Kuan-ning's arms, her small face red and charming, and asked with a slight gasp, you haven't lied to Brother Lun? When these words came out, both Lin Kuan-ning and Li Qingxue were momentarily speechless. Can you fool Long Aotian? The answer is obvious. Girls are very good at fooling people. Seeing the duo's demeanor, Hu Yuing immediately came into the spirit. Good. You guys even cheated Brother Long as well. Are you cheating him because you see that Brother Long is simple? Regarding the word innocence, all three little ones suddenly burst out laughing. Sometimes Long does seem so innocent. When you look at beautiful women with long legs, when you look at a digger, and when you're clueless and don't know what to do when you're kissing. What are you laughing at? Long Aotian walked in from outside carrying a mention of cold soda. However, when she saw Ing Hu lying half in Lin Kuan Ning's arms, her little face was red and her charming demeanor was on display, as if she was about to be played with. The cold soda in his hand almost fell straight to the floor. Although Lin Kusuning and Li Qingxue weren't gasping for air like that, their clothes, skirts, and sideburns were all in disarray. It's not hard to imagine what they were doing just now when they left. I suddenly became a bit grudging. A momentary look at Ing Hu Yu. This girl has just toyed with their own. It is hard not to have their own charm, no? The three little ones hurriedly got up and came to Long Aotian's side. Perry Hu Yuxing flusteredly raised her hand to tease the hair she had just messed up due to her playfulness to the root behind her ear. Brother Long, we were just playing, he said and was about to reach out and take something from Lung's hand. Long Aotian's arm dodged. Ing Hu Yu did not catch it and looked up in an innocent little manner, looking a little overwhelmed. Long Aotian was amused. Heavy. Watch as Lung walks up and holds something in his hand. Hu Yuing pinched Li Qingxue and Lin Kusuning's waists. It's all your fault. Li Qingxue and Lin Kusuning hit a soft laugh. Long Aotian, let's eat. Brother, I'm hungry too, the two said and headed for the stove. Hu Yuing looked at the two are still pampered to their own dragon, gently stomped his foot, but the heart did not feel sad. On the contrary, there is a little warm. This feeling if someone has experienced, must be able to understand. Sitting by the stove, Long Aotian opened the sodas, inserted the straws, and gave them out one by one. The three little ones were holding a bottle of cold soda in their hands, drinking it beautifully, chatting and talking, sharing daily routines, and occasionally talking about the process of the online store. For the time being, there is no refrigerator. The three little ones under the fists of Long Aotian, one by one, eat. The stomach is so strong. Brother Long, I can't eat anymore. Ing Hu Yu gently pulled Long Aotian's arm, with a hint of petulance in her voice. Brother, me too. Lin Kuan Ning couldn't take it anymore either. She had really eaten enough today in order to stay in shape, and if she ate any more she would really be unable to tense her belly. Long Aotian, let me go. Li Qingxue patted her small belly, signaling that in her stomach were eating big. One person and let's eat a little bit. A moment to take you guys out to eliminate food. Long Aotian cannot be moved. How much the three little ones ate, he has a number in his heart. There is a kind of meal called dragon pride in mind. Chapter 207, Eating Devil. He's bad. I can't. Long Aotian, you whack me to death. I really can't eat anymore. Li Qingxue gently stroked her small stomach that had all risen up, wrinkled her nose in a manner that she was about to cry. She never imagined that one day she would be aggravated by eating. This guy is a dinner demon. He has to make himself eat. Seeing this, Long Aotian confirmed that they were really full, so a big hand wrapped up the pot. Seeing this scene, Hu Yuing and Lin Kuan Ning secretly gave Li Qingxue a thumbs up. Life in Kyoto is at a fast pace. Pedestrians come and go without a word, walking fitfully. Kyoto is undoubtedly beautiful at night, and with such a view dotted with passers-by of all shapes and sizes, it adds an indescribable smokiness to the city. There are still so many people there. Lin Kuan Ning looked at the group of actors still gathered around the movie academy and whispered, dreams are really a nebulous thing, invisible and unattainable, yet there are always countless people who rush after them, and I don't know if it was lucky. A van slowed to a stop and a man in a ducktail hat got out of it. From a distance, I didn't hear some of what they said, but I could see countless people scrambling to raise their hands. The person whose finger was pointed at had an extra bright smile. Those who were not pointed out looked a little forlorn. This was the norm of life, so Long Aotian felt happy. There was a time when he was one of the many and struggling. If I have the chance, I really want to experience what it's like to be a group actor. Li Qingxue said softly, just like you. If you were to star in an ancient drama, you wouldn't be able to survive a single episode. Long Aotian spoke out in agreement. Impossible. With my looks and IQ, I will at least survive until the grand finale. For Long Aotian's words, Li Qingxue had a little disapproval. If there's a chance to take us to see it, shan't. Li Qingxue blinked sideways at Long Aotian. Lively by nature, she has a beautiful longing and desire for all unknown things. In fact, as early as unconsciously, the three little ones have all taken Long Aotian as their dependents in this strange city. Do you guys want to go? Long Aotian turned his head to look at Hu Yuing and Lin Kuan Ning. I can do both, Lin said. Can we see the stars? Perry who asked. It should be fine. Long Aotian was also a little unsure. He had done a lot of work in his original world, but he had never done group acting. Definitely, Li Qingshuo said with her arms crossed in affirmation. Looking at Li Qingshuo's small belly that was sticking up, Long Aotian did not have the good sense to use his fingertip to flick it like a brain crash. Long Aotian, if you dare to tease me again, I'll fight you. Got herself knocked up and now wants to pop her belly. Aunt and uncle can tolerate it, but Li Qingshuo can't tolerate it anymore. Li Qingshuo wanted to pinch Long Aotian, but how fast Long Aotian moved. Eat a full Li Qingshuo is pinch not to. At once. Do not rely on Long Aotian. Yucking you look at Long Aotian. Perry who used beautiful eyes smiled and glanced at Long Aotian. Gently pulled Qingshuo's small hand and coaxed in a small whisper. Don't be general with brother Long. He's bad. Li Qingshuo huffed and made a pinching motion at Long Aotian before realizing that neither Hu Yuing nor Lin Quan Ning's little tummies were sticking out. How come your little tummies aren't up? Perry who was a small slim waist and doesn't have a big meal. So it's not obvious. Lin Quan Ning was also a slim type of woman, so she could not be seen if she tucked in her belly a little bit. Only Li Qingshuo's body has a sense of flesh. Have a sense of flesh is not fat. On the contrary, 3 small only. Li Qingshuo's body proportion is the most perfect. Round. Soft. More is not good. Less is not good. Everything is just right. Realizing that she was the only one with a small belly, Li Qingshuo hurriedly turned around, took a deep breath, and looked down at her belly that had also become flat before she turned around with satisfaction. Not tired? Long Aotian looked at it and asked with amusement. What do you know? For the sake of beauty, I can go all day without getting tired. Li Qingshuo hummed lightly, pleased with herself. Very impressive. Long Aotian gave a thumbs up. But isn't it good to take it easy? It's certainly good to take it easy, Li Qingshuo said as she looked over at Ing Huyu and Lin Yujing's baby bellies, her eyes flickering. But I want to look beautiful too. Don't care about other people's gazes, because what you, Li Qingshuo, are is what you are. Take it easy. You're most beautiful when you're fresh, Long Aotian said with a smile. He hadn't forgotten that the last time they met, Li Qingshuo said that she was uncomfortable in her heart and wanted to enlighten herself. But there wasn't enough time at the time, so I took the opportunity to talk about it. It starts at this age. Boys, not to mention girls, engage in invisible climbing at this age, wanting to hide your flaws, to take imperfection and make it perfect by hiding it. Just like what Li Qingshuo said just now, it's hard, but it's beautiful like this. I can be tired all day for the sake of beauty. You can't say that it's wrong for Li Qingshuo to do this because she feels it makes sense. So she does it. And Long Aotian wanted to tell her that there will always be countless voices in the outside world in life, and no one can avoid them. But please be sure not to bully yourself with others. Just as people are lovely from birth, in infancy, naughty as they grow up, then pretty, beautiful, poised, drop-dead gorgeous, and finally old age toward twilight decline. This life gives us a different kind of experience at different stages, and we can't resist time, so there's absolutely no need for you to care about what other people think, because that will lead you, who is supposed to be just perfect, to a lost cause. Long Aotian looked at Li Qingshuo, his palm gently patted on top of her shoulder. What I want to say is that you have to be strong yourself, to become a better version of yourself. Don't become what you are in other people's eyes. There's a saying that it's hard for one person to obey 100 people, and it's hard for 100 people to obey a single heart. No one's life is perfect. The poor have the poor's woes, the rich have the rich's woes, and no one's family's life is all over the place, and none of it is quite perfect. But you can't be unhappy. So for now, will you please cheer up MS? Li Haruyuki? Hu Yuing and Lin Quan Ning nodded approvingly from the sidelines. In fact, they sometimes envied Li Qingshuo's personality. She smiled as if the whole world was beautiful. And then there's the fact that her body proportions are really perfect. And because I've seen it, I can say that for sure. While she wants to change, she doesn't realize how many people are secretly envious of her. Li Qingshuo's red lips slightly opened, and she gave a small haughty look. Then say what you just said again. Long Aotian didn't have the good sense to knock her head with his finger, but he still said, so now can you please, Miss Li Qingshuo, let go of your bound ego and become happy? That's good. Li Qingshuo's heart is beautiful, and no longer collects a small stomach. Loose this breath. The whole body seems to be a lot lighter all of a sudden. It's lighthearted because it's not hard on yourself. It turns out that no matter how long it has been, it is still very much like listening to Long Aotian's words of enlightenment. Just like when you are in the bay, lying on the banks of the Water Bay River, the sunshine, the lawn, the flowing water, and the ever-present breeze. The next are going to try to add more. Too cruel. That is the king of gifts but also to thank the other bosses to send a variety of gifts and power generation. Really thank you. Immediately the spring festival. May all of you well. Great luck. Chapter 208, You've Brought Me Down. Lin Kuan-ning's eyes lingered on Long Ao Tian's body from time to time. Although these words were said to Li Qingxue, but among them, it could always be heard that he genuinely wanted to be good for Li Qingxue, without seeking any return. There were times when Hayashi Kusunaga really wished that her brother would say the same thing to her. At least it would prove that she was also a little bit important in her brother's heart. What are you thinking about? Long Ao Tian turned his head and saw Lin Kuan-ning staring out at him, so he asked with a smile. Lin Kuan-ning shook her head. Nothing, it just feels like my brother said it really well. Long Ao Tian looked at Li Qingxue who was striding forward. Qingxue is a very nice person. It's just that sometimes she will take the bull by the horns. I do think that Haruyuki's temperament is like that of my brother. Lin Kuan-ning said softly. Ah yes, this girl is also stubborn. It's sensual as my brother. These words made Long Ao Tian remember that at the very beginning, Li Qingxue thought she was being bullied, and she even dropped a few tears. How is it not a sensibility? Come on Lian Ning. Li Qingxue shouted from a short distance away towards Lin Jianing. She has such a beautiful smile. Coming. Lin Kuan-ning took one last deep look at Long Ao Tian, then quickly walked towards Hu Yuing and Li Qingxue. The three of them held hands and strolled through the night under the streetlights. Long Ao Tian took out his cell phone and took a picture of the trio's back. The sound of cameras snapping pictures is especially clear on a night like this. The three little ones heard the voice and turned back to look at Long Ao Tian at the same time. Long Ao Tian, are you secretly filming us? Li Qingxue was in a happy mood by Long Ao Tian's sentence. Miss Li Qingxue, she became the happiest Li Qingxue again. Lin Yining looked at Long Ao Tian's raised cell phone and her slender fingertips compared a, yay, by Li Qingxue's cheek. Hu Yu did not speak. Her eyebrows arched with a hint of teasing, looking earnestly at the dragon belonging to her. After the photo shoot, the three little ones regrouped around Long Ao Tian, looking at the finished product shot in the cell phone, all of them wanting Long Ao Tian to send it to them. Apart from the ugly pictures of himself guys before, actually Long Ao Tian's shooting skills are still very good yet. Brother Long, can we take a picture together too? Hu Yuing looked at Long Ao Tian and asked softly. Seems to be afraid that it is Long Ao Tian refused. Hu Yuing went forward with downcast eyes and gently pulled Long Ao Tian's little finger. No cadre can stand such a test. At this moment, at least at this moment, Long Ao Tian was taken to death, because there was always no way he could deny himself this little follower. Always. After placing his cell phone at the green steps, tilting it at 45 degrees, and setting it up for a delayed shot, he looked over at the three little ones. You guys stand still for now. The three little ones obediently stood at attention. Compared to Hu Yuing, Qingxue Li and Kasunan Lin were considered to be truly in the same frame with Long Ao Tian, and both looked a bit nervous. Is it done? Long Ao Tian asked with a smile. Okay. The three little ones replied at the same time. As the three little ones' words fell, Long Ao Tian clicked on shoot and then ran towards the three little ones. Faced with running towards himself Long Ao Tian, Hu Yuing smiled, full of tenderness of the beautiful eyes this moment only Long Ao Tian running to his figure. Looking at Long Ao Tian running over, Li Qingxue and Lin Evening Shin Shi like no longer nervous. This is a kind of security belonging to Long Ao Tian. He came. They are not nervous, because they knew that Long Ao Tian would protect them forever. Coming to the side of the three little ones, Long Ao Tian turned to look at the place where the cell phone was placed. His palm lifted and gently placed it on Hu Yuing's head. Instinctively, Hu Yuing reached out and gently covered the hand that Long had placed on his head. Click! With the end of the cell phone shot, Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning wanted to see the effects of the shot and walked quickly towards the cell phone. Long Ao Tian, on the other hand, lowered his eyes to look at Hu Yuing. The corners of his mouth revealed a smile, and his entire brow softened by a few points. The breeze was light. Long Ao Tian's eyes looked away. His body shivered around uncomfortably. Then he didn't move and took Hu's little finger. Feeling that Long took the initiative to hook his little finger, Hu Yuing was happy inside beyond words. She raised her head. The appearance of Long in the night but extraordinarily clear in her own eyes. The corners of her lips gently curved. Sweet little look. Really when charming. The night was a little darker, but the redness of the tip of Long's ear, in such a dark night, was in his own eyes. Hu Yuing could be sure that Long might have developed so many good feelings for himself a long time ago. Fingers couldn't help but tighten, clenching Lung's fingers. The heart that had been throbbing gradually smoothed out the moment he tightened his grip on Lung's fingers. It felt so good, and she loved the calm and serenity of it. Uncomfortable yet unable to let go of his hand, Long Ao Tian thus hooked Hu's little finger and walked towards Li Qingxue and Lin Kuan-ning. Long Ao Tian, look at that. It's so pretty. Li Qingxue and Lin Wanning turned around and saw Long Ao Tian and Hu Yuing hooking their fingers together. The two men stared, then laughed. At this moment the heart is only left with an indescribable kind of happiness and envy. On the contrary, when Hu Yuing saw the smiles on the faces of Li Qingshui and Lin Koing, she lightly bit her red lips and lowered her head a little shyly, while hooking her fingers more tightly around Lung. Looking at the photo in their cell phones, the four of them left the photo with the four of them in the same frame in the most candid state. Perhaps not as refined, but the most perfect in the minds of all four. The time was also already late. After consuming food, Long Ao Tian sent the three little ones to the subway entrance. Along the way Long Ao Tian walked in the front, leaving enough space for the three little ones. Hu Yuing always smiled with her head bowed down, and the shyness and timidity that came out inadvertently made her look 1,000 times more charming, such that both Li Qingshui and Lin Kuan-yin couldn't help but want to molest and bully her. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was still on top of the street, if it wasn't for the fact that Long Ao Tian was still by their side, they must bully Hu Yuing until she is as charming as possible. Hu Yuing also seemed to sense the thoughts of Li Qingshui and Lin Kasuning, and hurriedly shielded her cuteness so that she couldn't be rubbing it for them. After all, Lung hadn't rubbed it yet. Remembering Lung's big hands filled with warmth, Ing Huyu's little face became even more blushing. Along with the white neck was tinted with a layer of redness. What exactly did you say you thought of? Look at you. We haven't even bullied you yet. And you're already ashamed of yourself. Lin Kuan-ning teased in amusement. Hu Yuing wanted to say, it's all because you guys brought me down. But the words came to his lips, but he couldn't say them, and he became cowering himself. My old self was clearly not like this. Li Qingshui smiled wryly. It shouldn't be, said in a small voice. No, it's not like that. Hu Yuing shyly and hurriedly shook her head. It's not that I want to be taken by Brother Long. Chapter 209, I have a brother. A very good brother. On the way back to school, Lin Kuan-ning followed Long Ao Tian obediently. Brother. Long Ao Tian stopped and looked at Lin Ko-ning, who called out to him from his side. What's wrong? Nothing. I feel that my brother is super happy today. He is smiling when he walks. And last time I was told that I was walking and looking at my cell phone. So my brother has to concentrate a little bit nah. In a while he will cross the street. Blame me. But let the sister worry about it. Long Ao Tian laughed. Today there were indeed a billion points of happiness. The feeling of talking was different. So brother and Yuking are really together, right? Lin Evening Ning asked softly. The smile on Long Ao Tian's face gradually tightened as he watched Lin Kuan-ning lower her eyes. Regarding the incident in which Lin Kusunaga had confessed her feelings to herself earlier, with the passage of time, and with the slow passage of time between them, it seemed as if it had been long forgotten in the depths of their memories. At this moment, seeing Lin Kuan-ning in this state, Long Ao Tian nodded and said, well, she is very important in my heart. So, Lin Kuan-ning heard what she wanted to hear, and a smirk likewise surfaced on her cool and beautiful little face. Brother, I respect you all. You said that as long as I still call you brother, you will protect me. And this sentence Late Ning really remembered in my heart. So you are still my brother. Long Ao Tian looked at the sincere smile on Lin Ko-ning's face, clearing her eyes, and tapped her forehead with his fingertips. Always counts. The greatest thing about your brother me, is that I do what I say. Thank you brother. Lin Kuan-ning turned around and faced Long Ao Tian. It's good to have a brother. The iceberg melted and the snow lotus blossomed. At this moment Lin Wanning passed her happiness to Long Ao Tian. Silly girl, watch the road. Long Ao Tian laughed. Brother, would you like to hear my story? If you say it brother will listen. In the original novel, Lin Kuan-ning's once was all skimmed over and not described in detail, and Long Ao Tian also wanted to know what kind of story there was in that life that was skimmed over. Lin Kuan-ning walked playfully beside Long Ao Tian with her hands behind her back. Where do I start? Let's start with when I was a child. Lin Kuan-ning's tone was so relaxed that it was really like she was telling a story. My parents separated when I was very young. My dad didn't want me and my mom left me with my grandparents and didn't come back for a long time. In fact, evening used to be especially smiley, and my teacher and my grandparents all complimented me on my beautiful voice, so I'll definitely be able to be a singer in the future. There was no daddy and mommy didn't come back, and Late Ning didn't feel sad because grandma and grandpa gave Late Ning all their love. So Late Ning was happy then too. The happiness in Lin's eyes was so pure when she said this. But when Late Ning was 7, my mom came back. She found another family in the city, and she took me away from my grandparents. At that time Late Ning was still small, came to a strange city, strange home to call a strange man father. Although Lin Kuan-ning was still smiling, this smile was different, and Long Ao Tian could feel it. Long Ao Tian gently touched Lin Kuan-ning's long hair and did not say anything, but desperately wanted to transfer the power to her. Brother, do you think that man is bad for me? No. At one time he was quite nice to me, until I had a brother. I love my brother. But that man doesn't believe it, not even my own mother. Speaking of this, Lin Kuan-yin looked at Long Aotian. Brother, how do you think people can turn on a dime and seem to be a new person? But I'm still grateful to them inside, yeah, because they let me go to the conservatory that I've loved since I was a kid. But I get quietly sad sometimes. And that's what I think about how great it would be if I had an older brother, so that I become the one who needs to be protected too. Lin Kuan-ning finished with a light laugh. It's a good thing I have a brother now. The story is short, a few sentences, but it changes a person's life. At first, despite the absence of both mom and dad, late Ning was happy and joyful. At the end of the day, with a strange dad and her mom back with evening nail, she was left without joy and happiness. A person who loved to laugh so much gradually turned into a cold nature. Lan Aotian knows that these words are not enough to summarize her life after the age of 7. Perhaps not as easy to accept as she recounted. Perhaps not wanting to worry herself. Because yeah, it can't be summarized in a few sentences. You're strong. Hearing these 4 words, Lin Kuan-ning pursed her lips and smiled, but her eyes reddened as she smiled. The tear mole at the corner of her eye looking especially warm under the redness. Don't you feel that I'm relying on you? Lan Aotian smiled and raised his hand to wipe away the tears that were about to fall out of her eyes. Wipe it off and it's gone. As long as it hasn't run down. She's not sad. Everyone is unhappy at times. And if you can't walk away from it, then I'll pull you out. Smoothing and smoothing again with the palm of her hand, she smoothed out the long hair that Lin Kusunaga had just rubbed herself into disarray. Don't dwell on the past. Don't hesitate about the future. Don't make it hard on yourself. It's not your problem. You're already good and great. If it were up to me, I wouldn't necessarily be better than you. You're really good already then. I can't hold an umbrella over your heart or really empathize with you, but I can be your faithful listener and digest some of the stress and unhappiness with you. Long Aotian's words caused Lin Kuan-yin's heart to ache, and then inexplicably a warmth and a million emotions surged through her heart. The young girl slightly raised her delicate and cold little face, looking at him aggrievedly. Choo-choo tears but stubbornly refused to let them flow out. Brother, can I hug you? Long Aotian looked at the smile that the young girl in front of him was trying to show, and took the initiative to walk towards Lin Kuan-ning, gently embracing her into his arms, his palm slowly and gently patting her back. Feeling his brother's embrace, breathing in the scent that belonged to his body up close, Lin smiled and closed her eyes. Tears fell down her cheeks at this moment, eventually disappearing into the lapel of Long Aotian's coat, also as if they had never flowed out. As long as you still call me brother, I will always protect you. After saying that, he gently released Lin Yuanying. Your dream will definitely come true. You will become a best singer and bloom your Lin Yuanying's youth on the stage. Brother, why do you feel more confident than me? The tip of Lin Kuan-ning's nose was red, but she was smiling happily. Because you tried, more than once, and never gave up. God is fair. You worked so hard just for your childhood favorite. God will surely give you a bright future. Thank you, brother, for listening to me say something with negativity and still choosing to stand by my side. You even called me brother. Do you think your brother cares about this? Long Aotian nodded on Lin Kuan-ning's forehead without any good humor. There are some things, some words, that can only lighten the mood when they are said. So if there's something you're not happy about, let me know and I'll be your most loyal listener. Lin Kuan-ning took a deep breath. Yes, there are some things that when you say them out loud, your heart really clears up. It's great. I have a brother. A great, great brother. In fact, from the day of January 10th, the family has been busy because of something. The vulture is really too tired. Well, have been busy past. Today first 2 more. I'm sure to give the boss's raise all make up. See you, please. Thank you to the boss for the daikatsu and sprinkles. And thank you all for the uninterrupted power for love. I really appreciate it. Chapter 210, I'm really lucky. Yucking, congratulations on finally getting what you want, Li Qingxue said with a smile. From the moment she knew that Ing Huyu occupied an important position in Long Aotian's heart, Li Qingxue knew that there would always be such a day. So she was open. So she wished. Ing Huyu grabbed Li Qingxue's hand. Qingxue, you don't know. In fact, a long time ago, I fell in love with Brother Long. This is the heart of Huyu Ing. Before was afraid to say, but now she is willing to tell Li Qingxue. Because she cherished her friendship with Haruyuki. She wanted to tell her that she liked Lung before her. How long is a long time? Li Qingxue asked curiously. Nothing else, just curious. She has belonged to their own little pride. She is to Long Aotian have good feelings, no mistake. Until now still have good feelings. Perhaps a long time later will still have. But if Long Aotian already had someone he liked, then she would also keep this good feeling of hers, pressed to the bottom of her heart. She never thought of causing trouble to anyone, because then it wouldn't be her. Li Qingxue. Not to mention the fact that this person is her best friend and bestie. It really has been a little long. It's like telling up a story, starting from the day of the transfer. from the time he was accepted by Long Aotian as his little follower. Starting with being forced by Lung to fit in with the group. Starting with going to Lung for help because he was scared. At that time, I was really scared that Lung would be too much trouble to help himself. But it wasn't. Lung had helped himself, and had always left no stone unturned. It tells the story of how she felt about sneaking into the clothing factory when she went with Lung to get the goods. It tells of the fun she had when she and Lung went to sell clothes together. Tells of a little change in her under Dragon's guidance. This was something that Li Qingshu knew. Still vaguely remember. The first time in Hu Yuing meet. She is like a wounded kitten. Just follow the dragon Aotian. Do not love to talk. Has always been silent. Perry, who was really unremarkable at that time. It turns out that the bond between them has been so deep for a long time. Brother Long is a person worth relying on. Slowly getting close to him, you will slowly get used to him, and in the end, without realizing it, your mind is already all in his shadow. Li Qingxue listened to Ying Hu's story. There are unbearable, difficult and beautiful. The heart cannot help but still some resentment. Hu Yuing such a good person. Why bully her? Damn bad guys, they just see you as a good bully. I won't listen to anyone who bullies you in the future. At the same time, there was a little bit of happiness in her heart. Happiness that Long Aotian had helped Hu Yuing. She didn't even dare to imagine how painful it would be for her if Long Aotian didn't help Hu Yu. Fortunately, Long Aotian likes to meddle. You don't even know him. Li Qingxue subconsciously covered her mouth when she said this. She almost said it, having promised Long Aotian not to say anything, so he quietly glanced at Perry Hu. He saw Hu Ying's eyes smiling as he looked at himself. I know what you want to say. I know it all. You know? Li Qingxue shook her head. She didn't say it herself. Long Aotian, this guy, she is clear. In order not to let Hu Yuing worry, he is definitely not say it. Actually, I was not far away from you and Brother Long that day, and I heard everything you said to each other. Hu Yu smiled and grabbed onto Li Qingshue's small hand. Thank you for helping Long. Li Qingxue tilted her head helplessly. So you knew all about it, but soon also relieved. Long Aotian so understand Perry Hu. He knows that Perry Hu knows must be crying. Must be particularly difficult heartache. How could Hu Yuing not notice it? That little cutie. Thinking that he had pretended well. He had discovered it himself. And how could Perry Hu not have discovered it? He really cares about you. Hu Yuing undeniably nodded. From the beginning he was in the middle of Lung's concern. This is a blessing for myself and the beginning of another life for myself. Li Qingxue stopped and looked seriously at Ying Hu. Actually, you also care about Long Aotian. In the past, he foolishly thought that Ying Hu was like a younger sister's dependence on her older brother to Long Aotian. Now it seems that Ying Hu is not at all concerned about Long Aotian, because love is mutual. It's only because Lung is so good to himself that he has to work harder to be good to Lung. Lung had said he was worth it, but how could Lung not be? He even kissed himself with such care. Afraid of hurting himself, he really gave himself all the tenderness he needed. Such a man. He is his own. Long Aotian is good at everything. He just likes to be a bit nosy. This is something you need to talk to him about. He can listen to you. Looking at Perry Hu's clueless expression, Li Qingxue laughed. He's scared of you crying. When you cry, he won't know what to do, and will listen to you when the time comes. Hu Yuing was amused by Li Qingshue's words, where she liked to cry very much, and she wouldn't make long compromise for herself by crying. I can tell by looking at you. You just keep clinging to him. Sometimes I kinda envy you. You're the only one who can cure Lung. Li Qingxue covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Are you praising me? Or are you trying to say that I'm shrewish? Of course it is to praise you. Hu Yuing said heartily. Her own nature belongs to the more gentle kind. The only strong all used in Long's body. But not Li Qingxue. She has a very spiritual personality and you can always be wrapped up in cheer around her. This is probably what is called charisma, which is also something that Ying Hu and Kusatsu do not possess. So yeah, each one has its own merits, and you'll be envied by others while you're envying them. Li Qingxue had a smile on the corner of her mouth and her thoughts were racing. He just doesn't want to bother with me in general, or else he would be able to knock me out of my brain with a single punchdown. He always did what was best for those around him and always put himself last compared to us. Speaking here, Li Qingxue seriously looked at Ying Hu. Long Aotian, this little cutie. Truly the happiest person in the world. You and him must be good. Hu Yuan looked up to the sky. Instead of saying that Lung was the happiest person in the world, she felt more than ever that she was the happiest person in the world. Meeting Lung changed the first 18 years of his wimpy life. He said he was worth it. He gave himself the choice. It all started after meeting Lung. If she had to say who was the happiest person in the world, Hu Yueying felt that she was. He himself would bring all such happiness to Lung. Oh my dragon. I'm really lucky and happy to have met you. Chapter 211. Write your name on a cigarette and smoke it into your lungs. Oh, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. Funny, it's still funny. Yi Liangchen shook the beer in his hand while his small mouth tilted, revealing a bitter smile. I think you're no better than that. Shui Xiaohua lit a cigarette, raised his head 45 degrees and slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Unconsciously he had progressed a lot in terms of compulsion. Last time, Yi Liangchen said that his play was affected because of the presence of Long Aotian. This time, that called Long Aotians but not in Huyuing their side. But the results. Ha! Seeing this, Yi Liangchen confidently tossed his hair and drank the wine in his cup in one gulp, the knot in his throat rolling up and down with each swallow. After drinking, Yi Liangchen once again confidently tossed his hair, then looked at the empty wineglass. What I drink in, I spit out as maturity, said the man, slowly exhaling a mouthful of wine. Like a phrase I once wrote in Penguin Space, the knight and the princess. The princesses have no idea how much of a burden I carry as a knight. No one does, but I do. Yi Liangchen let out a light laugh, once again poured himself a glass of wine, looked at the yellow beer, and raised it high. Even though I have gone through 1,000 hardships, just to win the princess's smile, this glass of wine, drink me half a lifetime of sobriety, drink me crazy for love, he said and once again drank it down. Pop, 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 pop. Shui Xiaohua was inexplicably infected and couldn't help but applaud. Drink me half sober, drink me crazy for love. These words are the most domineering words I've ever heard. Yi Liangchen, you really don't look like a student sometimes, more like an adult who has been in the society for a long time. The melancholic eyes, the spontaneity of one person drinking wine, as well as the words spoken at this moment are all too mature. Yi Liangchen casually waved his hand. Mature? No, I've just seen through the worldly prosperity. As for the pussy you're talking about, I don't even know what it is, it's all just something I feel inside. If that's what you call pushy, okay, then I accept it. After saying this, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Confidence sprinkled through his hair. Actually, there are some things you don't even know, and you're seeing just what I want you to see. Shui Xiaohua also tossed his hair. What do you mean? The meaning is very simple, but also very complicated. Not that I don't tell you. These life still need to realize by yourself. In order to show off his depth, Yi Liangchen raised his eyes 45 degrees and aimed the beer in his hand at the moon in the sky. Let's put it this way. You've only seen the first layer, while I'm in the atmosphere right now. Even if Yi Liangchen lost in front of Hu Yueying and the girls, but with a 28-year-old pussy, it was still easy for him to take a college student. Even if you're a college student at a university, what can you do? Aren't you still working for yourself in your dreams? Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen once again drank the wine in one go. Watching Yi Liangchen almost vomit, Shui Xiaohua frowned and said, "You'd better drink less." He didn't want to send Yi Liangchen back. Yi Liangchen coughed violently twice, but in order to maintain his pushiness, he just said lightly, "What's the use of keeping these wines? Is it hard to use it for memories? Shui Xiaohua, do you know what it means to be saved in life?" Shui Xiaohua spread his hands. "What are you trying to say? That you're actually the Redeemer?" Snap! Yi Liangchen directly snapped his fingers. Bingo! You're right. Speaking of this, Yi Liangchen smiled to himself. That's right, I am indeed a Redeemer. And the three people who need to be redeemed by me are Ing Hu, Qingshu Ili, and Kusunan Lin. Don't laugh. I know you don't believe what I'm saying right now. Yi Liangchen took a deep breath. Time will prove everything. Now, just let me enjoy this for a while. Enjoy all this hard-won fun. As the words fell, Yi Liangchen slowly stood up, closed his eyes, and opened his arms to the moon above the sky. Now was the peak era of non-mainstream society. Yi Liangchen's words and the actions he was making now might seem silly in the future, but in the present, it symbolized a spirit and freedom. So Shui Xiaohua couldn't help but be a bit solemn. Anyway, for some reason, every time he saw Yi Liangchen make this action, Shui Xiaohua would feel that he was so sacred. Especially now, slowly retracting his open arms and making a move to embrace himself. Although they are now deceived by Long Aotian, but do you see me panicking? Saying this, Yi Liangchen shook his hair, 2 fingers covering the left side of his face above the bridge of his nose, slowly raising his eyes to look at Shui Xiaohua. This was a look called confidence. At least Shui Xiaohua saw the color of confidence in this look. So what exactly do you have in mind? I've never liked a girl so much. Parry Hu. Whether it's her looks or her figure all grows on top of my aesthetics. She's like a beautiful angel to me. Speaking here, Shui Xiaohua's eyes showed some regret. He did not know why. Why he was obviously so outstanding. Even in the class himself belonged to the first echelon of beautiful men. But no matter how much he tried to attract the attention of Parry Hu, he ended up failing. It wasn't that he hadn't seen Long Aotian before. In terms of appearance he was a bit rougher than himself. It was just a little taller and more robust looking than himself. and he felt that he was just a little bit worse than Long Aotian. This little bit can be completely with their own sunshine, handsome, humor to make up for. But why Hu Yuing just do not look at himself, not to himself to show that can penetrate the heart of the smile. He couldn't figure out why that was. It was obvious that he was much better than that Long Aotian. Yi Liangchen snorted, shook his head helplessly, got up and walked towards the front desk. Pretty girl, do you have a pen please? Lend it to me, he said, shaking his hair, and the corners of his mouth turned up in a smile called confidence. This scene made the front desk beauty's mouth twitch and inexplicably grabbed the ground by her toes. But her good professionalism still smiled at Yi Liangchen and nodded, then took out a pen and handed it to Yi Liangchen. Yi Liangchen picked up the pen, turned around and left, but halfway there he suddenly stopped and raised the pen in his hand high, without turning back. But his voice full of bubbly sounds slowly rang out. Thanks. Returning to his position, Yi Liangchen's mouth quirked as he smiled and said, did you see that pretty girl smiling at me just now? Shui Xiaohua didn't know what Yi Liangchen was trying to express, but still nodded cooperatively. I can't help it. That's what makes me so attractive. If I wasn't a redeemer, I would be surrounded by many beautiful women. Saying this, he turned the pen in his hand around, then took out a cigarette and wrote 3 names in a row on top of it. In Shui Xiaohua's dumbfounded expression, slowly lit the cigarette, write their names on the cigarette and smoke it into the lungs. Isn't this also a kind of alternative body melding? Chapter 212. Liang Chen will accompany you to the end. Shui Xiaohua's eyes lit up and his eyes became solemn as he looked at Yi Liangchen. If earlier, he had only felt that Yi Liangchen had a bit of a push, but now he was willing to call it the strongest. Immediately took the pen in Yi Liangchen's hand and wrote down Hu Yueying's name on the cigarette. Looking at Shui Xiaohua's movements, Yi Liangchen just smiled without saying anything. He himself had only shown a tiny little bit of worthless strength, and he had already been bowled over by himself. Shaking his head helplessly, he poured himself a glass of wine once more, and as he had just said, how could the princess know the burden that the knight carried? Spontaneity is only his appearance. His heart has actually long been full of holes. Recalling today's attitude of Hu Yuing, Li Qingxue and Lin Evening Ning towards himself, how could they talk about themselves like that when there was still a little pain in their hearts until now? It was obvious that he had given so much to them, but it turned out that they wanted to cut themselves off. Obviously, in the last life, they would worry about themselves if they frowned slightly, if they showed a hint of sadness. I didn't realize that a single vibration from a butterfly could trigger such a big change, but that's what makes it a little fun, isn't it? Thinking of this, Yi Liangchen's eyes gradually gloomy. After blackening, he has been able to face Long Aotian directly, and use his face to hard receive his 2 attacks without falling to the ground. It is true that blackening is 3 times stronger. It's not that I didn't give you guys a chance, but you all turned it down. So don't blame me. When you all see clearly the true face of Long Aotian, and then you still want me to redeem you, it won't be that simple anymore. Chasing after the husband crematorium, you must be made to chase after the husband crematorium. In one gulp, he drained his glass of wine, then tapped the tabletop with his finger. Seeing that Shui Xiaohua was attracted by his actions, Yi Liangchen said in a deep voice, pay attention to observing Hu Yueying these days, and if you see her recording anything on her book, look for an opportunity to send me the contents on it. Perry, who is the queen of business and has been trying to start her own business since she was in college, although in her dream she was well protected by them and didn't know what Perry whose business was about. But as long as Shui Xiaohua was able to secretly take pictures of what she recorded and send them to himself, he would be able to intercept them in advance. That's the price of not accepting yourself. Originally, all you had to do was accept me and take your time, and everything would have been just like in the dream. It's a pity that you hurt me. I didn't even count on you being forced on by Long Aotian, but you even dared to reject me again and again. It's really hurting my fragile heart too much. This step was only a plan against Hu Yuing, after which Li Qingxue and Lin Quan Ning themselves would not be spared. In the dream of the last life, Long Aotian that in order to get Li Qingxue, even do not hesitate to use a bit of salacious means, although they are all destroyed by themselves. But it was enough to show that Long Aotian's tactics were enough, then don't blame me. After all, you're too perfect, too innocent. If you can remember our 9 years, I don't want to treat you like this. It's all because you forced me to. I'll show you by my actions that I'm the only one who's ever treated you the best. If you don't go through the hurt, how will you become calm and self-contained? How can you become the future goddess of venture capital? I'm doing this for your own good. Thinking of Li Qingxue's ahead of the curved gaze and thinking in the dream, the confident and perfect figure, the thunderous means, plus the filter of white moonlight, Yi Liangchen admitted that just thinking about it made his heart flutter. As long as they could take down Hu Yueying and Li Qingxue, the rest of Lin Kusuning would not be able to escape from them no matter how they flew. So what if it's the nation's first love? As long as it hasn't grown up yet, as long as I become capitalized, The national first love? Oh, become my first love alone. I'm never going to give you another chance to start an entertainment company. I'm going to make you my canary alone. And that's your punishment for embarrassing me today. Thinking of being able to hold Lin Kuan Ning's long legs, which were longer than his life, on his shoulders, Yi Liangchen couldn't help but be a little excited. His eyes looked at Shui Xiaohua. If you can accomplish this matter, I swear that you will receive benefits that you cannot imagine. Benefit or not, I don't want to know. I just want to know one thing. How are you going to deal with the one called Long Ao Tian? Hu Yuing except Long Ao Tian? Other men she will not even look at. Don't forget what you promised me. It wasn't that Shui Xiaohua hadn't thought that Yi Liangchen was lying. He himself had experienced it himself countless times. No matter how much he tried to attract Hu Yuing's attention, the end result was unsatisfactory. But he wanted too much to get Perry Hu. That kind of girl. Missed. This life may be difficult to forget again. It will become a regret in his heart. But if you want to get Perry Hu, unless you can make that Long Ao Tian's initiative to let go, it's just a fool's dream to get Perry Hu. Since Yi Liangchen had said that he would help himself, he wanted to hear how he was going to deal with Long Ao Tian. If it didn't work, one wouldn't be continuing to help him. He was able to see that Yi Liangchen also had a purpose. He couldn't just give Yi Liangchen a graft. At Shui Xiaohua's words, Yi Liangchen laughed, really laughed, smiling and laughing. He drained the wine in his hand, then slammed the glass heavily on top of the table. This movement startled Shui Xiaohua. Dragon Ao Tian? Oh, just a clown. If I can beat him once, I can beat him a million times. The glass was clutched tightly in his palm as he spoke. Shui Xiaohua was able to see the hatred in Yi Liangchen's eyes. He didn't expect Yi Liangchen to hate Long Ao Tian so much. This is certainly a good thing for him. All he had to do was sit back and watch the tigers fight and reap the benefits. As for helping Yi Liangchen checking Hu's daily book records, it was simply not worth mentioning. Both of them had plans of their own in their hearts, but they had only one common enemy. In fact, Shui Xiaohua and Long Ao Tian have never met at all. Can not talk about enemies, but who let him possess the likes of Hu Yuing? He likes Perry Hu, so he had to let Long Ao Tian quit. At that time, while Hu Yuing was sad, it was the day he embraced the beauty into his arms. Thinking of this, Shui Xiaohua agreed with a smile. No problem, I'll help you checking Hu's daily book records. Hearing Shui Xiaohua promise, Yi Liangchen's gloomy face gradually changed a little. If it wasn't for Long Ao Tian, he would have already embraced the beauty and become the group's favorite long ago. Where else do you have to go through this? All the humiliation he had suffered would be a little bit of revenge on Long Ao Tian's body. Since you want to play, then Liang Chen will accompany you to the end. The blackened version of himself was truly terrifying as hell. No way. Play with the excitement. Play with the heart. Power is generated. Power is generated. Once no more. Twice no less. 3 times long life. Chapter 213. I'm the most obedient little follower. After separating from Haruki, Perry, who returned to the middle of his dormitory, opened the door of the dormitory, which was empty, touched the dark and turned on the light. The light suddenly filled every corner of the dormitory. All 3 housemates chose to go home, and it was a bit chilly without the laughter that had been there before. Hu Yuing cleaned her little Giorgio, lay back on the bed and clicked on Long Ao Tian's penguin interface. Have you arrived yet, dragon? It was clear that they had only been separated for not much time, but Hu Yuing felt that much time had already passed. I miss him so much. I wish I could never leave him for a moment. Not long after the cell phone vibrated and rang, Hu Yuing hurriedly picked up the phone. Seeing Long's message, Hu Yuing's bright eyes curved into a crescent shape. My roommates have all gone home, and I'm the only one inside the dormitory. Just sent this message out. The next second, Long Ao Tian's video call hit. Hu Yuing hurriedly sat up from the bed and organized the clothes she had messed up while lying on the bed just now. But on second thought, pursing her red lips, she pulled the dress down slightly at the shoulders. After doing all this, Hu Yuing was inexplicably excited and a little embarrassed, rolling around on the bed for a bit before clicking through. The images are quickly linked. In the picture, Long Ao Tian was sitting on top of the bed in his board clothes. Seeing this, Hu Yuing gently called out to Brother Long, with some remorse in her heart. Long are dressed in this board, but he himself is such a wannabe. See Perry Hu Yu lying on top of the bed. Messy hair plastered on the cheeks, shoulders and collarbones bear a touch of Snow White. May. It was an indescribable flirtation. Long Ao Tian couldn't help but look twice more. If the fully clothed Hu Yuing gives the first impression of pure desire, she will unconsciously be favorably disposed to her. Then this now somewhat disheveled Hu Yuing will give people the illusion of a crazy desire to possess. Even if it was just a touch of bare skin, one couldn't help but be reminded of her nakedness. Hu Yuing was originally still chagrined, but after seeing the video of Long Ao Tian looking at himself without blinking, His heart could not help but be flooded with a trace of small satisfaction. At least it meant that she was still a little bit attractive to Lung, didn't it? It feels like I'm really getting good at it. There doesn't seem to be anything more important than being able to attract your favorite people. Ahem. That you're not allowed to play videos with people dressed like that in the future, okay? Look at me. Okay? I know Lung. Hold on, I'll get dressed in a minute. Wait. Except for Lung. Huyuing light smile. Slightly narrowed eyes contain a little smile. As if in the discharge, I only in front of Brother Long this. Because it is Brother Long ah. He himself was only like this in front of Lung. Because in Perry Who's world, it was roughly divided into two categories. One for Long Aotian and one for everyone else. Huyuing is willing to Long Aotian, so it is willing. So for her, it is also a kind of good. Just by looking at Huyuing's mesmerized and wet eyes through the video, Long Aotian's heart couldn't control the violent beating. She was too pure. Pure liking, pure love and unreserved trust in herself. All of these things are enough to make any man's heart flutter. Such a girl, to be able to have her, why not get an eternal treasure? Huyuing's sentence of willingness, a sentence that the life she wants is the life that belongs to her, is deeply engraved in Long Aotian's heart. Perhaps in this life, Huyuing is no longer the queen of business, but she must be the queen of herself. The little follower who used to cowardly follow her, had changed too much, so much so that now she simply couldn't see a bit of her old self in her. What am I going to do with you? I'll be good. Brother Long can hold Perry Who. At first Perry Who swore that she would follow Brother Long and be a soft persimmon that would not be pinched by others at will. The current Huyuing only wished to be held by Lung alone, because in front of Lung, she was always able to get lots and lots of security, as if as long as Lung was there, she could always be a little woman who leaned on him. It was dependence, a kind of dependence exclusively given to herself by Long Aotian. Just then, via video call, Huyuing heard the sound of talking coming from Long Aotian's side. The door to the dormitory opened. Huang Fei looked at Long Aotian for a moment and then said, "Old Ao, you came back." Li Long looked at Long Aotian styling at the moment. He didn't hold back and laughed out directly. "Holy, Old Ao, what kind of styling are you wearing? Lower body big pants, upper body so neatly dressed? Is it very popular to wear clothes like this now?" Pust. The video Huyuing heard this really did not hold back, laughing, but not with a pillow to cover their little face. She could even imagine Lung's current look. No wonder dragon sits so straight. Serious dragon, becoming so much less serious. Long Aotian heard Huyuing's laughter. Even though his own skin was not thin, he was a bit flushed. There's a feeling of putting on a good act only to have it punctured in one fell swoop. This awkwardness is only awkward for Perry Who. Seeing that Li Long wanted to say something else, Long Aotian lifted his foot to take off his own slippers and threw them towards Li Long without any good humor. With the movement of Long Aotian's raised foot, Huyuing saw Long's naked thighs. In his mind are all. This afternoon, Long stood in the courtyard. Water poured on the body when bathing the picture, and found himself, the dumbfounded and helpless expression. Suddenly the screen lurched and the video call hung up. Looking at the video that was hung up, the smile on Huyuing's face did not decrease a bit. Quickly type on your phone and hit send. Brother Lung, don't be shy. It's okay because Perry Yuck has already seen it all. After sending this message, Huyu directly pulled up the quilt over her head and quickly wrapped herself into a ball on the bed. I'm so ashamed. I would never have been able to say such a thing in the past. To know the past, just say on the last sentence of the dragon brother is so handsome. All have to be shy red face, how can not say out. But after being touched by Haruyuki, after being rubbed by Evening Ning, he himself had become so strange, always wanting to flirt with Lung, especially after Lung accepted himself today. Now finally, he knew why Lung liked to tease himself. Maybe it's the same as when he saw Lung go red. It feels so funny. Clanking sound. A penguin message alert was heard from his cell phone. Perry Huyu drilled and managed to get his little head out of the quilt. Seeing the message from Brother Lung, Huyuing raised her nose proudly. It's only Brother Lung who doesn't want to whack me, because I'm the best little follower. Chapter 214, Every Minute and Every Second. This night, Huyuing was sleeping with a smile at the corner of her mouth. It seems to be just as good even in dreams. No one knew what she had dreamed, just the smile at the corners of her mouth. So beautiful. Early the next morning, Perry Who woke up early. I was originally thinking of making breakfast for Lung and bringing it over, but the holiday crowds are clearly too large. Looking at Grandpa and Grandma Zhu who were still busy in the breakfast store, Huyuing could only simply purchase some soy sauce pancakes and eggs, and then walked towards the subway entrance. Walking down the road, all I could think about was how I should greet Lung when I saw him. Should we still call Dragon? Or should I change my name to? And call him my boyfriend? Thinking of the 3 words boyfriend, Huyuing's inner joyful emotions simply could not be ventilated. and the smile between her eyebrows was the best thing in the world. The heart is thinking about Long, plus the subway entrance traffic is still relatively large. I did not pay attention to almost hit the opposite coming people. Hastily, he sidestepped out of the way, but the man on the other side did the same. He dodged to the right himself, and his opponent dodged to the right. He dodged to the left himself, and his opponent dodged to the left. For a moment, Hu Yueying could not help but stand in place, but the other party stood still as well as himself. Hu Yueying felt a little strange, raised her eyes to look. The next second her eyes were replaced by a smile, and subconsciously called out, "Brother Long." Long Aotian had just left the subway entrance when he saw Ing Huyu. This girl doesn't know what she's thinking. She smiles occasionally, hangs her eyes shyly, and doesn't even look at the road when she walks, so it was trying to catch her. The girl is silly. Long Aotian pinched her little face. What are you thinking about so out of your mind? Be careful of falling into a ditch when you are in a daze. Parry Huyu obediently tilted up her little face, letting Long pinch it. Not at all. I have my eyes on the road. After saying that, she took the initiative to grab Lung's hand that was cupping her small face. Lung, I brought you breakfast. As if offering a treasure, he handed the sauce cake and eggs in his hand to Long Aotian. Breakfast wasn't much of a treasure, and if Parry Hu had been by himself, he would have made a breakfast that was better than sauce pancakes and eggs. The reason why it was like offering a treasure was because Ing Huyu liked to see Long Aotian eating, especially the meals she brought to Brother Long. After a short period of happiness and pleasure, Hu Yueying looked at Long Aotian strangely. How could Brother Long appear here? The eyes were so persistent that Long Aotian simply couldn't ignore them. Want her? Yes, Long Aotian wanted Hu Yueying. Before will also want. Will want of Hu Yueying now doing what? Have not eaten properly. In the school inside good. Have not every day to be happy. But at that time, Long Aotian was only thinking about it. But after last night, the long-formed thoughts were like a tidal wave that washed over him all the time. Wanted to see Parry Hu, so he came. As expected, after Hu Yueying's persistent gaze, she asked, "Why did you come here, Brother Long?" The eyes twinkled with intense longing and anticipation. Long Aotian pretended not to hear. Pretending not to hear was not an option. Hu Yueying gently shook his arm, her bright eyes looking at him pitifully, trying to get his attention, her eyes full of anticipation. Long Aotian looked around at the pedestrians, coughed lightly twice, and gently tapped his finger on her brow. "Go eat breakfast first." Ing Huyu looked at Long Aotian and uttered, Tell me. The voice was sweet and greasy as if she had eaten a whole spoonful of honey, with a unique pampering meaning. Spoiled seems to be a girl's natural skills. Since mom and dad left, after more than 10 years, Hu Yueying never spoiled, because pouting won't change her grandparents' labor, pouting won't make her grades go up, and pouting won't make those who bully her stop bullying her. But after meeting Long Aotian, she unknowingly picked up this, a skill that had originally been long forgotten by her. Is it effective? Undoubtedly good. Long Aotian where to stand such a Hu Yueying's. Know that she is intentional, but just like this with shy expression, delicate voice, led Long Aotian inexplicable trance. Feel that he is the happiest person in this world. Missed you. The words came out quickly. Ing Huyu's pretty face was red. She heard it, so even the tips of her ears were red, but she pursed her lips and looked away uncomfortably with her afterglow and said, Long, what did you just say? Brother Long? I didn't even hear it. She heard it, and heard it clearly, but she was so greedy, really greedy, and wanted to hear Lung say it again, that he missed himself. Stretching out his white hand, once again gently tugged at the corner of his coat, his voice so crispy soft, gently, lingering in his ears, Long say it again. Okay, with this kind of tenderness, not to mention steel bars, steel plates will be broken straight for you. Just can say the words. At this moment actually some cannot speak. On that pair of, say it again. Beg Brother Long say it again. Okay, the eyes, feel the heart is going to melt. Wanted, missed you, so I came to see you. Grabbing Long Aotian's palm tightened. She didn't say anything, but used her actions to prove that Ing Hu was actually not calm inside at the moment. The feeling of liking someone is happy, joyful, uncontrollable and equally wonderful. People are always in pursuit of beautiful things. So the Ing Hu Yueying who is in front of Long Aotian at this moment is the beautiful thing he wants to pursue. Gently holding Ing Hu Yu in his arms, he did not want her to see his appearance at this moment, because Long Aotian could feel his cheeks a little hot, but the heartbeat doesn't lie. Are you shy, Brother Long? Hu Yueying quietly listened to Long Aotian's heartbeat and asked softly, without waiting for Long Aotian to answer. Hu Yueying said to herself, Brother Long, you are really mature in some aspects, but in the matter of me liking you, you are even more prone to shyness than Yueying. Speaking here, Hu Yuing gently held Long Ao Tian's hand and placed it on top of her heart. My heart tells me I love Lung so much. Lung, can you feel it? In fact, Hu Yuing is also an extremely shy woman. If placed in the past, in the subway entrance, in front of so many people, she did not dare to put a boy's hand on top of her heart. Even more so, it was unacceptable to be taken by the shoulder and embraced in the arms in such a setting, with people coming and going at the moment. The reason for the change could be that he had been pushed away by Lung before and almost lost him. All she wanted to do now was to hold on to Lung. It didn't matter if Lung was shy. Yuck wouldn't be shy. It's okay that Lung has never been in love. Yuck will take her time and enjoy every second with Lung. Because it's Lung. Because I am the most obedient little follower. Chapter 215. You won't be alone from now on. Brother Lung. Feeling the sound of Perry Hu's heartbeat, Long Ao Tian felt that he was even worse than Yuck Ing. After being a bachelor for 28 years in that world of his own, and coming to this world, in disguise, and being single for another 18 years, he was not very good at this kind of thing, and was inexperienced, so he sometimes didn't know what to do. But there is one thing that Long Ao Tian is very clear about. That is, it is easy and will be happy with Perry Hu. Not just now, but from the moment I met Perry Hu. This mood has always existed. Long Ao Tian smiled, loosened his arm that embraced Ing Hu Yu and tightly grasped her hand. His own little follower is so brave. How can he, as a big brother, wimp out? Feeling Long tightly pulling his hand, Hu Yuing gently raised her beautiful eyes with a smile to look at Long Ao Tian. Sometimes the heartbeat that catches you off guard is really only in a moment. Sometimes it's a sentence. Sometimes it's an action. In short, Ing Hu's heartbeat is not just this one moment, but is the only one where Lung interacts with his own heartbeat. The first time was just last night. Mouth full. For the second time just now. Lung tightened his grip. Perry, who was very simple. Happy, yes. Sad, yes. Now she is undoubtedly happy. Let's get some breakfast first. Long Ao Tian looked at the smile on Hu Yuying's face. His voice couldn't help but mild down. Good. Hu Yuying nodded. She would listen to whatever Long said anyway. From the moment she dared to take the first step and Long went to the field into the clothes. Hu Yuying always had unconditional trust in Long Ao Tian. It's a little thing called love. Makes the mature less mature. Make the not so brave, brave. But it's such a small thing that makes you feel joyful all the time. Hu Yuing rested her cheeks on one hand and stared at her dragon with a smile in her eyes without blinking. The smile on Lung's lips was so nice as he watched him take a bite out of a xiaolongbao. Long Ao Tian was looked at for a while or a little embarrassed. Before is not been looked at. Only that time Hu Yuing secretly look at their own. There was something really embarrassing about staring at yourself as blatantly and unblinkingly as you did today. I don't know if you've ever been in a situation where you feel so uncomfortable when you're eating and being looked at with a smile on your brow. It's not a good idea to eat or not to eat, but there's no way around it. Ing Hu likes to watch Lung eat like this. Seeing Lung put down his chopsticks, Hu Yuing drew out a paper towel, and Long Ao Tian reached out to pick it up when he saw this. As a result, Ing Huyu's outstretched palm did not pause, her body leaned forward, and the tissue gently pointed at the corner of Long Ao Tian's mouth, slowly wiping it. Long Ao Tian's body was a bit stiff. After being alone for a long time, he wasn't too used to being taken care of like this. I'll do it myself. Hu Yuying's watery eyes, slightly flickering luster, obviously embarrassed himself. The hand movements did not stop. I can actually take care of Brother Long. Brother Long. Speaking here, a blush had already surfaced on Hu Yuying's white neck. Brother Long will no longer be alone in the future, so you have to learn to adapt and get used to it. In the words of our old country, Lung has gotten used to being alone all these years. It's not that you don't like being taken care of like this. Lung, you're afraid of being taken care of like this, aren't you? Long Ao Tian raised his eyes to meet Hu Yuying's gaze and looked at the reflection belonging to himself in Hu Yuying's pupils. His stiff body slowly relaxed. Who doesn't like to be taken care of by someone they like? Long Ao Tian is not afraid. But, it's an unspeakable feeling. Especially after Ing Huyu said, Long, you will no longer be alone after. If I had to describe the emotion, it would probably be indebtedness. He owed Perry Hu a formal confession. The little girl was too outspoken in her feelings for herself. Maybe Perry Hu herself doesn't think she needs it, but it should always be there, shouldn't it? Perry Hu sat down, her small hand gouging the toilet paper in her hand tightly, not as calm as she appeared to be. I was actually going to say that I'd do anything for you. Lung. In Perry Hu's eyes, Lung is really good, as if he can do anything and solve any problem. She couldn't help Lung in that regard. But she could learn until she was slowly able to help him, and she wanted to do something for him. Liking is mutual. Lung helps himself, takes care of himself, afraid that he can't tell what is gratitude, what is thanksgiving, what is liking, so he gives himself the right to choose. The man who always said he was a roughneck, But who could go to such lengths for someone like himself? He paid enough. So Hu Yuing really wanted to do something about it. And she also wanted to let Lung know that she could actually take care of him. Gazing at each other, Long Aotian couldn't help but reach out his hand wanting to touch this little girl's cheeks. Knowing what to do, making Long Aotian feel heartbroken. Seeing Long Aotian's hand reaching out, Ing Huyu willingly took the initiative to lean her body forward. Ding 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 ding. The sudden sound of the video invitation made the two of them move. And Long Aotian's moving and forgetful appearance made Hu Yuying blush. Hu Yuying's feathery eyelashes lightly trembled catering to the appearance, so that Long Aotian could not help but transform into a light sigh. Retracting his palm and taking out his cell phone, he wanted to see who it was. Was it easy to fall in love? After glancing at the docket, a lone voice turned into a laugh. It's the old man. Hearing Long's words, Hu Yuying eyes bright, cannot help but sit up straight, subconsciously have to organize their own grooming. Watching Hu Yuying's eyes light up and finally turn into a nervous look, Long Aotian laughed out. You already look good. But these words didn't make Hu Yuying relax. Instead, she became more nervous. It's rather like a smelly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Click to connect. Son. A cry of son. And the big face of his own old man reflected in the screen. The old man had only just learned to penguin chat, and even the penguin number was applied to him by Long Aotian some time ago. Long Aotian covered his forehead and quietly glanced at the people around him. After all, his own old man's voice was too loud. Fearing that he could not hear it as if it were. Old man, I'm out here now. Hanging out with friends, are we? The old man subconsciously softened his voice. But under the speakerphone, there was a sense of muffled amusement. But the next sentence, let this funny, turned into the simplest warm. Son, outside, take care of yourself. A moment, old man, into you to transfer some money. Outside to eat and drink, less money. And students get along well. No, I have enough money, so you don't have to go back and forth. Now I don't have to go back and forth. I learned to transfer money on my cell phone. This simple sentence. But Long Aotian can think of. The old man took his cell phone, looking around for someone to teach him how to transfer money.